In the land of Qin, in the 35th year of the first emperor's reign, on the northern frontier's desolate plains stood the mansion of the ninth prince. The night was heavy, and the autumn wind howled, casting the lanterns in the courtyard into a restless flickering dance. A young nobleman, pale and sickly, was draped in a bright red wedding robe. Gazing up at the star-filled sky, he couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Bloody hell, this is insane. No way. Did I really transmigrate? And what's worse, I have to enter the bridal chamber right now. But with this broken body of mine, I'm afraid he'll kick the bucket on the spot." At that moment, Ing Zhao's mind was completely blank. A second ago, he had been jumping wildly in a bar. Then, without warning, he had danced his way straight to death. When he opened his eyes again, he had become this Prince Ing of the Great Qin dynasty. And today was the auspicious day of his marriage. Ing Zhao, the ninth prince and son of the first emperor, had always been an insignificant presence in the palace. Waste, fool, good for nothing. These epithets had long spread far and wide. To make matters worse, not only was his talent worthless, but his body was also pathetically weak. He was the kind of sickly person who would pant after 2 steps and cough for ages if a breeze so much as touched him. A strong gust could almost carry him off to the afterlife on the spot. Ever since birth, he had never escaped the contempt of his father, the first emperor. Worse still, not long ago, he had been carelessly banished to this desolate, godforsaken northern wasteland. He had originally thought that this was how his life would end, dragging his half-broken body through the days until his eyes closed for good. Who could have known that the moment his original body breathed its last, the Ing Zhao from a future era would transmigrate into it? And just after arriving, he was slapped with the absurd situation of having to consummate a marriage. Tonight's wedding was no small matter. This bride was personally selected by his so-called cheap father as his princess. Ing Zhao's head was pounding. He had no idea how to deal with the situation. He couldn't help but mutter, "That crazy father of mine really knows how to set his son up. Doesn't he see what kind of wreck his son is? Can this body even handle such a trial? Tell me, before arranging this marriage, couldn't he have considered me even a little? Am I even his real son? This cheap imperial father doesn't do a single decent thing." In short, Ing Zhao was utterly speechless. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in the bridal chamber. The problem was that his spirit was willing, but his flesh was weak. Just as he was drowning in worry, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed from the depths of his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The many children much blessing system has been successfully activated. Host only needs to continuously marry wives and bear offspring to receive corresponding rewards." Ding! Detected that the host has wedded his first wife. Marriage achieved. Rewards issued: dragon countenance and phoenix bearing unrivaled charm, robust physique, and vigorous vitality. 4 great talents beginning fusion. Ding! Fusion complete. All talents have been branded onto the host's soul and synced to strengthen the physical body. Potential has skyrocketed, unparalleled in the world. Ing Zhao's eyes lit up instantly. This system couldn't have come at a better time. As expected, how could a transmigrator possibly lack a golden finger? And it had arrived so perfectly. It was exactly like a pillow being handed to someone just as drowsiness struck. Ing Zhao lowered his head to sense the changes, more than satisfied with his new condition. Dragon countenance and phoenix bearing instantly elevated his appearance and bearing. His entire being became extraordinarily handsome, and his spirit shone brightly. Unrivaled charm wildly amplified his allure. Any woman who saw him would be more inclined to feel warm affection, and might even find herself unable to resist being captivated. Robust physique completely reformed his bones, tendons, and meridians. His abdominal muscles were sharply defined, his blood energy surged, and a powerful masculine presence practically radiated from him. Vigorous vitality made his energy and physique outrageously powerful, as if he could unleash infinite strength at any moment. With these 4 talents on his side, Ing Zhao's confidence swelled instantly. No longer was he the sickly weakling from before. From today onward, whether it was protecting himself, shielding his wives and concubines, or expanding his lineage, he had more than enough capital. Stamina, strength, and mental state had all skyrocketed. He had completely transformed from the useless prince of the past into a crouching tiger on the grassland ready to pounce. Essence, energy, and spirit had all undergone a earth-shattering elevation almost simultaneously. The next moment, the transformation brought by the system's reward began to spread layer by layer within his body. Wave after wave of scorching warmth surged through his limbs and bones. A sensation of euphoric liberation exploded from the very depths of his soul. His entire body underwent a tremendous transformation in that very moment. The formerly pale, sickly face now held a healthy flush. His features were refined and sharp, and his brows carried a newfound air of unrestrained ease. At first glance, he was practically a natural-born heartbreaker. His once frail frame had become tall and erect. His deep, dazzling eyes seemed to contain starlight swirling within them. The corners of his lips curved upward into an unfathomable smile, one capable of stunning anyone at first sight. Ing Zhao was in an excellent mood right now. As he walked toward the bridal chamber, he felt his blood surging throughout his body, a state of unprecedented well-being. He carried himself with a newfound composure and confidence. After reaching the door, he raised his hand and pushed it open with unparalleled boldness. The woman seated on the wedding bed felt her heart tense up instantly. Before the wedding, she had sent people to investigate this Prince Ing Zhao. In the rumors circulating outside, he was practically nothing more than a useless waste. Although he carried the identity of the first emperor's son, his body was so weak that it was a disgrace. One day he might just run out of breath and die on the spot. If not for the first emperor's imperial decree pressing down on her, she would never have married such a worthless man. Lin Qingxia, daughter of a Kiliarch, had practiced martial arts since childhood within the military. She truly possessed some real skills. She had already decided, tonight she would teach this fellow a lesson. Her fingertips twitched as she quietly tightened her grip on a blunted short dagger hidden in her sleeve. She planned to give this rumored sickly prince a good scare first. Ying Zhao walked closer step by step. His gaze fell upon the woman seated on the wedding bed. This was Lin Qingxia, the daughter of a Kiliarch. Her status was not exactly prominent, but not shabby either, passable enough. Ying Zhao understood the first emperor's arrangement quite well. After all, he was an unbeloved prince. The legitimate daughters of noble families would naturally never be married to him. But if it were merely a commoner's daughter, she could hardly uphold the title of a prince's consort. Therefore, selecting the daughter of a Kiliarch was a compromise. Ying Zhao harbored no complaints. Since she had married into his residence, she was his woman from this day forward. Those he should protect, he would naturally protect. The night was short and precious moments were priceless. Ying Zhao did not dawdle any longer. He lifted his hand and whisked away the red veil covering her head. He had assumed that once the veil was lifted, the night's events would naturally proceed. Unexpectedly, his newlywed consort suddenly produced a short dagger from her sleeve. A cold flash streaked through the air as the dagger pressed horizontally against his neck. Lin Qingxia sneered, "With a waist like you actually dare to think about the bridal chamber. Watch how I..." Before she could finish her sentence, Ying Zhao casually flicked his finger, and the dagger in her hand was sent flying away in an instant. Lin Qingxia didn't even understand what had just happened. In the next moment, she was already scooped up in Ying Zhao's arms. Carrying her, he strode toward the bed. The bed curtains fell, red candles flickered, and everything naturally took its course. Further explanations were completely unnecessary. Strength was the only truth that mattered. Within the red gauze curtains, the previously fierce Lin Qingxia could no longer maintain her tough facade. Through the hazy, flickering candlelight, she suddenly discovered something that shocked her. This ninth prince before her was so handsome that it made her heart tremble. His charm was nearly irresistible at first glance. How was he anything like the sickly, worthless, incompetent man the rumors described? At the same moment, deep within the bedchamber of the Xianyang Imperial Palace, Qin Shi Huang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze crossing the layered palace towers to stare far into the direction of Mabe. Just then the eunuch Zhao Gao hurried into the hall, bowed, and reported, "Your Majesty, the ninth prince's wedding has been completed without any mishap. By his calculation, it should now be time for the bridal chamber. However, the daughter of that Kiliarch might not be so easy to handle. Your servant has heard that she is not quite willing to accept your Majesty's betrothal decree." After hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's face remained utterly unruffled. He merely let out a cold snort, his tone full of disdain. "Unwilling? What of it? She is merely the daughter of a Kiliarch. Being able to enter my imperial son's mansion is a blessing she has cultivated for several lifetimes. If she knows her place, so be it. If she dares to stir trouble, I'd like to see just how many heads she has. She is after all merely a woman brought in to dispel misfortune for that unfilial son. If she dares to do anything..." After the words fell, Zhao Gao felt a chill running down his spine. Good heavens! His Majesty's temper was as merciless. With every other word the character "kill" slipped from his mouth. He could not help but feel a chill for the newly married consort. Before Zhao Gao could collect himself, Qin Shi Huang's icy voice sounded again. "What about that unfilial son? What is his attitude toward this? I doubt he is pleased." Zhao Gao hastily squeezed out a smile and said softly, "Your Majesty is overthinking. The ninth prince would never dare to be unwilling. For your Majesty to personally bestow a consort upon the ninth prince, that is an act of great thoughtfulness. When all is said and done, your Majesty hoped to use this union to bring the prince good fortune and let his health recover soon. The ninth prince will surely understand your Majesty's loving heart as a father." Unexpectedly, Qin Shi Huang flew into a rage and cursed, "Nonsense. How could he possibly understand my heart? After all these years, I've paid him no mind. And has he ever once regarded me as..." The more I think about it, the angrier I become. A sickly bag of bones, yet he's full of temper. When he was sent to Mabe, he did not even come into the palace to bid me farewell. In that case, I will give him a formidable woman to grind down his temper. Tonight's bridal chamber will surely give him a heart. At this, Qin Shi Huang's tone turned grim, and he commanded, "Send the order for Zhang Han to keep a close watch on the ninth prince's mansion. I want every move of that unfilial son watched carefully. Report to me immediately the moment anything goes wrong." Qin Shi Huang suddenly rattled off this series of orders, and Zhao Gao's smile instantly stiffened. Not daring to say another word, Zhao Gao hurriedly bowed in assent, then retreated cautiously from the hall. The great hall fell silent again. Qin Shi Huang still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lost in the distance, his expression deep and unreadable. This time, selecting such a consort for that worthless son was by no means a casual decision. First, he wanted to bring a woman into the household to spread a bit of good fortune. If his broken body could improve even slightly, the effort would not be wasted. Of course, Qin Shi Huang himself had no real confidence that such a method would work. But treating a dead horse as if it were alive was still better than doing nothing. Second, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the unfilial son was still breathing to leave some bloodline for Great Qin.
"My father-in-law spoke out of turn and offended you." Enough. The prince's voice cut him off, laced with impatience. Not anger, but a kind of exasperated resignation, as if,
after all, he knew all too well how weak that body was. From childhood this son had been sickly and frail, and his mind was none too clever, often appearing foolish and dazed. Worst of all, he would occasionally cough up blood, a chronic affliction that had tormented him for years, and the imperial physicians could find no cure. If merely his body was ruined that could be borne, but he also lacked sense in dealing with people and had no idea how to speak. Over the years he had managed to offend just about everyone in the court and beyond. In addition, his birth mother came from a humble background, so naturally no one in the palace thought highly of him. Even Qin Shi Huang felt this son was an utter disgrace. So he simply issued an edict and shipped the man off to Mabe. The more he mulled over these messy matters, the more vexed he became. Finally, with a cold expression, he flicked his sleeves and turned away to rest. The next day at high noon, Ying Zhao stood in the dazzling sunlight stretching lazily. At that moment he felt brimming with vigor, his bones and muscles loose and comfortable, a pleasure beyond words. This system was indeed the standard gear for a transmigrator. It was ridiculously convenient. At this moment, he even had the urge to ride straight out to the grassland and gallop wildly. The thought had barely risen when Ying Zhao could not be bothered to hesitate. Act now. He ordered a servant to lead a Fergana horse from the stables. When the horse was brought before him, he swung into the saddle, without a single superfluous word squeezed the horse's flanks with both legs, and galloped away toward the open plains. The wind howled past his ears as the steed trampled through waves of grass. Ying Zhao galloped all the way without feeling the least bit tired. Indeed, this blessings of many children system was astonishingly powerful. At this rate, he would truly need to take more wives and concubines in the future. Otherwise, with all this surging energy, he could hardly spend every day out exercising horses, could he?
A faint smile touched the attendant's lips, carrying a hint of pride he couldn't quite conceal. Clearly, noble sir, you don't travel much.
Concubines to spread his branches and leaves. He needed many wives and no lack of concubines. Children, the more the better. Since the system offered rewards for this, he would marry the most women and sire the most children. When that day came, he would be the strongest man in the world. Step 2 was to keep drawing rewards from the system and continuously increase his own power. So long as he received enough rewards, he could eventually climb to the pinnacle step by step. He had no wish to live in this Great Qin without security, spending his days in fear. He knew perfectly well the nature of his imperial father. When pleased, the old man would toss you a sweet jujube. When displeased, he might turn around and cut you down with his blade. Worse still, once Jingda someday passed away, and that wretch who high mounted the throne, the situation in Great Qin would become even more perilous. With Zhao Gao feeding him advice on the side, Hu Hai would certainly slaughter without mercy. Siblings, clansmen, blood relatives. Fear not a single one would escape. Ying Zhao had no intention of muddle-headedly becoming the first victim Hu Hai would slaughter to demonstrate his authority. Since heaven had arranged for him to transmigrate to Great Qin and granted him this system, he could not merely think of staying alive. If he did not do something earth-shattering, would this journey across time not be an utter waste? The first priority now was to establish a firm foothold in Mabe. Then he would take full control of this bitter and desolate. As for the neighboring Xiongnu tribes, it was time to find an opportunity to sweep them clean. After the Xiongnu were subdued, the Huehu, Tujuawala, and Mingu would have to be dealt with one by one. In the end, he would bring the whole of Mabe under his control. From there, he would accumulate power, expand his influence, and steadily strengthen his foundation. When the time ripened, he would overturn his father's whole imperial administration. And on that day, he would directly challenge the first emperor, his own father, in a heated confrontation. Ying Zhao had already made up his mind. What he intended to do was not merely survive. He would become the true king, but before any of this could begin, there was one matter that had to be settled first: making money. After all, he had wives and children. In the future, his women and offspring would only grow in number. He couldn't let them suffer hardship alongside him. He had to build a substantial fortune for his women and children, and opening up the trade routes of the northern desert was one of his most immediate goals. As for the central plains, he dared not reach out there for the time being. The reason was simple: his father, the emperor, was still alive. If he caused too much of a stir inland, he might be cut down by his father before he even had a chance to grow strong. Overseas ventures were also a possibility to consider. However, the northern desert was remote, lacking both coastline and natural harbors. Building a maritime empire there was simply not realistic at the moment. So that path had to be set aside for now. The only place where he could rapidly accumulate wealth was the northern desert. He had to develop this region. This was destined to become his stronghold for future ascension. Ying Zhao quickly formulated his plan: take more wives, sire more children, and continuously reap the system's rewards. Use those rewards to strengthen himself, then raise an army to pacify the Xiongnu, Hu, Tujuawala, and Mongol territories. Once he fully dominated the northern desert, and his wings were fully grown, he would expand his power and raise the banner of revolt. The final step: ascend the throne himself. After roughly mapping out his future path, Ying Zhao raised his whip and cracked it down. The horse neighed in pain and galloped off with him. When he returned to his residence, his consort Lin Qingxiao, weary but persistent, was already waiting for him in the main hall. She was waiting for her husband to join her for the midday meal. Ying Zhao dismounted with clean, decisive movements. His demeanor was free-spirited and striking, his every gesture radiating an indescribable charm. Seeing this, Lin Qingxiao felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, and a hint of shyness unconsciously entered her eyes. It couldn't be helped. Her husband was simply too dazzling. Yet within that charm was a strong, domineering aura. It was like an invisible hook forcibly drawing her heart towards him. Every time their eyes met, she felt an uncontrollable pull sinking deeper. It was only now that Lin Qingxiao truly realized how flawless her husband was. He was tall and straight with broad shoulders. His features were handsome, his jawline firm. Most devastating of all, his domineering and captivating aura was beyond the reach of ordinary men. Wasn't this the ideal husband she had secretly dreamed of? In just a single night, Lin Qingxiao was completely won over by Ying. One could even say she had utterly fallen for him. As they sat down face to face, she was too shy to even lift her head. After the meal, Ying Zhao didn't delay. He took Lin Qingxia's hand and led her back to the bedchamber. He lifted her chin with his finger and said with a smile, "My beloved, how about a short nap with this prince?" Lin Qingxiao murmured a soft reply, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz yet laced with a hint of alluring coyness. The bed curtains slowly fell. When the room fell silent once more, the night had already deepened. This night too was destined to be sleepless. The bed curtains slowly fell. When the room fell silent once more, the night had already deepened. This night too was destined to be sleepless. It couldn't be helped. She alone couldn't handle Ying Zhao. And so the first major event after his wedding was taking a concubine. Before long, the entire ninth prince's mansion was bustling with activity once more. Red silk and lanterns were hung up again, filling the courtyard with festive joy. All the servants were stunned into silence at the sight. They couldn't fathom how their prince had suddenly changed so drastically. The prince used to be listless and sickly all day like a frostbitten eggplant. His skeletal frame seemed ready to give out. But who would have thought that after just one wedding and one night in the bridal chamber, the ninth prince would suddenly become so full of vigor and vitality, with not a trace of his former weakness? This transformation left everyone utterly bewildered. No one knew what had happened. Could the marriage arranged by the emperor to ward off bad luck really be so effective? It was truly incredible. Even more importantly, everyone felt the ninth prince had changed. He seemed to grow more handsome with each passing day. His formerly gaunt and pale face no longer showed any sign of illness. In its place were handsome features and a healthy, ruddy complexion, making him look as graceful as jade. Especially his aura, which was impeccably captivating. A single distant glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. The maidservants in the mansion were even more affected. Their eyes practically sparkled with stars whenever they saw Ying Zhao. It was as if the very air of the mansion was filled with pain. They felt as if they were being pulled by some force ready to fall completely for the ninth prince at any moment. Some even wished they could throw themselves at his feet. This man was unfairly charming. And so Ying Zhao's plan to take a concubine was settled smoothly. The wedding procession was just as grand, and the event was held with great splendor. In Ying Zhao's view, he could let anyone down, but never his own women. He was a truly good man. When the county magistrate of Mabe City learned of this, he was left speechless. In his eyes, the ninth prince was clearly indulging in sensual pleasures and behaving recklessly. Such a lack of restraint was the very definition of a good for nothing. But hadn't the rumors said this prince was a sickly man on the verge of death? How was it that he was now not only full of life, but also arranging to take another concubine? Could it be that the marriage to ward off bad luck had truly cured him, and perhaps even unlocked some remarkable potential leading to this unstoppable turn of events? The magistrate grew more and more puzzled. But Ying Zhao couldn't be bothered with what others thought. He never cared about outside. At the auspicious hour, he happily entered the bridal chamber once more. This time the bride was the daughter of a constable from a county under Mobiai's jurisdiction. Her name was quite pleasant, as well Zhang Manyu. In terms of appearance, she was certainly not lacking. She had bright, lively eyes and a fresh, spirited beauty. What pleased Ying Zhao even more was that she wasn't a delicate, fragile woman. She carried a hint of heroic spirit and she was full in the right places and firm in others, clearly a woman of good physique, well suited for bearing children. Only such a constitution could withstand him, her domineering husband. Ying Zhao was quite satisfied with this. If it had been a woman too frail, she might not have been able to keep up. He had even begun to think that in the future he should take more resilient concubines like Zhang Manyu to share the primary, and he could also add some softer, more delicate ones to help share the load. Before long, news of the ninth prince taking a concubine reached the imperial capital Xianyang. Ying Zheng couldn't sit still upon hearing the news. His eyes widened in astonishment. After a long silence, he asked incredulously, "What did you say?" "That worthless son of mine has taken another concubine." The spy kneeling below quickly nodded, not daring to hesitate. The first emperor's mind began to churn with doubt. Hadn't that rebellious son's health been in a terrible state? He used to be sickly all day, looking like a gust of wind could knock him over. How does he have the strength to take a concubine now? And the most absurd part is that he's added another woman to his household in just... This move was truly baffling. The first emperor still couldn't believe it, furrowing his brows and pressing further. Is that rebellious son's body really up to the task? Could it be a final burst of energy before death? The kneeling spy quickly replied, "Your Majesty, this matter is indeed strange. Ever since the ninth prince married consort Lin Qingxiao, his health has improved remarkably. Now he is full of vigor, his demeanor vastly different from before, exuding a robust and spirited air. Your servant has heard that the ninth prince often rides out recently galloping across the plains. In short, he no longer appears as frail as in the past. Several physicians summoned to the residence all say the ninth prince is now in excellent physical condition. His strength is formidable and his vitality is abundant. Ing Zheng was stunned. What is this? He stood there momentarily unable to process the news. Could it be that this marriage for good fortune truly worked wonders? And it has made that rebellious son even more formidable. The more Ing Zheng thought, the more absurd it seemed, and he felt utterly speechless. In the end, he waved his hand dismissively, ordering the spy to withdraw. Once silence returned to the hall, Ing Zheng sank back into contemplation. He never imagined that a marriage arranged on a whim would yield such results. That half-dead son of his seemed to have genuinely... Not only was he full of vitality, but he was also capable of taking more concubines. Ing Zheng stroked his chin and after a moment sighed with a hint of approval. Not bad. It seems this foolish boy does have some fool's luck. With this continuing, the royal bloodline should be no problem. Enough, it's just another concubine. I grant my permission. As long as he can add to the royal lineage, he has some use. He said no more. If that rebellious son delighted in it, so be it. But Ing Zheng never expected that this concubine taking was merely the beginning. He said no more. If that rebellious son delighted in it, so be it. But Ing Zheng never expected that this concubine taking was merely the beginning. What followed would truly make him question his sanity. 2 months passed in a flash. One day Ing Zhao summoned Lin Qingxiao and Zhang Manyu before him and stated directly, "This prince intends to take another concubine." The two women without a moment's hesitation nodded eagerly. Approval. Must approve. They could barely handle Ing Zhao. Thus Ing Zhao brought another peasant girl into the residence. Her name was Li Shishir. She was delicate and charming with pleasing features and an elegant demeanor exuding the gentle warmth of a modest maiden. Yet within that gentleness there was also a pure and noble aura. As for her beauty, there was no need to elaborate. When the news spread, the county magistrate of Mabe was utterly dumbfounded. Another concubine so soon. This is too absurd. How could any normal person handle this? And the 9th prince, who was famously frail, can his body really withstand it? The more the magistrate thought, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that some shock had made him completely lose his restraint? Meanwhile, far away in the Xianyang imperial city, Qin Shi Huang was equally bewildered upon hearing the news. His expression darkened, and for a long while he could not find words. After a long pause, Ing Zheng finally let out a deep sigh. Then with a wave of his hand he tacitly approved the matter. And so not long after Ing Zhao's grand wedding, the residence already boasted 2 additional concubines. At first this matter only spread within Mabe City. In the Xianyang imperial city few knew of it yet. But walls, such explosive news could not be suppressed for long. Before long it would spread throughout the entire imperial city. At the Mabe residence, Ing Zhao cared little about outside gossip. His life was nothing short of comfortable. Who knew such pleasure existed? He had to admit this system had arrived at the perfect. The newly arrived Li Shishir was now deeply infatuated with Ing Zhao. Her obsession was undeniable. At this moment Ing Zhao was tallying the various rewards from the system with great satisfaction. When he had taken Zhang Manyu earlier, the system granted charm 1, temperament 1, physique 1. Reward 10 loyal guards, 10 kidney replenishing pills, 10 chi replenishing pills. Now with Li Shishir the system's rewards were even greater. Charm 2, temperament 2, physique 2. Reward 20 loyal guards, 20 kidney replenishing pills, 20 chi replenishing pills. Bonus 1 revolver, 3 specially crafted war chariots, and 1 production line for Type 38 rifles. As the system rewards kept coming, Ing Zhao's physical strength, temperament, and charm all soared rapidly. His power in particular seemed to change every day. This robust and stable condition brought a sense of security to his wives and concubines. Not to mention his damnable charm, which became increasingly irresistible. Every woman who laid eyes on him felt a stir in her heart, unable to control herself. As for the guards granted by the system, they were absolutely loyal. They recognized only Ing Zhao as their master. At his command, they would charge into a sea of blades or a mountain of fire without hesitation. These guards were not only loyal, but also physically formidable, more than capable of protecting the estate. Most conveniently, Ing Zhao could convey orders to them through his thoughts. On ordinary days, they remained hidden in the shadows, rarely revealing themselves. Only when necessary would they act to resolve. Their primary duty at the moment was to ensure the safety of the prince's residence inside and out. As for the kidney replenishing pills, Ing Zhao naturally kept them for his own use. After all, he would continue to take wives and concubines to expand the family, so replenishment was essential. The chi replenishing pills were distributed among his wives. After all, he would continue to take wives and concubines to expand the family, so replenishment was essential. The chi replenishing pills were distributed among his wives. In this era, owning a gun was the ultimate luxury. In critical moments, whether facing a crossbow ambush or any other sudden danger, it provided an extra layer of confidence. Ing Zhao kept it within reach to guard against unforeseen circumstances. What truly excited him most was the production line for Type 38 rifles. For this era, it was a terrifying creation centuries ahead of its time. As long as he invested enough manpower and money, this production line could churn out Type 38 rifles endlessly. This was nothing short of a heaven-defying reward. With this in hand, who would worry about military armaments? More crucially, this production line was not in plain sight. The system had placed it in a hidden location in Mabe, nearly impossible for others to detect. Thus Ing Zhao could quietly develop and accumulate strength without drawing attention. Once on the battlefield, this weapon would surely become a game-changer. Additionally, those 3 war chariots were no ordinary machines. They were not the wooden chariots common in this era. Instead, they were crafted from fireproof and waterproof materials as sturdy. Their speed was astonishing. They could transport not only grain and fodder, but also various advanced military equipment. This was not merely giving out rewards. It was clearly laying the groundwork for Ing Zhao to seize control of Mabe in advance. Now with war chariots guards and the Type 38 production line, dealing with the Xiongnu and other neighboring forces, or even fully controlling Mabe was no longer an unattainable dream. As long as his strength grew steadily, how could he ever lack the capital to rebel? It seemed that Brother Zheng's grip on the throne might not be as secure as he thought. At this thought, a faint smile curled at the corner of Ing Zhao's lips. Of course, in his view, what the system had provided so far was still far from enough. The number of guards was insufficient. The number of war chariots was also far from adequate. Therefore, Ing Zhao soon began to contemplate taking another concubine. This time his gaze fell upon a maidservant in his household. That girl possessed a pure and charming allure. Though she had come of age, her appearance still carried a tender, delicate quality that could soften one's heart. She had a pair of large, limpid eyes that seemed to soften one's very soul with a single blink. This maidservant's name was Chen Xiaoyao. Her face was petite, her voice sweet and sticky, and she habitually wore her long hair in 2 plaits, making her an irresistibly endearing sight. At first, Chen Xiaoyao only dared to steal a single glance at Ing Zhao. Yet in that one fleeting moment, she was utterly captivated by this man of striking charm. Naturally, she did not refuse him afterward. Once the wedding night had passed, Chen Zaiweo's devotion to her husband deepened with every passing day. She wished only to remain by Ing Zhao's side, unwilling to leave even for an instant. This time, however, Zhang Han, who was tasked with secretly monitoring the 9th prince's estate, could no longer maintain his composure. He hastily prepared himself and set out for Xianying that very night. This news was far too explosive. He had to meet with Qin Shi Huang in person to report the events unfolding at the 9th prince's residence. Zhang Han had originally been ordered to secretly observe Ing Zhao's every move. Initially, he had thought this would be a simple task. Watching over a sickly prince, what could possibly happen? Yet to his astonishment, this assignment grew more demanding by the day. The 9th prince's rate of taking concubines was alarmingly rapid. In less than 2 months, 3 new consorts had already been added to his household. During this time, Zhang Han had continuously sent reports back to the palace. However, the emperor had not issued any clear. Now Zhang Han could no longer sit idly by. He could only ride post-haste through the night, heading straight for the imperial city. This matter required Qin Shi Huang's personal decision. Otherwise, if this were allowed to continue, the 9th prince's health would surely fail. After all, no one could withstand such a frenzy of taking concubines. It was quite possible that the 9th prince was destined for an early grave anyway. Just as Zhang Han's message arrived in Xianying ahead of him, Zhao Gao was utterly stunned by its contents. He had never witnessed such an absurdity in all his years. It was simply unheard of. Zhao Gao dared not delay and rushed to the imperial bedchamber to see Qin Shi Huang, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, the 9th prince. He has taken yet another concubine." Qin Shi Huang. The grand hall fell into an instant deathly silence. After a long moment, Ing Zheng suddenly bellowed in fury, "You insolent, unfilial wretch." As the shout echoed, Qin Shi Huang's face darkened completely. His aura turned gloomy and volatile, as if he might draw his sword and strike someone down at any moment. Had Ing Zhao been standing before him at that moment, he would likely have kicked him and ordered him dragged out and executed. "Wretched beast! You bastard!" Ing Zheng cursed repeatedly, barely able to contain his fury. Yet beneath the anger there was also a hint of unspoken heartache. After all, that son had been sickly since childhood, his frame so frail, it seemed a gust of wind could topple him. At this rate, it would hardly be surprising if he dropped dead one day. Did he not know the state of his own body? Knowing he was weak, he still indulged himself so recklessly. Was he not afraid of draining the very last of his vital essence with such wanton behavior? The more Ing Zheng thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised his hand, pointing towards the northern frontier, and launched into another tirade. "How could I have sired such a useless son? Obsessed with women with no sense of restraint. Has he lost his mind? This is trampling the dignity of the Great Qin royal family into the dirt. A royal descendant, and yet he turns out to be such a disgraceful wretch. Damn him, damn him." Qin Shi Huang's curses grew more vicious, his chest heaving with rage. He truly wished he could drag the boy back and give him a severe thrashing. What kind of nonsense was this? Taking concubine after concubine in such a short span of time was utterly outrageous. Among all the princes, who else would dare behave with such reckless abandon? In just 2 or 3 months, he had added 3 concubines to his household. That was nearly 1 a month. The sheer absurdity of such a pace was enough to make one's skin crawl. Was this the act of a sane man? Ing Zheng was practically choking with rage. Although over the years he had indeed paid little attention to this son. Firstly, he looked down upon his origins, and secondly, he was disgusted by his sickly disposition. He always felt this unfilial son might just breathe his last at any moment. But regardless, he was still his own flesh and blood, a prince of Great Qin. If outsiders were to learn of such depravity among the royals, wouldn't the whole world mock the imperial family? Ing Zhao was clearly straying further and further down the path of hedonism. This wasn't just taking a concubine, it was a reckless slide into a bottomless pit of degeneracy. Ing Zheng was even starting to worry. He feared that one day news would arrive from the northern frontier that the wretch had taken yet another woman, and then promptly died in his bed. Zhao Gao knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, not daring to lift his head. He too was pondering this. Wasn't the 9th prince always known as a useless, sickly waste? How had he suddenly become so vigorous, as if injected with some kind of stimulant? Was he truly throwing caution to the wind? Was he planning to use this final burst of energy to live it up before kicking the bucket? The more Zhao Gao thought, the more bitter he felt. He could only steel himself and advise, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Perhaps the ninth prince is merely experiencing a fleeting fancy. Once this whim passes, he will likely restrain himself. After all, if he continues like this, even the strongest constitution would give out." Qin Shi Huang took a deep breath. He suppressed his blazing anger, picked up his teacup, and took a large gulp. Upon reflection, Zhao Gao's words did hold some. In the ending, Zhang could only shake his head helplessly and coldly commanded, "Send the decree. Tell Zhang Han to keep a close watch on that place. Tell him to be vigilant and not allow that wretch to run rampant. Forget everything else, but shouldn't he at least take care of his own broken body? Does he truly want to die in a woman's bed? Useless wretch, always bringing shame upon me." Qin Shi Huang's face remained grim and terrifying as he finished. As Zhao Gao listened, he quietly reported again, "Your Majesty, General Zhang Han sent word earlier that he would be returning to. He said he wishes to enter the palace personally to report the detailed situation regarding the ninth prince and seek your Majesty's instructions." But no sooner had these words left his mouth than Qin Shi Huang snapped angrily, "Why is he coming back? What instructions does he need? I sent him to watch over that wretch, and he can't even manage such a simple task properly. He let the bastard stir up a mess of trouble. It's infuriating. Tell him not to come back. He should go straight back to the northern frontier and continue his watch. Order Zhang Han to observe carefully and report any unusual activity immediately. Especially have him find out clearly if that wretch has been up to any shady dealings. I want to see if those women have all lost their. Why are they all throwing themselves at that good for nothing? Especially when he was a sickly weakling before. What normal woman would? It's possible that the wretch used some coercive means in secret. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. I have never tolerated any deceit." Zhao Gao shuddered, feeling the murderous intent permeating the hall. He quickly kowtowed and replied, "As you command, this old servant will deliver the order immediately." After receiving the decree, Zhao Gao dared not linger and hastily retreated. Thus Qin Shi Huang's orders were swiftly sent out of the imperial city. Meanwhile, Zhang Han was still galloping along the road back to Xianying, utterly unaware that a new imperial decree had already been issued within the palace. Zhao Gao had only just departed. Prince Fusu then stepped into the grand hall. Upon seeing Qin Shi Huang, a hint of awkwardness crossed his face as he hesitated before speaking. "Father, I have heard that ninth brother has taken another concubine. I implore you, Father, please do not be angered. I believe ninth brother acted on a whim, and it is not his intention to truly run amok. After some time passes, he should settle. After all, given ninth brother's physical condition, he truly cannot afford to indulge himself endlessly. Now that he has just married, perhaps he has tasted something new and momentarily lost his restraint. Though he is frail and often ill, he is still young. It is only natural that he doesn't yet grasp the severity of these matters. Once he has learned his lesson, he will surely become more restrained." Fuse's words were tactful. He tried his best to make excuses for Ying Zhao, hoping to prevent his father from harboring murderous intent. After all, the relationship between him and the ninth prince had always been fairly cordial. In those years when Ying Zhao was out of favor and faced scorn throughout the palace, Fusu, seeing his pitiful state, had secretly looked after him on many occasions. Between the two there remained a semblance of brotherly affection. Upon hearing all this, Qin Shi Huang immediately understood Fuse's purpose. Too weary to continue his fury, he simply waved his hand and said, "Enough. I knew it. Coming at this hour, you must be here to plead for that unruly son. Rest assured, taking a few concubines is hardly grounds to have him dragged out and beheaded. However, his conduct truly brings shame upon the imperial family. Enough. Considering he is but a sickly individual, I shall not hold this against him." Hearing this, Fusu felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Subsequently, he paid his respects respectfully and turned to leave the hall. He had heard of his father's rage and genuinely feared that Qin Shi Huang might in a fit of anger order his ninth brother's execution. Hence he had rushed over to speak well of Ying Zhao. Now it seemed his father had ultimately spared some leniency. And why not? Ninth brother's constitution was inherently extremely fragile. Previously, the imperial physicians had even predicted that he might not live much longer. Given that his father probably couldn't be bothered to hold this against him, right? 7 days later, the new decree caught up with him mid-journey. When Zhang Han, still rushing relentlessly, received the news, he nearly broke down on the spot. So all his desperate galloping over these past few days had been for nothing. After enduring that grueling ride, he now had to turn around and go all the way back. Zhang Han halted to rest for a moment, and in the end could only grimly turn his horse around. There was no choice, since His Majesty had assigned new tasks. No matter how aggrieved he felt, he had to see them through promptly. Thus he had no choice but to race back towards the northern desert. Yet when Zhang Han finally arrived back in the northern desert and approached the ninth prince's residence, he was instantly stunned in his tracks. At this moment, the ninth prince's residence was adorned with red lanterns hanging high, colorful silks, filling the courtyard, bustling with extraordinary liveliness inside and out. For the ninth prince had taken yet another concubine. All in all, it had only been about half a month. He had actually added yet another concubine. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Han witnessed this scene, clearly momentarily rendered utterly speechless. His mind felt as if it had been knocked hollow. All that remained was a vast blankness. Stunned, completely, and he swallowed hard and finally summoning his composure he compiled what he had witnessed into a confidential report and sent it back to the imperial city of Xianyang. This time the woman Ing Zhao brought into his residence was a Persian beauty. Her name was Han Xiaozhao. She had come to the northern desert with her father to conduct business, and had originally only caught a single glimpse of Ing Zhao at the market. But that single glance was enough to make her heart flutter, utterly unable to look away. And as for Ing Zhao, he happened to have the intention of continuing to take concubines. As such, it was only natural for the two sides to come together. This Xiao Zhao from Persia was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her face bore a strong exotic charm with delicate features, a gracefully straight nose, cherry-like lips, and faint shallow dimples adorning her cheeks. Though she was still quite young, she had already blossomed into a figure as fresh and moving as a lotus emerging from water. Exquisite and lovely, yet also carrying a hint of endearing vulnerability. Such a heavenly beauty ultimately became a permanent member of Ing Zhao's household. With this, Ing Zhao had now taken his fourth concubine. There were even quite a few sturdy men who privately remarked that they wished they could visit the ninth prince to seek his advice. In their eyes, this was a true man among princes. There were even quite a few sturdy men who privately remarked that they wished they could visit the ninth prince to seek his advice. In their eyes, this was a true man among princes. This was no ordinary figure. This was a rare prodigy unseen anywhere else. Before long, the news once again reached Xianyang. When Zhao Gao received the report, his legs nearly gave way. He scrambled into the inner hall, his face pale, his voice filled with desperation. "Your Majesty, this is terrible. Truly terrible. The ninth prince. He has taken yet another concubine." At that moment, Qin Shi Huang was holding a vermilion brush reviewing memorials. Upon hearing these words, his entire body froze instantly. The ninth prince has indeed added another concubine. At these words, a surge of rage erupted within Qin Shi Huang's chest. Huff, huff. He took two heavy labored. The ninth prince has indeed added another concubine. At these words, a surge of rage erupted within Qin Shi Huang's chest. Huff, huff. He took two heavy labored breaths. A deep inhale. Another deep inhale. But no matter how he tried to suppress it, the fury in his heart refused to subside, surging relentlessly upwards. After the shock, nothing but anger remained. "It infuriates me." The emperor's face turned ashen with rage, and he nearly ordered someone to be dragged out. Where does he find the audacity to act with such reckless abandon? Is he so consumed by lust that he truly courts death? With that decrepit body of his, he dares to keep taking concubines. It infuriates me. The emperor's face turned ashen with rage, and he nearly ordered someone to be dragged out and executed to vent his anger. He never imagined he would have such a worthless son. Was he so thoroughly ensnared by women that he had no intention of ever climbing out? This boy was utterly preposterous. Possessing a frail, useless body, yet still dreaming of a harem. He was utterly shameless. Meanwhile, Prince Fusu also heard of this astonishing news. He was just raising his teacup for a sip when his fingers suddenly trembled, and the cup fell directly to the ground, shattering. Fusu's mouth stiffened, and he couldn't help but twitch several times. He wanted to say something, but the words died in his throat, ultimately swallowed back down. Sigh. One could only say that this vast and mighty Qin dynasty had indeed produced a true eccentric. Ninth brother's desires were simply too absurd. There was no choice but to admire him. Fusu's face was full of helplessness, and his brow twitched uncontrollably. He felt that this time his father would truly be angry enough to order a beheading. After all, ninth brother's recent actions were indeed excessively reckless. Sigh. One could only say that this vast and mighty Qin dynasty had indeed produced a true eccentric. Ninth brother's desires were simply too absurd. After all, he was still his own younger brother. Even if ninth brother was usually out of favor, the bond of brotherhood remained. Fusu walked swiftly into the palace, not daring to waste a single moment. He truly feared that if he were even one step too slow, his father might have already issued the order for decapitation. Unexpectedly, just as he neared the palace gates, he encountered several other princes. The few of them were standing not far off, huddled together in hushed conversation, each wearing an expression stranger than the last. Prince Yu was the first to speak in a hushed, amused tone. "Second brother, isn't Ing Zhao just too fierce? In just over 3 months, he's taken this many concubines in a row. It's like he's possessed by some lecherous demon." Prince Yu was the 6th prince of Qin Shi Huang, known for his straightforward and outspoken nature, a brash young man who couldn't hold his tongue. But when it came to gossiping, he was always the fastest to run. The 4th prince Zhang Lu also clicked his tongue in amazement. "I must say, once this guy gets a taste for it, there's no stopping him. Just think about it, he used to be such a useless wreck, coughing like he was about to die after just a few steps. But look at him now, completely turned his life around. Qin has truly produced an extraordinary figure. I have to say, I don't need a wall to lean on, but it'll be damned if I don't respect him." But look at him now, completely turned his life around. Qin has truly produced an extraordinary figure. I have to say, I don't need a wall to lean on, but it'll be damned if I don't respect him. Is he planning to outdo his own father? No comparison, truly no comparison. I can only offer my utmost admiration. As the group chatted animatedly, Prince Yu suddenly stepped forward and interrupted. "That's enough. Let's all keep our voices. This place is crowded and full of eyes. If word of this reaches the emperor's ears, it'll only stir up more." He paused, then lowered his voice further. "But in the ending, Zhao's mother was of humble origins, and he himself is frail. Father has never been particularly fond of him these years. A man like that poses no real threat to us. If he wants to take concubines, let him. Let him do as he pleases. For father to grant him a lifetime of wealth and honor is already the pinnacle of benevolence. Prince Gao nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Those words were indeed true. After all, they and Ing Zhao were never meant to walk the same path. That fellow was neither favored by the emperor nor had a mother with any backing. Perhaps his only solace was seeking amusement through taking concubines. In plain terms, he was just trying to comfort himself. Everyone knew his frail constitution couldn't possibly withstand such indulgence. Maybe all he could ever share with those concubines were platonic bonds of friendship. Anything more, he probably lacked the capacity. Maybe all he could ever share with those concubines were platonic bonds of friendship. Anything more, he probably lacked the capacity. Seeing Fu Su approach, the princes immediately fell silent, not daring to continue their reckless gossip. After all, Fu Su was the eldest prince, long held in high regard by the emperor. In his presence, they had to restrain themselves and show due respect. Fu Su said nothing. With a grim face, he walked straight towards the main hall of the palace. The other princes could only follow reluctantly behind him. Everyone remained silent along the way, none daring to utter a single word. As they reached the doors of the bedchamber, they heard the sound of loud smashing from within. It was obvious without thinking that the first emperor was in a fit of rage this time. Teacups, porcelain vases, ornaments, probably all shattered to pieces by now. The princes who were about to follow him inside froze on the spot, their faces tightening as their courage failed them. Even Fu Su felt a twinge of fear. But since he had come to plead for Ing Zhao after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and prepared to step into the hall. But looking back, he saw his brothers, all frozen in place, not moving an inch forward. Prince Zhonglu gave a dry laugh and gestured, "Brother, after you." "Well, wait out here." Fu Su glanced at them, but said nothing. He knew full well these men were terrified of their father's wrath. After all, when the first emperor was enraged, it was no laughing matter. One wrong move, and being dragged out for execution wasn't out of the question. Inside the hall, the first emperor had just finished venting his fury. His chest heaved violently, his breathing harsh and frightening. Zhao Gao stood nearby, wanting to advise, but not daring to, his lips twitching awkwardly. Sigh. This ninth prince really couldn't handle even a word of praise. Last time he had confidently claimed that the ninth prince might not take any more concubines. How much time had passed since then? The slap to his own face was resounding, and the frequency with which the ninth prince took concubines was alarmingly fast. Zhao Gao could only steel himself and whisper, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Please, Your Majesty, calm down. Perhaps this time it truly is the last." The moment the words left his mouth, the first emperor's icy gaze swept over like a blade, as if he were ready to kill. Zhao Gao shuddered, his scalp tingling with fear. He didn't dare say another word, and immediately clamped his mouth shut. At that moment, a young eunuch hurried in and bowed, announcing, "Your Majesty, Prince Fu Su requests an audience." The first emperor's face turned even darker upon hearing this. He knew exactly why Fu Su had come. What else? Nothing more than making excuses for that unfilial son. The first emperor said coldly, "Let him in." The eunuch quickly obeyed and withdrew. Seeing his chance, Zhao Gao quickly slipped out of the hall. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might lose his head. Before long, Fu Su entered the hall. He first offered a respectful bow, then cautiously studied his father's current. The first emperor immediately snapped, "What are you looking at? Are you checking to see if your father has been angered to death by that unfilial son of mine? Useless wretch. Taking concubine after concubine, is he never going to stop? I and Zheng have lost all face because of him." After saying this, the first emperor let out a heavy sigh, forcibly suppressing his surging anger to regain a modicum. Then with a chilling tone, he ordered, "Send word to Zhang Han. Tell him to get to the bottom of this matter immediately. That unfilial son is definitely not innocent. He must have done something dishonorable. Perhaps he even forced those women into his household. Otherwise, with his pathetic, sickly frame, how could any woman willingly take a liking to him? If that scoundrel dares to defy the law and act recklessly, once we have solid evidence, execute him directly." Fu Su's heart skipped a beat at these words. Half a month later, Zhang Han's secret letter finally reached the first emperor of Qin. Ing Zheng tore open the envelope and skimmed through it, but the anger on his face gradually transformed into a grave solemnity. Zhang Han's report was exceptionally clear. The ninth prince had committed no unlawful acts in recent days and had generally conducted himself with propriety. Apart from occasionally inquiring about the renowned beauties of the northern desert, he had done nothing to overstep his bounds. More importantly, every woman who had married into the ninth prince's household had done so of her own volition. Not a single one had been coerced. According to Zhang Han's covert observations, those women harbored no resentment whatsoever after marrying Ing Zhao. On the contrary, they shared an exceptionally affectionate bond with the ninth prince. Each of them was utterly infatuated with Ing Zhao, speaking of him with tender grace and showering him with constant praise. And in returning, Zhao treated them remarkably well. Not only was he generous toward his own wives and concubines, but he also extended considerable favor to their natal families. The relatives of those women had all received benefits they could scarcely have dreamed of before. As for the matter of medicines, Zhang Han had investigated it thoroughly. The ninth prince had consumed no mysterious substances whatsoever. His current popularity among women seemed to stem purely from his own natural charm. Reading this, the first emperor found himself momentarily unable to believe it. Just when had this defiant son of his become so universally adored, loved by all who see him blooming before every gaze? It was simply too absurd to accept. The The first emperor still sensed something inexplicably strange about the whole affair. He read through Zhang Han's secret letter once more, and with each line his heart grew more unsettled. For the letter stated plainly that the defiant son was now wildly popular among the women of the northern desert. Word on the streets had even turned to praise. Many remarked that although Ying Zhao was somewhat flirtatious, he was genuinely attentive and considerate to his own women, worthy of being called a good man. Even more absurdly, the wives and concubines in his household showed no signs of jealousy whatsoever. Instead, each one was more eager than the last, actively arranging new concubines for him. What kind of nonsense was this? After reading it all, the first emperor fell into a long, heavy silence. The more he pondered, the more wrong it felt. Even the imperial consort was actively seeking new women for Ying Zhao. How utterly preposterous. Was that appropriate? And yet Zhang Han insisted that no one had been forced. If they weren't being coerced, then why were these women so eager to throw themselves at him? It defied all reason. That consort's mind was clearly not right either. The more the first emperor mulled it over, the more he felt Zhang Han's competence was questionable. The contents of this secret letter read like pure fabrication. Perhaps the man had simply strung together a series of flattering falsehoods to shirk his duties. Before long, the first emperor personally dispatched a secret decree back to Zhang Han. This sovereign demands the truth, not your rambling fabrications. What benefit do you gain from whitewashing the reputation of a useless prince? Remember, this sovereign seeks only the truth. If you dare fob me off with such nonsense again, watch your head. Upon receiving the decree, Zhang Han nearly burst into tears on the spot. Your Majesty, every single word this official wrote is the truth. There is not a shred of falsehood in this intelligence. Yet the world was a strange place. When one spoke lies, people believed them. When one spoke truth, no one did. Still under such intense pressure from the first emperor, Zhang Han began to doubt himself. Could he have missed something? Or had he been fooled by the facade of harmony at the ninth prince's estate? He couldn't help but wonder if his intelligence had somehow gone awry. There was no helping it. The atmosphere within the ninth prince's household was so harmonious it bordered on unnatural. The level of concord was almost absurdly perfect. The ninth prince kept taking new concubines, and yet none of the other women felt even a hint of jealousy. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. Very well. He would simply conduct another thorough investigation from start to finish. But to Zhang Han's further dismay, no matter how he changed his methods, the results remained the same. Before long, a fresh intelligence report arrived at Xianyang. After reading it, the first emperor once again sank into contemplation. Damn it all. The boy had truly become a prized commodity amidst a crowd of women. Even his own harem could hardly boast such stability and harmony. What right did that defiant son have? The more the first emperor stewed over it, the more aggrieved he felt, a stubborn refusal to accept it burning in his chest. Why? How could a frail waist who once toppled at the slightest breeze now have so many women willingly orbiting around him? No medicines, no coercion. So how on earth did he manage it? Nevertheless, the first emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least the boy hadn't committed any unlawful acts. Otherwise, he would not have been lenient. The first emperor did not lift the surveillance, continuing to have the northern desert monitored closely. 2 more months passed in the blink of an eye, and still no new intelligence came from the northern desert. Had the boy finally settled down? The first emperor felt a weight lift from his shoulders, a rare flicker of relief crossing his face. Hearing no more news of concubine taking was to him already the best possible tidings. Even Fusu, upon learning of this, eagerly came to console the first emperor. Father, your son said long ago that ninth brother was merely chasing a fleeting novelty. See now that the impulse has passed, has he not calmed down? In the future he will surely keep to his place and properly fulfill his role as a prince. This is for the best, at least for the sake of ninth brother's health. The first emperor listened and nodded with considerable satisfaction. But at that very moment Zhao Gao came stumbling frantic. He was in a complete panic, a cold sheen of sweat beading on his forehead. He practically crawled his way to the first emperor, his voice trembling beyond all control. Your Majesty, the ninth prince. He has taken yet another concubine. The first emperor, who had just been wearing a smile. Fusu, who had just been speaking well of Ying Zhao. This. The first emperor choked on his words, unable to string together a single complete sentence. Standing off to the side, Fusu's lips twitched involuntarily. At that moment, he deeply regretted rushing over to claim credit for this. This was no comfort to his father. It was walking straight into the blade's edge. And ninth brother was simply too disappointed. Had barely been quiet for a moment before taking another concubine. Sigh. This ninth brother truly couldn't withstand even a word of praise. Had just claimed the boy had restrained himself and was ready to reform. And then reality delivered a stinging slap across his face. Now if he wanted to plead on his brother's behalf, Fusu didn't even know where to begin. He had already exhausted every favorable word he could say for the boy. Yet that fellow simply refused to learn restraint. Fusu was utterly at his wit's end. Zhao Gao knelt prostrate on the ground, trembling with fear, his brow twitching uncontrollably. He dared not even imagine what would happen next. His only thought at that moment was to find a way to slip away as quickly as possible, because he could already feel the fury blazing in the emperor's chest on the verge of erupting. And sure enough, the very next instant the first emperor slammed his palm down upon the desk. A thunderous crack. The desk split apart under the force. Zhao Gao's heart jolted in terror, and he nearly collapsed to the floor. The first emperor finally let loose a string of curses. Damn it all. That accursed son of mine. Has he no end to this? Guards, send the order to Zhang Han, at once have him seize that wretch. Drag him back to Xianyang in chains. I shall interrogate him personally. Your Majesty. Zhao Gao fell to his knees with a startled cry, his face turning pale. Father. Fusu also knelt heavily to the ground. Both of their faces shifted between ashen and pallid, clearly terrified. Qin Shi Huang roared angrily, obey the order. Anyone who pleads for him shall be punished alongside him. Seize that unfilial son at once. At these words, Fusu froze on the spot at a loss for how to continue. His mind raced, desperately searching for any reason to defend Zhao. After thinking for a long while, he finally grasped a sliver of an opportunity. Fusu quickly looked up and said, Father, please calm your anger. I beg you to first cool your temper. Calm my anger. Qin Shi Huang cast a cold glare in his direction. If I don't have that son dragged back here and beat him to death with my own hands, the hatred in my heart will never subside. A disgraceful wretch. He'll hack him into 1,000 pieces. Qin Shi Huang continued to curse without end, evidently at the peak of his fury. Fusu's expression grew heavier, and he promptly kowtowed again, saying, Father, this absolutely cannot be done. Why must Father be so enraged? At this, Fusu felt even more anxious for his ninth brother. Qin Shi Huang's anger had yet to subside, and he retorted coldly, Why so? Simply because that unfilial son has taken 4 concubines within half a year. Indulging in lust, so excessively disregarding all moral propriety, is that not outrageous enough? That pace rivaled a man's regular 3 meals a day. Truly absurd. Among all the princes under their father's wing, who else possessed such skill? To be honest, he was quite in awe of his ninth brother. This was hardly human. He was practically a deity of concubine. That pace rivaled a man's regular 3 meals a day. Truly absurd. Among all the princes under their father's wing, who else possessed such skill as the ninth brother? The other brothers couldn't mimic this even if they tried. Fusu had to admit there was a tiny spark of envy within him. But it was merely envy, nothing more. Fusu was not one to be obsessed with women. Moreover, his constitution might not even withstand such strain. Regardless, Fusu resolved to plead once more for his younger brother. After all, he was inherently kind-hearted and mild-mannered by nature. Even at a moment like this, he couldn't bear to stand idly by. Fusu took a deep breath. Then he let out a soft cough and steeled himself to speak. Father, please do not be hasty in your anger. In the end, the ninth brother merely took a few extra concubines. This matter does not violate the laws of the Great Qin. Besides, his reputation in the northern desert is not entirely poor, and the wives and concubines in his household have not been mistreated. If that is the case, then how can punishment be justified? Qin Shi Huang's brows knitted even tighter upon hearing this. Even now he still felt that the intelligence Zhang Han sent back was highly suspect. Zhao Gao remained prostrate on the ground, his head buried as low as possible, not daring to lift his eyes to look at the... Seeing that his father had not yet erupted, Fusu gathered his courage and continued, the ninth brother as a prince taking wives and concubines is a matter of propriety and ritual. Moreover, isn't taking concubines also a way to continue the royal lineage of our Great Qin? In this way, the imperial bloodline can flourish even more. Isn't this precisely what Father has always wished to see? Even if the ninth brother's actions are somewhat reckless, upon careful consideration, he has not committed any unforgivable transgression. I beg Father, for the sake of familial bonds, to show him leniency. Qin Shi Huang. Fusu's words actually rendered Ying Zheng silent for a moment. He did indeed hope for the imperial family to prosper and the bloodline to continue without end. Only then could the Great Qin's royal house grow ever more flourishing. But the question was, who takes concubines like this? More importantly, if that unfilial son kept this up, could his frail body even withstand it? One day he might just collapse and breathe his last. At the thought, Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Ying Zhao. Yet what Fusu had just said didn't seem entirely without reason. Ying Zhao truly hadn't broken any laws. At least there was no evidence currently to prove he had violated the Qin code. If he took wives and concubines, even if frequently, what did that have to do with his father? No, of course it had something to do with it. This boy was squandering the royal family's dignity. At this thought, Qin Shi Huang retorted coldly that unfilial son's actions are clearly a disgrace to the imperial house. He is tarnishing the royal reputation and bringing shame upon the Great Qin ancestral clan. Fusu was momentarily stunned. He had to admit there was some truth to those words. But he quickly shifted his approach and advised again. Father, the ninth brother lost his mother at a young age and lacked guidance growing up. Furthermore, having received little fatherly love since childhood, it's no wonder his actions lean towards the extreme and reckless. I believe he might simply be too lonely inside. That's why he wanted to take more concubines, to make his household livelier and fill the emptiness in his heart. Now that the ninth brother is far away in the northern desert, a place of bitter cold and desolation, his solitude is likely even greater. Having more people around him, making the residents feel more lived in, might ease his suffering somewhat. Viewed from this perspective, the ninth brother is not entirely beyond understanding. As he spoke, Fusu even managed a glimmer of tears even welled up in his eyes. Father, what great crime has the ninth brother truly committed? Is he to be punished merely for taking a few extra concubines? If this matter were to spread, it would likely damage the royal image even further. The people of the realm might not see the ninth brother as guilty, but rather perceive Father as overly harsh. Father, do you truly believe that is appropriate? At this moment, Fusu's words were noticeably more impassioned than usual. Realizing what he had said, he quickly lowered his head. His heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. Qin Shi Huang's expression shifted continuously, and he was actually rendered momentarily speechless by Fusu's words. Indeed, Fuse's words didn't seem entirely unreasonable. That unfilial son, after all, seemed to have committed no. Could it be that his frantic concubine taking was merely because he was deeply lonely inside? That having more women and a livelier household could ease his solitude? But how could that boy's body endure such indulgence? Could it be that he was simply taking concubines to add some vitality to his household, without actually engaging in those debauched acts? After all, investigations had turned up nothing illegal or disorderly. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Moreover, over the years, he truly hadn't given that unfilial son much fatherly love. Since his childhood, he had never shown him much favor. At this thought, the fury in Qin Shi Huang's chest gradually subsided. In its place arose a faint, inexpressible sense of guilt. It seemed he had indeed wronged that child all these years. Seeing his father's expression soften, Fusu seized the opportunity and said with a smile, "Father could also look at this from another angle. The ninth brother's actions are not necessarily entirely bad. Since he is taking concubines one after another, perhaps before long, he will bring new heirs to the royal family. If he truly has a child or two, it would be a fulfillment of life for the ninth brother. Isn't that also what father would wish to see? Besides, the ninth brother's health seems to have improved considerably lately. He's no longer as frail and sickly as before. Perhaps he'll enjoy a peaceful life henceforth and meet a good end." At this point, Qin Shi Huang shot Fusu a sidelong glance. Then in a testy tone he said, "That unfilial wretch with his broken-down body still hopes to sire heirs for the royal family. If he ever manages to father a child, that would truly be a miracle. Don't hold out any hope for him producing offspring. I see him taking concubine after concubine, mostly just to liven up his household and dispel his loneliness. As for him, it's best not to expect much. If he can survive a few more years, he'll be thanking heaven and earth. As for dying a natural death, that's likely a tall order. Enough. Let this matter rest. I shall not pursue it further for now." Qin Shi Huang waved his hand, signaling Fusu to withdraw. And so this incident quietly fizzled out. In Qin Shi Huang's view, Ying Zhao's reckless behavior was nothing more than a means to dispel his inner loneliness. As for matters of intimacy, he most likely lacked the capability entirely, let alone producing an heir for the royal family. After all, the imperial physicians had examined Ying Zhao on more than one occasion. Those physicians had all hinted both openly and subtly that Ying Zhao's constitution was severely depleted, leaving almost no possibility of him siring offspring. Thus, Qin Shi Huang had never held any expectations for this son. Yet little did he know, before long he would be thoroughly proven wrong by reality. That unfilial son whom he deemed worthless would not only have a child, but also he would have many children. That would be the true meaning of expanding the royal lineage. Even more absurdly, once it started, there would be no stopping it. Ying Zhao, residing in the northern deserts, was utterly oblivious to the commotion unfolding in the imperial city of Xianyang. Nor could he imagine that his father, the first emperor, was infuriated to the brink of losing all patience. He was even on the verge of ordering Ying Zhao to be escorted back to Xianyang in chains and beheaded for his crimes. At this very moment, Ying Zhao was gazing with unbridled joy at his newly acquired concubine. This concubine's background was not entirely ordinary. She was the daughter of the chief escort of the Longmen Security Bureau in the northern deserts, named Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang's appearance wasn't stunning, merely delicate and pleasant to the eye, but she possessed an excellent physique and abundant vitality. More importantly, Ying Zhao had specifically examined her fate and fortune. This woman truly bore the mark of bringing good fortune to her husband. Since being brought into the ninth prince's residence, this formerly somewhat feisty escort girl had quickly been tamed by Ying Zhao. She would hover around her husband all day long, calling out husband in the sweetest of tones. One could hardly see any trace of her former assertive escort demeanor. Now she had become a clinging, delicate bird. It must be said, as Ying Zhao successively took concubines, his charm and aura continued to elevate. Lu Wushuang, the escort master's daughter, had fallen for him at first sight. Naturally, she was subsequently brought into. But what excited Ying Zhao most wasn't just acquiring Lu Wushuang. Rather, it was that today he was finally going to become a father. Lin Qingxiao was Ying Zhao's first wife, the daughter of a chiliarch. Zhang Manyu, hailing from a minor official's family in the northern deserts, was the second lady of his household. After half a year of Ying Zhao's diligent efforts, both women had finally announced their joyous news. They were pregnant. Following that came the system's extremely generous rewards. What excited Ying Zhao even more was the anticipation of further rewards upon the birth of the children. Just thinking about it filled his heart with immense joy. This time the harvest was bountiful indeed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the status of prospective father. System rewards distributed: Charm 5, Aura 5, Physique 5, Endurance 5. Bonus rewards: 10 years of cultivation, 3 years of lifespan, 10 specialized war chariots, 50 war horses, 1 martial arts manual, 30 loyal guards, 1 type, 38 rifle production line. With the system rewards credited once more, Ying Zhao was overjoyed. It must be said this installment was still exceptionally generous. Especially the lifespan reward, which was nothing short of heaven-defying. What did this mean? It meant that as long as he continued to marry and sire children, he could endlessly accumulate more years. This was simply too satisfying. If he kept accumulating like this, perhaps he might truly achieve immortality in the future. At this thought, Ying Zhao felt a surge of excitement. This system was indeed absurdly powerful. He forcibly steadied his mind, calming himself down. Then Ying Zhao immediately inspected the 10 years of cultivation and the martial arts manual. These two items were undeniably precious treasures. With the 10 years of cultivation in hand, he was no longer an ordinary man, but a true practitioner with real skills. Coupled with the martial arts manual, he had officially embarked on the path of cultivation in this low martial world. It would strengthen his body and enhance his combat prowess. This way he could better protect his family. His wives and concubines as well as his future children would have an extra layer. However, the only troublesome aspect of this manual was that it required personal cultivation. Moreover, it was a cultivation method that leaned towards quietude and idleness. Considering that Ing Zhao already had to spend considerable time diligently expanding his family, the opportunities for him to truly sit down and cultivate would likely be few and far between. Therefore, this manual would have to be set aside for now. In comparison, being able to directly gain cultivation was the truly satisfying, no questions asked benefit. Without hesitation, Ing Zhao chose to integrate the cultivation. In the next instant, he felt every fiber of his being begin to undergo a transformation. A surging immense power seemed to flood into his limbs and bones. Within his meridians, vigorous energy continuously flowed and surged. In just a brief moment, he felt himself become significantly stronger, brimming with inexhaustible strength. Not only that, but his 5 senses were also elevated dramatically in an instant. Merely by extending his consciousness, Ing Zhao detected numerous spies lurking around the 9th prince's residence. These individuals were hidden in the shadows, quietly monitoring the comings and goings of the household. It seemed they were quite diligent in their duties, not daring to slack off for even a moment. Ing Zhao had long suspected as much. These fellows were in all likelihood sent by his father, the first emperor. As long as they didn't actively interfere with him, he would simply ignore them. He was no longer the sickly prince of yesterday. With his strength rapidly rising, he wouldn't fear even a formidable master now. At this moment his power was steady. Perhaps even 1,001 against 1,000 might be within his reach. By then slaying his enemies would be a trivial matter. After integrating the cultivation, as his strength and endurance skyrocketed, his personal aura also continued to intensify. Given a bit more time, he'd be able to take on 100 foes single-handedly. Perhaps even 1,001 against 1,000 might be within his reach. By then slaying his enemies would be a trivial matter. After integrating the cultivation, Ing Zhao began to absorb the 3 years of lifespan. In an instant he had gained 3 extra years of life out of thin air. Such a bargain was truly a delight. As the lifespan merged into his body, the vitality emanating from Ing Zhao became noticeably richer. Though his appearance didn't undergo any drastic changes, the masculine vigor radiating from him was evidently more robust. His aura too experienced another sudden surge. Once all enhancements were complete, Ing Zhao continued to sort through the remaining rewards. This time the system granted him another production line for the Type 38 rifle. In the days ahead, crafting weapons would naturally become even less of a challenge. Suffice it to say, the system was remarkably thoughtful and considerate. By directly granting him a production line, it spared him a great deal of trouble. He now possessed 2 production lines in his hands. With this, the output of the Type 38 rifles could be further increased. Producing over 30 rifles a day should not be a difficult feat. In addition, the 10 war chariots and 50 warhorses came at just the right moment. It was truly like receiving charcoal in the snow during a bitter winter. At this rate, sweeping through and gaining control of the northern desert was merely a matter of time. Not to mention the additional reward of 30 loyal guards this time around. With these men in place, the security of the prince's residence was utterly assured. And at critical moments, he could also deploy these guards elsewhere for other purposes. With this wave of system rewards, Ing Zhao's strength and physique had been tremendously enhanced. Yet even so, Ing Zhao still felt a gnawing sense of dissatisfaction. He had to continue taking wives and concubines, and continue fathering children. Only by doing so could he obtain more system rewards. He was determined to make himself the most powerful man of this era. Then in one fell swoop he would take the entire northern desert and forge it into a true stronghold of his own. Otherwise, a lingering sense of insecurity would always plague Ing Zhao's heart. He constantly felt that his father might on a whim decide to have his head chopped off. By now, Ing Zhao's household already housed 6 wives and concubines. Lin Qingxia hailed from a Kiliarch's family. Zhang Manyu was the daughter of a minor official. Li Shishir came from an ordinary farming family. Chen Xiaoyao was a personal maidservant within the residence. Han Xiaozhao was the daughter of a Persian merchant. Lu Wushuang was the daughter of the chief escort of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency. And all these women were now utterly infatuated with Ing Zhao. Ing Zhao was naturally pleased with this state of affairs. At the same time, he gradually discovered that the quality of the system's rewards was linked to the status, beauty, temperament, and fortune of the wives and concubines themselves. The more outstanding these aspects were, the more generous the system rewards he received after marrying them. The reverse was also true. Of course, these 4 conditions didn't necessarily all have to be top tier. After all, no one in the world is truly perfect. As long as their qualities complemented each other well enough, he could still obtain fairly impressive rewards. For instance, among his 6 wives and concubines, one had perfectly maximized the advantage of complementarity. That person was Chun Xiaoyao, who came from a maidservant background. Although Chun Ziweo's origins were humble, merely a maidservant, her family background naturally paled in comparison to the others. Whether in terms of status or beauty, she was slightly inferior. But her destiny was uniquely special. This woman bore the mark of bringing prosperity to her husband, and her personal fortune was exceptionally strong. After Ing Zhao brought her into his household, the system rewards he received were far more generous than anticipated. This naturally put Ing Zhao in excellent spirits. Consequently, he grew even more fond of Qin Xiaoyao. In just a short period, Qin Xiaoyao underwent a remarkable transformation. Both her temperament and appearance seemed to have been meticulously reshaped. It would be no exaggeration to say she had been reborn. This was in fact quite normal. Before entering the ninth prince's residence, she was merely an ordinary maid in someone else's household. Her days were spent sweeping courtyards or chopping wood and cooking meals. All sorts of chores big and small had to be done by her own hands. And the master of that household was not an easy person to get along with, often treating her harshly. She never had enough to eat or wear, yet the work was endless. Now everything was different. Inside the ninth prince's residence, she enjoyed a life she had never dared to dream of before. She dined on delicacies and wore soft, luxurious silks and satins. No longer exposed to the elements, her skincare naturally became more refined. Coupled with the nourishment from her husband, Ying Zhao, her vitality and spirit grew stronger each day. Her beauty became more radiant and her temperament more lively and spirited. Apart from Qin Xiaoyao, Lin Qingxia's fortune was also quite favorable. However, the Persian merchant's daughter Han Xiaozhao was somewhat lacking in that regard. But Ying Zhao didn't mind this at all. For him, the more the merrier. He welcomed all. Now the first lady Lin Qingxiao and the second lady Zhang Manyu were both pregnant. This development directly earned Ying Zhao another substantial wave of system rewards. Moreover, through this experience, Ying Zhao finally saw things clearly. The rewards from having children were evidently far greater than those from marrying wives and concubines. Of course, taking concubines absolutely couldn't stop. After all, without enough wives and concubines, how could he father more children? Meanwhile, as Ying Zhao's temperament became more distinguished, the aura of dominance intertwined with charm grew stronger. The women in his household became even more infatuated with their husband, especially Li Shishir, Qin Xiaoyao, Han Xiaozhao, and Lu Wushuang. As they had not yet conceived, their attachment to Ying Zhao grew even more intense. Ying Zhao looked at Lin Qingxia and Zhang Manyu and said with a smile, "Qingxia Manyu, the most important thing for you two now is to rest and care for your pregnancies. I've already arranged for all sorts of nourishing tonics to be prepared in the residence. All you need to do is take care of yourselves and protect the children well. Of course, if there's anything you crave to eat or use, just write it down. As long as you ask, I'll see to it that it's done. Special attendants will also be assigned to look after you shortly. You don't need to worry about anything. Just rest comfortably." Hearing this, the two women smiled softly, their hearts filled with indescribable contentment. Indeed, their husband was exceptionally thoughtful. It was unlikely any better man could be found in the world. Ying Zhao personally helped the two women up, then turned to the other wives and concubines beside him, saying with a smile, "You all need to put in more effort as well." The women immediately blushed. Though shy, they obediently nodded. In truth, their hearts were already brimming with sweet. To them, bearing children for such a gentle and considerate husband was a tremendous blessing in itself. They were more than. As for the decree to arrest Ying Zhao and bring him back to Xianying for punishment, it was never truly issued. After all, deep down Qin Shi Huang still harbored a measure of guilt towards the son. Coupled with Fu Su's repeated pleas for Ying Zhao, the matter was ultimately shelved for the time being. However, to make this wayward son come to his senses sooner and stop his reckless antics, Qin Shi Huang still issued a command to the county magistrate of the northern desert. He ordered Magistrate Wang Chishan to keep a watchful eye on the ninth prince's residence. Upon receiving the order, Wang Chishan dared not delay in the slightest. He hastily prepared generous gifts and personally paid a visit. Gold, silver, copper coins, jade cloth, silks, and satins. He brought large bundles and small packages in impressively lavish display. This time Wang Chishan had truly spared no expense. After all, no matter how unreliable the ninth prince might be, he was still the biological son of His Majesty the Emperor. Merely that status alone was enough to make even a county magistrate like him think twice. So Wang Chishan did not dare to be negligent, leading his men to carry the gifts to the ninth prince's residence. Ying Zhao wasn't surprised by this at all. Such an arrangement could only have come from his so-called father, no one else. The moment Wang Chishan entered, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Ying Zhao. That single look left him utterly astonished. Just days ago, this ninth prince had appeared frail and sickly. His complexion had been sallow, his hair dry and brittle, and his entire being exuded an air of weakness. He had seemed like a fragile frame of bones on the verge of collapsing. His thin, frail body had looked as if a single gust of wind could blow him over. But looking at him now, not a trace of that former self remained. What a tremendous transformation. Was this truly the same ninth prince? No wonder so many women were drawn to him. With that face and that bearing, his handsomeness was simply beyond reason. Wang Chishan stared at Ying Zhao, unable to resist taking a few more looks. He meticulously surveyed the prince from head to toe. For a moment he was so stunned that he couldn't even speak. Growing impatient under the scrutiny, Ying Zhao frowned and snapped, "Had enough looking." Wang Chishan gave an awkward smile and quickly snapped back to his senses. He immediately put on a broad, respectful grin and said, "Forgive me, Your Highness." This official was rude. "These silks and satins are of the finest quality. Your Highness can have them made into soft quilts for the comfort of your household. And these gold and jewels can be gifted to the ladies of your manor. These silks and satins are of the finest quality. Your Highness can have them made into soft quilts for the comfort of your household. And these gold and jewels can be gifted to the ladies of your manor." This should help foster harmony in the inner quarters, don't you think? As he spoke, there was a clear implication hidden in his words. In his view, no matter how capable a man might be, adding so many women to his household at once was bound to cause trouble eventually. When giving gifts, one should strike at the heart of the matter. Silks for quilts symbolized reconciliation after quarrels. Gold and jewels for the wives would soothe their hearts and foster a peaceful atmosphere. Ying Zhao raised an eyebrow. Looking at Wang Qixin's shifty-eyed, ingratiating demeanor, he immediately grasped them. It seemed this man had a real talent for being a sycophant. However, Ying Zhao had no intention of indulging him. He accepted the gifts readily, then waved his hand dismissively. That will be all. You may take your leave. Wang Qixin was stunned, his smile freezing on his face. Good grief. This was incredibly discourteous. He wasn't even going to be invited to stay for a meal. What's more, there wasn't even a word of polite thanks. He had brought such valuable gifts. But despite his displeasure, Wang Qixin didn't dare show it. He could only bow stiffly and slink away. On his way back, the more he thought about it, the more indignant he felt, and he grumbled curses the entire journey. A prince with no sense of propriety like that. No wonder he was banished to Ma Bei. I'd like to see when his household finally goes up in flames. Who knows what those women are thinking, all falling for such a scoundrel. If my own daughter ever dared to fancy him, having just been humiliated, Wang Qixin was seething with resentment, endlessly cursing Ying Zhao. But who could have guessed? His words would soon prove to be prophetic. Because his daughter had indeed set her heart on Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao distributed all the gold and jewels Wang Qixin had sent down to the last piece among his wives. He kept not a single bit for himself. When it came to money, Ying Zhao was always generous. Especially towards his own women, he was never stingy. He gave as much as he could without hesitation. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another half year had passed. Now the First Lady Lin Qingxia and Second Lady Zhang Manyu were nearing their delivery dates. And just last month, Li Shishir had also announced she was with child. This month, Qin Xiaoyao and Han Xiaozhao had both become. This delighted Ying Zhao immensely. With his wives becoming pregnant one after another, the system rewards naturally came. 5 years of lifespan, 20 years of cultivation, 100 loyal guards, 20 specially crafted war chariots, 50 war horses. In addition, the system once again rewarded him with a production line for Type 38 rifles. Ying Zhao accepted all these rewards, his heart filled with elation. He quietly deployed the 100 guards. Now he could place his men nearly everywhere within the city of Ma Bei. The numbers of war chariots and war horses were also steadily increasing. These were his foundation for eventually conquering the entire Ma Bei region. What Ying Zhao truly lacked at the moment was an army. Once he had enough troops under his command, he could formally make his move on Ma Bei, and his primary target would naturally be the Xiongnu. First, destroy the Xiongnu to secure his base. Once the situation was fully under control, he would continue expanding outward. In the end, he would bring the entire Ma Bei under his control. Even if he eventually decided to rebel, he would have far more room to maneuver. After all, in this world, strength was the ultimate truth. With soldiers, food, and weapons in hand, one's words naturally carried weight. It was also at the end of this month that Ying Zhao's sixth wife Lu Wushuang brought good news as well. She too was pregnant. Ying Zhao naturally received another round of system rewards. By this time, all 6 of his wives and Lin Qingxia and Zhang Manya's due dates were within this month. So after much deliberation, Ying Zhao decided to take another wife. After all, when there was time, one should marry and sire children to expand the family. This kind of thing simply couldn't be stopped. To this, his 6 wives raised no objection. Instead, they were even more supportive than the last. They all understood Ying Zhao's situation. It wouldn't be fitting for him to have no one to attend to him. Seeing their thoughtfulness, Ying Zhao could only reluctantly agree. One day, Ying Zhao rode his horse alone onto the grasslands. He galloped at full speed, seeking to expend the overly abundant energy within him. The steed thundered across the waves of grass, his figure rising and falling across the vast wilderness, domineering and flamboyant. This very scene happened to be witnessed by a young woman in the distance. With a single glance, she was completely captivated. This young woman was none other than Azu, the precious daughter of Wang Qixin, the deputy magistrate of Ma Bei County. Azu was certainly not lacking in looks. She possessed a delicate, refined beauty with lively, sparkling eyes and a hint of charming coquetry. Her figure was particularly graceful, with elegant, well-defined curves. She clearly had the ideal constitution for bearing children. Ying Zhao took a liking to her at first sight as well. What happened next needed no further explanation. Since they were both interested, it was only natural to bring her into the household. When the news reached Wang Qixin's ears, he nearly fainted from sheer rage. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "What? My precious daughter is married. When did this happen? Why am I her own father completely unaware?" He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "What? My precious daughter is married. When did this happen? Why am I her own father completely unaware?" A servant, trembling with fear, stammered in reply, "Sir, it has indeed been done. There was simply no stopping it." Today the young lady saw the 9th prince galloping across the plains and was utterly spellbound. Afterwards they confessed their feelings, set the date, and held the ceremony right away. All in all, it took less than an hour. Most importantly, by now they are probably already in the bridal chamber. What? Outrageous. After hearing this, Wang Qixin was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that his darling daughter, the apple of his eye, could be swept away so quickly. It was simply beyond absurd. What kind of sorcery did that 9th prince possess? Was even a marriage of such magnitude to be conducted without following the proper procedures? In the blink of an eye, she was brought back to the residence. And now the bridal chamber was nearly being arranged. Wang Qixin's head throbbed with rage. He grabbed a weapon, intent on charging to the 9th prince's mansion to demand an explanation. But the moment he took a step, a servant dropped to his knees with a thud, clinging desperately to his leg. The servant pleaded with a mournful face, "Master, please do not act rashly. Today is the young lady's joyous occasion. For her sake, please grant her this dignity, and simply attend the wedding banquet. The key thing is, if this is blown out of proportion, we will be the ones disgraced." Because it was the young lady who pursued him willingly. The young lady's expression showed she was overjoyed. This truly cannot be entirely blamed on the ninth prince. If you rush over now and forcefully bring her back, she might become distraught and even resort to hanging herself. At these words, Wang Qixin's body trembled. What is this all about? The world is vast, so why did one shock after another keep crashing down upon his head? Could his own daughter be possessed by some evil spirit? Wang Qixin's mind went blank. The next instant his vision darkened and he fainted on the spot. When he regained consciousness, the night had already deepened outside. And by this time, everything had long since been settled. The rice was already cooked. Even if he rushed to the ninth prince's mansion now, it would be utterly meaningless. Wang Qishan sat on the edge of the bed, sighing deeply. The more he thought, the more distressed he became, nearly wailing in anguish. At that moment, the steward rushed in flustered. Master, master, the ninth prince's mansion has sent gifts. Chest after chest of splendid items and impressive. Please come out and see. The ninth prince also sent a message saying today's affair was indeed too hasty. Both parties were somewhat eager. Therefore, there was no time for a formal betrothal ceremony. Now he has specially sent these gifts to make up for it, hoping you will accept them. The ninth prince also said, please rest assured, master. He will cherish and protect the young lady in the future and will never let her suffer the slightest grievance. Wang Qishan was so furious he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What did he mean by today's affair was too hasty? What did he mean by both parties were somewhat eager? No matter how eager could it be? What kind of sorcery is this? Wang Qishan's traditional values were shattered into pieces. Even now he still couldn't believe it. His little cotton-padded jacket, whom he had raised for so many years, had been whisked away by the ninth prince. And to make it worse, she was perfectly willing. He heard she had even actively pursued him. Wang Qishan wept without tears. Watching chest after chest of betrothal gifts being carried into his residence, he could only grit his teeth and accept the reality. At least the ninth prince had some sense of etiquette. Although he had acted first and reported later, the betrothal gifts were generous enough. Since things had come to this, what else could Wang Qishan do but swallow his anger? And so another new person joined Ying Zhao's residence. Counting them now, he already had 6 concubines. The entire ninth prince's mansion was once again bustling with excitement. The residence was adorned with lanterns and colorful banners radiating joy. Many commoners gathered outside to watch the spectacle, chattering with great interest. Quite a few sturdy young men even gave a thumbs up towards the ninth prince's mansion. In their minds, the ninth prince was practically the fighter jet among princes. The true boss. If they could, they would all be eager to visit his doorstep to learn a few tricks. The news spread all the way back to Xianying, and the entire imperial city erupted like a boiling pot. It happened to be time for the morning court session. When the princes and civil and military officials heard the news, they couldn't help but silently giving Zhao a thumbs up. Soon low murmurs spread among the courtiers. Damn impressive. The ninth prince is too fierce, isn't he? How long has it been? He's taken another concubine. Truly admirable. Ridiculous. Can any normal person withstand such indulgence? Could he have secretly used some potent aphrodisiac? Good heavens, with the ninth prince's frail frame daring to act like this. He must be afraid he doesn't live long enough. Perhaps one day he'll just drop dead. Unthinkable, truly unthinkable. Great Qin has produced quite an extraordinary character this time. Indeed, he's definitely the top-tier existence among the princes. Do you think if he keeps up this pace, he'll end up expanding the royal family's lineage quite a bit? Come on, can he really continue the royal bloodline? Who doesn't know that the ninth prince is supposedly infertile? Hiss. Is this matter true or false? Looking at it now, it doesn't seem so simple. But regardless, his past sickly appearance is there for all to see. If he could actually have children, that would be a miracle. The ministers whispered their jokes in hushed tones. Even the other princes were too astounded by Ying Zhao to speak. They weren't usually the type to gossip. But this news was simply too shocking. The frequency at which the ninth prince took concubines was alarmingly fast. Thus they couldn't help but murmur among themselves in the court. They were also curious to know what kind of miraculous medicine Ying to be able to be so ferociously potent. Honestly, many of them felt a stir of temptation. If such a medicine truly existed, they wouldn't mind trying it out for themselves, just to personally experience the joys of the ninth prince. At that moment, Fu Su happened to walk over from the side. Prince Huhai saw him and immediately sidled up, asking with a mysterious air, "Big brother, I heard that Ying Zhao has taken another concubine. This should be his 6th concubine, right? Is this news true or false? It's too fast." The other princes, upon hearing Huhai speak up, also crowded closer, clearly wanting to get a definitive answer from Fu Su. Fu Su sighed helplessly and finally nodded. To be honest, he was already numb from such news. Every time a message came, all he could do was accept it, just accept it. All he could say was his ninth brother was indeed incredibly fierce. Seeing Fu Su nod, the other princes immediately erupted in a chatter again. Especially the young Huhai, whose face was full of curiosity, couldn't help but continue his teasing. Hiss. My God, is Ying Zhao trying to break the record of the Great Qin royal family? There has never been such a restless person in our imperial clan. He's too good at this. But speaking of which, brothers, can any of you match his pace in taking concubines? I'm still young and don't understand much about this. Why don't you tell me what's so attractive about all this? Why is Ying Zhao so obsessed with it? Can't any of you compare to him? Hei's barrage of questions left the other princes looking rather awkward. In this regard, they truly couldn't compare with Exiled. But in front of Hu Hai, they were too embarrassed to admit their own inadequacy. After all, the current Hu Hai was still a youth ignorant of the matters between men and women. He couldn't understand why his elder brothers all had expressions of shock and admiration on their faces whenever they mentioned Exiled. What level was this so-called ceiling among princes supposed to be? Seeing that he was asking more and more absurd questions, Fu Su felt helpless and lightly tapped Hu Hai on the forehead. Stop with your random questioning here. Also, don't call him Exiled so casually. He is the 9th prince ranked above you. By seniority, he is your elder brother. Hu Hai immediately shut his mouth. At that moment, a sharp, high-pitched announcement suddenly cut through the hall. His Majesty, all the civil and military officials immediately fell silent and knelt in prostration. Qin Shi Huang walked slowly into the hall from the side. He made his way to the imperial seat and sat down with a calm expression. Then he coldly swept his gaze across the ministers below, forcibly suppressing the rage churning in his heart. Just before the court session, he had received news from the northern frontier. That bratting Zhao had actually taken another concubine. This nearly drove the first emperor to madness with rage. Had the morning court not already commenced, he would have undoubtedly ordered the prodigal son to be dragged back and executed on the spot. For now, he could only suppress his fury and barely endure the rest of the assembly. The ministers below secretly observed the emperor's countenance. They were all curious as to what his majesty truly felt upon learning that the 9th prince had taken yet another concubine. However, the first emperor concealed his emotions masterfully. Aside from a darkened visage and a colder, sterner aura, he did not immediately lash out. Seeing this, the ministers dared not utter another word and promptly sealed their lips. The princes in particular dared not provoke their father's ire at such a moment. They all lowered their heads, standing rigidly in place, not daring to breathe too loudly. For a time, the entire court was suffused with a stifling, suffocating tension. In truth, the first emperor felt a measure of mortification and resentment. That worthless son of his was utterly devoid of propriety, audacious in his lechery, having stirred up so many absurd scandals in succession. It was as if he was stomping his imperial father's face into the dirt. But what could be done for now? He could only temporarily swallow his anger. Thus the first emperor feigned composure and proceeded with state affairs as usual. Once the morning court finally concluded, he returned to his private chambers with a grim face. The moment the doors closed, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted from within. Vases and ornaments lay smashed across the floor in an instant. Upon hearing the news, Fu Su rushed over post-haste. He genuinely feared his father might be infuriated into a stroke. The other princes also arrived one by one, yet they only dared to kneel outside the hall, none daring to enter uninvited. Listening to the ceaseless smashing sounds from within, they all felt a chill creep up their spines. One could only say that Exil's audacity was truly remarkable. If he continued this way, he would inevitably be executed by his father sooner or later. After a moment, Fu Su, guided by a eunuch, steeled himself and entered the grand hall. The moment he stepped inside, he heard the first emperor roar furiously, "I shall behead this scourge." That thunderous shout sent a jolt of terror through Fu's heart. Recovering his wits, he quickly knelt, bowing his head, not daring to speak recklessly. The first emperor fixed him with an icy stare and demanded what? Every previous time he had claimed that the 9th brother was merely causing trouble for the last time. But what was the result? He was proven wrong time and time again. Every previous time he had claimed that the 9th brother was merely causing trouble for the last time. But what was the result? He was proven wrong time and time again. Now Fu Su dared not make such bold assertions. This time the 9th brother could only rely on his own fortune. The first emperor descended the steps of the dragon throne, advancing towards Fu Su. Fu Su remained kneeling, feeling a chill creep up his spine, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Could it be that his father intended to punish him as well this time? Just as the atmosphere in the hall reached its most oppressive peak, Zhao Gao stumbled in his steps, unsteady. Upon entering, he threw himself to his knees, his body nearly flat against the floor, yet his voice carried an unmistakable joy. "Your Majesty. Tidings of great joy, the most splendid tidings. An urgent dispatch has just arrived from the northern frontier. The 9th prince's consort has given birth to a son, a plump and healthy young master. Furthermore, the 9th prince's second lady has also safely delivered a young princess." A sudden shockwave rippled through the air. This news arrived so abruptly that it instantly dispersed the tense confrontational atmosphere. Fu's taut expression relaxed immediately, a glimmer of joy surfacing in his eyes. The first emperor, however, strode forward abruptly, seizing Zhao Gao by the collar, his eyes bulging as he demanded, "Are you telling the truth? That scoundrel truly has offspring now." Zhao Gao's neck was yanked tight, but he still nodded vigorously, hastily replying, "It is true, absolutely true. This is the latest intelligence sent back from the northern frontier. It cannot possibly be false." The first emperor stood utterly stunned. Good heavens, that prodigal had actually added an heir to the imperial family. Given his formerly frail and sickly constitution, this was almost too incredible to believe. Even more astonishingly, he had not one, but 2 children, a son and a daughter. Was he not being a bit too successful? For a moment, both the first emperor and Fu Su were too shocked to fully process the news. Nevertheless, the suffocating, murderous aura within the hall had finally dissipated completely. Moments ago, the first emperor was ablaze with fury, nearly ordering an arrest. Fu Su had also been racking his brains for a way to plead for his 9th brother. Unexpectedly, this joyous announcement arrived not a moment too soon precisely at this critical juncture. After the first emperor regained his composure, he suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Truly excellent! That scoundrel has finally done something to please me. I never imagined he possessed such capability. Good, very good. It seems my decision to arrange a marriage to ward off his ill fortune was indeed correct. Now that he has sired children, his life has not been lived in vain. The anger that had been festering in the first emperor's heart dissipated by more than half. Just moments ago, he had been itching to drag Ing Zhao back for severe punishment, even execution. But now, hearing that Ing Zhao not only had a child, but had blessed the imperial family with both a son and a daughter, he could no longer contain his joy, and his laughter echoed endlessly through the hall. The princes kneeling outside the hall could faintly hear the commotion within. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss as to what had come over their father. Wasn't he just smashing things in a rage moments ago? Why was he suddenly laughing so heartily? Could it be laughter born of extreme fury? The more they pondered, the more unsettled they became, their trepidation deepening. The first emperor laughed for a good long while before abruptly stopping. Then, as if a thought struck him, he lowered his voice and looked at Zhao Gao with a peculiar expression. Are you certain? Those two children are truly that scoundrel's flesh and blood? Has the matter of lineage been thoroughly verified? The smile on Zhao Gao's face instantly froze, and he was overcome with awkwardness. Faced with the first emperor's unexpected interrogation, he found himself at a loss for an answer. It wasn't just the first emperor who harbored doubts. Zhao Gao also had his suspicions. Fusu too found it difficult to believe. After all, when the imperial physicians had previously examined Ing Zhao, they had repeatedly stated that the ninth prince's constitution was severely depleted, making it nearly impossible for him to sire an heir. Coupled with his frail and sickly frame, merely surviving for a few more years would have been considered fortunate. The sudden appearance of a pair of children made it impossible for anyone not to be suspicious. The first emperor even worried that his weak and not-so-clever son might have been deceived. If he had been cuckolded and was foolishly raising another man's children, the imperial family's honor would be utterly ruined. After snapping back to his senses, Zhao Gao hastily kowtowed and said, "Rest assured, your majesty, there should be no mistake. General Zhang Han has been keeping a close watch on the ninth prince's residence in the north. If there were any anomalies, he would have certainly detected and reported them long ago." The mention of Zhang Han's name caused the first emperor's brow to furrow slightly. That fellow's recent reports had always seemed somewhat unreliable to him. Seeing this, Fusu also stepped forward and gently advised, "Father, although the ninth brother's actions are somewhat reckless, he should not be foolish to that extent. These two children are most likely his own." The first emperor fell silent for a moment. Upon further reflection, he reasoned that things should not have devolved to such an absurd degree. With that, he felt somewhat more at ease. Meanwhile, in the northern frontier, Ing Zhao was basking in the overwhelming joy of becoming a father for the first time. He had no inkling that his father, the emperor in Xianyang, had already begun to question the children's lineage, even going so far as to picture him as a cuckolded fool raising another man's offspring. If Ing Zhao were to learn of this, he would likely spit out a mouthful of blood and fury. He would probably roar on the spot, "Father, father, in your eyes, is your son truly this useless? Has my reputation truly fallen to such depths?" At this moment, within the ninth prince's residence, a series of crisp infant cries pierced the air above the estate in succession. Wah! Wah! Ing Zhao cradled his son in his left arm and his daughter in his right. Watching the two little ones wail with such robust vigor, he felt not a hint of annoyance, instead a grin stretched from ear to ear. Ing Zhao declared with immense pride, "Look, everyone, take a good look. Hear how loud their cries are. Such strong, vital energy. Anyone can tell they have sturdy constitutions. They are destined to be exceptional." With that, he carefully handed the two infants to the wet nurses. Then, with hurried steps, he immediately went to check on Lin Xingxiao and Zhang Manyu, who had just given birth. In his heart, his wives were his true loves. The children, well, were somewhat of a delightful surprise. He spent a good while consoling his two wives with gentle words and personally instructed the servants to ensure they were treated with the utmost care. Subsequently, Ing Zhao specially arranged for two postpartum caretakers to tend to Lin Xingxiao and Zhang Manyu. These two caretakers were also talents rewarded by the system. Their professional care and postnatal recuperation skills were, of course, beyond reproach. Ing Zhao repeatedly emphasized that they must do their utmost to help his wives recover their health. In his view, rest and recuperation after childbirth were of paramount importance, whether for the sake of his wives' health or for their future marital harmony, or even for the possibility of more children in the future. Postnatal care was a matter that demanded serious attention and absolutely no negligence. By now, Ing Zhao had officially become the father of a son and a daughter. At this moment, he felt somewhat dazed. He recalled that when he had first transmigrated into this world, he had been filled with confusion, unsure of how he would survive. It wasn't until the system of multiple wives, multiple sons, multiple blessings awakened that his life truly got on the right track. His goals were clear. His motivation was strong. Now he was full of fighting spirit, his household was harmonious, and his children had been born safely. Beautiful wives, virtuous children, and a prosperous household. This life could truly be called complete. From having nothing to all of this, Ing Zhao had achieved it in just one short year. Looking at his other wives and concubines who were already pregnant, he felt even more proud and gratified. Thinking about it, Ing Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, "This prince is truly formidable." A Zhu who was nearby heard this, and a blush immediately spread across her pretty face. She lowered her eyes shyly and whispered, "Your Highness is indeed very formidable." Hearing this, Ying Zhao burst into laughter. Afterwards, he produced 2 medicinal pills and personally delivered them to Lin Qingxia and Zhang Manyu, gently helping them swallow the pills. These 2 pills were the Qi supplementing pills rewarded by the system. They were extremely effective for nourishing qi and blood, restoring vitality and conditioning the body. Ying Zhao was not the kind of despicable man who treated his wives merely as tools for bearing children. In his view, the true path was to cherish and care for his women. This was the right way. When the news of Ying Zhao's new son and daughter reached Xianyang, the entire Great Qin was shaken as if struck by a thunderbolt. Across the court, civil and military officials, as well as the various princes, were almost all unable to maintain their composure. The several princes kneeling outside the imperial bedchamber felt an unprecedented pressure. They knew that their father had spent years urging them to continue the royal bloodline. But they as a group had never been particularly prolific in terms of offspring. Who could have imagined that it would be the frail 9th prince, once looked down upon by everyone, who would race ahead of them all? With that body of his, which used to be blown over by a gust of wind, he had already fathered a son and a daughter. The more they thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. It was simply unbelievable. Earlier, everyone had assumed that Ying Zhao's rapid succession of concubine taking was likely due to him secretly consuming some potent aphrodisiac. But now it seemed things weren't so simple. The key point was that he had actually produced children. This fact directly caused the other princes' stress to skyrocket, making them feel as though they had been completely overshadowed. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their words tinged with panic. "Tisk, that sickly fellow actually managed to have children. Hasn't it only been about a year? And in the blink of an eye he has a son and a daughter. The most ridiculous part is one boy and one girl, perfectly forming the character for good." They couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their words tinged with panic. "Tisk, that sickly fellow actually managed to have children. Who would have thought that guy would suddenly turn his life around? It's really bizarre. No, I need to find an opportunity to go to Ma Bei and seek his advice properly. He must have mastered some incredible secret. Maybe he really did encounter a wise master who guided him, and he's been on a winning streak ever since. Maybe it was Father's Chong 11 ritual that unblocked his meridians and opened up his potential. Science enough to make one envious to the point of a toothache." The more the princes talked, the more sour they became, their jealousy barely concealed. After all, they had never missed an opportunity to mock the 9th prince in the past. Teasing Ying Zhao had almost become a favorite pastime for them. But now, looking at it, that former waste seemed to be on the verge of a meteoric rise. What made them even more uneasy was that Ying Zhao's other wives and concubines were now also pregnant, one after another. They were all showing, and it seemed it wouldn't be long before they gave birth as well. At this rate, wasn't he going to end up fathering an entire army? Doesn't that just highlight how utterly incompetent the other? For a time, all the princes were feeling anxious. But despite their anxiety, they had no choice but to grudgingly admire Ying Zhao. Hu Hai blinked and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Brothers, is 9th brother really that formidable? Is making all the women in your household pregnant at the same time really that difficult? If you all put in some effort, you should be able to do it too, right?" The moment Hu Hai finished speaking, the other princes fell into a collective silence. To be honest, they really couldn't. They simply couldn't do it. Of course, the princes weren't the only ones who were utterly impressed with Ying Zhao. Qin Shi Huang's perception of his son also underwent a massive change at this moment. With Ying Zhao adding new blood to the royal family, the emperor's mood improved considerably. As for his previous scandalous behavior of taking concubines one after another, Qin Shi Huang couldn't be bothered to pursue it for the time being. He even began to feel that this rebellious son had finally done something proper and worthwhile. For the royal clan, expanding the family and continuing the bloodline was always a matter of utmost importance. Therefore, Qin Shi Huang waved his hand generously and bestowed a great deal of wealth and goods on the spot. Having suddenly become a grandfather, how could he not be delighted? Zhao Gao, seeing that Qin Shi Huang had finally turned from anger to joy, also secretly breathed a huge sigh of relief. Fusu, completely unharmed, walked out of the imperial bedchamber with a beaming smile. Before he left, Qin Shi Huang specifically said to him, "Fusu, although your temperament is a bit soft, I must admit, however, that you are indeed a competent elder brother. If you hadn't repeatedly pleaded for that rebellious son, I would have truly pursued the matter to the end. Now it seems there is some truth to what you said. Taking a few more concubines isn't necessarily all bad. At the very least, he has added to the royal family's numbers, which is a real achievement. The continuous flourishing of the royal bloodline is what matters most. It seems that rebellious son's frail bones have finally become sturdy. Someone, bestow rewards." With his spirits high, Qin Shi Huang immediately ordered more lavish rewards. And this time, even Fusu received extremely generous gifts. Seeing their father's grand generosity, the other princes felt a burning envy and jealousy. They simply couldn't figure out how Ying Zhao had managed to turn his fortunes around. Getting married, taking concubines, having children. This whole process was frighteningly fast for him. It was almost as frequent as an ordinary person's meals. In the end, everyone could only sigh in their hearts. Impressive. Truly impressive. The civil and military officials in the court naturally joined in with a chorus of admiration. This time they were truly and utterly impressed by the 9th prince, who had been recklessly taking concubines, yet smoothly producing heirs. However, these ministers were as shrewd as they came. Seeing that even the first emperor himself had issued a decree of reward, they immediately understood what was expected of them. Upon returning to their residences, each one began preparing congratulatory gifts. They then dispatched messengers to deliver these gifts over 1,000 miles to the northern frontier. After all, if even the emperor had bestowed his favor, their failure to show any acknowledgement would seem like a blatant disregard for the imperial household's joyous occasion. These courtiers had always known how to read the times. Regardless of the value of their gifts, they all sent something to the ninth prince's residence. For years the ninth prince had been considered frail and on the verge of death. His sudden acquisition of a son and a daughter was indeed a great joy for the Qin imperial family. Since the emperor himself had personally bestowed rewards, it was only fitting for them to follow suit with their own gifts. This matter, however, did not just shake the court. The entire city of Xianyang was quickly thrown into a frenzy by the news. For a time, whether wealthy merchants or common folk, everyone was filled with admiration for the ninth prince. His speed at taking concubines and siring children in particular made countless people raise their thumbs in awe. The uproar caused by Ying Zhao's new additions to his family was far greater than anyone had anticipated. Even the gambling houses within the imperial city seized the opportunity to set up betting pools. The wager was on when the ninth prince would next take a concubine. Betting on him taking one within a month offered odds of 10 to 1. Most people believed that the ninth prince, no matter how virile, would not be so reckless as to do it again so soon. After all, he had just taken a concubine this month. It was inconceivable he would do so again immediately. Hence the odds for this wager were naturally higher. Betting on him taking another within 2 months offered odds of 3 to 1. This time frame was considered the most reliable by many. Given the ninth prince's recent pace, it seemed about right. Consequently, this was the most popular betting option. Betting on 3 months offered odds of 6 to 1, and betting on 6 months offered odds of 9 to 1. It must be said the latter two odds were equally attractive. As soon as the betting pools opened, many people rushed to stake their silver on their preferred choices. After all, such a betting opportunity had never been seen before. It was novel, exciting, and tied to imperial secrets. It was impossible not to be tempted. Countless wealthy young men also flooded into the gambling houses to place their bets and join in the excitement. Of course, there were also serious gamblers who genuinely hoped to win big with this gamble. If they guessed correctly, they might just turn their fortunes around and achieve a complete reversal in life. What's more, the gambling houses had set up more than just these betting pools. Some set up pools betting on how many more concubines Ying Zhao would take within the year. Different numbers of concubines came with others set up separate pools betting on how many children the ninth prince would have within the year. 1, 2, 3, or even more. Each possible outcome had its corresponding odds. The most absurd of all was a betting pool wagering on when Ying Zhao would drop dead from overexertion. After all, in the eyes of many, the ninth prince's frantic lifestyle was bound to drain his body completely sooner or later. Thus, a variety of bizarre betting pools quickly sprang up across the imperial city. For a time, gambling houses of all sizes in Xianyang were booming with business, bustling with noise and excitement, as if it were the new year. Before this, not many people in the imperial city truly knew Ying Zhao. But in recent days, thanks to his successive marriages and concubine taking, the ninth prince's name had completely spread throughout Xianyang. Now there was hardly anyone in the imperial city who hadn't heard of Ying Zhao's fame. The young wastrels in particular were utterly filled with admiration upon hearing of his exploits. Some even went so far as to elevate Ying Zhao to the status of a role model for their lives. Many clamored to personally travel to the northern frontier to pledge themselves as disciples under the ninth prince and learn a few of his skills. His efficiency in taking concubines was practically a model for his peers. Worthy of respect, worthy of study, even more worthy of worship. For a time, the attention of these young wastrels was almost entirely fixated on the gambling houses of the imperial city. They watched the fluctuations of the betting pools, constantly afraid of missing any major excitement. A few of the bolder wastrels even decided to set up their own gambling tables. Among the most conspicuous of these were two men known to many in the imperial city. One was Yin Lu, the son-in-law of Zhao Gao. The other was Zhao Cheng, Zhao Gao's younger brother. The betting pool they jointly operated was the largest and the most aggressively run. Their plan was simple: to cash in handsomely on the ninth prince's popularity. Although both lingered on the fringes of officialdom with backing from higher-ups, their greed for money was no less than that of the average gambler. Moreover, as the betting grew more intense, they became increasingly invested in the matter. In their eyes, Ying Zhao was nothing more than a neglected, useless prince. Even if he had miraculously produced an heir, what difference could it possibly make? A waste was still a waste. If they could make a fortune off his name, so much the better. Even if Ying Zhao were to find out about their betting schemes later, they had nothing to fear. After all, this ninth prince had never been favored by the emperor. A powerless prince far away in the northern frontier was someone they believed they could easily afford to offend. So Yin Lu and Zhao Cheng operated from the shadows, manipulating their betting schemes with reckless abandon. They thought their activities were secret, that few would know the truth. They certainly never imagined their actions would easily attract the attention of the court. But how could they have known that all of this had already fallen under Ying Zhao's watchful eye? The ninth prince was fully aware of the recent goings-on in the imperial city, big and small. Long ago, he had dispatched dozens of shadow guards who had quietly infiltrated Xianyang. These guards were hidden throughout the imperial city, dedicated to gathering intelligence for him. The little schemes that Yin Lu and Zhao Cheng had cooked up naturally reached Ying Zhao's ears very quickly. After Ying Zhao pieced together the whole story and learned just how wildly popular these betting pools had become in the imperial city, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. A bunch of self-righteous fools. When this prince marries or takes a concubine, is that something you can possibly... If this prince is pleased, I could marry another one today. Even taking 10 concubines in a single day is not out of the question. And if this prince so chooses to restrain myself, I could just as easily hold off for much longer. With brains like yours, how dare you use this prince for your betting schemes? But no matter. Since you wish to play, this prince will be more than happy to play along with you. When you lose everything and are left destitute, don't blame this prince for being merciless. Zhao immediately ordered his men to have the shadow guards keep a close watch on all the gambling houses in the imperial city. He wanted to know every move that Yin Lu and Zhao Cheng were making behind the scenes. At the same time, he instructed his people to discreetly invest heavily in the betting pools with the highest odds. He wasn't worried about them trying to renege on their debts later. After all, the people backing these betting pools were all prominent figures in the imperial city. When the time came to pay out, if they dared to openly default, they would lose all their face. For these people, losing money was one thing. They could always make more. But if they lost their reputation, how could they continue to hold their heads high in the imperial city? So when it came down to it, they would surely part with their wealth to save face. What Zhao intended was to thoroughly crush these men. Were they not so fond of gambling? Then he would win until they had nothing left but their bare skins. What did it matter if they had backers? What did it matter if they held power? When it was time for bankruptcy, they would go bankrupt all the same. There was no room for negotiation. After settling matters at the gambling house, Zhao soon received another bounty from Xianyang. This time the goods sent from the imperial city filled several large carts. Gold, silver treasures, jade ornaments, silks, and satins. Every kind of reward imaginable was there. It was clear that his so-called cheap father had truly spared no expense this time. Zhao looked at these things with a naturally excellent mood. Who knew that fathering a child could bring such unexpected gains? It seemed that his imperial father had at least a shred of conscience. Zhao did not hoard these rewards for himself. With a grand wave of his hand, he distributed all the gifts among the wives and concubines of his household. This delighted the few concubines immensely. To have such a generous husband was pure bliss. They could buy whatever they could even take some wealth back to support their natal families. How was this any different from rising to the heavens in a single step? Not to mention their husband was exceptionally handsome and possessed an extraordinary bearing. That domineering and powerful aura was simply irresistible. A man like this was a top-tier husband anywhere in the world. The wives and concubines of the household were full of praise for Zhao. Even many women in the northern desert began to yearn for the residence of the ninth prince. If they could marry into his household, even as a mere concubine, they would do so willingly. Their thinking was quite simple. They did not seek earth-shattering wealth, only a reliable and caring man. It had to be said that Zhao's reputation in the northern desert was indeed growing stronger. Especially among women, his standing was rising rapidly. The title of good husband had almost become his label. This reputation even continued to spread throughout the northern desert. Since Lin Qingxia and Zhang Manyu had recently given birth, and the other wives and concubines were all pregnant. The only one who could truly serve by Zhao's side now was Zhu. Thus the thought of taking another concubine stirred within Zhao once more. However, thinking about the betting pool that had already opened in the imperial city, he decided to hold off for a while. These days he spent his time galloping across the grasslands every day. This was to burn off his excessively abundant energy. Soon over 20 days had passed since Zhu entered the household. The days marched steadily toward the end of the month. The gamblers who had wagered that Zhao would definitely take another concubine within a month felt their hearts growing cold. On the 28th day, there was no sign of activity from the ninth prince's residence. On the 30th day, Zhao still had not taken a concubine. On the 31st day, explosive news finally spread throughout the imperial city. Zhao had grandly taken another concubine. The woman who entered the residence this time was a chivalrous maiden who roamed the martial world. Her name was Huang Rong. Speaking of this, a mention must be made. The world Zhao now inhabited was not simply the era of the Qin dynasty. This was a chaotic era where numerous nations coexisted. It was also a comprehensive martial world where martial arts flourished. The land of the 9 provinces was vast and boundless, with various powers deeply intertwined. Besides Great Qin, many other powerful states stood side by side. Dynasties such as Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qin each held their own territory, refusing to yield to one another. Beyond these great powers, there were also weaker nations and tribes like the Xiongnu, Western Xia Turks, and Goryeo. Within the borders of each country, powerful clans, aristocratic families, sects, and major schools had their own roots. The imperial court had its own intrigues, and the martial world had its own storms. Between nations, conflict was unending. Between aristocratic families and powerful clans, there was constant scheming. Between the various sects of the martial world, there were endless grievances and lurking dangers. The entire 9 provinces had never truly known peace. The martial artists of this world were also formidable, each one more powerful than the last. There were also many reclusive masters hidden in the shadows, never truly revealing themselves. Throughout the ages, countless emperors had dreamed of unifying the 9 provinces and establishing a great dynasty that would dominate the world. But to this day, no one had succeeded. Even Qin Shi Huang had only managed to unify the 6 states within Great Qin. As for the entire 9 provinces, he was far from having the power to swallow them. Huang Rong, whom Zhao had just married, was from Peach Blossom Island. Her father was the renowned Huang Yaoshi. Naturally, Zhao was very fond of this woman. Huang Rong was clever, mischievous, and full of spirit. She was both intelligent and charming. What was even rarer was the vibrant energy she possessed that ordinary women lacked. Calling her an extraordinary gem was not an exaggeration. They had met by chance on the water that day. As the small boat gently swayed, Huang Rong glanced back with a smile. In that single moment, it was as if fate had bound them together. Affection grew naturally from that moment. Ying Zhao was not one to hesitate. Since they had connected at first sight, he decisively brought her into his household. As luck would have it, during this time, Zhu also announced the joyful news of her pregnancy. This was a celebration upon celebration. With double blessings, the entire ninth prince's residence was enveloped in jubilation. To show his sincerity, Ying Zhao once again organized an extremely grand wedding ceremony. As soon as the news broke, the entire city of Mabe was stirred. The ninth prince's residence was once again adorned with lanterns and colorful banners, the festivities even more lively than before. Guests from all walks of life came to offer their congratulations, praising the ninth prince at every turn. At the same time, Ying Zhao ordered the opening of porridge stations to aid the poor citizens of the city. Thus, on that day, the entire city of Mabe was set ablaze with excitement. Truly, the whole city celebrated together. Many people came specifically to enjoy the wedding feast, and the area outside the residence was bustling with noise. Haha, Brother Lu here for another of the ninth prince's wedding feasts. Wealthy Squire Wu, aren't you here too? Ha ha ha, indeed. How many times does this make it? How many times? I've long forgotten. Too many to keep count. True. It's all thanks to the ninth prince that Mabe City is becoming more and more festive. Absolutely. It just goes to show how capable the ninth prince truly is. Tell me, with so many beauties entering his residence, can the ninth prince really manage them all? That's not for us to worry about. We're just here for the feast, and we don't have to bring gifts anyway. Ha ha, good point. The ninth prince is indeed generous. Every time he hosts a celebration, he throws a grand banquet, but he never accepts any gifts. What's even rarer is his willingness to help the poor. He truly deserves the title of a kind-hearted man. It's not often we get another chance to gather. We must drink our fill today. Exactly. Thanks to the ninth prince, we've been able to meet up time and time again. To be honest, thanks to these wedding banquets, I've expanded my business connections considerably. Haha, well said. Let's take this opportunity to discuss some cooperation. Come have a drink first. A toast to the ninth princes. Well, we've lost count of which new wedding this is. A toast to the ninth prince for winning another Bowtie's heart. And a toast to the ninth prince for a new match made in heaven and a joyful night in the bridal chamber. Inside the ninth prince's residence at this moment, Ying Zhao's wedding to Huang Rong was conducted with exceptional grandeur. Nearly every notable figure from all walks of life in Mabe City had gathered for the occasion. Beyond that, a considerable number of martial artists had also arrived. Given that Huang Rong was a renowned chivalrous heroine who roamed the Jianghu, several of her close friends had naturally rushed over to offer their congratulations. However, far away on Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshi remained unaware of this marriage. The atmosphere within the residence was one of intense festivity. The aroma of wine, laughter, and congratulatory shouts intermingled, creating a scene of bustling joy everywhere. It was undeniable that Ying Zhao's network of connections had become remarkably extensive. Moreover, those who interacted with him overwhelmingly held him in high regard. During this period, his popularity in Mabe had climbed steadily. As the guests feasted, they eagerly discussed Ying Zhao's recent romantic exploits. They spoke openly and without much hesitation. After all, their words were mostly praise. This was because Ying Zhao was by nature a magnanimous man. He was broad-minded and never took idle gossip to heart. In fact, he even encouraged people to speak their minds freely. So he paid no attention to how others talked about him. Ultimately, true strength was the real source of confidence. Others could say whatever they pleased. As long as he lived life to his own satisfaction, that was enough. Having brought the charming Huang Rong into his household this time, Ying Zhao was naturally in excellent spirits. As night fell, red candles cast their glow, and the bridal chamber was filled with tender warmth. Huang Rong was indeed a breathtaking beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes sparkled with wit, and her delicate charm was tinged with a hint of playfulness. As she nestled in his arms, she felt soft light, and her breath was gentle. Many things needed no words, and they naturally came to pass. By the time the night had passed, Huang Rong, this spirited beauty, had completely given her heart to Ying Zhao. The next morning at the hour of Qin, the rising sun cast faint morning light into the room. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Huang Rong had not yet awakened, her brows softly relaxed, and a faint smile graced her lips. The beauty in his arms was like a fairy from a painting, yet she held a real tangible warmth. She was exquisitely lovely, like a poem or a dream. The prince's household had gained a new beauty, and his other wives and concubines were naturally delighted. After all, there was finally someone else to share the burden of Ying Zhao's overwhelmingly vigorous energy. They were thoroughly pleased with this arrangement. The beauty in his arms was like a fairy from a painting, yet she held a real tangible warmth. She was exquisitely lovely, like a poem or a dream. The prince's household had gained a new beauty, and his other wives and concubines were naturally delighted. Destitute comment. 2 porridge stations, one in the west and one in the north of the city, distributed free porridge for 7 whole days. This brought a wave of excitement throughout Mabe City. The common folk spread the news, eagerly singing praises for the ninth prince. Coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ying Zhao seized the opportunity to host a grand celebratory banquet. During the feast, one performance followed another. Opera, acrobatics, music, and dance were all on offer. The entire city of Mabe was swept up in an atmosphere of joy and laughter. The wives and concubines of Ying Zhao's household had also dressed up meticulously. Adorned with exquisite jewels and clad in radiant, colorful dresses, they looked as brilliant as blooming flowers on a branch. They attended the banquet with cheerful hearts, relishing this rare moment of family reunion and festivity. This act of celebrating alongside the common people directly caused the citizens of Ma Bei to hold the ninth prince in even higher esteem. His reputation soared ever higher as a result. It was now commonly said in the streets that the ninth prince was almost faultless except for his amorous nature. Moreover, his philandering was not the kind that bred resentment. On the contrary, many both inside and outside his household benefited from it. The most remarkable thing was that his wives and concubines got along astonishingly well. They behaved not like rivals in a harem, but more like a group of close sisters. This was a point that made countless men envious beyond measure. Ask any man under heaven how many could achieve such a feat. Yet the ninth prince had managed it. In contrast to the jubilant festivities in Ma Bei, the imperial city of Xianyang was at this very moment in complete disarray. For all the major gambling houses had suffered a resounding defeat. The odds they had set previously had resulted in catastrophic losses. The reason was simple. The vast majority of people had not anticipated that Ying Zhao would actually take another concubine within a single month. After all, based on his previous pace, he typically added a new wife every 2 months or so. That had been the pattern everyone considered reliable. But this time Ying Zhao shattered all expectations. His speed in taking a concubine remained so fast that it caught everyone off guard. The most distressed were Yan Lu, Zhao Gao's son-in-law, and Zhao Cheng, Zhao Gao's younger brother. When they had initially set up their betting odds, their most favored prediction was that the event would occur within 2 months. Unexpectedly, Ying Zhao had made his move early. What was worse, there had been no prior indication whatsoever. It was precisely on the last day of the month that he suddenly and ostentatiously married Huang Rong. This single move left Yan Lu and Zhao Cheng in dire straits. What was this supposed to be? It was clearly a maneuver to leave them no room for any underhanded adjustments. Now countless nobles, high-ranking officials, and wealthy scions in the imperial city were all watching the outcome of the bets. Even if they wanted to default on the debts, they lacked the face to do so. In the end, the two could only grit their teeth and pay out all the money they owed. With this one round, Yan Lu and Zhao Cheng suffered a severe blow. Their hearts filled with such frustration, they felt like vomiting blood. They had thought this was the safest and most profitable betting market. Who would have guessed that in the end they would be so thoroughly duped? The more they thought about it, the more they felt something was amiss. That ninth prince had definitely done this on purpose. Why else would he choose of all times the last day of the month to take a concubine? This was clearly a deliberate ploy to trap them. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. The news of Ying Zhao taking another concubine spread through the entire imperial city like a raging storm. At this point, Yan Lu and Zhao Cheng had no choice but to swallow their bitterness, no matter how much it choked them. After all, they had gone bankrupt within a single day, and it was the kind of bankruptcy where they were stripped bare from head to toe, almost losing even their last shred of dignity. Meanwhile, the men Ying Zhao had dispatched to Xianyang were collecting the debts from each gambling house one by one. This time they were set to rake in at least several 100,000 taels of silver. When Ying Zhao had placed his bets earlier, he had thrown in tens of thousands, even over 100,000 taels at a time. Now that the bets had paid off, he was reaping a bountiful harvest. Even more ruthlessly, almost all the gambling houses that had taken bets in the imperial city had received large secret wagers from Ying Zhao's people. At this, Yan Lu and Zhao Cheng could truly no longer hold it together. But constrained by their reputation and pride, they could not publicly renege on their debts. In the end, they could only gnash their teeth and force themselves to pay out the silver. It was to the point where they would have to sell their very clothes to settle the debt. From this moment on, these two were utterly ruined, left with nothing but empty pockets. Occasionally, they had to rely on Zhao Gao in the palace to give them some assistance. In short, being able to scrape together a meal and avoid starving to death was considered good fortune. Yan Lu and Zhao Cheng huddled in a corner, weeping most pitifully. Miserable, so miserable. Why are we so unlucky? This ninth prince is simply a god of war among men. You have to admire him. From now on, whoever sets up a bet like this again is a fool. Fortunately, Yan Lu and Zhao Cheng still had some sense of shame. Coupled with their previously substantial family wealth, they ultimately gritted their teeth and paid off all the money they owed. Had they dared to refuse, Ying Zhao would not have minded showing them what truly ruthless measures meant. At that point, he would have made them experience the humiliation of running naked through the streets. The very thought of that scene was enough to sear one's eyes. In broad daylight under the clear sky, two middle-aged men with out-of-shape figures sprinting wildly down the street. The entire population of Xianyang would probably be laughing their heads off. But since these two had shown themselves to be sensible and paid up obediently, Ying Zhao couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter further. This time he would let them off the hook. However, he would still keep a close watch on the gambling houses. As long as another suitable opportunity arose, he would naturally continue to place bets and collect his winnings. Because Ying Zhao understood the gambler's mentality all too well. Once these people got caught up in the excitement, they had no idea when to stop. As long as they dared to open their books and take bets, Ying Zhao would continue to reap the rewards. It had to be said, making money in this era was almost too easy. He was either harvesting the bets or preparing to harvest them. The old tricks always worked. This was a tactic learned from certain cut-the-price schemes. The games of the capitalists ran deep. How could ordinary people ever hope to compete? Yan Lu and Zhao Cheng were at best merely novice players who had just entered the game. Behind them lurked far more formidable, yet Ying Zhao had no intention of letting these shadowy figures off the hook. Sometimes one must proactively stir up a little. Exiled decided that he would personally fabricate a sensation, planting his own people within the gambling dens to deliberately inflate the odds and the fervor. His goal was singular: to drain the coffers of the wealthy scions and high-ranking officials. Profiting from their folly was an exhilarating thrill. Word of this soon reached Qin Shi Huang. This time, however, he chose to turn a blind eye. Fu Su did not rush to plead for his brother either, for Fu Su knew in his heart that the emperor would likely not take drastic action against his ninth brother again. After all, the ninth brother had just become a father. The birth of a son and a daughter was a genuine contribution to the imperial lineage. Considering his new grandsons and granddaughters, the emperor would probably let this matter slide. It must be said Fu Su understood Qin Shi Huang's thoughts quite well. His assumption was spot on. Upon hearing that Exiled had taken another concubine, Qin Shi Huang was initially shocked and somewhat irritated. However, this flash of anger quickly dissipated. After all, although this rebellious son was dissolute, his ability to sire children was indeed remarkable. Adding more heirs to the royal family was in itself a good thing. Among all the princes, he had become the fastest at expanding the family tree. Furthermore, Qin Shi Huang had previously received reports that several of Exiled's wives and concubines were already with child. This thought brought him considerable comfort. It seemed the rebellious son's health had truly improved significantly. At the very least, he had fully regained his vigor. Qin Shi Huang mused that once the rebellious son had a few more children, he would likely begin to settle down. But he could never. That Exiled had no intention of stopping. How could a mere handful of children possibly satisfy him? He would need at least a few hundred to consider it adequate. If he could sire tens of thousands, that would truly be impressive. For now, Qin Shi Huang was still tolerant, refraining from acting against Exiled for the sake of his grandchildren. But soon he would find it increasingly difficult to endure, for the rebellious son's rate of procreation was about to become even. In the future, Exiled's actions would no longer be merely for continuing the royal bloodline. It was an insane proliferation, literally breeding his own army. When that day arrived, even the first emperor would be utterly dumbfounded. At this very moment on Peach Blossom Island, Huang Yaoshi was meditating to regulate his breathing. Yet unexpectedly, a wave of longing for his daughter washed over him. A few days prior, his precious little darling had secretly left the island to wander the martial world. Before departing, she had left behind only a letter stating her desire to gain experience and see the world beyond. This left Huang Yaoshi feeling both helpless and deeply concerned. In recent days, his thoughts had turned increasingly to his Rangier. He wondered if the girl was faring well out there. After much deliberation, Huang Yaoshi finally resolved to leave the island. His first purpose was to search for Huang Rong's whereabouts. Secondly, he genuinely wished to traverse the martial realm once more. Having been confined to the island for so long, he had grown somewhat weary of it. He yearned for the vastness and freedom of the Jianghu. And so on this day, Huang Yaoshi departed from Peach Blossom Island. Meanwhile, at the ninth prince's mansion. In these days, Huang Rong had been Exiled's constant companion. The once mischievous and restless girl had transformed into a gentle and devoted beauty. Ever since she had utterly surrendered her heart to Exiled, she spent her days doting on her husband. Each time she looked at him, her lively eyes seemed to hold a galaxy of stars. Her heart would race uncontrollably, a genuine feeling of infatuation. This man before her was not only exceptionally handsome, but also possessed an irresistible charm. Since that day at the market when she had caught a single glimpse of him, her entire heart had been lost. Even Huang Rong herself couldn't believe she had married so quickly, and she had become a concubine. In the past, she would never have consented to such a role. But now everything was different. The man before her was simply too captivating. More importantly, he treated his wives and concubines exceptionally well. He was gentle, considerate, generous, and never. Huang Rong could find no fault with him. She was immersed in this life and enjoyed it thoroughly. There was only one issue that caused her some distress. After several consecutive days of intimacy, she was beginning to find him overwhelming. It was only now that Huang Rong finally understood why all the other wives and concubines supported their husband taking more consorts. It wasn't that they were impossibly magnanimous, rather their husband was truly more than one woman could handle. And so Huang Rong also raised her hands in eager agreement. She urged her husband to quickly find new companions, for she genuinely couldn't cope with his demands. Seeing this, Exiled merely smiled and nodded in assent. He would have preferred to bestow his exclusive affection upon each of his wives, but the problem was they simply couldn't withstand it. In the past 6 months, several of his wives had become pregnant one after another. Thus Huang Rong was the only one left to truly keep Exiled company. And as his wives and concubines fell pregnant, Exiled naturally continued to receive numerous system rewards. His arsenal of trump cards was now quite formidable: 1 revolver, 3 production lines for Type 38 rifles, and 150 loyal guards. He also had 20 kidney reinforcing pills and 20 chi replenishing pills. His assets included 33 war chariots, 100 warhorses, 30 years of internal energy, and an additional 8 years of lifespan. Furthermore, he possessed a martial arts manual. As for the talents acquired from marriage, they had long since been integrated into his being: charm, unparalleled; dragon visage, phoenix grace; sturdy physique; vigorous vitality. And with the birth of his children, the system had bestowed new talents: ultimate constitution, ultimate intellect, ultimate genes, immunity to all diseases. These rewards were immensely beneficial to Exiled. In addition, he now had 7 children. 2 had been born, while the other 5 were still in the womb. He had a total of 8 wives and concubines: Lin Qingxia, Zhang Manyu, Li Shishir, Qin Xiaoyao, Han Xiaozhao, Lu Wushuang, Aizhu, and Huang Rong. His wealth was mountainous: 100,000 taels of gold, 1,000,000 taels of silver, tens of thousands of bolts of silk, and over 3,000 pieces of jewelry, agate, jade, and other treasures. However, Ing Zhao was not one to be obsessed with wealth. He was certainly not a miserly hoarder clinging to his mountains of gold and silver. Quite the contrary. He was extraordinarily generous, especially with his wives and concubines. They could buy whatever they wanted and eat whatever they desired. Quite the contrary. He was extraordinarily generous, especially with his wives and concubines. They could buy whatever they wanted. Moreover, Ing Zhao often distributed his wealth to aid those struggling in the northern deserts: beggars, impoverished scholars, bankrupt merchants, the elderly, widows, orphans, and refugees. Nearly all who found life unbearable had received kindness from the ninth prince's manor. It was for this very reason that Ing Zhao's good name spread far and wide across the northern frontier. Even Wang Qishan, the county magistrate of Mabe, who had always looked down on him, had recently undergone a dramatic shift in attitude. Moreover, Wang Qishan had now become Ing Zhao's father-in-law. In truth, he even felt a certain sense of pride in this connection. Previously, Wang Qishan had only regarded Ing Zhao as a wastrel prince indulgent in sensual pleasures and lacking all restraint. To put it bluntly, he saw him as nothing more than a worthless, dissolute playboy. Yet through their recent interactions, he had come to discover that this ninth prince was not nearly as foolish as he had imagined. Not only was his character beyond reproach, but he also possessed a warm and approachable manner. Most crucially, Ing Zhao was undeniably handsome, and the charm he exuded was utterly unmatched. Wang Qishan now finally understood why his daughter had insisted on marrying him in the first place. At times he couldn't help but think that had he been a woman, he too might have been captivated by this ninth prince. After all, the man treated his women exceptionally well. Thus Wang Qishan wholeheartedly accepted him as his son-in-law. Any previous unpleasantness was soon cast to the winds. Now throughout the Mabe region, the common folk spoke of Ing Zhao with nothing but praise. Especially those wandering idlers who couldn't find wives regarded him as their ultimate life idol. They all yearned to kneel at the gates of the ninth prince's manor and learn his secrets, hoping to master a few of his techniques and ascend to the pinnacle of life. But they had no idea that Ing Zhao's success was not solely due to the system. More often than not, it was his genuine sincerity that made the difference. Since ancient times, sincerity has been the ultimate trump card. He truly cherished and doted on his wives and concubines. This fundamental quality of a good man is not something others can simply learn. This was Ing Zhao's unique charm. Now everyone in Mabe City knew that the ninth prince, apart from being a bit of a philanderer, was largely without major faults. Wealthy, handsome, and refined. Kind to others and benevolent in his actions. He doted on his wives and concubines and fiercely protected his family. Generous in nature and unburdened by trivialities. Wealthy, handsome, and refined. Kind to others and benevolent in his actions. He doted on his wives and concubines and fiercely protected his family. Generous in nature and unburdened by trivialities. Even the warm-hearted matrons of the neighborhood would beam with joy at the sight of him. Some would even rush out specifically to introduce suitable young women to him. During this period, the ninth prince's manor saw a constant stream of visitors. More and more matchmakers arrived, drawn by the news, each one clamoring to arrange a marriage or a concubinage for the ninth prince. The young women of Mabe City all yearned to marry such a good husband. Those who had been fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of Ing Zhao had long since secretly lost their hearts. Many dreamt of him day and night, unable to forget him. His reputation was simply too good. Many women even made special trips to the vicinity of the ninth prince's manor, drawn by his fame. One day, just as Ing Zhao was about to leave the manor, he encountered a delicate and strikingly beautiful woman. With tears in her eyes, she suddenly knelt before him with a thud. Her voice was as soft as a wisp of wind in the air as she sobbed, "Young master, please take me in." Ing Zhao gazed at the delicate beauty before him and felt a pang of pity at first sight. However, he did not act impulsively. He quickly sent someone to investigate her background. After some inquiries, Ing Zhao learned that the woman came from a respectable family, but had been chronically ill for a long time. She was an orphan, alone and helpless in the world, a truly tragic soul. Given this, Ing Zhao decided to take her in. He accepted all who came, and so Ing Zhao took another concubine. This time the one entering the manor was a delicate, melancholic beauty named Exiled. Naturally, the ninth prince's manor was once again abuzz with activity, and so Ing Zhao took another concubine. This time the one entering the manor was a delicate, melancholic beauty named Exiled. Naturally, the ninth prince, after all, Exil's constitution was fragile and couldn't withstand much. With the successful acquisition of a new concubine, the system's reward arrived as well. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the alchemy secret art. Detected: the newly acquired concubine has a frail constitution and a short lifespan. Host may use the alchemy secret art to attempt refining pills. If successful, it can restore her vitality. The moment the system notification sounded, Ing Zhao was completely stunned. He knew Exiled wasn't in good health, but he never imagined it was this severe. A short lifespan. What does that mean? Ing Zhao immediately used his mind to ask, "System, how long does Exiled have to live?" Ding. Reminder: Exil's lifespan is nearly exhausted. Without external intervention, she has at most 3 months to live. What? Ing Zhao was filled with helplessness. He turned to look at Exiled on the bed, a deep sense of pity welling up in his heart. Such a beautiful and charming woman, yet destined for an early death. How could Ing Zhao, who cherished his concubines so dearly, ever bear this? Alchemy. What's so difficult about that? Without a moment's hesitation, Ing Zhao accepted the alchemy secret art. though the idea of a prince dabbling in alchemy did seem a bit unorthodox. But to save Ajiao, he didn't mind being unorthodox just this once. After all, he was renowned as a good man who deeply cherished his wives and concubines. How could he possibly neglect, disdain, or abandon a concubine simply because she was nearing her end? That would be absolutely impossible. Driven by great compassion, Exiled decisively embraced this alchemy art. But when he actually examined the system's reward in detail, his face lit up with joy. Because this alchemy art was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. It had immense benefits, countless surprises, and the gains far exceeded his expectations. This reward was simply heaven-defying. Exiled opened the manual for the alchemy's secret art and skimmed through the pill. The moment he saw it, his eyes were opened wide. The variety of pills recorded within was staggering enough to make anyone dizzy, and each type of pill had its own unique and wondrous effects. This was no ordinary alchemy. It was clearly a treasure trove of the alchemical Tao. Different pills required completely different refining methods. As long as the ingredients, heat, and techniques were all coordinated properly, one could potentially refine pills with astonishing effects. According to their grade, the pills were divided into 9 levels. For instance, among the first-grade pills, there were many practical ones. The strength accumulation pill could enhance one's stored power, making one more vigorous and energetic for the great task of procreation. The vitality restoration powder could quickly restore one's state when strength was nearly depleted. Its wonders were known to those in the know. The blood coagulation pill was mainly for healing wounds, capable of stopping bleeding and regenerating flesh, making it a basic, yet very practical pill. Moving up to the second-grade pills, their effects were more potent. The foundation establishment spirit pill could assist in cultivation, stabilize one's foundation, and accelerate the growth of one's power. The Qi nourishing pill was suitable for those with weak Qi and blood, and was especially beneficial for women to regulate their bodies. The meridian protection pill could shield the meridians, reducing damage sustained during cultivation or combat. The ice heart pill could keep the mind clear and prevent the spirit from becoming dazed or confused. The fertility pill had a more direct effect, regulating the body to enhance the chances of conception. As for the third-grade pills, there were also many types. The Qi replenishing pill could rapidly restore consumed true Qi. The wind travel pill could temporarily boost one's movement speed. The Qi gathering pill helped consolidate one's power, making one's state more stable. And above the third grade, there were the fourth, fifth, and even high-grade pills ranging from the 6th to the 9th grade. In short, the number of formulas was vast, and their categories complex. Their effects were so diverse that Exiled found himself overwhelmed. He quickly scanned through them, and soon identified several pills that he needed most urgently. Topping the list were, of course, pills that could extend one's lifespan and preserve life. After all, saving Exiled was the most pressing matter. Next were the pills that could regulate and strengthen the health of himself and his wives and concubines. Although Exiled was currently the ultimate fighter among fighters, he still couldn't afford to burn himself out without restraint. Moreover, he had to attend to the well-being of the several wives and concubines in his household. With this alchemy art at his disposal, many of these issues could be gradually mended. In the future, taking wives and concubines and expanding his lineage would naturally come with greater confidence. Beyond that, he could also refine pills to enhance combat prowess. He could distribute these to his personal guards, further elevating their fighting capabilities. In this way, whether defending the prince's residence or protecting his wives and children, an additional layer of security would be ensured. And when truly critical moments arose, they could be deployed for a frontal confrontation. Among all the pills, the one that truly captivated Exiled was, of course, the longevity pill. Just hearing its name made it clear this pill was extraordinary. The function of the longevity pill was naturally to extend one's years. The more one consumed, the more one's lifespan would steadily increase. If one obtained a top-tier longevity pill, there was even the potential to achieve immortality. If Zhenggu ever learned of such a thing, he would likely go mad on the spot. However, Exiled had no intention of offering the finest longevity pill to his own father. If the old man were to live too long, how would he ever ascend to the throne himself? After all, his goal had never been to live quietly as a carefree prince. He intended to overthrow his father's court and claim the throne for himself. Ever since the spark of rebellion ignited within him, Exiled had never truly let it die. In fact, he had long been scheming and laying his plans in the shadows. Next, Exiled began to seriously study the art of alchemy. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized that even with the secret alchemy arts in hand, it wasn't simply a matter of willing a pill into existence. The practice of alchemy still demanded considerable effort and time. Most crucially, he had to continually elevate his own level of cultivation. The higher his cultivation realm, the better the quality and potency of the pills he could refine. And the higher the grade of the pill, the more energy, materials, and time were required for its creation. The failure rate would also correspondingly increase. After much deliberation and screening, Exiled ultimately decided to start with a low-grade pill, the lifespan extension pill. As its name suggested, this pill's primary function was to prolong life. The system also provided a reminder. Even a half-finished lifespan extension pill held a certain degree of efficacy. As long as he could successfully refine it, even if it couldn't completely alter fate, it would at least buy Exiled more precious time. Exiled calculated in his heart, planning to first find a way to postpone Exild's demise. Then he would gradually explore the methods for refining higher-grade pills. Once his cultivation realm ascended and his at that point, it might not be impossible to refine a true cure for Exiled. With this thought, Exiled hesitated no longer. He resolved to act immediately. At the break of dawn the next day, he immediately gave orders to summon several Taoist masters versed in Taoist formations. Under their guidance, Exiled directly commissioned the construction of a Taoist temple within the ninth prince's residence. From the feng shui orientation to the internal layout, everything was arranged to the highest standards. Overnight, a Taoist temple had materialized in the rear courtyard of the ninth prince's mansion. This utterly bewildered everyone in the household. The several wives and concubines couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. They feared their husband intended to become a recluse and take up the life of a Taoist priest. They worried he would no longer grace them with his company. One by one, their brows furrowed with anxiety and unease. Huang Rong, who had recently joined the household, looked particularly disheartened. She hadn't yet been properly cherished by her husband. How could she be left to a life of lonely widowhood at such a young age? The other wives and concubines felt the same reluctance. They had all fallen deeply under the spell of Exil's overbearing charm. Though it could be exhausting at times, the pleasure it brought was equally intoxicating. Who could bear it if this joy were suddenly taken away? So the wives and concubines banded together and came to have a serious. Unexpectedly, Exiled just laughed heartily upon hearing their concerns. "You're overthinking this," he said. "This prince will indeed cultivate the Tao and refine pills. But that doesn't mean he'll stop cherishing you all. Don't worry. I may be busier in the future, but this prince's energy reserves taking wives bearing children that remains this prince's top priority. As for cultivation and alchemy, it's merely a side hobby for my own amusement." Hearing this, the wives and concubines finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy weight in their hearts was lifted. After they happily took their leaving, Zhao privately explained the matter to Ajiao. He told her that his pursuit of cultivation and alchemy was specifically to heal her ailment and grant her a longer life. Ajiao was utterly stunned by his words. For a moment she was so moved she couldn't speak. She had long known her life was destined to be short. When she had first come to the ninth prince's residence, she had only hoped to attach herself to a powerful figure and enjoy a few peaceful days in the final chapter of her life. But she never imagined she would encounter such a devoted husband. Ajiao's eyes reddened and tears began to stream down her. She threw herself into Exil's arms, weeping like a flower drenched in rain. Exil, of course, offered her gentle comfort. This in turn deepened Ajiao's affection for him even further. Having experienced her husband's overbearing yet tender charm the previous night, Ajiao was already falling deeper under his spell. Now learning that Exil was willing to cultivate the Tao and refine pills for her sake, her heart was wholly and irrevocably his. Soon the news that Exil was refining pills to save Ajiao spread throughout the prince's residence. Upon learning the truth, the other wives and concubines were deeply moved. Setting aside whether the pills could even be successfully refined or whether they held any miraculous effects, the very fact that their husband was willing to go to such lengths for a sickly concubine was proof enough of his sincerity. Without a moment's hesitation, the women all raised their hands in support. To be married to such a loyal and affectionate man, what more could one wish for in this life? And so, with the support of his wives and concubines, Exil officially embarked on the path of cultivation and alchemy. Once he set foot on this road, he was utterly committed, never looking back on his idle pursuits. The news quickly reached the imperial city of Xianyang. Within the palace, upon learning of this, Qin Shi Huang could barely maintain his composure. At that moment, he was discussing state affairs with two of his most important ministers. One was General Meng Tian. The other was Prime Minister Li Si. Prince Fusu also happened to be present. Just then Zhao Gao stumbled and flustered, nearly tripping and falling flat on his face. He knelt with a thud, his face a mask of panic, as he reported, "Your Majesty, great calamity. It's terrible. The ninth prince. He has taken yet another concubine. And worse, this time it's not just about a concubine. The ninth prince has begun cultivating the Tao and refining pills." At these words, everyone in the hall was stunned into silence. And worse, this time it's not just about a concubine. The ninth prince has begun cultivating the Tao and refining pills. The first emperor, who had been calmly discussing state affairs moments before, fell silent. The news struck him like a physical blow, leaving him momentarily stunned. Fusu could not help but draw a sharp breath. Li Si and Meng Tian exchanged a glance, both looking rather embarrassed. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall grew incredibly tense. The first emperor, suppressing the fury surging in his chest, slowly returned to his throne. His entire demeanor turned cold and gloomy, as if shrouded in a layer of frost. He truly wanted to lash out at that moment, but with Li Si and Meng Tian still present, he could not afford to lose his composure. The first emperor took a deep breath, his voice chillingly cold. "This time, whose daughter has that unfilial son taken as a concubine? And why out of nowhere has he taken to cultivating the Tao and refining pills? What exactly is going on? Explain everything to me in detail." He held back his anger, determined to first understand. Zhao Gao was on the verge of tears. Whenever he encountered news about the ninth prince, he felt an unprecedented suffocation. He stammered in reply, "Your Majesty, it is said that this time the woman the ninth prince took into his residence came to him of her own accord. Her name is Jiao, and she comes from a farming family. She has been frail and sickly since childhood, and her parents passed away early. Now she is gravely ill at death's door. She came to the ninth prince's residence herself, begging him to take her in. And then, the ninth prince accepted her as..." Strangely enough, his other wives and concubines did not oppose the decision. In fact, they were all very supportive. They treated Jiao well, with no jealousy or mistreatment. The most troublesome part is that after the wedding, the ninth prince began to focus on cultivating the Tao and refining pills. He even openly built a Taoist temple in the backyard of his residence. Now he changes into his Taoist robes every morning and goes into seclusion to refine pills. At this, the first emperor finally could not hold back and cursed absurd. He simply could not fathom what went on in that unfilial son's mind. Not only was the boy driven by insatiable desires, but his actions were also becoming increasingly outrageous. He had a perfectly good life as a prince with wealth and glory at his fingertips. Even if he wanted to live a dissolute life of pleasure, no one was stopping him. But instead he chose to cultivate the Tao and refine pills, and even build a Taoist temple in his own residence. Is this the behavior of a sane person? The more the first emperor thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his palm against the armrest of his throne, causing the entire seat to shake violently, nearly breaking apart. Only he knew how much his hand hurt from that blow. Fusu, seeing this, quietly turned his head away. But for the first emperor, the pain in his hand was nothing compared to the pain he felt that his imperial dignity had been trampled upon once again by that unfilial son. This constant humiliation was a bitter pill to swallow. Last time he had hoped that becoming a father would temper the boy's behavior. After all, with a son and a daughter born, surely he would learn some restraint. But no, not long after he took another concubine, and that wasn't even the worst of it. Now he was dabbling in Taoist cultivation and pill refining. Is there some other motive? Zhao Gao's lips trembled in fright as he hastily replied, "Your Majesty, there is indeed another reason." Pointing the blade, he hissed, "Zhao Gao, speak. What is the real reason behind that unfilial son's pursuit of Taoist cultivation and alchemy? I refuse to believe it's a mere whim. Is there some other motive?" Zhao Gao's lips trembled in fright as he hastily replied, "Your Majesty, there is indeed another reason. It is said that the ninth prince wishes to refine a rare elixir of life extension. According to him, once the pill is successfully made, it can prolong one's lifespan. It can even alleviate pain and illness. He is refining the pill for his new concubine, Exiled. He wants to give her more time to live." From this perspective, the ninth prince does seem to be a man of deep affection. No sooner had these words been spoken than the first emperor's anger, instead of subsiding, intensified. He brandished his sword, nearly striking Zhao Gao with it. Zhao Gao, terrified out of his wits, scrambled into a corner, trembling and on the verge of tears. The first emperor roared in fury, "You wretched boy, it's for a woman again. Is he so hopelessly entangled in the pleasures of the boudoir that he can't crawl out? What is that fool thinking? If she's a woman on the verge of death, why take her into his household at all?" And even after taking her in, he wants to refine pills to cure her. That son of mine must be out of his mind. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. In the first emperor's eyes, Ying Zhao's actions were no longer mere mischief. This was a complete abandonment of his duties. Once he stepped into the comfort of a woman's embrace, he sank deeper and deeper with no intention of climbing out. It was laughable. It was detestable. Was this not a stain on the royal? What made him even more furious was that at the root of it all, it was still for a woman. The first emperor felt that this son of his was beyond disappointing. Once he stepped into the comfort of a woman's embrace, he sank deeper and deeper with no intention of climbing out. It was laughable. It was detestable. Was this not a stain on the royal family's honor? Even a doting husband or lover should not go to such extremes. Besides, shouldn't curing the sick be left to physicians? Why did a prince have to be the one to refine pills? What else could this be but sheer folly? He had been called a foolish wastrel before, and it seemed the label was not unjustified. His mind had never been clear. Fusu, seeing his father's immense rage, dared not speak rashly. He could only subtly signal Li Si and Meng Tian, hoping they would say a few words in his younger brother's defense. Li Si pondered for a moment before finally stepping forward, cupping his hands, and saying, "Your Majesty, perhaps this matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. It might be wise to send someone to investigate further. Once the full truth is known, we can then judge whether the ninth prince is right or wrong." Meng Tian also stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, although the ninth prince's actions may seem unconventional, he cannot be said to be entirely without merit. His relentless taking of concubines is indeed absurd, and his pursuit of Taoist cultivation and pill refining is certainly not befitting a prince. However, his willingness to seek a path to life for his ailing concubine shows a rare sense of devotion. Such care for his wives and concubines at least proves that the ninth prince is not a heartless man. Moreover, I have heard that the ninth prince has an excellent reputation in the northern borderlands. The local populace speaks highly of him. He frequently provides relief to the poor and offers aid to struggling scholars. Many people say that the ninth prince is a kind and benevolent person. In my view, he may simply be a bit too infatuated by nature. Your Majesty need not be overly concerned with him. If he has committed no grave errors, perhaps it is best to let him be for now." Li Si and Meng Tian had both stepped forward to plead for the prince, largely out of respect for Fusu. At that moment, Fusu also wanted to step forward and add a few words to shield his younger brother once more. But as he began to speak, the first emperor cut him off with a cold rebuke. "You shut your mouth." Fusu froze on the spot, a look of embarrassment washing over his face. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. Fusu knew all too well that the moment he opened his mouth, he would be met with a scolding from his father. After all, he had pleaded on his younger brother's behalf countless times over the past few days. He had said a mountain of good things, but no sooner had the words left his mouth than his brother would do something new to slap him in the face. He suspected that his father had almost developed a psychological shadow from hearing him defending Zhao. As Fu Su fell silent, the atmosphere in the hall grew even more delicate. The first emperor seated upon his throne suddenly loosened his grip on the sword in his hand. With a clatter, the long blade fell to the floor, the sharp sound echoing through the hall. Zhao Gao, witnessing this, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness His Majesty's fury had subsided. That was a close call. He had feared for his very life. The first emperor did not continue his tirade, merely waving his hand coldly to dismiss everyone. Li Si and Meng Tian, seeing this, could only take their leave with awkward expressions. Fu Su also bowed his head and silently withdrew from the hall. After they had all departed, Zhao Gao, ever perceptive, stepped forward to close the doors. The vast hall fell into an eerie silence. The first emperor closed his eyes, feeling a deep sense of irritation. He truly did not want to hear another word about that unfilial son. That worthless wretch. He never seemed to accomplish anything of substance throughout the day, yet he always managed to stir up such earth-shattering chaos. Now he had even descended into the absurdity of pursuing Taoism and refining pills. Qin Shi Huang was practically infuriated to the point of a headache. However, to maintain the dignity and authority of an emperor, he forcibly suppressed his anger in front of Li Si and Meng Tian. Moreover, since those two had spoken a few kind words on Ying Zhao's behalf, Qin Shi Huang temporarily set aside his intention to investigate. Yet he simply could not comprehend it. What on earth was wrong with that son of his? Was he a love-struck fool? In Qin Shi Huang's eyes, that one seemed more like a worthless good for nothing. If he continued to let that rebellious son run amok like this, it would inevitably lead to even greater trouble sooner or later. With this in mind, Qin Shi Huang opened his eyes and coldly commanded Zhao Gao, "Go summon the censor-in-chief, Shi Lu, to see me." Having received the order, Zhao Gao dared not delay and hastily went out to deliver the edict. Before long, the censor-in-chief, Shi Lu, hurriedly rushed into the palace. He too felt a sense of panic within his heart. Why would His Majesty summon him so urgently? Could some momentous event have occurred? Shi Lu's daily duties involved overseeing and inspecting the local officials, and he was constantly traveling between various prefectures and counties. His responsibility was to secretly investigate whether local officials were diligent in their duties and whether governance was just and clear. Within the imperial court, he was regarded as an upright and prestigious minister. Qin Shi Huang summoned him into the inner hall. The moment Shi Lu entered, he immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowed in salute, and dared not even glance at Qin Shi Huang again. For in that brief glimpse, he had already seen the emperor's face dark and grim beyond measure. The aura of brutality radiating from His Majesty was enough to make one's heart tremble with fear. Clearly His Majesty was in a fit of rage. Moreover, this fury seemed to be barely contained. How could Shi Lu dare to provoke him at such a moment? He only feared that a single misstep in his words would lead to him being dragged out and beheaded on the spot. Qin Shi Huang stared at Shi Lu, who was kneeling below, and spoke in an icy tone. "Shi Lu, I have a task for you. It is neither too big nor too small. Consider it a change of scenery for a few days of relaxation. Starting tomorrow, you will secretly travel to the northern desert. Once there, carefully investigate the daily actions and deeds of the local officials. Also, I want you to find out clearly just how many absurd things that rebellious son of mine has done in the northern desert. However, this matter must not be conducted openly. It must be done in secret. To conceal your identity, you may bring publicly you will claim to be traveling for business and sightseeing. Upon arriving in the northern desert, you will lie low, posing as a merchant, and secretly oversee everything." At this point, Qin Shi Huang's gaze grew even colder. "Previously, I had Zhang Han keep an eye on the ninth prince's residence. As it turns out, that man is truly unreliable. Every report he sent back was filled with useless information. It's possible he was already bought over by that rebellious son. This time you must uncover the true situation for me. What I want to see is the most authentic intelligence." After hearing this, Shi Lu quickly cowed out and accepted the order. Only then did his suspended heart settle back down. So it was merely a secret investigation of the ninth prince in the northern desert. He had thought some great catastrophe had befallen the court. The next morning, Shi Lu set off with his family towards the northern desert. This time he deliberately disguised himself, posing as a merchant caravan traveling for trade. Shi Lu dared not show. Although they outwardly appeared to be a merchant caravan, they traveled at an extremely rapid pace along the way, heading straight for the northern desert. Shi Lu had never dared to take Qin Shi Huang's decrees lightly. Since His Majesty had instructed him to quickly ascertain the situation, he naturally had to complete the task with utmost speed. This time Shi Lu not only brought his wife along, he also brought his delicate and beloved eldest daughter with him. Firstly, he thought it would be a good opportunity to take his wife and daughter out to relax and see the world. Secondly, once he arrived in the unfamiliar northern desert, having his family nearby would ward off loneliness. However, Shi Lu could never have imagined this journey to the northern desert would not only lead him to uncover many unexpected things, but more incredibly, his daughter would meet her ideal husband there, and she would plunge head over heels, remaining deeply devoted to that husband. And he, Shi Lu, would inexplicably be promoted to the status of a father-in-law. At this moment, within the ninth prince's residence, the eastern sky was just showing the first faint glimmer of dawn. Ying Zhao had already risen early. The previous night he had spent a long and passionate time with Huang Rong. Yet even now he was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Taking advantage of this free moment, he decided to go to the Taoist temple and attempt to refine pills. Ying Zhao gently closed the door. Before leaving, he turned back to glance at Huang Rong, who was still sleeping soundly. Seeing her lively and charming sleeping face, a smile unconsciously curled upon his lips. Then he walked towards the backyard Taoist temple with a spring in his step. Upon arriving at the Taoist temple, Ying Zhao directly ordered the servants to light the furnace fire. Firewood was placed into the furnace, and the flames quickly rose, burning brighter and fiercer. The temperature inside the alchemy furnace also began to climb steadily. Once everything was ready, Ying Zhao dismissed. Subsequently, he poured the pre-prepared medicinal herbs all at once into the furnace. These materials had already been processed according to the exact proportions of the alchemy formula. Every single measurement had been carefully verified, ensuring there would be no errors. After doing this, Ying Zhao sat down cross-legged. He began to mobilize the power within his dantian, slowly drawing it outwards. What he needed to do now was to slowly awaken that vast energy within his dantian and then guide it to circulate through his limbs and throughout his body. This in itself was a form of cultivation technique. As his inner energy circulated, Ying Zhao's mental state gradually became clear and tranquil. As long as his willpower and the true qi within his body gradually climbed to their peak, energy fluctuations would naturally emanate from his entire being. This is the manifestation of true qi overflowing. Next, he would channel this overflowing true qi into the alchemy furnace. Through the nourishment of this true qi, the medicinal properties and spiritual energy within the furnace would be greatly enhanced. This method was precisely the alchemy cultivation technique bestowed by the system. Through this process, Ying Zhao could not only elevate his own level of Taoist cultivation, but he could also, through gradual comprehension, explore the deeper mysteries of Taoism. At the same time, his alchemy skills would also increase accordingly. It must be said this art of alchemy was truly miraculous. It was actually able to perfectly integrate with his cultivation method, promoting each other. At this moment, Ying Zhao's body seemed to be shrouded in a faint halo of energy. His true qi was also slowly emanating outwards. In any case, the energy within his body seemed inexhaustible. That surging vitality was so abundant it could hardly be contained. Using it for alchemy was naturally not a difficult task. However, he was also well aware that successfully refining the elixir of longevity truly required more than just brute force. He would need to cultivate to a certain level, reaching the corresponding realm before there was any real possibility of forming the pill. This was not something to be rushed. Ying Zhao could only explore step by step. During this period, apart from spending time with Huang Rong and Jiao, Ying Zhao devoted most of his energy to cultivation. It's just that Jiao's constitution was originally weak. Over these past few days, her complexion had visibly worsened, and she appeared increasingly frail. Ying Zhao noticed this, and his heart ached with deep concern. He immediately summoned the finest physicians to tend to Jiao's health. For now, all he could do was stabilize her fragile hold on life. As for himself, he dared not relax for even a moment, spending nearly every day by the furnace tirelessly attempting to refine pills. The other consorts in the household were already with child. Thus, in recent days, it was primarily Huang Rong who stayed by his side. Yet as time wore on, even Huang Rong began to show signs of exhaustion. She had urged Ying Zhao more than once to consider taking another concubine. There was simply no other way. She alone could hardly bear the burden any longer. If this continued, problems were bound to arise. She still wished to remain by her husband's side for many years to come, not to be drained dry in such a short time. The other wives and concubines all voiced their agreement. They fully supported Ying Zhao in taking another consort. Naturally, the thought had already crossed his own mind as well. However, the pill refinement had reached a critical juncture, so the matter had to be set aside for the time being. For now, he could only ask Huang Rong to bear the extra hardship. What Ying Zhao did not know, however, was that his next bride was already on her way. Moreover, this time his future father-in-law's status was far from ordinary. But Ying Zhao had little to fear. With his current constitution and the undeniable charm he possessed, winning the hearts of women from noble and powerful families was hardly a challenge. In this regard, Ying Zhao had always been utterly confident. Half a month passed. He continued to tend the furnace diligently every single day. One day he sat cross-legged before the furnace, circulating his true qi in cultivation while steadily channeling his inner power into the vessel. Before long, the flames within the furnace blazed ever more fiercely. The temperature climbed higher and higher. Suddenly a muffled bang rang out. It sounded as if something inside the furnace. Immediately afterward, wisps of green smoke curled up from the furnace mouth. Ying Zhao's heart leaped with joy. He eagerly rose and stepped forward to inspect. Lifting the lid, he saw 2 pitch-black pills resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. He took them out and examined them carefully in his palm. Admittedly, their appearance was rather unsightly. He promptly ran a scan through the system. The results showed that although these 2 pills were only half finished, they did contain a certain degree of medicinal efficacy. In other words, he had finally succeeded in refining the semi-finished life-extending pills. After half a month of painstaking effort, his labor had not been in vain. Delighted, Ying Zhao carefully stored the 2 pills away and went straight to find Jiao. As they shared a tender moment, he discreetly rolled one of the pills in a plate of honey while she was not paying attention. Once the dark pill was coated in honey, its strange odor faded, considerably replaced instead by a sweet, cloying fragrance. Seizing the moment, Ying Zhao urged Jiao to swallow the semi-finished life-extending pill. Jiao did not resist. On the contrary, she was deeply moved by her husband's meticulous care, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Before long, she gently nestled against him once more. The atmosphere in the room gradually softened. Even the very air seemed to brim with a rosy sweetness. This time, Exiled stamina was noticeably better than before. Her complexion had regained a healthy, radiant glow. She no longer seemed as fragile as before. Seeing this, Exiled felt deeply satisfied. The next morning, Exiled plunged straight back into the alchemy chamber. He was eager to refine more life-extending pills for Exiled to continue taking. If he could keep prolonging her lifespan, he would eventually find a way to cure her completely. Unfortunately, refining pills required more than just alchemical skill. The corresponding herbs were also essential. Some materials could be found in the mortal world, but several key ingredients could only be obtained through the system. Moreover, the amount he could extract each month was limited. Having only just embarked on the path of cultivation and alchemy, Exiled was entitled to only one opportunity to claim basic materials within the first 3 months. To forge those 2 semi-finished life-extending pills, he had already consumed nearly all of those basic materials. In other words, even if he wished to continue refining, he was temporarily out of supplies. All he had left now were 2 dark, half-finished life-extending pills, one of which had already been given to Exiled. After some deliberation, Exiled decided to keep the remaining one in reserve. It could prove invaluable in times of urgent need. Having composed himself, he prepared to leave the estate for a while. It was about time he found himself another concubine. Exiled was well aware of his own prowess. Though he had exercised restraint lately, his instincts told him Huang Rome was likely already pregnant. Under such circumstances, he could not allow her to overexert herself any further. Exiled's constitution was fragile and could not bear any strain either. Therefore, taking another concubine was truly a necessity. Under such circumstances, he could not allow her to overexert herself any further. Exiled's constitution was fragile and could not bear any strain either. Therefore, taking another concubine was truly a necessity. These 4 were all top-tier martial artists, each possessing formidable skills. They stood ready to follow Exiled's orders at all times. When not given special commands, they would handle matters such as relieving the poor, distributing porridge, and supporting education. Of course, they also kept their ears to the ground regarding commercial and official matters. However, they never contended openly with others, always operating from the shadows on Exiled's behalf. Seeing Ruing arrive in such haste, Exiled knew trouble had arisen. Ruing stepped forward, bowed, and lowered his voice. "Your Highness, something has happened at the Hope Elementary School." Hearing this, Exiled's expression darkened instantly. Without asking any unnecessary questions, he mounted his horse and galloped off toward the school. Along the way, 2 fine steeds raced side by side. Ruing kept pace while swiftly reporting the details of the matter. Exiled remained calm, listening intently without interruption. "Your Highness, the Longyou Merchant Alliance has set its sights on the school's business. They want to secure the cafeteria supply contract, but they refuse to invest any real capital. The small vendors who originally handled the cafeteria have been systematically suppressed and harassed. Worse still, the Longyou Merchant Alliance secretly resorted to sabotage. They mixed croton oil into the meals prepared by several small vendors. After the children ate the food, they began vomiting and suffering from severe diarrhea on the spot. The entire school has now descended into chaos. Yet the Longyou Merchant Alliance is twisting the narrative, accusing those small vendors of being unscrupulous and deliberately harming the students. They are now stirring up the parents, demanding a rebid for the school cafeteria contract. They claim that only the Longyou Merchant Alliance can provide clean and healthy meals for the children." A cold, mocking smile slowly curled at the corner of Exiled's lips. Quite the scheme they had devised. Poison the victims themselves, then turn around and bite the accusers. They even sought to leverage public outrage to seize this lucrative prize at minimal cost. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Such tactics were nothing but the shabbiest tricks in the world of commerce. Exiled had more than enough ways to deal with them. Before long, he arrived at the Hope Elementary School. He dismounted, and the moment his feet touched the ground, anxious parents immediately swarmed around him. Their faces were etched with worry, anger, and concern. "Your Highness, you must seek justice for us. My child fell ill after eating at the cafeteria. Someone must have sabotaged the food. Those with wicked hearts must not be shown any mercy. Your Highness once said that children are the future of Great Qin. They are the flowers under the sun, the hope of our nation. Now that the children have been wronged, you must uncover the truth. We beg your Highness to root out those behind this and restore justice for the children." At this moment, it wasn't just the parents gathered outside the school who were complaining. The children inside were also pale and visibly weakened, their frail forms a pitiful sight. After consuming the food laced with croton oil, they had been struck with relentless diarrhea, barely able to muster the strength to stand. The sight of them was truly heartbreaking. Exiled's outward demeanor remained calm, but a fire of fury burned within him. What he despised most were merchants who resorted to such unscrupulous schemes for profit. He had even assigned dedicated personnel to oversee the cafeteria. The most basic requirements were cleanliness, palatability, and ample nutrition. The children had to be assured of. He wanted them to learn to read, to understand reason, and to receive a true education. To this end, Exiled had invested immense wealth and energy. He had even assigned dedicated personnel to oversee the cafeteria. The most basic requirements were cleanliness, palatability, and ample nutrition. The children had to be assured of safe and wholesome meals that would give them strength. In this school, children not only studied tuition-free, but also received the finest instruction. Yet he never imagined someone would set their sights on this very place. To think they would dare to lay their hands on this sacred ground. They deserved death. Exiled had already ordered Ruing to launch an investigation. Simultaneously, all 4 of his shadow guards were mobilized. They would discreetly uncover the full story behind this incident and gather evidence without delay. After all, Ing Zhao was a man who had traversed into this world with the mindset of the 21st century. On his way here, he had already formulated a general theory about the matter. He had even worked out a strategy to resolve the crisis. Since the food was laced with croton oil, tracing the source of the croton oil would be one lead. Since someone had committed the act, the perpetrator would serve as a witness. Since it was instigated, there would inevitably be monetary transactions and secret bribes. Since hired hands were used for the dirty work, the middleman coordinating behind the scenes could also be identified. By following the trail step-by-step, traces were sure to be uncovered. Furthermore, there might even be witnesses to the entire affair. Sabotaging the food of several small vendors simultaneously could not have been the work of a single person. The investigation should start with the Lanyu Merchant Guild. Then, by peeling back the layers through their underlings one by one, the market area should also be canvassed. By following the trail step-by-step, traces were sure to be uncovered. Furthermore, there might even be witnesses to the entire affair. Sabotaging the food of several small vendors simultaneously, he was certain that before long they would present the truth to him. Subsequently, Ing Zhao walked into the cafeteria. He didn't immediately lose his temper, but instead took a slow, deliberate tour. He inspected every food stall and made a thorough round of the kitchen. The small vendors responsible for the cafeteria all wore grim, distressed expressions, their eyes redrimmed on the verge of tears. Upon seeing the ninth prince arrive in person, they immediately dropped to their knees and kowtowed repeatedly. One of them choked out, "Your Highness, we swear we didn't do this. We've been framed. In all our time here, we've always remembered your Highness' teachings. The food must be clean, delicious, nutritious, and above all healthy for the children. Your Highness said these children are the future flowers of the Qin Empire, the hope of the northern desert. How could we ever dream of harming them? When we were initially allowed to open our stalls here, we all underwent training and assessment following every rule. This incident is clearly a setup by someone trying to frame us. Your Highness, we beg you to clear our names." The vendors pleaded, their faces etched with desperation. Ing Zhao raised a hand to calm them down. He assured them that once the investigation was complete, appropriate measures would be taken. Meanwhile, spies sent by the Lanyu Merchant Guild were lurking within the crowd, observing secretly. They hid amongst the onlookers, covertly monitoring the ninth prince's every move, ready to report the situation back to their master. Their mission was simple: to stir up as much chaos as possible. The murkier the waters, the easier it would be for them to fish for their own gain. It was undeniable that the Hope Academy's cafeteria was a highly lucrative prize. Ing Zhao frequently allocated funds to it. If the Lanyu Merchant Guild could seize control of the cafeteria and install their own people to run it, they could siphon off the lion's share of the profits. This was precisely why they had set their sights on it and resorted to such despicable tactics. They had initially assumed that the small vendors, once victimized, would have no one to turn to for justice. They would then be forced to relinquish the cafeteria. However, they hadn't anticipated the matter escalating to the ninth prince's attention. And not only was he aware he had come in person, this prince truly was a devoted and diligent ruler who worked for the people's welfare. The spies witnessing this began to feel a knot of unease in their stomachs. Ing Zhao was no fool. Despite his princely status, his direct authority in the northern desert was limited. To truly take action against the entire merchant guild, he needed to leverage external support. Thus, he quickly sent for his father-in-law Wang Qinyan, the county magistrate of Mabei. Having just risen from bed, Wang was rushed over to the Hope Academy. On the way, he grasped the general outline of the situation. Upon arriving at the school, he naturally sided with his son-in-law without hesitation. In the meantime, the 4 shadow guards had also made significant progress. Before long, they brought several implicated individuals to the cafeteria. With Ing Zhao and Wang Qinyan seated inside, the interrogation commenced. The captives, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, trembling with terror, and sobbed. "Your Highness, we admit our guilt, we truly do. We were left with no choice but to take on this dirty job. It was Ah Chong, the chief steward of the Lanyu Merchant Guild, who secretly approached us and instructed us to put croton oil in the food. He warned us that if we didn't comply, he would cut off our livelihoods. Your Highness, you know, we're just small shopkeepers trying to earn. If we disobeyed them, we would be ostracized by the entire merchant association. We wouldn't just lose our businesses, we'd lose our means of survival. We were truly forced into this. These men were the ones who had actually carried out the deed, but they were merely coerced pawns." Next, Ruing shoved several other individuals forward. These were the middlemen who had sold the croton oil. The moment they were brought in, they collapsed to their knees, wailing for mercy. "We were wrong, we were so wrong. They just told us they needed a large quantity of croton oil, claiming it was for feeding mules. We were foolish and believed them. Who could have imagined they intended to use it on children? Magistrate, your Highness, please have mercy on us. We will never dare do such a thing again." These men were equally terrified, shivering uncontrollably. At this point, all evidence pointed overwhelmingly towards the Lanyu Merchant Guild. This case wasn't a complex mystery, it wasn't difficult to investigate. It was simply that the thugs employed by the Lanyu Guild's leader were a bunch of incompetents. They had been sloppy in their execution, completely failing to cover their tracks. They left behind a mountain of evidence, making it easy to trace everything back to them. Weren't they just digging their own graves? Ing Zhao was disinclined to handle these trivial matters himself. He turned to Wang Qinyan and said coolly, "Father-in-law, I'll leave the rest to you. Punish those who deserve it, arrest those who must be arrested. As for the Lanyu Merchant Guild, I will personally deliver a warning." Wang Qinyan nodded in agreement. He then formally took over the case. With the evidence so clear-cut, handling it posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. Soon the chief steward of the Lanyu Merchant Guild was also apprehended. Wang Qinian showed no mercy, sentencing him on the spot to 10 years of hard labor. After returning to the ninth prince's residence, Zhao wrote a letter. He then ordered a messenger to deliver it to the Lanyu Merchant Guild. At that moment, the guild's senior members were gathered in a meeting. The guild leader Gao Jia wore a grim expression, his chest burning with rage, his entire demeanor radiating a chilling coldness. His subordinates stood in a line before him, heads bowed, faces pale. Gao Jia's gaze swept across the room, his voice as sharp as a blade. Regarding the Hope Academy incident, besides Ah Chong, who else was involved? All accomplices stepped forward now. To think you'd pull such dirty tricks behind my back. You've got some nerve. As his words fell, the crowd below dropped to their knees in unison. Yet despite kneeling, no one dared to step forward and confess. They were already frozen with fear, and none wished to leap out and court death at such a moment. Gao Jia had only received the news this very morning. Only then did he learn that such a degenerate had emerged within his merchant guild. Not only had they drawn the attention of the ninth prince's estate, but they had also escalated the matter to the county magistrate Wang Qinian. Gao Jia immediately dispatched men to investigate. The inquiry revealed that the steward A Chong had been committing heinous acts behind his back. To secure the cafeteria contract for the Hope Primary School, this scoundrel had dared to mix croton oil into the children's meals. Upon learning of this, Gao Jia nearly went mad with rage. He was a merchant, and indeed he valued profit. Yet no matter how profit-driven he would never tolerate his subordinates using such vile, conscience-defying means to harm children. A Chong's fate was already sealed, and he would naturally face punishment. But Gao Jia was well aware that A Chong was not the only rotten apple in the guild. That man had many underlings, and most of them had likely partaken in countless shady, unspeakable deeds. Therefore he had ordered a thorough investigation to begin. This time he was determined to root out and purge every last one of these pests from the guild. Just then a subordinate hurried in to report, "Guild Master, a letter has arrived from the ninth prince's estate. The messenger specifically instructed that you must open it personally." Gao Jia's heart sank heavily. He had long known that the ninth prince was not someone to be trifled with. And now a warning had arrived at his doorstep. Steeling himself, Gao Jia took the letter and broke the seal. The paper contained only 8 characters. "Cleanse your own ranks and tread carefully." The moment he read those words, a chill shot down Gao Jia's spine. Once he too had believed this ninth prince to be nothing more than a worthless, inept royal. Sickly and frail, seemingly destined for an early grave. Such a person was hardly worth paying much attention to in daily affairs. The Lanyu Merchant Guild need not extend him much courtesy either. But after several subsequent encounters, Gao Jia gradually realized that this prince might be the most formidable of them all. The guards under his command were each more ruthless than the last. In previous covert clashes on the trade routes, the Lanyu Merchant Guild had never managed to gain the slightest advantage. More critically, in several business competitions, Gao Jia had almost always been bested by this unheralded ninth prince. From that point on, he was forced to regard Zhao with newfound respect. Gao Jia increasingly suspected that the ninth prince was merely playing the fool to conceal his true cunning. This man's true strength ran far deeper than appearances suggested. Previously, he had sent out several spies to probe into the ninth prince's background. But shortly after they departed, they all vanished without a trace for reasons unknown. This incident only deepened Gao Jia's wariness of Zhao. Now clutching this warning letter, he felt a chill spreading through his palm. Gao Jia took a deep breath and immediately instructed his trusted aide, "Investigate. Get to the bottom of this matter. Spare no one involved in the Hope Primary School incident. Also find out exactly how many people A Chong has recruited over the years and how many misdeeds he has committed against. Expel every single degenerate from the guild." After issuing these orders, a troubled Gao Jia made his way. He led several subordinates to handpick a generous assortment of lavish gifts. He then prepared to visit the ninth prince's estate to offer his apologies. He had no choice. His fear of the ninth prince was real. If he truly provoked that man's ire, the Lanyu Merchant Guild's days in Mabe would likely become very difficult. From time immemorial, the common folk never contended with officials, and merchants above all should not clash head-on with those in power. Moreover, no matter how little favor the ninth prince found, he was still the biological son of His Majesty the First Emperor. What kind of figure was the First Emperor? Those of them in the business world knew all too well. Even if the ninth prince were truly a good-for-nothing, he still bore the title of prince. That was something Gao Jia could not afford to challenge. And so Gao Jia, the guild master of the Lanyu Merchant Guild, arrived at the ninth prince's estate bearing a mountain of apology gifts. The servants at the estate were naturally perceptive. They quickly escorted him into the reception hall. But the moment Gao Jia stepped inside, he froze. The scene before him left him utterly at a loss for how to react. For there sat Zhao in the seat of honor, leisurely savoring. What was more, he had a beautiful woman nestled in his arms. She appeared to be one of his concubines. Her beauty was simply Zhao's delicate arms were gently wrapped around Zhao's neck, their postures intimate, their affection nearly impossible to conceal. When she looked at him, her eyes brimmed with tenderness and adoration. He couldn't help but admire the prince's methods. To make such a beauty willingly nestling in his arms. The woman held by Zhao was none other than Han Xiaozhao. Zhao's delicate arms were gently wrapped around Zhao's neck, their postures intimate, their affection nearly impossible to conceal. When she looked at him, her eyes brimmed with tenderness and adoration. Zhao had always doted on his wives and concubines. A house full of them was his greatest ambition in life and his most important task at present. So when it came to pampering his concubines, he never cared what others thought. In Ing Zhao's eyes, the opinions of outsiders were utterly irrelevant. His own pleasure was all that truly mattered. He lowered his head to plant a light peck on Zizou's rosy lips, then casually picked up a cherry and fed it to her himself. The sight made Gao Jia's face feel hot. He suddenly felt that his timing for this visit was terribly off. Instinctively, he even considered turning around and leaving. Gao Jia sighed inwardly. This ninth prince was indeed not a dependable figure. A lecher obsessed with sensual pleasures, a complete playboy. And to think he would engage in such intimacy in the reception hall. What kind of hospitality was this? It was simply too absurd. Across the entire Great Qin imperial family, one would be hard-pressed to find a more dissolute prince. How could His Majesty the First Emperor have raised such an unreliable son? Had he misjudged things before? Was this ninth prince not playing the fool at all? Nor was he some deeply scheming master of concealment. Was he simply a good-for-nothing lost in a haze of women? Were the truly formidable ones the men under his command? Were they agents specially dispatched by the First Emperor to Ma Bei to support him and oversee matters? For a moment, doubt began to creep into Gao Jia's mind. Because the scene before him directly shattered his previous impression of Ing Zhao as a figure to be feared. In his view, such a worthless prince hardly seemed like a shrewd and ruthless character. Nor did he resemble a mastermind who could play the fool and manipulate others at will. His suspicion only grew. Could it be that all the intelligence he had gathered before was simply false? Utterly unreliable. The scene was far too amorous, and Gao Jia found himself unsure whether he should continue watching. He instinctively moved to turn and leave. Utterly unreliable. The scene was far too amorous, and Gao Jia found himself unsure whether he should continue watching. He instinctively moved to turn and leave. With those words, Gao Jia could hardly retreat. He could only steel himself step fully into the hall and take a seat among. Before long, a maidservant stepped forward bearing a tray of tea. It had to be said that within the ninth prince's residence, beauties could be found at every turn. Even a simple maid tasked with serving tea was blessed with a sweet, delicate appearance, her features so charming they defied description. Gao Jia inwardly marveled at the sight. This prince's estate was practically a nest of enchantresses. He suspected the ninth prince had deliberately arranged it, so surrounding himself with silk and powder at all times the better to wallow in indulgence. Truly a wastrel prince who had sunk so deep into the company of women that he could never climb back out. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Yet no matter how much scorn churned within him, Gao Jia dared not let a trace of it show on his face. Drawing a deep breath, he forced an awkward smile onto his lips and clasped his hands in salute. Your Highness, regarding the matter of the Hope Primary School, it was indeed a failure of discipline on the part of my Longyou Merchant Guild that led to such a blunder. Now that a Chong has been dealt with by the authorities, I humbly beseech your Highness to be magnanimous and refrain from pursuing old grievances further. Rest assured, I have already begun a thorough investigation into all those involved. Those who must be purged will not be shielded. Today I have taken the liberty of preparing some modest gifts to offer your Highness as an apology. They are not of great value, but I hope you will deign to accept them. Ing Zhao listened, and a slow, inscrutable smile curled at the corners of his lips. He gave a slight nod and said in a languid tone, "It seems Guildmaster Gao is a man who understands propriety. In that case, I trust you will manage to clean up your own household affairs. As for the gifts, there is no need to leave them." With that, Ing Zhao shifted the conversation, speaking with unhurried ease. "However, there is one matter upon which I should like to impose upon Guildmaster Gao, if I may be so bold. It is but a modest request. Surely Guildmaster Gao would not refuse." Gao Jia's heart skipped a beat, yet he hurriedly mustered a fawning smile. "Your Highness, please speak freely. Anything within the power of my Longyou Merchant Guild, I shall naturally do my utmost to fulfill." Ing Zhao inclined his head slightly, then smiled as he spoke. "I have heard that Guildmaster Gao has a beautiful unmarried daughter of marriageable age at home. How about betrothing her to me?" At these words, Gao Jia froze on the spot. When he finally registered what had been said, a surge of rage nearly erupted from his chest. This was an outrage beyond endurance. Gao Jia's face darkened on the spot. His features stretched long and grim, the fury in his eyes barely containable. This was an outrage beyond endurance. Gao Jia's face darkened on the spot. His features stretched long and grim, the fury in his eyes barely containable. His chest heaved violently, and he wished he could cut Ing Zhao down right then and there. But constrained by the prince's royal status, Gao Jia forced the flames of his anger back down and said through gritted teeth, "Your Highness, I fear this matter is not appropriate. My daughter is still young and not yet ready for marriage. Furthermore, our Gao family is merely a merchant house, hardly worthy of ascending to the lofty gates of a prince's estate. Besides, my daughter currently has no intention of marrying. I beg your Highness to seek a more suitable match elsewhere." Ing Zhao listened without showing the slightest irritation. He simply lifted his teacup, gently blew across the rising steam, and maintained his composed demeanor. Guildmaster Gao need not rush to refuse. Marriage, after all, is ultimately a matter of mutual affection. He was not so desperate as to resort to seizing another man's daughter. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Gao Jia had no choice but to take his leave. His fate. He was not so desperate as to resort to seizing another man's daughter. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Gao Jia had no choice but to take his leave, his face as dark as he was not so desperate as to resort to seizing another man's daughter. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Gao Jia had no choice but to take his leave, his face as dark as thunder. The moment he stepped out of the ninth prince's residence, Gao Jia was seething with fury. On the journey back, a knot of rage remained lodged in his chest, impossible to dissolve. Upon returning to the Longyu Merchant Guild's compound, he immediately shut himself behind closed doors. In the next instant, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted from within the room. Vases, teacups, ornaments, all were hurled to the floor in ruin. Gao Jia, trembling with wrath, pointed toward the direction of the prince's estate and roared, "Damned wretch! He should piss on a mirror and take a good look at himself. Does he have any idea what he's actually worth? Has he no self-awareness of his own wretched standing? My daughter is a pearl raised in the palm of my hand since birth. In the future she will marry as a rightful wife. How could she ever become a concubine to the likes of him? This is an absolute outrage. Has that bastard lost his mind, actually believing he's worthy of my daughter? He's nothing but a prince cast aside by his majesty and exiled to this northern wasteland. Does he truly think himself some grand figure? Ridiculous. Utterly absurd. Has he no shame at all? A prince of shit. Does he intend to defile every woman in this entire northern frontier and drag them all into his harem? Look at how many concubines he's already stuffed into that estate of his. And still he knows no restraint. Brazen and shit. His majesty is a wise and brilliant sovereign. How could he have sired such a degenerate fool? My Gao family may be merchants, but we are not so low as to trade our own flesh and blood for the safety of a trade guild. Want my daughter as a concubine? Wishful thinking. He can dream on in his wildest fantasies. As his tirade ended, another thunderous crash resounded through the room. The entire Longyu Merchant Guild was shrouded in gloom. With the guild master in such a fury, no one dared step forward to court disaster. They all held their breath, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Yet among the inner circle of trusted subordinates, hushed murmurs began to spread. Soon the news that the ninth prince had set his sights on the guild master's eldest daughter swept through the guild like wildfire. The rank and file were stirred into righteous indignation as well. They simply could not fathom it. Where on earth did that ninth prince find such audacity? How dare he set his designs upon their master's daughter? Did he truly intend to sweep every comely woman in the northern frontier into his prince's estate? This was it was simply despicable. Gao Jia, mad with rage, continued to smash objects in his chamber to vent his fury. What he did not know was that his daughter Gao Ran was absolutely overjoyed upon hearing the news. Her heart was filled with sweetness. In truth, at a lantern festival some time ago, Gao Ran had caught a distant glimpse of the ninth prince. Standing amidst the crowd, he had been every inch the peerless gentleman, jade-like and bearing unrivaled in grace. In that single glance, she had fallen completely. From that day forward, the ninth prince's image was etched indelibly into her heart. In recent days, Gao Ran had even secretly sketched his portrait. She had hidden the painting in her boudoir, stealing glances at it every day. She had long harbored the secret wish that she might become one of the ninth prince's women. Moreover, word outside had it that the ninth prince treated his wives and concubines exceptionally well. This only deepened Gao Ran's longing for the prince's estate. Yet such feelings as an unmarried young lady she could hardly voice on her own. And so she had kept her silent infatuation to herself all this time. But today was different. Today she had heard that the ninth prince had personally raised the matter with her father. This sent a surge of excitement through Gao Ran, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Now she had a legitimate reason to marry into his household. The mere thought of her future husband being that incomparably handsome ninth prince made her heart flutter with sweetness. If she could truly be by his side day and night, sharing his bed, Gao Ran would probably wake up smiling even in her dreams. The next morning, Gao Jia's heart remained in turmoil, unable to find a moment of peace. In his view, his daughter could marry anyone in the world, anyone except that dissolute, idle ninth prince. The man's household was already overflowing with wives and concubines. Just thinking about it made Gao Jia's scalp crawl. To prevent the ninth prince from continuing to covet his precious daughter and ultimately ruining her, Gao Jia decided he must finalize her marriage arrangements as soon as possible. So shortly after dawn, he dispatched his men to gather intelligence. The several prospective son-in-law candidates he had his eye on earlier should now be put to use. Soon Gao Jia hosted a banquet under the guise of a casual gathering. His plan was to carefully observe the candidate suitors, then from among them he would select the most suitable one. During the banquet, Gao Jia attended to the guests while scrutinizing the candidates with all his might, his gaze sweeping over them repeatedly. He had only one thought now: to pick a reliable son-in-law as quickly as possible. As for those young men favored by Gao Jia, upon receiving the invitations, they naturally rushed to the feast filled with joy. After all, Gao Jia's daughter Gao Ran was renowned as a beauty in Mabe City. With her stunning looks and exceptional grace, she was undoubtedly among the top in the entire city. More importantly, the Gao family possessed immense wealth and held significant influence in Mobei's commercial circles. Gao Jia himself was exceedingly prosperous with deep reserves of fortune. For the several prospective sons-in-law, this was an opportunity dropped right from the heavens. So they each hurried to the banquet, eager to win Gao Ran's heart. After all, who wouldn't want to win the hand of a beautiful woman? And who wouldn't want to secure a powerful father-in-law? Merely marrying Gao Ran could potentially launch one's life to great heights. Riches and honor within easy reach, a beautiful wife by one's side. Just imagining it made one's heart race with excitement. Even if it meant marrying into the Gao family, they probably wouldn't mind. At this moment Gao Jia only wished to finalize the marriage as soon as possible. He was genuinely afraid that delays would bring trouble. After all, he had already witnessed what kind of person the ninth prince was. This prince currently wielded immense power in Mabe and possessed formidable cunning. What was even more alarming was that any woman he set his sights on seemed unable to escape his grasp. And those women, as if bewitched, would eagerly throw themselves at him. Gao Jia had no intention of letting his own daughter leap into that fiery pit. Yet Gao Jia was utterly unaware that his daughter had long ago lost her heart to Ying Zhao, vowing to marry none other than him for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, within the ninth prince's mansion, lanterns and decorations were already aglow, with joy permeating the entire estate. The wedding feast had been prepared in advance, awaiting the arrival of guests. The ninth prince's residence was as bustling as ever. The citizens of Mabe City needed no explanation upon seeing such a spectacle. The ninth prince was likely taking another concubine again. This had happened so many times that everyone had grown accustomed to it. Ying Zhao naturally couldn't be bothered with what outsiders thought. Whether Gao Jia, the prospective father-in-law, approved or not no longer mattered. At this point, all that mattered was Gao Ran's consent. After all, the woman was already present at the mansion. The ninth prince's residence was filled with the clamor of drums and gongs, with numerous guests coming and going. The bride had also been meticulously adorned. She wore a wedding gown personally designed by Ying Zhao, appearing radiant and breathtakingly beautiful, captivating all who laid eyes on her. That's right. The bride today was none other than Gao Ran, and she was already at the ninth prince's mansion at this very moment. As for Gao Jia, he remained completely in the dark. Ying Zhao was all smiles. Matters concerning taking concubines were always his top priority. The other wives and concubines in the mansion were also delighted. After all, another sister was finally joining the household to help them share the burden of their lord's formidable vigor. The atmosphere within the mansion was harmonious. Ying Zhao casually entertained the guests outside for a while before happily retreating to the bridal chamber. Seeing this, the guests outside immediately raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming in praise, "My goodness, His Highness the ninth prince is certainly in a hurry. It's still broad daylight. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to enter the bridal chamber so early? What do you know? Managing to hold out this long is probably already a great effort for His Highness. You think the feast is the main event. For His Highness the bridal chamber is the real deal. Haha, well said. The wedding banquet is just a formality. Truly worthy of the ninth prince, vigorous and robust. We can't compare. Come, let's drink and eat. We thank His Highness for providing us with another gathering opportunity. Congratulations to His Highness on his umpteenth time taking a concubine. And congratulations to His Highness on his umpteenth time entering the bridal chamber. Ha ha ha. Everyone clinked glasses and enjoyed themselves thoroughly. These guests had almost come to treat the ninth prince's mansion as their regular gathering spot. After all, attending these feasts required no gifts, and they were treated to fine wine and good food. Who wouldn't love that? These guests had almost come to treat the ninth prince's mansion as their regular gathering spot. After all, attending these feasts required no gifts, and they were treated to fine wine and good food. Who wouldn't love that? More importantly, it was a chance to network and build connections. Meanwhile, at the Longyu Merchant Guild, Gao Jia was still racking his brains to select a son-in-law for his daughter. In his quest to find a suitable husband for Gao Ran, he had nearly exhausted every brain cell he had. Just as he was intently scrutinizing the candidates, a subordinate suddenly burst and flustered and panicked. The black-clad underling stumbled and scrambled, then fell to his knees with a thud before Gao Jia, crying out in a sobbing voice, "Guildmaster! Terrible news. Something awful has happened. The young lady. She has already entered the bridal chamber with His Highness the ninth prince." Gao Jia spat out the wine he had just taken into his mouth. Upon hearing these words, he felt as if struck by lightning, his very soul nearly taking flight. The next moment he cursed in a trembling voice, "What nonsense are you spouting? Say another word, and he'll tear your mouth apart." The underling trembled in fear, but still stammered, "Guildmaster, am not. Though it happened suddenly, it's absolutely true. Early this morning the young lady had already performed the wedding ceremony with His Highness the ninth prince. By now they've probably entered the bridal chamber. The news has already spread throughout all of Mabe City. Everyone outside knows. Now everyone is happily heading to the ninth prince's mansion for the wedding feast. It's incredibly lively over there. Damn it." Gao Jia was instantly stunned, his scalp tingling. An extremely ominous feeling surged from the depths of his heart. He suddenly roared, "Where's Afu? Where is Afu?" Afu was the newly appointed chief steward of the Longyu Merchant Guild. All the major and minor affairs of the mansion were now under his charge. Before long, Afu also stumbled and collapsing to his knees with a thud upon entering, sobbing with tears and snot streaming down his face. "Guildmaster, have mercy. Guildmaster, have mercy. It's all my incompetence for failing to arrange someone to watch over the young lady. I just found out myself that the young lady sneaked out of the mansion last night." Gao Jia could hardly believe what he had heard, his face contorting instantly. He lunged forward, grabbing Steward Afu. Gao Jia could hardly believe what he had heard, his face contorting instantly. He lunged forward, grabbing Steward Afu by the collar, and roared through gritted teeth, "Didn't I tell you to keep a close watch on the young lady? When did she slip away, eh? Are you all a bunch of corpses?" Afu trembled violently, his speech becoming incoherent. "Guildmaster, you can't blame me entirely for this. The young lady is far too clever. She first swapped clothes with her maid, having the maid lie in her room to impersonate. Then, using the excuse of going out shopping, she quietly slipped out of the mansion. By the time we realized something was wrong, the young lady had already reached the ninth prince's mansion. And then, naturally, she stayed there. As for what happened after that, Guildmaster, you can guess. Boom. Gao Jia felt as if 1,000 thunderbolts were exploding in his mind. A tightness gripped his chest, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The next moment his body swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. After barely steadying himself, Gao Jia abruptly drew the long blade from his waist, his eyes bloodshot, and roared in a hoarse voice, "Men, all brothers of the Longyou Merchant Guild here, my command. I refuse to swallow this humiliation today. Gather everyone at once and follow me to the ninth prince's mansion. Bring the young mistress back. Charge." Gao Jia raised his blade with a thunderous roar, his sanity nearly consumed by fury. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging across his forehead, and the rage radiating from him sent a chill through everyone nearby. He never imagined that despite all his precautions he had still failed to protect her. His beloved daughter, the one he had cradled in his palms, had still plunged headfirst into that pit of fire known as the ninth prince. The more he dwelled on it, the tighter his chest constricted with agonizing pain. Clutching his blade, he spun around and charged toward the door. But Afu the steward was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body. He lunged forward and clung desperately to Gao Jia's leg. In the next instant, the others in the hall dropped to their knees as well, their faces twisted in anguish as they pleaded frantically. "Chief, you must not do this. Things have already reached this point. We must suppress it and not let it escalate. If you truly lead a force to the ninth prince's mansion, the entire Longyou Merchant Guild will lose face. Moreover, the young mistress and the ninth prince have already completed the wedding ceremony, and by now they may well have entered the bridal chamber. Rushing over at this moment would be highly inappropriate. Chief, please reconsider." Gao Jia understood the logic behind their words all too well, yet the more reasonable they sounded, the more suffocated he felt. If he stormed the ninth prince's mansion, now his daughter's reputation would be utterly destroyed. But if he didn't, this burning resentment in his chest would never be quenched. His head throbbed violently, and hot blood surged relentlessly upward. Seeing that he hadn't acted immediately, Afu hastily pressed on, "Chief, please just take a step back for now. What's done is done, and the rice is already cooked. No matter how much we stir things up, nothing will change. The most crucial point is that the young mistress went there of her own accord, and I've heard that the young mistress had already taken a liking to the ninth prince long ago. Her boudoir is adorned with several portraits of him, and she often practices drawing by copying them. The young mistress has clearly made up her mind for a long time. Even if we force her to come back today, I doubt she would change her heart. Perhaps it's best to just let this matter rest for now. Tomorrow the ninth prince will surely come in person to apologize. After all, you are now his father-in-law. With the young mistress married into his household, the Longyou Merchant Guild's standing in Mabe will only grow more secure. Chief, you must think this through carefully. With the young mistress married into his household, the Longyou Merchant Guild's standing in Mabe will only grow more secure. Chief, you must think this through carefully. Afu pleaded with heartfelt earnestness, exhausting every word he could offer. Gao Jia's chest heaved violently. He was furious, humiliated, and felt utterly disgraced. He couldn't fathom what kind of enchantment the ninth prince had cast upon his precious daughter. How could she so shamelessly run to his mansion on her own? No doubt something had already transpired between them last night. Otherwise, why the desperate rush to hold the wedding ceremony at dawn? It felt like a knife twisting directly into his heart. Gao Jia could no longer contain himself. He raised his blade with a furious roar and hacked wildly at the ornaments nearby. As the blade flashed, tables, chairs, and vases shattered into pieces across the floor. Everyone around turned pale with terror, not daring to breathe. Yet bound by his daughter's reputation and the guild's honor, Gao Jia ultimately did not storm the ninth prince's mansion. He could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. After venting his fury, Gao Jia charged into Gao Ran's boudoir, only to find the walls covered with portraits of the ninth prince. One after another. Different expressions, different poses, yet all of them depicted that ninth prince who made his teeth grind with hatred. Those portraits hung there so glaring that Gao Jia could barely breathe. A sharp pain stabbed through his chest, and his vision went dark. The next instant, Gao Jia collapsed to the floor in a dead faint. Meanwhile, Gao Ran was already ensconced in the ninth prince's mansion, basking in Ying Zhao's tender care. That day, the banquet at the ninth prince's mansion stretched all the way until nightfall. Guests came and went, eating heartily and drinking to their full delight. In a dim corner of that day, the banquet at the ninth prince's mansion stretched all the way until nightfall. Guests came and went, eating heartily and drinking to their full delight. In a dim corner of the crowd, two disguised figures were quietly partaking in the feast as well. They wore the attire of Persian merchants with bushy fake beards pasted on their faces, giving them a distinctly foreign appearance. One of them was none other than Zhang Han. The other was Shirlu, the imperial censor who had just been dispatched to Mabe on a covert inspection mission. Shirlu raised his wine cup, his eyes brimming with disbelief, and whispered, "This is all real. The ninth prince has taken another concubine. I keep feeling like I'm dreaming. Is this truly the ninth prince's mansion?" Zhang Han shot him a helpless glance and said flatly, "No need to doubt it. This is indeed the ninth prince's mansion. And the fact that he's taken another concubine is also true. You haven't seen much of this kind of spectacle yet. Once you've witnessed it more often, you'll naturally get used to it." Shirlu shook his... Throughout his journey here, he had assumed that the rumors about the ninth prince were somewhat exaggerated. But now, having seen it with his own eyes, he realized those words weren't just accurate, they were even understated. This ninth prince truly was as dissolute as the rumors claimed. His audacity was simply staggering. He had deliberately disguised himself to come to the mansion, hoping to uncover the truth firsthand. But everything he had witnessed so far was enough to churn his stomach. In just half a month or so the prince had added yet another What's more, this new concubine was still in the bloom of youth, barely past adulthood. This ninth prince really had no qualms. He had probably set his sights on her long ago, waiting for the right moment to sweep her into his residence. The more Shirley thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Damn it. Utterly damnable. He had seen men who craved beauty, but never one so outrageously debauched as this. Moreover, he had noticed that this ninth prince's mansion was nothing short of a pleasure den. Beautiful wives and concubines gathered in droves, slender and plump, every type imaginable. It was plain to see what kind of extravagant life this ninth prince led on a daily basis. He was clearly drowning in a sea of women, never to climb out again. Shirley couldn't help but shake his head once more. In his eyes, this ninth prince was nothing but a thoroughbred wastrel. In the past, he had been a sickly invalid. Now he had transformed into a lecherous ghost. And Shirley despised such men above all else. He had already signed. He must write a memorial and report this truthfully to his majesty. A prince like this was a disgrace to the royal family. He had barely arrived in Mabe when he witnessed such a scene firsthand. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Wasn't this corrupting public morals? If all the wastrels of the realm followed suit, what would become of the world? Before long, wouldn't all the women of the land be ruined by these scoundrels? How infuriating. The more Shirley watched, the more suffocated he felt, almost unable to hold himself together. Before long, wouldn't all the women of the land be ruined by these scoundrels? How infuriating. The more Shirley watched, the more suffocated he felt, almost unable to. As soon as the banquet ended, he returned to his lodgings, immediately spread out paper and brush, and wrote a memorial. Then he ordered a messenger to ride at full speed and deliver the letter to the imperial palace in Xianyang. Zhang Han, watching from the side, frowned deeply and couldn't help but warn, "Inspector, sure, this move may not be wise. The wording of your letter is far too severe. Moreover, what you've written may not be the whole truth. In my opinion, you'd best investigate further. Perhaps then you'll see something different." The event unfolded so abruptly that two men barely had time to react. The next, "Is there any need to investigate further? With such a demeanor, any discerning eye can tell he is not but a wastrel prince, indulging in the pleasures of the boudoir and neglecting his duties. This matter must be reported to his majesty. If his majesty does not discipline him properly, the women of the northern desert will likely all be ruined by him before long." Shirley spoke with an air of righteous indignation. In his own view, he was always upright and principled and would never fabricate falsehoods. Zhang Han, seeing his stubbornness, could only shake his head in helpless resignation. He sighed inwardly for Ying Zhao. "Your Highness the ninth prince, you shall have to rely on your own fortune this time." The next morning, Ying Zhao awoke from his slumber with a face full of smiles. He felt invigorated and refreshed, his spirit full, without the slightest hint of fatigue. Indeed, the more nourishment, the greater the effect. Taking wives and concubines, and expanding his progeny, his fortune and physique were also constantly growing stronger. Gazing at Gao Ran, who was still soundly asleep in his arms, a smile unconsciously curled at the corner of Ying Zhao's lips. A woman this forward was indeed a rarity. As for the current expression on her father Gao Jiao's face, Ying Zhao could roughly. He was probably as dark as the bottom of a wok by now. But regardless, Gao Jiao would henceforth be his father-in-law. The proper formalities must not be neglected. Ying Zhao mused that he would have servants prepare some nourishing gifts to send over shortly. He wouldn't want his father-in-law to actually be angered into some ailment. Ying Zhao dressed himself, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the bedchamber, stretching lazily in the morning breeze. He was about to head to the rear courtyard to refine pills. At that moment, a young soldier hurried over to report, "Your Highness. Disaster. The Xiongnu army is besieging the Hetao region. They have already approached the border and have that area completely encircled." "What?" Ying Zhao's expression instantly turned serious. For the Xiongnu to suddenly invade southward at this time showed considerable audacity. The Hetao region was the most lush pasture land in the northern desert, now under the jurisdiction of Great Qin. How dare these Xiongnu still reach out to seize it? Utterly ridiculous. A cold glint flashed in Ying Zhao's eyes, and he said calmly, "Do they think Great Qin has no men left? Attend me, prepare my horse. I shall go and meet them personally." Realizing the enemy was already at the border, and that the people near Hetao could be in peril at any moment, potentially even causing turmoil across the northern desert, Ying Zhao dared not delay. Soon he mounted his horse and lashed the whip sharply. Hiya! The next moment, a troop of riders kicked up dust and galloped at full speed towards Hetao. They were going to face the Xiongnu. Just as Ying Zhao was galloping at full tilt, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Reminder for the host: this event is a specially arranged surprise mission by the system. Now it is up to the host to perform. Consider it a chance for the host to display a hint of his sharpness. Host is requested to proceed immediately to the battlefield. The more enemies you slay, the richer the rewards. Your combat abilities will be enhanced, and your bones will undergo a new round of transformation. Furthermore, the host's appearance and temperament will be further optimized. In the future, taking wives and concubines will naturally become even easier. In addition, a great surprise awaits the host to unlock. Ying Zhao's mouth twitched at this. This damn system, as usual, arranging for the Xiongnu to invade and calling this a surprise. It must be insane. To be honest, Ying Zhao felt somewhat uneasy inside. This system was so mysterious, who knew what scheme it was brewing now? However, before long, he would discover that the system's arrangement this time was indeed to his liking. One could even say quite. At the Xianyang imperial palace, all had been relatively calm. But soon two pieces of news arrived in succession, filling the first emperor of Qin with shock and fury. The first to arrive at the palace was a secret letter sent back from the northern desert by Shirlu. The moment the first emperor opened and read it, its contents ignited his wrath. With a sharp crack, he swept the teacup beside him to the floor. His aura surged, his fury almost uncontrollable. Excellent. Truly a worthless, unfilial wretch. I knew all along that he would eventually commit the disgraceful act of seizing a woman by force. I never imagined it to be true. He dares to do such a thing that tarnishes the royal family's name. He deserves death. The first emperor roared, attendants, issue the decree. Immediately seize that unfilial wretch. Throw him into the dungeons, and keep him under strict guard. At this command, Zhao Gao trembled in fear, and Fu Su, kneeling below, did not dare utter a single word. He had rushed to the palace as soon as he heard a letter had arrived from the northern desert. He was worried that his ninth brother might have stirred up more trouble, but he never expected his father to be enraged to such an extent. Judging by this, could his ninth brother have truly seized a woman by force? Fu Su's heart sank, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Zhao Gao dared not delay. Receiving the first emperor's command, he immediately prepared to go and deliver the decree. He had rushed to the palace as soon as he heard a letter had arrived from the northern desert. He was worried that his ninth brother might have stirred up more trouble, but he never expected his father to be enraged to such an extent. Perhaps we should investigate first before deciding on punishment. Before Fu Su could finish his words, the first emperor whirled around and shot him a cold glare. That gaze was enough to freeze a person solid. The first emperor at this moment had no desire to hear such nonsense. Fu Su always spoke up for Ying Zhao, but that useless wretch only became more disappointing each time. Now all the first emperor wanted was to drag that unfilial son back and vent the fury in his heart. A bastard who constantly took concubines like mad, he deserved death. However, before long, Zhao Gao rushed back, and his face pale as a sheet. The news he brought this time was even more shocking. Your Majesty, a grave matter. Urgent border dispatch. The Xiongnu army has suddenly invaded the Hetao region. The enemy forces are vast, and their offensive is fierce, their momentum immense. Our troops stationed there may not be able to hold out for long. What? The first emperor felt his head buzz. Good heavens. The Xiongnu were invading again, and targeting the Hetao area directly. These beasts certainly knew how to pick their spots. Ever since Ying Zhao had gone to the northern desert, the first emperor had not sent additional large forces to garrison there. On the contrary, he had even withdrawn some troops. Because in his view, with a prince stationed there, even if the Xiongnu were bold, they wouldn't be so rampant so quickly. At least for the next few years, the northern desert should remain stable. Who would have thought those Xiongnu would attack so soon? Now with a great army pressing on the border, another hard-fought battle was imminent. At least for the next few years, the northern desert should remain stable. Who would have thought those Xiongnu would attack so soon? Now with a great army pressing on the border, another hard-fought battle was imminent. Order him to lead 100,000 troops to the northern desert with all haste. He must completely crush those Xiongnu. Fu Su's heart raced with anxiety as he hastily spoke. Father, I fear it may already be too late. Even at the fastest pace, it would take at least half a month to travel from Xianyang to the northern deserts. The troops stationed there now may not be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. In my view, it would be wiser to mobilize troops from a closer location. After hearing this, Qin Shi Huang found the reasoning sound. He immediately changed his decree. Then let Meng Yi rush over there first. He happens to be inspecting the border defenses at this very moment. He commands 50,000 troops under his banner. They should be able to hold the line for a while. With some luck, he might even be able to annihilate that entire Xiongnu force. As for Meng Tian, order him to muster his troops and stand by immediately. The moment the time is right, he is to advance towards the northern deserts. If necessary, he is to root out the Xiongnu forces near the region entirely. I would like to see if they dare to be so presumptuous again in the future. How infuriating. Zhao Gao hurriedly bowed and accepted the order. Yes, your servant will see to it at once. Ying Zhao, riding a tall warhorse, galloped at full speed straight to the front lines of the battlefield. Initially, he had planned to continue developing in the shadows, quietly amassing his strength. Wait until the opportune moment to overthrow his own father's court in one fell swoop and ascend to the throne himself. But now he had temporarily decided he would no longer tolerate this. Since the Xiongnu had already brought the war to their doorstep, he had to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. Ying Zhao immediately retrieved war chariots and warhorses from his system space. At the same time, he summoned all the shadow guards and personal protectors under his command. After this period of rigorous training, these guards were no longer what they used to be. Their combat prowess was now formidable. Ying Zhao personally led over 100 guards as they mounted their horses. Each one wielded a Type 38 rifle. Forming their ranks, they advanced directly towards the massive Xiongnu army. Meanwhile, the Xiongnu commander on the other side was still roaring with laughter. Has the northern desert run out of men? Has the Great Qin Empire run out of men too? They actually sent a useless prince to face us in battle. This is a joke to me. If they had sent a seasoned general of Great Qin, I might have had some cause for caution. But what is there to fear from a mere incompetent prince? Isn't this the same waste who is infatuated with women and spends all his days in a haze of pleasure? And now he dares to come to the battlefield. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Men, prepare to attack. Capture this ninth prince alive. If we manage to capture him, we'll have a valuable hostage. Then we can not only threaten Qin Shi Huang, but also negotiate terms with Great Qin. Ha ha ha. With a single command from the Xiongnu General Mo Chanyu, he mounted his horse and personally led the charge. This time he was determined to catch his prey in a trap. In Moda's view, Exiled, this foolish prince daring to rush onto the battlefield himself, was like a gift delivered right to his doorstep. A reckless fool who didn't know his limits, daring to dream of killing enemies. He was clearly out of his mind. Since the prey had delivered itself, why wouldn't he seize it? Modu raised his curved blade high and roared, "Warriors, charge with me." Soon the two armies clashed heated. However, the moment they made contact, the Xiongnu forces were utterly bewildered, because what Exiled side wielded was no ordinary weapon. Those were Type 38 rifles. Not to mention his war chariots and war horses, all top-tier equipment rewarded by the system. And during this period, Exiled had also been secretly ordering his men to research gunpowder. After numerous adjustments to the gunpowder formula, the firearms now produced were terrifyingly powerful. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Bullet after bullet whistled through the air, slamming heavily into the shields raised by the Xiongnu soldiers. Before the Xiongnu could even react, the front row of shields was pierced through by the relentless gunfire. Immediately after, the soldiers behind the shields fell one by one, dying on the spot. With the front shield wall gone, the Xiongnu cavalry behind had no choice but to withstand the bullets with their flesh and blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dense hail of bullets swept across, and they simply couldn't defend against it. Any Xiongnu soldier hit by a bullet fell to the ground almost instantly, unable to get back up. Mo Chanyu finally began to panic. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Release the arrows!" He hoped to use long-range archery to suppress the terrifying weapons in the Qin army's hands. Mo Chanyu finally began to panic. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Release the arrows!" He hoped to use long-range archery to suppress the terrifying but one of his deputy generals urgently shouted, "Prince, we can't. Our arrows don't have enough range. If we shoot now, they won't even reach them. Unless we move closer." Before he could even finish his sentence, several bombs were suddenly hurled from the distance. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky. The entire battlefield seemed to tremble violently. The Xiongnu soldiers, terrified, threw themselves flat on the ground. But it was already too late. As the echoes of the explosions gradually faded, a large number of Xiongnu soldiers lay strewn across the field. Some who had miraculously survived stumbled up from the smoke and dust, dazed and confused. They were charred black, their hair blasted into disarray, looking as pathetic as if they had rolled out of a fire pit. Mo Chanyu staggered to his feet, still completely dazed. His face was a mask of disbelief, and he shouted in shock and fury, "What happened? What was that just now? What in the world was that?" He had never seen such a devastating firearm in his life. In that moment, he was completely terrified. Before Modu could even process what had happened, several more shells came whistling in from the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, the battlefield was engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Modu narrowly escaped with his life, and how could he possibly dare to linger any longer? He immediately mounted his horse and fled in a panic without looking back. His two deputy generals followed closely behind him, retreating in a frantic scramble. They rode their war horses, desperately galloping back to the Xiongnu camp. Modu, as the Xiongnu prince, had intended to personally lead this campaign. If he could only secure the Hetao region, he would establish his authority within the army and firmly solidify his position. At that point, he could even formally challenge his own father, Chanyu Tuman. He would pull his father down from the throne and become the true king of the Xiongnu. But Modu never imagined that this battle would turn out like this. He stumbled back into the main camp tent, looking utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, inside the Chinese royal tent, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. A whole plump lamb was being roasted over the blazing charcoal, sizzling enticingly. Golden droplets of fat dripped into the fire, immediately sending up wisps of bright red flames. A beautiful woman was softly nestled in the arms of the old Chanyu Tuman. She repeatedly raised a goblet, bringing fine wine to his lips. Tuman's eyes were filled with nothing but the intoxicating flush on the woman's cheeks, paying no attention to anything else. Seeing Modu suddenly burst into the tent, a look of displeasure immediately appeared on his face. However, he didn't pay it much mind. In Tuman's view, since his son had returned, it most likely meant the mission had been accomplished. The Hetao region must have already been conquered. Thinking of his flawless plan, Tuman felt a surge of private satisfaction. He then directly scooped up the soft cotton-like woman in his arms, ready to head towards the large bed covered in thick furs. But Modu, travel-worn and utterly distraught, could no longer hold it in. He fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling as he shouted, "My king, we have been defeated. The Qin army's advance is too fierce. We couldn't hold them back. They might reach the main camp soon. We must retreat." What? Tuman and the woman in his arms were both stunned, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? They had scouted the area thoroughly and found few Qin troops stationed along the river bend. How could they have lost so suddenly and so decisively? The event unfolded so abruptly that Tuman barely had time to react. The next moment, earth-shaking cries erupted out. The thunder of cannon fire roared without cease. The war cries of charging Qin soldiers faintly reached the tent, and the very ground trembled beneath their feet. Tuman's face changed dramatically. He shoved the woman in his arms aside and bellowed, "Quick! Retreat! Now!" He rushed out of the tent, vaulted onto his war horse, and galloped wildly into the distance. Moda hastily gave chase. This battle was a total rout for the Xiongnu. Neither father nor son had ever imagined the situation could deteriorate to such a degree. especially for Chanyu Tuman. As the supreme king of the Xiongnu, he had hoped this personal campaign would display his might. Instead, he had not only failed to establish his prestige, but was now fleeing in utter disgrace. He had completely lost face. On the battlefield, smoke billowed and explosions rang out in succession, making the entire plain seem to quake. The Xiongnu soldiers had already descended into chaos. They screamed and scattered terror etched across their faces. They had never witnessed such tactics before. In previous battles, combat had always relied on blades, bows, and horses. It was either you cut me down or I shot you through. Even ranged weapons were nothing more than arrows and crossbows. But today what the Great Qin side brought forth was entirely beyond their comprehension. Before anyone could even see what was happening, a few bangs rang out from the enemy's direction. A deafening buzz filled their ears, their vision blurred, and those around them collapsed in droves. Blood quickly stained the grassland. They had no idea what kind of weapon it was, let alone how to resist it. For a time, screams, wails, and cries for help rose and fell across the entire steppe. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao was thoroughly relishing the slaughter. Since he had already struck, he might as well give these Xiongnu a true lesson in what it meant to be hit with overwhelming force. With a single command, Ling Zhao led his 100-odd guards charging forward. 30 of the guards were tasked solely with hurling explosives. Each bomb that landed left the Xiongnu warriors utterly. Another 20 guards armed with Type 38 rifles focused on picking off key targets among the enemy ranks. Their marksmanship was impeccable, and almost every shot claimed a life. With this, the Xiongnu army had no escape. The remaining 50-plus guards stayed close to Ling Zhao, protecting him and carving a clear, unobstructed path of slaughter. Ling Zhao himself, wielding a revolver, also began personally picking off enemies. Seated atop his tall warhorse with his robes billowing, he cut an imposing and awe-inspiring figure. At that moment, he felt his blood boil and his ambition swell wildly. He almost wished he could wipe out the entire Xiongnu stronghold in one fell swoop. He fought his way through several tents. Whenever he encountered a Xiongnu general, he wasted no words, raising his gun and firing. Several commanders fell on the spot dead without a fuss. Of course, some tents were already empty, their occupants having fled in the chaos. Before long, a guard hurried over to report, "Your Highness, Chanyu Tuman and his son Modu have already fled the camp." Ling Zhao's face darkened at the news. How could he let them get? He raised his pistol and fired a shot into the air. A sharp bang echoed out. Ling Zhao shouted, "Brothers, after them. Bring those two back to me." The moment he finished speaking, dozens of guards spurred their horses and gave chase in the direction Tuman and his son had fled. Soon another subordinate arrived with a report. "Your Highness, we've found a number of imprisoned women in the western tents. They were held captive by the Xiongnu king for his pleasure." A chill deepened in Ling Zhao's eyes upon hearing this. Nothing disgusted him more than those who treated women as mere objects or playthings. These Xiongnu were truly despicable. Without hesitation, Ling Zhao wheeled his horse around and led his men to rescue the imprisoned women. Meanwhile, Chanyu Tuman and Modu were galloping desperately, one behind the other, their minds fraught with terror and Modu in particular couldn't fathom it. How could that rumored useless prince from the northern wastes be so terrifying? With barely 100 men, he unleashed such devastating power. Most critically, the weapons in their hands were utterly bizarre. Their power was despairingly overwhelming. It was only now that Modu finally understood. No wonder the Great Qin hadn't stationed many troops along the river bend. They weren't negligent, they were confident. This time he had truly walked right into a trap. As the father and son fled, they could barely hold back their tears. Tuman in particular was so frustrated he could spit blood. He had believed this campaign would easily seize the river bend. Who could have guessed he'd end up in such a pathetic state? As he fled, Tuman suddenly seemed to remember something and yanked hard on. "No, I must go back. I have to take that woman with me. How can I leave behind a princess I fought so hard to capture?" In his eyes, snatching a stunning beauty wasn't easy, especially since this one was Princess Yushu of the Tuan Kingdom. The woman had been en route to the Great Qin court for a political marriage when his men intercepted her. In essence, he had stolen a woman right from under the first emperor's nose. On this matter, he absolutely could not concede. With that, Tuman actually turned his horse around, preparing to head back to camp. Modu watched his father's reckless folly and felt a cold satisfaction. He made no attempt to dissuade him. In fact, he half hoped Tuman would run straight into the Qin army and get shot dead, allowing him to inherit the throne without delay. So Modu remained silent, urging his horse onward in frantic escape. Meanwhile, Tuman had already wheeled around and was galloping back toward the camp. He still believed that if he was quick, he could grab Princess Yushu and still make his getaway. But he hadn't gone far before he collided head-on with the pursuing Qin forces. Seeing the long iron rods in their hands, Tuman had no idea what they were. Nor did he realize the danger that had already descended upon him. He drew his curved saber ready to charge with murderous intent. His eyes were bloodshot and killing aura radiated from him. In his mind, there were only a few dozen men before him. As the mighty king of the Xiongnu, how could he not break through them? But just then Ling Zhao had already caught up from behind. From a distance, he spotted the Xiongnu king at a glance. "Tuman Chanyu." Ling Zhao showed not the slightest deference. Raising the revolver in his hand from afar, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot tore across the grassland. The next moment, the old Chanyu took a bullet to the chest, his entire body stiffening abruptly. Then he tumbled heavily from his horse. Until his final breath, Tuman Chanyu never understood what had happened. He didn't even know what that strange iron contraption from moments ago truly was. That answer he would never know. Thus fell the king of the Xiongnu, collapsing into a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. In the distance, Modu, who was fleeing in sheer panic, glanced back. When he saw his father shot off his horse, a cold sweat broke out over his entire body. This Great Qin was terrifying. Modu dared not linger a moment longer. He lashed his horse's flank viciously and fled even faster. He fled in terror, but amidst the fear a sliver of secret glee sprouted in his heart. After all, his reckless father, in a sense this was a godsend for him. It had to be said, Modu was indeed a master of escape. The instant two-man was shot and fell, Modu had already seized the chance to put hundreds of meters between himself and the chaos. Coupled with his exceptional stamina and equestrian skill, he pushed on relentlessly and successfully broke free from the battle. In the end, Modu managed to escape back to the Xiongnu heartland alive. Yet the flight left him deeply shaken. Upon his return, he fell severely ill. Meanwhile, the entire Xiongnu nation could only helplessly make funeral arrangements for their king Tuman Chanyu. On the other side, Exiled led his troops in a triumphant withdrawal back to the city. He had not only repelled the Xiongnu army, but also rescued the imprisoned women along the way. As he rode back into the city on his tall horse, Exiled was radiant with pride and joy. He hardly looked like someone who had just fought a battle. He seemed more like a groom returning from a wedding procession. When Meng Yi leading 50,000 troops rushed to the Hetao border in a frenzy, the sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. His place had clearly witnessed a massive battle. Looking out, the battlefield was a mess littered with corpses, and the ground was pockmarked with scorched deep craters. Those pits didn't look like they were made by swords or spears, but rather as if they had been blasted out by some terrifying force. Meng Yi's heart tightened, and he immediately dispatched several scouts to investigate. But the strange thing was, the side that suffered the heavy casualties was almost entirely Xiongnu soldiers. The other side seemed to have lost very little. A chill ran down Meng Yi's spine. But the strange thing was, the side that suffered the heavy casualties was almost entirely Xiongnu soldiers. The other side seemed to have lost very little. A chill ran down Meng Yi's spine. He immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Go and find out immediately. What exactly happened here? Which force could have reduced this Xiongnu army to such a state? Such combat power is too astonishing. Could another unknown elite force have infiltrated the Hetao area? You must get to the bottom of this for me. Furthermore, all actions must be covert. Do not let the enemy detect our armies. Yes, I will investigate at once." In Meng Yi's view, a third party must have appeared here, and that force was undoubtedly extremely formidable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have nearly annihilated the Xiongnu army in such a short time. But Meng Yi would know that the one who truly defeated the Xiongnu was none other than Exiled, the ninth prince, whom everyone dismissed as a good for nothing. Meng Yi was always cautious in his actions, paying attention to details and considering the bigger picture. With the enemy's situation unclear and the events on the battlefield unconfirmed, he didn't rashly lead his troops into the city. Instead, he first ordered the main army to camp in several concealed positions. Then he continued to send people to secretly gather information. It wasn't until the afternoon that several scouts hurriedly returned. With barely contained excitement on their faces, they reported to Meng Yi immediately, "General, we found out. This time the one who routed the Xiongnu was our own Great Qin. The one who acted was the ninth prince stationed in Ma Bei. His Highness the ninth prince personally led a squad of guards into the battle and utterly smashed the Xiongnu army. And even the Xiongnu king Tuman Chanyu died at his hands. Right now, Tuman Chanyu's body is hanging on the city gate of Ma Bei for public display." Upon hearing this, Meng Yi was completely stunned on the spot. He looked at the scouts in disbelief, his words faltering. "You mean the ninth prince?" It was the ninth prince who led the troops to defeat the Xiongnu. "Which ninth prince?" "His Highness Exiled." The scouts nodded repeatedly. Meng Yi felt this was simply too absurd, almost unreal. He swallowed hard, then immediately said, "Let's go. We're heading to Ma Bei city right now. I must see this with my own eyes. Since when did the ninth prince have such abilities? With his frail, sickly frame from before, how could he possibly fight on the battlefield and personally slay the Xiongnu king?" Meng Yi found it truly beyond belief. Over the years, he had spent most of his time patrolling the frontiers and wasn't familiar with recent events in the capital. In his memory, the ninth prince, Exiled, had always been that weak, sickly youth who coughed up blood at the slightest exertion. It seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Many even believed he wouldn't live much longer. But now someone was that this very person had repelled the Xiongnu army with his guards, and even slain Tuman Chanyu. How could he had arrived late, only to find that so much had already transpired on the battlefield? Meng Yi mounted his horse and led his men straight towards Ma Bei city. Based on the travel pace, they should reach the city gates in about an hour. He was determined to confirm with his own eyes whether Tuman Chanyu was truly dead. At this very moment, Exiled had long since returned to Ma Bei city in high spirits. As he entered the city, nearly all the townsfolk fell to their knees. Countless people kowtowed and cheered, their voices trembling with excitement, heaping praise upon Exiled to the heavens. The ninth prince's might is unparalleled. His Highness is truly the pride of Great Qin. The ninth prince has rid Ma Bei of a great scourge. We are eternally grateful for your Highness' immense kindness. With your Highness stationed in Ma Bei, it is truly a blessing for us common folk. Long live the ninth prince. We welcome the ninth prince's glorious return. Congratulations to his Highness on the victory, and congratulations in advance on the new joy to come. Wishing the ninth prince a blissful wedding night. The citizens were ecstatic, their cheers rising and falling in waves. For years they had been oppressed and harassed by the Xiongnu. Many had long harbored a stifled anger with no outlet. And today Ing Zhao had personally avenged them. How could the people not be moved? Moreover, they had witnessed the ninth prince returning, this time escorted by several beautiful women. Understanding the situation, the crowd generously offered their congratulations on his new marriages. Ing Zhao accepted all the well wishes with a beaming smile. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the surprise the system had mentioned earlier. He had to admit this arrangement suited his tastes perfectly. Ing Zhao glanced back at the women in the carriage, his heart stirred with a subtle ripple of emotion. That old scoundrel man truly was audacious. Not only had he abducted numerous respectable women, but he even dared to seize the princess who was journeying to the Qin state for a political marriage. Had Ing Zhao not stormed the Xiongnu camp in time, Princess Yushu would have met a dire fate. When he lifted the tent flap and first laid eyes upon her, his heart was inexplicably moved. The woman possessed a strikingly ethereal beauty and a gentle, captivating temperament. The moment Princess Yushu saw Ing Zhao, a flicker of shyness and admiration passed through her eyes. Clearly she too was captivated by the handsome and powerful Qin prince before her. There was no time like the present. Ing Zhao was never one to procrastinate. He immediately gave orders for the ninth prince's residence to begin preparations for the joyous occasion. With lanterns and decorations adorning the halls, he formally welcomed Princess Yushu into his household, returning to the city with his beautiful bride in joyful triumph. As for the other rescued women, many of them secretly harbored admiration for Ing Zhao. After all, a man so handsome, powerful, and capable of saving them from the clutches of the Xiongnu was hard to resist. Yet although Ing Zhao cherished beautiful women, he also had his own principles. He would never take another man's wife. He immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate the families and husbands of these women. If they had families, he arranged for their safe escort back. Before their departure, he bestowed upon them generous gifts to ensure their future stability. And so the ninth prince Ing Zhao returned in triumph, with the common folk lining the streets to welcome him. The carriage soon arrived at the ninth prince's residence. Ing Zhao dismounted and personally lifted his bride Princess Yushu into his arms. He then entered the residence to wash and change. Before long, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air with immense joy. They performed the wedding ceremony, paid their respects, and entered the bridal chamber. The entire process was smooth and efficient. All the other wives and concubines in the residence smiled warmly, offering their blessings to their new sister. As Meng Yi led his 50,000-strong army to the gates of Mabe City, he spotted a head suspended above the city gate from a distance. The head swayed in the wind, sending a chill down the spines of all who saw it. Meng Yi narrowed his eyes and studied it carefully, his expression instantly turning grim. There was no mistake. It was the head of the Xiongnu King Tuman Shanyu. Good heavens! Could it be that the ninth prince really did this? Meng Yi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Meanwhile, within Mabe City, the atmosphere was one of boisterous celebration. The sound of drums and gongs drifted over, and the streets were lined with red silk and colorful lanterns, an ocean of festive red as far as the eye could see. Meng Yi was utterly bewildered. I heard His Highness has taken another concubine, and she's a woman he rescued from the battlefield. At this point, the soldier I heard His Highness has taken another concubine, and she's a woman he rescued from the battlefield. At this point, the soldier I heard His Highness has taken another concubine, and she's a woman he rescued from the battlefield. At this point, the soldier hesitated, his voice trailing off. Meng Yi frowned and glared at him. What else? Don't beat around the bush, speak up. The soldier's face turned bitter, his voice trembling as he said, and the new concubine of the ninth prince is actually Princess Yushu of the Tuan Kingdom, who was abducted by the Xiongnu. What? Princess Yushu? At the sound of that name, Meng Yi felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind reeled. Just days ago, the first emperor had issued a decree ordering him to lead troops to receive the bride and escort the princess of the Tuan Kingdom into Qin territory. Meng Yi had accepted the order and hastened to the rendezvous point. However, before he could arrive, he received news from the Tuan Kingdom that Princess Yushu had been ambushed and taken by the Xiongnu along the way. Meng Yi had been agonizing over how to report this to the emperor. And now, to his utter shock, Princess Yushu had become the ninth prince's concubine. This was so absurd that he found it hard to accept. The events of the day had left Meng Yi feeling utterly stunned, and in his memory the ninth prince Ing Zhao was a man of extreme frailty. His body was as weak as a pile of loose bones, so fragile that a gust of wind could knock him over. With such a physical condition, how could he possibly continue to take wives and concubines? Along the way, Meng Yi had received a rough report from his subordinates. They said that the ninth prince had married many women recently, and his household was already full of beautiful consorts. But what shocked him even more was that Ing Zhao had dared to take Princess Yushu of the Tuan Kingdom into his residence. Wasn't this essentially challenging the first emperor for a woman? Meng Yi's heart sank. He immediately raised his whip and lashed it down fiercely. The warhorse, startled by the pain, bolted forward. As Meng Yi galloped at full speed, he shouted back to his men, "Quick! Hurry to the ninth prince's residence and stop this wedding. We absolutely cannot let the wedding feast continue. Fortunately, we haven't arrived too late. It's not dark yet. Let's get to the bottom of this and rescue Princess Yushu first. Otherwise, no one can answer to His Majesty. We'll all be in serious trouble." Meng Yi rode on his heart, filled, but the young soldier behind him on the verge of tears hastily shouted, "General, it's too late. By now it's truly too late. They've already entered the bridal chamber. The rice is already cooked." Hearing this, Meng Yi abruptly reined in his horse. The war horse let out a long neigh, rearing up before its hooves slammed back to the ground. Meng Yi sat frozen on his horse, unable to react for a long moment. When he finally came to his senses, he glared fiercely at the soldier. "What did you say? It's still early. How could they have entered the bridal chamber already? Are you sure the information is correct?" The soldier said with a grimace, "General, the information is correct. Word has spread all over Mabe City. The ninth prince is known for being quite amorous. And every time he marries, he rushes into the bridal chamber with great urgency, rarely following the usual timing. Our scouts have already reported back. The couple happily entered the bridal chamber a full hour ago. Rushing over now is truly too late." Meng Yi was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, but for a long while no complete sentence came out. This situation was so bizarre it made his scalp tingle. Meanwhile, Wang Qinyan, the county magistrate of Mabe, had somehow gotten wind of the news and was rushing towards the city gate. Imperial censor Shirlu, having also heard of Meng Yi's arrival, hurried over as well. Before long the two arrived before Meng Yi, one after the other. Meng Yi dismounted, his expression grave as he looked at Shirlu. "Lord Shir, I didn't expect to find you here in Mabe. I presume His Majesty sent you here secretly to investigate the situation. You can tell me then what exactly is the deal with this ninth prince. This time he may have truly landed himself in serious trouble." Shirlu let out a helpless sigh upon hearing this. "What else can I say? The ninth prince has always been this way, utterly reckless. But General Meng, if you seek a more detailed account, you shouldn't ask only me. You might as well ask this ninth prince's own father-in-law." At these words, Wang Qinyan's face immediately fell, and he dropped to his knees with a thud. His expression was one of profound distress. Meng Yi was taken aback, frowning as he asked, "What's the meaning of this? You've also become the ninth prince's father-in-law. Your daughter married him too." Wang Qinyan replied with a wry smile, "General Meng, this truly isn't entirely my fault. It's just that the ninth prince possesses a certain inexplicable charm. My little daughter wouldn't listen to any advice. She was the one who pursued him. With mutual affection between them, so they got married. And before I knew it, I had become the ninth prince's father-in-law." Meng Yi was left utterly speechless. He truly couldn't fathom what was going on with this ninth prince. What kind of miraculous elixir had he consumed to become so absurdly debauched? Meng Yi flicked his sleeves and said in a deep voice, "No. I must see this for myself. Hearing about it is not the same. I want to see for myself just how far this ninth prince's licentiousness goes. He even dared to take in Princess Yushu, who was meant to enter the palace. Is he tired of living? With Princess Yushu now in his residence, the state of Tuan will certainly not remain quiet. If this news reaches Xianyang and His Majesty learns of it, he'll be furious. I must meet him and see what explanation he has." Wang Qinyan dared not delay. He quickly ordered his men to clear the group, then made their way towards the ninth prince's residence. Before long they arrived at the gates. The entrance was still adorned with red silk banners and a sea of festive lanterns. Inside the residence was packed with guests, the sound of drums and gongs shaking the heavens, as if the entire city of Mabe was celebrating a festival. The jubilant scene left Meng Yi utterly bewildered. He couldn't help but turn to Wang Qinyan, frowning. It's already this late, dusk is falling, and the guests still haven't left. Wang Qinyan's face stiffened with embarrassment as he forced a dry laugh and explained, "General Meng, this has been the custom at the ninth prince's residence for a while now. Whether it's dark or not doesn't really matter. The revelry can continue well into the night. The ninth prince adores this kind of bustling scene. He says it brings and with more people it's more festive, adding to the atmosphere of the wedding chamber. Anyway, with all the excitement, the celebrations are carried off smoothly. It's no trouble at all." Meng Yi nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. He finally understood. This ninth prince wasn't just licentious. He cared nothing for propriety or reputation. With a darkened face, Meng Yi walked into the courtyard and found a corner to sit in. He was determined to see for himself what kind of atmosphere reigned in this residence. No sooner had he sat down than a servant swiftly brought over food and wine. The table was laden with an extremely lavish feast. Fine meat and delicacies, nothing was lacking. Premium wine was also provided. This sight only deepened Meng Yi's frustration. In his eyes, the ninth prince was now nothing more than a standard worthless dandy. It was truly disappointing. Who could have imagined that the sickly prince of yesteryear would have sunk to such a state? Suppressing his rising anger, Meng Yi turned to Wang Qinyan and asked, "Which concubine is this now? Is this residence filled with such fanfare every single year?" Wang Qinyan raised his hand and began counting on his fingers. When he finished, he himself was somewhat embarrassed and could only mutter, "Well, the number is quite high. I've honestly lost count." Beside him, Shirlu could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. Meng Yi's heart clenched at these words. He nearly shattered the wine cup in his hand. What was this? Wasn't this just being completely and utterly mired in feminine company, unable to extricate himself? He had taken so many concubines that even others couldn't keep track. It was utterly ridiculous beyond belief. Meng Yi then turned his gaze to Shirlu and asked in a deep voice, "Lord Shir, what do you make of this? Have you not reported this to His Majesty? Does His Majesty intend to do nothing? Are we to simply allow the ninth prince to continue his reckless behavior? He is His Majesty's son after all. Is he not to be disciplined at all?" Shirlu shrugged with a bitter smile, his tone also helpless. "The report has already been sent to Xianyang, and a response should arrive soon." The decree to punish the ninth prince should also be coming. But in my opinion, the punishment likely won't be too severe. After all, the military merits the ninth prince has earned this time are quite substantial. At these words, Meng Yi's thoughts were abruptly pulled back. He then remembered that it was precisely this utterly absurd ninth prince who had repelled the Xiongnu and slain Shan Yu man. Meng Yi immediately pressed. Was it truly the ninth prince who repelled the Xiongnu? And Tumen, was he killed by his own hand? Could there be some mistake? Did you witness it yourselves, eh? Shi Lu and Wang Qinian exchanged a glance, then both nodded. Wang Qinian spoke up first. This matter is indeed. On that day, as soon as the ninth prince heard of the Xiongnu invasion, he immediately rushed out with his personal guards. Lord Shi and I initially tried to advise him to stabilize the situation first and discuss a plan. But he couldn't be stopped. The ninth prince went straight to the battlefield, and there he truly was majestic and invincible. The scouts we sent witnessed the scene from a distance. To be honest, it's a sight they will likely never forget. The guards the ninth prince brought with them wielded a formidable weapon we had never seen before. Once those weapons appeared, the Xiongnu forces were instantly routed, collapsing in disarray. As for the Xiongnu king Shan Yu, he was indeed struck down on the spot by the ninth prince using his own unique methods. All of this is true. To be frank, General Lord Shi and I were quite shocked ourselves. Meng Yi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Hiss, this ninth prince actually had some real skill after all. It seemed he wasn't a complete waste. Could it be that after all these years the sickly prince had not only recovered his health, but also honed his battlefield prowess to such a degree? He is His Majesty's son after all. Is he not to be disciplined at all? Shi Lu shrugged with a bitter smile, his tone also. He truly didn't know how to face General Meng Yi. Was he supposed to explain the ninth prince's outrageous behavior from? That would only make things worse. In the end, it would make him look like he had poor investigative skills and was unreliable. To be honest, Zhang Han felt quite aggrieved. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Ever since being assigned to Ma Bei to secretly monitor the ninth prince's residence, he had been diligent and meticulous, never daring to slack off. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Ever since being assigned to Ma Bei to secretly monitor the ninth prince's residence, he had been diligent and meticulous, never daring to slack off. This ninth prince's rate of taking concubines was alarmingly fast. What's more, every woman he brought into his residence was a stunning beauty of unparalleled allure. It was impossible for such matters not to cause a stir. Every time he sent a report back to Xianying, it would shock Qin Shi Huang to the core. Over time, Zhang Han found himself increasingly distrusted. The emperor even began to suspect that the intelligence he had sent back was unreliable, as if deliberately meant to deceive. Thus, Shi Lu was dispatched once more to the northern frontier to investigate anew. This left Zhang Han in an even more awkward position. He could only shrink into a corner, silently partaking in the feast, while swallowing his grievances. At this moment, it would be inappropriate to draw attention to himself. He could only watch from afar as General Meng Yi's expression shifted from pale to livid. He looked utterly distraught. Meanwhile, the news that Ing Zhao had taken yet another concubine quickly reached Gao Jia, the leader of the Lanyu Merchant Guild. Gao Jia was just then holding a bowl of herbal medicine, hoping to calm his nerves and soothe his temper. But upon hearing the servant's report, he lost his composure entirely. With a sudden sputter, the medicine he had just sipped sprayed across the floor. Gao Jia felt his head buzz and throb, nearly fainting once more. His eyes blazing red, he glared at the servant kneeling below and roared, "Is what you speak the truth? That bastard ninth prince has taken another concubine." The kneeling steward wept pitifully, his voice thick with tears. "Guild leader, it's true. His Highness the ninth prince has indeed taken another concubine. And this time she is a princess of the Tuan Kingdom. It is said she was rescued from the battlefield. She is also a breathtaking beauty of unparalleled allure. And this time she is a princess of the Tuan Kingdom. It is said she was rescued from the battlefield. She is also a breathtaking..." He tottered unsteadily, as if he no longer knew where he stood. It took him a long while to regain his senses, only to gnash his teeth in fury and break into a torrent of curses. What a ninth prince. Truly a shameless, worthless prince. Drowning himself in women day and night, without a shred of restraint. Yesterday he took my daughter into his household, and today he adds yet another concubine. What does he take my daughter of the Gao? This is utterly outrageous. Such a scoundrel deserves to be hacked to pieces. Shameless, utterly shameless. The more Gao Jia cursed, the more enraged he became, nearly driven to madness. He never imagined that his own daughter, having just entered the household, wouldn't even have time to bask in her new status. She hadn't even made her formal return visit to her family. Yet that ungrateful son-in-law had already turned around and taken another concubine. The speed of it was simply absurd. His chest felt tight with fury and his vision darkened. But the head steward, wearing a bitter expression, steeled himself and continued, "Guild leader, there is something rather peculiar about this matter. It's true that His Highness has taken a new concubine and temporarily set our young mistress aside. But our young mistress doesn't seem the least bit aggrieved. She not only attended today's wedding feast with joy, but also offered her own blessings. By the look of it, she even seems... Moreover, the other wives and concubines in the ninth prince's household are all quite pleased. They've been saying privately that they finally have another sister to help share the burden of His Highness' overbearing nature. From what they say, they can hardly endure the prince's overwhelming affection." What? Gao Jia's mind buzzed on the verge. Was this something he was meant to hear? Just how absurd could this ninth prince be? To have the entire household of wives and concubines vying for him to take more. He was a rarity rarely seen under heaven. So strange it left one bewildered. Strangely excessive. The next moment Gao Jia could hold on no longer. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp, and he collapsed to his knees, completely losing consciousness. At the ninth prince's residence, the festivities continued late into the night. Meng Yi had truly wanted to storm into the bridal chamber, drag the ninth prince out, and slap some sense into him. How could anyone in their right mind do such a thing? To dare seize a woman his own father intended to bring into the palace. Did he not fear losing his head? Yet in the end Meng Yi didn't actually charge in. After all, this night was their wedding night. It wouldn't be proper to barge in at such a time. Finally, he could only leave the ninth prince's residence with a helpless sigh. He then headed to the inn that Wang Qinan had arranged for lodging. Sure, Lu Tu chose not to make further trouble and stayed there for the night. As for these absurd matters, they could only be deliberated upon later. Wang Qinan, dejected, returned to his own home. In his heart, he also felt his daughter, Azhu, deserved better. What kind of man had she married after all? Taking concubines every few days. Recalling that not long ago Ying Zhao had just taken Azhu into his household. But how much time had passed? And he had already added two more. One was Gao Ran. The other was Yushu. Wasn't his own daughter being neglected? Yet even though Wang Qinan was upset, he could only swallow his bitterness like a mute person tasting bitter herbs, swallowing all his suffering. What was even more absurd was that he discovered Azhu herself wasn't jealous at all. She was even cheerful all day long. This left Wang Qinan even more perplexed. It was so bizarre it was baffling. The next morning, golden morning light streamed into the bridal chamber, falling upon the brocade quilts and bed curtains. Ying Zhao slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Yushu's serene and sweet sleeping face. It had to be said Yushu was indeed a rare beauty. Moreover, the dignified bearing unique to a princess was something ordinary women could not compare to. Ying Zhao looked at her, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. Yushu's lips moved slightly, and her long slender eyelashes fluttered gently. But she did not wake up. She was still sleeping soundly. Clearly the previous night had truly exhausted her. In contrast, Ying Zhao was full of energy. He got out of bed, bathed, and changed clothes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. As he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, the maid Xiao Xiao came rushing over in a fluster. Her face was beaming with joy, and her voice trembled with excitement. Your Highness, they've given birth. Both madams have given birth. The third madam and fourth madam, one after the other, have delivered a boy and a girl. Great joy, Your Highness. Hearing this news, Ying Zhao was overjoyed. Without asking further questions, he immediately rushed towards the courtyard of the two madams. Before he even entered the door, he could hear the loud cries of the infants. With a face full of smiles, Ying Zhao took the two newborns into his arms. Another son and another daughter. This was truly a double blessing. Combined with the wedding the previous night, it was a triple celebration. Li Shishir had given birth to a daughter for him. Chen Xiaoyao had added a son to his lineage. Holding the two children, Ying Zhao first examined them carefully. Then he quickly went to check on the two madams who had just given birth. Naturally, he offered them warm words of comfort. Generous rewards were immediately distributed. Postnatal caregivers had already been arranged to look after the two madams, helping them recuperate and recover gradually. The entire ninth prince's residence was once again immersed in a joyous atmosphere. The household servants had also received their bonuses, each grinning from ear to ear. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Ying Zhao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully taking another concubine and being blessed with another child. Cumulative rewards are being distributed. Acquired 2 production lines for Type 38 rifles. Acquired 100 loyal guards. Acquired 20 kidney nourishing pills and 20 chi replenishing pills. Acquired 20 chariots and 100 war horses. Acquired 20 years of cultivation and a 10-year increase in lifespan. Acquired a martial arts manual. Acquired 60,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of silver, and 20,000 strings of jewelry. Acquired a salt processing plant. Acquired a glass manufacturing facility. Acquired a ceramics factory. Acquired a textile mill. Due to the birth of your offspring, the host has acquired new talents: supreme intelligence, supreme resilience, supreme financial acumen, and supreme emotional intelligence. After hearing this, Ying Zhao couldn't help but gasp. These rewards were simply too generous. Indeed, there were benefits to taking concubines. Having children was an even greater explosion of rewards. Now, with a new wife and a new child, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, he was reaping immense profits. Ying Zhao felt a wave of emotion. Before he knew it, he truly had a house full of wives and concubines, and was blessed with both sons and daughters. The wives and concubines in his residence were Lin Qingxia, Zhang Manyu, Li Shishir, Chen Xiaoyao, Han Xiaozhao, Lu Wushuang, Azhu, Huang Rong, Ajiao, Gao Ran, and Yushu. As for children, he already had 7. 3 of them were not yet born. The more Ying Zhao thought about it, the happier he became. He directly withdrew the gold, silver, and jewels rewarded by the system and distributed them in batches to his wives and concubines. He was always generous with his women. If they wanted to buy something, he let them buy it. If they craved a particular food, he had the even if they wanted to support their natal families, Ying Zhao never objected and would even proactively add a generous gift. It was precisely for this reason that his father-in-law's households all basked in reflected glory. Many of them were originally ordinary families or slightly wealthy households. But after their daughters married into the ninth prince's residence, their fortunes changed overnight. They had stepped directly into the threshold of true wealth and honor. With a new concubine and a new child, the ninth prince's residence was indeed celebrating double happiness. Ying Zhao was in an excellent mood and was about to order the granaries open to continue providing relief to the people of Maobei. Just then the personal maidservant beside Huang Rong came rushing over, her face brimming with joy, calling out from a distance, Your Highness! Your Highness! Another joyous occasion. The eighth lady is pregnant. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhao's smile instantly blossomed. He had vaguely sensed that Huang Rong might be having some news these past few days. Now it was indeed confirmed. Without a moment's delay, Ying Zhao immediately got up and hurried to Huang Rong's room. Huang Rong was carefully leaning half reclined on the bed, a hint of shyness in her eyes. On her lively and pretty face, there was a subtle new glow of a mother toad's gentle radiance. The moment Ying Zhao entered, he went over and scooped her up in his arms. On her lively and pretty face, there was a subtle new glow of a mother toad's gentle radiance. The moment Ying Zhao entered, he went over and scooped her up in his arms. The lady is with child now, you cannot shake her like that. Only then did Ying Zhao stop, laughing gently, placing Huang Rong back onto the bed. He then looked at her with tender eyes. His gaze was so intense that it made Huang Rong feel a bit embarrassed, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Ying Zhao reached out and took her pulse. After a moment, he confirmed that Huang Rong was about a month pregnant. At this instant, Ying Zhao's heart was overflowing with joy. He said with a smile, Rangier, now that you are pregnant, would you like to invite your father to the residence for a visit? These past days I could tell that you occasionally miss your father, my lord. Inviting him here will also alleviate your longing for family. I will also prepare a generous gift to properly honor my father. Huang Rong felt a warmth in her heart. Her husband was indeed thoughtful, having noticed even this small sentiment of hers. However, thinking of her father's eccentric and stubborn nature, she quickly shook her head. Now is not the time. If my father Huang Yaoshe were to find out that I have married you and am carrying your child, he would be furious. If he were to come storming over to settle the score with you, you might not be able to defeat him. Let's wait a bit longer. Once the child is older, I will personally return to Peach Blossom Island to see him. Ying Zhao thought about it and agreed that Huang Yaoshe was indeed not someone easily fooled. However, he was not afraid. If he truly came looking for a fight, then a fight it would be. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Just thinking about it, Ying Zhao secretly resolved that he must diligently cultivate the martial arts manual from now on. He couldn't afford to be overpowered by his father-in-law in the future, could he? Moreover, if he were to marry more beauties from the martial world later, he would need to demonstrate some real skill. He needed to both win their hearts and earn their respect. Ying Zhao then softly gave Huang Rong a few more words of advice before turning to attend to his affairs. Meanwhile, in the study, the 4 shadow guards had all assembled. The moment Ying Zhao appeared, the 4 of them knelt on one knee in unison, saluting with clasped fists. Congratulations to the 9th prince on his new marriage. Congratulations to the 9th prince on the birth of his son. Ying Zhao was always generous. Upon hearing this, he casually rewarded each of them with a thick red envelope. The 4 shadow guards accepted them, their hearts filled with delight. They knew that following the 9th prince, rewards were never scarce. After Ying Zhao sat down, he directly ordered, Ruiying, take your men to reclaim the land in the western suburbs. Suishing, assist Ruiying in this task, and take 200 guards to continue clearing the wasteland. In the western suburbs, I intend to expand to 300 mu. Thereon, Yusin, you 2 go to the eastern suburbs. There you are to open up another 600 mu of land. This must be completed within this month. The wages for the workers must not be shortchanged by even a cent. No one is allowed to secretly deduct from them. Let them earn their full pay and work with sufficient efficiency to get things done quickly. The wages for the workers must not be shortchanged by even a cent. No one is allowed to secretly deduct from them. Let them earn their full pay and work with sufficient efficiency to get things done quickly. We obey. Although they were unaware of the 9th prince's exact plans, none of them asked any questions. Many outsiders claimed that the 9th prince was merely a pleasure-seeking playboy, without any real ability and unlikely to amount to anything. But they knew better than anyone. The master they served was by no means the useless prince that others spoke of. On the contrary, Ying Zhao's thoughts were profound and his methods were endless. Following him was definitely a path to a promising future. Moreover, they had long since learned the rules. When the 9th prince gave orders, one didn't ask too many questions, one simply executed them. Because in the end they would often be astonished by his arrangements. Over time they had grown accustomed to it. The 4 men, having received their orders, were about to withdraw. But Ying Zhao added, also arrange the porridge distribution. This time continue the porridge distribution for 10 days, ensuring the people have warm meals. However, from now on, relying on handouts alone is not a long-term solution. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Once my factories are built, I will recruit those impoverished people to work there. They will be paid according to their work, and those who perform well will receive extra rewards. After Ying Zhao had arranged everything, the 4 shadow guards acknowledged their orders once more and withdrew together. It was undeniable that Ying Zhao had now become a truly benevolent prince in the eyes of the people of Maobei. He never forgot to provide disaster relief or care for the poor. What he wanted to do was to enable the people of Maobei to live a life free from want. And so the matter of factory construction was officially put on the agenda. Although the system had already rewarded several ready-made factories, getting them fully operational would still require a significant amount of manpower, financial resources, and materials. Choosing the locations was also a troublesome task. Things like military factories could naturally be built in the mountains. Weapons manufacturing facilities were also suited for remote wilderness. Petroleum processing, smelting, and the like could also be arranged in remote open areas. The salt processing plant, glassworks, ceramics factory, and textile mill. These are best established on the outskirts of Mabe City. This way transportation is convenient, and it also provides more working opportunities for the city's residents. As long as employment opportunities increase, the people will have money in their hands. The unemployment problem will naturally diminish over time. The pace of development for the entire Mabe City will also accelerate accordingly. Ing Zhao was undertaking great endeavors. Of course, for him, these could only ever be considered side business. The execution of these plans could be left to his subordinates. His true core mission remained the proper management of the many children, many blessings system. Taking more wives, taking more concubines, and having more children. This was the paramount priority. Currently, Lin Qingxia and Zhang Manyu had given birth not long ago and hadn't fully recovered. Li Shishir and Chen Xiaoyao, having just gone through childbirth, needed even more rest. The other wives were already pregnant and would be due to give birth soon. Huang Rong had just been diagnosed with a joyful pulse. As for Zhao, her constitution was weak and she absolutely couldn't exert herself. Counting this way, the only ones who could now accompany Ing Zhao were Gao Ran and Yu Shu. Ing Zhao was quite satisfied with this arrangement. By the time everything was settled, it was almost noon. At that moment, Yu Shu, supported by her maidservant, rose and slowly made her way to the main hall for the meal. The moment she appeared, the other sisters in the residence immediately gathered around her. Their gazes were suggestive, and they asked with smiles how she had felt last night. Yu Shu, unaccustomed to such a scene, blushed deeply, her cheeks flushing crimson. In her soft voice, she said, "Dear sisters, I hope you will take good care of me in the future. As a newcomer, there is much I don't understand. Originally, I hadn't expected my husband to be so formidable. I truly couldn't withstand it." As she spoke, Yu Shu slightly lowered her eyes, her voice growing even softer. "Perhaps it would be better to let my husband take another younger sister as a wife." Upon hearing this, Gao Ran immediately raised both hands in approval. Within just a few short days, the ninth prince's residence had caused quite a stir with several major events. One piece of news after another quickly spread like snowflakes back to the Xianyang imperial palace. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang was pacing back and forth in the harem. His brows were deeply furrowed, his heart agitated. He had not yet received a definitive report on the situation at the frontier. Just then Zhao Gao hurried in, clutching letters, his face beaming with joy. "Your Majesty, great news, great news. Our forces have won the first battle at the front. A complete victory." Hearing this, the emperor's tightly knitted brows relaxed considerably. The next moment, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly excellent. As expected of General Meng Yi. When it comes to battlefield combat, he certainly has skill. To repel the Xiongnu so swiftly is truly remarkable. For this military achievement, he deserves to be called a god of war." Qin Shi Huang praised Meng Yi without reservation. At this time, Meng Tian was also standing in the hall. Upon hearing the news, a look of gratification appeared on his face as well. His younger brother Meng Yi had always been stubborn by nature, but when it came to leading troops in battle, he had never been lacking. This time, defeating the Xiongnu and securing the Hetao region was a truly significant accomplishment. Such a feat would surely allow Meng Yi to advance further in the military. Meng Tian naturally felt happy for it, but at that very moment, Zhao Gao, looking deeply troubled, stammered, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. The one who defeated the Xiongnu this time was not General Meng Yi. It was the ninth prince. It was His Highness the ninth prince who personally led a contingent into the fray and routed the Xiongnu, sending them fleeing in defeat. Not only that, His Highness the ninth prince personally struck down the Xiongnu king with his spear. He then ordered the king's head to be severed and hung upon the city gate as a warning." "What? That rebellious son?" Qin Shi Huang was stunned on the spot, hardly believing what he had heard. He had been so busy with court affairs these days that he had only just managed to put that son's many absurd deeds out of his mind. And now suddenly, he hears news of Ing Zhao again. And such astonishing battle reports at that. The emperor was complete. Meng Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He looked at Zhao Gao and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Gao, don't you dare speak nonsense. The emperor is right here. How dare you spread false military intelligence? How could this possibly be the doing of the ninth prince? With the ninth prince's former physical condition, he would have been lucky not to be killed by the enemy on the battlefield. How could he possibly lead troops to defeat the Xiongnu?" Zhao Gao, terrified, fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with tears. "Your Majesty, this servant wouldn't dare lie. This matter is absolutely true. This is an urgent report personally written by General Meng Yi. The letter clearly states that His Highness the ninth prince fought valiantly, causing the Xiongnu to abandon their armor and flee in panic. The Xiongnu king indeed died at the hands of His Highness the ninth prince. His head is currently displayed on the gate tower of Mabe City for all to see." Qin Shi Huang and Meng Tian exchanged a glance. The shock on their faces was almost impossible to conceal. The emperor took a deep breath and stared at Zhao Gao, asking, "Are you telling the truth?" This was written personally by Meng Yi. Zhao Gao dared not conceal anything and hastily presented the letter. After the emperor took it and read it carefully, he slumped back heavily onto his imperial throne. After a long pause, he sighed with a complex expression, "Good heavens. So this rebellious son of mine actually possesses such abilities. He truly repelled the Xiongnu." and personally shot and killed the Xiongnu king. How in the world did he manage that? It's simply unbelievable. At this moment Meng Tian's expression also turned pale and ashen. He had originally thought that his younger brother Meng Yi had achieved this great merit. With such military accomplishments, Meng Yi's prestige in the army was sure to soar. In the future, no one in the court would dare to underestimate him. But who could have imagined things turning out this way? The one who had truly achieved the merit was actually the 9th Prince Zhao. What on earth was going on? Just as Qin Shi Huang was about to speak, Zhao Gao lowered his head again and said cautiously, "Your Majesty, actually 2 more letters were sent from Ma Bei." But who could have imagined things turning out this way? The one who had truly achieved the merit was actually the 9th Prince Zhao. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang was so furious he spat at Zhao Gao. "Ha! You dog of a servant. Why didn't you say so earlier? Since there were 3 letters, why didn't you bring them all out at once? Are you trying to tease me? Have you grown tired of..." Zhao Gao trembled in fear, not daring to delay any further, and quickly presented the remaining 2 letters. The emperor took them and opened them one by one to read, but it would have been better if he hadn't read them. The moment he did, his expression changed instantly, pale then ashen then flushed red. Finally his face turned a deep livid purple. Meng Tian, standing below, watched in stunned confusion. He felt a chill run down his spine. What could be written in those 2 letters? He could clearly sense the emperor's fury rapidly escalating. It seemed someone was about to be in serious trouble. And sure enough, enraged to the extreme, Qin Shi Huang violently tore the 2 letters into shreds. Then he burst into a furious tirade. That damned rebellious son. Has he no shame? How dare he compete with his own father for a woman? This is utter madness. In just 1 month, he has taken 2 more concubines. And now he dares to set his sights on my woman. Does this rebellious son have any respect for me as his father? Qin Shi Huang was for once truly furious beyond reason. One of the 2 letters detailed the 9th Prince's frantic concubine taking in the northern desert and his ostentatious wedding ceremonies. The other stated that Princess Yushu, sent by the Tuan Kingdom for a peace alliance with the Great Qin, was first abducted by the Xiongnu, then brought back to the mansion by Ying Zhao, and finally taken straight to the bridal chamber. Each and every one of these acts was a brutal slap to Qin Shi Huang's face. He felt a searing pain of humiliation. He, the mighty emperor of a generation, never imagined he would be brought so low by his own worthless son. He was so livid that he couldn't stop cursing under it, but as he cursed it was as if he couldn't catch his breath. His vision darkened, and the whites of his eyes began to show. Seeing this, Zhao Gao was terrified and rushed forward to support him. Meng Tian also immediately shouted towards the hall guards, "Come quickly, summon the imperial physicians." Before long, Qin Shi Huang was carried into the rear hall. Now lying on the bed, his eyes still blazed with fury. He couldn't comprehend how that rebellious son could be so audaciously defiant. He took Princess Yushu to the bridal chamber. What is this? Isn't this simply a son brazenly stealing his father's woman? The princess sent by the Tuan Kingdom was meant to be a tribute bride for the Great Qin Emperor. Yet she was intercepted by Ying Zhao and taken into the 9th Prince's residence. Where does this leave his imperial dignity? What about the emperor's authority? Qin Shi Huang was choked by his rage. He wanted to unleash a torrent of abuse, but couldn't utter a single word. Soon a group of imperial physicians hurried in. They immediately crowded around the imperial bed. Some checked his pulse, some hastily wrote prescriptions, and others discussed emergency treatment in hushed tones. The eunuchs and maids nearby all knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. They kept their heads low, not daring to breathe, tears welling in their eyes. Qin Shi Huang couldn't stop his eyes from rolling back. Eventually his mouth even hung open. Meng Tian watched from the side, his heart burning with anxiety. He grabbed one of the physicians by the collar and roared, "What's going on? What is the emperor's condition? Hurry up and cure him." The physician's face turned pale with fright, his voice trembling with tears. "General Meng, it's not that I don't want to treat him. His Majesty's illness came on too suddenly. It cannot be cured in an instant and needs slow recuperation. For now we must use acupuncture to stabilize his condition. His Majesty has suffered a stroke." "What? A stroke?" Meng Tian was stunned on the spot. He whipped his head around to look at Qin Shi Huang on the dragon bed. The once majestic and dignified emperor was now rolling his eyes upwards, white foam spilling from his lips, his body convulsing violently. The commotion in the palace quickly spread. Meng Tian tried to suppress the news, but ultimately failed. Before long, the entire court knew that the emperor had fallen ill from sheer rage. When the other princes heard about it, they immediately panicked. Crown Prince Fusu led his younger brothers, rushing hurriedly towards the... Along the way, they walked swiftly, unable to stop themselves from discussing. Prince Gao said with indignation, "This is all the 9th brother's fault. He just had to compete with father for a woman. Now look what he's done. He's enraged father into illness. I don't know what he could possibly... Isn't he afraid father will have him executed when he wakes up? He's got some nerve." Prince Yu chimed in, "That Princess Yushu from Tuan must be extraordinarily beautiful. If she weren't a beauty capable of toppling cities, the 9th brother wouldn't have risked so much. But he's always been a lecherous man lost in a sea of flowers. This absurd act of stealing a woman from his own father is just like him." Prince Zhonglu, also fuming with anger, couldn't help but curse, "Has that bastard gone mad? If she weren't a beauty capable of toppling cities, the 9th brother wouldn't have risked so much. But he's always been a lecherous man lost in a sea of flowers. Once father recovers, he's doomed." Hu Hai, lagging behind, had a face full of shock and admiration. He couldn't help saying, "Wow, have you all heard? Ninth brother just took a new concubine, and only a day after the wedding, he went and married Princess Yushu. That means he has to attend to 2 new brides at once. How does he manage it? Amazing. And his audacity is getting more and more outrageous. He's even daring to take father's woman. Who else in the world could pull off such a stunt? Respect, I truly respect him. At the end, Hu Hai couldn't help but giving Zhao a thumbs up. Fusu walking in front had an extremely somber expression. He had remained silent until now, but hearing this he finally couldn't hold back. Fusu abruptly stopped, turned around, and coldly rebuked, "All of you shut up. The situation hasn't been verified yet, so stop spouting nonsense. The ninth brother isn't as bad as you all make him. At the very least, he has earned considerable military merit this time." Reports of victory from the front lines have arrived stating he personally led his guards into battle. He routed the Xiongnu, forcing them to flee in disarray. He even slew the Xiongnu king himself. In this battle he has avenged Great Qin's humiliation. The ninth brother isn't just about debauchery. You should all show more respect when you speak of him. Once Fusu spoke, the other princes fell silent. With the eldest brother having spoken, they naturally didn't dare to retort. They soon arrived outside the inner hall. Seeing them, Zhao Gao quickly stepped forward and said cautiously, "Princess, perhaps it's best not to enter right now. His Majesty's condition is not good. It might frighten you. General Meng Tian is inside guarding him, and all the physicians are doing their utmost to treat him. Perhaps you should wait outside for news." Prince Zhong Lu flared up upon hearing this. He yelled, "You eunuch, how dare you! Do we need your permission to see our father? With father ill, it is our filial duty as sons to go in and visit him. Perhaps you should wait outside for news." Prince Zhong Lu flared up upon hearing this. He yelled, "You eunuch, how dare you!" Fusu frowned and said in a deep voice, "Enough, stop arguing here. You all wait outside. He'll go in to see father." With that, Fusu stepped into the hall. Zhao Gao followed, reminding him, "Prince Fusu, it's not that this old servant it's just that His Majesty's current state is somewhat hard to look upon. Please be prepared before you go in." Fusu paid him no mind. He only wanted to see his father's condition with his own eyes. Could it truly have reached a critical point? He walked quickly and soon entered the bedchamber. As soon as he entered, he saw many physicians bustling around the dragon bed. Fusu hurried closer. The next moment he witnessed a sight he could hardly believe. His father, once so high and mighty, was now lying on the bed, convulsing uncontrollably. His eyes were rolled back and white foam clung to the corners of his mouth. It was a truly terrifying sight, as if he had been. The physicians were frantically preparing their needles. Seeing this, Fusu was filled with anxiety and couldn't help but shout, "What are you all standing around for? Save the emperor. Do whatever it takes, but you must save my father. If anything happens to the emperor, none of you will leave here alive. At that point, no one's head will be safe." These words sent a shockwave of terror through the royal physicians. Their hearts leaped into their throats. In their memory, Prince Fusu had always been gentle and benevolent. He was known for his courtesy, magnanimity, and rarely displayed anger. None could have imagined he would be so severe today. It was clear that Prince Fusu was truly desperate this time. If the emperor could not be saved, the royal physicians would likely lose their heads. Daring not to hesitate any longer, they immediately redoubled their efforts to save Qin Shi Huang. Meanwhile, the imperial palace had already descended into utter chaos. Ing Zhao, on the other hand, was still unaware of the great upheaval unfolding in the Xianying palace. At this moment, he continued to be surrounded by his beloved wives and concubines, living a life of utmost comfort and pleasure. He eagerly anticipated the birth of his children one after another. In recent days, Gao Ran and Yushu had taken on the primary duty of accompanying their husband. Although both women were in good health, they gradually began to feel the strain over time. Thus, the wives and concubines in the residence reached a consensus once again. They wished for Ing Zhao to take a new bride soon. Ing Zhao did not refuse, merely smiling as he said, This prince will now. If any of you know of suitable and trustworthy candidates, you may also introduce them to me." Hearing this, his wives and concubines immediately became excited. They chattered away, praising all the unmarried girls among their relatives. Daughters of this aunt, nieces of that aunt. They boasted of them as if they were rare gems found nowhere else. By now, everyone in Mabe knew that marrying into the ninth prince's residence was akin to landing in a nest of fortune. Not only would one be free from want for life, enjoying endless wealth and honor. More importantly, the ninth prince doted on his wives and concubines, never treating any of them harshly. Even their families would rise in prominence, enjoying a life they previously couldn't have dreamed of. Therefore, which family in Mabe with an unmarried daughter didn't yearn for a connection with the ninth prince's household? Who wouldn't want a generous and kind-hearted prince as a son-in-law? Naturally, the wives and concubines within the residence had no intention of letting such a good opportunity slip away to outsiders. Since their husband had asked, they naturally seized the opportunity to recommend their candidates enthusiastically. Some even suggested bringing all the girls from their families to the residence for Ing Zhao to choose from personally. Ing Zhao found the idea quite intriguing as well. The candidates recommended by his own wives and concubines surely couldn't be bad. He could treat it as a series of blind dates. What was there to object to? As long as they were pleasing to the eye and had a compatible temperament, he would welcome them all into his harem. Just then the steward of the residence hurried in. He held an invitation in his hands, respectfully presenting it to Ing Zhao. Then leaning in closer, he lowered his voice and said, "Your Highness, a young lady came looking for you earlier. She said this invitation must be personally delivered to your highness. She also specifically urged that it be handled discreetly. As he spoke, the steward winked at Exiled. She said this invitation must be personally delivered to your highness. She also specifically urged that it be handled discreetly. As he spoke, the steward winked at Exiled. The sender was none other than a beautiful woman. This was hardly a formal invitation. It was clearly a love letter. It seemed this young lady was not only bold, but also quite forward. She had personally delivered a love letter to the ninth prince's residence, asking him to meet her outside. That was certainly a novel approach. Even in the 21st century, it would be considered quite avant-garde. Exiled naturally had to meet such a woman. He had always appreciated beauties who were a bit more proactive. When he saw the signature at the end, the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. What a coincidence. He had noticed this woman in the crowd that day. With that thought, Exiled didn't delay. He tidied himself up and boarded his carriage ready to leave the residence. His beloved wives and concubines personally saw him off at the gate. Far from being jealous, they cheered him on. Husband, may you succeed, and win the bow tie's heart. Husband, we look forward to you bringing back another good sister. It seems the ninth prince's residence is about to get livelier. Husband, go get her. Hearing their soft, sweet voices and seeing their beautiful faces, Exiled felt utterly content. He set off for the rendezvous filled with joy. The meeting place was the Mabe night market. Exiled understood the reasoning. Women of ancient times valued modesty. Even if they wished to meet, they couldn't openly call it a secret tryst. Choosing a bustling place like the night market was just perfect. A coincidental encounter amidst the crowd would be ideal. However, Exiled was always generous. He directly ordered an entire street of the night market to be reserved. He had his men purchase all the rouge jewelry, silk, and sachets suitable for a woman. He then had them packaged as gifts for his date that evening. As night deepened, the lights twinkled like stars. At the end of the long street, a beautiful woman, holding an oil paper umbrella, slowly turned around. She smiled over her shoulder like a flower blooming in the radiance of the lights. That single glance was enough to captivate a city. Exiled's heart stirred instantly. The scene was as beautiful as a dream, like a meticulously crafted cinematic masterpiece. Subsequently, the two naturally fell into step, walking side by side. While Exiled was thoroughly enjoying his date, Qin Shi Huang and Xianyang was also in a dire state. Previously, he had been struck down by a stroke from sheer rage, nearly losing his life. Fortunately, the royal physicians administered acupuncture in time, barely managing to keep him alive. But a stroke is not an ailment that heals overnight. So Qin Shi Huang was confined to his bed, resting day after day. He could no longer attend to much state affairs. Many matters were temporarily delegated to his ministers while he focused on recovering. Of course, the matter of that unfilial son taking Princess Yushu still pricked at his heart like a thorn. Every time he thought of it, Qin Shi Huang's chest tightened with anger. His pride was deeply wounded. However, he had no immediate plans to deal with Exiled. After all, that unfilial son had just rendered great service. Punishing him at this juncture would inevitably invite criticism from the court and the public. People might say that the first emperor was narrow-minded, unable to tolerate even a son who had performed great deeds. So Qin Shi Huang had to swallow his anger for the time being. He would wait for a suitable opportunity to chastise that unfilial son severely. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao had arranged for several palace maids to attend to Qin Shi Huang's daily needs. On the surface, he acted with utmost caution, fearing any further mishap for the emperor. But in reality, Zhao Gao harbored dark intentions. He had already begun to secretly plot, waiting for the right moment to completely finish off the ailing emperor. He would then install the puppet Hu Hai on the throne. With that, he could rise to the pinnacle of power and dominate the court. Zhao Gao had endured and waited in the palace for years precisely for an opportunity like this. As for the other princes, they each harbored their own schemes. In recent days, the frequency of their visits to pay their respects had noticeably increased. Each one sought to appear filial before Qin Shi Huang. Perhaps one day the emperor, moved by their devotion, would pass. In short, the Qin imperial palace was currently a cauldron of seething undercurrents. Everyone harbored their own calculations. One day Qin Shi Huang was lying on his couch, resting with his eyes closed. Zhao Gao suddenly rushed in, his face beaming with excitement. "Your Majesty, great news. A heavenly omen." Suddenly a brilliant golden light shone over the dunes, and then a massive boulder fell from the sky. "This is a blessing sent down by the heavens." Qin Shi Huang's eyes snapped open. A flicker of delight crossed his face. "Oh, such a thing has occurred." Zhao Gao nodded hastily. Qin Shi Huang broke into a smile. This is certainly an auspicious sign. It must be that the heavens are blessing my great Qin, granting me a revelation. Issue the order to have that boulder transported to the palace immediately. I wish to see with my own eyes what this heavenly... Unexpectedly, a look of difficulty appeared on Zhao Gao's face. He stammered, Your Majesty, I fear that boulder is simply too massive. By rough estimate, it must weigh at least 300 dan. It looks like a small hill." "What?" Qin Shi Huang was startled. A meteorite of such immense size was not something ordinary men could easily... He had initially planned to have it brought to the palace for his personal inspection, but upon hearing it was the size of a small hill, he had to abandon the thought for the time being. His most pressing concern was to restore his own health. He was not about to let himself succumb. He still needed his sturdy frame to continue ruling over the Great Qin and lead this empire forward. It was also a guiding sign for him, Exiled. Seeing the emperor's improved spirits, the imperial physicians naturally dared not be negligent. Acupuncture, herbal remedies, and pills. Ever since he heard of the celestial boulder falling in the dunes, a likely omen, his spirits had lifted considerably. In his view, this was undoubtedly a sign from the heavens to his Great Qin. It was also a guiding sign for him, Zheng. Seeing the emperor's improved spirits, the imperial physicians naturally dared not be negligent. Acupuncture, herbal remedies, and pills. Every restorative measure was employed. Within a few days, Qin Shi Huang's condition had indeed seen a marked improvement. Though minor ailments lingered within him, with careful daily care, no major problems would arise. Soon Qin Shi Huang returned to the court. The emperor's domineering presence was back. He sat upright upon the dragon throne, his countenance stern and his aura exuding an air of commanding the world. The assembled civil and military officials once again felt that familiar imperial pressure. For a time, no one dared to broach the subject of the northern frontiers. Whether it was the 9th prince's victory over the Xiongnu, his frantic taking of concubines, or the scandalous act of seizing Princess Yushu into his residence, no one dared utter a single word. All feared that a single misplaced word might incur the emperor's displeasure, and then their heads might be forfeit. Thus the entire court remained in silent accord. All chose to lavish him with flattery. After all, it was their most practiced skill. The moment Qin Shi Huang settled onto his throne, the assembled ministers knelt in unison, kowtowing and proclaiming loudly, "We congratulate your majesty on your recovery. Your majesty, blessed by heaven with this auspicious sign, it is truly a fortune for Great Qin. Long live Great Qin. Long live your majesty 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Long live your majesty 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Long live your majesty 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years." The thunderous cries of long live echoed through the hall, in waves majestic and spectacular. Listening to these congratulatory shouts, Qin Shi Huang felt immensely pleased. He appeared spirited and vigorous. After a moment, his gaze swept over the ministers, and he said calmly, "My dear ministers, do you have any matters to report?" Li Si stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Your majesty, the sudden appearance of this auspicious sign around the dunes is a most fortunate omen, coupled with the good weather and peaceful life for the people near the dunes in recent years. In my view, this is the perfect time to resume the plans for the Eastern inspection tour. This matter had been arranged long ago, and I humbly request your majesty to reconsider." No sooner had these words been spoken than a low murmur of discussion filled the court. Many ministers whispered among themselves, each holding their own opinion. Fusu was the first to step forward in opposition. "Father, this is absolutely inadvisable. You have only just recovered from a serious illness. Your body is not yet fully restored and is not fit for the rigors of travel. Let us postpone the Eastern tour until next year." After Fusu spoke, a portion of the ministers immediately voiced their agreement. Yet many others supported Li Si, believing that the time was divinely ordained for the tour. The two sides exchanged words, and soon a heated debate broke out. The hall was filled with clamor. Qin Shi Huang's face gradually darkened as he listened. His proud and stubborn temper was quickly provoked. With a sudden slam of his hand on the dragon throne's armrest, he roared, "All of you silence. I am not dead, yet what is all this clamor about? Besides, I am perfectly fine now. My health is robust, and my spirits are high. Is it not merely an Eastern tour? A little travel fatigue is nothing to me." Qin Shi Huang cast a cold glance over the ministers, and continued, "Li Si is right. The Eastern tour cannot be delayed any longer. Now that a heavenly omen has descended upon the dunes, it must be a sign from the heavens. Perhaps within that meteorite lies a revelation meant for me. I shall go and see for myself what that celestial stone looks like. I will also inspect the regions along the way and see how the people. This will also help me formulate future development strategies for Great Qin." With that, Qin Shi Huang made his final issue the order. "In 7 days I shall depart for the Eastern tour." He settled the matter on the spot. In Qin Shi Huang's eyes, these ministers were simply underestimating his constitution. The tour had originally been planned for this year, but it had been delayed until now due to the vexing affairs caused by the 9th prince. Now he no longer wished to remain cooped up in the palace feeling restless. This was a perfect opportunity to get out and clear his mind. But Fusu, still worried, stepped forward once more. "Father, why not wait a month or two until your health is more stable before departing? The morning and evening chill is growing stronger now. If you catch a cold on the road, it might worsen your condition. If something unexpected were to happen, it would be too late for regrets." Fusu pleaded earnestly, his advice unceasing. He was by nature a kind-hearted man. Seeing his father just recovering from illness, he was loath to see him undertake a long and arduous journey while still unwell. But Qin Shi Huang refused to listen any further. He frowned and scolded, "Enough, no more advice. My mind is made up. You are a grown man, yet you still act so indecisively. I am not made of paper. Can a gust of wind blow me over? Stop worrying about these trivial matters. This nature of yours, overly benevolent and lacking in decisiveness, truly needs to be changed." Fusu was left speechless by the reprimand. He lowered his head and dared not argue further. And so a few more days passed. In the 37th year of the Qin Emperor, in the 7th month, the sun blazed high and the daylight was intense. A grand procession departed from Xianying, banners fluttering, its presence imposing. For this Eastern tour, Qin Shi Huang brought a considerable entourage. First, he wished to see for himself whether the celestial boulder in the dunes was truly an auspicious sign. Second, he also planned to inspect the conditions of the people along the route to understand their hardships, so as to make arrangements for the governance and development of Great Qin. Fusu had originally wished to accompany him and attend to him, but was directly rebuked and sent away by Qin Shi Huang. Not just Fusu. This time none of the princes were brought along. Qin Shi Huang simply wanted a few days of peace. He had no desire to hear any more of the messy affairs his worthless sons had stirred up, especially the ninth prince's frantic taking of concubines and seizing of women. It had vexed him greatly. The more he heard, the angrier he became. Now he simply could not be bothered with it anymore. Had it not been for the fact that Exiled was after all his own flesh and blood, and that he had indeed given him little fatherly affection over the years, feeling a measure of guilt, that unfilial wretch would have been executed long ago. Standing outside the city, Fusu watched the Eastern Tour procession recede into the distance, his face filled with bitterness and worry. He was truly concerned for his father's health. After all, he had only just recovered from a serious illness, and hidden ailments had not been completely eradicated. As the cold dew grew heavier along the route, what would happen if he fell ill again from the exertion? Fusu's heart was filled with concern for his father. But at that moment a eunuch suddenly approached him and respectfully presented. Fusu took the decree with puzzlement and opened it. A single glance and he froze in place. Several lines of text were written on it. To achieve greatness, one must be ruthless. Go to the frontier and build the Great Wall. Return only when you understand the true meaning of these words. Fusu stood there utterly stunned by the contents of the secret decree. He almost doubted his own eyes. Was this truly the decree left by his imperial father? What did it mean? Was he being banished to the frontier to build the Great Wall? And was he also expected to learn ruthlessness? Fusu stood rooted to the spot, unable to recover for a long while. A young eunuch beside him cautiously spoke up. Your Highness, His Majesty's order is for you to depart today. It is not advisable to remain in the capital. Fusu felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. He never imagined that even after his father had left he would still leave behind such a move. Officially, it was said to be for tempering his character at the frontier. But in reality, wasn't it just because his father found his presence in Xianying an eyesore? Fusu quickly understood the underlying logic. In recent days he had spoken many kind words for his ninth brother. But what did his ninth brother do? He turned around and snatched Princess Yushu, who was supposed to be welcomed into the palace by the emperor. He even consummated the marriage immediately. It seemed his father had indeed taken note of this. With no other choice, Fusu could only return to his residence, dejectedly pack his belongings, and set off for the frontier. He had never been one to defy his father's wishes. In his heart, filial piety always came first. But Fusu was unaware of the deeper truth. Qin Shi Huang's arrangement was not merely a banishment. It was both a test and a form of protection for Fusu. More importantly, the emperor feared that Fusu's overly benevolent nature might jeopardize the grand plans he had for the capital. Because Qin Shi Huang was about to make his move, the entire imperial city would soon be in turmoil. After the Eastern Tour procession had traveled several hundred li from Xianying, the emperor secretly summoned Li Si. He lowered his voice and commanded, "My minister, your people can begin their work. Keep a close watch on the princes in the capital. Report to me immediately at the slightest sign of any trouble. And do not relax your vigilance on the court officials either. During my absence from Xianying, they will most likely show their true colors. Those who need to be purged, purge them." Li Si nodded in acceptance, a meaningful smile also appearing on his face. Soon after he sent out the orders via on this Eastern Tour, Li Si accompanied the emperor, and Zhao Gao was also by his side. To a certain extent, Qin Shi Huang did regard these two as his confidants. He valued Li Si for his administrative talent and capability. As for Zhao Gao, the emperor saw him as nothing more. He believed Zhao Gao could never truly stir up significant trouble. Such a person could only survive by clinging to imperial power, and thus could only be loyal to the emperor. Unfortunately, this time Qin Shi Huang's judgment was fatally flawed. These two would become the most insidious masterminds of all. After issuing these commands, the emperor leaned back in his carriage and slowly closed his eyes. Yet his mind continued to race with calculations. Although he had been ill recently, his mind remained sharp. Over the years, he had seen through the court with increasing clarity. He had also formed more judgments about the situation of the realm. He knew that many in the court were outwardly respectful, but inwardly disloyal. Some were building their own factions. Some were forming cliques for personal gain. And there were countless sycophants. Many even wished for his early demise, so they could seize power and dominate the court. Qin Shi Huang had no intention of indulging such people. Long ago, he had secretly deployed many agents to monitor the movements of the court officials. And this time he planned to use the Eastern Tour as an opportunity to set a trap. He would lure out all those hidden fish one by one. Then he would catch them all in one sweep. He wanted to use this chance to cleanse the court of the Great Qin dynasty. He also wished to clear the thorns from Fusu's path and hand over a complete and clean Great Qin to Fusu. Even at this moment, Fusu remained his most favored successor. After all, Fusu was the eldest son. He was also filial and possessed some strategic insight. The only problem was his overly merciful disposition. Sending him to the frontier to build the Great Wall was perhaps a way to temper him. Perhaps in the future his overly soft nature might change for the better. From this perspective, it wasn't a bad thing. Qin Shi Huang had a comprehensive plan in his mind. Everything was still. However, thinking of that rebellious son in the far north still gave him a headache. He had already ordered Zhang Han and Shi Lu to continue monitoring Ying Zhao's every move. It had to be said that Ying Zhao's performance this time had truly surprised Qin Shi Huang. Leaving aside the matter of taking Princess, that was too shameful. The mere feat of defeating the Xiongnu and slaying their Chanyu Tumen was enough to arouse the emperor's suspicion. So he had sent out more spies to investigate the true situation in the northern deserts. He wanted to know if that rebellious son had been playing the fool all along. If he had been biding his time in secret harboring deep, had he been privately training troops? Did he harbor thoughts of rebellion and treason? Qin Shi Huang wanted to investigate all of this thoroughly. Nevertheless, although Qin Shi Huang had become more wary of Ying Zhao, he didn't let this suspicion escalate to its extreme. After all, the image of Ying Zhao as a good-for-nothing in previous years was deeply ingrained. Thinking of that sickly son who seemed like he might collapse in a gust of wind, the emperor found it hard to associate him with any kind of formidable figure. In his view, Ying Zhao's victory over the Xiongnu was likely due to a stroke of luck. Perhaps the invading Xiongnu forces weren't that numerous. Or perhaps the enemy had underestimated Ying Zhao, leading to their downfall. That rebellious son probably wasn't formidable enough to be beyond control. So at this moment, Qin Shi Huang didn't truly regard Ying Zhao as a major threat. He felt that no matter how much the boy stirred things up, he couldn't create big waves. After all, he was just a wastrel obsessed with women and pleasure. And his weakness was women. Such a person would be the easiest. If that rebellious son ever harbored treacherous thoughts, he could simply send him a few more beauties to nip those ideas in the bud within the comfort of his harem. It must be said Qin Shi Huang was indeed a wise and powerful emperor. His judgment of people was usually accurate. But this time he had underestimated Ying Zhao. That's right, Ying Zhao did love beautiful women. And he did spend his days immersed in pleasure. But he wasn't trapped there. He could easily regroup and carve out a new path whenever necessary. Even surrounded by his beloved wives and concubines, he could still command the realm and strategize, enjoying life while secretly manipulating the chessboard. Soon Ying Zhao was destined to accomplish something earth-shattering. When that happened, even Qin Shi Huang would be astounded. He would make the entire land of Jiuzhou tremble. He would make everyone in Great Qin from top to bottom give a thumbs up to him. The ninth prince once considered a waste. It wouldn't be a perfunctory praise, but genuine admiration, true heartfelt respect. While Qin Shi Huang embarked on his grand eastern tour with much fanfare, Ying Zhao's life continued to be relaxed and stress-free. Today was another day of celebration at the ninth prince's residence. The entire mansion was adorned with red lanterns and colorful silk, with firecrackers crackling incessantly. Guests from all walks of life arrived one after another to offer congratulations. When old acquaintances met, there was inevitably a round of greetings and pleasantries. "Oh, old one, you've arrived too. Old Lu, we meet again. We must have a good drink today. Come to think of it, isn't this the third time we've met at the ninth prince's residence this month? I must say the ninth prince's frequency of taking concubines is getting higher and higher. Well, the higher the better, otherwise how would we have so many chances to gather? Well said. Come, let's fill our cups and catch up properly. Drink up. Congratulations to the ninth prince on yet another happy marriage. And congratulations on yet another wedding night. Let's hope we don't have to wait too long for the next feast. Don't worry, your concern is unnecessary. At the ninth prince's current pace, it'll only get faster. Ha! Cheers. The guests clinked their glasses and exchanged toasts, the atmosphere buzzing with vivacity. At this moment, the ninth prince's mansion was as festive as a grand celebration. Ying Zhao too was in no mood to bother with tedious formalities. After all, having hosted such wedding banquets many times, the guests were well versed in the proceedings, requiring no individual attention from him. So he simply scooped up the bride in his arms, and with a beaming smile, made his way to the bridal chamber. Seeing this, the guests outside erupted in another wave of cheers and playful jeers, encouraging Ying Zhao with gusto. The spectacle was such that one might think it was they, not Ying Zhao, who were heading to the bridal chamber. "Your Highness, a joyous wedding night. Give it your all, and may we soon hear news of another heir. Your Highness' vigor remains undiminished. We are truly in awe. We await your good news." The praises flowed without restraint. Yet amid the accolades, many secretly harbored concerns for Ying Zhao's physical well-being. A few guests huddled together, whispering among themselves, "Do you think the ninth prince can really handle this pace of taking concubines? I suspect he might one day be too exhausted to get out of bed. Pa, you worry too much. The ninth prince is no ordinary man, you know. He's quite formidable. Haven't you noticed? Lately he's been glowing with health, his spirits are ever higher, and he's even grown more handsome. A man like that can't possibly be felt. If anyone were to be overwhelmed, it would be the wives and concubines in his household. I'd wager that the ninth prince might even take another concubine this month." I second that wholeheartedly. While the crowd was deep in spirited discussion, Ying Zhao had already entered the bridal chamber in high spirits. Moments like these were when he was at his most radiant. The wives and concubines within the mansion were all smiles as well. After all, with another sister added to their number, they could share the burden of their lord's boundless energy. And the new concubine Ying Zhao had taken this time was of no simple origin. She was none other than the beloved daughter of the imperial censor, Shi Shangyun. On the day Ying Zhao had triumphantly returned to the city, riding his tall horse, exuding charisma and striking handsomeness, Shi Shangyun, who was mingling in the crowd to watch the excitement, fell for him at a single glance from afar. From that day forth, she could think of nothing else, her heart filled with the image of the ninth prince. Eventually, unable to contain her feelings, she took the initiative to send a visiting card requesting a meeting with Ying Zhao outside. And so they met one evening at the night market, discovering more and more in common with each other as they talked. Ying Zhao was never one to dawdle. Since they had taken a liking to each other, he swiftly brought Shi Shangyun into his harem. However, today's wedding ceremony in a sense still held a secretive air, because his new father-in-law Shi Lu was still kept entirely in the dark. The ninth prince's mansion was filled with festive joy. Ing Zhao entered the bridal chamber with immense delight. He lifted the bridal veil with his hand, revealing a beautiful woman before him, charming and full of spirit. Compared to his previous wives, Shi Shangyun's most distinctive trait was her extraordinary frankness and initiative. This brought great joy to Ing Zhao's heart. He had always favored concubines who were not coy or reserved. Shi Shangyun was innocent and lively with an open and bold disposition. With her around, the atmosphere in the bridal chamber warmed up quickly. Laughter and tender affections grew ever deeper. Shi Shangyun had always loved flowers. Ing Zhao had thus ordered the room to be filled with various floral arrangements in advance. The two sat together amidst the shadows of the flowers, the fragrance of red petals filling the room, creating a soft and lingering ambience. That night naturally was one of endless passion and sleeplessness. Unbeknownst to them, the night had grown deep. Yet the guests outside were still lingering, unwilling to leave. It was at this moment that Shi Lu and Meng Tian finally arrived. After disguising themselves, they found an inconspicuous corner to sit in, continuing to observe the lively scene within the ninth prince's mansion. Meng Tian asked in confusion, "Master Shi, why didn't we come to investigate the ninth prince's mansion during the day and instead wait until night? And why are we dressed up like this? It's rather strange. But speaking of which, this ninth prince is quite the philanderer. He's already taken another concubine, and so quickly." Shi Lu, however, looked mysterious and lowered his voice, saying, "General Meng, you wouldn't understand. This is called concealing one's identity for covert observation. My trip to Ma Bei is on the secret orders of His Majesty, specifically to monitor the ninth prince's every move. If my identity were exposed, how could I investigate anything?" Meng Tian waved his hand helplessly. All right, you and your schemes. Let's eat first. We've been covertly roaming the eastern outskirts all day, and my stomach is completely empty." With that, Meng Tian picked up a large chicken leg and took a big bite. It had to be said, the feast at the ninth prince's mansion was indeed sumptuous. Just looking at the dishes laid out on the table was enough to whet one's appetite. The moment Meng Tian bit into the chicken leg, his eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but praise, "This is quite good. This roasted chicken leg is made to perfection. Master Shi, you should try it too. I guarantee it will surprise you." Shi Lu, who had been trying to maintain his dignity, couldn't resist and picked up a chicken leg for a bite as well. The next moment his eyes brightened too. Delicious, truly delicious. This flavor rivals the finest dishes in the royal capital of Xianyang. Tasting it carefully, the seasoning of salt seems exceptionally well balanced. And there's a numbing, tingling sensation on the tongue. I can't quite place it, but it's strangely addictive. Meng Tian nodded in agreement. It was indeed that kind of flavor. He finished off one chicken leg in a few quick bites, then began to devour the other dishes with gusto. After sampling several dishes in succession, he found himself giving a thumbs up to nearly every one. One could only say that this ninth prince truly knew how to live. Perhaps he had gathered all the finest chefs in the land into his mansion. Shi Lu, abandoning any pretense of decorum, also began to feast voraciously. The two of them had indeed been famished all day. Early that morning, their subordinates had reported unusual activity in the eastern outskirts. People from the ninth prince's mansion seemed to be taking action, having cordoned off a large area of land. Shi Lu's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing this. He felt he might just uncover some dirt on the ninth prince. So he dragged Meng Tian along to secretly investigate the eastern outskirts. After a whole day of futile effort, they returned with empty stomachs, abandoning any pretense of refinement to fill their bellies first. After all, the ninth prince's mansion never accepted gifts at their banquets. It would be a waste not to eat. The most important thing now was to wolf down the food. So the two of them hid in their corner, heads down, stuffing themselves. While Shi Lu and Meng Tian were busy eating in their corner, the chatter from a nearby table drifted over. "So what do you think the new bride looks like? That's obvious, isn't it? She must be a stunning beauty. Do we even need to doubt the ninth prince's taste?" "Exactly. Trusting the ninth prince's aesthetic is a sure bet. She's bound to be a top-tier beauty. Speaking of which, what's the bride's name? I wonder which lucky father-in-law has hit the jackpot. With a daughter like that, he's bound to rise to prominence soon. Boundless wealth and glory, living the high life. I'm not sure whose daughter she is. I only heard her name is Shangyun." "What? Shangyun?" The name had barely entered his ears when Shi Lu's entire body gave a violent shudder. He was still chewing his food, but his movements froze instantly, his face twitching uncontrollably. An extremely ominous premonition surged through his heart. No way. It couldn't be his own daughter, could it? But quickly Shi Lu shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He hastily raised his wine cup for a gulp, desperately reassuring himself. It must just be a coincidence of names. The world is vast, and there are many women named Shangyun. How could it possibly be his daughter? With his daughter's discerning eye, how could she ever fancy a dissolute prodigal like the ninth prince? And how could she possibly stoop to becoming his concubine? Such a thing was utterly impossible. Besides, his daughter should be resting at the post station right now. She was always clinging to her. The mother and daughter were most likely enjoying tea and idle chatter together at this very moment. Though Shi Lu tried to reassure himself with these thoughts, the speed at which he shoveled rice into his mouth unconsciously quickened. A sudden urge to return and check on them seized him. Unless he confirmed with his own eyes that his daughter was still at the post station, his heart wouldn't find peace. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction of the wedding chamber. One glance was all it took, and his heart clenched as if squeezed by an unseen hand filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, the guests around him continued their idle chatter. Yet after listening for a long while, Shirlu couldn't glean any more useful information. For no one knew whose daughter this bride actually was. No one could even say what her surname was. All they knew was that she was called Shan. Plagued by unease, Shirlu hastily finished his meal. He then bid a quick farewell to Meng Tian and hurried back toward. Upon returning, Shirlu rushed inside, immediately scouring every corner high and low. Yet no matter how he searched, he couldn't find a trace of his beloved daughter, Shangyun. His expression changed instantly. Shirlu grabbed his servant by the collar, demanding through gritted teeth, "Where's the young miss? And the mistress? Why are neither of them at the post station?" A maid trembling with fear knelt on the ground and replied in a shaky voice, "Master, the young miss and the mistress have gone to the county magistrate's residence as guests. Today the magistrate's wife sent an invitation for the mistress and the young miss to enjoy the flowers and have tea. They departed together around noon." Thankfully nothing had gone wrong. It seemed the concubine the ninth prince had taken today was indeed someone else's daughter. Although her name was also thankfully nothing had gone wrong. It seemed the concubine the ninth prince had taken today was indeed someone else's daughter. Although her name was also Shangyun, it must just be a coincidence. Yet even so, just thinking about that name sent a chill down Shirlu's spine, and his heart couldn't find rest. He immediately ordered his men, "Quick, go to the county magistrate's residence at once and bring the mistress and the young miss back." The moment he finished speaking, the sound of carriage wheels and horses' hooves came from outside the door. Shirlu rushed out. As soon as the carriage came to a halt, he saw his wife stepping down. The moment he finished speaking, the sound of carriage wheels and horses' hooves came from outside the door. Shirlu rushed out. As soon as the carriage came to a halt, he saw his wife stepping down. "Where is she?" Shir's wife looked at him with confusion. "Didn't she already come back? We were heading to the county magistrate's residence together, but halfway there, she suddenly said she wasn't feeling well and wanted to come back to rest. We weren't far from the post station then, so I had the maid accompany her back." "What? She didn't return?" Boom. These words struck Shirlu's mind like a thunderbolt. The ominous premonition instantly intensified into an overwhelming dread. He staggered back a step, almost losing his balance. The next moment he grabbed his wife's sleeve, roaring in fury, "Why didn't you escort her back yourself? Don't you know there's a lecher in Mabe City? Why did you let our daughter go with just one maid? Why didn't you send more servants to protect her?" Huh. Facing the nearly deranged Shir's wife remained surprisingly composed. She shot him a glare and retorted, "Wasn't it you who said we should keep a low profile? Didn't His Majesty also instruct us not to draw attention? Besides, we walked to the county magistrate's residence and didn't bring many carriages or attendants. Our daughter just said she felt a bit unwell. It's not a serious illness. She just needed to lie down for a while. I had the maid accompany her back. What's wrong with that? Why are you yelling at me now? And what lecher in Mabe City are you talking? Are you referring to His Highness the Ninth Prince? I think he's quite decent. Handsome with a good reputation. He wouldn't be a bad..." These words nearly made Shirlu explode on the spot. Furious, he raised his hand, almost resorting to violence. But at that moment a procession appeared in the distance. The group, dressed in festive red attire, carried load after load of gifts on their shoulders, advancing towards the post station in a grand spectacle. Once they arrived at the gate, the lead steward stepped forward with a beaming smile and bowed. "Congratulations, Lord Shirlu. Congratulations, Lord Shir, on becoming a father-in-law." Upon hearing this, Shirlu felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He was so furious he couldn't speak. His mouth opened and closed again, his face a terrible mix of shock and rage, his expression sour beyond measure. The steward, however, remained all smiles as he approached, respectfully bowing first to Shirlu and his wife. Then in a courteous tone he said, "Please forgive us, esteemed elders. His Highness the Ninth Prince and your esteemed daughter's wedding today was indeed a bit rushed. The late announcement is truly a breach of etiquette on our part. However, it was not intentional concealment. We were mainly concerned that you, Lord Shir, might not agree readily. Hence His Highness had no choice but to act first and report later. We humbly ask for your understanding, Lord Shir. These gifts are a small token of His Highness' regard. A modest offering, not enough to express our sincerity. We hope you will accept them." "What?" Shirlu's mind buzzed and he nearly cursed out loud. He gasped for breath on the verge of losing his mind. His face had turned an ugly shade of livid purple. Seeing this, Shir's wife quickly waved her hand. The steward, being perceptive, immediately led his men to set down the gifts and scurried away. Once they were far off, Shir's wife hurriedly grabbed Shirlu, soothing him with a smile. "Husband, don't get so angry that you ruin your health. This isn't as bad as you think. Our daughter has finally found a home. Isn't that good? Besides, that ninth prince has good character, a handsome face, and is of royal blood. Today is ultimately a joyous occasion. We can't afford to make a scene now." Shirlu exploded after hearing this. He couldn't believe that even his own wife was siding with the ninth prince. He grabbed Shir's wife by the wrist, eyes blazing with fury as he demanded, "Tell me, what the hell is going on? Did you and your daughter plot this together? Deliberately, keeping me, your old man, in the dark worm? How dare you not tell me about such a major event as our daughter's marriage? Are you out of your mind, woman? You gave our daughter to that waste of a ninth prince. Don't you know his household is already full of wives and concubines? Bastard." The words had barely left his mouth. Smack. In his fury, Shirlu raised his hand and slapped his wife across the face. He truly couldn't understand. What was wrong with these women? How could they all seem so bewitched by the ninth prince, how could his precious, beautiful daughter fall for such a refined scoundrel? What kind of peaceful life could she possibly have with him? Taking concubines every other day, he was clearly the most fickle and dissolute of men. The more Shirley thought about it, the angrier he got. He directly drew the large blade from his waist. Then he wildly hacked at the betrothal gift boxes. He cursed incessantly, "Damn the ninth prince. Who the hell does he think he can just send a few boxes of junk and whisk my daughter away? Is this how a human being acts? Sneaking around, acting first and reporting later. Without even a word to me, does he think he can defy the heavens, eh? Even if he is the son of the first emperor, so what? That damn bastard'll chop him down myself." Shirley cursed and vented his rage madly. Several large boxes were quickly chopped to pieces. As the wooden boxes shattered, their contents spilled out. Gold and silver ingots, pearls, agates, jade, artifacts, and jewels, box after box, gleaming brightly before everyone's eyes. The surrounding servants were all stunned. Some were shocked, some envious, and others couldn't help but show a hint of delight. Even Shirley himself was momentarily frozen, but he quickly snapped out of it, raising his blade and roaring, "Guards! Everyone hear my command. Follow me to the ninth prince's mansion. We're going to bring the young miss back. My daughter must never marry such a worthless man." Madame Shir, who had been weeping on the side, could no longer hold herself back. She rushed forward and clung to Shirley's leg, crying as she pleaded, "Husband, you must not go. You truly cannot go. It's already too late. If you storm over there now, our daughter's reputation will be utterly ruined." He burst into loud, anguished sobs, completely forgetting his dignity as an official. Deep down, he too knew that it was indeed too late. If this turns into a huge public spectacle, it will do our family no good at all. Upon hearing this, Shirley could no longer maintain his composure. He burst into loud, anguished sobs, completely forgetting his dignity as an official. Deep down, he too knew that it was indeed too late. During the wedding feast at the ninth prince's mansion, that scoundrel had already gleefully entered the bridal chamber. By now the deed was most likely already done. Even if he charged over now, what could he possibly change? The more Shirley thought about it, the more he broke down, nearly driven mad with rage. He glared fiercely at his wife, wishing he could devour her whole. What had gotten into this woman? Why was she siding with the ninth prince? As these thoughts churned, Shirley's anger flared up again, and he raised his hand to strike Madame Shir across the face once more. This time Madame Shir completely exploded. She clutched her face and screamed in fury, "You old fool. You think I'm scared of you? I don't need you anymore. I think the ninth prince is just wonderful. With a son-in-law like him, our family is bound for. Our daughter will live a good life after marrying him. The ninth prince is a dragon among men, handsome, graceful, and sure, he has many wives and concubines, but he treats every single one of them well. Just look at yourself. You're always taking your anger out on your own wife. How can you compare to the ninth prince? You worthless old man. If I were a few decades younger, I'd set my sights on the ninth prince too. Even being his concubine would be better than being married to a hot-tempered relic like you." Having said that, Madame Shir shoved Shirley aside and didn't even bother to look at him again. Then she turned to the servants nearby and ordered, "Let's go to the ninth prince's mansion. I can't stand staying in this shabby post station any longer." The servants didn't dare to say a word and quickly led the way. A young maid happily followed along, chirping, "Madam, let's head to the ninth prince's mansion. The ninth prince is so kind to everyone, he certainly won't neglect his mother-in-law." As she spoke, Madame Shir led her entourage towards the ninth prince's residence. Shirley was left standing alone, dazed for a long time. After a long while, he shakily cursed, "You damned woman. How could you be brainwashed by that good for nothing too? At your age, are you really smitten with the ninth prince? Listen to the nonsense you were just spouting. We've been married for so many years, and you call me a worthless old man. Are you trying to start a rebellion, you wretched woman?" The more Shirley fumed, the more his heart ached. He stomped his foot, intending to chase after her and continue the argument. A servant quickly rushed over and grabbed him, his face crumpled in distress, pleading, "Master, please let it go. Making a scene at the ninth prince's mansion would be truly disgraceful. If this escalates further, it will do no good for you, the young miss, or the madam. Please just go back to your room and calm down." With a mix of pulling and tugging, the servants managed to haul the still furious Shirley back into the post station. But no sooner had Shirley stepped through the threshold than the breath caught in his chest. The next moment his vision went black and he collapsed on the spot. This frightened the servants half to death. They quickly huddled around him and checked his breathing. Fortunately, he had merely fainted from rage, not stopped breathing altogether. The servants didn't dare delay and immediately went out to summon physicians. Before long, they had brought back several doctors at once. When Meng Tian heard about this, he rushed over as well. Even he was surprised that Shirley's daughter Shir Shangyun had also been taken into the ninth prince's harem. This ninth prince truly had remarkable abilities. It seemed that any woman he set his sights on was inevitably drawn into his mansion one after another. Meng Tian had already sent people to inquire around the ninth prince's residence. The findings, however, were more embarrassing than he expected. Apparently, this marriage was not something the ninth prince had forced. In fact, it was Shirley's daughter who had first approached the ninth prince's mansion, personally delivering a letter to invite him out for a meeting. After they met, mutual affection blossomed, and everything proceeded naturally from there. In other words, wasn't it the woman who had thrown herself at him? If this got out, Shirley wouldn't have a face left to show anyone. The more Meng Tian thought about it, the more awkward he felt, so he hurried over to try and console Shirley. But when he entered, he found Shirley lying on the bed, his face ashen, completely unconscious. While Shirley was half dead with rage, Madame Shir couldn't care less. After all, her daughter was now married to the ninth prince. From now on, she was officially the ninth prince's mother-in-law. The thought filled her with glee. she arrived at the ninth prince's mansion. Naturally, the household staff didn't dare to be negligent. They practically all came out to welcome her. The reception was held with the highest honors for a distinguished guest. Soon Madame Sher was escorted into the main hall. Not only did they prepare a lavish feast for her, but they also assigned several clever maidservants to attend to her every need. It must be said Zhao was always extremely generous to his mothers-in-law. Any mother-in-law connected to him by marriage lived a comfortable life. Fine clothes, exquisite food, silks, and satins they lacked for nothing. Every one of them carried themselves like noble ladies. In fact, some of his mothers-in-law secretly envied their own daughters. Sometimes they couldn't help but wish they were a few decades younger. To marry such a considerate and wealthy prince would truly be a life without regrets. After all, as Zhao's charm grew stronger, his allure became increasingly irresistible. Even these mothers-in-law occasionally found themselves entertaining some inappropriate thoughts. A blissful night passed. It was soon noon the next day. Shi Shangyun was fast asleep, completely exhausted. Zhao, on the other hand, was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. The first thing he did after getting up was drink a bowl of milk. He then leisurely had his morning meal. After eating, he instructed his servants, "When Lady Shangyun wakes up, make sure you attend to her well. Don't be negligent with her food, drink, or anything else she needs." The servants quickly nodded in agreement. They wouldn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Everyone knew that the ninth prince cherished his wives and concubines the most. Whatever the ladies wished to eat, the mansion would prepare. Whatever they wished to wear would be immediately tailored for them. They had never been lacking in fine clothes or exquisite food. After giving these instructions, Zhao headed to the Taoist temple in the backyard. It was the beginning of the month, a time when the system allowed him to extract another batch of alchemy materials. Zhao changed into his Taoist robe and sat cross-legged on a cushion. He then began to circulate the true qi within his body, breathing rhythmically while operating his cultivation technique. The fire in the furnace had already been stoked by the servants. Earlier he had instructed them to place the herbs into the furnace in the correct proportions. Now the flames blazed fiercely and waves of heat surged. The herbs were slowly being refined into pills amidst the intense fire. To save a jiaoing, Zhao had to continue refining the longevity pills. The 2 half-finished pills he had previously made were already consumed by her. The effect was indeed noticeable. Her body had improved significantly compared to before. However, her constitution was still too weak. She remained frail and unwell, clearly not yet fully recovered. This time the system materials were just enough to refine 2 more pills. With the experience from last time, Zhao found the alchemy process noticeably smoother this round. While refining pills, he did not neglect his cultivation. His current cultivation base had already broken through the Houtian realm and officially entered the Xiantian realm. His true qi could now naturally emanate from his body, and he could guide it bit by bit into the furnace to aid the pills in taking shape. He felt quite confident about this. As long as he continued to take wives and concubines, expanding his family, he could keep receiving system rewards. In his spare time, he would cultivate martial arts manuals and comprehend the Tao. Sooner or later, he would be able to transform his mortal body step by step into a true immortal bone physique. Now that he had already crossed the Houtian realm and reached the Xiantian level, that feeling was indeed completely different from before. With a few more months of cultivation, he might be able to touch the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. This speed was already quite impressive. That feeling was indeed completely different from before. With a few more months of cultivation, he might be able to touch the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. This speed was already quite... Of course, there was still a critical issue at hand. That was the troops under his command were far from sufficient. Although the system rewards were plentiful, they still only amounted to a foundation-level accumulation. If he truly wanted to walk the great path of rebellion, he must possess an army of considerable scale. Soldiers, chariots, warhorses, weapons, and equipment, all were indispensable. Only with a fully formed army could he undertake a grand undertaking. Since the system couldn't directly reward him with organized troops in a short time, Zhao would have to find another way, even if it meant spending a great deal of money to secretly recruit soldiers and buy horses. However, this matter must be handled with utmost secrecy. He absolutely could not let his father's spies in the northern desert detect even a hint of it. While refining pills, Zhao was simultaneously pondering his future development plans. In this way, he was actually multitasking. After an unknown amount of time, a muffled bang suddenly came from within the furnace. Zhao abruptly opened his eyes and immediately stepped forward to check. Lifting the furnace lid, he saw 2 pitch-black pills lying at the bottom of the furnace. The appearance was truly pitiful, even uglier than the ones refined last time. Zhao took out the 2 pills, examined them carefully in his palm, and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This time I've wasted good materials. My alchemy skills are clearly not up to par, yet I dared to let my mind wander just now. And this is the result. I hope Ajiao won't mind. He looked them over a few more times. These pills were so black, they resembled 2 lumps of charcoal at first glance. Bringing them closer to smell, there was also an indescribable strange odor. It was truly hard to even consider swallowing them. Zhao silently resolved that next time he refined pills, he must concentrate. He couldn't be refining pills and plotting rebellion at the same time anymore. Afterwards, he put away the pills and left the Taoist temple, heading off to find Ajiao. Meanwhile, Shi Shangyun had just woken up. She dragged her somewhat weary body through a bath and freshened up. Only then, with the support of her maid, did she come to the main hall for a meal. She was just about to step forward and greet the other sisters according to protocol, but unexpectedly the other wives and concubines swarmed around her immediately. Each one warmly took her hand, smiling and chatting with her. Their attitudes were extremely kind with no hint of ostracism. Instead, they kept piling food into her bowl. Someone even said with a meaningful smile, "Dear sister, congratulations on officially joining our sisterhood. For the time being, we'll leave you to experience our husband's domineering ways. It also gives us sisters a chance to rest a little. Our sisterhood always welcomes new sisters. If anything happens in the manor, just tell us. If you feel like you can't handle it, there's no need to force yourself. We'll figure something out together then. If it really comes down to it, we can all join forces to add a new sister for our husband." At these words, Shang-Yun's cheeks flushed crimson and her expression turned somewhat embarrassed. She had been puzzled. Why were there so many wives and concubines in her husband's manor, yet none of them showed any signs of jealousy? But after last night, she finally understood completely. Jealous? That's not something you just decide to be, because there simply isn't enough to go around. In fact, it's overwhelming. At this moment, Shang-Yun was already faintly feeling that she was at her limit. If she had to bear this arduous task alone, she was afraid she truly couldn't hold up. She said shyly in a low voice, "Sisters, this matter is indeed not easy. It's definitely more stable if we all share the burden. With our husband's prowess, it seems we really need a few more people to accomplish. As for taking concubines, I have no objections. In fact, I think the more the merrier." Upon hearing this, the other women immediately understood. They all nodded in agreement, raising their hands in approval. After all, without more sisters to share the burden, the days ahead would truly be difficult to endure. The first wife, Lin Qingxiao, thought for a moment and then decisively declared, "Leave this matter to me. He'll keep an eye out for our husband in the next few days. We can go through all the outstanding young ladies in the northern desert city. Don't just sit idle, all of you help take a look as well. Find a few reliable and suitable beauties for our husband. This way the burden on us can be lightened. After all, the days ahead are long, and we need to plan for the long haul." Everyone naturally agreed with this proposal. So the wives and concubines immediately huddled together, discussing it with great fervor. The sole focus of the conversation was how to add more concubines for Ying Zhao. At that moment, Ying Zhao happened to be standing outside the door, having overheard most of the discussion. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This life of having a bevy of wives and concubines was truly the peak of existence. What was even rarer was that his wives were all exceptionally understanding. They were even proactively planning to find him new concubines. This made Ying Zhao feel extremely pleased. So he didn't. At a time like this, he should give them enough space to research how to find new candidates for him. Ying Zhao turned and went over to Lady Shi's place first. As soon as Lady Shi saw him, she beamed with joy, looking several years younger. She held Ying Zhao's hand and chatted warmly about family matters, having an endless stream of things to say. Her expression clearly showed that the more she looked at this son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. Ying Zhao wasn't one to be social. To prevent this mother-in-law from focusing all her attention on him, he simply gave the order to invite his other mothers-in-law to the manor as well. With that, the 9th prince's manor became lively once more. The mother-in-law group gathered together, creating a scene of great jubilation. Everyone chattered away, practically praising Ying Zhao to the heavens. Having such a son-in-law was to them the greatest fortune of their lives. What's more incredible was that these mothers-in-law, once they arrived at the 9th prince's manor, ended up staying for quite a few days. Each one was so happy and content that they didn't really want to go home. Looking at such a pleasing and considerate son-in-law every day filled their hearts with joy. Going home to face their own old fogies just seemed so dull in comparison. In no time, Ying Zhao's mother-in-law group was growing larger and larger. They enjoyed fine food and drink in the 9th prince's manor, adorned themselves in silks and jewelry, living a life of utter leisure. This lifestyle was a complete leap from their past. Because of this, the mothers with daughters in the northern desert city were green with envy. Every few days, someone would drag their daughter to the manor to recommend her. However, Ying Zhao's standards were not low. He had his own criteria for choosing concubines. They must come from a clean background. They must have outstanding looks. It was also preferable for them to have a good constitution. Of course, a slightly weaker constitution was acceptable. As long as they had a good temperament and beautiful features suitable to keep by his side, it was permissible. But the matter of expanding the family couldn't be entirely ignored. Any beauty who met the criteria would naturally be considered. Thus, matchmakers came knocking every day. There were also many enthusiastic mothers bringing their daughters to stroll around the vicinity of the 9th prince's manor. Over time, the 9th prince's manor had become the most prominent landmark in the northern desert city. One could even say that a trip to Ma Bay without visiting the 9th prince's mansion was a wasted journey. The mansion's renown had long since surpassed all expectations. Meanwhile, Minister Shirlu, who had been bedridden with fury, had finally begun to recover over the past few days. Meng Tian had visited him frequently during this time. Each visit was accompanied by words of consolation. One day, Meng Tian arrived at the inn bearing gifts once more. Seated by the bedside, he spoke earnestly. "Minister Shi, what's done is done. You should try to let it go. His Highness the 9th Prince is indeed charming, and he does have many wives and concubines. But you cannot deny that he possesses a genuine allure. Furthermore, he has always treated his women exceptionally well. Hasn't your esteemed wife been staying at the 9th Prince's mansion? This suggests she is quite content there. Having such a son-in-law isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's best you slowly come to terms with reality and stop tormenting yourself." Shirlu fumed with rage upon hearing this, his beard bristling. Accept this dissolute prince as his son-in-law. It was utterly unacceptable. Even now, he couldn't fathom what had come over these women. Was it simply because the brat was handsome? Because he was wealthy? Or perhaps because he knew how to flatter women? What in the world was happening to society? A man of integrity like himself was overlooked while a frivolous philanderer was treasured by one and all. The most painful part was that his own daughter and wife had now sided with the ninth prince. The more Shirley thought about it, the more he sighed heavily, then gritted his teeth and spat. That scoundrel dared to whisk my daughter away without a word. He has shown me absolutely no respect. I Shirley have lived an upright life and served as an official with diligence. I will never allow my daughter to become a concubine in another's household, especially not to such a frivolous playboy. No, I must write a letter and report this matter truthfully to His Majesty. Let His Majesty discipline this wretch properly. He has grown far too arrogant. If we let him continue, all the women in the land will be ruined by him. The more Shirley spoke, the angrier he became, and he immediately ordered his servants to bring writing materials. He then bent over his desk, writing furiously, as if trying to pour all his pent-up rage into the letter. Meng Tian watched from the side, shaking his head helplessly. Just then the steward entered and reported respectfully, "My lord, the ninth prince's mansion has sent gifts again. Chest after chest, all lavish presents for his father-in-law. The messenger also said that the ninth prince hopes you will accept them graciously, and that you are welcome to visit the mansion at any time. Should you come, the entire household will receive you with the highest honors." Shirley let out a cold snort, refusing to even speak. Did he think a few chests of gold and jewels would quell his anger? Was he Shirley the type to be swayed by wealth? The thorn in his heart still ached fiercely, and his indignation was far from subsided. And so he took up his brush and quickly penned a memorial. He then handed it directly to his trusted aide, ordering him to deliver it to the imperial palace with haste. Of course, venting his anger didn't mean he had forgotten his duties. Shirley looked at Meng Tian and asked in a deep voice, "I've been confined to bed these past few days and couldn't investigate. Weren't you inspecting the northern and western outskirts? What exactly is the ninth prince's mansion planning with all that large-scale construction? Could that brat truly harbor grand ambitions? Is he secretly minting coins, forging weapons, or even plotting?" Meng Tian, however, shook his head and said, "Minister, sure you are overthinking this. They are not building those places to mint money or forge weapons. Rather, they are expanding their industries and creating new business avenues to provide job opportunities for the common people. In essence, these places will become manufacturing workshops. In this matter, we have likely misjudged His Highness the ninth prince." Shirley was stunned. Manufacturing workshops, job opportunities, improving people's livelihoods. These terms buzzed in his ears one after another, leaving him utterly bewildered. The next moment, he urged Meng Tian to recount in full detail everything he had discovered in the eastern and western outskirts. Meanwhile, Shirley's memorial was swiftly delivered to Shekyu into the hands of Qin Shi Huang. During this period, Qin Shi Huang had been on his eastern inspection tour. His carriage had now finally entered the territory of Shekyu. The next stop was the place where the celestial meteorite had fallen. Qin Shi Huang was quite looking forward to it. He was eager to see with his own eyes what the massive stone that had fallen from the sky looked like. In his view, this meteorite was undoubtedly an auspicious omen bestowed by heaven upon Great Qin. Perhaps it even held some hidden warning or enlightenment for him, the emperor. Filled with anticipation, Qin Shi Huang prepared to venture to the site of the meteorite to investigate. However, as the sky darkened, the entourage set up camp for the night, planning to continue their journey the next day. It was then that a scout hurried over, presenting a secret letter from Mabe. Zhao Gao received it respectfully and carefully handed it to Qin Shi Huang. The emperor looked at the letter, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to open it. For whenever he saw anything sent from Mabe, he knew it boded no good. It was most likely another scandalous affair of that unfilial son. He still vividly remembered the last incident, when Ning Zhao had taken Princess Yushu. He had barely managed to calm down from that, and now another letter had arrived from Mabe. Without a doubt, it couldn't be anything reassuring. Qin Shi Huang tossed the letter to Zhao Gao and said indifferently, "You open it. Read it to me." Zhao Gao involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. Reluctant, but daring not to disobey, he steeled himself and opened the letter. He first scanned it quickly. The moment he finished reading, a cold sweat broke out over his entire body. With a thud, Zhao Gao fell to his knees, his voice trembling with a sob. "Your Majesty, this is terrible. His Highness the ninth prince has. He has taken yet another concubine." To this, Qin Shi Huang's face showed not a trace of surprise. He knew it. Any news from Mabe was almost certainly about this trivial matter. Qin Shi Huang cursed in annoyance, this unfilial brat. Indeed, a leopard cannot change its spots. He's been restless again after just a few days of peace. Forget it, let him be. I can no longer be bothered with this profligate son. Let him do as he pleases. At that moment, Qin Shi Huang had no desire to letting Zhao's absurdities ruin his mood. He had finally come out on this eastern tour and just wanted to see the auspicious sign without any trouble. But Zhao Gao remained on his knees, stammering, "Your Majesty, this time. It may not be so simple. Minister Shirley has severely denounced the ninth prince in his letter. Furthermore, he has requested that your Majesty uphold justice for him. He claims that his precious daughter was taken away by the ninth prince. Worse still, unbeknownst to Minister Shirley, the ninth prince had already married his daughter and consummated the union." What? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang was first taken aback. Then he could barely contain himself. On one hand, he wanted to curse. On the other, he inexplicably felt like laughing. Just picturing Shirley's stern, serious face twisted into a bitter, wizened grimace made the emperor find the whole affair rather amusing. He couldn't resist asking with a hint of teasing, "Is this true? Did that rebellious son of mine really marry Shirley's daughter?" As he spoke, Qin Shi Huang suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Worthy of being my son, that romantic scoundrel. He even managed to charm Shirley's daughter. I would truly love to see the grim, mournful expression on Lu's face right now. Zhao Gao, kneeling on the ground, was utterly bewildered by the scene. What was happening? Previously, when the ninth prince was taking concubines with abandon, His Majesty had been furious. He had called it disgraceful. But now that it was Minister Lu's family being wronged, why was the emperor laughing so heartily? It seemed terribly hypocritical. In truth, Qin Shi Huang wasn't any less angry with Ying Zhao. He simply found it deeply satisfying to see Lu taken down a peg. In his memory, Lu was always upright, fair, and incorruptible. No matter the situation, he presented an image of propriety and principle. In essence, he was the epitome of a righteous official in the court. Yet who would have thought that such a man could be so thoroughly undermined by his own worthless son? The thought was indeed somewhat comical. Li Si, standing nearby, was also struggling to stifle his laughter. Imagining the always righteous Lu being driven to spitting blood because his daughter was stolen away by the ninth prince was simply too amusing. Qin Shi Huang quickly took the letter back from Zhao Gao and read it over once more. After finishing, he again couldn't help but roar with laughter. Only that son of mine could infuriate Lu to such a state. Though to be fair, what that boy did was hardly After all, Lu is now his father-in-law. How could he not even bother to inform him about such a major event as marriage? It's truly absurd. At this point, Qin Shi Huang gently shook his head. But I must admit that boy does have some charm. I met Lu's daughter once. She was indeed a delicate and beautiful woman. How could such a stunning beauty fall for my good-for-nothing son at first sight, and even chase after him, eventually marrying into the ninth prince's residence behind her father's back? Doesn't this prove my son has some redeeming qualities? What do you think, Li Si? After speaking, Qin Shi Huang laughed again. Li Si also smiled, cupping his hands and saying, Your Majesty speaks the absolute truth. However, Minister Lu has indeed been deeply angered this time. He was originally ordered to inspect matters in the northern desert, only to find himself suddenly becoming the ninth prince's father-in-law, and to be saddled with such a troublesome son-in-law. Anyone in his position would be furious. It's understandable that he's so... At this point, Li Si shifted his tone slightly. But Your Majesty, this matter still requires some form of explanation to Otherwise, given his stubborn nature, he will surely come to you weeping. If he kneels for days and nights demanding justice, that would be a real problem. Qin Shi Huang found this headache-inducing as well. With a tone of resignation mixed with mockery, he said, What can I do? I can hardly control my own son anymore. That boy is like a wild bull, endlessly taking wives and concubines, causing chaos without end. There's no stopping him. Enough. I will issue an edict to give him a stern warning. Though he said this, Qin Shi Huang had no real intention of severely punishing Ying Zhao. He was in a good mood today, and this letter was mostly for show to give Lu some form of recompense. After all, the man had been forced into the role of father-in-law. It wouldn't be appropriate to let the situation spiral into a major conflict. So Qin Shi Huang personally wrote a warning letter and ordered it to be sent to the northern desert immediately. Zhao Gao, standing nearby, was puzzled by the emperor's dramatic shift in attitude. He couldn't fathom why His Majesty had changed so suddenly. How could he not be angry anymore? But these were questions he dared not ask or voice. Li Si, after a moment's thought, tentatively spoke up. Your Majesty, if the ninth prince continues to be this promiscuous, it will eventually become a problem. He may not heed your warning letter. Perhaps we should devise a more effective method to make him truly take heed. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand, saying, No need. His current state is actually quite suitable. After my great illness, I've come to understand many things clearly. If that rebellious son were to suddenly change his ways and start doing things properly, that would be the real problem. That would be truly dangerous. But as he is now spending his days amidst women, indulging in pleasure and neglecting his duty, it actually puts my mind at ease. After all, he has little hope in the struggle for the throne. Hearing this, Li Si understood the emperor's meaning and ceased his questioning. Zhao Gao also found the reasoning sound. A prince who was constantly immersed in the pleasures of the boudoir, unable to leave his women's side, could hardly harbor grand ambitions. Such a man was likely good for nothing. But if the ninth prince were to give up his vices and pull himself together, that would be the most frightening prospect of all. After all, not long ago, he had personally led the charge and routed the Xiongnu. That achievement alone was enough to make any prince formidable. The ninth prince was not without talent. He was simply ruined by women. At this thought, Zhao Gao felt a newfound respect for Qin Shi Huang. His Majesty certainly saw things clearly. After his great illness, he seemed to have gained a new level of insight. Simultaneously, another thought quietly took root in Zhao Gao's mind. Almost instantly, he incorporated the ninth prince Ying Zhao into his grand scheme. Throughout this eastern inspection tour, Zhao Gao had been secretly calculating his every future move. In the future, he would certainly back Hu Hai, because Hu Hai was young and his mind was easy to control. With proper handling, he would never be able to break free from his grasp. However, if Hu Hai were placed directly on the throne, the court officials would likely find it difficult to accept. The position might... So before Hu Hai's ascension, it would be best to push a puppet onto the throne. Let that puppet continue to be foolish to the point where officials lose hope and the people become dissatisfied. When the time is right, pull the puppet down and smoothly install Hu Hai. This would be far more stable. Zhao Gao's mental calculations clicked away rapidly, and his current ideal puppet candidate was precisely the ninth prince Ying Zhao. After all, that man spent his days amidst women seemingly without a brain in his head. Just keep sending him women to keep him indulging in pleasure. Perhaps he would become the perfect puppet. With this thought, a hidden smile crept onto Zhao Gao's lips. Qin Shi Huang, Zhao Gao, and Li Si had all at nearly the same moment come to certain realizations. For the time being, they were less inclined to bother with the ninth prince's romantic affairs. When it was brought up, it was merely as a topic of casual conversation, a source of amusement, because in their eyes, as long as Exiled continued his folly and remained mired in women, he was simply a worthless prince. As for the true heir Qin Shi Huang had in mind, it remained Fusu. He had already begun to temper Fusu. Sending him to the frontier was to forge a tougher, more composed character through hardship and military service. Meanwhile, the first emperor of Qin was also preparing to clear the obstacles ahead for his son Fusu. The grand scheme of the emperor had begun to unfold slowly. Zhao Gao's sly calculations were also advancing stealthily. As for Li Si, he was a man who swayed with the wind, always adept at reading the prevailing currents. Until the situation became clear, he naturally chose to follow the first emperor for the time being. The warning letter written by the first emperor was quickly delivered to the northern frontier. Exiled was somewhat surprised when he received his father's letter. After all, over the years, his imperial father had never paid. He, the ninth prince, seemed to have been long forgotten in a corner. On ordinary days, his father wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. Now a sudden letter arrived which made Exiled find it rather curious. However, he knew well that the letter would contain no kind words. It would likely be full of sarcasm, ridicule, and a few threats thrown in for good measure. Exiled didn't take it to heart. After all, his old man always had a bit of its sunder temper. He leisurely opened the letter. Inside there was only one sentence: "You unfilial brat, have you no shame?" That's quite enough. After reading it, Exil's lips curled up slightly. He said slowly, "Enough? How can it be enough? It's still far from enough. Taking wives, concubines, and having children. This can never stop. Naturally, the more the better." After all, Exiled had always been thick-skinned. He didn't care what others thought, nor did he intend to worry about what his father thought. For him, taking wives and concubines to expand the family was the true grand strategy. Making himself strong and prosperous was the real principle. Unknowingly, Exiled had already walked further and further down the path of taking concubines. And judging by the momentum, he had no intention of stopping. The wives and concubines in the mansion were also busy, each helping him find new women. After all, they were finding it a bit hard to cope. On this morning, the ninth prince's mansion welcomed another momentous, joyous event. Han Xiaozhao and Lu Wushuang had also given birth one after another. This time, each of them presented Exiled with a daughter. Upon hearing the news, Exiled was in an excellent mood. After all, compared to sons, he actually preferred sweet and caring daughters. He rushed to the courtyard of Xiaozhao and Wushuang almost immediately. Holding one daughter in his left arm and cuddling another in his right, the two little ones were soft and adorable, exquisitely carved like jade. Held in his arms, their innocent and lovely appearance was enough to melt one's heart. The smile on Exil's lips simply couldn't be suppressed. However, after seeing the children, he didn't just focus on playing with them. Instead, he quickly went inside to personally visit his two concubines who had just given birth. In Exil's heart, there had always been a firm principle: his wives and concubines were his true loves. Children were just a pleasant surprise. At that moment, Xiaozhao and Wushuang both wore radiant smiles on their faces. Being able to bear children for such a husband was the thing they desired most. What reassured them even more was that even though they had given birth to daughters, Exiled showed not a hint of displeasure. On the contrary, he was absolutely delighted. This filled both Xiaozhao and Wushuang with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and joy. After all, across the vast lands of the 9 provinces, many women who married and failed to bear a son would often be looked down upon. The world only recognized that a mother's status rose with her son. Yet few acknowledged that a mother's status could rise with her daughter. But in the 9th prince's mansion, this outdated rule was broken. Even with just a daughter for support, they could live prosperously within the household. Even those who hadn't yet born any children were not neglected in the slightest. All the wives and concubines in the mansion were always treated equally. The gifts they were entitled to were never missed, and the affection they deserved was never lacking. What more could one ask for when married to such a husband? Exiled showered Xiaozhao and Wushuang with gentle care and concern. He then instructed the maternity matrons to take meticulous care of them. Whatever they wanted to eat, the kitchen would prepare. Whatever they wanted to drink, it would be brought to them immediately. All kinds of top-grade tonics were to be used freely. When it came to money, they could spend as they pleased. After all, Exiled had always been generous and lavish with his women. Now that Xiaozhao and Wushuang had successfully become mothers, their respective families naturally came to offer their congratulations. From Persia, many precious congratulatory gifts were sent. The Dragon Gate Escort Agency also prepared a large batch of gifts. For a time, the 9th prince's mansion was bustling with activity once more. Exiled wasn't stingy either. With a wave of his hand, he sent several large chests of gold, silver, and jewels to the families of both Xiaozhao and Wushuang. This left both families overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. To be able to marry such a generous son-in-law. How many families across the entire 9 provinces could boast such fortune? Received one Type 38 rifle production line. Received 100,000 taels of gold and 200,000 taels of silver. Received 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the birth of 2 precious daughters. Rewards are being distributed. Host has received 200 loyal guards. Received one Type 38 rifle production line. Received 100,000 taels of gold and 200,000 taels of silver. Received 100 chests of gold, silver, and jewels. Received a top-tier martial arts technique, the Tai Chi mystic art. Would you like to fuse it immediately? He gasped. The Tai Chi mystic art. Upon hearing this name, Exil's heart trembled. Such a pinnacle technique just like that had fallen into his hands. Was there even any need to hesitate? Of course he would fuse it immediately. Ing Zhao closed his eyes and murmured in his mind, "Fuse the Tai Chi mystic art." Ding. Fusion of the Tai Chi mystic art has begun. The moment the system's notification sound faded, countless starlights emerged in the depths of Ing Zhao's mind. Those starlights seemed to contain immense energy, surging instantly into his limbs and bones. In that moment, Ing Zhao felt his entire being filled with power. True Qi circulated continuously along his meridians, surging and spreading throughout his body. In his dantian, a stream of scorching Qi slowly swirled. At the same time, a vast flood of insights from the technique violently poured into his mind. It felt as if someone was forcibly channeling wisdom directly into his head. Standing beneath the willow tree in the courtyard, Ing Zhao silently absorbed this mysterious enlightenment. Within the martial arts system, the Tai Chi mystic art was undeniably a top-tier technique. It even seemed to touch upon the very essence of the Tao. As Ing Zhao comprehended and fused, his cultivation aura steadily climbed, unable to stop. Meanwhile, countless moves and manifestations were being deduced within his mind. Those complex and profound changes gradually simplified. A myriad of transformations ultimately condensed into a single strike. Ing Zhao focused on perceiving the power of this one move. He could clearly feel the power within him converging between his index and middle fingers. Thick true Qi coiled and swirled at his fingertips, as if ready to unleash a devastating sharpness at any moment. 1,000 moves condensed into one. Finally, it transformed into the Shadowless Hand. Ing Zhao was immersed in the comprehension of this move, and time passed silently. The withered leaves of the willow tree drifted down one by one. All around was quiet, as if even the sound of the wind had softened. No one knew how long had passed, but a complete transformation had occurred throughout Ing Zhao's body. He suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp, fierce aura flashed through his gaze. At this moment, his entire demeanor had changed. The edge of a true master could no longer be concealed. His bones, already fortified by the system, were now incredibly tough. The powerful force surging within him seemed ready to burst forth, at any moment manifesting as released true Qi. By now, Ing Zhao had truly stepped into the ranks of experts. Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi mystic art had been fully comprehended by him and seamlessly integrated into his own martial path. Even if he had only just scratched the surface, it was enough to completely transform him and skyrocket his combat power. The next moment, Ing Zhao raised his hand and formed a finger stance. A sharp gleam flickered at his fingertip and vanished. A powerful surge of true Qi carrying the aura of slaughter shot out from his fingers. He simply waved his hand casually. The true Qi flowed through his meridians without obstruction, converging between his two fingers. This power was terrifying to the extreme. As the finger blades slashed out, a dazzling cold light streaked past. Boom. The stone table under the willow tree was cleaved directly in two. The split was perfectly even right down the middle. Looking at the cut surface, it was smooth and flat, as if precisely severed by a sharp blade. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the servants in the mansion. Several servants rushed hurriedly into the backyard, thinking something serious had happened. But when they saw the stone table split in two, they all stood frozen in shock. What on earth had happened here? Looking again at the ninth prince, he still stood beneath the willow tree, his expression calm, yet his aura was more unfathomable than ever. The servants exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion only deepening. Ing Zhao merely curled his lips into a faint smile. As expected, anything produced by the system was surely of the finest quality. With the Tai Chi mystic art backing him up, what was there left to fear? Even against a top-tier martial arts master, he might still hold his own. At the very least, he wouldn't show weakness before a true expert. In a critical moment, he could even subdue his opponent instantly. At this thought, Ing Zhao felt a surge of impatience. He yearned to find a worthy opponent to put this technique's true. The technique was now in his hands. His innate constitution and physique were growing stronger. His military strength was also steadily accumulating. At this rate, overthrowing his father's rule and seizing the throne seemed within reach. Take wives and concubines, sire children, and grow stronger. Become the emperor along the way. In the end, let the harem bloom with 100 flowers and his progeny spread across the land. Wasn't that the very pinnacle of life? At this thought, the smile on Ing Zhao's lips grew even more unbridled. It was at this moment that the mansion's steward came rushing over in a panic. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened. An old man has forced his way through the front gate, shouting that he must see you." Ing Zhao was taken aback. An old man. Before he could ask for details, a figure shot in from the direction of the gate. The person moved with incredible speed, landing on the rooftop in the blink of an eye, coldly surveying everyone in the courtyard below. The newcomer was lean, with an air of lofty elegance and an indescribable wild arrogance in his bearing. He wore a simple green robe, his brow was cold and stern, and his entire presence radiated a sharp, imposing aura. Ing Zhao looked on, puzzled. Who was this man? When had he ever provoked such an expert? The old man in green, however, was full of fury, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He casually plucked a petal from a nearby branch and flicked it with his finger. The seemingly weightless peach blossom, empowered by his finger's strength, instantly transformed into a lethal projectile. With a whistle, the petal shot through the air and struck Ing Zhao squarely on the chest. A soft thud sounded. Ing Zhao remained rooted to the spot, his body not even trembling. The green-robed old man's eyes darkened, and he drifted down from the rooftop. Spreading both palms, he swept his palm force across the courtyard pond, sending a column of water blasting several zhang into the air. The water crashed down with a terrifying roar. Ing Zhao finally understood. This old man before him was undoubtedly a true martial arts master. Still, he couldn't figure out when he had ever offended such a formidable figure. Before Ing Zhao could voice his question, the old man flicked his finger once more. A marble carrying immense force shot straight towards Ing Zhao. Ing Zhao's gaze turned cold, and he casually raised his hand. A stream of true qi burst forth from his fingertips. Whoosh! The true qi shot out, striking the marble with pinpoint accuracy. With a bang, the marble shattered into dust. A barely perceptible flash of surprise crossed the old man's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected this so-called profligate prince to possess such skill. However, his expression quickly turned wretched. Today this old man will take your life. Ing Zhao frowned, a flicker of displeasure rising within him. How dare you call me a wretch? Old fool, you have quite the big mouth. Even my father Qin Shi Huang isn't this arrogant. Since you seek death, this prince shall grant your wish. As his words fell, Ing Zhao channeled his qi into his dantian, a true qi rapidly converging at his fingertips. The next moment, he pressed his index and middle fingers together and thrust them outward. A fierce finger force like a bolt of lightning shot towards the green-robed old man. They were a good 5 or 6 zhang apart, yet the finger force was so powerful and majestic it seemed to press down upon the old man like an avalanche. Boom! The fist wind was shattered. The old man's body swayed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. His expression grew even colder, and he immediately shot another marble, hitting Ing Zhao. Boom! The fist wind was shattered. The old man's body swayed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. His expression grew even colder, and he immediately shot another marble, hitting Ing Zhao square in the chest. Following up, he raised his right palm and attacked Ing Zhao's face. Ing Zhao said coldly, "Old man, forgive me." With that, he pressed his 2 fingers together and shot another sharp burst of true qi aimed at the old man's chest. The green-robed old man refused to back down, immediately unleashing his signature technique, the finger-flicking divine art. He had always been supremely confident in this skill. In his eyes, if this young man were hit by this finger strike, even if he didn't die, he would be severely wounded. He lightly flicked his sleeve, causing his profound inner force to ripple outward for several zhang. The fierce wind billowed, making his robe snap loudly. As he added more force to his index finger, that finger strike erupted with astonishing power. At that critical moment, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. "Father, stop." Huang Rong hurried over, grabbing the old man's right hand, her eyes filled with panic. The old man bellowed in anger, "Unfilial girl, get back. Once I've dealt with him, I'll settle the score with you." The cry of "father" left Ing Zhao stunned. Well. So after all this, the man before him was none other than his own father-in-law, Huang Yaoshi. This was all too sudden, and he had come straight to his doorstep looking for a fight. However, Ing Zhao thought about it, and could understand. After all, when his other fathers-in-law had just learned that their daughters had been taken into his household, they had all worn similar expressions of wanting to kill him. He was somewhat used to this kind of scene by now. Ing Zhao's mind raced, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. As soon as Huang Yaoshi finished speaking, the marble was already flying from his hand. However, because Huang Rong had suddenly intercepted him, his aim was slightly off. The marble didn't hit Ing Zhao, but instead flew towards a nearby guard. The guard immediately raised his iron staff to block. Crack! The marble struck the staff and instantly shattered into dozens of fragments, scattering in all directions. A series of crackling sounds followed. 2 of the fragments hit the guard's face. Though not life-threatening, they left his cheeks. This force was no joke. The guard's expression changed as he heard a whooshing sound. Reacting quickly, he drew his sword and thrust it towards Huang Yaoshi's chest. Huang Yaoshi snorted coldly, flicking his middle finger against the blade. Twang! The long sword was sent flying from the guard's hand. The guard was also thrown back several steps. Seeing this, the other guards drew their swords and attacked Huang Yaoshi. Huang Yaoshi spun around, flipping through several somersaults, easily evading the sword blades. Then he flicked his finger again. Crack! A guard's wrist was struck, and with a cry of pain, his sword clattered to the ground. Huang Yaoshi roared, "A pack of insolent thieves. If anyone dares to step forward again, I'll slaughter everyone in this house. Those who know what's good for them will surrender immediately." Ing Zhao naturally wasn't going to indulge him. He raised his hand, first a beam of finger force shooting through the air. A stone table in the courtyard, rattled by the true qi, was sent hurtling towards Huang Yaoshi. Huang Yaoshi sneered and flicked another stone bead. Bang! The 2 forces collided with a thunderous impact. The stone table instantly exploded into 4 pieces, rubble scattering across the ground. The fury in Huang Yaoshi's eyes intensified. The next moment, he leapt into the air, clearly preparing to attack Ing Zhao himself. But just then, Huang Rong suddenly stepped between them. Her eyes were red and her voice trembled with tears. "Father, please stop fighting. If not for me, then for the sake of my unborn child, please don't cause any more trouble. My husband has been truly good to me. It's not what you think. This marriage is what I wanted willingly. Please, Father, grant us your—" At these words, Huang Yaoshi froze. He instinctively looked at Huang Rong's lower abdomen. Sure enough, it was slightly red. In that instant, Huang Yaoshi's mind went blank. He had traveled far searching for his daughter, his heart full of worry. Who would have thought that upon finally finding her, she had already married this bastard prince? And to make matters worse, she was already with child. This was a hammer blow to Huang Yaoshi. He stood rooted to the spot, momentarily speechless. No matter how great his rage, he could not vent it upon his precious daughter. Huang Yaoshi's chest heaved with fury, yet he was utterly helpless, nearly driven to madness. Ing Zhao, observing this, raised a hand and waved. The guards who had rushed out immediately retreated. Then Ing Zhao's expression shifted to a smile as he stepped forward, offering a respectful bow and speaking with great courtesy. So it is my esteemed father-in-law who honors us with a personal visit. Your son-in-law failed to recognize your eminence earlier and was disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness, father-in-law. Father-in-law, please take a seat. Huang Yaoshe stared at this frivolous prince before him, the fury in his heart nearly exploding, wishing he could strangle the young man on the spot. Had Huang Rong not been desperately gripping his arm, refusing to let go, he would have struck out with his palm long ago. This ninth prince before him didn't seem as useless as the rumors suggested. In fact, his cultivation was astonishingly powerful. But so what? When had Huang Yaoshe ever feared anyone? For his daughter's sake, he would not hesitate to cross swords with this fellow, even if it meant a fight to the death. He had stormed into the manor today with the intent to smash this scoundrel to pieces. But who could have imagined that Rangier was all— This revelation left Huang Yaoshe utterly stunned. How long had it been since she left the island? In just half a year, how had so many troublesome matters come to pass? Huang Yaoshe grabbed Huang Rong firmly and said with a grim face, "Come follow your father back to Peach Blossom Island. This dissipated wastrel is unworthy of you." As he spoke, he shot a venomous glare at Ing Zhao. But upon hearing this, Huang Rong's eyes reddened, instantly tears welling up as she was on the verge of crying. "Father, I was wrong to leave Peach Blossom Island secretly and to marry without informing you first. But I feared you wouldn't approve, and I was afraid you would be so angry that you'd take me back. That's why I had to do it first, and then come to beg for your forgiveness. Father, please don't let your anger harm your health. For the sake of your unborn grandchild, please forgive us this time. Can't we just get along as a family from now on?" With Huang Rong pleading to this extent, Huang Yaoshe's anger, no matter how great, could not be unleashed. He let out a heavy sigh, his chest tight with frustration. His gaze fell upon Huang Rong's slightly swollen belly, and the more he looked, the more regretful he felt. If he had known this would happen, he should have kept Rangier firmly on Peach Blossom Island. He should never have allowed her to set foot off the island. Who could have guessed that the moment she left, she'd be charmed away by this good-for-nothing? So what if he was the son of the first emperor? His royal status couldn't hide his reputation for being a womanizer. The whole of Great Qin knew the ninth prince was lecherous, with a harem of wives and concubines. What kind of respectable person was that? The more Huang Yaoshe thought about it, the angrier he became, choking on his words. He never dreamed that his brilliant, beautiful daughter would set her heart on such a frivolous dandy. Just then the other wives and concubines of Ing Zhao's household, hearing the commotion, came rushing over. In no time the courtyard was filled with a bevy of beauties standing in several rows. At the sight of this, Huang Yaoshe nearly vomited blood in rage. Fine. So he truly wasn't a man of restraint. This fellow was indeed a hopeless womanizer. The widespread rumors in Mabe City hadn't wronged him in the slightest. Seeing so many women surrounding Ing Zhao, the fury in Huang Yaoshe's chest surged uncontrollably. But Huang Rong held his hand, firmly preventing him from acting. Huang Yaoshe had no choice but to forcibly suppress his anger, though his face was now an alarming shade of displeasure. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, another figure with a head of white hair suddenly vaulted over the wall. After landing, the old man cheerfully sidled up to Huang Rong. It was none other than Hong Qigong. Huang Rong's face lit up with surprise at the sight of him. "Master." Hong Qigong grinned broadly, his demeanor entirely relaxed. He waved a hand and began to persuade. All right, Huang Loxi, stop being so stubborn. Things have come to this point where your son-in-law is right here and a grandchild is on the way. You don't really intend to tear them apart, do you? Besides, this old beggar thinks Ing Zhao isn't a bad lad." As he spoke, Hong Qigong turned to look at Ing Zhao, curiosity in his eyes. "Boy, that move you used just now, what was it?" "That finger force was swift and fierce, the inner energy was domineering, and your footwork was incredibly fast. If you ask this old beggar, you must have acquired some powerful inheritance or mastered some extraordinary martial art. Good. The young are indeed formidable, with a great future ahead. Although you're a bit of a philanderer when it comes to martial arts talent, you can truly be called a prodigy. That finger force was swift and fierce, the inner energy was domineering, and your footwork was incredibly fast. If you ask this old beggar, you must have acquired some powerful inheritance or—" However, Huang Yaoshe refused to even acknowledge him. He let out a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Huang Rong instinctively tried to chase after him and stop him. Seeing this, Hong Qigong quickly gave chase, shouting as he ran, "Huang Loxi, wait for this old beggar. Seeing this, Hong Qigong quickly gave chase, shouting as he ran, "Huang Loxi, wait for this old beggar. I've always said you have a small heart. You're about to be a grandfather, why are you still sulking with the younger generation? Slow down, wait for me." Moments later, the two old men, one after the other, quickly vanished from sight. The courtyard suddenly fell silent, as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. Only Huang Rong remained standing there, her expression dazed, lost in thought, for a long time. At this moment she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. After all, when she had gotten married, she should have invited her father, but everything had happened so quickly then, and she had been so overjoyed that she couldn't bear to delay. Moreover, she was afraid that Huang Yaoshe would fly into a rage and forcibly separate her from Ing Zhao. So she had simply gotten married first, even consummating the union early. Noticing Huang Rong's low spirits, Ing Zhao stepped forward and scooped her up into his arms. Looking down at the woman in his arms, he said in a doting tone, "Rangier, don't overthink things. Leave these troublesome matters to me. The father-in-law isn't a big problem, it'll win him over eventually. Besides, once our child is born, he won't be able to sit still as the grandfather. He'll definitely come to visit in person. By then he'll probably be happier than anyone. Huang Rong listened, and upon reflection found the words quite sensible. Her tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. The surrounding wives and concubines seeing this were all beaming, with joy clapping and cheering, and the courtyard was soon filled with applause. Their gazes towards Ying Zhao were filled with unconcealed admiration. After all, the martial arts that Ying Zhao had just displayed were terrifyingly powerful. Each move was clean, decisive, and overwhelmingly fierce, almost impossible to find fault with. They had never known that their husband possessed such extraordinary skills. They certainly hadn't expected his martial arts to be. Just moments ago in his confrontation with Huang Yaoshe, he hadn't been at a disadvantage at all, though in fact he had seemed to subtly gain the upper hand. That was the most shocking part. After all, that was Huang Yaoshe. Yet her husband could not only face him heated, but even gain the upper hand. Didn't this prove that her husband was not only of noble status, but also possessed unfathomable strength? For ordinary people to even think of challenging him was nothing short of delusion. It turned out her man usually kept a low profile, hiding his true depth so well. For a moment the wives and concubines in the residence were completely abuzz. Crowding around Ying Zhao, they showered him with praise. Wow, husband, you're simply too formidable. So your martial arts were actually this powerful. Today truly opened my eyes, it's terrifyingly incredible. Husband, your moves when you struck earlier were so dashing, each one flowing like water, captivating our hearts. With such a powerful husband protecting us, what is there left to fear? Our husband is the most domineering. Husband, how can you be both so strong and so handsome? Oh no, we seem to have fallen for you even more. Heavens, how can there exist a man so handsome and so powerful? My heart is about to leap out of my chest. Husband, come tease me. The wives and concubines with stars in their eyes were nearly all smitten. The ninth prince's residence was never bound by too many rules, and daily conversations were quite free-spirited. The wives and concubines could utter such bold and passionate words of affection without a hint of shyness. Ying Zhao, for his part, was quite pleased by this. He scanned the room, chose the most appealing beauty, and took her away to lavish his affections upon. Though a small stir had been caused on Ying Zhao's side, this little episode ultimately couldn't overshadow his streak of incredible fortune. After all, he had just drawn the Taiji mystic art from the system. More crucially, after integrating it, his cultivation level unexpectedly advanced into the innate realm. Now when he practiced alchemy, it was noticeably smoother than before. Ying Zhao had already formulated a plan. Once all the medicinal herbs needed for this month were gathered, he intended to light the furnace again at the start of the next month to refine another batch of pills. By then, Zhao's illness should be completely resolved. As her husband, since he possessed the ability, how could he possibly watch his own woman suffer and wait for death? This sense of responsibility, Ying Zhao definitely had. He didn't consider himself a man without a backbone. Subsequently, Ying Zhao began to silently tally up the rewards he had received from the system over these past days. Setting aside daily consumption and various expenses, the assets he had on hand were still quite substantial. Most of the gold, silver, and jewelry had already been spent on his concubines. A portion of the remainder had been invested in building up his military forces. Expanding one's power required silver everywhere, not to mention paying the spies hidden in the shadows. A sufficiently tight intelligence network needed to be slowly spread, sending eyes and ears across the 9 provinces to secretly monitor the realm's movements for him. He needed to be the first to know of any slightest disturbance. Of course, besides intelligence and troops, many other areas also required substantial expenditure. However, Ying Zhao wasn't worried about this in the slightest. Silver was the last thing he lacked. The system itself provided him with a considerable amount of resources. Moreover, his commercial empire was already beginning to take shape. The trade route to Persia had been established. The overseas trade routes were also showing promising signs. He had also managed to open up trade routes in the Mongolian region. As long as he could gradually expand his business plans across the entire 9 provinces, running out of money in the future was an impossibility. With money, many things naturally fell into place. Recruiting soldiers, expanding the army, and secretly accumulating trump cards. Step by step, he concealed his edge and built his foundation deeper and deeper. These were hardly difficult tasks for Ying Zhao. At present, he had already quietly established a stronghold deep within. This matter was extremely secret. Aside from him, only the 4 shadow guards knew the details. The training of the newly recruited soldiers was also entrusted entirely to these 4 shadow guards. He wanted this force to slowly grow into a true blade in a place no one knew about. The 4 shadow guards were always cautious, and they were even more meticulous when carrying out this task. They concealed the entire process flawlessly. Even Shi Lu, who had been sent to the northern desert, failed to detect this. As for Meng Tian, he was by nature a rough and straightforward military general. Leading troops into battle was his forte, but having him meticulously investigate these hidden traces was simply unrealistic. There was no need to even mention the others. In this northern desert city, Ying Zhao was the one truly watching everyone. He kept a mental ledger of who was doing what and what they intended to do. The surveillance system he had established was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. It was always he who observed others. For others to try and spy on him in return was simply impossible, because everything Ying Zhao revealed to the outside world was deliberately shown to them. It was always he who observed others. For others to try and spy on him in return was simply impossible, because everything Ying Zhao revealed to the outside world was with the power of the system. Ying Zhao had already been advancing on multiple fronts without anyone noticing. His influence, his trump cards, and his personal strength were all climbing step by step. But what he desired was far more than this. He wanted to become stronger, more transcendent, and even less subject to anyone's control. He wanted to stand in a position unreachable by anyone else. Therefore, the path of taking wives and concubines and expanding his lineage absolutely couldn't stop. The more the better. The more he had, the stronger the feedback he received. But what he desired was far more than this. He wanted to become stronger, more transcendent, and even less subject to anyone's control. He wanted to stand in a position unreachable by anyone else. The Taiji mystic. In terms of weapons, he had one revolver. In terms of military equipment, there were 5 production lines for Type 38 rifles. The number of available guards under his command had reached 450. In his pill reserves, he had 40 kidney tonifying pills and 40 chi supplementing pills. Additionally, he had 53 chariots and 200 warhorses. The system had also granted him 50 years of internal energy and extended his lifespan by 18 years. He also possessed a martial arts manual. In terms of wealth, he had 100,000 taels of gold, 200,000 taels of silver, and 100 chests of gold, silver, and jewels. His business assets included a salt processing plant, a glass manufacturing workshop, a ceramics factory, and a textile mill. The talents acquired from taking wives and concubines were also quite impressive. These included peerless charm, distinguished appearance, sturdy physique, and vigorous vitality. The talents obtained through his offspring were even more extraordinary. Peak physique, peak brain, peak genes, immunity to all diseases, peak intelligence, peak resilience, peak financial acumen, and peak emotional intelligence. All of these had already been bestowed upon him. These rewards were immensely beneficial to Ying Zhao. It was precisely because of this that he was able to grow stronger at a visibly rapid pace. Yet even so, Ying Zhao still felt it was far from enough. What he wanted wasn't just to be stronger than ordinary people. What he wanted was to be unrivaled across the entire world. The clash with Huang Yaoshi today appeared to end in a draw. Yet had he truly unleashed his full power, he estimated he could only force his opponent back a few paces at most. Fully suppressing Huang Yaoshi was no easy feat. This realization made Ying Zhao acutely aware that he must continue to improve. Only by becoming so formidable that all enemies would quail at the sight of him, so strong they wouldn't even dare to resist, could he consider himself truly secure. Ying Zhao never lacked ambition. He aspired not only to be an immensely powerful prince, but also to become a martial artist standing at the true pinnacle. In this world of the 9 provinces, having an unyielding fist was the ultimate truth. Moreover, the number of his concubines would only grow. Without sufficient strength, how could he possibly manage this ever-expanding? Only by continuously leveling up and growing stronger could he overcome all obstacles and trample them underfoot. That was simply his nature. Whenever he encountered a beauty that captivated him, he was determined to bring her into his harem. That being the case, how could he not strive to become stronger? With this thought, Ying Zhao's resolve hardened. In the coming days, the matter of taking more concubines should indeed be placed on. In this regard, he had to accelerate his pace. The sooner the better. The more the merrier. This way he could not only continue his cultivation practices, but also reap greater rewards from the system. More wives and concubines would naturally lead to more offspring. The system feedback from his children would also be an astonishing gain. He must push himself to a sufficiently powerful position before the first emperor's demise. Then step by step he would dismantle the court he now controlled, seize the throne, and ascend to become the emperor of Great Qin. However, this was merely the first step. Once Great Qin was in his grasp, his gaze would turn towards the entire 9 provinces. He would conquer the territories of every nation. This land would ultimately become even more vast under his rule. As for the lands across the seas, Ying Zhao had no intention of letting them go either. Those distant island nations had long since caught his attention. Once the time was ripe, he would extend his influence and claim those places one by one. Since fate had allowed him to transmigrate to this era, he would never settle for being a mediocre man. He would become the strongest man of this era, and the strongest emperor. He would possess countless stunning beauties. He would enjoy the supreme glory of the world. He would have 3 wives and 4 concubines, a harem full of beauties. This was the true posture of a formidable figure that all under heaven would look up to. This was the domineering power that instilled awe in everyone's hearts. Just thinking about it filled Ying Zhao with immense satisfaction, and a smile uncontrollably spread across his lips. At this moment at Shakyu, the carriage of the first emperor finally arrived. His most important reason for coming here was to personally inspect the meteorite that had fallen from the sky. Outside the carriage, Zhao Gao bowed and respectfully announced, "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the location. Please disembark." The first emperor slowly opened his half-closed eyes and stretched lazily. Finally, they had arrived. Honestly, he was supported by a group of eunuchs. The first emperor stepped down from the carriage. The accompanying guards immediately parted. The area was heavily cordoned off by the military, with soldiers guarding every layer, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Zhao Gao stayed close to the first emperor's side as they walked step by step towards the massive meteorite. Li Si also stepped forward and reported with a smile, "Your Majesty, this before you is the so-called celestial stone. It fell here last month. We have had it guarded since and have never allowed it to be moved an inch. However, in recent days, commoners have often come to kowtow and pray to this celestial stone for blessings. The soldiers stationed here have not forcibly stopped them, but have allowed the people to kneel and pray." The first emperor nodded slightly and said calmly that handling is quite appropriate. Since the people believe this is an auspicious sign from heaven, let it protect them. It aligns with the will of the people. As he spoke, he looked up at the massive stone and couldn't help but exclaim, "This stone is indeed quite large up close. I shall move a bit closer to get a better look." As his words faded, the first emperor slowly approached the meteorite. Zhao Gao, being perceptive, stopped behind and did not follow. Li Si and the other accompanying ministers also waited respectfully in their places. The first emperor stood alone before the giant stone, his gaze sweeping over its surface. He then slowly raised his hand, intending to touch it. But just as his palm was about to make contact with the stone's surface, a strange and formidable suction force suddenly erupted from within the meteorite. The first emperor's hand was instantly and firmly pulled towards it. In that split second, a golden light exploded. A dazzling radiance instantly swept across the surroundings, enveloping the entire area. The light was so blinding that almost everyone present was unable to open their eyes. Zhao Gao and Li Si instinctively shut their eyes, not daring to look directly. Even the first emperor himself could not avoid it. At that very moment, a storm of shock raged within the first emperor's heart. His palm was firmly adhered to the stone by that force impossible to pull back. Immediately after, a massive surge of energy violently poured out, completely engulfing his body. His palm was firmly adhered to the stone by that force impossible to pull back. Immediately after, a massive surge of energy violently poured out complete. From a distance, the first emperor was completely swallowed by the blinding golden radiance. When those around him finally managed to squint their eyes open, this was the scene they witnessed. The first emperor stood bathed within the pillar of golden light, his figure unmoving and imposing like a deity, descending upon the mortal world. The golden light beamed directly onto his head, making him appear majestic, sacred, and awe-inspiring. The crowd's minds trembled, and almost instinctively they knelt prostrate on the ground. Yet the first emperor himself could not withstand the violent onslaught of that energy. Before long, his vision darkened, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Seeing the emperor fall, everyone was thrown into panic and rushed forward. Zhao Gao hurriedly called the eunuchs, who clumsily lifted the first emperor and carried him back into the carriage. Only then did the golden light surrounding the meteorite gradually dim. The shocking scene just witnessed left everyone on site utterly stunned. When they had knelt down earlier, they had intended to shout out something like a heavenly auspicious sign, or "Long live the emperor, 10,000 years." But before these words could even be spoken, the emperor had already fainted. What was happening? How had a perfectly good auspicious sign turned into this? The crowd was both shocked and terrified, their minds in complete turmoil. After the initial shock, panic quickly spread through the crowd. No one knew what the emperor's current condition was. After the first emperor was hastily carried back towards the camp, the residual glow around the meteorite gradually faded completely. But even with the light gone, no one dared to approach that strange stone again. Who knew if it would cause another strange commotion? What if they got stuck to it upon approach and fainted on the spot? Wouldn't that be disaster? Many soldiers turned pale with fright, some even instinctively taking several steps back. They no longer dared to stand guard as close as before. However, Li Si quickly regained his composure and immediately ordered the military to continue cordoning off the area. Regardless of what happened, no one was to approach this celestial stone. Meanwhile, the first emperor had been rushed back to his tent. The accompanying imperial physicians did not dare delay and immediately stepped forward to check his pulse. However, Li Si quickly regained his composure and immediately ordered the military to continue cordoning off the area. This finding nearly scared the wits out of all the physicians. They knelt on the ground, trembling, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads uncontrollably. Seeing this, Li Si's face darkened. He reached out, grabbed one of the physicians by the collar, and demanded sternly, What is the emperor's current condition? Why are you all making such faces? Speak up. You must tell this prime minister the truth. The terrified physician's lips turned white as he stammered, Minister Li, this is His Majesty. His breath can no longer be detected. I fear he may have. The imperial physician dared not finish his sentence. Li Si's pupils contracted violently as his eyes bulged wide. He simply could not accept this answer. The next moment, a surge of rage erupted from the depths of his heart, turning him volatile and furious. Li Si roared on the spot, Nonsense. How dare you curse His Majesty here? What do you mean no breath can be detected? Is His Majesty not lying right here, perfectly fine? He is clearly merely unconscious. Are you worthless fools even capable of diagnosing? Li Si's torrent of abuse made everyone in the tent tremble in fear. Yet despite his outburst, the chill had already begun to creep into his heart. It felt as though an invisible giant hand was squeezing his chest, leaving him almost unable to breathe. Even his fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. After a moment of hesitation, Li Si slowly raised his hand and reached toward the emperor's nostrils. The closer his palm drew, the more violently his heart pounded. It was as if his entire heart was about to burst out of his chest. Finally, his fingers hovered beneath the emperor's nose. In that very instant, Li Si felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his very soul trembling violently. He snatched his hand back, frozen in place, unmoving for a long while. The next moment, his face turned ashen, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He stared fixedly at the emperor, lying on the couch, as if unwilling to believe what his senses told him. Zhao Gao, sensing the dire turn of events, hurriedly stepped forward. Suppressing his terror, he reached out to check the emperor's breath. The very next moment, Zhao Gao's legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. He gasped sharply, his face turning deathly pale, his voice quivering as he stammered, No. This is terrible. His Majesty has ascended to heaven. At these words, the eunuchs and imperial physicians inside the tent all dropped to their knees in terror, not daring to raise their heads. The atmosphere within the entire tent turned grim and chilling in an instant. Panic gripped everyone, and no one knew what to do next. It was precisely at this moment that the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly echoed from outside the tent. Clatter, 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 clatter. The sound grew closer and more frantic. The arriving figure was none other than Grand General Wang Jian. Wang Jian reined in his horse, vaulted off its back in one fluid motion, and charged into the tent with great strides. The moment he entered, he saw the entire assembly of eunuchs and physicians prostrated on the ground, sobbing and trembling like leaves in a gale. The sight instantly weighed heavily on Wang Jian's heart. His eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, "What on earth has happened? Why are all of you in such a state?" Zhao Gao raised his head, his face streaked with tears and utter disarray, and choked out, "Grand General, His Majesty. His Majesty has passed away." Upon hearing these words, Wang Jian felt as though a thunderclap had detonated inside his skull, as if a heavy hammer had slammed into his head. He rushed to the couch in a few strides, and personally checked the emperor's breath. After a moment, Wang Jian's expression also darkened. His heart sank like a stone. Then involuntarily, he took half a step back. Faced with this utterly unforeseen catastrophe, even a battle-hardened veteran like Wang Jian nearly lost his composure on the spot. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, as if all strength had been drained from his body, utterly unable to accept the outcome before him. Within the tent, maids and eunuchs had already collapsed into a kneeling mass. The accompanying imperial physicians were terrified out of their wits, prostrating themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. No one knew who let out the first sob, but soon suppressed weeping spread throughout the tent. Zhao Gao knelt on the ground, wailing at the top of his lungs, "His Majesty has passed away." The cry carried outward, and the soldiers stationed outside knelt down one after another. In an instant, the entire camp seemed shrouded in dark clouds, the oppressive weight making it hard to breathe. Grief spread in every direction, biting and cold. Every face was etched with sorrow and alarm. Yet only Zhao Gao, with his head bowed low, allowed a faint, barely perceptible glint of cunning and malice to flicker in his eyes. An opportunity. This was an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. The first emperor was finally dead. The grand scheme he had been plotting for so long could finally begin in earnest. The mere thought of gaining control over the court, of no longer having to grovel and serve before the first emperor, sent waves of ecstasy surging through Zhao Gao's heart. Had the circumstances not demanded restraint, he could barely have suppressed the smug smile threatening to curl across his lips. Afterward, under the direction of Li Si and Wang Jian, the funeral hall was hastily arranged for the first emperor. However, Li Si quickly issued an ironclad order. News of the emperor's death must not leak out by even a whisper. Everyone was sworn to absolute secrecy, with strict measures to prevent any information from spreading. The group then deliberated and decided to keep the death a secret for the time being. They would remain at Sand Dune for the night, and at first light the next morning escort the first emperor's remains back to the imperial capital of Xianyang. Yet it was precisely that night that the undercurrents began to churn. In the dead of night, Zhao Gao and Li Si met in private, having already refined their plans to near perfection. They then came together before Wang Jian. Zhao Gao was the first to bow and speak. "Grand General, with His Majesty's sudden passing, once this news breaks, it will surely shake the court to its foundations, perhaps even stir the entire realm. To prevent those with malicious intent from seizing this chance to sow chaos, this old servant is willing to ride ahead with Prime Minister Li to the capital to secure the situation in advance. Once there, the Prime Minister will oversee affairs within the palace, establishing the funeral hall as soon as possible, awaiting your return with His Majesty's remains. This old servant will also assist with full dedication, ensuring no misstep occurs in the court." As the two of them abruptly proposed returning to the palace ahead of schedule, a faint sense of unease stirred in Wang Jian's heart. But at this moment he was still immersed in the shock and grief of the first emperor's sudden demise. Moreover, the reasons put forth by Zhao Gao and Li Si appeared on the surface to be beyond reproach. Thus Wang Jian did not dwell on it too deeply. In the end, he nodded in agreement, allowing Zhao Gao and Li Si to leave the camp first and rush back to the capital to stabilize the situation. This played right into the hands of Zhao Gao and Li Si. With permission granted, the two mounted their swift Fergana horses that very night, galloping at full speed through the darkness towards Xianyang. But their true purpose was hardly to set up a funeral hall for the first emperor, nor was it simply to steady the court. What they intended was to seize control of the imperial palace and the court before anyone else could. Then forge an imperial edict and push Hu Hai onto the throne. As their horses raced along, Zhao Gao and Li Si continued to refine the details of their plan. But they soon stumbled upon another consideration. At this moment, thrusting Hu Hai directly into the spotlight might not be after all, the situation was far too sensitive. Standing at the crest of the wave, whoever seized the throne first would bear the brunt of suspicion and dissent. In the early days of the court, opposition would inevitably arise. Countless undercurrents would surely churn in response. Rather than having Hu Hai bear the brunt from the very start, it would be wiser to push forward a puppet who was easy to control to test the waters. Once that puppet's utter incompetence was fully exposed, drawing the resentment of the entire court, then Hu Hai could be brought forth at the opportune moment. By then, Hu Hai's ascension would appear far more natural and justified. After all, whoever sat upon the dragon throne was in their eyes nothing more than a pawn to be manipulated at will. The two deliberated all the way, ultimately fixing their sights on the ninth Prince Zhao. In the eyes of Zhao Gao and Li Si, Zhao was the very epitome of uselessness, the paragon of degeneracy. As for his previous success in repelling the Xiongnu, they dismissed it as nothing more than sheer dumb luck. Perhaps the Xiongnu forces had been few in number at the time, allowing him to stumble into an easy victory. Moreover, Ying Zhao's reputation for womanizing had long since spread far and wide. Spending his days wallowing in beauty and indulgence, such a man was the easiest to control. All one had to do was offer him an endless supply of women to keep him firmly tethered, content to become a marionette dancing on their strings. Without a doubt, that man was the perfect choice for a transitional puppet. Li Si quickly leveraged his connections to forge a false imperial decree overnight. Immediately afterward, a messenger was dispatched at full gallop racing toward the northern frontier. Meanwhile, back at the sand dune camp, Wang Jian stood guard beside the funeral hall all night, never leaving for even a moment. It was only in the dead of night that he dismissed all his subordinates. Then, accompanied by a single imperial physician, he personally opened the first emperor's coffin. The physician stood before the coffin, his hands trembling almost beyond control. Gazing upon the first emperor lying within, how could he possibly dare to proceed? The man was on the verge of tears from sheer terror. The imperial physician's voice trembled as he spoke, his tone laced with sobs. "Grand General, this hardly seems appropriate, does it? I truly lack the courage to touch the emperor's sacred body. If word of this ever gets out, it would be a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Wang Jian, however, remained stern-faced and unyielding. "What are you afraid of? Just examine him. I'm having you do this to uncover the truth for His Majesty and to clear any potential injustice. We must determine the cause of His Majesty's death and restore the truth of what happened. For him to have died so mysteriously here at Shakyu, we cannot simply blame it all on that celestial stone. There may well be human machinations at play. What if someone poisoned him? Who can claim with absolute certainty that such a possibility doesn't exist? So we must examine the body and find out the true cause of His Majesty's death. You just do it, and I'll ensure yourself." Wang Jian's words were firm and righteous, leaving the physician trapped in a dilemma. The physician tremblingly took out his tools, yet even after raising his hand for a long moment, he simply could not bring it down. His wrist shook incessantly, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead layer upon layer. Though the first emperor had long since ceased to breathe, the one lying in the coffin was still the supreme sovereign of the Great Qin Empire. This was Qin Shi Huang, the conqueror of the 6 states, the unifier of the realm. Facing such an awe-inspiring ruler, even with 10 times the courage, the physician would not dare to touch his remains. Even with Wang Jian's backing, his fear was so overwhelming it nearly consumed his soul. The knife in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he simply could not bring it down. Finally, the physician could endure no more. With a thud, he fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. Seeing his pathetic state, Wang Jian's anger flared. He strode forward and kicked him, cursing, "Useless fool. I told you to examine the body, so why are you shaking like that?" Just as Wang Jian was berating the physician, the body in the coffin, which should have been completely still, suddenly moved slightly. Unfortunately, neither Wang Jian nor the physician noticed the anomaly at first. Then an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Qin Shi Huang, who had been lying flat in the coffin, suddenly sat bolt upright. His eyes remained tightly shut, but his body was as rigid as a wooden log sitting straight up in the coffin. Wang Jian, still with his back to the coffin, was angrily scolding the physician. He was completely oblivious to the fact that the first emperor behind him had sat up. But the physician, kneeling on the ground, in an instant, all the color drained from the physician's face. He pointed a trembling finger behind Wang Jian, his teeth chattering, as he shrieked, "Corpse rising." Only then did Wang Jian sense something was wrong. He whirled around abruptly. In the next moment, he saw Qin Shi Huang slowly open his eyes. Those eyes were a terrifying shade of bloodshot red. Buzz. It was as if a thunderclap had gone off in Wang Jian's head, and he stood frozen on the spot. The next instant, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground in fright. The physician, meanwhile, rolled his eyes back, and Qin Shi Huang slowly opened his eyes, his bloodshot gaze sweeping across the tent. After a moment, he realized he was sitting inside a coffin. His brow furrowed, his face darkened, and his voice carried clear displeasure. "Wang Jian, what is the meaning of this? Why am I lying in a place like this?" Hearing this, Wang Jian was so terrified, he nearly jumped out of his skin. He immediately prostrated himself, banging his head frantically against the ground. Thud, 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 thud. The sound was enough to make one's skin crawl. Wang Jian kowtowed while desperately begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, this minister is guilty. This minister confesses his crime. I should not have dared to touch your Majesty's sacred body, nor should I have entertained the thought of examining your remains. I beg your Majesty to see clearly. I have not the slightest shred of disrespect. I merely wish to ascertain the cause of your Majesty's passing. I only sought to seek clarity for your Majesty and to uphold justice for you. Apart from that, I harbor no other intentions. I beg your Majesty not to blame me, and please do not haunt me." At this moment, Wang Jian clearly still believed he was facing the ghost of Qin Shi Huang. The veteran general of the Great Qin Empire was now trembling all over, his face paler than paper. Qin Shi Huang glanced around again. Seeing Wang Jian in such a pathetic state, his anger surged, and he scolded coldly, Well, Wang Jian, I never imagined you would have such audacity. What? Were you planning to cut my body open for a look? I haven't even breathed my last, and you've already gone and put me. This is preposterous. Were you all just wishing for my early death? Utterly outrageous." Growing angrier, he bellowed, "Guards, come and help me out of here at once. What a nuisance." Then he shouted again, "Where's Zhao Gao? Where has that scoundrel? It was always Zhao Gao the eunuch who attended to the first emperor's personal needs day in and day out. Over time he had grown accustomed to his service. But after calling out twice there was no response from outside. Only then did Wang Jian cautiously rise to his feet and carefully step forward to support the emperor. Yet the moment his hand touched the emperor's arm he froze. His Majesty's hand was warm. At this the heart that had been lodged in Wang Jian's throat finally began to settle back down. He was finally certain that the man before him was not a ghost, but truly alive. Wang Jian forced himself to calm down and helped the first emperor out of the coffin. Zhao Gao knelt on the ground wailing at the top of his lungs, "His Majesty has passed away." The cry carried outward and the soldiers stationed outside knelt down one after another. If you were still among the living, why was there not a trace of breath or pulse to be found earlier? As for Zhao Gao, there's no need to call for him anymore. Zhao Gao and Minister Li Si have already left Shakyu ahead of schedule, riding through the night to return to the capital. They said they needed to go back to stabilize the court and make arrangements for your Majesties. Remains to be transported back. As he finished speaking, Wang Jian felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He himself didn't even know what absurdity he had committed tonight, nor did he understand what was happening now. Everyone had been certain the emperor had passed away, so how could he suddenly sit up? And judging by his current appearance, not only was he fine, but he seemed to be in remarkably good spirits. This was simply too absurd. It was enough to drive anyone mad trying to figure it out. Upon hearing all this, the first emperor wasn't overly enraged. After all, he had indeed been in a state without breath or pulse, so it wasn't entirely unreasonable for his subordinates to have misjudged. As for Wang Jian secretly arranging for an examination of his body, although it deeply displeased him upon reflection, Wang Jian had acted out of loyalty, hoping to uncover the cause of his death. With this thought, the first emperor suppressed his anger for the time being. He walked aside and sat down, his expression still cold and severe, and spoke to Wang Jian in a low voice. "Earlier, I was enveloped by an immensely vast golden light, and then I lost control of my body. But my consciousness remained clear throughout. That was no ordinary occurrence, it was a divine sign from the heavens. Within that golden light, I came to understand many things." At this his gaze suddenly turned icy. As such, the news of my awakening must not be spread for now. No one, absolutely no one, is to know that I am still alive. Since the world believes I have passed, this presents a rare opportunity. Let us use this situation to draw out all those treacherous ministers and rebels with ill intentions. We will hold our forces and watch quietly. Anyone with a guilty conscience will eventually show their true colors. Wang Jian naturally understood the emperor's plan. But still shaken, he couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Your Majesty, isn't this a bit risky?" Once the news of the Great Qin Emperor's death spreads, the entire empire is sure to be shaken. Those in the court will certainly not remain idle. If the situation spirals out of control, your Majesty will face countless troubles in trying to reclaim control of Great Qin. Moreover, if those petty troublemakers seize the chance to stir up chaos, it is ultimately the common people who will suffer. Once internal turmoil brews within Great Qin, the other nations of the 9 provinces are highly likely to move, seizing the opportunity to set their sights on us. The hidden dangers here are truly numerous. Your Majesty, would you care to reconsider? Yet Qin Shi Huang's expression remained impassive, his voice cold enough to chill the air. There is no need for fear. With those people, they cannot overturn the heavens. What I want is to thoroughly muddy these waters. When the water is murky, it's easier to catch fish. When the water is chaotic, that's also when one can see everyone's true colors. Furthermore, as for the army stationed at the borders, without my imperial decree, who would dare to abandon their defenses? As long as the main forces at the frontiers remain, the other nations will not easily dare to make a move. External threats won't be able to stir up big waves for now. I'd like to see just how chaotic the internal affairs of Great Qin can become. Seizing this opportunity to eradicate those hidden traitors in one fell swoop is the most fitting course of action. Wang Jian, carry out my orders. Seeing that Qin Shi Huang's mind was made up, Wang Jian could only bow and accept the command. Subsequently, he withdrew from the tent and immediately summoned his trusted subordinates. Wang Jian selected a trustworthy general to be responsible for continuing to escort the emperor's carriage and the so-called remains back to the imperial capital. This time Wang Jian intended to execute a ruse of slipping away by casting off the cicada's golden shell. On the surface, a large contingent would escort the emperor's coffin back to the capital. Meanwhile, the real Qin Shi Huang would remain hidden near Shakyu, observing the shifts in the situation from the shadows. Of course, Qin Shi Huang was not entirely unprepared. With a single secret command, the spies who had long been concealed in the dark were swiftly mobilized. These individuals took orders only from Qin Shi Huang himself. No one else had the authority to command them. He ordered these agents to hasten to the imperial palace and discreetly probe into every single movement within. They were to investigate clearly what the court officials did daily, whom they met, and what they said. Furthermore, the reactions of the princes were not to be overlooked either. Qin Shi Huang intended to use this false death crisis to clearly see everyone's hidden cards. At the same time, he secretly sent a decree to Meng Tian, ordering him to return quietly. Next, he planned to use this chaos to accomplish a major feat, to thoroughly purge the court and eliminate all hidden dangers, and to clear all obstacles for Fuse's future succession to the throne. That night, under the cover of darkness, Qin Shi Huang secretly moved his hiding place. He did not remain in the camp, but instead slipped into a small village near Shakyu. In the end, he chose an unassuming thatched cottage to stay in. Such a crude place would normally never have caught Qin Shi Huang, but staying there now he instead felt a rare sense of novelty. It wasn't until dawn was about to break that Qin Shi Huang, who had been restless all night, finally lay down on the bed. Yet even with his eyes closed, sleep eluded him. For at this moment Qin Shi Huang's heart was filled with shock. Within his mind an extremely bizarre object had appeared. That thing seemed to be called a system. Whenever he had a thought, a strange panel would materialize in his mind. Moreover, this panel would switch according to his will. The appearance of this thing completely bewildered Qin Shi Huang. Lying on that crude bed he tossed and turned unable, so he decided to seriously ponder over this bizarre thing in his mind. This object, known as the check-in system, was hidden deep within his consciousness. It was elusive like a dream, not at all like something that should exist in the mortal world. When he first discovered it, Qin Shi Huang was indeed startled. Especially during that period when he lost physical sensation, his consciousness was unusually clear. Countless images seemed to flash through his mind, one after another, echoing endlessly. But now that he had truly woken up, those images had become blurry, and he couldn't recall them fully no matter how he tried. As for this system residing in his mind, it was impossible to touch it with his hands. It seemed to be merely a phantom within his consciousness. And Qin Shi Huang soon discovered that only he could see this thing. No one else could perceive the slightest trace of abnormality. At once a judgment formed in his heart. This object must be a blessing from the heavenly Tao. This is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The so-called celestial omens are certainly not empty talk. At once a judgment formed in his heart. This object must be a blessing from the heavenly Tao. This is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The so-called celestial omens are certainly not empty talk. Since the heavenly Tao had bestowed this check-in system upon him, he naturally had to utilize it well. Perhaps it held even more unexpected surprises within. He patiently examined the panels in his mind one by one. After repeated study, he finally gained a rough understanding of the system's rules. By checking in once a day, one could earn 10 points. When the points accumulated to 100, they could be used to deduce the fate trajectory of a single person. To deduce a nation's destiny, however, required a full 10,000 points. The moment this function appeared, the look in Qin Shi Huang's eyes changed. The temptation was immense. How could this be an ordinary system? It was clearly a supreme treasure vault hidden within his mind. What Qin Shi Huang desired to know most was naturally the future destiny of Great Qin. Throughout his life, having swept across the 6 kingdoms and ascended to the throne, his greatest obsession was achieving immortality. What he sought was not merely to be an emperor for a single lifetime. He aspired to become the eternal sovereign of Great Qin. Yet he wondered if such a wish could truly be fulfilled. Apart from the nation's destiny, the second target he wished to deduce was himself. After all, he had pursued immortality for years, expending countless efforts. If he could clearly see his own fate, he would naturally know whether the path to eternal life held any promise. At this thought, the excitement within Qin Shi Huang nearly became uncontrollable. Without hesitation, he immediately completed his first check-in with a thought. Notification: host check-in for today is complete. Reward issued, 10 points obtained. Qin Shi Huang looked at the lonely 10 points and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Only 10 points. To reach 100, wouldn't he have to wait a full 10 days? And to accumulate the 10,000 points needed to deduce Great Qin's destiny, would he have to wait 1,000 days? This was taking far too long. Qin Shi Huang's face darkened instantly. He was the first emperor of the ages. When had he ever endured such tedious, drawn-out frustration? Yet unfortunately, this system was not subject to his forceful will. No matter how displeased he felt, he could only check in daily according to the rules. And he couldn't miss a single day. 1,000 days was too long. He couldn't wait that long for now. But 10 days wasn't entirely unbearable. Qin Shi Huang had made up his mind. First, he would accumulate 100 points to deduce his own future. If he could see his own fate clearly, wouldn't that be equivalent to glimpsing the future of Great Qin from another angle? This is the shortcut. There is no need to fixate on the national destiny deduction from the very start. Since the goal has already been set, all that remains is to execute it patiently. Qin Shi Huang suppressed the restlessness in his heart and carefully examined the other contents of the system once more. Upon further inspection, he made a new discovery. It turned out that this system, in addition to the daily check-in, also had a shop. Inside, he could exchange points for various items. The shop displayed a dazzling array of items. For instance, hybrid rice seeds, 2,000 points. High-yield corn seeds, 2,000 points. Ceramic firing technique, 2,000 points. Paper-making method, 3,000 points. Refined salt extraction method, 3,000 points. Oil pressing and refining technique, 4,000 points. Civil earthwork and excavation method, 4,000 points. Greenhouse cultivation technique, 4,000 points. High-tech system, 8,000 points. The more Qin Shi Huang looked, the more shaken he felt. Good heavens! This was not just a simple check-in system. It was all-encompassing, as if it contained every miraculous skill under heaven. Although some of the names he could not immediately comprehend, just by reading the descriptions he knew they were all excellent things that would benefit the nation and its people. Take rice and corn for example. If their yields could truly be increased, it would save many citizens of Qin from starvation. Techniques like ceramics, papermaking, and salt production could equally strengthen the nation. As for the so-called high-tech system, although it sounded unfamiliar, the fact that it was priced at 8,000 points meant it was certainly no ordinary item. The more Qin Shi Huang thought about it, the more he felt that this system could not only transform the lives of the people, but also make the foundations of the Qin Empire unshakably stable. The only problem was that all these things required points to exchange. It seemed that from now on he would have to check in punctually every day. He must not miss a single day. Qin Shi Huang silently established this rule in his heart. From this day forth, checking in would be his top priority. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Gao and Li Si were still racing through the night, desperately rushing towards the imperial city of Xianyang. At the same time, the trusted confidant dispatched by Li Si had already set off with the forged imperial edict, galloping at full speed towards the northern desert. Their plans were carefully laid. First, they would push the ninth prince Ying Zhao onto the throne, placing him at the forefront to bear the suspicion and pressure from the court and the entire realm. Once that pleasure-seeking waste was completely broken by the political turmoil, they would then push forward Hu Hai. By that time, Hu Hai's ascension would appear to be the popular choice. This way they could easily control Hu Hai and find it even more convenient to wield absolute power in the court. Zhao Gao and Li Si's ambitions could no longer be suppressed that night. In their view, with Qin Shi Huang dead, there was no one left in the world who could dominate them. As long as they were ruthless enough, those in the court would have no choice but to submit obediently. From now on, the sky of Qin belonged to someone new. The era of Qin Shi Huang was finally over. The more Zhao Gao and Li Si thought about it, the more excited they became. Zhao Gao in particular felt as if he were floating on air. If not for the need to travel, he would have wished to fly back to Xianyang, immediately take control of the palace affairs, and firmly grasp the cord in his hands. He craved power too much. Ever since he entered the palace for so many years, he had lived like a dog trampled underfoot. Day after day he groveled, moment by moment he was overly cautious. He had waited too long, hoping for the day he could crawl out of the mire. He also longed for the great mountain that was Qin Shi Huang to fall early. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. Heaven had finally opened its eyes. Qin Shi Huang was truly dead. The more Zhao Gao thought, the more excited he became, believing that his years of suffering had finally come to an end. Within his lifetime, he had actually outlived that lofty first emperor. Now it was finally his turn to stand high and look. In his heart, Zhao Gao couldn't help but want to thank that strange stone that fell from the sky. If not for its sudden appearance, how could it have so neatly sent Qin Shi Huang to his death? Even heaven was helping him. Wasn't this an immense stroke of fortune? It meant that Zhao Gao was destined to become the one who wielded supreme power and overlooked all living beings. He was destined to stand above countless others. He was the one who would be truly indispensable in the future to Qin. As for Qin Shi Huang, what did it matter how powerful he was? He was dead anyway. Zhao Gao felt immense satisfaction. It had to be said that this usually submissive lackey was indeed extremely skilled at biding his time. It was only at this moment that his long-hidden ambitions were fully revealed. And once exposed, there was no turning back. Unfortunately, Zhao Gao and Li Si could never have imagined that the Qin Shi Huang they believed had perished was not only awake again, but also quietly watching their machinations from the shadows. They thought they were about to control everything, unaware that the true emperor of Qin had already laid his net, waiting for these troublemakers to emerge one by one. And then he would uproot them all and capture them in one sweep. Qin Shi Huang, for his part, had already turned his attention to that mysterious system. As for the storms brewing outside, he was not in the slightest hurry. He wanted to see what waves these subordinates of his could stir up now that they believed he was dead. He wanted to see what moves those hidden hands would make. As long as they revealed their traces, as long as they one after another couldn't suppress their ambitions and stepped into the open, then it would be time for Qin Shi Huang to make his true move. At that point, he would sweep them all into his net, leaving not a single one behind. Qin Shi Huang had never lacked confidence. No matter how the situation changed, as long as he was alive, he was certain he could suppress everything once more. He could make everyone kneel at his feet again. This was the confidence of an eternal emperor. And so Qin Shi Huang decisively set this grand scheme in motion. He kept only a few truly trustworthy people by his side, having them secretly monitor the movements of all parties. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao and Li Si were still rushing at full speed towards the imperial city of Xianyang. The scout Li Si had sent ahead had also arrived near Mabe City with incredible speed. To get there as quickly as possible, this man had traveled without rest, constantly changing horses along the way. At every post station, he would immediately abandon his old horse and switch to a fresh, fast one to continue his journey. By the time he truly reached Mabe City, 4 Fergana horses had been ridden to death on the road. This man was a general under Li Si known as General Li. Clutching the forged imperial edict of Qin Shi Huang, he dared not delay a moment and headed straight for the ninth prince's residence. However, when General Li arrived at the gates of the residence, he was instantly stunned. Because at this very moment the ninth prince's residence was adorned with red silk everywhere, with festive lanterns hanging high. The sound of firecrackers crackled incessantly. The residence was filled with guests bustling with excitement, clearly in the middle of a grand celebration. General Li was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. This situation was incredibly awkward. The emperor had perished at Shakyu, and yet his own son was here in Mabe joyfully taking a wife. What was this? Simply outrageous. After a brief moment of shock, General Li's heart was filled with fury. He barged straight into the ninth prince's residence and made his way to Ying Zhao. In front of everyone, General Li unfurled the imperial edict and with suppressed anger in his voice shouted, "By decree of His Majesty, the ninth prince shall receive the edict at once." At that moment, Ying Zhao was just about to perform the wedding ceremony. Suddenly interrupted, he felt rather annoyed. What was his father up to now? Why send another imperial edict out of the blue? And why did it have to be read at this very moment? What did this have to do with him? He was just a discarded prince banished to Mabe. He was simply living a leisurely life in this place, bothering no one. Normally Qin Shi Huang paid him no attention. Why did he have to stir up trouble today? Could it be that his father had noticed he was playing the fool? Had he discovered his true strength? Or perhaps his hidden production lines for the Type 38 rifles had been exposed? Or maybe his secret recruitment of troops had been discovered by Xianyang. At this thought, Ing Zhao's heart skipped a beat. But soon he dismissed this possibility. After all, he had been extremely discreet. His 4 shadow guards handled matters flawlessly, and it was unlikely they would leave any traces. As if those people under his father could ever find out. With this realization, Ing Zhao regained his composure. He stepped forward with a look of reluctance, knelt casually, and muttered indifferently, "General, let's not delay. Just read the decree. The prince will receive the edict." General Li grew even more furious at his nonchalant demeanor. A prince of the realm reduced to such a useless state. He wished he could slap Ing Zhao across the face right then and there. His own father had just passed away, and this man acted as if nothing had happened. How could such an incompetent heir ever honor the late emperor? What infuriated him even more was that this scoundrel was in the middle of a grand wedding ceremony. Absolutely shameless. The more General Li thought about it, the more livid he became, his face turning ashen. He gritted his teeth, barely restraining the urge to draw his blade. Just then Ing Zhao frowned and urged, "I say, General, are you going to read the decree or not? If not, then don't stand in the way of this prince's wedding night. I doubt my father has anything of grave importance to decree. It's probably just another scolding telling me to be more restrained and stop taking concubines. Is such a trivial matter worth a special imperial edict? Didn't he already send a warning letter before? Now this again, it's making a mountain out of a molehill. Just read it, don't dawdle." Hearing Ing Zhao's words, General Li nearly lost his composure on the spot. He never imagined the 9th prince could be this audacious. General Li forcibly suppressed his rage, glaring at Ing Zhao, and then enunciated each word through clenched teeth. While on an imperial inspection tour, the emperor passed away suddenly at Shakyu. Before his death, the emperor left a verbal decree naming the 9th prince as his successor. "Please receive the edict, 9th prince. From this day forth you are to depart for the capital, immediately take residence in the palace, and oversee state affairs without any delay." Boom. These words detonated the scene, throwing everyone into chaos. This time it was Ing Zhao's turn to be utterly stunned. What on earth? Qin Shi Huang is dead. His old man kicked the bucket at Shakyu. How is that possible? Ing Zhao instinctively calculated in his mind. It was clearly only the 36th year of Qin Shi Huang's reign. According to history, wasn't Qin Shi Huang supposed to die in the 37th year? Wasn't there still a year left? And there was another strange point. Why Shakyu again? Why did his father suddenly decide to go to Shakyu this year? And die there? Could it be that because of his own appearance the entire timeline had been accelerated by a year? Ing Zhao was momentarily bewildered. He even wondered if he had misheard. So he immediately stared at General Li and pressed, "What did you just say? Is this true or false? Has my father Qin Shi Huang really passed away like this?" These words made General Li snap. He abruptly drew the saber from his waist, making a move to strike Ing Zhao. As he acted, he roared in anger, "You are an utterly disgraceful prince. Is that any way for you to speak? It's called Honsher, passing away, not gone. The emperor has ascended to heaven. Can you show some respect?" As his words trailed off, his large blade was about to descend. But Ing Zhao didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. With a casual flick of his finger, a surge of immense force erupted from his fingertip. The next moment, the gleaming saber shattered into a pile of iron filings on the spot. General Li stood frozen in shock. He hadn't even seen what happened. His weapon was already reduced to scrap. Even his tiger's mouth was numbed by the vibration. Ing Zhao naturally wasn't about to tolerate him. He stepped forward, grabbed General Li by the collar, and demanded coldly, "Tell this prince, is this matter true or not? Why did the emperor go to Shakyu? And why did he die there so suddenly?" This time General Li was genuinely terrified. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Last month the emperor suddenly proposed an inspection tour near Shakyu because a colossal stone from the heavens had landed there, hailed by the locals as an auspicious omen. Upon hearing this, the emperor decided to see it for himself. But unexpectedly, the emperor was suddenly struck by a severe illness and eventually passed away at Shakyu. Before his death, he left a decree appointing you the 9th prince to inherit the throne and lead the Qin dynasty. Prime Minister Li Si and Zhao Gao will jointly assist you, your highness. 9th prince, you should depart as soon as possible. General Wang Jian is escorting the emperor's body back to Xianyang. In the meantime, the palace requires your presence to set up the mourning hall and manage the national funeral." After hearing all this, Ing Zhao was completely dazed. All the guests in the courtyard were also too shocked to speak. Good heavens! What in the world was going on? Qin Shi Huang had actually died. The great emperor who unified the 6 kingdoms gone just like that. The news came too fast, too sudden. Even more incomprehensible was that Qin Shi Huang had chosen to pass the throne to the 9th prince, Ing Zhao, of all people. Everyone knew the 9th prince's greatest talent was marrying wives, taking concubines, and having children. This prince simply couldn't stay idle, always bringing beauties back to his residence. Calling him the most dissolute of the dissolute and the most useless of the useless wasn't an exaggeration. Letting someone like this rule the Qin dynasty. Wouldn't the vast empire descend into chaos? Of course, to be fair, the 9th prince wasn't a bad person. In fact, in the eyes of the people in the northern desert, he was considered benevolent, kind-hearted, and a good prince. But the problem was being a good person was one thing. He simply didn't seem like someone who could sit firmly on the throne. What was the And the most stunned person at this moment was naturally Exiled himself. He also couldn't figure out if his old man had lost his mind in his final moments. With so many princes to choose from, why did he have to pick him, this playboy? This was truly bizarre. Exiled took the imperial edict with a look of displeasure, didn't even bother to glance at it, and casually handed it to a nearby servant to keep. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned and walked back into the wedding hall, took the hand of his newly wedded concubine, and prepared to continue the wedding ceremony. This scene left General Li utterly dumbfounded. He froze for a moment, then stepped forward, blocking Exiled's path, and said with a grim face, "Ninth Prince, at a time like this you still intend to go through with the wedding. The most urgent matter now is to depart for the capital immediately. Xianying must be in complete disarray by now. Everyone is waiting for you to inherit the throne and stabilize the situation. The emperor's body will be returned to the capital shortly, followed by the national funeral and grand ceremonies. If you depart now, you might just make it in time." Unexpectedly, Exiled frowned upon hearing this, and said with utter impatience, "Depart now. Can't you see this prince is in the middle of a joyous occasion? We should be entering the bridal chamber soon. Oh, we can't just abandon the ceremony halfway through, can we? Let's finish the wedding today. We can set out tomorrow afternoon. It's only a delay of a day or two. It won't hold up any matters of great importance." With that said, Exiled ignored him completely and led his new concubine to continue the wedding vows. The next moment, the sound of gongs and drums erupted once more. The ninth prince's residence was restored to its former lively scene, with guests clamoring and the courtyard brimming with festive joy. General Li stood rooted to the spot, his face cycling through shades of pale and red, his chest heaving violently as he nearly choked on his rage. He simply could not fathom why the late emperor on his deathbed would have chosen such a worthless prince. How was this anything like a future sovereign? He was clearly the most useless pick from a pile of good-for-nothings. All he did was immerse himself in a world of powder and rouge, never attending to a single matter of substance. Now, with matters at a critical juncture, inheriting the throne should be the top priority. But this fellow instead was still fretting over his wedding night. General Li felt his entire worldview shattering. However, Exiled paid his thoughts no mind. He went through the wedding ceremony with a cheerful grin on his face. Afterwards, amidst the urging and cheers of the assembled guests, he scooped up his newly taken concubine and happily carried her into the bridal chamber. For Exiled, no matter if the sky fell or the earth split open, nothing could stop him from taking a wife, acquiring concubines, and expanding his lineage. Furthermore, this entire affair was fraught with peculiarities. He scooped up his newly taken concubine and happily, most critically, the timing simply didn't add up. Logically, his father shouldn't have been heading to Shaikyu at this time, and he definitely shouldn't have died so suddenly at this juncture. What was even more absurd was that the throne hadn't been passed to Fusu. Even if Zhao Gao and Li Si were scheming behind the scenes, the one they truly wanted to support should have been Hu Hai. Why in the end was he the one pushed forward? The more he thought about it, the more Exiled felt this was no simple matter. But for now, he was too lazy to delve deeper. Whatever tricks lay behind this, he would worry about that after the wedding night. Watching Exiled's retreating figure carrying the beauty away, General Li trembled with fury, his face almost turning an iron blue hue. If it weren't for the fact that this man was about to become the new emperor of Great Qin, he would have dearly loved to draw his blade and cut him down. The late emperor had been wise and mighty his entire life. How could he have chosen such an absurd prince at the very end? Once this news spread across the 9 provinces, wouldn't the other states be laughing their heads off? It was utterly beyond words. Just as General Li's anger was reaching its peak, a hand suddenly reached out from the crowd and yanked him aside. The man dragged him to a secluded corner of the courtyard and asked in a low, urgent voice, "What on earth is going on? Has the emperor truly passed away? When did this happen? Why was there no hint of it before? And did His Majesty really pass the throne to the 9th prince? This is utterly baffling, isn't it?" General Li looked at the merchant with the bushy beard before him, his irritation mounting. He shook off the man's hand with clear displeasure. He wore a cold expression, completely unwilling to engage. Seeing this, the merchant grew anxious, tore off his fake beard in one swift motion, and said in a deep voice, "I am the censor-in-chief, Shi Lu. Now you will answer my questions truthfully." Hearing this, General Li's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly knelt down. Just then Wang Qinyan, the county magistrate of Mabe, also quietly sidled over. The group gathered together in an inconspicuous spot, all clearly eager to get to the bottom of the affair. In truth, however, General Li knew little more than they did. He could only say with a helpless expression, "I came here on the orders of Minister Li Si. He entrusted me with this imperial edict and instructed me to deliver it to Mabe and place it personally in the hands of the 9th prince. As for why His Majesty chose the 9th prince to succeed him, I cannot fathom it either. I beg you both to help persuade the 9th prince to hasten to Xianying and take charge of the court's affairs. I imagine the capital is already in complete disarray by now. The news of the emperor's death will likely be impossible to suppress for much longer. There are still matters like the national mourning, the coronation, and appeasing the court officials waiting to be handled." Alas! As he trailed off, General Li couldn't help but let out a long, weary sigh. After hearing this, Shi Lu could no longer contain the turmoil churning within him. He picked up his wine cup and took a deep gulp. His eyes, unnoticed by others, had already turned slightly red. He never imagined that the first emperor of Qin, who held such dominance over the 9 provinces, would vanish so suddenly. Yet after the initial grief, a faint seed of suspicion began to take root in Shirlu's heart. He felt that this matter couldn't possibly be so straightforward. How could a man of the Emperor's caliber die without any warning at Shakyu? There might be some hidden, untold mystery veiled within all this. Shirlu quickly made a decision in his heart. When Ing Zhao departed the next day, he would accompany him to Xianyang. No matter what, he had to personally enter the imperial city and investigate what had truly transpired. In fact, Shirlu was equally dissatisfied with the ninth prince inheriting the throne. In his eyes, Ing Zhao was nothing more than a profligate prince wholly consumed by lust and pleasure. Apart from carousing among women, he seemed to possess no discernible talent for governing the realm. Handing the empire of Great Qin to such a person would be nothing short of a farce. For a moment, Shirlu's mood grew heavy and his expression turned grim. He immediately ordered his subordinates to send for General Meng Tian. With the situation changing so abruptly, it was imperative to bring Meng Tian into the discussion and formulate a strategy. However, shortly after, the dispatched messenger hurried back with a report. It was said that General Meng Tian had already left Mabe the previous night. It seemed he had received an extremely confidential order to carry out a mission that could not be disclosed to anyone. Upon hearing this news, Shirlu's unease deepened. He felt more and more that this string of sudden upheavals was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Perhaps a truly earth-shattering storm was already brewing in the shadows. The group huddled in the corner of the courtyard, drinking their wine in gloomy silence. Their brows were knitted tightly, none of them in the mood to watch the festivities any longer. Other guests in the courtyard occasionally cast glances their way. After all, what General Li had publicly proclaimed earlier was far too shocking. At this moment, the entire ninth prince's residence was seething with excitement and unrest over the news. People gathered in small clusters, whispering to one another incessantly. Even now, many still found the news of the first emperor's death to be profoundly surreal. What was even harder for them to accept was that from this day forward, the ninth prince Ing Zhao would inherit the throne and become the new sovereign of Great Qin. Everyone remained in a state of profound shock, unable to snap out of it for a long time. They simply couldn't understand how the first emperor could have bequeathed the throne to the ninth prince. Hadn't His Majesty always held this son in contempt? He had even at one point considered the ninth prince an ignorant, pleasure-seeking wastrel. So what was the meaning of this edict of... The guests who came for the banquet today continued to raise their glasses and laugh, partaking in the feast on the surface. Yet anyone could see that their hearts were no longer as light as before. News like this, not just in Mabe, but across the entire 9 provinces, would be an earth-shattering event. Absolutely, that ninth prince, so famous for his debauchery, had risen to prominence in a single day. He had directly become the future emperor of Great Qin. News like this, not just in Mabe, but across the entire 9 provinces, would be an earth-shattering event. Absolutely, this was utterly absurd. People clustered in small groups, whispering animatedly among themselves. The mothers-in-law of the ninth prince in particular huddled together in a tight knot. Their faces were radiant with uncontainable joy, the smiles at the corners of their mouths impossible to suppress. Oh my heavens! Does this mean we're now the emperor's mothers-in-law? How magnificent is that? I always said our son-in-law was no ordinary man. Look, he soared straight. Will we be able to enter the palace and enjoy a life of luxury from now on? Fine clothes, exquisite food, boundless wealth and honor. Just thinking about it is bliss. Of course, who else can say their daughter married such an accomplished man? At the end of the day, it's our girl's sharp eyes that picked out a true dragon from the crowd. If I were a dozen years younger, I'd probably be swooning over his ninth highness too. You're not wrong there. I've secretly thought the same myself. If I were younger, my daughter wouldn't even stand a chance. I'd have found my way into the ninth prince's manor as a concubine, and who knows, maybe I'd be an imperial consort by now. Now that's what I call a meteoric rise. It's enough to make anyone envious. Sigh, a man this handsome and this capable. Why did I never meet one in my day? Every time I see him celebrate a wedding, my heart aches with envy. I truly wish I could turn back the clock and experience the ninth prince's affection myself. Good heavens, every time I lay eyes on his ninth highness, my heart pounds uncontrollably. Who can withstand that? Have you no shame? Look at how old you are. You are past your prime. Do you really think our son-in-law would give you a second glance? Oh, and you dare talk about others. Aren't you past your prime too? Can you swear on your conscience that you've never fantasized about being favored by the ninth prince? The mothers-in-law grew more and more animated, turning the scene into a veritable uproar. Each one grew more excited than the last, utterly unable to conceal the wild elation in their hearts. As they chattered on, genuine envy and jealousy began to creep in. Who wouldn't want to marry a prince of such unparalleled grace, just like their daughters had? Who wouldn't want to experience that overwhelming, captivating charm firsthand? Alas, their youth was long gone. No matter how fervently their hearts yearned, they knew full well they no longer possessed that delicate youthful allure. They longed to throw themselves at him, yet their pride held them back. Moreover, deep down they understood that they would likely never catch the ninth prince's eye. And precisely because of this, these mothers-in-law found their son-in-law, Ing Zhao, more and more satisfactory. Ever since their daughters had married into the ninth prince's manor, they had all moved in as well. As for the old men back at home, they had long since stopped caring. The more they thought about their husbands' useless, dull ways, the more they felt their son-in-law was the far better prospect. There was no denying it. Ing Zhao's charm was almost absurdly potent. He had not only captivated his own wives and concubines, but had also won the favor of the entire mother-in-law brigade. But the fathers-in-law were far less comfortable. Each of them felt like a man swallowing bitter herbs, suffering in silence, utterly unable to voice their grievances. Ever since marrying their daughters off to the ninth prince, they had discovered that their daughters' hearts had drifted away. Even more absurdly, it seemed their wives' hearts had followed suit. Who could possibly endure that? The fathers-in-law were seething with sour resentment. At this moment, Wang Qinian and Shirlu sat in a corner of the banquet. The two men watched the mothers-in-law in the distance, beaming with spring-like radiance, each one as giddy as if they'd stumbled upon a fortune, and their faces darkened considerably. Wang Qinian and Shirlu felt deeply unsettled. Good heavens, had all these women gone mad? It was one thing for their daughters to be utterly infatuated with this dissolute prince. But how could these middle-aged women be losing their minds as well? Had they no shame? It was true that the ninth prince was handsome. Calling him one of the finest-looking men in Ma Bei was no exaggeration. But no matter how handsome he was, surely he couldn't have this much destructive power. Besides, his character could hardly withstand close scrutiny. The sheer speed at which he took concubines was enough to make any sensible woman run for the hills. Yet these women not only showed no disdain, they practically threw themselves at him, their gazes practically dripping with longing. The sight was enough to make one's heart clench. Shirlu and Wang Qinian watched their own wives grinning brighter than blooming flowers, and felt their faces burn with humiliation. There was no way they could stomach another bite of this feast. The two exchanged a glance, and almost in unison they rose, flicked their sleeves in disgust, and stormed out of the banquet. Meanwhile, the ninth prince's manor had reached an unprecedented level of bustle. Nearly everyone in Ma Bei City wanted to come and witness the spectacle. The news that Qin Shi Huang had passed away and bequeathed the throne to the ninth prince spread like wildfire across the Ma Bei lands. Anyone who caught wind of the news couldn't help but rush toward the ninth prince's manor. They all wanted to see with their own eyes how this prince once so overlooked had achieved such a meteoric rise, and how he would project the imperial majesty befitting a future emperor. But when they arrived at the manor, they were told that the ninth prince himself had already entered the bridal chamber. The crowd erupted in a commotion. Many shook their heads with sighs. Just as they'd expected, this prince had truly fallen into a den of beauties and could never climb back out. What kind of times were these? By all logic, the empire should be the top priority. The throne was the most important thing. Power was what a man should cling to above all else. But not the ninth prince. He actually put the bridal chamber first. His reasoning was simply baffling. Yet upon reflection, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, the ninth prince's reputation as a romantic was already legendary throughout the land. He was that relentless man who never stopped taking wives, taking concubines, and siring children. Perhaps in his eyes, taking a concubine, entering the bridal chamber, and indulging in the ultimate pleasures of the boudoir were the truly important matters. As for the vast Qin Empire, it seemed there was no great urgency to claim it. This very attitude, oddly enough, earned him the profound admiration of many men. One had to admit, the ninth prince was truly a fighter among men. Absolutely incredible. Many of the men present, despite the sourness in their hearts, couldn't help but giving Zhao a thumbs up. Now that was a real man. Meanwhile, the wives and concubines within the ninth prince's manor could hardly contain themselves either. Under the arrangement of the principal wife Lin Qingxia, the entire household had begun packing their belongings, preparing to depart for Xianyang the following morning. The wives and concubines were all beaming with joy, busily gathering their personal treasures. A casual packing session yielded several large chests. The chests were filled with nothing but gold, silver, jewelry, and jade. There were also bolts of fine silk and satin along with precious artifacts that dazzled the eyes. These accumulated riches seemed inexhaustible for a lifetime. Naturally, they were loath to part with them. After all, no matter where one went, having silver at hand brought a sense of security. Moreover, this time, they were headed to the imperial palace. The wives had already begun whispering among themselves. Each one was already fantasizing about their days in the harem. Who would have thought that they would one day become empresses and imperial consorts? This was truly a leap to the heavens. This was what it meant to marry the right man. As long as you latched onto a good man, your entire life would be free from want. You might even ascend to heights that ordinary people could only gaze up at in awe. This was the power of a top-tier husband. The wedding feast at the ninth prince's manor continued in full swing late into the night. Whenever Ing Zhao took a wife or concubine, he never spared any expense. Any commoner in Ma Bei City could enter the manor and enjoy a wedding banquet. Even more remarkably, he never accepted it, and so every time the ninth prince's manor held a celebration, it turned into a grand gathering for the people of Ma Bei. Not only that, Ing Zhao would also order porridge stations set up outside the city gates to feed the poor and destitute travelers passing through. As a result, his reputation among the common folk of Ma Bei grew higher by the day. Yet despite everyone knowing he was kind and generous, they still couldn't shake their fixed impression of him as a romantic playboy. And yet it was precisely this prince who was now about to inherit the throne. The moment this news broke, who in the northern frontier could keep their composure? Who could have imagined that the ninth prince, the most unreliable and pleasure-seeking royal of them all, would one day ascend to become the new emperor of Great Qin? It was simply too absurd. The news spread uncontrollably, unable to be contained even by the city of Ma Bei itself. Soon the tidings traveled all the way to the Xiongnu territories. In an instant, the tale of the ninth prince's transformation from a dissolute noble into an emperor swept across every direction with unstoppable force. Within the ninth prince's residence, the atmosphere grew even more jubilant. Even late into the night, crimson lanterns hung high, and celebratory firecrackers echoed without cease. It so happened that the fireworks workshop commissioned by Ying Zhao had just been completed not long ago. The first batch of fireworks produced could finally be put to use. On the wedding day, such novel contraptions naturally had to be displayed. Thus, as the night deepened, those fireworks were lit. In that instant, brilliant streaks of fire soared into the night sky, bursting thunderously against the pitch-black canopy above. Boom, boom, boom. Layer upon layer of resplendent light bloomed in succession. All the guests within the residence involuntarily raised their heads to the sky. Everyone was utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. When had they ever witnessed such a breathtaking and magnificent scene? Many were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes, rendering them speechless. Inside the bridal chamber, the new bride also caught a glimpse of the dazzling display through the window lattice. She naturally wished to step outside to witness it with her own eyes. Unfortunately, her husband was far too domineering, keeping her so entwined that she could not break away. Thus, she could only ruefully miss the exquisite view outside. Yet with such a strikingly handsome husband by her side, the bride soon found herself distracted from all else. She became wholly immersed, gradually losing herself in the moment. The glow of the fireworks filtered through the window paper, casting flickering light and shadow across the bridal chamber, deepening the atmosphere of tender intimacy. At this moment, the happiest person outside was none other than the bride's father. He was an old man who sold tofu at the Western Street corner, known to all as Old Wang the tofu seller. Old Wang had raised an exceptionally beautiful daughter, whom the neighbors affectionately called the tofu beauty. It was precisely because of her delicate and charming looks that the ninth prince had taken a fancy to her and brought her into his residence today. From this day forth, she became the ninth prince's concubine. Initially, Old Wang had assumed that since his daughter was only entering as a concubine, the wedding would not be particularly grand. But he never imagined that this son-in-law, the ninth prince, would arrange such a magnificent celebration. The scale and the festivity far exceeded anything Old Wang had ever conceived. Countless guests arrived in person to offer their congratulations, packing the ninth prince's residence to the brim. Most importantly, that wondrous invention called fireworks was set off tonight. The radiant spectacle in the sky was so dazzling, it was almost impossible to look away. His daughter had only married in as a concubine, yet she received such treatment. Old Wang the tofu seller felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. At this moment, gazing at the ceaselessly blooming fireworks in the night sky, his eyes brimmed with tears. He was on the verge of sobbing aloud. What moved him the most was that the ninth prince, from beginning to end, had never shown the slightest disdain for this tofu-selling father-in-law. Far from looking down on him, Ying Zhao had even sent people to respectfully escort him into the residence. Afterwards, servants were ordered to attend to his bathing and change of clothes. They dressed him in a set of luxurious and dignified new attire. And during the wedding ceremony, he was seated in the place of honor in the main hall to receive the couple's bows. At that moment, he was the sole elder presiding over the ceremony. He watched with his own eyes as the ninth prince and his daughter knelt before him and paid their deep respects. From that instant, he rightfully became the father of the newlyweds and the legitimate father-in-law of His Highness the ninth prince. During the wedding banquet, Old Wang was seated at the most honored table. Delicacies of every kind were continuously served, and the attendants were exceptionally attentive to his needs. The guests who came and went all treated him with courtesy and respect, with a steady stream of people approaching to offer their congratulations. Not a single servant in the ninth prince's residence dared to slight him. Everyone who saw him was deferential and proper in their conduct. This moved Old Wang the tofu seller so deeply that he nearly fainted on the spot. He had never in his life dreamed that a humble tofu vendor like him could ever become connected to the imperial family. Although the ninth prince was indeed somewhat of a flirt, there was truly no fault to find in how he treated the wives and concubines around him. In this moment, Old Wang the tofu seller felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Although the ninth prince was indeed somewhat of a flirt, there was truly no fault to find in how he treated the wives and concubines around him. In this moment, Old Wang the tofu seller felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Gazing up at the fireworks that filled the sky, he could no longer hold back. The next moment, he burst into loud sobs. He was simply too overwhelmed with emotion. This was perhaps the most glorious and memorable night of his entire life, one that would stay with him forever. As he wept, Old Wang suddenly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly toward the night sky. Over and over he murmured words of gratitude. The Bodhisattva has shown her power. All the deities have opened their eyes. My little daughter, the tofu beauty, can finally live a good life. The ancestral graves of my Old Wang family must truly be emitting green smoke this time. From now on, perhaps my girl can even become a consort in the imperial palace. This must be the great virtue accumulated by our ancestors, and also the blessing of all the gods and Buddhas. I, Old Wang the tofu seller, kowtow to all the deities. Having said this, he knelt on the ground and thumped his head heavily against it several times in succession. It must be said that among all of Ying Zhao's many fathers-in-law, Old Wang the tofu seller was certainly the most appreciative of his fortune. Having risen from a nobody selling tofu on the streets to suddenly attaching himself to the towering tree of the ninth prince, he naturally regarded this son-in-law with the utmost admiration and respect. He was even more grateful for having raised such a fine daughter. Thanks to his beautiful girl, he had come to enjoy a life he would never have dared to dream of before. Whenever he thought of the possibility that his daughter might one day become a consort in the harem, and that he himself would become the father-in-law of the reigning emperor, Old Wang the tofu seller could not stop the tears from streaming down his face. And so the ninth prince's residence carried on with its boisterous celebrations throughout the entire night. Exiled did not find the commotion bothersome at all. In fact, he rather enjoyed this kind of lively and joyous atmosphere. Entering the bridal chamber amidst such festive noise held a unique flavor for him. It was not until the sky began to show the faintest hint of dawn that the tofu beauty finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Entering the bridal chamber amidst such festive noise held a unique flavor for him. It was not until the sky began to show the faintest hint of dawn that the tofu beauty finally succumbed to exhaustion. After sorting through the sequence of events, Exiled became increasingly convinced that he had been used as a pawn. According to the original course of history, Li Si and Zhao Gao would certainly have chosen Hu Hai to ascend the throne. Yet now that choice had suddenly fallen upon him. Exiled. This could only mean one thing: those two men, Li Si and Zhao Gao, must have believed that the ninth prince was the easiest to control. In their eyes, he was the most useless and the most easily manipulated of them all. At this thought, Exiled could not help but, damn it, you two bastards actually think this prince is more useless than Hu Hai. How infuriating. However, a meaningful smile soon began to curl at the corners of Exiled's lips. Very well then. Since you insist on pushing this prince onto the throne, you had better not regret it later. This prince will make you open your eyes wide and see what a true emperor really is. The next morning, Shirlu and General Li were so anxious that they paced back and forth outside the courtyard, nearly wearing grooves into the ground with their steps. Both of them felt deeply frustrated. It was already this late, so why was there still no movement from the couple in the bridal chamber? What was most urgent now was to set off immediately for the imperial city of Xianyang. This was not a matter that could be delayed any further. The two of them circled around outside the bridal chamber round and round, yet they could not bring themselves to barge in and call for the prince. General Li finally reached his limit. He grabbed the chief steward by the collar and barked sternly, "You go in. Wake up His Highness the ninth prince. The carriages and horses are already waiting outside the residence. We must depart right now." The chief steward was so terrified that he fell to his knees with a thud, his face full of panic, his voice trembling, as if on the verge of tears. "General, I truly dare not do such a thing. His Highness the ninth prince has given explicit orders that no one is to disturb him while he rests in his chambers, especially not on the night of his wedding. I wouldn't dare barge in even if I had 10 times the courage. Perhaps you two gentlemen could wait a while longer." General Li's anger flared instantly. "Wait? How long am I supposed to wait? The emperor has passed away. This is a matter that shakes the entire nation. If not for the fact that the ninth prince was personally chosen by His Majesty to succeed the throne, holding a grand wedding during the national mourning period alone would be a crime worthy of multiple executions. And now he's still holed up in his room. Doesn't he want to rush back to the capital to take charge? This is a blatant disrespect to His Majesty, utterly infuriating." Shirlu was equally furious. He stepped forward, his face grim, and asked, "By your mansion's rules, what time does the ninth prince usually rise? If necessary, we'll find a rooster and place it at his door to crow. Let's see how long he can keep sleeping." The head steward's face contorted with discomfort. This is really hard to say. At the earliest, probably not until afternoon. At the latest, it could be well into the afternoon. His Highness has an astonishing physique and boundless energy, as you gentlemen can surely understand. In short, it's unlikely he'll emerge anytime soon. What? The earliest would be noon, and possibly as late as afternoon. Shirlu and General Li's brows furrowed even deeper upon hearing this. Both their faces darkened to an extreme degree. They couldn't fathom that the ninth prince could be so utterly irresponsible. How could he be so devoid of propriety? His father had just died, and he was carrying on like this. How could a prince of the realm be so dissolute? If this man were to ascend the throne of the Great Qin Empire, what hope would there be for the future? They'd be a laughingstock among all the other nations. He would undoubtedly go down in history as the most absurd emperor Great Qin had ever seen. Looking through the annals of history, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone more unreliable. It was infuriating. It made one's liver ache with rage. Shirlu and General Li's faces were a livid mix of pale and purple. They both itched to storm into the room and drag Exiled out of bed. But knowing the likely indecent scene within, they couldn't bring themselves to barge in. In the end, they could only stand, their faces iron gray with suppressed fury. It wasn't just them. Even the servants of the ninth prince's mansion dared not go in to call him. Although the ninth prince was usually lenient with his servants, rarely punishing them, the line between master and servant was. Moreover, the ninth prince absolutely detested being disturbed in his chambers on his wedding night. Anyone foolish enough to barge in would certainly not meet a good end. They had all witnessed the ninth prince's martial prowess. It was nothing short of terrifying. Only someone with a death wish. They'd have to be truly tired of living. Shirlu and General Li waited outside for a long while longer, but still Exiled did. Fearing the two officials might cause a scene, the head steward, with a placating smile, invited them into the main hall to sit and drink tea. Seething with anger, they could only gulp down cup after cup of tea, as if that could somehow quell the rage burning in their chests. General Li still couldn't wrap his head around it. This was the man the emperor had chosen as his successor. Wasn't this a complete farce? He looked at Shirlu and asked in a low, strange tone, "Secretary Shir, there's something I truly don't understand. What were you thinking marrying your daughter to a man like this, eh? Look at his endless string of wives and concubines. Can your daughter possibly have a good life with such a person? Honestly, I just can't fathom it." Shirlu could only offer a wry smile. He spread his hands awkwardly and said, "What could I do? My daughter was determined to have him, and no one could talk her out of it. You may laugh, but they were secretly together behind my back. I was kept in the dark even on their wedding day. I was mysteriously invited to a feast, and only in the middle of it did I realize my daughter was getting married. Even now thinking about it makes my blood boil. I want to grab a blade and go on a rampage. As he spoke, Shirlu's eyes reddened, and his jaw clenched, barely containing his rage. General Li could only manage a dry chuckle. He now felt a pang of sympathy for Shirlu. Having a son-in-law like that was in. Meanwhile, the servants of the ninth prince's mansion had begun hauling out luggage. Large chest after large chest was brought out. The sheer number seemed endless. Shirlu and General Li couldn't help but gape in astonishment. They found it hard to believe the ninth prince's mansion housed such immense wealth. When the chests were opened, the dazzling gleam of gold and jewels nearly blinded them. It was simply absurd. The more they saw, the more bewildered they became. Could the ninth prince's annual stipend really support such a grand estate? And so many wives and concubines? And how was it that his concubines were all so wealthy themselves? Where on earth did this man get so much money? Judging by this display, he was even more opulent than the first emperor's harem. It was mind-boggling. Thinking of their own modest households, Shirlu and General Li felt a pang of embarrassment. Even combining all their assets, they probably wouldn't amount to a tenth of the ninth prince's wealth. What a disparity. Could it be that the ninth prince was involved in some illicit dealings? Or did he have some other means of accumulating? The same question arose in both their minds. A seed of suspicion was quietly planted at that moment. Shirlu in particular found his expression souring. After all, he had accepted quite a few congratulatory gifts from the ninth prince's mansion in the past. If those items were ill-gotten, wouldn't he be implicated as well? Being this father-in-law was truly a bitter pill to swallow. With that thought, Shirlu fell silent, mechanically gulping down tea. General Li, unable to sit still, kept urging the head steward every few minutes, insisting he find a way to get the ninth prince to come out. Any further delay, and a great matter would be ruined. Yet at this very moment inside the bridal chamber, Ing Zhao was still brimming with energy and enthusiasm. He showed no signs of fatigue, appearing instead exceedingly spirited. The wait dragged on all the way into the afternoon. Shirlu and General Li's fury simmered to the boiling point, threatening to explode at any moment. It was only when the sun had begun its descent that Ing Zhao finally emerged from the bridal chamber, looking refreshed and at ease. The county magistrate Wang Qingyan rushed forward upon seeing him, saying urgently, "Your Highness, it's time to depart. The carriages outside are ready. All luggage has been loaded. We can head straight for the capital now." Ing Zhao, however, showed no urgency, merely waving his hand and saying nonchalantly, "What's the rush? We've already delayed this long, a little more won't hurt. First, give the order for the maids to attend to the bride properly. Ensure she bathes, changes clothes, and has a proper meal. No negligence. We'll set out after we've had dinner." What? He still wanted to wait until after dinner. Shirlu and General Li could no longer contain themselves upon hearing this. Nearly in unison, they stepped forward, their faces dark, and rebuked. "Your Highness, look at the situation we're in now. Stop fussing over these trivial matters. It's high time we set out. There's no time to waste. If we tarry any longer, His Majesty's remains will likely arrive in Xianyang before we do. If His Highness still hasn't arrived by then, what kind of spectacle would that be? Yeah. This could even delay your ascension to the throne. Could it be that the ninth prince truly has no interest in the imperial seat? This is the Great Qin Empire we're talking about. Can you please take it at least a little seriously?" Ing Zhao couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. He merely shot a glance at his steward, signaling him to carry out his orders. With that, he turned and headed for the alchemy chamber. Upon entering, Ing Zhao changed into a Taoist robe and began the process of refining pills. After all, he needed to extract the medicinal herbs from his system as quickly as possible. This batch of pills had to be completed before their departure. The journey to the imperial city was long, and the jostling of the carriage would be too much for Ajiao's frail constitution. Without a pill prepared in advance, he risked unforeseen complications on the road. The ninth prince's series of actions left Shirlu and General Li seething with frustration. General Li especially was known for his impatience. He abruptly drew his saber and stormed towards the alchemy chamber. He was determined to drag Ing Zhao out, shove him into the carriage, and head straight back to the capital. But just as General Li reached the alchemy chamber with his blade drawn, 4 dark figures materialized before him. The 4 shadow guards landed simultaneously, forming an impenetrable barrier around the entire building. General Li attempted to force his way through. In the next instant, one of the 4 shadow guards struck out fiercely. After only a brief exchange of a few moves, General Li found himself at a clear disadvantage. With a loud thud, he was blasted back, staggering 10 paces. After steadying himself, General Li stared at the seemingly unremarkable black-clad guard before him, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. He had actually lost. How was this possible? The ninth prince's residence harbored a master of this caliber. He then looked at the other 3 guards, all clad in black, their auras steady, their eyes cold and fierce, clearly no ordinary men. Despite himself, a chill crept into General Li's heart. Could it be that this ninth prince was truly not as reckless as he appeared? Had he been playing the fool all along, secretly cultivating his power and quietly amassing elite warriors? But no sooner had this thought surfaced than General Li dismissed it as unlikely. After all, Ing Zhao's usual demeanor of utter uselessness didn't seem like a facade for such deep cunning. A man like that probably spent his days thinking only of indulging in pleasures, or perhaps plotting to take more concubines and sire more children. General Li found himself utterly at a loss with Ing Zhao. In the end, all he could do was grimace and grit his teeth waiting for him to finish refining that batch of pills. Meanwhile, the new bride, known as the Tofu Beauty, had finished her bath and change of clothes. Supported by her maidservant, she made her way to the main hall to wait. The other wives and concubines of the household had also gathered there. Everyone was waiting for Ying Zhao to appear. After a while longer, Ying Zhao finally arrived fashionably late. Looking at his assembled wives, he said with a smile, "Ladies, consider this meal our final family dinner here in Ma Bei. Don't stand on ceremony. Enjoy this last bit of revelry before we part. Once we reach the imperial palace in Xianyang, there will be far more rules and restrictions. Life won't be as carefree as it is here in the mansion. So consider this dinner a farewell toast to ourselves. Eat, drink, and be merry." With that, he instructed his steward to have the kitchens prepare a feast for all the servants of the household as well. Today, the entire household was to celebrate and dine together. The kitchens were thrown into a flurry of activity. Shirlu and General Li could only watch, their hearts filled with helplessness. The two of them were politely escorted by the servants to a table in the corner. Soon a sumptuous spread of food and wine was laid out before them. But at a time like this, how could they possibly have an appetite? Their minds were solely focused on rushing to Xianyang to ascertain the true state of chaos in the capital. Remaining at the ninth prince's residence only served to heighten their anxiety. After all, the passing of Qin Shi Huang was the most momentous event in the realm. The national mourning, the vigil, the stabilization of the court, the coronation ceremony, which of these wasn't of paramount importance? But the ninth prince. He was not only unconcerned, he appeared utterly indifferent. To be so cold towards the news of his own father's death, it was unfilial. Where was his sense of piety? It was utterly preposterous, an affront to heaven itself. The national mourning, the vigil, the stabilization of the court, the coronation ceremony, which of these wasn't of paramount importance? But the ninth prince. He was not only Only then did Ying Zhao lead his wives, both senior and junior, to board the carriages one by one. What was even more absurd was that he didn't just take his wives and concubines. He brought all his mothers-in-law along as well. As for the fathers-in-law, they were all left behind in Ma Bei. At the sight of this, Shirlu and General Li's faces turned even darker. It could only be said that this good-for-nothing prince's talent for causing trouble was truly second to none. But regardless, at least they were finally on their way. And so the ninth prince's grand procession rolled out of Ma Bei, heading towards the imperial capital of Xianyang. At that very moment, however, Zhao Gao and Li Si were entangled in an unexpected predicament. They had been galloping at full speed on their Fergana horses, hoping to return to Xianyang as quickly as possible to seize control of the palace. But who could have predicted they'd run straight into a massive flood? The road was blocked by the floodwaters. Despite their burning anxiety, they were forced to halt their journey. Left with no choice, they found a safe place to take temporary shelter. Even though they couldn't continue their journey, Zhao Gao and Li Si never severed their connection with the palace. Through carrier pigeons, they kept receiving the latest intelligence from Xianyang. It was at this moment that General Li's secret letter arrived. After Zhao Gao unfolded the letter and read its contents, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. He tucked the letter away and turned to Li Si, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Secretary Li, it seems our gamble was the right move after all. The ninth prince is indeed an utterly incompetent fool, perfect for manipulation. Guess what? This worthless ninth prince, upon learning of his own father's death, went ahead and happily celebrated his wedding night. Not a trace of grief, just a smug, self-satisfied smile. And I hear that on his way back to Xianyang, he brought along every single one of his wives and concubines. He can't go anywhere without his women. A waste like that is reassuringly useless." With that, the amusement in Zhao Gao's eyes deepened. "This way we have nothing more to worry about. Controlling him will be as easy as turning our hand. Once he arrives in Xianyang, we'll put him at the forefront to take the blows for us. Let the court officials question him, let the people of the realm despise him. And when the time is right, we'll join forces to drag him down from the throne. Then we'll smoothly elevate Prince Huhai to the throne. From then on, the Great Qin court will be ours to command." Generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian entered one after the other. As Meng Tian stepped into the yard and saw the emperor sitting there safe and sound, his eyes welled up with emotion. Qin Shi Huang was half reclined on a wicker chair, his eyes closed in repose, while he continued to ponder the strange system in his mind. Just then the courtyard gate was suddenly pushed open. Generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian entered one after the other. As Meng Tian stepped into the yard and saw the emperor sitting there safe and sound, his eyes welled up with emotion. The next moment he fell to his knees with a thud. This hardened, iron-blooded general, now struggling to contain his emotions, spoke with a trembling voice. "Your Majesty, seeing you in good health, this subject's heart can finally rest a little easier. The news that arrived earlier truly frightened your servant." Qin Shi Huang glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "There is no need for such tension, Minister Meng. Rest assured I am perfectly fine. To be honest, I was merely wrapped in that golden light rather forcefully. If I were to describe it, it would be akin to being struck by a heavenly thunderbolt. My constitution is not so fragile as to be brought down by such a thing. It is far too early for anyone to expect me to breathe my last." At this point, Qin Shi Huang's expression gradually turned solemn. "The reason I urgently summoned you back is that there is a significant matter to attend to. At my side now, Wang Jian and Meng Tian are the most trusted ministers I have. You two are also the ones I can entrust with the most crucial responsibilities. I require you to assist me in stabilizing the foundation of the Great Qin Empire." At the same time, we must use this opportunity to discern who is most worthy of inheriting this vast realm. As these words were spoken, the expressions of Wang Jian and Meng Tian immediately turned grave. They naturally understood the profound implications behind Qin Shi Huang's statement. The emperor intended to use this pretense of death to re-evaluate all the princes seeking the true heir to the throne. It was clear that the days ahead would be far from peaceful. It might even escalate into a genuine and arduous struggle. Qin Shi Huang pondered for a moment, then fixed his gaze upon Meng Tian and asked, "Minister Meng, having hastened here from the northern frontier, have you observed anything out of the ordinary there? Is that worthless son of mine still up to his old disgraceful tricks, eh? Is he still spending his days obsessed with taking wives and concubines and siring children? Is he still just like before, content to wallow in the company of women and never wanting to leave? In your view, is there any hope left for that son of mine to reform?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of awkwardness crossed Meng Tian's face. This was a question he was rather reluctant to answer. Was there any hope? Did that even need to be asked? The ninth prince's daily conduct had already become notoriously absurd, known to all. To say he was beyond hope wouldn't be an unfair assessment. Yet after a moment's deliberation, Meng Tian tried his best to adopt a tactful tone and said, "Your Majesty, the ninth prince is indeed somewhat excessively dissolute. However, if one were to look closely, he is not entirely without redeeming qualities. At the very least, he has never been harsh with the servants in his household, and he treats his wives and concubines with considerable kindness. Moreover, during his time in the northern frontier, he performed many charitable deeds to aid the common folk, distributing porridge, relieving the distressed, and hosting banquets for the people. These actions have indeed brought tangible benefits to the ordinary citizens of the northern city. Looking at it from these angles alone, it cannot be said that he is entirely without merit." After hearing this, Qin Shi Huang simply nodded slightly. Then he asked coolly in return, "And what else? Is there anything else worthy of praise, eh?" Meng Tian fell silent for a moment before bringing up the matter of repelling the Xiongnu. "Your Majesty, there is another matter that should not be overlooked. The ninth prince did after all lead men to repel an invasion by the Xiongnu. Although we were not present to witness that battle and are unclear on the specific details, one thing is for certain: the ninth prince must possess some real ability. At the very least, his personal martial arts are formidable, and his aptitude for commanding troops in battle may not be as hopeless as rumors suggest. The people in his household are also fiercely loyal to him, which is a rare quality. These are points that I believe we can take note of for now and consider further in the future." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's face darkened, and he let out a cold, displeased snort. "Absurd. You intend to sing such praises for that son of mine based on this single incident? As I see it, that victory over the Xiongnu was likely just a stroke of blind luck on his part. Perhaps the Xiongnu hadn't even dispatched many troops at the time. Or perhaps those Xiongnu soldiers were caught completely off guard, allowing that son of mine to seize an opportunity. Does he truly believe that one such victory will earn him the admiration of the entire realm? Do not take this so-called defeat of the Xiongnu too seriously." Even now, Qin Shi Huang refused to believe that his pleasure-loving son could have genuinely repelled a massive Xiongnu army. In his view, the battle reports from the northern frontier must have been greatly exaggerated. Talk of a massive Xiongnu force bearing down and the ninth prince single-handedly turning the tide. It all sounded highly dubious. It was more likely that a few dozen Xiongnu scouts had merely wandered into the vicinity. They were then surrounded by Ying Zhao and his men. Subsequently, the story was embellished and spread far and wide. In the end, it was blown out of proportion into a tale of the ninth prince commanding troops like a divine strategist, possessing extraordinary bearing and immense military talent. In Qin Shi Huang's eyes, this was utterly ridiculous. What military talent could that boy possibly have? How much ambition could a prince who spends his days immersed in pleasures and endlessly taking wives and concubines possibly possess? Could he truly become some sort of paragon of virtue and talent? Since Qin Shi Huang had already made his stance so clear, Wang Jian and Meng Tian naturally refrained from arguing further. In truth, Wang Jian also harbored doubts about the ninth prince's supposed abilities. In his view, that prince was the epitome of a wastrel, the most useless among the useless. Give him a few beautiful women, and he'd likely lose his soul. A person like that hardly seemed like the stuff of greatness. Although Meng Tian also held the ninth prince's dissolute lifestyle in low regard, he had initially intended to be as fair as possible. After all, he had recently conducted a quiet investigation into Ying Zhao's conduct in the northern frontier. To be fair, the ninth prince did possess some admirable traits. However, it was clear that the emperor had already formed a prejudice, so Meng Tian had no intention of openly contradicting him. He decided to remain neutral for the time being and observe for a while longer. As time passed, whether the ninth prince was truly useless or possessed hidden depths would gradually come to light. Just as they were conversing, a scout suddenly rushed in with urgent steps. The man knelt before Qin Shi Huang and reported in a flustered voice, "Your Majesty, disaster has struck. A great calamity has indeed occurred. While secretly monitoring Zhao Gao and Li Si, we discovered that they have begun to make their moves. Those two have forged an imperial edict and ordered General Li to rush to the northern frontier with the false decree. At this moment, that forged edict has already been delivered before the ninth prince. The contents of the edict are..." The scout paused, swallowed hard, and then continued with great difficulty. "It states that your Majesty passed away at Shakyu and left a final decree on your deathbed bestowing the throne upon the ninth prince. Furthermore, they have already urged the ninth prince to set out immediately. At this moment, the ninth prince is leading his men and heading towards the imperial city of Xianyang. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will soon enter the palace to ascend the throne. As these words fell, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Qin Shi Huang's face turned ashen in an instant. He abruptly sat up straight, his eyes surging with chilling fury, and sneered through clenched teeth. Excellent. Zhao Gao, Li Si, so the two of you dogs have been this eager for my death. Before I have even closed my eyes for good, you could not wait to reveal yourselves. Forging an imperial edict to place a puppet on the throne, and then through that puppet seizing control of the court and dominating the realm. A truly masterful scheme. As he spoke, the first emperor's gaze grew icier, yet a mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Utterly ridiculous. I never imagined that in such a short time you would already be unable to hide your fox's tail. After hearing the scouts report, Wang Jian and Meng Tian's faces changed simultaneously, their hearts shaken with shock. Meng Tian immediately gritted his teeth and said in anger, Your Majesty, Zhao Gao and Li Si must have long harbored treacherous intentions. They have likely long since colluded with one another in secret. Now that they see Your Majesty unconscious, they mistakenly believe you have truly passed away, and they can no longer contain their eagerness to seize this opportunity to rebel. They clearly intend to rush ahead of everyone else and determine the successor first. By placing a puppet on the throne, they can then use him to control the imperial court. It is utterly detestable. Such treacherous ministers must not be allowed to live. Wang Jian, also filled with fury, stepped forward and echoed, Exactly right. These two are utterly treasonous and deserve 1,000 deaths. No wonder they insisted on returning to Xianyang, first claiming they needed to stabilize the court and appease the inner palace. They even swore they would prepare the morning hall in advance, awaiting my escort of Your Majesty's body back. Looking at it now, those words were nothing but a complete facade. They were never trying to stabilize Great Qin. They had clearly been harboring wicked intentions all along. These two are willing to risk everything in a desperate gamble simply to seize the Great Qin Empire and lay their hands on the throne's power. Their treachery deserves death. If they are not killed, the world's fury will never be appeased. In my view, even eradicating their entire clans would not be excessive. Zhao Gao, that eunuch slave, is one thing. Beneath contempt, merely a lackey who bullies others by borrowing Your Majesty's authority. But Li Si is different. He is the Grand Chancellor of Great Qin. Holding such a high position while nurturing such wolf-like ambition, that is what truly chills one to the bone. If their conspiracy were to succeed, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. The first emperor's face was equally grim, a cold sneer escaping him as he said in a chilling tone, These two fools certainly know how to pick their target. They saw clearly that my worthless son is the most suitable puppet. That is why they set their sights on that unfilial brat. I never expected the first to surface would be these two, with the greatest ambition and the most venomous methods. Li Si. In all these days I truly never saw the treachery hidden within your heart. As for that eunuch slave Zhao Gao, he deserves death even more. A mere palace attendant, who gave him the audacity to covet the power of the imperial court. Does he truly believe that a eunuch like him can rise through the ranks and turn himself into a master? Utterly absurd. How can my Great Qin Empire be defiled by the hands of such filth? Crash. Unable to contain his fury, the first emperor swept the teacup from his desk, sending it crashing to the floor. The porcelain shattered into pieces, tea splashing across the ground. The rage within him could no longer be suppressed. He truly had not anticipated that being enveloped by that golden light and falling into a false death would drag out so much chaos. And those who had hidden their treacherous hearts so deeply had surfaced one after another because of it. Thinking back on it now, perhaps this was a blessing from heaven. This coma had not been suffered in vain. That meteorite from beyond the heavens was indeed no ordinary object. Not only had it granted him the system, but it had also allowed him to see the true faces of those around him. It could even help him purge every disloyal and ambitious minister, who didn't know that the ninth prince was obsessed with women, spending his days immersed in pleasure, barely touching any matters of state. That such a worthless prince had now become the new emperor of Great Qin made the ministers discontent. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate these two ingrates who bit the hand that fed them. Moreover, the first emperor was well aware that this was only the beginning. Since Zhao Gao and Li Si dared to make a move, many more would surely be implicated afterward. Within the court, there were likely a host of ambitious wolves just waiting to show themselves. This time heaven had truly granted him a golden opportunity. If handled well, he could uproot all the hidden cancers. With these benefits in mind, the first emperor's composure gradually steadied. He shifted his gaze and asked in a cold voice, Since Zhao Gao and Li Si have extended this olive branch, how did my unfilial son react? Has he already been beside himself with joy? After all, for a waste like him to suddenly have the chance to sit on the Great Qin throne. He probably never even dared to dream of it before, did he? Has that brat already set off for Xianyang in high spirits, eager to claim the throne and be crowned king? At these words, Meng Tian's expression turned somewhat awkward. In truth, on the way to Shakyu, he had already received news from the northern border. When he learned of the specific details, he was so stunned that he could not speak for a long time. Now that the first emperor had brought it up, he truly did not know how to broach the subject. Meng Tian took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and then steeled himself to say, Your Majesty, the ninth prince does not seem to be particularly willing. According to the news from the northern border, when the forged edict arrived at the ninth prince's residence, he was in the middle of a celebration. He was joyfully performing the wedding ceremony, and he was just about to enter the bridal chamber. Upon hearing this, the first emperor and Wang Jin both widened their eyes in disbelief. For a moment, neither could quite believe what they had just heard. But upon reflection, it did seem exactly like the style of that dissolute, unfilial son. Seeing this, Meng Tian could only continue. After receiving the edict, the ninth prince did not set out immediately. He stated on the spot that entering the bridal chamber was the most important matter at hand. Nothing else could delay his wedding, so that night he happily went into the bridal chamber, and he did not emerge until afternoon the following day. But that was not the end of it. It is said that after waking he still did not set out immediately. Instead, he held a farewell banquet at the residence, insisting on eating and drinking to see off himself and his wives and concubines. After all that fuss, he finally left the northern border in the afternoon of the second day. And when he left, he brought along every single wife and concubine from his household. After hearing all this, the first emperor fell completely silent. A moment later, a wave of speechlessness and fury surged simultaneously into his chest. As expected, that worthless, unfilial son truly was capable of every absurdity imaginable. Even Wang Jin's face twitched in shock. He could never have imagined the ninth prince could be this useless. How utterly shameless. A heaven-sent fortune had suddenly dropped onto his head. A chance to rise to the top in one step was right before his eyes. And he still did not care. Instead, all he could think about was his wedding night. Good heavens. This was a complete and utter good-for-nothing drowning in a den of women. The more the first emperor thought about it, the more he felt his face burning with shame. How could he have fathered such a worthless creature? It was as if he had committed sins in a past life. The angrier he grew, the harder he slammed his palm on the table, roaring in fury, "Wretch! Damned waste!" No wonder Zhao Gao and Li Si set their sights on this unfilial brat. They saw clearly that he was the easiest to manipulate. A man this absurd and incompetent, was he not a born puppet? Just stuff a few beauties by his side, and he would probably become docile in an instant, led around by the nose. This child has no spine whatsoever, a pus-filled sore that cannot even be propped up against a wall. If the Great Qin Empire were to truly fall into his hands, that would be the absolute end. Zhao Gao and Li Si were blocked by a sudden flood, trapped in a nearby small village, completely unable to make their way back. On the other side, however, Ying Zhao's convoy encountered no obstacles and soon arrived at the imperial city. Originally, Ying Zhao had planned to find an inn after entering the city, rest for a night, and then leisurely head to the palace to deal with the troublesome matters. But Shirlu and General Li were not about to give him that chance. The two of them urged the convoy on, relentlessly ordering it not to stop and to head straight for the imperial palace. This left Ying Zhao feeling utterly exasperated. Shirlu and General Li had already discussed it privately. No matter what, they had to get the ninth prince into the palace first. Only by having him take charge of the situation immediately could the court stop spiraling into chaos. Otherwise, given this prince's dawdling nature, who knew what other disasters might unfold next? Moreover, the civil and military officials within the palace were still awaiting his arrival. If this man were allowed to take up residence in the city, first persuading him to proceed to the palace would likely be delayed indefinitely. The most critical issue was the ninth prince's notorious profligacy. He was utterly captivated by beauty. Should he enter the city and head straight for the pleasure quarters, burying himself there, and refusing to emerge, the situation would become thoroughly disgraceful. Thus, the two men disregarded Ying Zhao's thoughts entirely and directly ordered the procession to continue. Before long, the grand convoy of carriages and horses came to a halt outside the gates of the Great Qin Imperial Palace. By this time, Wang Li was already waiting at the palace entrance with several young eunuchs. The moment he saw Ying Zhao arrive, Wang Li hurried forward and said urgently, "Your Highness the ninth prince, you have finally made it. The entire palace has been waiting for days. I trust that you have been informed of the sequence of events along the way. The emperor passed away en route at Shekyu, succumbing to illness. However, before his death, he left a decree commanding you to enter the palace and take charge of the overall situation. At present, all the civil and military officials are assembled in the main hall awaiting you. Please, your Highness, follow me there immediately." After hearing this, Ying Zhao felt an even greater headache coming on. He looked at Wang Li helplessly and said, "Attending court is fine, but my wives and concubines have endured a long, tiring journey. Surely we must arrange accommodations for them first, right?" Wang Li's expression stiffened slightly, utterly exasperated by the remark. Even at a time like this, the ninth prince was still concerned about settling his wives and concubines. Yet he could not contradict him, and could only bow in deference. "Rest assured, your Highness, I shall make the arrangements immediately." Subsequently, the palace gates were thrown open, and so Ying Zhao strode boldly into the imperial palace, heading towards the Qilin Hall. To be honest, he himself had never imagined that he would ascend to the imperial throne in this manner. Previously, he had thought he would need to lay his plans slowly. He had intended to recruit soldiers, amass wealth, secretly expand his influence, and then climb step by step. Yet now his plan had barely progressed even a tenth of the way before this sudden upheaval had crashed down upon his head. He still couldn't figure out how the first emperor of Qin could have died a year early at Shekyu. Could it be that because of his time travel, the original course of history had deviated? This was simply beyond absurd. Ying Zhao pondered these thoughts as he continued forward. Soon he arrived outside the Qilin. Inside the hall, the silence was deafening. Not a single person dared to speak. One could have heard a pin drop. The assembled civil and military officials all stood with solemn expressions, their silence heavy with deference. Each face was etched with mourning, as if they were all plunged into the deepest grief. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire court, making it feel almost eerie. After all, with the first emperor's death being such a monumental event, who would dare to appear nonchalant? Even if they felt little genuine sorrow in their hearts, they had to wear a mask of profound grief. At this moment, everyone was awaiting the new sovereign's entrance. Guided by Wang Li, Exiled stepped into the grand hall. The civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, forming a path through the center of the court. The instant Exiled appeared, every gaze in the hall converged upon him. Those looks were filled with shock and confusion. But more than anything, they were filled with poorly concealed resentment and contempt. Many swallowed hard, their minds racing with bewilderment. Why had the first emperor on his deathbed left such an oral edict? Who was the 9th prince? He was a notorious playboy known to all. The most worthless of the worthless, the most dissolute of the dissolute. How could such a man be worthy of ascending to the throne of Great Qin? It was utterly absurd and laughable. What could the emperor have been thinking? Some had already begun to suspect deep down that this edict of succession was not so simple. Perhaps there was something else at play. Regardless, the vast majority of court officials were extremely dissatisfied with the 9th. Their impression of Exiled had long since plummeted to the depths. The other princes in particular were seething with rage. The mere thought that their most unremarkable 9th brother would be elevated above all his elder brothers to become the master of Great Qin made them want to join forces on the spot and drag Exiled down from that position. If it weren't for the fact that the first emperor had just passed away and Great Qin was still in a period of national mourning, they might very well have been unable to restrain themselves from taking action, hacking this worthless 9th brother to pieces. In their eyes, there was nothing at all formidable about Exiled. He had no base of support within the court. He had no significant power to speak of in the northern deserts. In the end, he was nothing more than a lecherous, dissolute wastrel. Under the complex and icy stares of the assembled officials, Exiled unhurriedly traversed the great hall. Finally, he arrived before the throne that symbolized the supreme authority of Great Qin, turned around, and sat directly upon it. As he sat there, he actually managed to project a considerable degree of authority. Although Exiled usually seemed rather frivolous when faced with such an occasion, he could surprisingly adopt a composed and dignified demeanor. In his previous life, he had witnessed no shortage of grand spectacles. He had, after all, watched the National Day military parade in Tiananmen Square on television. Since fate had inexplicably pushed him into this position, there was nothing to fear. After all, according to his original plan, he would have had to seize power sooner or later anyway. Since heaven had delivered the throne to him ahead of schedule, he might as well play along and seize the opportunity. He would be the emperor. Exiled knew this all too well. The fact that he could sit here was absolutely connected to Zhao Gao. Those two must have thought he would be easy to control, which is why they had pushed him forward as a puppet. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated. Exiled was never a marionette on strings. Nor would he ever allow himself to be manipulated by those two bastards. When they met later, he would make Zhao Gao and Li Si understand the meaning of lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own feet. Since the throne had already come into his hands, there was no reason to give it up. Whoever sought to seize it would have to die. The officials' gazes remained cold and harsh. But Exiled, seated upon the dragon throne, showed not a trace of panic. He swept his gaze across the hall and asked, how much longer until the late emperor's body arrives in Xianyang? Where are Zhao Gao and Li Si currently? Have they returned to the palace? As his words fell, a minister immediately stepped forward, bowed, and replied, to report to your highness, it will still be some days before the late emperor's body can be transported back to Xianyang. Eunuch Zhao Gao and Minister Li Si encountered floods on their way back to the palace, which severed the roads, making passage temporarily impossible. At present, the two of them are staying temporarily in a nearby village. They will likely only be able to resume their journey once the floodwaters recede and the roads are restored. As for the late emperor's body, it is expected to arrive even later. Upon hearing this, Exiled's eyes flickered slightly. Good. This was indeed good news. Though his expression remained impassive, his heart was already singing with joy. Those two old schemers, Zhao Gao and Li Si, had not yet returned. Didn't this mean that before they arrived in Xianyang, he could make his moves and lay his groundwork first? Just after ascending the throne was the perfect time to consolidate power and stabilize the situation. This was precisely the window of opportunity he needed. Exiled quickly reached a decision. He had to completely seal off their path back into the court and their control over the situation before Zhao Gao and Li Si could enter the palace. Those two still dreamed of coming back to preside over the court and wield supreme power. In their dreams, Exiled was no fool. Since he knew how history was supposed to unfold, he certainly wouldn't allow Hu Hai, the second emperor of Qin, to ascend the throne. This possibility had to be nipped in the bud entirely. Sitting on the dragon throne, Exiled fell into contemplative silence, pondering where to strike first. At that moment, a minister stepped forward from the court ranks, clasped his hands, and said, Your Majesty, since the late emperor entrusted the great succession to you, before his passing we, your subjects, shall naturally honor you as our sovereign and follow your commands. May I ask what plans your Majesty has for the current situation? Please enlighten us. The words sounded respectful, yet the tone carried a hint of ill intent. Clearly this man was deliberately throwing out a difficult question to see Exiled make a fool of himself. In his eyes, this 9th prince was nothing but a worthless failure who couldn't be propped up. Allowing someone like this to inherit the throne of the Great Qin Empire was nothing short of the most absurd joke, since if it weren't for his adoptive father wanting to use him as a puppet, how could he ever have allowed such a piece of trash to sit high upon the dragon throne, lording over the entire court? Deep within this man's eyes lurked a mocking glint. He was none other than Zhao Wu, the adopted son of Zhao Gao. Zhao Wu had thrown out this question fully expecting to stumping Zhao on the spot. After all, this ninth prince had only just been pushed into power. What preparations could he possibly have? He probably hadn't even figured out his next move himself. Ying Zhao could naturally see that this fellow harbored no good intentions. Yet he remained calm and merely asked in a flat tone, "Oh, since Minister Zhao has brought this up of his own accord, does he already have a plan in mind? Speak up and let us hear it." Hearing this, Zhao Wu immediately stepped forward and said gravely, "Your Majesty, now that the late emperor has passed, the foremost priority is naturally arranging the national mourning. Furthermore, the late emperor's mausoleum should continue its large-scale construction, requiring at least another half-month of expansion. Once the late emperor's remains return to Xianyang, a grand funeral ceremony can be held, allowing the entire nation to mourn together. However, both the grand mourning and the mausoleum construction require a substantial sum of silver. Therefore, I humbly request your Majesty to allocate the funds as soon as possible." As soon as Zhao Wu finished speaking, Yan Lu, Zhao Gao's son-in-law, also stepped forward. He clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Minister Zhao speaks the absolute truth. But besides the national mourning and the mausoleum, there is another critical matter that should be dealt with as well. The matter of military wages for the frontier troops was already placed on the agenda previously, but the late emperor never had the chance to make the final decision. Now that your Majesty has ascended the throne, you can issue the order to disperse the military wages. At a time like this, the most important thing is to stabilize the border. If you want a horse to run, you must first let it eat its fill of grass. If the army's provisions and wages continue to be delayed, the soldiers at the frontier will inevitably harbor resentment, and chaos could even break out. We ministers are willing to share this burden for your Majesty. As long as your Majesty approves the disbursement of military wages, we will handle the subsequent distribution, allocation, and arrangements with utmost care. I can guarantee that every soldier at the frontier will receive the pay owed to them by Great Qin. In this way, the border will surely be secure, and no further mishaps will occur." Hearing this, Ying Zhao's expression turned cold. What did they mean by handle with care? What did they mean by responsible for arrangements? In plain terms, weren't they just trying to line their own pockets under the guise of military wages? These words were dressed up in high-sounding rhetoric, but beneath the surface lay pure greed. Yin less meaning couldn't be clearer. Once the silver was allocated, how much of it would actually reach the frontier troops was anyone's guess. Zhao Wu was no better. His proposal for mausoleum repairs and mourning funds was undoubtedly driven by the same motive. Whether it was funeral expenses or tomb expansion, in the end, wouldn't it all just be pocketed layer by layer by them? Ying Zhao saw through the schemes of these two men at a glance. Yet on the court floor, as Zhao Wu and Yan Lu played off each other in perfect harmony, not a single civil or military official stepped forward to object. This showed just how many people that eunuch dog Zhao Gao had planted in the court, and how deep a network of influence he had secretly cultivated. Among these officials, many had likely already sided with Zhao Gao. Even those who hadn't fully defected had probably been crushed or manipulated by him, and thus dared not speak up at this moment. The way Zhao Wu and Yan Lu were carrying on, did it look like they were offering counsel to a new sovereign? It was plainly a public attempt to pressure the throne. They wanted to see just how this ninth prince newly elevated to the throne would respond. In their eyes, a waste of a prince like Ying Zhao couldn't possibly do anything to them. To further roping Zhao in, or even force him into submission, Yan Lu deliberately added, "Your Highness, you've only just arrived in Xianyang and just taken up residence in the palace. There must be much about court affairs that you're not yet familiar with. Under these circumstances, why not leave these trivial matters to us to handle for the time being? Your Majesty can rest easy in the rear palace for now." The matter of selecting consorts should also be put on the agenda as soon as possible. By bringing up the selection of consorts, he was clearly trying to divert Ying Zhao's attention. Because Yan Lu knew exactly what the ninth prince cared about most. This prince had always been obsessed with women. The moment anyone mentioned the rear palace consorts or beauties, his mind would be instantly captivated. Once that happened, he would happily retreat into the rear palace to indulge in pleasure and stop meddling in court affairs. In this way, Ying Zhao wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble in the imperial court. True power would naturally fall into their hands. They could then continue their collusion with Zhao Gao from afar. Once Zhao Gao returned to Xianyang, they could join forces from within and without to jointly control the court. Finally, when the time was ripe, they would drag the ninth prince down from the throne and legitimately install Hu Hai as emperor. By then, even if the court officials harbored discontent, they wouldn't dare say much. After all, compared to the ninth prince, Hu Hai somehow managed to look like a decent choice. It had to be said Zhao Wu and Yin less scheming was extremely shrewd. One was Zhao Gao's adopted son, the other his son-in-law. Birds of a feather indeed. But did they really think Zhao could be fooled by a few words? He saw through their intentions with crystal clarity. They had clearly conspired together to lay a trap for him in court. He had always looked down on the lackeys Zhao Gao had raised. The only reason Ying Zhao hadn't lashed out yet was simply to see what nonsense these two could spout next, and what other tricks, but as it turned out, they were nothing special. Just a couple of sycophants hiding behind the banner of loyalty, making snide remarks and running their mouths. In the end, they were just relying on Zhao Gao's influence to try and pressure him, the new sovereign. But would Ing Zhao be afraid? Who did they think he was? In the eyes of the world, he was a playboy, a pleasure-seeking prince, an unruly and arrogant scoundrel. Would someone like that be intimidated by a eunuch? Especially when he was also a transmigrator who knew exactly how history would play out. If he actually let someone like Zhao Gao toy with him, that would be the real joke. Ing Zhao almost laughed out loud inside, though he kept his composure on the surface. At that moment, he felt like he was watching two monkeys putting on a show on stage. Listen to the garbage they'd just spouted. How could they even say such things with a straight face? Did they actually believe their own high-sounding nonsense? Absolutely ridiculous. Ing Zhao deliberately cast his gaze across the assembled civil and military officials, asking calmly, "My esteemed ministers, do you hold any differing views on what Zhao Wu and Yen Lu have said? Do you all also concur with entrusting these matters to them? Since you stand within this court, there is no need for restraint. If you have any thoughts, speak them freely." The moment these words were uttered, the entire grand hall fell into an even deeper silence. The assembled officials all lowered their eyes, none daring to speak first. Whether they were old ministers loyal to the first emperor, or those who had secretly aligned themselves with the faction of Zhao Gao and Li Si, all chose silence at this moment. No one wished to speak recklessly. In fact, many of them simply wanted to toss this thorny dilemma to the new emperor. They were eager to see what words this ninth prince who had just ascended the dragon throne could possibly offer. The emperor passed away en route at Shakyu, succumbing to illness. However, before his death, he left a decree commanding you to enter the palace and take charge of the overall situation. Leadership. They were all waiting to see Ing Zhao make a fool of himself. At this moment, the ministers and the court all wore this lifeless expression, which left Ing Zhao utterly speechless. Why make the atmosphere so tense? Was his ascension to the throne truly so hard to accept? The censor-in-chief Feng Jie had initially been moved to step forward and speak a few words of fairness. In his view, the actions of Zhao Wu and Yen Lu were clearly a public show of forcing the emperor's hand, showing not the slightest respect for the new emperor, the ninth prince. After all, he was now the reigning sovereign. The words spoken by Zhao Wu and Yen Lu were steeped in veiled threats from beginning, utterly outrageous. But just as Feng Jie was about to step forward, he held himself back. He reconsidered, thinking, why should he jump out at this moment and invite trouble upon himself? After all, this ninth prince's reputation was utterly abysmal. Back in the northern deserts, his title as a profligate playboy was already known to all. Who didn't know that the ninth prince was obsessed with women, spending his days immersed in pleasure, barely touching any matters of state? That such a worthless prince had now become the new emperor of Great Qin made the minister's discontent quite understandable. Letting Zhao Wu and Yen Lu curb his arrogance first wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Thus Feng Jie, who prided himself on his integrity, chose an uncharacteristic silence this time. He also intended to stand by and watch the show. Ing Zhao couldn't be bothered to care what they were thinking. Seated on the dragon throne, he slowly swept his gaze across the entire court. His eyes were sharp as blades, and whoever they fell upon felt utterly unsettled. After a long moment, Ing Zhao, his tone was chillingly cold. "Zhao Wu, Yen Lu, are you two truly of this mind? Are you certain that what you said just now was completely without fault? Are you truly so devoted to building the late emperor's mausoleum and holding a grand state funeral? And are you truly concerned for the soldiers at the frontier seeking to secure their pay? And is it for the stability of Great Qin that you stepped forward to share my burdens? A barrage of questions slammed directly into the faces of Zhao Wu and Yen Lu. But naturally, the two of them could not admit to their true calculations. They immediately smiled and cupped their hands, feigning an air of utmost loyalty. "Your Majesty, please see clearly your ministers indeed hold such thoughts. Everything we do is for the court, for the people, and for the stable development of Great Qin in the future. The late emperor's passing is a matter of utmost importance. His burial must not be handled carelessly. We must ensure he is interred with full honors." They might very well have been unable to restrain themselves from taking action, hacking this worthless ninth brother to pieces. In their eyes, there was nothing at all formidable about Ing Zhao. Ing Zhao had heard enough. He could no longer tolerate it. The next moment, he let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with undisguised sarcasm. "You two bastards really do have a talent for spouting nonsense. Lying through your teeth comes quite smoothly to you. Lacking a conscience is one thing, but you've also honed your silver tongues. Unfortunately, today you've run straight into the muzzle of my gun. I am not a soft persimmon for you to squeeze and carve as you please. Since you insist on charging down the path of death, seeking your own doom, then don't blame me for showing no mercy." As these words fell, Ing Zhao's gaze turned abruptly fierce. An icy, murderous intent radiated from him, as if it lowered the temperature of the entire grand hall. Zhao Wu and Yen Lu's hearts skipped a beat simultaneously, an inexplicable chill running down their spines, causing their hairs to stand on end. They suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition. Judging by the new emperor's tone, he truly seemed intent on making an example of them. Yet even so, they weren't overly afraid at heart. After all, standing behind them was Zhao Gao. In their eyes, this newly ascended ninth prince was nothing but a puppet. The two were about to retort. Just then, within Ing Zhao's palm, a strange power began to coalesce. He leisurely raised his right hand, extending two fingers. The two fingers pressed together sharp as a sword. In the next instant, with a flick of his fingertips, a burst of energy wrapped in light shot forth, hurtling straight towards Yen Lu. Whoosh! A blinding flash streaked by. Before anyone could even see what had happened, Yen Lu's head was sent flying clean off his neck. Thud! A severed head rolled heavily across the floor of the grand hall. Only then did those present belatedly realize that flash of light had been far too fast, far too dazzling. Many were blinded on the spot, their vision going white, and when their sight finally returned, what they beheld was Yin-less head rolling on the ground. Blood spread out, a horrifying sight indeed. Several timid ministers screamed on the spot. "Aunt, a death! Minister Yin is dead. How is this possible?" The way Zhao Wu and Yin Lu were carrying on. Did it look like they were offering counsel to a new sovereign? It was plainly a public attempt to pressure the throne. They wanted to see just then their gazes turned in unison towards Ying Zhao on the dragon throne. Yet Ying Zhao remained completely composed. Without a hint of haste, he blew lightly on the 2 fingers he had used, his demeanor relaxed and confident, carrying an indescribable elegance. This scene sent a chill down the spines of every official present. They were stunned. They were terrified. Their hearts pounded violently with fear. No one knew what exactly had happened in that split second. Zhao Wu, watching Yin-less head roll on the ground, felt on the verge of he couldn't help but roar. "What is this? How could this happen?" At this moment the court was in complete disarray. The ministers, having come to their senses, stared fixedly at Ying Zhao, their eyes filled with terror. How terrifying! How had this 9th prince managed to do such a thing? What kind of technique had he just used to kill Yin Lu from a distance? Damn it! Was this really the same worthless prince from the room? Was this truly the playboy who could only crawl out from amongst women? He had actually dared to kill someone in the court over a mere disagreement. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, none would have believed it possible. Yet at the same time their glimpse had been far too fleeting. The light had arrived with such blinding speed that no one could catch its intricacies. All they remembered was a searing beam of light shooting forth from Ying Zhao's direction. And then Yin-less head was gone. Could it be that heaven itself was aiding him? Could this 9th prince not be the useless waste he was purported to be, but rather a chosen one of destiny? Without divine power or celestial protection, how else could he have slain Yin Lu from a distance? One by one the ministers' eyes widened, their breath catching in shock. A collective gasp swept the hall, and silence reigned as no one dared utter another word. Many felt their legs weaken, their bodies beginning to tremble. A chilling dread crept up from the soles of their feet, straight. One by one the ministers' eyes widened, their breath catching in shock. A collective gasp swept the hall, and silence reigned as no one dared utter another word. As his figure drew nearer, the ministers below felt their hearts pound violently, their terror intensifying with each step. Was this man before them even human anymore? How did he possess such terrifying power? What kind of technique was that strike? And what was that radiant light that had burst? Countless questions churned violently in their minds, yet none dared to voice them. As Ying Zhao advanced, many ministers instinctively shrank back, wishing they could press themselves into the very walls. They feared their own heads might be the next to fall. The moment Ying Zhao stepped off the imperial dais, the entire court recoiled in unison, a half-step backward. Yin-less head still rolled upon the hall's floor, the stench of blood permeating the air. No one could guarantee they wouldn't be the next unfortunate victim. Who could have imagined that the 9th prince, rumored to be a hedonist lost in indulgence and idleness, could be so terrifyingly formidable? Zhao Wu stood frozen, completely petrified. He drew a sharp, ragged breath, his body trembling nearly beyond control. Had he not been clinging to a shred of dignity, he would have collapsed to his knees and begged for mercy long ago. But at this very moment he refused to appear utterly pathetic. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wu forced himself to look away from Yin-less bloody head. Yet within him rage surged like a boiling tide. Once his adoptive father Zhao Gao returned to seize control, he would make this worthless prince pay dearly. After all, with Zhao Gao backing them, they were not without protection. Moreover, Minister Li Si had already aligned himself. Their faction would only grow mightier with time. So what was there to fear? At this thought, a measure of courage began to return to Zhao Wu's heart. He mustered his nerve and dared to question, "9th Prince, what crime did Yin Lu actually commit? On what grounds did you slay him so arbitrarily? He served Great Qin with unwavering loyalty all these years, handling numerous matters for the court. Even the late emperor acknowledged his contributions. You have only just ascended to this seat, yet you so casually demean your courtiers, even killing within the hall. Is this not going too far? Does your conduct not chill the hearts of your officials? It will also dishearten the soldiers at the frontiers. Our request for military funds was simply to improve the lives of the border guards. As for the mausoleum expansion and the expenses of the national mourning, these were to ensure the late emperor's departure was dignified and peaceful, allowing him to enjoy honor in the next world. Do you not fear being accused of unfilial conduct for your actions today?" Having heard this, Ying Zhao was nearly amused by the man's audacity. He hadn't expected Zhao Wu to still have the nerve to prattle on endlessly at such a moment. This fellow truly had no sense of self-preservation. Was he not afraid of shortening his own life? Ying Zhao stepped forward, his voice as cold as tempered ice. "Say that again if you dare." At these words, a tremor ran through the hearts of the ministers in the hall. Zhao Wu visibly swallowed hard, the bravado he had just mustered crumbling once more. Meeting Ying Zhao's icy, piercing gaze, he immediately cowed. In truth, Zhao Wu had only sought an outlet to vent his frustration, but when faced with a true confrontation, fear won out. The other courtiers dared not make a sound, their breathing growing shallow. Still shaken, their minds were clouded with confusion. Could the 9th Prince truly kill from a distance? How had he accomplished such a feat? Though Zhao Wu's tongue was silenced, defiance still smoldered in his heart. His thoughts raced, desperately seeking a rational explanation for the bizarre spectacle. He concluded that Ying Zhao must have a hidden master nearby. Yin-less death might not have been the 9th Prince's own doing. After all, it had all happened so fast and no one had truly seen what occurred. Perhaps a supreme expert lurked in the shadows of the hall. Given the ninth prince's reputation, how could he possibly possess such dreadful power? Maybe it was the mysterious figures behind him who had intervened. The more Zhao Wu pondered, the more plausible this theory seemed. But as his mind churned, Zhao had already closed the distance, standing directly before him. With the proximity so close, Zhao Wu forced himself to steady his nerves. He refused to believe it. Would this ninth prince truly dare to continue his bloody massacre within the court? Zhao was throat bobbed as he sought to find a way to speak. In the next instant, however, Zhao's gaze turned savagely fierce. He slowly raised his palm. A formless razor-sharp force began to gather in the center of his hand. Zhao's tone was calm, yet it carried a bone-chilling menace. Do you truly believe I cannot see the filth you all harbor within you? Your petty scheming is practically slapping me in the face, and you still pretend to be loyal subjects. What, you think that just because I've newly ascended I can be easily manipulated? Don't forget, from this day forward, I am the Emperor of Great Qin. I am no longer the ninth prince of old. It's time you all adjusted your address. Anyone who dares to show me disrespect again will be dragged out and executed. I'd like to see how much loyalty you weather-vane sycophants truly possess. You've merely attached yourselves to a eunuch and curried favor with the chancellor. Do you really think that gives you the power to dominate the— You've merely attached yourselves to a eunuch and curried favor with the chancellor. Do you really think that gives you the power to dominate the— Ridiculous. With such words laid bare, the entire court understood the implication. The new emperor was deeply displeased with factionalism. He had seen through the schemes of Zhao Wu and Yen Lu, who had sought to exploit the military fund's national mourning and mausoleum matters for their own gain. Indeed, many in the court had already become pawns of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Even the more upright ministers were not all willing to submit to Zhao Gao. They simply lacked both the opportunity and the courage to rise against him. Under years of Zhao Gao's oppressive rule, no one dared to stick their neck out. But now this new emperor's words unmistakably targeted Zhao Gao's faction. Could it be? He truly intended to break all ties with Zhao Gao. As the ministers' minds raced with chaotic thoughts, Zhao suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhao Wu, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his lips. He had no intention of letting Zhao Wu off the hook. Anyone who dared to make a scene before him faced but one fate: death. As the power within his hands swelled ever stronger, Zhao wasted not a single word. The instant he raised his hand, Zhao Wu could endure no longer. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees. The terrifying pressure bore down on him, leaving him barely able to draw a breath. The shadow of death loomed heavily over his head. This time Zhao employed a different method. He extended two fingers and slowly pressed them against Zhao Wu's crown. Zhao Wu's soul nearly fled in terror. He felt as if frozen solid, not daring to move a muscle. Every person in the hall held their breath, watching Zhao with intense anxiety. Their hearts pounded so fiercely they seemed ready to leap from their chests. At that moment, Zhao Wu's mind went utterly blank. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he lacked even the courage to speak. Zhao still wore that cold, enigmatic smile. In the next instant, he applied slight pressure with his two fingers and gave a subtle twist. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the top of Zhao Wu's head. A sharp, fierce energy exploded outward. A sickening crack echoed through the hall. A ghastly scene was seared into the eyes of all present. Zhao Wu's head had been violently twisted clean off by Zhao. This time the two were so close that the ministers witnessed everything with crystal clarity. Some were forced to shut their eyes, blinded by the flash of light. But when they opened them again, they saw Zhao Wu's headless body slowly toppling to the ground. Zhao casually flicked his hand, sending the severed head tumbling away. It rolled several meters before finally coming to a stop. At this moment, the entire court was utterly terrified. Two elderly ministers rolled their eyes back and fainted on the spot. Several other officials' legs gave way, and they lost control of their bladders in sheer fright. Even now, many in the court had yet to recover, completely bewildered by what had just transpired. But when realization finally dawned upon them, they were nearly scared out of their wits. Had the ninth prince truly ripped off Zhao Wu's head with just the force from two fingers? How brutally ruthless. It was enough to make one's scalp crawl. How on earth did he manage such a feat? The more they pondered, the colder their hearts grew. Only now did they truly realize they stood in an extremely perilous place. The entire court was thrown into complete panic. Amidst the shock, many ministers were so frightened their eyes reddened on the verge of tears. In the next moment, the ministers cast aside all pretense of dignity. One after another, they fell to their knees with a thud, frantically kowtowing to Zhao. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Each heavy knock against the floor sent tremors through the hearts of all who heard it. Their intent was unmistakable. They prayed that this newly enthroned sovereign would show mercy and not turn his wrath upon them. Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he slowly stepped forward, walking through the corridor formed by the prostrate ministers. As his murderous aura radiated outward, a bone-chilling coldness shot through everyone's spines. The ministers were truly terrified. What did the emperor mean by pacing among them? Was he going to pick out more unfortunate souls? Who would be next? At that moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. But to their surprise, Zhao merely walked over to the severed head he had twisted off and kicked it. The head rolled with a dull thud towards the entrance of the great hall, tumbling out beyond the doors. Only then did Zhao speak in a cold voice. Someone remove the corpses of these two wretches. The moment he finished speaking, several eunuchs scurried forward, trembling with fear. They dared not delay for even a second, hastily dragging the bodies away. But as they lifted the severed heads, their hands shook uncontrollably, nearly wetting their pants in fright. Who could have imagined such a horrifying scene unfolding within the solemn halls of the imperial court? Hadn't everyone said the ninth prince was a useless waste? Hadn't they claimed he was a dissolute prince indulging in pleasure and debauchery day and night? But what was this now? He had brutally slain two of Zhao Gao's trusted confidants right before the eyes of the entire court, and he had done it without a blade, without a sword, relying solely on his 2 fingers. This was a testament to the terrifying level of his martial prowess. Perhaps there were few in the entire martial world who could match him. Damn it, this was truly terrifying. Among the kneeling crowd, the imperial censor Feng Jie was also shaken to his core. Perhaps there were few in the entire martial world who could match him. Damn it, this was truly terrifying. Among the kneeling crowd, the imperial censor Feng Jie was also. In Feng Jie's initial assessment, the ninth prince most likely lacked the capability to do so. Being suppressed by the united front of the entire court was almost a foregone conclusion. But now he realized he had been completely wrong. Spectacularly wrong. This ninth prince was not only ruthless in his methods, but also possessed a merciless disposition. He killed without hesitation and without a trace of reluctance. In this regard, he bore a striking resemblance to the first emperor of Qin in his youth. He absolutely must not be underestimated. Feng Jie's heart was filled with shock. Could the ninth prince have been feigning foolishness all this time? Had he been biding his time, concealing his true edge? At this moment, Feng Jie's emotions were a tangled mess. He felt both excitement and relief intertwined with fear and an indescribable heaviness. What excited and comforted him was that Great Qin did not seem to be saddled with an incompetent heir. This new emperor was no weak and frail invalid. Yet what frightened and worried him was that despite the new emperor's display of formidable power, it did nothing to change his reputation for being a womanizer. Could a man whose romantic exploits were known far and wide truly secure the throne of Great Qin? Could he lead the empire to a more prosperous future? Feng Jie couldn't help but harbor doubts. Before long, the eunuchs had dragged the bodies and heads of Yen Lu and Zhao Wu out. The bloodstains on the floor were hastily cleaned up. Yet despite this, the atmosphere in the court remained icy and oppressive. All the ministers kept their mouths firmly shut, not daring to speak a word. They were truly afraid. No one had anticipated that the ninth prince possessed such terrifying power. It was simply, the method of killing they had just witnessed was beyond their comprehension. Zhao Wu had truly walked right into the blade. It was clear that Yen Lu was already dead, yet he still dared to provoke. What else could that be but seeking death? One could only say that the fool had been far too bold. Now he had ended up with his head separated from his body. It seemed that from now on, no matter the circumstances, one must never trifle with this new emperor. Ying Zhao's gaze swept across the hall, and he asked in an icy tone, "What? Do my esteemed ministers have any other objections? As for the matters those two just raised, do you still think it necessary to carry them out? Or perhaps does anyone volunteer to take over these tasks for me? As long as you have the courage, I will give you the chance to prove your—" The moment he finished speaking, the ministers trembled even harder. Who would dare to speak up now? They wanted nothing to do with any duties, powers, or opportunities. All they wanted was to stay alive. Survival was the top priority. Whoever dared to step forward now would be practically gambling with their own head. At this moment, the ministers harbored but a single thought: merely surviving each day in peace would be a blessing. Keeping their heads down and living comfortably would be the greatest fortune. They should avoid court affairs as much as possible. Yen Lu and Zhao Wu were simply unfortunate, having fallen victim to the new emperor's need to establish his authority upon ascending the throne. Yet one had to admit this ninth prince was a ruthless one among the ruthless. Frighteningly fierce. Terrifyingly. Seeing the entire court in silence, Ying Zhao coldly commanded, "My lords, the late emperor has just passed. There are many affairs of state awaiting resolution. Your respective jurisdictions also have numerous matters that need arrangement. I expect you all to work in unison to assist me diligently and to stabilize the court as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, after today's court session, each of you shall return to your residences and submit a memorial. You are to carefully deliberate upon the matters Yen Lu and Zhao Wu raised and draft a set of feasible proposals. Remember, the more detailed the better. I want to see plans that can truly be implemented. Should anyone dare to be perfunctory, offering empty platitudes to deceive me." His voice dropped as his gaze swept coldly across the room. "Those two are your cautionary examples." With that, Ying Zhao flicked his sleeves and turned to leave the great hall. He left behind a court full of ministers kneeling in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. They were terrified, confused, and filled with lingering dread, unable to recover for a long time. Only when Ying Zhao's figure had completely vanished did the ministers feel their hearts settle back into place. At least for now, their heads were still attached to their necks. Yet the fear from moments ago still clung to everyone's hearts, refusing to dissipate. What had just transpired was simply, this ninth prince was utterly audacious. He killed Zhao Gao's men without a second thought. And after killing them, he twisted their heads off and kicked them out of the hall. This was a blatant slap in Zhao Gao's face. Such humiliation would not be easily forgiven by his faction. They would undoubtedly unite against the new emperor. The ministers were burdened with countless doubts, but their fear was far greater than their curiosity. Several of the eldest officials felt that something was profoundly amiss. They secretly resolved to send their most trusted agents to investigate immediately upon returning home. What secrets was this ninth prince hiding? What martial arts had he practiced all these years? How could his strength be so overwhelming? This was not the skill of an ordinary warrior. His physique, his inner energy, his killing techniques, all surpassed the minister's understanding. If he truly wished to take a life, no one would have a chance to defend themselves. They would fall dead in an instant. Was such an emperor truly a good thing? Was this the same frail ninth prince who seemed as if a gust of wind could knock him? The contrast was simply too absurd. In short, the entire court was shaken. The maids and eunuchs tasked with cleaning up the corpses and heads nearly broke down on the spot. Could it be that a deity had descended to secretly protect him? Or perhaps heaven had chosen him, bestowing a divine mandate? For a moment, could it be that a deity had descended to secretly protect him? Or perhaps heaven had chosen him, bestowing a divine mandate? For a moment, a strange sense of reverence began to grow. Could it be that a deity had descended to secretly protect him? Or perhaps heaven had chosen him, bestowing a divine mandate? For a moment, a strange sense of reverence began to grow in many hearts. With anxious hearts, the ministers filed out of the Qin hall. Only upon stepping out did many of them finally relax their furrowed brows, letting out long sighs of relief. Some couldn't help but murmur in low voices, "My goodness, what exactly happened today?" It was terrifying, more thrilling than having a sword at one's throat. Why did the late emperor choose the ninth prince to succeed him? His Majesty must have had his reasons. That couldn't have been without cause. You all saw it, didn't you? The ninth prince's strength is absolutely extraordinary. Could he have been pretending all along? Was his reputation as a worthless prodigal all a facade to hide his true edge? If that's the case, then this man is truly terrifying. Perhaps the ninth prince was the late emperor's final hidden card. But soon someone couldn't help but retort, "Terrifying. I think he's just putting on a show." It's likely he used some kind of illusion. He might have even colluded with evil forces, using sinister methods to kill Zhao Wu and Yen Le. What we saw might not be real. Perhaps the real killer was an expert hidden in the shadows of the hall. Nonsense. That's absurd. We weren't blind. He clearly acted himself. Where is this hidden assassin you speak of? The arguments grew more heated, but despite the verbal sparring, many ministers had already begun to formulate their own plan. Upon returning, they would dispatch their finest spies to monitor Ying Zhao's every move. Several senior officials were even preparing to send agents to the northern frontier overnight to investigate the ninth prince's past. This ninth prince was far too extraordinary. How could Qin Shi Huang have raised such an unnatural son? Some even harbored a ridiculous thought. Perhaps even Qin Shi Huang himself didn't know the true nature of this son. Maybe the late emperor was also unaware of the terrifying power the ninth prince possessed. Nor did he know that this seemingly absurd prince already held the capital to overthrow everything and start anew. The ministers dispersed, still debating, each lost in their own thoughts. How could they dare to be negligent now? They had to return home and diligently write their memorials. Producing genuinely viable proposals was the only way forward. Otherwise, who could guarantee they wouldn't be the next to have their head twisted off? And among them all, none was more shaken than the imperial censor Feng Jie. At that moment, he inwardly sighed. It seemed this ninth prince was not as useless as rumored. At the very least, he was not just a hedonistic, ignorant royal. His martial prowess alone displayed today was enough to warrant a reassessment. This in itself was a significant point in his. Feng Jie decided to observe for a while longer. He needed to discern what the ninth prince truly desired, and whether he possessed the qualities to be an emperor of Great Qin. If Ying Zhao proved to be a reliable, capable, and decisive prince, Feng Jie would not hesitate to dedicate his full strength to supporting him, helping to continue the legacy of Great Qin. But if he was merely a fool relying on sinister tricks and intimidation through murder, Feng Jie would never tolerate it. When it came time to turn against him, he would not hesitate. Feng Jie, the imperial censor, was known for his integrity and reluctance to align with any faction. In the past, he had been loyal only to Qin Shi Huang. Now he found himself seriously contemplating whether he should pledge his allegiance to this ninth prince. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ying Zhao, guided by a palace eunuch, was heading towards the rear palace. This time he did not take a carriage, but chose to walk, wanting to properly behold this imperial palace he had not returned to for so long. Stepping foot here again after so many years, his state of mind was utterly different from before. Ying Zhao, accompanied by his personal young eunuch, turned a corner along a palace corridor. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered a narrow alley, they stumbled upon several young eunuchs hiding in a corner, gossiping animatedly. These men were speaking with great gusto, their faces alight with excitement, completely unaware of the earth-shattering events that had just transpired in the Qin hall. "Have you heard? This new ninth prince is the most romantic sort. I heard he's brought a whole host of beauties back to the palace." "No need to hear about that. Such an eye-catching affair, who in the palace doesn't know by now? But seriously, his wives and concubines are each more beautiful than the last, all rare beauties in the making. I reckon that Persian beauty is quite something. Big sparkling eyes, both pure and lively, and a figure that's certainly eye-catching, ha. And those two Xiar and Yuer, they seem just as fine, full chests, alluring waists. The ninth prince certainly has a keen eye for picking women. I, on the other hand, think Zhao has the most allure. Delicate as a willow in the wind, frail, yet all the more pitiable, seemingly soft-natured. If you ask me, the best course is to find a way to serve under the ninth prince. Serving a master like that, perhaps there will be plenty of advantages later on. No one would dare bully us, and we might even rise to prominence in one step." "Haha, well said. Ha ha ha." The few young eunuchs grew more and more excited in their chatter, utterly oblivious to the presence approaching from behind. The reason they dared to be so reckless was that they had heard many rumors from the outside. In their eyes, the ninth prince was nothing more than a frail, sickly, and useless prince. Even if he had now ascended to the throne, what of it? he still lacked any real ability. So they felt not a shred of fear gossiping behind his back with complete abandon. Ing Zhao took in those grating remarks, yet did not immediately speak. Only his gaze gradually turned cold. The young eunuch beside him saw this and trembled all over in fright, not daring to breathe too heavily. These fools in the alley truly had a death wish. Of all the things they could gossip about, they dared to speak such slander in front of the emperor himself. Wasn't this simply courting death? The young eunuch thought of the 2 severed heads that had rolled in the Qilin Hall earlier, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Fearing an even bloodier scene, he quickly let out a few soft coughs. Only then did those eunuchs who had been chattering away with such gusto suddenly snap back to reality. They hurriedly turned around, and the smiles on their faces instantly froze. For the newly ascended emperor of Qin stood not far away staring at them with a cold, piercing gaze. Their souls nearly fled in terror. With a thud they fell to their knees, burying their heads low, not daring to look up. Ing Zhao walked closer slowly, his voice as cold as ice. A few eunuch slaves daring to gossip about us and our consorts in the palace corridors. Quite bold of you. One of the eunuchs on the verge of tears kowtowed repeatedly. Spare us, your majesty. We know we were wrong. Well, we were blind and failed to recognize your majesty's authority. We beg your majesty for mercy, please forgive us this once. Ing Zhao listened to these pleas, a cold sneer curling on his lips. Now you know fear. Too late. He had always been too lazy to waste words on such vermin. When he could silence people with force, he rarely preferred to waste his breath. Just as Ing Zhao was about to make his move, Wang Li suddenly arrived in a hurry. The moment he saw Ing Zhao, he immediately knelt with a thud and reported urgently, "Your Majesty, a great calamity has occurred. An urgent report has just arrived. The Hunan region has suffered a severe drought. A plague of locusts has blotted out the sky, devouring almost every crop in the fields. If this is not addressed, the local people will have no harvest at all, and they will soon starve to death." Upon hearing this news, Ing Zhao's expression barely shifted. Such famines were not uncommon in this era. Droughts, locust plagues, and famines were recurring events throughout the annals of history. Nevertheless, since he now sat on the throne of Qin, he could not simply let these problems go unaddressed. The disaster could be handled gradually. State affairs could be resolved one by one. But these gossiping, death-seeking servants before him needed to be dealt with first. With Wang Li's timely arrival, Ing Zhao was spared the trouble of using his own methods. He turned his body and suddenly reached out. In the next instant, Wang Li's waist blade was drawn out by him. Swish! A cold gleam flashed. The sharp edge reflected a blinding, icy glint in the sunlight. Ing Zhao moved so swiftly that even Wang Li didn't have time to react to what was happening. By the time he came to his senses, his own blade was already in Ing Zhao's hands. Wang Li stared blankly at this new emperor, unable to fathom his next move. Ing Zhao, however, still wore a faint smile, his tone icy as he said, "I have been kind-hearted since youth, and I rarely bother with the worthless. But you simply refuse to know your place, insisting on throwing yourselves into my path. Born lowly, and yet you don't know when to shut up. Since that's the case, I shall personally send you on your way." As the words fell, Ing Zhao's figure suddenly leaped up. Holding the long blade, he was like a swift, fierce afterimage. The few young eunuchs kneeling on the ground looked up in terror. In that moment, they truly felt the arrival of death. Their mouths gaped open, but they were too frightened to even let out a scream. The blade's light descended. Ing Zhao was swift and decisive without any hesitation. With a crack, the sharp long blade pierced straight through one eunuch's throat. The next instant, he withdrew his wrist. Splurt! The blade pulled out with a spray of blood. The eunuch collapsed heavily to the ground, his throat pierced through, blood gushing out endlessly. His eyes bulged wide as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word before he breathed his last. Those wide, staring eyes filled with terror and agony sent chills down the spines of all who witnessed it. This manner of death was extremely brutal. Suffocation, searing pain, and fear all bore down on him at once. And this man was the very eunuch who had led the gossip about Ing Zhao's wives and concubines. Serves him right. The blood spurting from his neck quickly stained the ground red. The entire palace alley was filled with a thick, coppery stench of blood, as if it had suddenly become a battlefield after a massacre. Everyone kneeling around was stunned. Every face was etched with fear and shock. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate the newly ascended emperor, the second emperor of Qin. Too ruthless. The remaining young eunuchs were so terrified they wet themselves. Ing Zhao looked at their trembling, shaking forms, a look of disgust creasing his brow. The stench of urine wafted up, utterly nauseating. The few eunuchs tried to continue begging for mercy, but Ing Zhao paid them no heed whatsoever. He swept his blade, his figure leaping forth once more. Swish! A blade of light, cold as the winter wind, swept across the air. The heads of the eunuchs kneeling on the ground flew from their necks, almost simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Heads hit the ground, rolling away with dull thuds. The headless bodies remained kneeling for a moment before toppling over. Blood gushed from the severed necks, quickly staining the narrow palace corridor a vivid crimson. The scene was enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. Yet Ing Zhao remained completely composed, a faint, eerie smile, even playing on his lips. Run down his... Good heavens! This second emperor of Qin was utterly terrifying, 1,000 times more ruthless than the first emperor. He killed without a moment's hesitation, leaving no survivors, severing heads directly. The scene was enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. Yet Ing Zhao remained completely composed, a faint, eerie smile, even playing on his lips. He casually lifted the hem of his robe and wiped the blood from the blade. Then he offered the knife back to Wang Li, saying Wang Li was stunned for a full breath before his trembling hands reached out to accept the blade. At that moment he felt like a frightened animal, his entire body weak. A deep chill settled in his heart. He was more convinced than ever that this ninth prince was not normal. He was simply a god. He killed at the slightest provocation with a savagery that was maddening. Even the first emperor, had he witnessed it, would have offered a thumbs up. In such a short span he had cut down several more eunuchs. Had he developed a taste for killing? It was terrifying. Ing Zhao, however, acted as if nothing had happened, saying in a relaxed tone, "Let's go. Lead the way to the bedchamber. I need to change my clothes." The eunuch A Chong, originally tasked with guiding him, had already fainted dead away. Wang Li had no choice but to steel himself and rise, leading the way for Ing Zhao. His steps were noticeably unsteady, his legs trembling badly. At this moment Wang Li's mind was consumed by fear and shock, leaving no room for other thoughts. He had some prior understanding of this ninth prince. He had been frail and sickly since childhood, never truly setting foot on a battlefield, let alone killing anyone. In all past accounts, the ninth prince was a dissipated, degenerate royal who indulged in pleasure and idleness. He had never even held a blade against an enemy, perhaps never even slaughtered a chicken himself. For this reason Wang Li had never taken this prince seriously. A cowardly and incompetent prince, one who only wallowed among women. What was there to fear? But who could have imagined that seeing him act would reveal such ruthless decisiveness? The manner of his killing was so clean and efficient, it was chilling. He was utterly unlike the ninth prince of common repute. Could it be that this ninth prince had always been a hidden card kept by the first emperor? Could his past reputation for debauchery and folly have been a complete facade? Had he been hiding his true abilities, biding his time, sharpening himself into a deadly blade? At this thought a sense of foreboding welled up in Wang Li's heart. These were troubled times. The court of the Great Qin was likely to become even more turbulent. And the tyranny and ruthlessness Ing Zhao had just displayed quickly spread throughout the palace and beyond. Before long, nearly all the palace eunuchs and maids had heard of it. This newly ascended emperor was not at all the useless fool rumors suggested. He was not only not to be trifled with, but he killed without even blinking an eye. For a time the entire imperial palace was plunged into an inexplicable panic. When Ing Zhao arrived at the bedchamber, the eunuchs and maids inside were already kneeling in a prostrate row. With foreheads pressed to the ground, their voices were a mix of reverence and fear. "This servant greets your majesty. This servant kowtows to your majesty. Welcoming your majesty." Ing Zhao looked at the scene before him, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the weak are easily bullied. Sometimes one must act with swift decisiveness. Had he shown any weakness, would he have achieved such an effect? He was confident that in the coming period his authority would firmly dominate both the court and the harem. Anyone thinking of paying lip service would have to weigh the strength of their own neck. In this critical moment, establishing his authority was paramount. Otherwise these people would become insolent, treating him, the newly ascended emperor, like a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Ing Zhao made a rough calculation in his mind. After all, according to the original course of history, the Great Qin was destined to fall by the second generation. Since chaos and collapse were inevitable, why should he be timid and hesitant? The situation was already in shambles. Oh, what was there to fear from his actions? And he had no intention of being like those miserable emperors who toiled away diligently over state affairs. In his view, most emperors in history had lived quite stifled lives. They possessed the world, yet few could truly enjoy life to the fullest. He did not want to live his life with such weariness. With this in mind, Ing Zhao turned to Wang Li and commanded, "Convey my decree. From this moment, all workers on the imperial mausoleum are to cease work. The construction of the mausoleum of the first emperor ends here. The troops stationed near the tomb are to be recalled. They are to return to the imperial city to guard the palace. After all, when a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. It makes little difference where they lie. Even if the tomb isn't entirely finished, it's still a tomb. It's good enough to live in. That'll do." At this, Wang Li's mouth twitched involuntarily several times. But he dared not. He had just witnessed the new emperor's methods firsthand. Wang Li could only silently lament to himself. What a filial son. He was going to make his own father reside in an unfinished tomb. If the first emperor knew from the underworld that he had such a dutiful son, he might just be furious enough to rise from his grave. It was highly improper, no matter how one looked at it. But since the new emperor had spoken, what could Wang Li do? He could only grit his teeth and accept the order. Yet the more he thought about it, the more he felt this ninth prince was causing havoc. His martial skill was formidable, his methods ruthless, undeniable. But was there something wrong with his mind? Look at what he was doing. Was he not afraid of public condemnation? Filial piety had been paramount since ancient times. Having just ascended the throne, to treat his predecessor's mausoleum with such disrespect, did he not fear the displeasure of the entire court? Did he not fear the ridicule of the people? The more Wang Li pondered, the more he felt that this ninth prince's reign would not last long. Of course, he kept these thoughts locked in his heart, never daring to voice them. In the original history, Zhao Gao and Li Si were able to forge the edict and place Hu Hai on the throne, largely because there wasn't a strong enough military force in the Xianyang palace to maintain order. In the original history, Zhao Gao and Li Si were able to forge the edict and place Hu Hai on the throne, largely because there wasn't a strong enough military force in the Xianyang palace to maintain order. Moreover, the first emperor had issued a strict order that border armies were not to return to the capital under any circumstances. This created a difficult predicament. Although Ing Zhao was now the new emperor, having just ascended, his authority was not yet established. Recalling the border troops to Xianyang would not be easy. That being the case, the most practical move was to first bring back the troops guarding the mausoleum. The Great Qin now resembled a small boat tossed about in a storm. One misstep could capsize it. As a transmigrator, if he wished to turn the tide, he would have to take unconventional paths. While the first emperor was alive, he could single-handedly hold the world in check. Under his rule, no one dared to rise. But now that the first emperor was dead, those forces lurking in the shadows were likely getting restless, ready to make their move. Thinking of these messes, Exiled couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Mimicking the majestic demeanor of the first emperor from his memories, he casually stroked his chin, striking a profound pose. His gaze, too, was made to seem deep and thoughtful. Wang Li hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage to speak. Your Majesty, even if the tomb guards are recalled to the capital, it may not be decisive. Remnants of the 6 states, the Mengshi, and by clans the Xiongnu, and the other states across the land, might all take this opportunity to cause trouble. The situation is complex. Your Majesty must make other plans soon. Exiled nodded slightly. He understood this reasoning well. But one must eat a meal bite by bite, and handle matters step. Even if various forces intended to act, they could not possibly all erupt at once. In this gap, as long as he arranged things properly, he should still have time to set his plans in motion. Looking at Wang Li, Exiled suddenly smiled, and asked Wang Li, what do you think is the most urgent matter at hand? Wang Li answered without hesitation, naturally we should prepare to receive the late emperor's body, and arrange the state funeral. Unexpectedly, Exiled waved his hand dismissively, and said casually, Brother Zheng is not a priority right now. His remains haven't been sent back, yet have they? What matters most right now is selecting consorts for me. This vast harem looks far too desolate. Immediately issue the decree to begin a grand selection of beauties for me. Start the screening from within the walls of Xianyang's imperial city. Any woman from a respectable family with outstanding looks may be included as a candidate. Having said that, Exiled seemed to recall something, and added, oh, and there's no need to send portraits. I simply cannot trust the skills of those court painters. Starting tomorrow, bring a batch of beauties into the palace each day. I will personally make the selection. Exil's words nearly broke Wang Li's composure entirely. Rumors had long claimed the 9th prince was dissolute by nature, but who knew that the moment he ascended the throne this flaw would immediately surface. His first major official decree was not about state affairs, but about expanding his harem. Wang Li even suspected he had misheard. He looked at Exiled with utter disbelief. Yet judging by Exil's earnest expression, it was clearly not a casual remark. Wang Li stood there stunned. The contrast in this 9th prince was simply too great. Moments ago he had seemed like a murderer. Wang Li even suspected he had misheard. He looked at Exiled with utter disbelief. Yet judging by Exil's earnest expression, it was clearly not a casual remark. This grand selection you speak of will likely be quite large in scale and difficult to complete in a short time. Furthermore, we are currently in a period of national mourning. If we were to aggressively recruit consorts to fill the harem at this time, it would inevitably stir up gossip throughout the court and the public. The rulers of the other 9 states would likely take this opportunity to look down upon your Majesty. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone this for a while. What does your Majesty think? Unexpectedly, Exiled reached out and patted Wang Li on the shoulder, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Wang Li, I am now the emperor of Great Qin. As the sovereign of a nation, if word gets out that my harem has so few consorts, wouldn't the whole world laugh at me? Therefore, this matter must not only be done, but must be prioritized immediately. As for the one to handle the specifics, after much thought, I find you to be the most suitable. I wouldn't feel at ease entrusting this to brother entrusting this matter of my lifelong importance to you. We did play together as children, so you can't be indifferent to your elder brother's affairs. Exil's sudden display of such warmth left Wang Li barely able to maintain his composure. He quickly knelt down and awkwardly acknowledged the order. Exiled added cheerfully, brother, you wouldn't understand this now. Wait until you're older, and you'll naturally come to appreciate its wonders. Wang Li, however, couldn't help but rage inwardly. 9th Prince, we are really not that close. And I have absolutely no desire to understand such wonders. Aren't the flock of beauties you brought back from the northern deserts more than enough? Isn't this just blatant fabrication? The most critical issue, aren't the flock of beauties you brought back from the northern deserts more than enough? Isn't this just blatant fabrication? The most critical issue is that we are in a period of national mourning. The late emperor has just passed away, and you're selecting consorts with such fanfare. Isn't that a bit too absurd? Wang Li couldn't think of a way to handle it at the moment, so he could only accept the decree for now. He planned to find an opportunity to delay it later. After receiving the order, Wang Li withdrew, his heart full of worry. But as he walked back, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He felt as though he had been led astray. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and muttered in exasperation, damn, I forgot the main issue. I went to see His Majesty to report the severe drought in Hunan. I intended to ask him to make a decision as soon as possible. How did the conversation end up with me selecting consorts for His Majesty instead, eh? Hasn't this completely gone off track? Wang Li initially wanted to return to seeing Zhao and properly explain the drought situation. But recalling the new emperor's temper prone to drawing his blade at the slightest provocation, he forcibly stopped in his tracks. Forget it. Better to return to his residence and think things over calmly. On the other side, Zhao was quite satisfied. He enjoyed a comfortable bath, changed clothes, and had a sumptuous dinner prepared. Naturally, he also arranged for a consort to accompany him that night. This full array of imperial pleasures indeed gave Zhao a great deal of satisfaction. However, it was clear he still felt his number of wives and concubines was far too few. Far from enough. The more the better. He wasn't joking when he had Wang Li arrange the grand selection. The situation in Great Qin was precarious. No one knew when this great ship might capsize. Rather than regret it later when disaster strikes, it was better to enjoy the present moment while he still could. Taking more consorts and indulging in pleasure was the only true way to feel like an emperor. The path of taking wives, concubines, and having children must never stop. What was the greatest joy of being an emperor? Naturally, it was having a multitude of wives and concubines embracing them left and right. Of course, it was having palaces full of beauties surrounding him. The so-called 3,000 beauties of the harem seemed insufficient to Ying Zhao. In his view, it should be closer to 10,000 to be proper. That night, Ying Zhao chose Ajiao to attend him. He casually gave her the last pill he had refined. After consuming the pill, Ajiao's condition indeed improved significantly. The two of them were awake for almost the entire night. The next day, Ying Zhao naturally did not rise early for court. He slept until the sun was high in the sky and only stirred around noon. He remained exceedingly lax, not prioritizing state affairs at all. This infuriated the diligent ministers in the court. They had been waiting outside the court hall before dawn. Yet from early morning until noon, they did not even catch a glimpse of his majesty. The ministers were nearly mad with rage. But recalling Ying Zhao's crazed and murderous display in court the previous day, a chill ran down their spines. Consequently, not a single one dared to voice a complaint. They could only stand under the scorching sun, enduring its blazing heat. Anger burned in their chests, yet no one dared to express it. They were truly in a state of daring to be angry, but not daring to speak. Outside the bedchamber, the eunuchs also waited, but none dared to knock. It was not until midday that Ying Zhao slowly rose from his bed. He walked outside and stretched lazily in the sunlight. At that moment, a young eunuch cautiously stepped forward to remind him, "Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court." The ministers have been waiting outside for the entire morning. Ying Zhao merely sneered after hearing this, then let them continue to pass the decree. "I am having my meal now." The young eunuch's throat tightened, and he hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement before rushing off to arrange the meal. How could he possibly dare to offend such a master? Thus Ying Zhao leisurely partook of his midday meal. He showed not the slightest haste, deliberately keeping the ministers waiting. This was his chance to temper their arrogance. As for attending court punctually, that was simply out of the question for him. After all, for Ying Zhao, taking wives, concubines, and siring heirs were his primary objectives. Everything else had to be relegated to the back burner. Even to minimize future bother, Ying Zhao mid-meal instructed the eunuch beside him, "Convey my decree from this day forth. Court sessions shall be held once every 7 days. Let the ministers present only matters of true importance. Trivialities they can handle themselves. However, do not let them think they can mismanage affairs or deceive me. I will conduct periodic inspections. If anyone is found to be fraudulent or negligent, they will be severely punished without mercy." He dared not provoke him. Truly, he dared not. He wasted no time scurrying off to relay the new emperor's decree. He dared not provoke him. Truly, he dared not. He wasted no time scurrying off to relay the new emperor's decree to the court officials. On one side, Ying Zhao had inexplicably ascended to the throne, becoming emperor. From this moment, he had truly begun his life as a lofty, carefree sovereign. But on the other side, his father Qin Shi Huang remained completely unaware of the monumental upheaval in Xianyang. Inside a crude, thatched hut, Qin Shi Huang reclined on a rattan chair, eyes closed, studying the system in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, his check-in points had accumulated to 100. This meant he could finally deduce a person's fate and view their life script. The first person Qin Shi Huang wanted to deduce was naturally himself. He was eager to see where his own future as the emperor who had swept across the 6 states would lead. Qin Shi Huang slowly closed his eyes, his mind stirring slightly. Then he intoned in his mind, "System, deduce my fate." Notice, to view a character's fate, the host must consume 100 points. The fate deduction will unfold in the form of a dream. Once it begins, the host will sink into the dream. At that time, the host will personally experience the life trajectory of the target. Please be prepared. Qin Shi Huang frowned. It had to be presented in a dream. This system had too many tricks. He just wanted the final result, but it had to create all these convoluted steps. It was truly troublesome. This dream method also made him uneasy. What if he forgot everything upon waking? Would that not be a waste? Qin Shi Huang instinctively felt resistant. But these were the rules set by the system. If he wanted to see his fate, he had to comply. Soon the system's voice echoed in notice, initiating life deduction for the host. Designated target, Ying Zhang. Points deducted 100. Loading life script. Loading complete. Commencing projection. As the prompt faded, Qin Shi Huang's consciousness grew. He drifted deeper into the dream. In a daze, scenes both real and illusory began to unfold within his mind. Then the system's narration began. Speaking in the first person, it recounted the story of his life. In 259 BC, you were born in Handan Zhao. From the moment of your birth, you were destined to be no ordinary man. Later, you eliminated Lu Buwei and truly seized control of Qin's power, embarking on numerous achievements that shook the world. You standardized the script, standardized weights and measures, and unified the legal codes, gradually bringing the realm. You built upon the foundations laid by 6 generations of Qin kings, using grand strategies to govern the realm, annexing the 2 Zhou dynasties, overthrowing the feudal lords, ascending to the supreme throne, and commanding the 6 directions. You wielded the power of the empire, your might terrifying the 4 seas, making all people aware of the Qin's dominance. You campaigned south against the Buyue, incorporating the Lingnan region into your territory. You built the Great Wall in the north to repel the barbarians. You drove the Xiongnu back over 700 li, preventing them from daring to pasture their horses south of the border, and their soldiers from even thinking of bending their bows in resentment. Such magnificent achievements are unprecedented and will be difficult for future generations to match. You are truly the first emperor of 1,000 ages, utterly great. The system's narration was resounding. Along with the voice, scenes flashed through Qin Shi Huang's mind. His accomplishments, the glory of the Qin dynasty, reappeared before his eyes. Qin Shi Huang felt the blood surge. Even though he had lived through these events, seeing them again filled him with excitement. When he witnessed the Qin iron cavalry charging into battle, fighting valiantly, his eyes even grew slightly warm. This was the true bearing of a strong Qin. Awe-inspiring, overwhelmingly powerful enough to make the world tremble in fear. Sweeping across the 6 kingdoms, unifying the realm. What a bold and heroic feat. What an earth-shattering achievement worthy of the annals of history. As the scenes shifted, Qin Shi Huang seemed to relive that magnificent life once more. His spirit was shaken, and his gaze grew even more resolute. Seeing this, he believed even more firmly that Qin should forever remain strong. It should forever stand at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, undefeated for 10,000 generations. He couldn't wait to see what happened next. He wanted to know if the Chinese realm would truly achieve lasting unification. He also wished to know if he would create even more glorious achievements in the future. Would he, as he hoped, become the eternal emperor of Qin for ages to come? Filled with excitement, Ying Zheng continued to sink into this dream of fate. However, the narration that followed caused his expression to freeze instantly, for the content was truly hard for him to accept. Though you achieved great deeds, you were not without fault. You undertook massive construction projects, building palaces and mausoleums, consuming enormous amounts of manpower, resources, and wealth. Heavy corvée labor and taxes crushed the common people, disrupting their normal lives and production. Under the harsh penalties, many people lived in misery, and resentment steadily accumulated. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's face darkened. These few remarks seemed to sweep his imperial dignity into the dirt. But before his fury could fully erupt, the narration continued. This time Qin Shi Huang could barely contain himself. You were extremely obsessed with immortality, recruiting alchemists, and ordering the mass refinement of pills. You were infatuated with seeking the immortals, hoping to obtain an undying body, but in doing so you became even more tyrannical, oppressing the people and overworking them. These actions gradually shook the foundations of Qin's rule and led the dynasty towards collapse. Alas, you ultimately did not attain immortality. Finally, in the 37th year of your reign, you passed away at Shakyu. Boom. Passed away. The moment these words appeared, it was as if a thunderclap had struck Qin Shi Huang's mind. Impossible. He died in the 37th year of his reign. He instinctively calculated the time. That would mean he had only 1 year left. He was truly going to die, and he never achieved immortality. The most heartbreaking part was that he had only 1 year of life remaining. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang had no thought for anything else. The words "passed away" felt like a dagger piercing his heart. They were glaring, and they were agonizing. His mind roared, and he was utterly stunned by this outcome. That's it. It ends that easily. That bastard Su Fu indeed failed to find him the true elixir of immortality. He had pursued immortality with such obsession for so many years, only to suddenly learn from the system that he was still destined to die. This was almost impossible for Qin Shi Huang to accept. Most importantly, he had actually died at Shakyu. Shakyu again. Why did it have to be this place of all others? This outcome was truly difficult for him to bear. The first emperor remained submerged in his dream, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. After a long while, he finally realized that this was likely the true fate revealed by the system. A wave of powerlessness instantly enveloped his entire being. The next moment, the first emperor was abruptly jolted awake from his dream. Yet the memories of everything in the dream just now were terrifyingly clear. Those images, those narrations seemed to have been etched into his mind, utterly impossible to shake off. Cold sweat beaded on the first emperor's forehead. The thought that he might have only 1 year of life left weighed heavily on his heart. Then, recalling that he would ultimately meet his end at Shakyu, he felt as though some invisible colossal hand in the unseen forces of fate was guiding him to that very place. Shakyu. Indeed, it was hardly an auspicious place. It seemed he absolutely could not linger there. More importantly, when the 37th year of his reign arrived, he must not set foot within half a step of that cursed place again. To completely avert this misfortune, the first emperor had even decided that the moment he returned to the Xianyang Palace, he would issue an edict to change the name of the place, called Shakyu. Such a omen. It was simply the height of bad luck. Yet just as his fury surged, another thought suddenly flashed through the first emperor's mind. Was his death at Shakyu truly a natural one? Or could it be that someone had secretly manipulated events behind the scenes? The first emperor immediately questioned the system in his mind. System, what exactly did I experience? Why did I meet my end in that year? I must re-enter the dream and deduce it all over again. I must understand all the causes and effects. However, the system promptly issued a cold notification. Notification: this life simulation has concluded. If the host wishes to understand more detailed truths, clues can be obtained indirectly by simulating the fates of other related individuals. The first emperor's face immediately darkened. Damn it. This damned system has learned to tease him. Wouldn't simulating others' destinies still require him to continue checking in and accumulating points? The first emperor felt immensely frustrated, yet he had no way to deal with the system. Just as his anger had nowhere to vent, Wang Jin and Meng Tian arrived together. Upon entering, the two quickly paid their respects. Subsequently, Wang Jin reported in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, your ministers have already uncovered some specific details. Zhao Gao and Li Si have conspired in secret, audaciously elevating the ninth prince to the throne. Their true intention is to first install an easily controlled puppet to throw the court into chaos. Once the Qin dynasty's court and populace are unsettled and the officials are full of complaints against the ninth prince, they will then make their move amidst the turmoil. At that time the realm will be unstable and the situation turbulent. Zhao Gao and Li Si will then conveniently overthrow this new emperor and bring forth young Master Hu Hai. With young Master Hu Hai replacing the ninth prince, he will ascend the throne anew. After all, the ninth prince's reputation is too poor and his abilities are not well regarded. Once he causes trouble, the court officials will certainly be unwilling to support him any longer. And at that moment, when young Master Hu Hai is pushed to the forefront, it will be easier for him to gain support from both the court and the public. In other words, the ninth prince is merely a pawn they are using to test the waters. He is a transitional puppet that can be discarded at any time. The one they truly wish to control is still young Master Hu Hai is still young and has long been under Zhao Gao's tutelage. Once Hu Hai ascends the throne, Zhao Gao will be able to completely dominate the government through their master-disciple relationship. With Li Si cooperating from the side, they will form a solid interest group. At that point, once Zhao Gao and Li Si wield immense power over the court, the Great Qin dynasty might truly be plunged into an abyss of irreversible ruin. After hearing this report, the fury in the first emperor's chest exploded instantly. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked over the desk in front of him. At this moment, he wished he could immediately draw his sword and kill. Coupled with the various contents revealed in the system's dream, just now a strong sense of foreboding rose in the first emperor's heart. Could it be that his original death at Shakyu was also inextricably linked to those two scoundrels, Zhao Gao and Li Si? With this thought, the cold gleam in the first emperor's eyes grew even more intense. He had sworn in his heart that those two men, Zhao Gao and Li Si, must die. However, now was not yet the time to act. Could it be that his original death at Shakyu was also inextricably linked to those two scoundrels, Zhao Gao and Li Si? With this thought, the cold gleam, then he would settle all accounts at once. Even if the ending predicted by the system was true, even if he was ultimately destined to die, he must eradicate all threats completely before that time. He would never allow the great Qin empire he had built with his own hands to be toyed with by such treacherous villains. The first emperor forcibly suppressed his rage. After a moment, he asked in a deep voice, "How are things in Xianying now? Has that unfilial son of mine already ascended the throne? Has he caused any absurd chaos yet?" Meng Tian stepped forward, clasped his hands, and replied, "Your Majesty, the person sent to Xianying has not yet sent back any news. However, judging by the time, it should be soon. Zhao Gao and Li Si's path was blocked by the floods, and they have not yet arrived at the capital as scheduled. It seems the two of them are still trapped in that small village. But judging by the situation, they should be able to resume their journey within the next few days. But once they return to Xianying, it's hard for me to predict what will happen next. This drama is likely to become more," and the first emperor nodded slightly, his gaze growing more resolute. "In that case, I will simply watch slowly. Let this drama continue to unfold. Observe quietly, and wait for those people to reveal their own flaws. After all, no matter who it is, as long as they dare to stand in my way, I will deal with them one by one sooner or later. Anyone who blocks my path shall be killed." When the first emperor uttered these words, his gaze was extremely dark. That icy killing intent was enough to make even seasoned generals like Meng Tian and Wang Jin shudder inwardly. Meanwhile, in a small village cut off by the floodwaters, Zhao Gao and Li Si were pacing back and forth in the room. Zhao Gao in particular was so anxious that his face was dark with fury, and he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. When will this road ever be passable? 7 days have already passed. Why is it still impossible to move forward? If we keep wasting time like this, once changes occur in the Xianying court, the situation may become difficult to control. If the situation turns against us, we'll be in big trouble." Li Si, however, remained relatively calm. He glanced at Zhao Gao indifferently and advised, "Eunuch Zhao, there's no need to be so anxious. That useless ninth prince, even if he does sit on the throne, what could he possibly accomplish? Were we not already prepared in recent days? When the time comes, we shall select several beauties and send them into the palace. With such lovely women by his side, that ninth prince will be thoroughly ensnared. With those two joining forces to oversee the situation, why must you worry so? Everything remains in our grasp. Should the ninth prince harbor any untoward ambitions, we are not without means to deal with him. Were we not already prepared in recent days? When the time comes, we shall select several beauties and send them into the palace. With such lovely women by his side, that ninth prince will be thoroughly ensnared. He's always been one who can't climb out from a pile of women. As long as we tether him with women, he'll never stir up any great." Li Si spoke these words with immense confidence. After hearing this, Zhao Gao found them somewhat reasonable. Yet the unease in his heart never fully dissipated. Zhao Gao let out a sigh, pacing back and forth within the room, muttering incessantly, "My heavens, we've finally managed to endure until the emperor's passing. Yet we encounter this great flood halfway through. Had we returned to the palace sooner, the two of us might have already seized the cord in our hands. I only pray this time brings no great disaster. Let us hope that ninth prince is, as rumor has it, the most useless of the useless, and let us hope we can yet reclaim control of the situation and ascend in one smooth stroke. Otherwise, everything we've done before will have been in vain. Those connections laid down for naught." Those schemes employed for naught. All these years of plotting, would it all just go down the drain? Alas, the more Zhao Gao brooded, the more restless he became. Though his words still put up a front deep inside, he was already fraught with anxiety. What he feared most was some uncontrollable upheaval occurring midway. If it were possible, he would have rushed back to Xianyang, but the flood had destroyed the roads with severe collapses, rendering them completely impassable. With no other recourse, they could only remain stranded here and wait. The only thing to do now was continue waiting for carrier pigeons awaiting fresh news from the imperial city. Zhao Gao and Li Si waited anxiously in the small village. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang remained at the sand dune platform, secretly studying the system and the threads of fate. And at this very moment in the Xianyang palace, Ying Zhao was living in utter comfort. He paid no heed to the undercurrents surging beyond the palace walls. For this newly enthroned emperor of Great Qin was busily engaged in a grand selection of consorts. Ying Zhao spent 7 whole days reviewing beauties in succession. Throughout the entire Xianyang imperial city, nearly every woman of notable appearance had been sifted through by him. And beyond the palace, a great number of maidens were still queuing up awaiting selection. Even renowned beauties from the surrounding regions were being scoured and brought in. In any case, Ying Zhao was thoroughly delighted. Being emperor was simply fantastic. Taking consorts and expanding the harem. Choose as many as one pleased. Far more exhilarating than his days as a prince. Yet his wanton behavior had enraged the entire court of civil and military officials. Those ministers gossiped endlessly in private. Within days, Ying Zhao's reputation was dragged through the mud even further. Now outside the palace, people everywhere were saying that the current sovereign was nothing but a dissolute emperor utterly infatuated with beauty, neglecting state affairs and devoid of ambition. Isn't that the essence of a joyful life? He was merely seizing pleasure while things were still stable, leisurely growing stronger step by step through the system. But vexed as he was, he couldn't be bothered to care. Those ministers knew nothing. Taking wives and concubines, spreading one's lineage, that was the paramount matter, wasn't it? Isn't that the essence of a joyful life? He was merely seizing pleasure while things were still stable, leisurely growing stronger step by step through the system. As for what outsiders wish to say, let them be. Through round after round of selection, Ying Zhao had already chosen over. Subsequently, he ordered these women to be housed together in the Chuxiu Palace. The Chuxiu Palace had now become a veritable den of beauties. Inside were all the future consorts Ying Zhao had handpicked in advance. And this number would continue to expand. For him, such matters were naturally the more the merrier. To help these maidens quickly familiarize themselves with palace etiquette, Ying Zhao also selected several steady and reliable matrons to instruct them. Not only that, he extracted 2 professional massage therapists from the system specially assigned to soothe and relax these women. Additionally, several beauty masters were brought in to handle their skincare and maintenance. Skincare, beauty treatments, massage, an entire regimen arranged with utmost clarity. Ying Zhao had no intention of shortchanging his future concubines. His women, of course, had to be pampered to radiance and comfort. Every day the palace was engaged in large-scale consort selection, ceaseless in its pace. To be honest, Ying Zhao quite enjoyed the process. After all, who doesn't love gazing upon beautiful women? This was far more entertaining than attending court. Thus, he wandered ever further down the path that outsiders deemed decadent and worthless. The court ministers were nearly bursting with fury. They gossiped endlessly in private. Many felt that had Emperor Qin Shi Huang still been alive and witnessed this prodigal son's folly, he would likely have vomited blood on the spot from sheer rage. Perhaps he would have personally struck him across the face, teaching him what it meant to embody the way of the sovereign. These ministers simply could not comprehend it. What on earth was wrong with the 9th prince? With so many women brought into the harem, could he truly attend to them all? Even if he wished to distribute his favors evenly, would his constitution even withstand it? This matter was so absurd as to be utterly incomprehensible. Naturally, grievances abounded in the court. The censor-in-chief, Shi Lu, and the grand censor Feng Jie were among the most upright officials in the court. The two had already submitted memorials on multiple occasions, hoping Ying Zhao would show some restraint and cease his unbridled antics. After all, if word spread, it would not only tarnish the emperor's reputation, but also disgrace the dignity of Great Qin. Yet the memorials they submitted vanished like stones dropped into the sea, without so much as a ripple of response. Ying Zhao paid them no heed whatsoever. This infuriated Shi Lu and Feng Jie to no end. In the end, the two decided to go directly to the harem together. They knelt outside the imperial bedchamber requesting an audience with His Majesty. The eunuch A Chong, seeing this, was equally at a loss and could only steel himself to go in and announce their arrival. When Ying Zhao heard that these two old fellows had come again, he was utterly exasperated. He rolled his eyes and said with irritation, "Let them in. They come kneeling at my door every single day. If they aren't tired of it, I'm certainly tired of seeing it." Ying Zhao had intended to say a few perfunctory words and send these two packing. But the moment Feng Jie and Shi Lu entered, they began lecturing him in turns, dredging up tales of rise and fall from antiquity to the present day. The dissolute and unjust tyrants of past dynasties were each dragged out as cautionary examples. The two men's intent was unmistakable. You are now the emperor of Great Qin. You ought to be a wise sovereign. You cannot sink into such self-degradation. To degrade is to betray the trust of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. To degrade is to fail the people of the realm. Throughout history, few emperors obsessed with beauty met good ends. Some even perished in the arms of pleasure. The more they spoke, the more impassioned they became, unable to stop. Ying Zhao's head was on the verge of splitting from the torrent of words. After a long while, Feng Jie and Shi Lu finally seemed to have exhausted themselves and fell silent. Ying Zhao rubbed his brow and said with irritation, "You two really have too much leisure time on your hands. Nothing better to do, is that it? This realm under heaven is mine, and so is the harem. Must I seek your counsel on how I arrange my own affairs?" With that, he cast a glance at Feng Jie. "Feng Jie, your stubborn nagging is one thing, but..." Then his gaze shifted to Shi Lu, his tone laced with amusement. "Minister Shi, what brings you to join this fray? You are, after all, my own father-in-law. What? Are you so displeased with me as your son-in-law?" Shi Lu remained silent, his face dark and grim. He fumed inwardly, but dared not vent his anger in front of Ying Zhao. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward. After a moment, Ying Zhao broke into a shameless grin. "Father-in-law, you've arrived. Last night when Shang Yun attended me, she spoke of her younger sister, Shi Xianglan. She wishes for her sister to enter the palace as well, to be by my side. In the future, she could naturally become a favored consort in my harem. I hear Lady Xianglan is a rare beauty renowned throughout the land. Why not arrange a meeting? If a fine match is made between me and Xianglan, wouldn't that be adding joy upon joy and kinship upon kinship?" The moment these words left Ying Zhao's mouth, a chill ran down Shi Lu's spine. He nearly lost his composure, but the man before him was the Emperor of Great Qin. How could he dare to utter such profanity? So Shi Lu suppressed his fury, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He was absolutely livid. This ninth prince was nothing but a scoundrel. Was it not enough to ruin one daughter that he now had to set his sights on the younger one? What baffled him even more was his eldest daughter, Shi Shangyun. How could she jump into the fire herself and then drag her own? If both his daughters were ruined by this man, wouldn't he, as their father, simply faint from grief? Shi Lu was utterly... Finally, he gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to speak. "Your Majesty, my youngest daughter is still young and not yet of age for marriage. Please, Your Majesty, be considerate." But Ying Zhao gave him no chance to weasel out, his tone domineering. "Father-in-law, spare me. I've heard your youngest daughter has long reached the age of marriage. Go home and prepare. Tomorrow I will personally visit your residence to meet the second Miss Shi." At these words, Shi Lu could no longer hold back. He gasped sharply, nearly cursing out loud. For a fleeting moment, he truly wanted to draw his sword and fight this bastard. Feng Jie, standing nearby, saw the situation spiraling and quickly grabbed Shi Lu, pulling him away. He didn't want the matter to escalate further. A direct confrontation in front of Ying Zhao would have consequences no one could bear. But just as Feng Jie prepared to retreat, Ying Zhao called out to him in a leisurely tone. "Minister Feng, I hear your daughter Feng Yuding has grown into a graceful young lady. Why not introduce her to me as well?" These words struck Feng Jie like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. He stood frozen, utterly stunned for a long moment. The next moment, Feng Jie swallowed hard and slowly turned around, suppressing the rage boiling within him. He forced a smile and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, my daughter is still young and not yet suitable for marriage." But Ying Zhao's next words nearly broke Feng Jie's composure entirely. Ying Zhao waved his hand with a smile. No matter. I can wait. I hear your daughter turns 18 next month. Let her enter the palace after that. That way, Minister Feng, you too shall become... This will be kinship upon kinship, joy upon joy. Isn't that perfect?" With that, Ying Zhao issued his dismissal. "My two esteemed fathers-in-law, take your leave. I shall not see you out." He then raised a hand, signaling the eunuchs to escort Shi Lu and Feng Jie out. Throughout the entire ordeal, both men were so choked with fury they couldn't utter a single word. Their legs felt weak as they stumbled out of the palace. After walking a great distance, they finally collapsed onto the ground almost simultaneously. They looked as if they might burst into tears at any moment. Then, each lost in their own troubled thoughts, they headed back to their respective mansions, dreading what was to come. The more Shi Lu thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Now depressed, now furious. Finally, unable to contain himself, he pointed at the sky and began to curse. That damn bastard. Utterly shameless. He falls for every woman he sees, so reckless in his lust. Does he not fear divine retribution? The more Shi Lu thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Now depressed, now furious. Finally, unable to contain himself. Despicable. Absolutely despicable. That accursed fiend. How could the late emperor have sired such a creature? Besides, with so many beauties already by his side, is that not enough? Why must he fixate on the Shi family? Is he trying to drive me to my grave? Feng Jie, equally livid, joined in. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. My Yuding has only just come of age, and he's already got all the details. Clearly, he hasn't spent a single thought on matter. He cares nothing for the nation or its people. His mind is filled with nothing but women. Look at the swarm of beauties in his harem. Isn't that already enough? He still wants to select more consorts to keep filling the palace. Does he intend to go on endlessly? Finally, Feng Jie couldn't help but look up to the heavens and sighed deeply. Late Emperor, if your spirit is watching from above, open your eyes and see. What kind of son have you left behind? Is he not a disgrace to you? His entire heart is consumed by lust. Why, oh why did you pass the throne to such an unreliable prince? We simply cannot fathom it. As they cursed, Shi Lu and Feng Jie both fell to their knees, their faces etched with grief and indignation. They truly did not want to send their daughters into the palace. Once inside the palace gates, one's fate is as deep as the sea. And to marry a man as fickle and unreliable as Ying Zhao. What troubled them even more was the suspicion that this new emperor was merely a pawn in the hands of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Once inside the palace gates, one's fate is as deep as the sea. and to marry a man as fickle and unreliable as Ying Zhao. What troubled them even more was the suspicion that this new, should the political winds shift, he would surely be disposed of by sea. And to marry a man as fickle and unreliable as Ying Zhao. What troubled them even more was the suspicion that, however, news of these events in the imperial city soon reached Zhao Gao. When he and Li Si learned of the situation in the Xianyang palace, they were both stunned, nearly speechless. At that moment, in a small village besieged by floodwaters, Zhao Gao sat indoors sipping tea. But as he unfolded the secret letter delivered by carrier pigeon, his fingers began to tremble uncontrollably after just a few lines. With a sharp crack, the teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. Zhao Gao's lips quivered, his face turning pale and then livid as he nearly fainted with his eyes rolling back. It took him a long while to slowly rise, drawing a deep, ragged breath. The next instant his fury erupted, and he burst into a torrent of curses. "You accursed thing! So ninth prince, you dare to be so ungrateful! You've gone and killed my son-in-law and my despicable, absolutely despicable. I never imagined that a sickly wretch like you had such a trick up your sleeve. So your martial arts have reached such a level. I underestimated you." Zhao Gao grew angrier with each word until he finally grabbed a hoe leaning against the wall and made as if to charge out. His posture suggested he wished to rush straight back to Xianyang and splitting Zhao in two with his bare hands. Seeing this, Li Si hastily grabbed hold of him. "Eunuch Zhao, calm yourself. What use is rashness now? Even if that ninth prince has some martial skill, how many days can he truly swagger about? No matter how formidable he is, it is merely the courage of a single man. Without the backing of court authority, without an army in his grasp, what great waves can he possibly stir? Can he truly continue acting with such impunity forever? What we must avoid above all is losing our own composure. The pressing matter now is to sit down and deliberate on how to remedy the situation. Turning the tide against the wind is what matters most at this moment." At this point, Li Si could not help but frown. Besides, was it not you, eunuch Zhao, who so adamantly championed the ninth prince's selection in the first place? You insisted he was the perfect weakling puppet for manipulation. You said he spent his days buried among women and could never amount to anything. That is precisely why we pushed him to the forefront to serve as our marionette. Now that problems have arisen, complaining serves no. What is done is done. Oh, we must find a way to resolve it. After hearing this, Zhao Gao let out a heavy sigh and said with deep chagrin, "Alas, it is all my fault. Now look what has happened. I've gotten both my adopted son and my son-in-law killed. Who could have imagined that I would end up digging a pit for myself? But what on earth is going on with this ninth prince? Wasn't he nothing more than a frail, sickly good for nothing before? When did he ever receive guidance from a master? And when did he cultivate such terrifying martial arts? Now he has risen to prominence in a single step and become our greatest threat. Damn it, utterly damnable. This move of ours was clearly a mistake. We searched and searched only to pick out the ninth prince, a ruthless schemer hiding far too deep. From this moment onward, the troubles will be endless." By now Zhao Gao could no longer sit still. He had never imagined that the chess game he had so meticulously arranged would go awry so quickly. In his original assessment, ninth prince Ying Zhao was supposed to be the easiest piece to manipulate. Nothing more than a marionette put on display. When the time was ripe, they could discard him at will. Then they would smoothly elevate the younger, far more controllable, Hu Hai to. At that point, with Li Si handling affairs inside the court, and he himself managing matters without seizing control of the government, would be effortless. From then on, they would wield supreme power and rise to the very pinnacle. Zhao Gao had calculated it all perfectly, but he had overlooked one crucial detail. That ninth prince, rumored to be sickly and obsessed with pleasure, had been playing the fool all along. His martial arts were absurdly powerful, and on his very first day at court, he killed to establish his authority, beheading men without a blink, cowing every minister in the hall. How could that frail, sickly weakling who could be blown over by a gust of wind possibly do such a thing? The more Zhao Gao and Li Si thought about it, the colder their backs felt. Both of them drew in a sharp breath of frigid air simultaneously. At this moment, they were filled with both regret and dread. Had they known the ninth prince was hiding so deep, they would never have pushed him onto the supreme throne. Now reclaiming the throne and dragging Ying Zhao down from the dragon's seat would be no easy task. Zhao Gao was so furious, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, the flames of rage in his eyes nearly spilling forth. Li Si remained comparatively calmer. With a grim face, he carefully read through the secret letter sent from Xianyang once more. As he reached the end, the image of Ying Zhao executing men in the court hall involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Two heads severed before the assembled civil and military officials, all accomplished in the span of a single breath. To achieve such a feat was proof enough that Ying Zhao's strength was anything but ordinary. This man is far too dangerous. We must act swiftly. The longer we delay, the greater the variables. Li Si lifted his head and said in a low voice to Zhao Gao, "We cannot keep wasting time here. We must set out immediately. From this moment on, we ride at full speed. In roughly 7 days, we should be able to return to Xianyang. Once we reach the imperial city, we must strike without delay." Hearing this, Zhao Gao nodded vigorously. "Indeed, we cannot wait any longer. We depart at once. I will now write a message to be sent by carrier pigeon. Have those we planted in Xianyang stand ready to cooperate at a moment's notice. And all our partisans at court must be fully mobilized as well. I refuse to believe it. How could a mere ninth prince possibly turn the world upside down? He has no army, and he has not yet truly won the hearts of the court officials. As long as we move quickly enough, we still have a chance. Eliminate this scourge first. We absolutely cannot let him remain secure on the throne, nor let him grow stronger step by step. Having said this, Zhao Gao immediately ordered his men to prepare the horses. Fortunately, the roads destroyed by the flood had now been mostly cleared. Soon Zhao Gao and Li Si mounted their Fergana horses and galloped at full speed towards Xianyang. This time they dared not waste a single moment. According to the original plan, they should have arrived at the palace 7 days ago. As long as they were in Xianyang, no matter what upheavals occurred, they could lay their countermeasures in time. But they had been trapped in this godforsaken place. So much had happened in the imperial city, yet they had only learned of it now. With information cut off, they had lost every advantage. It was precisely for this reason that they had fallen into such a passive position. Neither Zhao Gao nor Li Si was willing to sit idle and await their doom. The two rode one behind the other, hooves thundering, churning up clouds of dust as they sped straight for Xianyang. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang remained unaware of these developments in Xianyang. He dutifully checked in at Sheikyu for several more days, finally accumulating another 100 points. This time Qin Shi Huang still wished to continue divining his own fate. He wanted to understand who in the future would shake the foundations of the Great Qin Empire. He wanted even more to know where the true root of Great Qin's collapse lay hidden. But the system's rules stood firm. Each divination could only reveal the life script of a single person. Since he could not divine himself again, he pondered long and hard, and ultimately decided to first examine Fu Su's fate. In Qin Shi Huang's heart, the only one truly worthy of inheriting the Great Qin Empire had always been Fu Su. Though Fu Su's temperament was indeed somewhat gentle and lenient. In matters of political maneuvering, he was not particularly sharp or decisive. But he was after all the eldest prince. Moreover, many upright and honorable men at court and beyond recognized him and followed him. Whether in terms of moral character or the likelihood of inheriting the throne, Fu Su was the most suitable candidate. When Qin Shi Huang had banished Fu Su to the frontier to assist in building the Great Wall, it was not because he truly despised his son. Rather, he wanted Fu Su to temper his character amidst the harsh borderlands. If Fu Su could become more resolute and decisive through the wind and frost of the frontier, then all the better. At that point, he would be the most stable emperor for Great Qin's future. For this eldest son, Qin Shi Huang had always harbored great hopes. And so this time he chose to divine Fu Su. He wished to use this to judge where Great Qin's future would ultimately lead. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang still maintained a measure of confidence in his heart. He believed that he would ultimately choose Fu Su to inherit the throne of Great Qin. As long as Fu Su ascended the throne, perhaps Great Qin could truly endure for generations untold, prosperous and mighty, forever securing the 9 provinces. If Great Qin could continue to grow ever stronger, then even if Yingzheng were to one day die, he could close his eyes in peace. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Shi Huang slowly closed his eyes. Half reclining in his rattan chair, his expression relaxed as it rarely did. He felt that he was finally about to witness the true future of Great Qin. He increasingly looked forward to witnessing the gradual rise, prosperity, and stability of the Great Qin Empire. A thought stirred in his mind, and Qin Shi Huang silently said, "System simulate Fusus life script." Soon the system prompt sounded again. Notice initiating life simulation for the host regarding Fusu. Designated simulation target Fusu. Points deducted for this operation 100. Loading life script. Loading complete. Commencing projection. As the prompt faded, the first emperor's consciousness gradually sank into a dream. As before, he quickly entered a deep dream state. The process was smooth and natural. Gradually, scenes that seemed both real and illusory began to unfold slowly within his mind. Immediately after, the system's narration sounded once more. Still in the first person, it recounted Fusus' life. You were born into an imperial family, wanting for nothing from a young age, and your early life was smooth and peaceful. Upon reaching adulthood, you were upright and resolute, harboring benevolence, possessing the demeanor of a true gentleman. You have always been known for your virtue. Even figures like Chen Sheng and Wu Guang acknowledged your prestige, and the common folk were more willing to trust you. However, despite your benevolence, you lacked a certain decisiveness in matters of war and punishment. Your temperament was too gentle, which is why the first emperor was not entirely satisfied with you. Thus, the first emperor issued an edict ordering you to the frontier to assist General Meng Tian in constructing the Great Wall and defend against the northern Xiongnu. The first emperor hoped that the harsh frontier conditions would temper your weakness. He also hoped that through military life and the borderlands you would forge a stronger will. If you could one day become resolute and steadfast, you would be worthy of bearing the weight of the Great Qin Empire. Seeing this, the first emperor nodded inwardly. Indeed, his decision back then was correct. Fusu truly needed that kind of environment to refine and strengthen him. Soon the scenes within the dream shifted once more. The system's narration sounded again. Years of tempering on the frontier indeed transformed you completely. On the battlefield, you never shied away, often charging at the forefront. Through your outstanding military exploits, you earned the respect of the entire army. You possessed sharp judgment and considerable command ability. Many frontier generals felt inferior upon seeing you. You were kind and benevolent to the people, humble and courteous in your dealings, earning high prestige among the populace. Throughout this journey, you continuously grew and strengthened, no longer the Fusu, who only knew benevolence. Following this, the system lavished praise upon Fusu. In the narration, Fusu was portrayed as a prince proficient in both letters and martial arts, possessing both courage and strategy. On the battlefield, he was undoubtedly a capable and formidable general. Fusu's positive image was vividly displayed. This was precisely the outcome the first emperor most wished to see. Gazing upon the scenes in the dream, a smile spread across his face. The pride and sense of honor he felt were almost impossible to contain. He grew even more convinced that his original decision had been absolutely correct. Fusu indeed needed to be tempered on the frontier. The pride and sense of honor he felt were almost impossible to contain. He grew even more convinced that his original decision had been absolutely correct. Fusu indeed needed to be tempered. The first emperor could hardly wait to continue watching. He wanted to see how Fusu would grow even stronger step by step, and how he would ascend the throne and lead Great Qin towards an even more glorious future. The scenes in the dream continued to shift rapidly, mostly depicting Fusu fighting valiantly on the battlefield with overwhelming momentum. Watching Fusu charge into battle, the first emperor felt his own heroic spirit surge and his blood boil. He couldn't help but laugh and exclaim, "Excellent. This is worthy of being my son. This is the bloodline of me, Yingzhong. Ha ha ha. Fusu, my son, you have finally brought honor to your father. Among all my sons, you are indeed the most promising. Look at this spirit, this sharpness. This is the bearing befitting the future emperor of Great Qin. Excellent. I was right about you. Kill well. Kill with satisfaction. Make those Xiongnu tremble in fear. When dealing with enemies, one must never be soft-hearted. Kill. Kill them all for me." At this moment, the first emperor smiled so broadly he could hardly close his mouth. Had he not been in a dream, he would surely have been applauding. He felt as if he were on that battlefield charging alongside the great. He was incredibly excited. For a moment, he even wished he could mount a horse, take up a spear, and personally charge into to throw their ranks into chaos, to make their blood flow like rivers. At this point in the dream, the first emperor was laughing like a child. He felt that having a prince like Fusu was a heavenly blessing for Great Qin. The future of Great Qin was finally secured. Fusu was indeed a good son, and the most suitable heir for Great Qin. These scenes further solidified the first emperor's intention to appoint Fusu as the crown prince. However, extreme joy often breeds sorrow. Suddenly, the system's narration took on a somber tone. A sense of foreboding struck the first emperor. In the winter of the 37th year of Qin Shi Huang's reign, the emperor toured the realm, reached Shakyu, and ultimately passed away due to illness. Hearing this, the first emperor's heart sank, though he could only accept it helplessly. It seemed that in his original fate, he was destined to die at Shakyu. Before his death, your father issued an edict summoning you back to Xianying to preside over the funeral and succeed to the throne. Hearing this, the first emperor felt a surge of spirit. Here comes the crucial part. So Fusu would eventually inherit the throne. Excellent. At least in the end, he did issue the order for Fusu to succeed him. With that, the ending shouldn't be too bad. The first emperor's mood became excited once more. Before the first emperor's death, he indeed intended to make you emperor and left an edict of succession. However, treacherous villains interfered and secretly altered the edict. Consequently, what was delivered to you was not the genuine decree, but a forged one. That forged edict actually commanded Meng Tian and Fusu to commit suicide. Out of filial piety, you chose to obey the decree, thus fulfilling the mandate of that false edict. At this point, the entire dream seemed to become oppressively heavy. The first emperor's heart leaped into his throat. In the dream, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His lips quivered and his face changed color instantly. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. An edict, ordering Meng Tian and Fusu to die. How could this be? Why did it come to this? The first emperor was utterly unable to accept it, wondering if the system had made a mistake. But the next moment, the system's cold narration froze him in place. In the 37th year of Qin Shi Huang's reign, you received the altered edict. Subsequently, pressured by the false decree, you ultimately chose to take your own life. Thus you departed from the stage of history. Though you possessed the bearing of an emperor, you were ultimately not destined to hold the throne. A prince famed for virtue met an untimely end, victim to the scheming of petty men. Boom. How could this be? The first emperor felt his mind was nearly losing his footing. In that instant, it felt as if his very soul had been struck a heavy blow. His body swayed, and his breathing became rapid. He completely lost his composure. Shock, rage, and anguish surged within him all at once. Instinctively clutching his chest, angry tears welled up in his eyes. He never imagined Fusu's fate would come to this. In other words, his most cherished son Fusu was driven to suicide by a forged edict. After being schemed against by villains, did he truly choose to take his own life? How infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Oh, no. Qin Shi Huang roared in anguish, jolting awake from his nightmare. In the next instant, he sprang up from the rattan chair. In all these years, Qin Shi Huang had never been so profoundly shaken. Even when he learned he would die at Shakyu, and ultimately couldn't escape his fate, he had never truly been afraid. Never had he felt such rage and heartache. Never had he felt the injustice of destiny so keenly. Fusu had died so rashly, so pointlessly. It was utterly absurd. What pained Qin Shi Huang most was that Fusu had failed to grasp his father's true intentions. Someone sends a forged edict demanding his death, and he simply complies. How foolish must one be to do such a thing? He still had Meng Tian by his side. He still had the mighty army at the frontier. Even if he had joined forces with Meng Tian to resist on the spot, there would have been a glimmer of hope. Why didn't he fight? Why didn't he seize even that last chance? How could he just kill himself because he was told to? What is this? The system had just said Fusu had pulled himself together. It said he was capable of bearing great responsibility and had the potential to become the emperor of Great Qin. But now it was clear that Fusu was still too weak. Weak to the extreme. At this moment Qin Shi Huang felt a chill. He could never have imagined that Fusu, his most valued son, would meet such an end. Not on the battlefield, not at the hands of a formidable enemy, but forced to take his own life by a forged decree. How incompetent. In the end the boy was simply too kind-hearted. If only he had a bit more defiance in his bones, he would have confronted those traitors upon receiving such an absurd decree, and perhaps fought his way to survival. Alas, his compassion ultimately doomed him. The more Qin Shi Huang thought about it, the angrier he became, frustrated by his son's lack of spirit. A blaze of fury was trapped in his chest, impossible to suppress. He roared in the room, even drawing a long blade and slashing wildly at the clutter around him. Bang, bang, bang. Tables and chairs were hacked to pieces, leaving the room in total disarray. Meng Tian and Wang Jian, standing guard outside, naturally heard the commotion, but they exchanged glances. They had no idea what had come over the emperor. He had been perfectly fine moments ago, so why this sudden fury? They didn't dare advise him either. It was only after a long while that the room fell silent. Once his emotions settled, he began to carefully recall the content of the system's narration. Who had sent that tampered forged decree? After much deliberation the answer was almost obvious. Who else could it be but Zhao Gao and Li Si? After all, these two wretches had already dared to commit such treasonous acts. So in the 37th year of his reign, as originally fated, it was no surprise they would forge the edict and drive Fusu to his death. This showed just how ruthless and merciless they truly were. They not only sought to usurp the power of Great Qin, but also intended to push Fusu into an inescapable corner. They deserved death. Qin Shi Huang could barely contain himself. Were it not for his plan to use Zhao Gao and Li Si to lure out all the hidden conspirators, he would have immediately issued an order to drag the two traitors out and behead them. Forcing himself to calm down, a critical thought suddenly struck Qin Shi Huang. In that instant he felt a chill run down. The next moment he shouted toward the door, "Wang Jian, Meng Tian." The moment the words left his mouth, the two generals rushed into the courtyard. They knelt with a thud and shouted in unison, "Your subjects pay respects to your majesty." Without a word of preamble, Qin Shi Huang ordered, "You two will immediately ride with all speed to the frontier. No matter what, you must find Fusu near the Great Wall. Once found, bring him back to me at once." This time Qin Shi Huang was truly frightened. He was terrified that Fusu, that stubborn fool, might be intimidated by a forged decree and take his own life. That boy, he was capable of doing anything foolish. As his father, he had to take precautions. Therefore, he could only dispatch his two greatest generals to bring Fusu back as quickly as possible. He dared not take any risk on this matter. However, Wang Jian and Meng Tian exchanged hesitant looks upon hearing the order. Meng Tian cautiously spoke, "Your Majesty, was it not your own arrangement to send Prince Fusu to the frontier? Did you not want to keep him away from the political turmoil in the court? Recalling him now might disrupt your previous plans." Wang Jian added, "Moreover, if both I and Meng Tian leave at the same time, who will protect your Majesty? I believe bringing Prince Fusu back is not a complicated matter. It would suffice to send a trusted confidant. There's no need for the two of us to go together." After a moment's deliberation, Qin Shi Huang found the words reasonable. After a pause, he revised his order. "Very well then. Meng Tian, you will personally go to the frontier and bring Fusu back. Wang Jian, you will remain here to oversee security." The two men could only bow in compliance. Qin Shi Huang then commanded in a low, stern voice, "Also immediately place Zhao Gao and Li Si under strict surveillance. Record every single one of their movements and misdeeds, and report to me at once. Once we've caught enough fish, act swiftly to eliminate them. This matter cannot be delayed much longer. Further delay may lead to even greater upheaval. I will not allow these two scourges to live." Wang Jian and Meng Tian exchanged a glance, their hearts full of doubt, yet they nodded in acceptance. They then withdrew from the small courtyard, each lost in thought. They simply couldn't understand what had gotten into the emperor today. Why had he become so anxious all of a sudden? Hadn't he said earlier that they should slowly advance the plan to draw out all the hidden rebellious forces? At the time, the emperor had said there was no need to rush, that he could wait. How could he now be so eager to summon Fusu back? Wasn't it perfect for Prince Fusu to be building the Great Wall and tempering his character? Why recall him at this moment? Both Wang Jian and Meng Tian felt that Qin Shi Huang seemed too hasty today. But the emperor at this moment couldn't care less about their concerns. Learning of Fusu's original fate had struck him like a thunderbolt. The shock was almost soul deep. He found it impossible to remain calm. All he wanted now was to have Fusu by his side. At least keeping him under his watchful eye would ensure his safety. As long as Fusu survived, there would be a chance to turn the tide. What if Zhao Gao and Li Si had already sent the forged decree to the frontier? If Fusu, with his rigid thinking, saw it and obediently killed himself, wouldn't that render all his efforts futile? Even if he were to slay every last one of those rebels in the days to come, even if the Great Qin Empire were to be firmly returned to his grasp, without Fusu, all of it would lose its meaning. Thus the most pressing matter was to keep Fusu alive. Though the first emperor was furious with his son, even wishing he could drag him over and give him a severe beating, he couldn't do it. Fusu was after all his most favored heir. He wouldn't give up on him unless there was no other choice. This was why he had ordered Fusu to be summoned back to his side. After a long while, the first emperor finally managed to calm down. Seated in his chamber, he began to carefully analyze every word of the system's narration. The dreamlike scenes kept replaying in his mind. Suddenly, the first emperor realized another extremely critical issue. Since Fusu took his own life and never ascended the throne, who was it that actually sat upon that dragon throne in the original future? Someone whom Zhao Gao and Li Si could easily manipulate. In the 37th year of his reign, so many earth-shattering events were destined to occur. Just thinking about it was enough to give him a throbbing headache. Fortunately, he had now awakened the system. In the 37th year of his reign, so many earth-shattering events were destined to occur. Just thinking about it was enough to give him a throbbing headache. Fortunately, he had now awakened the system and could glimpse these future events in advance. At the very least, he could still lay his plans in time and not be kept entirely in the dark. With this thought, the first emperor felt a measure of relief. After his analysis, he became increasingly convinced that the one who ultimately took the throne in the original course of fate was most likely Hu Hai. After all, Hu Hai was young and far easier to control, and Zhao Gao was his teacher. With that connection, Zhao Gao could conveniently control and exploit Hu Hai. As for the ninth prince Zhao, he was most likely just a pawn used to test the waters. He would be cast aside eventually. With this in mind, the first emperor had already decided on the next target for his divination. Hu Hai. He wanted to see with his own eyes what would become of this unfilial son if he were pushed onto the throne. What would become of the Great Qin Empire once it fell into Hu Hai's hands? Surely it would not fare well. The first emperor forcefully suppressed the turbulent emotions surging within him. Then he resumed his diligent daily check-ins, accumulating the points needed for his next divination. In the northern frontier where Fusu had been exiled to stand guard, the world stretched out in vast desolation. Then he resumed his diligent daily check-ins, accumulating the points needed for his next divination. In the northern frontier where Fusu had been exiled to stand guard, the world stretched out in vast desolation. All these days he had been diligently fulfilling his duties, never daring to be remiss. But on this very day an imperial edict suddenly arrived at the frontier camp. His Majesty's edict has arrived. Prince Fusu received the decree. Hearing this, Fusu immediately knelt, his expression one of utmost reverence. He took the edict with both hands and carefully unrolled it. But after only a single glance his face changed drastically. What? Father has passed away. Father, oh father. Fusu collapsed to his knees with a thud, covering his face with his hands as he wailed in grief. At that moment he felt as if the sky itself had fallen. He gazed toward the direction of the imperial capital Xianyang, as two clear streams of tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Fusu sobbed until he could barely breathe. He refused to believe that his father, the man who stood like a mountain over the world, had truly passed away. But when he forced himself to suppress his grief and read the edict once more, his entire body went rigid. For the contents that followed had taken a completely different turn. Fusu read the edict word by word. The more he read, the more violently his hands trembled. This? How could this be? The edict explicitly commanded him to take his own life. After verifying it repeatedly, Fusu finally understood that the edict was ordering him and Meng Tian to commit suicide together. This sudden blow shattered every last shred of support Fusu had. He felt as though 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart, the pain making it difficult to even breathe. His face turned deathly pale and his body trembled uncontrollably. He had never imagined he would meet such an end. So even at his final moment, his father still refused to forgive him. In his father's heart was there truly no place for his own son. At this moment Fusu appeared utterly desolate. He wept first, then suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was filled with such profound sorrow that it wrenched at the hearts of all who heard it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Father, in the end you still demand your son's death. A father who knows not his son, a son who understands not his father. How tragic. How lamentable. Ha ha ha. Fusu laughed and wept all at once. His heart was thoroughly chilled and his pain was beyond all measure. He was by nature an extremely filial person. In his belief, if a father commanded his son to die, the son had no choice but to obey. A great general standing beside Fusu saw the dire situation and immediately stepped forward to urgently dissuade him. Prince Fusu, this edict cannot be trusted. It must be a forgery. You must not obey it. My prince, hold on. At least investigate further. Do not be so quick to believe it, my prince. The general shouted until his throat was nearly hoarse. But at that moment Fusu was beyond listening. At least investigate further. Do not be so quick to believe it, my prince. The general shouted until his throat was nearly hoarse. But at that moment, such was the father's command, how could a son defy it? Tragic and lamentable. At this point Fusu had completely abandoned any will to live. He was gentle by nature with a filial piety that bordered on the extreme. Whatever his father commanded, he would carry out at any. Now that his father commanded him to die, he felt he must do so without hesitation. Fusu took a deep breath. The next instant he suddenly drew a long blade and pressed it against his own neck. From the look of it, he was about to slit his own throat. There was no denying it. This was an act of staggering stupidity. His blind filial piety had reached an absurd extreme. Fusu slowly closed his eyes, and another clear tear slid down from the corner of his eye. Just as he was about to apply pressure and end his life at that critical hair-trigger moment, an arrow suddenly tore through the air. Whoosh. Then with a sharp crack it struck Fusu's blade with pinpoint accuracy. The long blade was knocked clean out of his hand, clattering to the ground with a loud clang. The next moment a figure dismounted from a warhorse in one fluid, decisive motion. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the soldiers and laborers kneeling around them. General Meng has arrived. Thank heavens. General Meng is here. A glimmer of light also reignited in Fusu's eyes at that instant. Meng Tian strode forward, rapidly reaching Fusu in just a few long steps. Without a word he grabbed Fusu and hauled him up from the ground. Then with a dark expression he demanded, "My prince, have you lost? If someone tells you to die, you simply die. Where's your head? Thank heavens His Majesty ordered me to rush here, or a great disaster would have occurred today. My prince, forgive me for saying this, but your temperament is far too soft. Filial piety is all well and good, but you can't be so filial that you can't even tell truth from falsehood. This nonsense of an edict. How could you even believe it? If it were me, I would have rebelled on the spot. You are His Majesty's eldest son. Can you not even fathom his true intentions? How could you immediately think of taking your own life?" Sigh. Meng Tian ended with a series of helpless sighs. He was genuinely at a loss for words. That scene just now was far too perilous. If he hadn't arrived in time, Prince Fusu might very well have killed himself today. Thank heavens His Majesty had foreseen this, and ordered him to rush to the northern frontier. Otherwise this entire gambit would have been lost completely. That was a close call. That was a close call. Yet Fusu, after hearing this, cautiously reminded him, "General Meng, please be careful with your words. Such talk is not to be taken lightly. How can you speak of rebellion so casually? That is a crime of high treason." Meng Tian looked at this naive prince, and was almost amused by his foolishness. He refrained from saying more, and directly dragged Fusu into the camp's main tent. Once inside, Meng Tian patiently explained the entire sequence of events. After hearing the full story, Fusu was so moved that his eyes welled up with tears. He grabbed Meng Tian's hand, his voice trembling. "General Meng, is this true? Is my father the emperor truly safe and sound? This is wonderful. Simply wonderful. I knew it. My father has always been in good health. How could he have passed away so suddenly? So you were all secretly orchestrating this plan. My father is indeed my father. His methods are truly formidable." Meng Tian gave him a helpless look, and said, "Young prince, to ensure your safety, you must now come with me to see the emperor. Furthermore, your actions today were far too impulsive. In the future you must not act so recklessly in such situations. Always think things through. If you had truly taken your own life today, that would have been the ultimate act of filial impiety. The emperor would have been so furious he'd have ascended to heaven on the spot. You truly are a worry. To put it bluntly, your stunt just now was even more absurd than the ninth prince's antics." By the end of it, both Meng Tian and Fusu couldn't help but laugh. Looking back, the scene just now was indeed ridiculous. Fusu, recalling his own foolishness, felt like slapping himself. So close. He had nearly fallen for the treacherous scheme of Zhao Gao and Li Si. How infuriating. After rescuing Fusu, Meng Tian wasted no time, and immediately rode with him at full speed towards Shakyu to meet the first emperor. Before long, the first emperor also received Meng Tian's secret letter. After reading the account of what had transpired, he finally let out a long relieved sigh. Even General Wang Jian, standing nearby, felt his heart tighten with lingering fear. Wang Jian, deeply moved, clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, it is fortunate that you foresaw this. Had you not anticipated that Prince Fusu might be ambushed and dispatched General Meng Tian to the frontier in time, a great disaster would have befallen us." Thankfully, Meng Tian arrived in time and managed to rescue Prince Fusu. Otherwise, it would have been too late for any remedy. However, Zhao Gao and Li Si are truly audacious. They dared to make a move against Prince Fusu. They deserve death. When the time is right, we must not let them off easily. At this point, Wang Jian probed cautiously, "Your Majesty, should we strike preemptively? Our spies have uncovered a considerable amount of information. Zhao Gao and Li Si are ambitious wolves with hearts of traitors guilty of unpardonable crimes. We have also largely identified the allies they've recruited in the court. Those people deserve death as well. Why don't Zhao Gao and Li Si are hateful, but relying on them alone, they may not be able to control the entire Qin court. There might be an even more powerful. No, the time is not yet right. I have a nagging sense of unease. There might be a greater mastermind lurking behind this whole. Zhao Gao and Li Si are hateful, but relying on them alone, they may not be able to control the entire Qin court. There might be an even more powerful force hidden in the shadows, watching my empire with greedy eyes. I intend to use this opportunity to root out all these people, and then eliminate them all in one go." As he spoke, the first emperor's gaze grew cold and stern. "I must clear the path ahead for Fusu. That child is too soft-hearted, and his mind is too pure. I will handle these filthy and bloody affairs for him." Hearing this, Wang Jian knew he could not persuade him further. The emperor's stance was unmistakably clear. Among all the princes, the heir he valued most was always Fusu. Everything the emperor was doing now was to pave the way for Fusu. That said, Prince Fusu was indeed the most suitable candidate. If he were to inherit the Qin throne in the future, it would likely be more readily accepted by the court and the common people alike. With this thought, Wang Jian made up his mind. He would continue to support the first emperor. Should the emperor command, he would also unconditionally assist Fusu in the future, helping him lead the Great Qin to a true era of prosperity. At this moment, the first emperor was still unaware of what was happening in the Xianying palace. In his mind, the ninth prince, Ing Zhao, was merely a dissolute and reckless playboy. He had never truly considered that this son could cause any significant waves. For this reason, he had not assigned many people to keep a close watch on Ing Zhao. But soon, when the news from the capital truly reached Shakyu, the first emperor would find it hard to maintain his composure. For he would discover that the ninth prince, whom everyone had underestimated, was the true wild card, the most heaven-defying and uncontrollable variable of all. Now, however, to quickly understand the future trajectory of the Great Qin, the first emperor had already chosen his next subject for divination. Hu Hai. He wanted to see, according to the original fate, what would become of the Great Qin if Zhao Gao and Li Si truly managed to place Hu Hai. What end would Hu Hai, the puppet emperor, ultimately meet? So for the next few days, the first emperor continued his daily check-ins. A few days later, he had finally accumulated enough points again. The first emperor lay back on the rattan chair, closed his eyes, and mentally commanded, "System simulate, heist life script." Notice life simulation commencing. Selected subject Prince Hu Hai. Points deducted for this session 100. Loading life script. Loading complete. Commencing projection. Soon the first emperor's consciousness slowly sank. His mind gradually descended into the depths of the dream. The scene shifted, and he was directly drawn into the trajectory of heist life. The system's narration began at that moment. The first half of your life had almost no highlights. Although you were quite favored in the palace, you were essentially an incompetent. You spent your days indulging in pleasure and extravagance without a single real skill. Upon hearing this, the first emperor's face fell immediately. He knew Hu Hai wasn't exactly accomplished, but he had always thought the boy was still young and could be taught slowly over time. Now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. This waste had a terrible start. It was unlikely he would do anything good later on. A strong sense of foreboding surged in the first emperor's heart. You lack any ability to govern the state, yet you are arrogant and look down on everyone. You never took your siblings seriously, nor did you ever truly revere the Great Qin's rivers and mountains. And your teacher Zhao Gao is an even more ambitious man. He has long regarded you as a puppet he can manipulate, constantly sowing discord in your ears and instilling his selfish desires. This man is truly a treacherous villain. And you are merely a child who never grew up. In the end, you are just a brainless fool. The first emperor was so furious he nearly spat out blood. The narration felt like a slap across his face, leaving him burning with shame. How humiliating. The sense of foreboding grew even stronger. This kind of person could even inherit the throne. The first emperor was tempted to curse out loud. Without even needing to watch further, he could almost guess that things would only get more absurd. How could he have been so blind as to have once doted on such a creature? Qin Shi Huang forcibly suppressed the fury in his chest, continuing to watch the dreamscape as the system's narration pressed on. After your demise, you were utterly reduced to a puppet. You had no convictions of your own, nor an ounce of the spine befitting a prince. Completely manipulated by the eunuch Zhao Gao, you gradually drifted from the affairs of state, ceasing to care for the fate of the Great Qin Empire. More absurdly, you allowed this eunuch to seize power, even permitting him to ascend to the position of prime minister. From that moment onward, the farce of Great Qin officially commenced. Your days were spent in hedonistic revelry, idling away the hours. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao seized the opportunity to dominate the court, his power overshadowing all. He even perpetrated the absurd jest of calling a deer a horse. When he declared a deer to be a horse, no one in the entire court dared to voice a dissent. Even you ultimately chose to echo it. With this, Zhao Gao firmly secured the pinnacle of power. And you, the emperor, grew increasingly inept, almost entirely abandoning the governance of the state. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang could no longer contain himself. The fury surged within his chest, driving him to the brink of madness. What a damned worthless wretch. That unfilial son Hu Hai was indeed utterly unreliable. The Great Qin Empire, once placed in his hands, became a plaything to be toyed with at will. Such a lack of ambition, such indulgence in pleasures. And to think he allowed a eunuch to become prime minister. Was this not a colossal joke? Qin Shi Huang's face flushed pale, and then read his chest heaving violently, nearly fainting from sheer rage. In the small courtyard of Sand Hill, Qin Shi Huang was nearly driven to madness by the simulation of Hu Hai's life. Yet in the Xianyang Palace, Zhao was a picture of a completely different scene. He continued to live a life of leisure, busying himself with his grand project of consort selection. Since he had already ascended the throne, it was only natural to expand the harem. Only with a flourishing harem could he grow stronger at a faster pace. Taking wives, concubines, and siring offspring, this path must never be severed. After all, his system relied on this very process to continuously dispense rewards. Moreover, Zhao himself took great pleasure in it. Having more wives and concubines and more children, was this not one of life's greatest joys? This was the pinnacle of life a transmigrator truly deserved. On this day, Zhao lounged lazily upon the dragon throne, half closing his eyes, awaiting the next batch of maidens to enter the hall. Finding himself with nothing to do, he casually opened the system interface in his mind to check his current assets. His foundation was now quite formidable. For cultivation techniques, he had the Taiji mystic art to rely on. As for weaponry, he possessed a revolver. Additionally, he had 5 production lines for Type 38 rifles. The number of his personal guards had reached 450. In terms of pills, he had 40 kidney replenishing pills and 40 chi replenishing pills remaining. He also owned 53 war chariots and 200 war horses. He possessed 50 years of internal energy and an additional 18 years of lifespan. Furthermore, there was a martial arts manual. His reserves of wealth were also substantial. He had 100,000 taels of gold and 200,000 taels of silver. Gold, silver, and jewels filled 100 chests. In terms of industry, he controlled a salt processing plant, a glass manufacturing factory, a ceramics factory, and a textile mill. The talents granted by the system upon taking wives and concubines were also numerous. Irresistible charm, imposing appearance, robust physique, and vigorous vitality all were already in his grasp. As for the talents acquired through siring children, they were even more plentiful. Supreme physique, supreme intellect, supreme genes, and immunity to all diseases. There was also supreme IQ, supreme resilience, supreme financial acumen, and supreme emotional intelligence. Not only that, but Ing Zhao had also accumulated many exquisite pills through alchemy during this period. His reserves of kidney replenishing and qi replenishing pills were ample, ensuring his constitution remained in top form. As for the pills specially refined for his concubines, they were enough to keep each of them feeling refreshed and brimming with energy. If you're well and well, and everyone is well, then all is truly well. In short, Ing Zhao's life at the moment was quite comfortable. He now had 2 sons and 2 daughters. His primary wife Lin Qingxiao had borne him a son. Zhang Manyu and Li Shishir had each given him a daughter. Chen Xiaoyao had also presented him with a son. In addition, 4 other wives and concubines were currently pregnant. They were Xiao Zhao, Lu Wushuang, Aizhu, and Renjir. Xiao Zhao and Lu Wushuang's bellies were already quite large. Counting the days their due dates were within this month. Ing Zhao considered himself a fairly dutiful husband. Earlier he had extracted 2 gynecology experts from the system specifically tasked with overseeing the deliveries of his 2 wives. One must understand in this era childbirth was no trivial matter. It was essentially a journey to the gates of the underworld. Many women lost their lives during delivery. Therefore this was an area where one absolutely could not be careless. Thorough preparations had to be made in advance. Ing Zhao had long since given orders for people to stand guard by Xiao Zhao and Wu Shuang's side around the clock. They were not to be allowed even a moment of exertion. The persona of a doting husband was firmly cemented by Ing Zhao. However, he himself reveled in it. After all, children are but accidents. A wife is the true love. No matter the time, the safety and well-being of his wives and concubines would always be the top priority. Moreover, they must not be discovered by outsiders. When it comes to weapons, the more the better. Especially in the current situation, he had to build up a larger stockpile of firearms as quickly as possible. Thus, he had dispatched his personal guards to various locations, secretly monitoring the 5 Type 38 rifle production lines. These production lines must operate smoothly. Moreover, they must not be discovered by outsiders. When it comes to weapons, the more the better. Especially in the current situation, he had to build up a larger stockpile of firearms as quickly as possible. Because Ing Zhao knew full well that he would eventually make a big move. Having weapons in hand was the real hard truth. At the same time, he secretly ordered his subordinates to aggressively recruit soldiers and acquire horses. After all, money was the one thing he wasn't short of. As long as he could enlist more troops and train a stronger army of his own, then what was there to fear from an unstable realm or a shaky throne? Who did Zhao Gao and Li Si think they were? Ing Zhao didn't give them a second thought. Even if the frontier armies couldn't be relying solely on the power he had secretly amassed, he was more than capable of crushing those two. If anyone else was foolish enough to rise in rebellion, then they would be dealt with as well. No mercy. On the surface, Ing Zhao still appeared to be a decadent emperor obsessed with beauty. But in reality, no one was more cunning than him. Relying on the continuous stream of rewards from the system, he was steadily growing stronger, biding his time. The Taiji mystic art had also been cultivated to a profound level. Now with just a slight movement of his finger, he could easily take a life. The war chariots and war horses rewarded by the system were also ready for deployment at any moment. Yet Ing Zhao still felt it wasn't enough. The current rewards were far from sufficient to guarantee his safety, to have a true assured chance of victory. To become the undisputed and unshakable emperor of Great Qin, he had to continue growing stronger. And that was precisely why he needed to select consorts with even greater fervor, charging forward on the path of taking wives and siring children, never stopping. Only then could he obtain more system rewards. And only then could his life become more and more enjoyable. Besides, he enjoyed it anyway. Why not do it? Just as various thoughts were churning in Ing Zhao's mind, a young eunuch suddenly rushed in breathless. The young eunuch, his face beaming with joy, knelt down with a thud and exclaimed excitedly, "Your Majesty, great news. The most tremendous news. Consort number 5 and consort number 6 have both given birth, and both consorts have delivered healthy, plump young princes. Your Majesty, please come and see for yourself." At these words, Ing Zhao's face lit up with joy. How could he remain seated? He sprang up and rushed out of the grand hall, hurrying towards the palace where the 2 noble consorts were giving birth. What a blessing! What a momentous joy! He hadn't expected to gain 2 more sons so soon. Ing Zhao hurried along with to facilitate the childbirth care. He had arranged for Xiao Zhao and Lu Wushuang to reside in the same palace a few days prior. The moment he stepped through the palace gates, his consorts and concubines swarmed around him. The women beamed with delight and chorused their congratulations. "We congratulate your Majesty on the birth of 2 more princes." Ing Zhao's mood soared. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Celebrations to all. Celebrations to all. My beloved consorts must also strive for more good fortune in the future." As he spoke, he had already taken the 2 newborns from the wet nurse's arms. The 2 little ones pouted their tiny lips, looking exquisitely carved from jade, their soft, chubby faces utterly adorable. Ing Zhao looked down at them, and his grin stretched from ear to ear. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of the sand dunes, the life simulation of Qin Shi Huang's son, Hu Hai, continued. The system's narration in the dream did not stop there. The truly mind-shattering content was yet to come. Qin Shi Huang was nearly infuriated to death on the spot. "Because you have long neglected state affairs, the situation of the Great Qin Empire is deteriorating day by day. The people are seething with resentment, and the court officials secretly hold you in utter contempt. The entire Great Qin Empire is gradually becoming unstable. As time passes, the nation's strength wanes further, yet you have never truly considered the fate of Great Qin for even a moment. Under the constant instigation of the eunuchs, you even turn your blade against your own brothers and sisters. You order the deaths of your kin without a shred of mercy, and some are even executed and their families eradicated, leading to a scene of utmost tragedy. Your brothers and sisters, almost all of them, die by your hand. Truly lamentable and deplorable. Within a few short years, the Great Qin Empire completely collapses, declining step by step until it ultimately falls. The Great Qin Empire from this point on vanishes entirely from the world, and in the end you receive your retribution, murdered by that very eunuch, dying a miserable death. You die at the age of 24. Dead. The bastard Hu Hai actually killed all his brothers and sisters. How could he be so vicious? How in shock, agony, resentment, rage, and even a hint of indescribable fear surged into Qin Shi Huang's heart all at once. The Great Qin has fallen. The empire he had built with his own hands fallen, and it ended within just 2 reigns. That quickly. His own children all killed by Hu Hai. Qin Shi Huang was struck dumb, his mind reeling, his composure nearly crumbling. He swayed, his face turning extreme. The next moment, he jolted awake from the dream, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Qin Shi Huang had already suspected that if Hu Hai took the reins of power, nothing good would come of it. That unfilial son was nothing but a puppet, a marionette in Zhao Gao's hands. Yet he never imagined that Hu Hai could be so utterly useless as to ruin the entire Great Qin Empire. This was absolutely detestable. Even more unacceptable to Qin Shi Huang was that Hu Hai had slaughtered his own kin, killing every one of his brothers and sisters. How could a human being do such a thing? His children all murdered by that bastard Hu Hai. Infuriating. Utterly. Zhao Gao and Li Si deserve death. That unfilial son Hu Hai deserves death just as much. Qin Shi Huang suddenly sat up from his dream, completely wide awake. Yet the shock from that dream still deeply shook his soul. Qin Shi Huang was livid, his face ashen, his hands trembling. He had originally thought that the 9th Prince Zhao was the most useless one. Now it was clear that the true waste was Hu Hai, and a waste of the most vicious kind. Letting such a person ascend the throne would be the greatest joke in history. Qin Shi Huang now wished he could immediately send someone to drag Hu Hai over and cut him down with a single stroke of the blade. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He yanked out a long saber and charged into the courtyard, slashing wildly. Clang, clang, clang. The clutter around him was hacked into pieces. Qin Shi Huang slashed and vented, cursing incessantly. A thick, overwhelming aura of violence radiated from every fiber of his being. This scene left General Wang Jian, who stood guard outside the door, utterly bewildered. He racked his brain, unable to fathom what had come over his majesty. Why did he suddenly fly into a rage out of nowhere? This wasn't the first time. It had happened repeatedly, and it was true. What on earth had provoked his majesty? Could it be that something was wrong with his mind? Wang Jian muttered to himself, but did not dare to enter and disturb him. In his view, even an emperor needed to maintain his dignity. Rushing in at such a moment would not help and might only embarrass his majesty further. So Wang Jian could only stand guard outside, letting Qin Shi Huang vent within the courtyard. Meanwhile, he had already ordered a lockdown on all information. Everyone was to keep their mouths shut, and no word of his majesty's loss of composure was to leak out. Otherwise, if news were to spread, who knew what kind of chaos would ensue? Just as Qin Shi Huang was frantically slashing about, Meng Tian arrived in haste with Fu Su. The moment the two reached the gate, they heard a series of terrifying noises from within the courtyard. Fu Su was so frightened that his soul nearly flew out of his body. Especially him. His legs went weak upon hearing the commotion. Stammering, he looked at Wang Jian and whispered, "General Wang, Jian, what's wrong with father? What's happening in there? Is father still angry with me? Is it because I trusted those villains and nearly took my own life, making father think him useless? Is he venting his rage right now? Oh no, this is truly bad. I don't dare go in." Fu Su grew more panicked with each word, frozen at the threshold, unable to take a step inside. A helpless look crossed Wang Jian's face. To be honest, he too had no idea what had gotten into his majesty. Just moments ago, he had been peacefully asleep on the rattan chair. Then all of a sudden he exploded, stamping his feet, cursing, slashing wildly with his blade. His majesty's behavior had indeed baffled everyone. But could Wang Jian admit that he was just as clueless? For a while, everyone remained outside the door, none daring to enter. The atmosphere instantly became tense and delicate. Inside the courtyard, Qin Shi Huang vented for a long time. Yet just as everyone thought he was beginning to calm down, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This startled the few who were peeking by the door, making them tremble. Fu Su could no longer contain himself. His face changed drastically, and he rushed straight into the courtyard. Stumbling, he ran to Qin Shi Huang's side, and quickly supported his father's swaying body. Wang Jian and Meng Tian also hurried in after him. Wang Jian immediately bellowed, "Quick! Summon the imperial physician." Immediately summoned the imperial physician. In a flurry of panic, they hurriedly helped Qin Shi Huang back into the rattan chair. Fu Su, his face etched with worry, knelt beside him, and asked urgently, "Father, what is the matter? Where do you feel unwell? Is it because your son is too incompetent and useless that he has angered you? Your son will never be like this again. Your son will diligently temper his character, making himself more resolute and decisive. Nor will he ever be deceived by treacherous men again. Your son already knows of the deeds committed by those scoundrels Zhao Gao and Li Si. Please rest assured, father, your son will not let them off lightly. Father, please calm your anger. Do not let your wrath harm your own health. If you harbor rage in your heart, please direct it at you. It is all your son's fault. It is entirely your son's fault. Your son failed to comprehend your heartfelt intentions. Your son has failed you. As Fusu confessed his faults, his voice grew increasingly choked with sobs. By the end, he was weeping profusely, unable to contain his emotions any longer. He was by nature a benevolent man, harboring a heart full of filial piety. Seeing his father collapse after vomiting blood, how could his heart not ache? Qin Shi Huang's heart softened involuntarily as he looked at Fusu's distraught state. A glimmer of tears welled up in his eyes. Indeed, Fusu was after all a good son. At least this child had filial piety in his heart. Unlike that rebellious son Huai, not only did he usurp the throne, but he also slaughtered his own kin, an act utterly unforgivable by heaven and earth. That beast deserved to be dismembered. Qin Shi Huang's voice was hoarse, tinged with sobs as he spoke. My son, you have finally returned. It is enough that you have returned safely. This time you have managed to escape the calamity. From now on you shall stay by my side. Together as father and son we will eliminate all those treacherous villains. Fusu nodded solemnly, tightly gripping his father's hand, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, within the Xianyang imperial palace, Ying Zhao held the newborn child and gazed at him for a long while before hurrying into the inner chamber to see his two beloved consorts who had just given birth. Xiao Zhao and Lu Wushuang lay on the couch, gentle smiles playing on their lips. After all, during the delivery, Ying Zhao had arranged for the system physicians to administer painless procedures for them. Thus, although the entire process was arduous, they did not endure excruciating pain. More importantly, Ying Zhao had specifically refined 2 elixirs for them just 2 days prior. These elixirs not only strengthened their bodies, but also enhanced their stamina, accelerated recovery, and alleviated pain. After taking them, their deliveries were noticeably smoother, and they weren't left overly weakened. Consequently, Xiao Zhao and Wu Shuang still had rosy complexions and excellent spirits. The 2 beauties smiled warmly, their eyes sparkling with radiance. Ying Zhao held their hands, his smile naturally radiant. Xiao Zhao, a foreign beauty, possessed bright eyes and white teeth, exuding a unique charm. After childbirth, she had gained an added touch of mature allure. Lu Wushuang, also beaming with joy, now carried an air of gentleness and composure that was more pronounced than before. Of course, the primary reason for their excellent spirits was the love and care Ying Zhao showered upon them daily. After all, bearing a child for the man who cherished them was in itself a source of immense happiness. There was not a hint of resentment in their hearts, only overflowing joy. Ying Zhao said with a warm smile, My 2 beloved consorts, I have put you through much hardship this time. Rest well and fully recover your health. Once you are well, you can accompany me once more. His words caused Xiao Zhao and Wu Shuang's faces to flush crimson, too shy to meet his gaze. After comforting his consorts, Ying Zhao turned and instructed his attendants, Transmit my decree. Today I have been blessed with sons. The entire palace shall celebrate with great fanfare. A grand banquet shall be held within the palace. I shall feast all the civil and military officials. Furthermore, from this day forth, open the granaries and distribute grain. Set up porridge stations on both East Street and West Street of the imperial city, providing free porridge for 10 consecutive days. I want the citizens of Xianyang to share in this joyous occasion. As soon as the decree was issued, the eunuchs and palace maids in the hall knelt in unison. They shouted in chorus, their voices rising in waves. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Long live the wise emperor! 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. News of this quickly spread to the ears of the court officials. After hearing the news, the ministers wore complex expressions. In their hearts, they were well aware that the 9th Prince Ying Zhao had only ascended to this position thanks to the covert machinations of Zhao Gao and Li Si. In essence, he was merely a puppet prince pushed to the forefront. This throne was not necessarily secure for him. Once Zhao Gao and Li Si returned to Xianyang, this new emperor would surely be dethroned and replaced by another. Given the methods of those 2, Ying Zhao's ultimate fate would likely be grim. There was no way they would let him enjoy a peaceful and prosperous life. Thus, many ministers initially planned to merely placate this so-called new emperor temporarily. Once Zhao Gao and Li Si returned, they would simply switch their allegiance again. But who could have imagined that this so-called second emperor of Qin would actually pull off the imperial pageantry quite convincingly? And now his 2 beloved consorts had given birth simultaneously, presenting him with 2 princes at once. Admittedly, this 9th prince did seem quite capable in the matter of siring heirs. What was even more absurd was his intention to celebrate lavishly, proclaiming a nationwide festivity. What audacity! The ministers simply could not fathom where this 9th prince found such confidence. Did he truly believe he had already secured the throne? Yet regardless of their private grievances, the ministers could hardly refuse openly. Since the emperor was hosting a banquet, they had no choice but to attend. Moreover, one could not attend such a celebratory feast empty-handed. Appropriate gifts had to be prepared. Consequently, most officials prepared a symbolic congratulatory gift. Not overly extravagant, but enough to be presentable and save face. In their view, with the new emperor blessed with princes, it was proper to offer congratulations. Even if they regarded the emperor as a mere figurehead, they had to fulfill the formalities. At worst, they would part with a small token. They would attend the meal, go through the motions, and be done with it. But to their utter astonishment, Ying Zhao acted with extraordinary magnanimity this time. Not only did he refuse their gifts, but he also prepared return gifts in advance, allowing every minister to bring one back home. This move nearly made their jaws drop in disbelief. At the banquet, the civil and military officials were seated on either side. They sat quietly waiting for the palace attendants to serve the dishes. Though their thoughts were varied, their outward decorum was impeccable. Before long, someone raised a wine cup and declared, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on the birth of your sons. We ministers toast to Your Majesty." Exiled wasted no time casually raising his wine cup and tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. As the ministers followed suit and drank, their expressions shifted slightly. This wine, something was off. They had never tasted anything like it. It entered the mouth with a rich, mellow smoothness, its aroma intense, its aftertaste lingering. It was almost impossibly exquisite. This wine, something was off. They had never tasted anything like it. It entered the mouth with a rich, mellow smoothness, its aroma intense, its aftertaste lingering. It was almost impossibly exquisite. This is the finest Moutai brew from my personal stores. Nowhere in the world will you find its equal. It is currently being produced in greater quantities. Once it can be mass-produced, I will send each of you a crate. With that, he pointed to the boxes placed before them. Furthermore, each of you has a box of gold, silver, and jewels before you. Today I am blessed with a prince, and I was unsure what to gift you all. Since you have all come to the palace to offer congratulations, it would not do to send you back empty-handed. If you continue to serve me diligently, I will not let you suffer losses. Consider this a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. The ministers were stunned. Then one by one they hesitantly and tremblingly opened the boxes in front of them. The moment the lids were lifted, many eyes were dazzled. The boxes were crammed full of gold, silver, and precious jewels. The splendor was blinding. Good heavens! This was unbelievably lavish. The ministers were truly awestruck. They never imagined that this ninth prince, long dismissed as a good for nothing, could possess such wealth. A box of treasures for every single minister in the court. How much must this have cost? Extravagant. Absurd. In an instant, many ministers were inwardly overjoyed. Not only were they feasting for free, but they were also walking away with such a massive reward. Could such good fortune truly exist? Perhaps this ninth prince wasn't entirely without merits. At least he was incredibly generous. Having served under Qin Shi Huang for years, when had they ever received such lavish rewards? Instantly, the ministers' attitudes warmed considerably. Many knelt on the spot, raising their cups and shouting, "We thank Your Majesty for the generous gifts. Your Majesty's breadth of mind shows you are a true hero among men. Your Majesty's benevolence is unparalleled. You shall surely establish the Qin dynasty's eternal foundation. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Watching these ministers suddenly become so reverent, a smile slowly curled at the corner of Exiled's mouth. This kind of wildly generous emperor was something they had truly never seen before. Unconsciously, the minister's perception of Exiled began to subtly shift. Who doesn't love silver? Whoever offers benefits is the one they'll bow to. At that moment, the integrity of many court ministers seemed to crumble. They all raised their cups, showering Exiled with flattery, eager to praise him as a sage king without equal in heaven or on earth. Each cry of "Your Majesty" was filled with utmost respect. The earlier resentment and dissatisfaction seemed to vanish in an instant. Exiled watched the scene, feeling inwardly speechless. However, he kept a faint smile on his face. Could he not see through the schemes these ministers were plotting? After all, weren't most of them in office purely to climb the ranks? Wealth, fame, status, power. These were what they truly desired. Once they gained influence, their entire families could ride on their coattails to success. What they pursued was that sense of superiority from being above others. If they were truly expected to live in poverty and diligently serve the people, few would be content with that. As a ruler, the first task is to win over the hearts of your ministers. And the simplest, most direct way is to throw money at them. In this world, any problem that can be solved with silver isn't a real problem. Exiled used this celebration feast as an opportunity to distribute his wealth. He wanted to make it clear that this new emperor was not only wealthy, but also exceptionally generous. Following him would certainly first offer a sweet date, then deliver a sharp slap. This is the art of imperial rule. Seeing the ministers' faces split into beaming smiles, Exiled felt even more confident in his plan. First offer a sweet date, then deliver a sharp slap. This is the art of imperial rule. Seeing the ministers' faces split into beaming smiles, Exiled felt even more confident in his plan. Among the ministers, those who had previously pledged allegiance to Zhao Gao felt a chill run down their spines. When they had worked for Zhao Gao, they had never received such a bounty of gold and treasure at once. Now the second emperor casually rewarded them more generously than Zhao Gao ever had. Could it be they had pledged loyalty to the wrong master? In that instant, this thought crossed many minds. But what puzzled them even more was where Zhao had acquired such vast wealth. He was just a prince who had been relegated to the north. He had remained obscure for years with no known enterprises to outsiders. Yet now he could casually produce such a fortune to reward the officials. When had he managed to amass such resources? Could it be that he had been secretly planning all along? At this thought, many ministers suddenly realized this second emperor was not as simple as he appeared. In fact, it was somewhat frightening. The more they thought, the more they felt they couldn't fathom this new emperor. Exiled raised his cup, took a light sip, then smiled at the ministers. "Ministers, enjoy yourselves. I must go to the inner palace to see my consorts. Do not be constrained to eat and drink your fill today." The ministers nodded, their smiles growing wider. Truthfully, they were glad the emperor was leaving. With the sovereign present, they couldn't fully relax. Now that Exiled was gone, they could let loose. Besides, the dishes at the feast were truly delicious and the wine was exceptional. Many were already deeply immersed, and even the most scheming senior officials temporarily set aside their machinations and began to genuinely savor this rare culinary delight. After leaving the banqueting, Zhao did not head directly to the inner palace. Instead, he turned and went to his study. By this time, Zhang Han had already been waiting there for quite a while. Originally, Zhang Han had been a pawn sent by Qin Shi Huang to monitoring Zhao, but as the first emperor gradually grew distant from him, Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. It was at that moment Ing Zhao extended an olive branch to him. Not only did he treat him with sincerity, sharing some of his plans, but he also adopted a respectful posture, personally winning him over. In the end, Zhang Han was brought under Ing Zhao's command. Ing Zhao had also promised that if Zhang Han pledged his loyalty, he would be granted the position of Grand General, allowing him to regain his former glory, even rising to the top. Such terms were impossible for Zhang Han to ignore. Now he had secretly sided with Ing Zhao. Seeing Ing Zhao enter, Zhang Han immediately bowed respectfully. Ing Zhao's gaze was sharp and his voice cold as he said, "Zhang Han, it's time to act. Show me your skills, and prove you are worthy of my trust. Those rats hiding in the shadows spying on the palace. Leave not a single one alive. Clean them all out." Zhang Han's expression turned serious, and he replied in a low voice, "Rest assured, your majesty, I will get it done." With that, he withdrew from the study, taking his hand-picked men to carry out the mission in secret. Zhang Han's expression turned serious, and he replied in a low voice, "Rest assured, your majesty, I will get it done." With that, he withdrew from the study, taking... This time he had been waiting for this exact moment. He intended to sever all the claws that had reached into the palace tonight. Ever since he had taken residence in the palace, many ministers as well as the lackeys under Zhao Gao and Li Si had dispatched spies to monitor him. It wasn't just his bedchamber being watched. Even the residences of his consorts were under covert surveillance. In other words, he had been living under everyone's gaze this whole time. This infuriated Ing Zhao. He was after all the emperor of Great Qin. When had it become acceptable for those wretches to act so brazenly in his territory? It wasn't that he refrained from acting. The time simply hadn't been right before. But tonight was the perfect opportunity. He wanted to make it clear to those people that he, the second emperor of Qin, was no soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. He could grant them wealth and glory. He could bestow upon them power and status. But equally, he could bury them without a trace. Those who dared to show disrespect to the emperor would have to pay the price. Adding Zhao's command, Zhang Han along with several masters skilled in lightness kung fu swiftly launched a purge. It had to be said Zhang Han's strength was indeed formidable. Dealing with the spies hidden in the shadows required little effort. In a short span of time, over a dozen covert agents were slain in succession. For a moment, a faint scent of blood began to permeate the depths of the palace. Yet the ministers in the front hall were completely unaware of what was unfolding in the inner court. They were still in the banquet hall toasting and feasting, indulging in this rare grand celebration. To keep them steady, Ing Zhao had even specially summoned the palace's dancers and musicians. The sound of silk and bamboo arose, shadows of dancers swayed. The court was a picture of peace and prosperity. But within the harem, deadly intent was rising on all sides. This night, the entire palace was destined to be anything but calm. Ing Zhao sat in his study waiting for Zhang Han's report. As he waited, he began to feel somewhat bored. So he simply closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, the system notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Notice: congratulations, host, on the birth of 2 offspring. Childbirth rewards have been distributed. Simultaneously settling the previous rewards for taking a concubine and ascending the throne, the rewards obtained this time are as follows. A set of advanced black technology weapon systems. 100 combat robots. 200 pieces of various military equipment, including gunpowder cannons and grenades. 100 telescopes. 1 arsenal. Note: requires continuous replenishment of weapon stockpiles. A mysterious elite army. This army possesses rich combat experience and excels in battlefield slaughter, suitable for use as core combat strength. 6 million dan of grain. A total of 10 million dan of corn, potatoes, and other food reserves. 10,000 pieces of gold, silver, and jewelry. A set of medical and beauty technology systems. A set of health preservation technology systems. Acquired painting skills, significantly enhancing artistic ability. Acquired the ability for poetry, song, and literary composition enough to surpass all the scholars of past dynasties. Whoosh! Ing Zhao's spirits were instantly lifted. Good heavens! This time the rewards were simply outrageously generous. He never imagined the system would bestow such bounty in one go. What delighted him most was that these rewards were clearly highly targeted. Firearms, weapons, robots. All of these could be directly deployed to the battlefield. More crucially, the system had even rewarded a mysterious army. This was truly having what one lacked, arriving just when needed. Whatever he wished for was granted. Incredible. The system was indeed his ultimate trump card. With these resources, how could he fear his throne being unstable? When Zhao Gao and Li Si returned, he would show them what it meant to be hit with a dimensionality reduction strike. With just the troops they commanded, they wanted to rebel. They wanted to overthrow his court. Humph. Dream on. In high spirits, Ing Zhao immediately opened the system panel to examine the details on the combat robots. He was simply too curious about these things. He wanted to know just how powerful these robots could truly be in combat. Upon looking, Ing Zhao almost lost his composure. These attributes were simply too exaggerated. Once deployed to the battlefield, these combat robots could lock onto enemies via infrared scanning. They would then swiftly assess the threat targets and execute precise eliminations. This was far more reliable than ordinary armies. In other words, with these high-tech combat forces, one could completely devastate the enemy to the point of questioning their own existence. As for that set of black technology weapon systems, it appeared even more mysterious and unfathomable. Once he had leisure tomorrow, he would have to study it thoroughly. Of course, the rewards of grain, corn, and potatoes also came at just the right time. With these provisions, couldn't the famine in the Hunan region be resolved? Previously, Wang Li had already reported that the drought in the Hunan area was severe and the people faced the peril of running out of food, although Ying Zhao hadn't shown much concern on the surface. In reality, he had been keeping this matter in his heart. Over these past few days, he had been pondering how to relieve the victims of the disaster. He had even already organized all the grain seeds previously rewarded by the system, preparing to use them to save lives at the critical moment. But the problem was those were ultimately seeds. If all the grain, corn, and potato seeds were used for disaster relief, subsequent large-scale cultivation and promotion would be impossible. Even with his mastery of greenhouse technology, there would be significant limitations. But now this dilemma had vanished. The system had directly provided a large quantity of ready-made grain. For the current Great Qin, this was like rain after a long drought. Ying Zhao was quite satisfied with this wave of rewards. However, satisfaction aside, he still felt it wasn't enough. To make Great Qin truly prosperous and powerful, to firmly secure his position on the dragon throne as an emperor, no one in the realm dared to provoke. He needed to obtain even more rewards, which meant he had to continue selecting consorts, continue to expand the harem. More women was the fundamental principle. With more women, naturally there would be more children. The more children, the more system rewards. And he could also enjoy a carefree imperial life on the side. This was simply... At the thought of this, the corners of Ying Zhao's mouth involuntarily curled up. Just then Zhang Han hurried in to report his mission's completion. He pushed open the door and entered, his expression carrying a hint of confidence. He then knelt on one knee directly and said with clasped hands, "Your Majesty, those spies have all been eliminated. Not one remains, all have been slain." Ying Zhao rose to his feet upon hearing this and laughed heartily. "Haha, excellent. Zhang Han, you've handled this splendidly. This emperor knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Those few sneaking lackeys were nothing for you." As he spoke, Ying Zhao's gaze towards Zhang Han held a deeper meaning. "Zhang Han, from this day forth you shall remain by my side. I will let you truly unleash your abilities. And I will make those who once belittled you and cast you aside all look upon you with newfound respect. From today I bestow upon you a mansion. You may move in with your family. However, while enjoying the comforts, you must not neglect your duties. Remember, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. Soldiers must be stationed to guard the perimeter for 100 li. No unauthorized personnel are to approach within half a step. I will allocate you a sum of funds to construct an underground training ground there. Then in that subterranean arena, you will secretly train these troops. Remember, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. Soldiers must be stationed to guard the perimeter for 100 li. No unauthorized personnel are to approach within half a step. Do you understand?" Zhang Han's expression turned solemn, and he immediately clasped his fists and said, "Your servant humbly obeys your Majesty's decree. Rest assured, your Majesty, I will not fail this mission." Ying Zhao nodded with satisfaction and gave a casual signal. Zhang Han immediately understood and quickly withdrew. The study fell silent once more. With a calm expression, Ying Zhao casually poured himself a cup of clear tea. He lifted the cup and took a slow, savoring sip. Indeed, the feeling of being emperor was truly different. Now he could openly select consorts and endlessly expand his harem. He could do as he pleased. Absolutely perfect. Moreover, he could have more subordinates handle matters for him. At this rate, propelling Great Qin towards a more powerful future seemed only a matter of time. However, there was still one pressing matter that needed immediate attention: the great drought in Hunan. At this thought, Ying Zhao set down his teacup and called out someone. The eunuch Aqiang hurried in and knelt down awaiting orders. Ying Zhao said calmly, "Go to the banquet hall and summon Shi Lu Fengjie and Wang Li. The matter of the disaster in Hunan needs to be discussed properly." Aqiang quickly acknowledged the order and withdrew. Aqiang rushed to the banquet hall. Upon entering, he witnessed a startling scene. The civil and military officials were toasting each other, their faces flushed with drink and high spirits. They had never tasted such mellow wine in their lives. Each of them couldn't help but sigh that this wine was no less than select. The dishes on the table today also captivated their palates. Since Ying Zhao took control of the palace, he had immediately revamped the imperial kitchen. Not only that, he brought the cooks he used in Ma Bei into the palace. Those cooks used refined salt in their cooking. In addition, they added chili powder, cumin, and other seasonings. As a result, the flavor of the food was elevated by more than especially the cumin roast meat. The aroma alone made almost everyone swallow their saliva. People of this era had never tasted such intensely flavored delicacies. Usually when they ate meat, they would only sprinkle some coarse salt. That salt was impure, sometimes even carrying a strange odor. How could they have ever tasted such fine, clean, refined salt? Not to mention chili, which made people crave more with every bite. Now that they tasted it, they felt as if they were floating on clouds. The more they ate, the more fragrant it was. The more they drank, the more joyful they felt. With a bite of roast meat and a sip of wine, all their worries and court disputes were cast aside. Little did they know, while they indulged in feasting, Ying Zhao had taken the opportunity to send men to eliminate all the spies planted in the palace. Shi Lu and Feng Jie had been preoccupied with worries, their brows furrowed. The thought that the new emperor had set his sights on their daughters pricked their hearts like needles. But soon they too were drawn to the fine wine and food. Once they started eating, they couldn't stop. Their earlier troubles were temporarily cast aside. Aqiang quickly approached them and said in a low voice, "My lords, His Majesty awaits you in the study. He wishes to discuss the disaster in Hunan with you. Please come with me immediately." Upon hearing this, Shi Lu and Feng Jie were stunned. What did this mean? Now he wants to discuss the drought in Hunan. In the past few days, they had submitted numerous memorials and sought audiences hoping the emperor would provide a relief plan. But Ying Zhao either made excuses or delayed seemingly without a solution. And now, just when they could finally sit down and enjoy good wine and food, he calls them to discuss the disaster. This was truly tormenting. Despite their speechlessness, they dared not be negligent. Reluctantly, they put down their food and drink and headed towards the study. Led by Aqiang, Shi Lu and Feng Jie soon arrived at the study. Ying Zhao was hunched over his desk sketching with a brush. In just a few moments, he drew a clear flowchart. Then he gestured for Aqiang to hand the diagram to the two men. Shi Lu and Feng Jie took it and were utterly bewildered. What was this? Ying Zhao didn't bother with pleasantries and directly ordered, "This is what you need to do next. Starting now, leave the palace immediately and head 30 li outside the city. I have arranged for a large batch of grain to be transported there. Clearly mark each batch. Then distribute it according to the specified quantities. Also arrange the carts and horses for transporting the grain promptly. Clearly mark each batch. Then distribute it according to the specified quantities. Also arrange the carts and horses for transporting the grain promptly. From today onwards, this batch of grain, corn, and potatoes must be delivered to the disaster-stricken area in Hunan on a fixed schedule. This supply is enough to sustain the victims for 3 months. After 3 months, rain will naturally fall. By then the people will no longer suffer from the drought. You two are in charge of this. I want this done flawlessly without a single mistake, understood? Additionally, I will send 100 guards to assist you." If you understand, go now. In just a few sentences, Ying Zhao arranged everything clearly. But Shi Lu and Feng Jie were even more confused after listening. Shi Lu stepped forward hesitantly and asked, "Your Majesty, how can you be certain it will rain in 3 months? What if the drought persists?" Ying Zhao cast him a sidelong glance and said impatiently, "Can't you hope for the best? I said it will rain in 3 months, so it will rain. Don't ask so many questions. Just do as I say." Ying Zhao grumbled inwardly. "Just do the task, why so much nonsense? I can check the weather with my system anytime. What would you understand?" Shi Lu was left speechless and embarrassed, but he dared not say another word and silently closed his mouth. At that moment, Feng Jie furrowed his brow and asked, "Your Majesty, I dare to ask, where did such a large batch of grain come from? When we arrive outside the city, will we truly find the grain?" Ying Zhao rolled his eyes again, his tone even more impatient. "Just go and see for yourself whether there's grain or not. What I need now is execution, not your endless questions. With more delay, more people will starve to death in Hunan. Disaster relief is about racing against time. Stop dawdling and get moving." Ying Zhao issued the dismissal. Shi Lu and Feng Jie dared not utter another word and hastily took their leave. Exiting the palace gates, they hurried towards the city outskirts. Yet as they walked, they couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could the emperor really procure that much grain? Enough to feed the victims in Hunan for 3 months? It seemed too exaggerated. Even opening the national granaries might not achieve such a feat. With Hunan's large population and the severity of the disaster, even if the first emperor were still alive, he probably wouldn't dare claim he could fully manage this catastrophe. Where did the 9th prince get such confidence? Could he be making things up? The more they thought, the more incredulous they felt. But since things had come to this, they had no choice but to go and see for themselves. They rode at full speed and finally arrived at the spot 30 li outside the city. But upon arrival, they looked around and found the place completely empty with no sign of any grain convoy. At these words, Ying Zhao's face lit up with joy. How could he remain seated? He sprang up and rushed out of the grand hall. "Look around, the place is completely empty, not even a grain sack in sight. It seems we've been made fools of. Alas, we've come all this way for nothing." Shi Lu furrowed his brow about to say something. But just then the faint creaking of wagon wheels grinding over the ground echoed from the distance. Both men's expressions shifted, and they immediately gazed toward the northeast. Through the billowing dust, a grand and mighty convoy was indeed approaching. Shi Lu and Feng Jie exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Without delay, they hurried forward. Shi Lu and Feng Jie rushed up and immediately arranged for men to unload the carts of grain. In their hearts, they were eager to question the grain escort convoy. Where exactly had this batch of grain come from? Yet no matter how they probed, the other party remained tight-lipped, unwilling to reveal a single word. This only deepened the confusion of Shi Lu and Feng Jie. But confusion aside, the two were too lazy to dwell on it. As long as the grain was real, that was enough. At least the disaster in Hunan finally saw a glimmer of hope. The starving refugees were finally going to be saved. Their spirits lifted, and they cheerfully began directing the men to transport batch after batch of grain into the warehouses. Throughout the entire process, they followed the flow chart Zhao had provided earlier to the letter. Where to distribute what marks to make, how to register. It was all written out clearly. They didn't even need to think much, they just had to follow the instructions. Only at this moment did Shi Lu and Feng Jie suddenly realize. This newly ascended emperor was indeed not just some fool who knew only how to cause trouble. He had already planned from the source of the grain to storage and transport, and then to the subsequent disaster relief procedures. Everything was arranged with perfect clarity. With all these carts of grain before them, saving one Hunan was nothing. Even if several more disaster zones like Hunan appeared, they could probably handle it. In high spirits, the two couldn't resist personally entering the warehouse to inspect the quality of the grain. They opened several grain sacks in succession. One look, and their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Shirley couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens, this grain is extraordinary. Each grain is plump, and the color is perfect. Clearly top-grade grain. Are we really going to use grain like this to relieve the refugees? I almost feel reluctant to part with it. Where on earth was this grain produced? How can it be so refined?" While Shirley was still marveling, Feng Jie suddenly jumped up shouting in shock, "My God, what is this thing? I've lived this long, but I've never seen anything like it. Can this really be eaten?" Hearing this, Shirley quickly moved close. He saw a sack filled with golden kernel-like things. In the sack beside it, there was a pile of round, rough-skinned, rather unremarkable-looking objects. Shirley stared for a moment, then suddenly remembered what Ying Zhao had said earlier. He slapped his forehead and said, "I remember now, these must be the corn potatoes and sweet potatoes His Majesty mentioned. His Majesty said these things can all be used to stave off hunger. Since His Majesty dared to say, so they must be edible. Why don't we try some to see what they taste like?" Feng Jie immediately stepped back, shaking his head frantically. "I wouldn't dare eat. Who knows if these unfamiliar things are poisonous? What if one bite sends me straight to the afterlife?" Shirley had no choice but to pick up the flow chart again and continue flipping through it. When they turned it over, both men froze on the spot. The back was densely covered with instructions on how to eat corn potatoes and sweet potatoes. Even cooking techniques were listed in great detail. This sight left the two utterly dumbfounded. Goodness gracious. His Majesty had thought of everything. It was as if he had anticipated they wouldn't dare take a bite, so he had even written out the recipes in advance. After some discussion, Shirley and Feng Jie chose the simplest method, roasting over an open fire. They had someone pick out a basket of corn, sweet potatoes, and carry them to the open space outside the warehouse. Then, following the flow chart, they ordered a fire to be built. Just like roasting wild rabbit or pheasant, they skewered the sweet potatoes and corn and slowly roasted them over the fire. They too wanted to taste for themselves what these unheard-of things were like. As the fire blazed stronger, a unique aroma gradually wafted out. Following the instructions on the chart, they had someone brush a layer of oil over them. After about a quarter of an hour of fussing, the corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes were roasted to a fragrant crisp on the outside, piping hot. At first, the two were still hesitant, afraid that eating this thing might actually poison them. But the aroma was simply too enticing. In the end, they couldn't resist and dug in with their bare hands. The oiled corn carried a sweet, fragrant scent. The potatoes were soft and sticky, and the sweet potatoes were so sweet and delicious it made their eyes light up. The more they ate, the more addicted they became, their mouths filled with flavor. Before they knew it, the roasted aroma had drifted far and wide. The soldiers stationed nearby were all drooling their appetites. Many couldn't help but cast glances in their direction. At this moment, what dignity of officials did Shirley and Feng Jie? The two crouched by the fire, eating with great relish, and couldn't help but give thumbs up between bites. This time Shirley's praise was not forced in the least. "By the heavens, this is too delicious. Even without the oil, it would still be wonderful. It seems my son-in-law's mind isn't only filled with women. He really has something. Finding grain like this is simply incredible. If we send this to relieve the refugees, how could the people of Hunan starve? Not just surviving 3 months, even lasting a few more years wouldn't be a problem. Today I've truly broadened my horizon. Delicious. This thing is truly delicious." As he spoke, he took another hearty bite of the roasted sweet potato. Feng Jie also nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's edible and tastes excellent. In all my years, this is the first time I've tasted something like this. It seems the refugees in Hunan truly have a way out. I just wonder if these things can be grown on a large scale. If they can be widely cultivated, wouldn't the people of the world never go? From now on, the people of Great Qin might truly live prosperous lives. This is a tremendous blessing. Too excellent. This new emperor of ours isn't entirely without talent. Besides being ruthless and killing, he also knows how to fill the people's bellies. He's truly worthy of being the son of the first emperor. Today I have to admit I'm a bit convinced by him. I wonder where on earth he got this batch of grain from. He's truly worthy of being the son of the first emperor. Today I have to admit I'm a bit convinced by him. I wonder where on earth he got this batch of grain from. Come, let's stop talking and eat a bit more. Once we finish this basket of corn potatoes and sweet potatoes, we'll immediately start arranging disaster relief." With that, the two buried their heads in the food again. They just couldn't stop. When they got choked, they quickly washed it down with the taste was simply indescribable. Shirley and Feng Jie were now eating and drinking without any regard for their image, singing praises for Ying Zhao without end. Unbeknownst to them, their impression of the new emperor had already undergone a tremendous shift. But they had no idea. In that very moment, they had both already been played by Ying Zhao. Ying Zhao was never someone easy to deal with. His schemes were louder and sharper than anyone's. By the time they realized what had happened, they'd have plenty of time to cry. At this very moment, within the Xianyang Imperial Palace, the court officials were still immersed in unprecedented luxury, unwilling to wake from their stupor. This banquet featured not only peerless vintage wines they had never tasted in their lives, but also delicacies that made it impossible to put down their chopsticks. Not to mention the palace dancers and musicians took turns performing soft songs, graceful dances, and the gentle strains of strings and flutes filling the air. This place hardly seemed like an imperial palace, but rather a paradise on earth. Yet even as they reveled in pleasure deep within the palace, the shadow of murder had already begun to spread silently. Many places were already stained with blood. The spies that ministers had planted in the palace were being eliminated one by one. Whether eunuchs or maids, none who secretly relayed information for outsiders escaped. That night, Zhao aimed to eliminate not just the hidden agents lurking in the shadows. Those palace staff who sheltered them, passed messages, and carried out their tasks were also uprooted. It could be said that with one cast of the net he had caught them all in one fell swoop. Yet the ministers in the banquet hall remained utterly oblivious. They were still toasting each other, feasting, and reveling, enjoying their rare moment of pleasure. It was not until late into the night that the grand feast finally drew to a close. The ministers, each clutching a chest of gold and silver treasures bestowed by Zhao, walked out of the banquet hall fully satisfied, ready to return to their residences. Along the way they chatted and laughed, still savoring the event. But as soon as they stepped out of the palace gates, the smiles on their faces quickly froze. For their trusted confidants had been waiting outside the palace for an entire day. However, the palace gates were heavily guarded, barring them entry, leaving no chance to deliver their messages. Many subordinates, upon seeing their masters emerge, immediately pulled them into a secluded alley. Then with a thud they knelt down, their voices choked with tears. "My lord, something terrible has happened. A great disaster. The people we placed in the palace are all gone. It was all the doing of the new emperor. His Majesty was determined this time to sever all the claws we had extended into the palace. Now within the imperial palace we no longer have any informants to use." Boom. The news hit the ministers like a thunderclap, their minds buzzing. Shocked. Utterly shocked. Several of them exchanged bewildered glances, hardly able to believe what they had just heard. Before long they hastily gathered in a tea house, their faces grim, preparing to discuss their next course of action. Especially those few powerful veteran ministers whose expressions turned extremely sour. These men had long been secretly bought over by Zhao Gao's faction. Some had pledged allegiance to Zhao Gao while others sided with Li Si. In short, they were all grasshoppers tied to the same rope, comrades in the same boat. Now gathered together, each face was etched with worry. One veteran minister let out a long sigh and spoke wearily, "Alas. This feast today was indeed no ordinary banquet. I knew it wouldn't be simple, but I never imagined it concealed such deadly intent. This ninth prince's methods are truly... In terms of mercilessness, he might even be more fearsome than the first emperor." The others immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, this move was too vicious. While we were feasting and enjoying ourselves, he went and wiped out all our people. Is this even about clearing out spies? It's clearly a show of force against us. The ninth prince has indeed been biding his time, playing the fool. Everyone outside thought he was useless, but now it's clear he's a deeply hidden wolf. Too venomous. At this rate, Lord Zhao Gao and Lord Li Si might not have much of a chance of winning. So, should we continue to follow them? Perhaps we should seek another patron. Someone murmured this in a low voice. The moment the words were spoken, the room fell into a sudden silence. Everyone was quiet. Honestly, they were already beginning to waver, for they all knew well that opposing the current Emperor Hedon would never lead to a good outcome. Just by looking at Zhao's speed of action, his ruthless killing, and his decisive strikes, it was clear this new emperor... Moreover, Zhao Gao and Li Si had not yet returned to Xianyang. They were clearly at a disadvantage. The mental calculations within each of them began to click away rapidly. They were all weighing their options, all contemplating whether they should switch loyalties early. After all, very few among them had firm convictions. To put it bluntly, most were fence-sitters. They leaned whichever way the wind blew. Whoever offered them protection, benefits, and power they were willing to follow. And now they were truly panicked. Their informants in the palace had been wiped out overnight. From now on, keeping tabs on the ninth prince's movements would be nearly impossible. Were they really going to stand by and watch this second emperor of Qin steadily solidify his throne and grow stronger? Everyone was plunged into deep unease and confusion. A strong sense of fear continued to spread within their hearts. Of course, not everyone in the court was in such a state of panic. Some veteran ministers who had always been loyal to the first emperor were secretly applauding this move. They couldn't help but giving Zhao a silent thumbs up. He was the first prince to dare challenge Zhao Gao and Li Si's power directly before their forces could return. This truly broadened their horizons. They were also eager to see what other abilities this ninth prince had in store. Was he truly worthy of their allegiance? Was he worth their full support? That night, many in the court had their own thoughts, destined for a sleepless night. In the dead of night, the first emperor also found sleep elusive. He tossed and turned on his couch, unable to rest. Just thinking about the scenes deduced by the system weighed heavily on his mind. If that unfilial son Huai were to be pushed onto the throne, the Great Qin Empire would head straight for its downfall. Good heavens! The outcome was simply too terrifying. In the dead of night, the first emperor also found sleep elusive. He tossed and turned on his couch, unable to rest. Just thinking about the scenes deduced by the system weighed heavily on his mind. Just then, urgent knocks sounded at the door. The two great generals Wang Jin and Meng Tian had hurried over. Upon hearing the commotion, the first emperor immediately rose. Before long, guided by eunuch Wang Jin and Meng Tian strode quickly into the room. Both generals wore grave expressions. Seeing their demeanor, the first emperor felt a sense of impending doom. The two men came before the first emperor and immediately knelt down with a thud. Wang Jian's voice trembled slightly as he reported, "Your Majesty, this is terrible. A change has occurred in Xianyang. Our people have sent word back saying. The first emperor frowned and urged, saying what? Speak up. Wang Jian took a deep breath, his face full of complex emotions. Your Majesty, the ninth prince. He is not simple. He has completely surpassed our previous assessment of him. According to news from Xianyang, upon ascending the throne, he directly eliminated two important members of Zhao Gao's faction in the court. He killed them in public, right in the court. Yan Luo and Zhao Wu both died by his hand. The first emperor's pupils contracted sharply, utterly stunned. After hearing this report, he stood frozen in place. In that instant, he was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Wang Jian and Meng Tian stood by their hearts in their throat. Oh no! The ninth prince had stirred up such a huge commotion, a considerable storm was likely brewing in Xianyang. If His Majesty flew into a rage, the ninth prince would surely be in deep trouble. But to their surprise, the next moment, the first emperor suddenly burst into loud laughter. He stood up from his couch, laughing heartily, his mood seemingly lifted instantly. Good. A good son. This is my good son. A splendid kill. With those two lackeys of Zhao Gao eliminated by him, this is nothing short of a momentous celebration. It appears this lad isn't merely a man lost in a haze of women unwilling to change his ways, he does possess some measure of capability. I had originally assumed that he was nothing more than a puppet propped up by Zhao Gao and Li Si. I thought those two treacherous villains would manipulate him at will, turning him into their marionette. Unexpectedly, he still possesses a modicum of wit and a degree of boldness. To slay Zhao Gao's minions on the spot is indeed a gratifying release for me. Well done. Ha ha. Qin Shi Huang grew more jubilant with each word, showering Ying Zhao with praise. This in turn left Wang Jian and Meng Tian utterly speechless. The emperor's focus seemed to differ from their own expectations. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Tian steeled himself and spoke. Your Majesty, the ninth prince's sudden display of such prowess may make him difficult to control in the future. Qin Shi Huang waved his hand, dismissively unconcerned, and laughed. No matter. Controlling that wayward son of mine will not be a difficult task. Despite his current decisiveness and sharp demeanor, his weakness is glaringly obvious. Women. As long as we grasp that we can send him a few beauties when necessary, and he will naturally settle down. Wang Jian and Meng Tian exchanged awkward glances. Goodness. Only a true father. He certainly understands his own son thoroughly. Wang Jian managed a dry chuckle, saying, Your Majesty's words are indeed true. According to reports from Xianyang, the ninth prince's first act upon ascending the throne was to busy himself with selecting consorts. I heard he even organized a grand beauty pageant within the imperial city with titles like champion, first runner-up, and second runner-up. He also dubbed the chosen women Miss Great Qin, hoping to elevate their fame. Furthermore, the ninth prince's ambitions seem to extend far beyond Xianyang. He has already dispatched orders to search for beauties from across the seas. Stunning women from all the various states are also being targeted by his men. He even plans to investigate women from the martial world, intending to bring them all into his harem. Currently, the imperial city of Xianyang is abuzz with this matter. The ninth prince spends his days immersed in consort selection, his mind seemingly filled with nothing but beautiful women. Although the court officials and commoners harbor some resentment, no one dares to voice their objections openly given his methods. At this point, even Meng Tian felt a little embarrassed to continue. After all, this ninth prince's reputation for romantic escapades was simply too absurd. If this were to spread across the 9 provinces, Great Qin would surely become a laughingstock. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang's expression indeed darkened slightly. His own dignity was somewhat compromised. He knew that this wayward son would never truly settle down. In matters of taking wives, concubines, and siring children, that lad Ying Zhao was practically burning with enthusiasm. Sensing the somber mood, Wang Jian quickly interjected to mediate. Your Majesty, the ninth prince is not entirely without merit. There are certain aspects that are commendable. For instance, his public execution of Zhao Gao's faction members in the court to awe the ministers. Such boldness is something ordinary people could never muster. This act is essentially a direct declaration of war against Zhao Gao's party. It must be said it also serves as a great relief for us. However, I am concerned that by doing so he has thoroughly offended Zhao Gao and Li Si. When those two return to Xianyang, they will likely move against him immediately. Qin Shi Huang's eyes instantly turned icy and sharp upon hearing this. At that moment, the imperial dominance radiating from him surged forth. His instinct to protect his offspring flared up immediately. He let out a cold laugh, his tone chilling. I would like to see if they dare. Even if the ninth prince is ever so reckless and unreliable, he is still my son. If those two dare lay a hand on my flesh and blood, I will have them torn to pieces. Those damn dogs. Once all their followers have revealed themselves, I will wipe them all out in one fell swoop. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang was radiating intense killing intent. That kind of imperial authority simply brooked no challenge from anyone. After a few moments, he finally calmed his mind, turned to Meng Tian, and spoke with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Meng Tian, tell me in detail. How exactly did that wayward son kill someone publicly in the court? Merely thinking about the scene gets my blood pumping. Did he order the guards to behead them on the spot? Haha, just imagining it is exhilarating. Those scoundrels Yan Luo and Zhao Wu, I have long wished to eliminate them. Had it not been for considerations of Zhao Gao and Li Si's face, I would never have allowed them to remain active until today. Their deaths are truly a cause for celebration. Meng Tian's expression, however, was somewhat complex as he hesitated. Your Majesty, this is precisely where it gets strange. The ninth prince did not use soldiers to kill in the court. He did it himself. The secret letter states clearly that the ninth prince seems to be a peerless martial arts master of extraordinary skill. With just a flick of his finger, he could take a life on the spot. It is even said that he personally twisted off Zhao Wu's head, employing extremely ruthless methods. At that time, the entire court was terrified out of their wits. The ninth prince subdued his enemies with a flick of his hand, killing almost in the blink of an eye. What? He did it with his own hands. Qin Shi Huang was stunned on the spot. Seeing the utterly serious expression on Meng Tian's face, he knew this could not be false. For a moment, he couldn't help but conjure up that bloody and bizarre image in his mind. This made him even more puzzled. Wasn't his useless son always a frail invalid? The more Qin Shi Huang thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. So he commanded in a deep voice, dispatch someone. The more Qin Shi Huang thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. So he commanded in a deep voice, dispatch someone to investigate immediately. Have them uncover everything that wayward son has done in the northern deserts over the years. See if he has secretly sought out a master or secretly cultivated some martial art. I refuse to believe he could suddenly rise to prominence and cultivate such skills out of thin air. Qin Shi Huang quickly sent down the order, instructing his men to immediately begin investigating all of the ninth prince's experiences in the northern deserts over the years. He increasingly felt that this son of his was far from being as simple as the rumors suggested. Perhaps the boy had been playing the fool all along, hiding his true sharpness. Who knows how many hidden cards he truly holds. Qin Shi Huang also had to keep a few tricks up his own sleeve. After all, each of his sons was turning out to be more unpredictable than the last. Ever since awakening the system, he had foreseen too many things he shouldn't have known. The most critical task now was to ensure Fu Su could smoothly inherit the throne. Therefore, he could not afford to show any mercy to those who stood in Fu Su's way. That wayward son, Hu Hai, must be eliminated. Those two treacherous ministers, Zhao Gao and Li Si, also must not be spared. As for others harboring dissent in secret, once they revealed their tales one by one, he would wipe them all out in one decisive move. Qin Shi Huang had a clear head about all this. Meng Tian and Wang Jian received their orders and were about to leave to make arrangements. However, Qin Shi Huang waved his hand and said, enough investigating, tomorrow will be soon enough. One night's delay won't matter. That wayward son of mine might have some skill, but he is ultimately a slave to his desires. I doubt he can cause much trouble in such a short time. Tonight we three sovereign and subjects must drink our fill. Let it be a celebration for my wayward son, having slaughtered those two vicious hounds under Zhao Gao's command. Tonight we three sovereign and subjects must drink our fill. Let it be a celebration for my wayward son, having slaughtered those two vicious hounds under Zhao Gao's command. And let us also celebrate that unfilial son Hu Hai has not yet ascended the throne. These two matters are truly satisfying. A fitting execution. At Qin Shi Huang's command, his attendants quickly prepared a table of fine wine and dishes. Under the moonlight, the three men sat down to drink together. Wine filled their cups and delicacies covered the table, creating a unique and pleasant atmosphere. Ordinarily, Meng Tian and Wang Jian rarely had such close communion with Qin Shi Huang. This occasion left the two great generals feeling somewhat ill at ease. Qin Shi Huang, however, was in excellent spirits, drinking wine and eating meat with rare relaxation. Yet the more Meng Tian and Wang Jian thought about it, the more puzzled they became. Why was His Majesty so elated today? Since when had he come to harbor such deep animosity towards Zhao Gao's two minions? He seemed almost eager to see them beheaded. Even more strangely, he now harbored a similar disgust for Hu Hai. After all, Hu Hai had once been one of the emperor's most favored princes. Now, however, he seemed to wish to distance himself from this unfilial son as much as possible. Though Hu Hai was dull-witted, he was ultimately just a pawn pushed to the forefront by Zhao Gao. His Majesty was never one to be petty or vindictive, but his reaction today was truly out of character. Could it be that Zhao Gao and Li Si's audacity in forging an imperial edict to support Hu Hai had utterly enraged him? Yet they felt that the matter was likely not so simple. His Majesty's aversion to Zhao Gao's faction seemed to go beyond mere. It was more like a deep-seated wariness born of having already foreseen future calamities. He even seemed to be on guard against Hu Hai himself. Though filled with doubt, Meng Tian and Wang Jian dared not question or speak recklessly. They had no idea that Qin Shi Huang had already awakened his system, effectively granting him a form of omniscient foresight. And so they drank heartily into the depths of the night. Qin Shi Huang in particular was utterly ecstatic. Just days ago, he had been furious over Hai's slaughter of his own kin upon taking the throne. He had also been deeply grieved by the eunuch Zhao Gao's corruption of governance and the chaos he brought upon Great Qin. Now he suddenly learned that the ninth prince had eliminated two of Zhao Gao's minions immediately upon ascending the throne. Was this not a powerful vengeance on his behalf? How could he not be pleased? At this moment, Qin Shi Huang even began to genuinely support the ninth prince's actions. He even felt a faint hint of admiration for this son who had never amounted to much. Killing people to establish authority the moment he arrived, chopping off heads without a second thought. Only that mad, rebellious son could pull off such a thing. But as it stood now, the boy wasn't entirely useless after all. While Qin Shi Huang sipped his wine in high spirits, However, he remained completely oblivious to the greater crisis that was quietly looming. His original plan was to observe the situation from the shadows. He would wait for the court to descend into utter chaos for those with ulterior motives to surface one by one, and then he would strike and eliminate all hidden dangers in one fell swoop. Qin Shi Huang had always been extremely confident in his judgment and control, but he could never have imagined that in this seemingly controlled scheme, the greatest variable was none other than his own ninth prince. If he continued to delay, that son would only become unstoppable, soaring to the heavens. Eventually, Ying Zhao would grow to a point where even Qin Shi Huang could not easily suppress him. By then, even he, the first emperor, might not be able to match wits with his son, nor could he foresee that he might never have the chance to reclaim that dragon throne. Within the Great Qin imperial palace, Ying Zhao was currently surrounded by beauties, truly living a life of harem abundance. With time on his hands, he naturally seized the opportunity to foster deeper bonds with his consorts. Since becoming emperor, his days had become noticeably more luxurious and carefree. At this very moment, with beauties on each arm, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. All the dancers and musicians in the palace had been summoned, each performing their finest arts in the grand hall. Unbeknownst to themselves, these women had also been utterly captivated by Ying Zhao's charming aura. Many secretly fantasized about the fortune it would be to serve by the emperor's side as a member of his harem. Whenever they looked up and met Ying Zhao's bright, deep eyes, their hearts would flutter with emotion. In their eyes, this emperor was the most dazzling man in the world. Even just performing a dance or playing a tune for him was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. And so they danced with increasing fervor. Every movement was executed with all their might, hoping to capture the emperor's gaze for just a moment longer. Ying Zhao naturally reveled in this. Ever since he had embarked on the path of taking wives, concubines, and siring children, the system's rewards for his charm and temperament had skyrocketed. He had now reached a level where he was universally adored in any circle of women. Ordinary women could barely maintain their composure upon seeing him. With a moment's carelessness, they would lean in, eager to throw themselves into his arms. Of course, Ying Zhao was not one to be easily satisfied. What he desired was more beauties. He had already set his sights on Shi Lu's second daughter and Feng Jie's grown and strikingly beautiful daughter. As for whether those two future fathers-in-law would agree, Ying Zhao didn't give it a second thought. He had already begun making arrangements in secret. At the thought of soon being able to welcome both beauties into the palace through proper rites, Ying Zhao felt a surge of delight. Soon his harem would be graced with 2 more members. Naturally, this would only strengthen his imperial consort lineup. But this was far from enough. There was plenty of time ahead. He would continue to expand his harem and continue to grow stronger himself. With these thoughts, Ying Zhao's mood became even more cheerful. He was almost getting impatient. Ying Zhao was basking in the joy of being surrounded by beauties, utterly content, and just then an inconspicuous young eunuch approached and reported cautiously, "Your Majesty, you have not attended to the memorials for several days now. The reports have piled up into a small mountain. Please take some time to review them, lest the court officials begin to murmur." Ying Zhao's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. This was such a mood killer. He was having a wonderful time, and someone had to come and ruin it with such dreary matters. Before Ying Zhao could respond, the eunuch Aqiang quickly clapped his hands and ordered several young eunuchs to bring over the accumulated bamboo slips. Soon large tubs full of bamboo slips were placed before Ying Zhao. His brows twitched at the sight. Good heavens, this was... He casually picked out a scroll, unrolled it, and scanned a few lines. After reading just a few sentences, he tossed it aside in disgust. What is this nonsense? Those ministers have nothing better to do all day than mince words and go in circles. And then they send all this to me to do I look like I have that kind of free time? It's not like I have nothing better to do. Thinking about it, most emperors in history were probably worked to death by this very thing. Now that I think about it, I do feel a bit sorry for my imperial father. Facing these damn bamboo slips every day, it's a wonder he wasn't driven mad. Ying Zhao had never had much fondness for these things. As a transmigrator, he still hadn't fully adapted to the memorial formats of Great Qin. Having to sit here and review them one by one was pure torture. But was there any real use in reviewing all these memorials? The problems of Great Qin had long become too deep-seated to be resolved. To think that a few elegant phrases in official reports could completely reform the nation was nothing but nonsense. Rather than dawdling, it was better to take bold and decisive action. Ying Zhao rose to his feet, hoisted a large bucket of bamboo slips, and strode directly to the brazier. Then one roll after another, he cast the slips into the flames. The fire roared up in an instant. The bamboo crackled and popped as the blaze illuminated the entire hall. Seeing this, the eunuch Aqiang's face turned pale with fright. He quickly knelt beside Ying Zhao and urged anxiously, "Your Majesty, you must not do this. These memorials were painstakingly written by your courtiers. How can you burn them so casually? If those ministers come to know of this, they will likely be so furious that they spit blood on the spot. They will surely harbor resentment against your Majesty. At the very least, you should peruse them and issue some decrees in response." All emperors of past dynasties reviewed memorials and handled state affairs. This is a tradition handed down from our ancestors. Your Majesty's actions might be considered a breach of propriety. Ying Zhao cast a cold, piercing glance at Aqiang. The next moment, he simply dragged over the remaining buckets of bamboo slips as well. With a crash, he dumped them all beside the brazier. Then he continued tossing them in one after another. He couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. What was there to see in these worthless scraps? If the emperor had to personally oversee every single matter under heaven, he'd be exhausted to death. The emperors of every dynasty who sat upon the dragon throne appeared glorious and boundless, but in reality, they didn't necessarily live easy lives. Mourning court sessions day after day, reviewing memorials day after day, exhausting themselves half to death without even a chance to slack off. The most absurd part was that after all this grueling effort, it wasn't even guaranteed to make the nation significantly stronger. Exiled had no intention of living such a miserable life. He wasn't stupid. He naturally had his own methods, and so he burned this mountain of memorials to ashes without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, the concubines around him grew intrigued and gathered by the brazier to cheer him on. Some clapped their hands, some chuckled softly, and others even began to dance to the rhythm. The dancers and singers caught up in the atmosphere performed with even greater vigor. The sound of strings and woodwinds rose, and songs and dances spread through the air. The whole scene was pushed to its most raucous peak. A few young eunuchs stood nearby, their expressions completely frozen. They had no idea how they would explain this to the ministers later. Exiled, however, stood by the brazier as if nothing had happened, mimicking that classic pose of Qin Shi Huang. Chin slightly raised, casually stroking his jaw. And indeed, striking this pose gave him an air of imperial majesty. His wives and concubines watched with sparkling eyes, utterly captivated. They felt that this man before them was simply the epitome of handsomeness. But just then Exiled narrowed his eyes slightly, as if something had occurred to him. He immediately turned and commanded, "Go dispatch the imperial guard. Have them surround Zhao Gao's residence at once. Take all members of his household into custody, and don't let Li Si off the hook either. Seize everyone in the Li household, and throw them all into prison." Hearing this order, the eunuchs hastily bowed in acknowledgement and rushed out to relay the command. Yet confusion filled their hearts. What was His Majesty planning now? Why was he suddenly targeting Zhao Gao and Li Si? Weren't these the very two who had helped place him on the throne? Shouldn't he be feeling grateful? But now, instead of showing the slightest gratitude, this new emperor was turning around to strike at their families. Wasn't this the act of killing the donkey after it finished? It seemed the palace was destined for great upheaval tonight. But everyone only dared to think such thoughts, not a single person uttering a word. Once the order was given, the imperial guard swiftly moved into action. Initially, they wouldn't have obediently followed Exiled's commands. But Exiled had long since sent Zhang Han to secretly win over a portion of them. Subsequently, he used money to bribe them and took control of some of their family members as leverage. Through a combination of carrot and stick, the imperial guard now largely answered to him. The reason Exiled made his move now was also because he calculated that Zhao Gao and Li Si would soon be returning to Xianying. Since these two old foxes were about to reappear, it was best to secure their families first. This would prevent any trouble from brewing later. However, taking just this step wasn't nearly enough. Exiled soon rose, left the dance hall, and headed to the study. As he pushed the door open, dozens of guards were already waiting in silent stillness inside. Their expressions were stern, clearly having been prepared for some time. Exiled didn't beat around the bush and stated directly, "Tonight we make our move." This list contains the names of Zhao Gao and Li Si's partisans in the court. It's not complete, yet some individuals are still under investigation. But it's time to cast the net early. You will arrest these lackeys on the list one by one and throw them all into prison. They're bound to have guards at their residences, so be careful out there. First, put on this gear and take the weapons with you. As he finished speaking, Zhao waved his hand. In the next instant, equipment from his system space materialized before him. Dozens of bulletproof vests and dozens of Type 38 rifles. These guards were personnel rewarded by the system, possessing highly comprehensive knowledge. Naturally, they knew how to wear the vests and how to operate the rifles. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately began arming themselves. Soon everything was ready. Then they swiftly departed the study in small groups, melting into the night to execute the night's purge mission. Only after arranging all these matters did Zhao leisurely return to the dance hall. He settled back into the midst of the beauties and continued enjoying the song and dance. The series of deadly schemes he had just orchestrated seemed like nothing more than a trivial matter to him. Just as Zhao finished deploying the night's covert operations, a scout rushed in with urgent news. What's more, the intelligence brought back was once again good news. This brightened Zhao's spirits considerably. At this moment, he was seated upon the throne in the hall, listening to the strains of music and watching the graceful dance, surrounded by a host of attendants. Upon entering the hall, the scout immediately knelt in salute and reported with suppressed excitement, "Your Majesty, the matter has been accomplished. The daughters of Lord Shi and Lord Fengjie have both been received into the palace with due ceremony. Learning that your Majesty wished to see them and observing the palace's comprehensive etiquette, neither of them raised any objection." The two young ladies appeared quite composed throughout the journey, showing no signs of reluctance. "Does your Majesty wish to see them now?" At these words, a slight smile curled at the corner of Zhao's lips and a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He had long anticipated that his brief appearance at the palace banquet earlier today would leave a deep impression on the hearts of those noble young ladies. During the day, he had deliberately hosted a banquet inviting the families of important court officials into the palace and having the eligible young women of each household accompany them. At the banquet, Zhao's brief appearance alone drew many covert glances. Among the attendees, Shi Xianglan, daughter of Shi Lu, and Feng Yuding, daughter of Feng Jie, reacted most visibly. Their admiration and awe were barely concealed. No doubt upon returning to their mansions, they would find their thoughts drifting back to the palace scenes of today. Now that the palace had extended an invitation, their willingness to come was hardly unexpected. The more Zhao pondered it, the more pleased he became, and he promptly ordered, "Bring them in. I am curious to see just how much splendor these two renowned beauties of the capital possess tonight." The attendant understood, smiled, and withdrew to personally escort them into the hall. Yet Zhao did not let his guard down. He turned to a eunuch beside him and said, "Convey my decree, let ministers Feng Jie and Shi Lu temporarily oversee the disaster relief efforts in Hunan. Given the urgency of the calamity, they shall remain stationed at the camp outside the imperial city to focus on coordinating supplies and manpower. There must be no oversight in the relief efforts. Everything must be handled with utmost prudence. Unless there are urgent military or state affairs, they need not return to the city for the time being." The eunuch bowed and replied, "Yes, this servant shall deliver the decree at once." With that he withdrew to dispatch the order. Watching the receding figures outside the hall, a more composed smile spread across Zhao's face. This way his two prospective fathers-in-law would be confined to the outskirts, handling disaster duties, unable to keep a close watch over their daughters. Since this was done according to proper palace protocol, they would have no choice but to accept it upon their return. Moreover, Zhao had great confidence in himself. Once they spent enough time with him, these women might not even wish to return to their secluded mansions. The existing consorts in the palace, upon hearing of the emperor's new additions, showed no signs of jealousy. They appeared relaxed, even quite delighted. After all, new arrivals would bring more vibrancy to the palace. In the future, sharing a hall, they would have companions for conversation and amusement. For a moment the consorts clapped and smiled, the atmosphere in the hall becoming even more harmonious. However, the musicians and dancers, casting glances toward the hall's entrance, could not hide a hint of envy. Though they dared not harbor grand ambitions, they secretly wished for a day when they too might gain the emperor's favor and no longer be mere performers before the hall. Before long, the two women were led into the hall by palace attendants. They had bathed and changed into exquisite palace attire, their sleeves gently draping their bearing dignified. One was bright and spirited, the other gentle and graceful. Standing under the lamplight, they resembled two blooming magnolias side by side. Both had their faces veiled with light gauze, adding an air of enigmatic beauty. As they approached the front of the hall and began to kneel in greeting, Zhao had already risen. In a flash he stood before them. He raised a hand to gently stop them, saying in a mild tone, "No need for such formalities." The two were momentarily startled, then were led by attendants to seats nearby. This scene, witnessed by all, stirred a flutter in the hearts of the women present. The dancers and musicians could scarcely tear their... The emperor's bearing was already outstanding, and now, with such composed gentleness, anyone would be filled with envy. Some even indulged in fantasies, imagining that being treated with such warmth by his majesty would be the greatest fortune. Zhao looked at the two beauties before him and gestured for them to remove their veils. As the thin gauze fell, two distinctively beautiful faces were clearly revealed to all present. Shi Lu's second daughter, Shi Xianglan, was lively and delicate, her bright, spirited eyes seeming to hold fragments of starlight. When she looked up at Zhao, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, a mix of shyness and unconcealed curiosity. Feng Jie's daughter, Feng Yuding, possessed a steadier temperament, standing tall and graceful, with a gentle smile in her eyes that conveyed an air of dignified elegance. Though young, she already exuded a composed and poised aura. Compared to Shi Xianglan's timidity, she appeared bolder. She met Zhao's gaze directly, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration, before she slowly lowered her lashes after a moment. Gazing upon these two women, Zhao felt a growing sense of satisfaction. Those two courtiers might be difficult to handle, but their daughters were truly worthy of the title beauties. Zhao looked at Shi Xianglan and said slowly, "Laner, since this is your first time in the palace, do not be overly constrained. Tonight you shall stay in the side hall where a female official will guide you in learning the palace etiquette." Then his gaze shifted to Feng Yuding. "As for Yuding, you will turn 18 next month. When the time comes, I shall hold a birthday banquet in your honor, granting you due respect. Once the formalities are complete, we can then discuss the matter of your title, making it all proper and legitimate. During this period you shall reside peacefully within the palace, with female officials tending to your daily needs." After hearing this, Feng Yuding felt a slight pang of disappointment, but understood that Zhao was being mindful of her reputation and propriety. She smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, the consorts in the hall rose and extended invitations, and the music began to play once more. As the singing and dancing commenced, the hall was bathed in flowing lights, with laughter and the melodies of instruments intertwining, pushing the night's festivities to their peak. Only when the night grew deep did the attendees gradually take their leave. The palace was ablaze with lights that night, bustling with unprecedented liveliness. The talk of the town was the new joyous event within the palace walls. Two new beauties had entered Zhao's company, and the procedures for their titles were already being arranged according to protocol. At the same time, however, the two ministers, Shi Lu and Feng Jie, had been dispatched to the outskirts of the imperial city. The two men hastily set up tents and settled down at the disaster relief camp for the night. When they received the emperor's decree late at night, Shi Lu and Feng Jie were initially bewildered, but they quickly regained their composure. They reasoned that His Majesty's arrangement was likely out of concern for the victims, intending to ensure the relief efforts were promptly implemented. As ministers, since the sovereign's command had been issued, they had no grounds to refuse. Thus they immediately established their camp, preparing to oversee the relief operations from there. Shi Lu gazed at the newly pitched tent and couldn't help but sigh. "Goodness, this is rather peculiar. When did my son-in-law become so considerate of the common people? Could he have had an epiphany overnight? He specifically ordered us to handle the disaster relief, swiftly demanding that grain and supplies be distributed without delay. It seems he genuinely worries about the victims suffering from hunger and cold. Perhaps we have indeed underestimated him before. This sovereign not only wields strong methods, but also seems to hold the people in his heart. For that alone it brings this old man some comfort. Feng Jie listened and nodded gently, saying, Minister, sure, your words echo my own thoughts. Perhaps our past prejudice against him was too deep. We should indeed view him from a different perspective henceforth. However, something in my heart still feels unsettled. This decree came so abruptly, and everything has gone too smoothly, making me suspect there's more beneath the surface. Minister, sure, have you not sensed anything amiss? Shirlu, however, was a man of straightforward disposition. He burst into hearty laughter. Lord Feng, you're overthinking this. The situation is clearly improving. The trouble with the relief grain has been resolved. The refugees have hope, and we can breathe a sigh of relief. It's just a matter of enduring a few hard days keeping watch in this desolate wilderness. Once the relief efforts stabilize, and the people have food to eat, this task will be complete. Then when we return to the city, we shall have a proper drink. Hearing this, Feng Jie's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He pondered for a moment, and felt that perhaps he was indeed, now that all matters were progressing smoothly, there seemed to be nothing worth fretting over. Moreover, since the emperor himself had issued a decree urging the relief efforts, it hardly seemed like a bad omen. With their minds somewhat at ease, the two men settled into their tents. They were determined to see the relief mission through to a stable conclusion. Little did they know, however, that after they had left the capital, their daughters had been received with great ceremony at the palace and were temporarily lodged within the inner court. That very night was the day Shi Xianglan was to officially remain in the palace to receive her title. When the two men returned to the city and learned the details, all they could do was heave a long sigh, for there would be no turning back. They would never have imagined that all of this was a move premeditated by the ninth prince. From the moment the decree was issued to their encampment outside the city, they had unknowingly fallen into his scheme. Ying Zhao had used the pretext of disaster relief to temporarily remove these two key ministers from the capital. As long as they were absent, they could not easily interfere with his subsequent plans. These two future fathers-in-law believed they were tirelessly working for the people's welfare. In reality, they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Ying Zhao. Meanwhile, at the residences of Zhao Gao and Li Si, a completely different scene was unfolding. That night, the agents dispatched by Ying Zhao moved according to their secret orders. They raced through the darkness towards the two mansions, swiftly overpowering the guards at the gates. The entire operation was executed with precision and speed, leaving the victims no chance to react. With a single command from Ying Zhao, the foundations of the Zhao Gao and Li Si faction, the entire operation was executed with precision and speed, leaving the victims no chance to react. With a single command from Ying Zhao, the foundations of the Zhao Gao and Li Si factions were violently shaken in just one night. All of this transpired in the dead of night. It wasn't just the two mansions of officials in the court who were closely associated with Zhao Gao, and Li Si also fell victim to this purge. Nearly all of their loyalists were simultaneously subjected to raids and detention. Some household guards attempted to resist, hoping to help their masters escape, but they quickly discovered that the troops sent by the emperor were not ordinary guards they could contend with. These men wielded terrifying firearms. A single blast was enough to intimidate the entire scene. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled explosions tore through the night. The once quiet imperial city was instantly enveloped in a tense and changed atmosphere. The followers that Zhao Gao and Li Si had cultivated for years were arrested and interrogated. Those who could be immediately detained were not let off the hook. Those who were to be thrown into prison were also taken away under the cover of darkness. This time, Ying Zhao was clearly demonstrating his resolve to take firm action. The operation lasted from deep into the night until the sky began to lighten. Only when the eastern sky began to glow with the pale light of dawn did the commotion in the city gradually subside. On the surface, the imperial city regained its usual tranquility. Street sweepers resumed their work, palace gates opened as usual, and morning light bathed the city walls once more. After the sun rose, the entire imperial city appeared bright and peaceful, as if nothing had happened the night before. Yet within the mansions of the court officials, chaos had erupted. Officials who had no ties to Zhao Gao and Li Si dawn did the commotion in the city gradually subside. On the surface, the imperial city regained its usual tranquility. Some were so shaken that their legs gave way and they collapsed into their chairs, unable to recover for a long time. My heavens, thank goodness I didn't pick a side back then. If we had truly aligned ourselves with Zhao Gao and Li Si, wouldn't we have been the ones taken away last night? The ninth prince's methods are truly ruthless. Who used to say he was a useless prince? This is clearly someone who has been hiding his depth. Now with a single move, he has uprooted the very foundations of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Such audacity would earn even the first emperor's respect. Too terrifying, simply too terrifying. There were also some officials on the periphery who narrowly escaped disaster this time. They had been wavering in the court, trying to please the first emperor on one hand, while avoiding offending Zhao Gao and Li Si on the other. In essence, they were hedging their bets to leave themselves an escape route. Fortunately, they hadn't truly committed to that path. It was precisely for this reason that Ying Zhao had not yet included them, and when these individuals heard about the upheaval of the previous night, they were scared out of their wits. Some immediately claimed illness and stayed home, while others were too afraid to attend the morning court. To avoid the storm, they simply closed their doors to visitors and saw no one. They were terrified that a single misstep might drag them into this earth-shattering turmoil. In just one night, the entire court was gripped by fear and suspicion. Many ministers stared towards the palace, their minds filled with a single thought. From this day forward, the ninth prince could no longer be regarded as an ordinary figure. Faced with this suddenly formidable prince, the entire court was overwhelmed with unprecedented dread. But what could their fear accomplish? The one who now sat on the throne of the Great Qin Empire was Exiled. The ministers had no choice but to steel themselves and enter the palace for court, standing with heads bowed in the great hall, silently waiting for the emperor's arrival. No one knew what would happen next. Yet from early morning until the sun was high in the sky, Exiled still did not appear. They waited from morning to noon, their eyes growing weary from the strain. They stared at the empty dragon throne, their anxiety mounting, but none dared to voice a complaint. As for Exiled, he paid these ministers no heed whatsoever. At that very moment, he was just leisurely waking up in his bedchamber. Shi Xianglan, who had entered the palace the previous night, had undergone her enfeoffment ceremony, complete with rites and banquets that lasted late into the night. Exiled was quite pleased with how the arrangements had turned out. After rising, he unhurriedly washed and dressed. By the time he was fully prepared, it was already noon. Just then the eunuch A Chong rushed over in a panic. Upon seeing Exiled finally emerge, A Chong looked as if he might cry. "Your Majesty, you're finally up. Have you forgotten the important matters scheduled for today? Today is the 7th day. According to the rule you established, it's the day for holding court and attending to state affairs." Exiled listened, raising an eyebrow slightly. Come to think of it, that did seem to be the case. But then he reconsidered. Surely there was nothing of urgent, earth-shattering importance awaiting him at court. If that were so, then let those ministers continue to wait. Exiled said with an indifferent expression, "Indeed, this emperor, since they are already waiting, let them wait a while longer. Go to the imperial kitchen and have them prepare a meal for me. I wish to have my midday meal. Also instruct the palace attendants to stand guard outside the bedchamber. When my consort awakens, they are to go in and attend to her immediately. Her bath, changing of clothes, and meal. Everything must be arranged properly." Understood. After hearing these instructions, A Chong's face contorted with a complex expression. He was utterly speechless. What was this all about? "Your Majesty, could you please be a bit more reliable? You yourself decreed that court would be held every 7 days. You also said that ministers should present all accumulated important matters during the assembly. You even said you would personally inspect the progress of various administrative affairs. Yet now when the day has arrived, you're the one not showing up." He had barely warmed the dragon throne, yet he had already cast aside his own words. He held no court sessions, heeded no state affairs, his mind entirely consumed by the happenings of the harem. It was truly unbecoming. Even Aqiang, a mere servant, found it absurd. Yet no matter how much he grumbled inwardly, he dared not utter a single word of complaint. He dared not ask, and even more so, he dared not admonish. He could only bow his head in obedience and turn to instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare the midday meal with haste. Exiled thus enjoyed a peaceful meal. After the meal concluded, even more time had slipped away. Aqiang had initially assumed that once His Majesty was sated, he would finally grace the court with his presence. But as it turned out, he was far too naive. Exiled showed no intention of moving. He tidied himself up slightly and unexpectedly prepared to retire for an afternoon nap. At this, Aqiang was utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the ministers in the court had grown restless with anxiety. They could neither stand nor sit comfortably, yet none dared to take their leave. Without the emperor's command, how could they dare to adjourn the court themselves? Moreover, the imperial city had just undergone a great purge the previous night. Many partisans of Zhao Gao and Li Si had been arrested without delay. Many of those closely associated with them, along with their families, had also been thrown into prison for interrogation. This was clearly a warning to all the civil and military officials. At such a time, anyone who dared to leave court without awaiting the imperial decree risked being branded disrespectful and disloyal by His Majesty, which would spell utter disaster. The longer they waited, the more panicked they became, the atmosphere so oppressive it was almost suffocating. Just as their anxiety peaked, the eunuch Aqiang finally entered the grand hall. With a bitter expression, Aqiang clasped his hands and addressed the ministers, saying, "Gentlemen, I apologize for the long wait. I know you have all been waiting diligently, but there is truly nothing to be done at the moment. Last night, due to the new consort's arrival, the palace rituals were numerous, and His Majesty rested a bit later, only just rising. He is currently partaking in his midday meal, and afterward, he will require some rest. So I implore you all to wait patiently for a while longer and not be hasty. You are all well aware of His Majesty's temperament. I am truly unable to persuade him." Upon hearing this, the assembled ministers felt as if they had been choked into silence. They knew this sovereign was amorous and willful, but they never imagined he could be so utterly capricious. Who could tolerate state affairs being neglected for harem matters every other day? Even more absurdly, the rule of holding court once every 7 days was one that His Majesty himself had established. To tear up such a simple agreement on a whim was simply going too far. Yet despite their dissatisfaction, no one dared to voice their anger on the spot. After all, the thunderous purge of the previous night was still fresh in their minds. At this moment, an elderly minister mustered his courage, stepped forward, and ventured cautiously, "May I ask eunuch Aqiang, which family does the young lady His Majesty took in last night belong to? Which esteemed official in the court has been blessed to become His Majesty's father-in-law?" Aqiang gave an awkward smile and lowered his voice, saying, To be honest, gentlemen, His Majesty has decreed that this matter cannot be made public for the time being. However, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. In due time, everyone will naturally come to know. As for His Majesty's future father-in-law, I believe none of you will find him a stranger." At these words, the ministers in the hall exchanged bewildered glances. A stranger to none? Then who could it be? They looked at each other utterly baffled. They had clearly heard no official decree about the establishment of a new consort. Yet a new consort had mysteriously appeared last night. The more they thought about it, the more peculiar it seemed. The Ministry of Rights had no procedures, the court had no wind of it, yet the palace had already proceeded. This sovereign truly did not act according to any conventional logic. The ministers racked their brains, but could not find an answer. They only felt the matter was shrouded in secrecy, growing more mysterious by the minute. Just then another official could no longer contain himself, and stepped forward to ask, "Eunuch Aqiang, there is one more matter I wish to inquire about. The memorials we submitted some days ago, has His Majesty had a chance to review them? If His Majesty has already perused them, he should have formulated his decisions. If he is to hold court this afternoon, will he be issuing his clear directives then?" Upon hearing this question, Aqiang's smile froze instantly. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Facing the urgent and tense gazes of the ministers, he could only force a dry, "Well, actually, His Majesty has not reviewed those memorials. Furthermore, His Majesty has ordered that entire batch of bamboo slips to be disposed of. His Majesty also said that those documents were lengthy and messy, and there was truly no need to peruse them one by one. For future matters of importance, it would be best for you gentlemen to get straight to the point rather than submitting those long-winded verbose reports. His Majesty also said that reading such things was simply too taxing on the mind." What? The moment these words were spoken, the court erupted into an uproar. All the ministers were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. The memorials they had painstakingly prepared had been disposed of by His Majesty without so much as a glance. For a moment it felt as though a fire was blazing in their chests. Shock, grievance, and rage surged up almost simultaneously. The court was filled with ministers seething with suppressed fury. But what could their anger accomplish? In the current situation, no one was willing to be the bird that sticks its head out, nor did they want to give Zhao any leverage against them. Thus they could only force down their emotions, clamp their mouths shut, and dare not utter a single word. After all, they had all clearly heard the commotion in the imperial city last night. This new emperor was certainly not someone to be trifled with. If he were truly provoked, one might very well be the next to face. Left with no choice, the ministers could only continue to stand in the hall and wait in misery. Their sole remaining hope was that this newly ascended sovereign would show mercy and grace them with his presence soon. But from dawn until noon, they had not touched a drop of water or a morsel of food, their mouths parched and their stomachs empty. Even so, no one dared to leave on their own. If they were to step out of the palace gates only to be slapped with the charge of disrespecting the sovereign, they would have no one to cry to. In comparison, staying put was the safer option. In truth, Zhao was deliberately leaving them to languish in the court. What he wanted was to first wear down their pride. Having served under the first emperor for so long, these officials were highly self-important and accustomed to maintaining their heirs, truly believing themselves to be indispensable in the court. But that attitude held no weight with Zhao. In his eyes, they were merely officials serving the state of Great Qin. Those who accomplished their tasks would naturally be rewarded. Those who failed would be punished just the same. Combining benevolence with authority, with clear rewards and punishments, was the true method of a ruler. Within the Qin imperial palace, every official was now in a state of panic, the atmosphere suffocating. Meanwhile, on the road, the fleeing Zhao Gao and Li Si nearly toppled from their horses. For the two had just received a secret letter from their spy in the capital. After reading its contents, their faces changed instantly. Zhao Gao's body swayed, his mind buzzing as if struck by a heavy hammer. Li Si fared no better, his face alternating between pale and livid, unable to recover for a long while. The two had no choice but to dismount and find a secluded spot to discuss their strategy. Li Si, ever cautious, first ordered his entourage to disperse and secure the surrounding area. Any unauthorized person approaching was to be immediately driven away, or absolutely no one was allowed to overhear their conversation. After these arrangements were made, Zhao Gao and Li Si entered a small grove of trees. The moment they stopped, Zhao Gao could no longer contain his fury and burst out, "Damn it! Who does that brat think he is? Had we not secretly maneuvered behind the scenes, would he ever have ascended to his current position? He was nothing more than a pawn in our hands, a puppet set upon the stage. And now the moment he ascends the throne, he dares to turn around and bite the hand that fed him. The informants we placed within the palace were rooted out at his command without a shred of mercy. What reason does he have to harbor such hatred for us? Is he determined to push us until we have no ground left to stand on? We are the ones who placed him on the throne. Instead of gratitude, he repays us with such ruthlessness. It's utterly preposterous." Li Si let out a long sigh, his tone filled with helplessness. At this point, venting our anger is useless. This ninth prince simply does not operate by conventional rules. All our previous arrangements have been thrown into The secret letter made it quite clear that he harbors great ambition and commands a formidable hidden force. He has never held us in any regard from the very beginning. He likely intended to target us. It's not just the people we sent into the palace that were eliminated, but also the covert agents planted by the officials allied with us. All swept away in one go. Such methods are truly ruthless. We only have ourselves to blame for our initial misjudgment, for failing to see his true nature. Had we known this would happen, we should have simply supported Hu Hai to the throne. As it stands, we dug a pit with our own hands, and ended up falling into it ourselves. Zhao Gao grew angrier with each word, grinding his teeth audibly. He wished he could return to the capital at once, and dragging Zhao off the dragon throne. Yet he also understood that despite his fury, acting rashly now would only hasten their demise. Li Si pondered for a moment, then advised. Eunuch Zhao, we absolutely cannot return to the capital directly now. If we barge back in such haste, we would likely be playing right into his hands. Since that ninth prince dared to make the first move, he must have already laid his traps within the capital. For all we know, he is waiting for us to walk right into the net. Therefore, we cannot stubbornly swallow this loss, nor can we rush back. It would be wiser to find a secluded place to lie low and observe the situation for a few days. Once our contacts in the city have thoroughly investigated the situation, we can decide our next move. His tone grew heavier as he added, and this time we may have to resort to our true trump card. Eunuch Zhao, perhaps you should try to contact Dong Wang Tai. If we can secure his aid, our chances of victory will at least increase. At the mention of Dong Wang Tai, Zhao Gao's expression immediately soured. He fell silent for a moment, clearly. After a while, Zhao Gao spoke in a low voice. You are well aware that Dong Wang Tai is not someone we can easily control. If we seek his aid, he will undoubtedly demand a hefty price. In that case, the situation may not unfold as we wish. If we end up becoming his pawns instead, we would be in an even more passive position. That man is no merciful soul. Let's hold off on this for now. We can't easily drag him into our affairs. In my opinion, we should first try to contact the remnants of the Meng Shi and Bai clans. Those people have long harbored resentment towards the Qin dynasty. If we use them wisely, they might serve our purposes. Li Si mulled over and nodded in agreement. This approach was indeed more prudent than hastily seeking Dong Wang Tai's help. The two quickly decided to secretly contact the remnants of the Meng Shi and Bai clans. If they could win these people over, they could leverage their power to scheme anew. Having weathered this upheaval, Zhao Gao and Li Si were now fully resolved. They could no longer afford to sit idle and await their fate. Next, they would not only contact the three clans, but also secretly reach out to other factions harboring grievances against the Qin dynasty. As long as they could unite against Ding Zhao, they would not easily refuse. They were now backed into a corner. One more step back would be a plunge into the abyss. Rather than waiting for Ding Zhao to settle scores with them step by step, it was better to seize the opportunity and gamble on a bold move. Thus Zhao Gao and Li Si found a hidden spot to settle down and began planning their secret communications. This time Ding Zhao's thunderous methods had indeed shaken them profoundly. It was precisely for this reason that the flames of fury within them were fully ignited. What they did not know, however, was that Ding Zhao's true ruthlessness extended far beyond what they had witnessed. Before long, they would receive far more devastating news. Their families left behind in the capital had all been placed under arrest and thrown into prison. The network of partisans they had painstakingly built over the years had also been almost entirely dismantled. As for the informants who had been rooted out, that was merely the first blow Ding Zhao had casually delivered. The truly terrifying storm was yet to come. At the Shekyu Palace, Qin Shi Huang quickly received word from the capital. He unfolded the secret letter, and a smile spread across his face that he couldn't suppress, his laughter ringing with unrestrained glee. Meng Tian and Wang Jian, standing nearby, exchanged subtle complex glances. They couldn't quite comprehend why His Majesty was so overjoyed. Clutching the letter, Qin Shi Huang laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly excellent. This son of mine does possess some real skill. He managed to uproot all the covert agents Zhao Gao and Li Si had planted in the palace in one fell swoop. This is indeed a most satisfying feat. It seems I misjudged him before. This boy is certainly not without his methods. By pushing him onto the throne, Zhao Gao and Li Si have likely dug their own graves. Ha ha. This play is getting more and more interesting. I am eager to see what other cards he has hidden up his sleeve. This rebellious son of mine is full of surprises. Haha, a son of a tiger is indeed a tiger, worthy of being my son. In the past I only thought he was immersed in pleasure-seeking, but I never imagined he held the fate of the Qin dynasty in his heart. At the very least, he is far superior to that useless Hu. His face was wreathed in smiles, clearly in excellent spirits. Although Meng Tian and Wang Jian also acknowledged that the ninth prince's move was satisfying and worthy of recognition. Given their years of experience in the treacherous court, they perceived deeper implications. Meng Tian carefully chose his words before speaking. Your Majesty, while the ninth prince's actions are satisfying, is he perhaps being too ostentatious? By so brazenly purging the informants in the palace, he has essentially declared open war on Zhao Gao and Li Si. Once those two recover their wits, they will undoubtedly scheme to counterattack, even seeking to destroy the ninth prince. What troubles me more, Your Majesty, is why the ninth prince would act with such finality. After all, on the surface, it was Zhao Gao and Li Si who placed him on the throne. His current intense opposition towards them seems rather inexplicable. Hearing this, the smile on Qin Shi Huang's face faded slightly. Upon deeper reflection, he too sensed something amiss. Wang Jian frowned slightly, then suddenly spoke. Could it be that the ninth prince has already learned the truth? Or perhaps he has guessed that Zhao Gao and Li Si once plotted against Your Majesty and is seizing this chance to settle the score on your behalf. Meng Tian's eyes lit up and he quickly added, Indeed, that seems highly likely. Or perhaps he has guessed that Zhao Gao and Li Si once plotted against Your Majesty and is seizing this chance to settle the score on your behalf. Meng Tian's eyes lit up and he quickly added, Indeed, that seems highly likely. He is now starting with the secret agents in the palace and his partisans in the court steadily clipping their wings. If that's the case, the Ninth Prince's actions do make sense. After hearing Wang Jian and Meng Tian's deductions, Qin Shi Huang felt a subtle stir in his heart. A moment later, he let out a soft sigh, his expression growing more complex. I never expected that the most unruly of my sons would harbor such filial devotion. He probably genuinely believes that I fell victim to Zhao Gao and Li Si, which is why he's so eager to avenge me. He is not merely a pleasure seeker. He still holds me in his heart. Yes, not bad at all. The more Qin Shi Huang thought about it, he is not merely a pleasure seeker. He still holds me in his heart. Yes, not bad at all. The more Qin Shi Huang thought about it, the more gratified he felt, and his opinion of the Ninth Prince improved considerably. Little did he know that Ying Zhao's thoughts were entirely different. Ying Zhao harbored no deep affection for his father. His urgency in eliminating Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai stemmed from his knowledge of the original course of history and the calamities these men would bring. Therefore, he had to act preemptively to uproot these hidden dangers. Ultimately, everything Ying Zhao did was to pave the way for his own grand schemes. But here in the dunes of Shakia, Qin Shi Huang was already moved by his own conjectures. Even Fu Su was deeply touched by these events. As they were discussing, Fu Su strode in quickly. Upon entering the tent, he first bowed to Qin Shi Huang, then spoke with barely contained excitement. Father, I have heard the news from the capital. The ninth brother's audacity this time is truly remarkable and impressive. He managed to root out all those secret agents in the palace and dealt with them swiftly. That takes real skill. His actions are clearly aimed at Zhao Gao and Li Si. He must have deduced that the troubles you faced were undeniably linked to those two treacherous ministers. That's why he moved with such urgency. He wants to avenge you. The ninth brother not only saw through the crux of the matter, but also dared to strike at the enemy proactively. This shows he possesses not only a good character, but also strategic acumen and boldness. Father, this is truly auspicious. It seems we have all misjudged the ninth brother in the past. Everyone underestimated his capabilities. He is by no means the frivolous person he appears to be, nor is he merely engrossed in pleasure. The real him is perhaps both filial and highly adept. Now I believe that his victory over the Xiongnu was no stroke. It must have been a triumph earned through his true abilities. Seeing Fu Su so animated, a faint smile also appeared on Qin Shi Huang's face. At this moment, his impression of the ninth prince had indeed undergone a noticeable transformation. The corners of Qin Shi Huang's mouth lifted slightly as he said with a hint of amusement, "What a deeply hidden lad. So this son of mine has never truly revealed his capabilities. I am now increasingly curious to see how he plans to deal with Zhao Gao and Li Si. Those two old foxes are not so easily subdued. Ying Zhao, since you have already shown your edge, then display. Let me see for myself just how far you can go." With these words, Qin Shi Huang's gaze turned to Fu Su. "Fu Su, you too should learn from your younger brother. His ability to conceal his prowess and his decisiveness in striking are precisely what you lack the most. If you can one day combine these two qualities, your future potential may not be inferior to his." Fu Su, upon hearing this, straightened his expression and immediately nodded in agreement. He understood that his father was using the ninth brother's example to admonish him. Qin Shi Huang was in an excellent mood. He even felt a subtle sense of pride for having such a profoundly enigmatic son. However, from beginning to end, he never truly intended to let the ninth prince continue to grow in power. Nor did he ever consider making Ying Zhao the legitimate emperor of Great Qin. However, from beginning to end, he never truly intended to let the ninth prince continue to grow in power. Nor did he ever consider making Ying Zhao the legitimate emperor of Great Qin. With a joyful expression, Fu Su couldn't help but ask, "Father, now that the ninth brother has temporarily taken charge of the court and openly clashed with Zhao Gao and Li Si, should we return to the palace soon to support him? In my opinion, is it time for us to head back to Xianying?" Qin Shi Huang, however, waved his hand dismissively and said with composure, "No need to rush. This play has just begun. Our returning now would mean missing much of the spectacle. I want to see just what kind of waves this prodigal son of mine can stir up after this sudden change in character. For all these years he's been playing the fool and hiding his true self. I'm genuinely curious to know just how much substance." Meng Tian spoke cautiously in a low voice. "Your Majesty, in my opinion, the ninth prince's depth of scheming likely didn't develop overnight. He has probably been lying in wait in the shadows for a very long time. It's entirely possible he's been at it for over a decade, maybe even two. If that's true, then this young man must not be underestimated." Wang Jian, standing nearby, could only offer a wry smile. For so many years, hardly anyone in the court had taken this. They all thought he was just an idle prince indulging in pleasures and posing no threat. But now it seemed that not only had even Qin Shi Huang himself seemed to have never truly seen through this son. It was precisely because no one paid him any attention that he was given the opportunity to grow in secret. By the time everyone realized it, he had already revealed a startling sharpness. At this moment, both Meng Tian and Wang Jian felt a complex emotion of having been kept in the dark for so many years. After pondering for a moment, Meng Tian cautiously ventured, "Your Majesty, should we alter our current itinerary? Should we follow Prince Fu Su's suggestion and return to Xianying early to take control of the situation? This would allow us to eliminate Zhao Gao and Li Si while also covertly assisting the ninth prince. Of course, from another perspective, it would also serve to check his power, lest he continues to grow unchecked and eventually becomes unmanageable." After hearing this, the smile on Qin Shi Huang's face did not fade. He said calmly, Enough, I am well aware of your concerns. But for now, let's just watch. My intention this time is to use this situation as bait to lure out the big fish hiding in the dark. The water has just begun to ripple, and the fish have only shown their shadows. It's far too early to reel in the net. Even if the ninth does harbor great ambition, we must let him lay all his cards on the table. I had set up a grand scheme to catch some truly big fish. Who would have thought that this hidden sixth piece would also be lured out? When the time comes to deal with him, I will not hesitate. You just keep a close watch on every move in Xianyang. As for when to act, I will decide. After these words, silence fell over the tent. They realized that the emperor was not without a plan. He had already incorporated everything into his grand strategy, given that there was little point in them fretting further. Shortly after, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Fu Su took their leave. Inside the tent, only Qin Shi Huang remained standing silently. His thoughts drifted back to Ying Zhao. In his memory, the ninth prince had been frail and sickly since childhood, appearing to have neither talent nor determination. As he grew older, he seemed to spend his days indulging in the pleasures of the harem, utterly unfit for great things. Yet who would have imagined that this most unremarkable son would become the one he could never truly see through? That forbearance, that ambition, and the strength he suddenly displayed all far exceeded his expectations. Qin Shi Huang narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, if it weren't for the ninth suddenly emerging, this game would have been nearing its end. If this drags on, the situation in the realm will likely become more chaotic and may even slip out of control. But since he has stepped forward, I might as well grant him a little more time. Let him continue on his path, and we shall see how many flaws he reveals. I am curious to see just how far he can climb. If he truly has the skill to use circumstances to eliminate Zhao Gao and Li Si, it would save me considerable trouble. Let him be the blade. I shall watch the spectacle from behind at ease. This move is truly exquisite. The first emperor murmured to himself as if he had already foreseen every subsequent development in his mind. Regardless, he would never stand idly by and watch this rebellious son grow beyond his control. When the time came, he would personally intervene to suppress the situation. If beauty could not restrain Ying Zhao, then he would use power and authority to press him down. If authority was insufficient, he would use absolute force to force him to submit. The first emperor had always been extremely confident in his methods. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distance, fully immersed in this game of chess. As the one who moved the pieces, what he sought was never merely a partial victory. What he wanted was control over the entire board with everyone placed upon it. He would never allow himself to lose this game. A moment later, the first emperor's mind stirred as he checked his system points. After confirming that a few more days of check-ins would unlock a life script simulation, he had already set his next target. That target was none other than the ninth prince, Ying Zhao. He was eager to see just how outrageous the life script of this hidden sixth prince truly was. Yet even so, the first emperor still did not believe Ying Zhao could truly turn the world upside down. After all, in his view, this son had one major flaw: his insatiable lust and inability to control himself. Once such a weakness was seized upon, there was no fear of him not being restrained. Even so, the first emperor found himself deeply intrigued by the coming situation. He even looked forward to seeing, once the simulation began, the absurd and arrogant trajectory of this rebellious son's life with his own eyes. Here at Shakyu, the first emperor calmly watched the show. Meanwhile, at the other end, Zhao Gao and Li Si were scrambling in their temporary camp. They secretly dispatched envoys to various factions, preparing to absorb the remnants of the Meng Shi and Bai clans into their fold. Furthermore, any faction that harbored resentment or rebellious intent towards the Great Qin was also added to their recruit. The two planned to amass a force powerful enough to march back to the imperial capital. When the time came, they would personally drag the ninth prince down from the throne. Then they would place Hu Hai on the throne. To ensure no mistakes, Zhao Gao and Li Si even mobilized the troops they had secretly cultivated over the years. If gentle means failed, they would resort to direct military force. They refused to believe that in the face of overwhelming power and military might, a mere ninth prince could defy heaven itself. They had even dared to scheme against the first emperor, so why would they fear a newly ascended prince like Ying Zhao? If it came down to force, then they would simply finish the job decisively. Anyone who stood in their way would be eliminated. Not a single threat could be left behind. Yet just as Zhao Gao and Li Si were plotting their rebellion, another piece of news arrived that would shake them to their core. At that moment, they were gathered around a map planning their next moves. Suddenly, a scout burst in panic, written all over his face. He knelt down and with a trembling voice cried out, "My lord, something terrible has happened. Urgent news from the capital. A major incident. Last night the ninth prince conducted a secret purge. Almost all the officials in the court who were close to you two have been rooted out in one fell swoop." Hearing this, Zhao Gao and Li Si's hearts sank simultaneously. It was as they feared. The ninth prince had indeed struck at their court factions, and he had moved so swiftly with a ruthlessness that far exceeded their expectations. However, they had somewhat anticipated. Though pained, they forced themselves to remain composed. Yet before they could even catch their breath, the scout's next words truly struck them like a thunderbolt. As Zhao Gao listened to the end, his vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. The scout's voice trembled as he stammered, "Lord Zhao, lordly. That ninth prince. His methods are too ruthless. In short, the situation in the capital has completely changed." "What? How could this be?" As the scout's words faded, "They have been thrown into prison awaiting interrogation. Your mansions were sealed off overnight. All property was registered and confiscated, and the servants have been dispersed. In short, the situation in the capital has completely changed." "What? How could this be? As the scout's words faded, Zhao Gao and Li Si stood frozen in place. They stared at each other utterly speechless. In that instant they felt as if a thunderclap had exploded within their minds. Their entire beings were stunned into immobility. After a long while, Zhao Gao's lips began to tremble uncontrollably. His face shifted from pale to ashen, then to purple, his chest heaving violently. He tried to curse out loud, but his throat felt blocked, and not a single word could escape. Then his body suddenly went limp, and he collapsed backward. His eyes rolled back, and he went completely still. This startled everyone around them. Several attendants rushed forward and hastily helped Zhao Gao onto a couch. Someone carefully checked his breathing, and finding he still had breath, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had merely fainted from a surge of rage and anxiety. Li Si's face darkened as he immediately ordered someone to summon a physician. Yet the atmosphere in the tent remained stiflingly oppressive. Li Si's own spirits had also plummeted to rock bottom. Truthfully, he had little energy left to worry about Zhao Gao's condition. He walked alone to the window, gazing at the darkening sky in the distance, his eyes filled with exhaustion and resentment. At this moment, Li Si even began to question his own life choices. He repeatedly asked himself whether he had been wrong from the very beginning. Initially, he had no rebellious intentions. He had never thought to put Fusu to death, nor had he actively schemed to push the ninth prince onto the throne. It was Zhao Gao who had constantly whispered in his ear, analyzing the pros and cons, promising various benefits, and dragging him in step by step with power and interest. Looking back now, Li Si felt he had been utterly blinded at the time. Had he known things would come to such a pass? Had he known that the seemingly frivolous ninth prince would prove so formidable? Why would he have ever boarded this ship? Wouldn't escorting the emperor safely back to Xianyang and supporting Fuse's succession have been far better than the current predicament? One wrong step and the entire game was lost. Unfortunately, regret was now meaningless. He never imagined that a single decision would implicate his entire family. The thought of his wife, children, and clansmen all thrown into prison felt like a knife twisting in his heart. The agony was almost unbearable. For a fleeting moment, he even wanted to rush back to the capital, kneel before the ninth prince, confess his crimes, and beg for mercy for his family. But reason ultimately pulled him back. Because Li Si knew all too well that there was no room for reconciliation between them. Even if he surrendered now, it would be impossible to pretend nothing had happened. This was a path with no return. A path that once taken led only to a dead end of life or death. Once you set foot on it, you had no choice but to press forward. Since the ninth prince dared to touch their families, it was clear he had no intention of showing mercy. If he chose to surrender now, he might not earn forgiveness. He might simply die faster. With that thought, Li Si lit up. The road ahead was shrouded in fog, and for the first time, he felt utterly lost. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao, still unconscious, was trapped in a torment of pain and fear. He seemed haunted by nightmare after nightmare, his brow furrowed and cold sweat beading on his forehead. Perhaps his subconscious refused to face reality. He slept in a daze for an entire night. It wasn't until dawn broke the next day that his senses gradually returned. The next moment, Zhao Gao bolted upright on the couch. Without bothering to straighten his robes, he immediately ordered someone to summon Li Si. Upon seeing Li Si, Zhao Gao's voice trembled as he asked in disbelief, "Lord Li, were those reports last night true? Did he really move against our families? Could that ninth prince truly be so ruthless? But why would he target us so specifically? After all, we were the ones who helped put him on the throne. If he won't honor that debt, fine. But does he have to go so far as to annihilate us? What does he know? Could he already be aware of everything that's happened here at Shakyu? Impossible, this makes no sense. The emperor's party has been escorted by Grand General Wang Jian. By all accounts, they should still be on the road. How could he possibly have sensed something amiss? Even if he suspects us, he has no solid evidence. Besides, what happened to the emperor wasn't done by our own hands. It was that celestial anomaly that triggered the calamity and caused the emperor's downfall. Why must he vent his fury on us? Could it be that he already knows about our forged edict? Is he trying to exact justice on behalf of the first emperor? This can't be. It shouldn't be. Zhao Gao fired off question after question, but Li Si remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. It was that even he couldn't figure it out. The ninth prince's string of actions was far too targeted, too ruthless, too swift, too far beyond expectation. This prince, whom everyone had once dismissed, was now revealing ambitions and methods that far exceeded their judgment. Zhao Gao and Li Si sat face to face, discussing for a long time without finding a plausible explanation. They simply couldn't comprehend why Ying Zhao was being so relentless, nor could they understand why he would push them to the brink right from the start. After much deliberation, all they could do was sigh. Fortunately, just as they were on the verge of being crushed by despair, a piece of good news finally arrived. A scout hurried and knelt and reported, "My lords, there is joyful news. The Meng Shi and Bai clans have agreed to cooperate with us." At these words, Zhao Gao and Li Si's eyes lit up like a drowning man suddenly grasping a lifeline. Zhao Gao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his fear, and regained a hint of ruthlessness. He looked at Li Si and said solemnly, "Lord Li, it seems we have no way back now. Since we've come this far, we might as well gamble everything. Within 7 days, we must rally more factions, gather our troops, and march back to the capital. We will split into 2 forces. One to rescue our families, the other to storm the palace and seize control. I refuse to believe that a pleasure-seeking prince can truly corner us. Since he has chosen to go all out, don't blame us for the outcome is far from decided. Who laughs last remains to be seen. Ninth prince, you just wait. I, Zhao Gao, will make you pay this debt back in full." The news, however, was slow to arrive. By the time Qin Shi Huang heard of it, 2 full days had already slipped by. Yet the moment he finished listening, the smile on his face could no longer be contained, and he threw his head back in uproarious laughter. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Fu Su standing nearby were all struck with utter disbelief. Fu Su in particular felt his heart surge with tumultuous waves of shock. When had this 9th brother become so formidable? He even felt that the man before him was no longer the 9th prince he remembered from his memories. His methods were ruthless, his actions decisive. Every gesture was laced with a piercing, killing intent. A figure like this was a rarity seldom seen anywhere under heaven. Qin Shi Huang's laughter showed no sign of stopping as he declared, "Good lad. This news is truly astonishing. It rattles one's very soul, yet it is immensely gratifying." His methods were ruthless, his actions decisive. Every gesture was laced with a piercing, killing intent. A figure like this was a rarity seldom seen anywhere under heaven. You even dared to seize the kin of Zhao Gao and Li Si. By doing so, you've cut off their escape routes. When the critical moment arrives, you can use them to restrain your enemies and also secure a protective charm for yourself. Splendid, truly splendidly executed. I had worried that provoking these 2 fierce tigers would lead you into a dead end. As it turns out, your mind hasn't completely. At the very least, you understand the art of seizing their weaknesses to force their submission. Even I, your father, must now regard you with greater esteem. I am eager to see what greater commotion you can stir up next. You are truly my blood, with rebellion running through your very bones. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang's laughter was nearly unstoppable. All imperial dignity had been cast aside, for his heart was brimming with excitement and profound astonishment. Among all his sons, never had there been one so outrageously defiant and rebellious. This was truly an eye-opening. For a long time, Qin Shi Huang had yearned to cultivate an heir who possessed both cunning and strength, ambition and strategy, one who was like a wolf, fierce, composed, and fearsome. Yet his wishes had never been fulfilled. His sons were either too weak to be of any use or too foolish to possess a shred of sense. He had never truly encountered one who embodied all these traits. Yet at this very moment, heaven seemed to have delivered such a defiant prince right before his eyes. How could he not be stirred? Were it not for the fact that this rebellious son was born of a concubine and had a reputation for being an incorrigible philanderer. Qin Shi Huang might have been tempted to hand the entire empire over to him. This lad simply knew how to get things done. Time and again he had shattered the stifling frustration in the emperor's chest. It was utterly exhilarating. Just days ago he had simulated the fates of Fu Su and Hu Hai. Invariably both were ruined by the eunuch Zhao Gao and the treacherous minister Li Si. The endings of those 2 sons were tragic indeed. Qin Shi Huang had been nursing a blazing fury. He had planned to deal with those 2 fools himself when the time was right. Who would have thought his son would beat him to it? This pent-up rage had been vented time and again, leaving him utterly satisfied. The surging excitement in his heart could not be suppressed. At this moment, he felt an even more urgent desire to peer into the lives fate of this rebellious son. He yearned to know if this defiant prince would become the pivotal figure in determining the future of the Great Qin. And by knowing this in advance, he could prepare for both eventualities. After all, Qin Shi Huang would never permit anyone in this world to truly rise above him, even if that person were his own flesh and blood. If anyone stood in the way of his imperial path, he would not hesitate to eradicate them when necessary. Thus Qin Shi Huang wished to immediately simulate the fate of that rebellious son. Only then could he formulate the appropriate countermeasures. Unfortunately, the system was currently undergoing an upgrade. It was in a state of dormancy and silence. This meant he couldn't perform his daily check-in for now. He would have to wait until the system finished upgrading before he could resume and accumulate enough points. Only then could he simulate that rebellious son's life script. The emperor forcibly suppressed the urgency and excitement within him. He then directly ordered Meng Tian and Wang Jian quickly send men at once to investigate the current reactions of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Find out where they are now and how much distance remains between them and the capital. I am truly impatient to know how they will confront each other next. Who will emerge victorious and who will fall? That has become a rather intriguing question. Meng Tian immediately clasped his fists and solemnly reported, "Your Majesty, the scouts have returned with intelligence." It is said that when Zhao Gao and Li Si heard the news in advance, they were profoundly shaken. Eunuch Zhao Gao in particular was so terrified that he fainted dead away. They no longer dare to proceed. Their forces have halted, and they are secretly making contact with various factions. It is said they have sought out the Meng Shi and by clans, and have also mobilized their privately raised troops. By the look of it, they seem prepared to stake everything on a single throw. They intend to fight their way back to the capital and forcibly drag the 9th prince down from his position. These 2 are indeed harboring treacherous intentions, wild and untamable. However, this also shows that they are truly afraid. If they weren't confident of victory, they wouldn't dare to return alone. That is why they are now plotting these contingency plans. Having heard Meng Tian's report, a gleam of light burst forth from Qin Shi Huang's eyes. The next moment he burst into thunderous laughter. I thought they were bold, but they are nothing but paper tigers, outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. They were so frightened that they stopped in their tracks, not daring to take another step forward. How ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. But this only makes the drama more fascinating. Even the Meng Shi and by clans have been dragged into this. Interesting. It wouldn't surprise me if more factions emerge soon. I am growing more and more anticipative. I presume Dong Wangtai won't remain idle either. This game of chess is expanding. The waters have just been stirred, and the fish hiding beneath are surfacing one by one. Excellent, truly excellent. It seems even heaven is paving the way for me. Perhaps this time we can sweep away all those treacherous ministers and rebels in one fell swoop. The grand drama has begun. I wonder if that rebellious son of mine is ready for the challenge. I am increasingly eager to see how this unfolds. Qin Shi Huang's chest heaved with uncontainable excitement, his eyes gleaming with unconcealable shock. He had never imagined that his own feigned death would give rise to such a chaotic and intriguing situation. Now he was content to enjoy his leisure sitting behind the scenes to watch this spectacular drama unfold. The first emperor's spirits were visibly higher than before. His demeanor left Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Fu Su. They were well aware that Zhao Gao and Li Si had dared to forge the imperial edict, even scheming to usurp the throne. Such actions had trampled directly upon the emperor's most sacred taboo. They could fully comprehend the emperor's fury. Yet no matter how intense his rage, it should not have driven him to such unbridled glee, forsaking the dignity befitting a sovereign. His laughter carried an unmistakable tone of schadenfreude, as if he relished the impending chaos. The more they listened, the more perplexed they became. Little did they know the first emperor had already awakened a mysterious system. It was precisely because of this system that he had foreknowledge of the heinous crimes Zhao Gao and Li Si, those two fools, would commit in the future. His hatred ran far deeper than their current act of forging the decree. Within his heart the flames of vengeance surged layer upon layer, almost impossible to contain. The mere fact that he could sit here watching the spectacle, even managing a laugh, was a testament to his immense self-restraint. Had the first emperor been face-to-face with the culprits Zhao Gao and Li Si at this very moment, he would not have wasted a single word. He would have drawn his sword on the spot and severed their heads from their shoulders. While the atmosphere around the first emperor grew increasingly jubilant, dark clouds gathered over Zhao Gao and Li Si. Simultaneously within the imperial palace, a different kind of vibrant festivity was unfolding. Ever since the new consort had entered the palace, Ing Zhao's entire demeanor seemed elevated. Not only had his temperament and charisma become strikingly compelling, but even his appearance seemed to grow more handsome by the day. His bearing was such that any woman in the realm might lose herself with a single glance. Naturally, Ing Zhao's spirits were soaring beyond measure. For days on end he remained within the harem, indulging in wine and pleasure. Night after night echoed with music and revelry, a cycle he seemed unwilling to break. The most delightful surprise, however, was the news that a Jiao whose health had always been frail was now with child. Moreover, the bellies of a Zhu and Renjira were growing more prominent by the day. According to the reckoning, their time of delivery was due within the month. Moreover, the bellies of a Zhu and Renjira were growing more prominent by the day. According to the reckoning, their time of delivery was due within the month. It seemed he would soon be a father again, and with that a mountain of system rewards was sure to follow. Just the thought of it sent a surge of excitement through Ing Zhao. Shi Xianglan, now a constant companion by Ing Zhao's side, was utterly captivated by him. It was only now that she truly understood the delight her elder sister Shi Shangyun had spoken of. Occasionally Shi Xianglan would even join her sister Shi Shangyun in attending to Ing Zhao together. This pair of beautiful sisters provided Ing Zhao with immense gratification. He was so immersed in this blissful indulgence that he almost forgot all else. However, despite his dalliance, Ing Zhao did not truly neglect his duties. The crucial matter of eliminating Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai was always at the forefront of his mind. That night, Shi Xianglan, utterly exhausted from the evening's exertions, fell into a deep slumber early on. Ing Zhao draped his robe over his shoulders, left the bedchamber, and proceeded alone to the secret chamber. For shadow guards were already standing in neat formation awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him, they immediately clasped their fists in salute and respectfully intoned, "Hail, your majesty." Ing Zhao merely cast a faint glance, signaling them to dispense with formalities. Then with a composed expression he asked, "Speak. What have you uncovered? Where are those two wretches Zhao Gao and Li Si currently hiding? Have they made any recent moves?" Exiled, one of the 4 shadow guards, stepped forward and bowed his head in report. "Your majesty, on their way to the capital, those two heard of the events that transpired within the palace. As a result, they are now visibly panicked. They dare not rashly approach the capital and have thus halted their journey, setting up camp midway. Furthermore, they have secretly contacted the Meng Shi and Bai clans. They have also sent signals to Dong Wang Tai. They appear to be attempting to make contact with remnants of forces that once rebelled against the Great Qin. This time they have even mobilized all the troops they had secretly stationed over the years. In my estimation, they intend to consolidate all their strength for a direct confrontation with your majesty. Their plan seems to be to march straight for the capital, force their way into the palace, and ultimately seize supreme power. These treacherous rebels deserve 1,000 deaths." Ing Zhao gave a slight nod, his expression unchanged. Just as he had expected, none of this had taken him by surprise. He had long anticipated that Zhao Gao and Li Si would never concede defeat. They would surely scheme in the shadows, devising some insidious plot. But did Ing Zhao fear such things? They had soldiers, but did he not have his own? Utterly laughable. Ing Zhao swiftly shifted the conversation, asking, "And what of the situation in Shakyu? What have you learned? Were there not reports earlier that General Meng Tian was escorting the late emperor's body back to the capital? Why has there been no word since?" Even if floods had blocked the route delaying their journey, the waters should have receded by now, and the path ought to be clear again. So why is there still no definitive news? At this rate, my father's remains might well rot on the road. Ruing, another of the 4 shadow guards, stepped forward and reported with a bow, "Your Majesty, we are still investigating this matter. However, word has come back that a plague has suddenly broken out among the escorting troops. Many soldiers are suffering from severe abdominal pain, vomiting, and diarrhea, rendering them unable to continue the journey. Even General Meng himself has fallen ill and is severely weakened. It is for this reason that the journey has been forced to a halt. The convoy is currently stationed in place guarding against unforeseen events while the soldiers recuperate. As soon as the men have recovered somewhat, the convoy should be able to resume its march. The late emperor's remains should arrive at the capital shortly thereafter." "Oh, a plague now?" Ing Zhao's brow furrowed slightly at this news. Something about this whole affair struck him as peculiar, yet upon further reflection it wasn't entirely implausible. After all, plagues often fester in the wake of great floods. History was replete with such occurrences. With this in mind, Ing Zhao instructed the shadow guards, "I have recently refined numerous pills that can fortify one's constitution and ward off pestilence. Select some and send them over tomorrow. Let them shake off this illness quickly so they may hasten the late emperor's remains back to the capital." Liao Ran immediately clasped his fists and acknowledged, "Your will be done." Ing Zhao nodded, then continued, "Apart from Zhao Gao and Li Si, have you kept a close watch on Hu Hai? Has he displayed any unusual behavior during this period?" Ru Ying replied with a steady demeanor, "Your Majesty, we have detected nothing out of the ordinary. Prince Hu Hai is still young and likely harbors no other ambitions. His days have been spent in leisure and mischief, and beyond that he has made no other moves. However, there is new intelligence concerning Prince Fu Su. According to our scouts, Prince Fu Su departed the frontier overnight and has rushed to Shakyu. He is currently with the escort convoy." "Oh, Fu Su has gone to Shakyu as well." A flicker of surprise passed through Ing Zhao's eyes. This matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. According to the original course of history, Fu Su was supposed to have taken his own life at the Great Wall frontier in the 37th year of Qin Shi Huang's reign. In the end, it was merely a scheme orchestrated by Zhao Gao and Li Si that led to his demise. A forged edict was sent to him, and he foolishly slit his own throat. Yet historical records never mentioned Fu Su having traveled to Shakyu. Could some unforeseen variable have arisen? Ing Zhao felt a pang of headache. However, upon further reflection, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Fu Su was known for his weak temperament, fundamentally lacking a certain ruthlessness. Even if he were to appear in the grand scheme later, he might not pose a significant threat. Nevertheless, Ing Zhao did not let his guard down entirely. After all, everything happening now had deviated significantly from the original course of history, and no one could say for sure if there were hidden problems within. He certainly didn't want to inadvertently trigger some sort of butterfly effect. Although his elder brother Fu Su had always treated him well since childhood, even speaking kindly of him when he caused a city-wide uproar with his excessive concubine taking. Yet in Ing Zhao's view, born into an imperial family, so-called favors held little weight. If the other ever threatened his plans, or even his position, he would not hesitate to eliminate him with ruthless efficiency. Setting aside the anomaly at Shakyu for now, Ing Zhao coldly commanded, "As for Hu Hai, no longer keep watch on him. Regardless of what he is doing now, seize him directly and throw him into the dungeon. 10 days from now at the hour of noon, he will be executed at the Eastern Market." "What? Into the dungeon? Executed?" This was too sudden. The 4 shadow guards were all stunned upon hearing this command. Their first thought was whether His Majesty had lost his mind. Prince Hu Hai was merely a young imperial prince. Why would His Majesty suddenly act against him? This method was excessively cruel. The 4 shadow guards exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. They fell into silence, none immediately accepting the order. They were truly reluctant to accept this command. After all, this was not ordinary punishment, but the slaying of a brother. Wouldn't such an act violate human ethics? If the world learned of this, wouldn't there be widespread criticism? Wouldn't they mock and question His Majesty? Ru Ying, the leader of the 4 shadow guards, eventually steeled himself and stepped forward, cupping his fists and saying, "Your Majesty, this matter requires careful consideration. Perhaps you might reconsider. Prince Hu Hai is after all your own younger brother. Moreover, he is still young and was the late emperor's most beloved prince. If your Majesty directly executes him, it will likely cause dissent both within and outside the court, and the common people will inevitably talk. I dare to speak bluntly, this action is truly inappropriate." Ing Zhao remained calm upon hearing this. He merely glanced at them and said slowly, "What do you know? Hu Hai is not just a naive young prince. The storms he could stir, the consequences he could bring, are far beyond what you... Follow my orders. Do not ask about matters that are not your concern. Dismissed and executed immediately. Act tonight, raid Hu Hai's residence and throw him into the imperial prison." A sharp intake of breath. This was terrifying. The 4 shadow guards felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't fathom why His Majesty would resort to such drastic measures. Yet despite their shock, no one dared to question, nor did they dare to defy the imperial decree. Soon night fell completely. In the dead of night, the sky was dim and the moonlight was obscured by clouds. And under this darkness, another silent slaughter was unleashed within the imperial city. The guards sent by Ing Zhao stormed into Hu Hai's residence ferociously. The entire mansion was thoroughly ransacked. Anyone who dared to step forward and resist was slain on the spot. At that time, Hu Hai was sound asleep on his bed. Without a chance to react, he was shoved into a sack bound tightly and taken. When he saw light again, he found himself locked in a cold, damp cell. The iron bars were grim and the air was chilling. Hu Hai in all his life had never endured such humiliation. When his father Qin Shi Huang was alive, he was the most who in the entire court dared not show him respect. Who didn't know he was the emperor's most beloved young prince? Those people would always greet him with smiles and treat him with utmost deference. But who would have thought that tonight he would be dragged from his home and thrown into prison? What the hell? What does this mean? At this moment, Hu Hai's mind became unprecedentedly clear. He suddenly realized that the one who threw him into prison must be his ninth imperial brother. The ninth prince must be acting out of jealousy. Jealous that he Hu Hai had always been favored by the emperor. Jealous that he had lived so luxuriously and honorably all these years. So the ninth prince, having just ascended the throne, was eagerly moving against him. He wanted to get rid of him, a thorn in his side. What a ruthless elder brother. Truly ambitious and terrifyingly so. Rage surged within Hu Hai. He fell to his knees with a thud and screamed at the dim night sky outside the cell. Father, open your eyes and see. What kind of being did you place on the throne? He has just ascended and already wants to kill your most beloved son. How can such a venomous person be the emperor of Great Qin? Father, I beg you to show a sign. Send down a heavenly thunderbolt to strike that wicked creature dead. I Hu Hai am wronged. Father, please see. I don't want to die without knowing why. Wah. Hu Hai knelt in the cell, wailing heartbreakingly, his voice cracking from the screams. After all, he was still his nature was still that of a child. Faced with such a major crisis, he could think of nothing else but to kneel and cry out. But even if he screamed his throat raw, it was of no use now. The person on the throne was no longer his protective father. It was that extremely cold-hearted ninth prince. The current emperor sat high above, holding the power of life and death. And he Hu Hai was but an ant crushed underfoot. What else could he do? All that remained was despair and helplessness. At this moment, Hu Hai was acutely aware that he had lost his greatest protector, Qin Shi Huang. The only person he could still place his hopes on was his teacher Zhao Gao. He could only pray desperately that Zhao Gao would return to the capital as soon as possible, and find a way to rescue him from his prison. And so Hu Hai was thus thrown into the imperial dungeon. Meanwhile, the relatives of Zhao Gao and Li Si were also thrown into the great prison. All those who could potentially sway the future direction of the Great Qin, or who had exerted significant influence over it in the original course of history. Ying Zhao did not spare a single one. He had them all cast into the dungeons one after another, waiting only for the opportune moment to dispose of them all. After all, when a man of ambition acts, he must act decisively and ruthlessly. Other matters might be overlooked, but this matter alone allowed no room for ambiguity. As long as the second emperor, Hu Hai, still lived, uncontrollable variables would forever remain in the future. Who could guarantee that the torrent of history would not once again surge in an unforeseen direction? To utterly eliminate all uncertainty, Ying Zhao was willing to be ruthless this time. Even if it meant bearing the infamy, what of it? He cared not a whit. In this world, the strong reign supreme. Raw power alone dictates what is truly right. Whoever is stronger holds the right to speak. Everything else must stand aside. Having arranged all matters, Ying Zhao felt not a shred of burden in his heart. He remained utterly composed. Afterwards, he returned to the inner palace, continuing to indulge in pleasures within the warm embrace of comfort. Night after night of revelry, lost in delight, unable to extricate himself. But soon, by the dawn of the second day, the news that Hu Hai had been cast into the great prison exploded like a thunderclap across the entire court. In an instant, the whole imperial city was shaken. Countless hearts were filled with shock and fury, and an uncontrollable panic rapidly spread through the court and the populace alike. Overnight, the news of Hu Hai's mansion being raided and his person being thrown into the imperial dungeon spread like wildfire throughout the entire court. By the time the sky brightened the next day, almost every civil and military official was stunned speechless by the event. No one had expected that this newly ascended ninth prince would possess such ruthless methods. He wouldn't even spare his own younger brother. What had Hu Hai ever done to provoke him? That was merely a young prince under the late emperor. What was he hoping to achieve by striking so suddenly and fatally? For a moment, unprecedented fear gripped the hearts of the ministers. Many even gathered privately to discuss how to respond. With grim faces and furrowed brows, they all felt that their current sovereign must have gone mad. Gentlemen, tell me, what is the meaning of this? The late emperor has only just passed. His funeral rites haven't even been properly conducted. The ninth prince has only been on the throne for a few days, and he's already so eager to lay murderous hands on his own kin. Where is the basic human decency in this? To put it bluntly, this is worse than a beast. The moment these words were spoken, the faces of the surrounding ministers changed instantly. One elderly minister quickly lowered his voice and warned, "Mind your tone. How can you speak such words so carelessly? If this reaches the ears of His Majesty, even your old life won't be spared. You'd be lucky to die a quick death. You might not even leave a complete corpse." But on the other hand, what His Majesty did this time is indeed rather unkind. If the late emperor knew in the underworld, he would surely be disturbed with rage. Young Master Hu Hai was the late emperor's most beloved youngest son. Because of his youth, he was especially doted upon, and rewards were never scarce for him. Could it be that this very reason is why the current emperor harbors such suspicion and fear towards him? If that's truly the case, then his magnanimity is far too lacking. Gentlemen, have you considered whether His Majesty will continue to move against the other princes next? If things truly escalate to that point, where do we as his subjects stand? Who can say? The situation now is beyond our control. This current sovereign's actions are indeed somewhat deranged. He's only been on the throne for a short while, yet he's already purged most of the people Zhao Gao and Li Si had placed. Even the relatives of those two families have all been thrown into prison. And now even young Master Hu Hai hasn't escaped. One can only say the sovereign's mind is inscrutable. From now on we must tread carefully in the court. Who knows, one mistake might see us dragged into the imperial dungeon, ending up dismembered. Alas, tell me, how are we supposed to live on after this? His Majesty is cruel, his methods are vicious, and he is exceedingly ambitious, always doing things against the natural order. Every single act of his sends chills down one's spine. Let's just hope he can restrain himself a bit and stop this reckless upheaval. If he continues like this, the entire Great Qin court will be thrown into complete chaos. How can we possibly endure such turmoil? The ministers discussed heatedly one after another. Yet no matter how they talked, no one could devise a truly feasible solution. They had no idea how to respond. Nor did they possess the ability to influence the new emperor's decisions. They recalled when they first heard the ninth prince had inherited the throne. Though they dared not voice it, their hearts were full of disdain. In their view, a prodigal wastrel obsessed with women ascending the throne meant the Great Qin was doomed to be shaken to its core by his folly. Those who wished to topple him from the throne would surely be numerous. Even if he managed to sit on the dragon throne, he surely— But who could have imagined? This prodigal prince whom they had all looked down upon had barely ascended the throne when he began— But who could have imagined? This prodigal prince whom they had all looked down upon had barely ascended the throne when he began instigating one earth-shattering event after another. The covert agents planted in secret were also uprooted entirely. Following that, he began to purge the partisans of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Even the relatives of those two, the heads of Zhao Wu and Yen Lu, were chopped off and kicked around like balls. Then with lightning-fast measures he rooted out all the spies hidden within the imperial palace. The covert agents planted in secret were also uprooted entirely. Following that, he began to purge the partisans of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Even the relatives of those two families were arrested and cast into prison. And even after reaching this point, it still wasn't over. Now he had suddenly turned his blade upon Hu Hai. It was simply Almost all the ministers concluded that the ninth prince's move against Hu Hai must be born of jealousy. Jealousy that Hu Hai had once been the late emperor's favorite. And jealous too that among all the princes Hu Hai had received the most rewards and affection. Apart from this reason, they could not fathom another explanation. They also hoped His Majesty would consider familial bonds and treat his brothers well. So they dredged up all the virtue. Those ministers who prided themselves on righteousness eventually gritted their teeth, and embracing the notion of risking death, began to submit memorials. They sought to implore His Majesty to rescind his order and cease the slaughter of his royal kin. They also hoped His Majesty would consider familial bonds and treat his brothers well. So they dredged up all the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith from the history books. They inscribed these principles word by word into their memorials, hoping to persuade the new sovereign to turn back. Yet they were well aware that such efforts would most likely be futile. After all, the eunuch Ah Chang in the palace had already stated before that His Majesty does not read memorials at all. All the carefully drafted memorials they had submitted previously were burned to ashes. In other words, their desperate attempts to remonstrate now were likely just a futile struggle. But even so, they still wanted to try one, if only for a final gamble. After all, killing imperial clan members and harming one's own brothers were heinous acts of treason and filial impiety. If the late emperor truly had a spirit in heaven, he would not rest easy even in death. Once this matter spread, it would inevitably invite ridicule, curses, and condemnation from the world. It could even stir up a massive uproar. Should the other states across the 9 provinces learn of this, they would inevitably scorn the Great Qin and mock its imperial family for being heartless and unjust. These ministers thought far ahead. Each buried their heads, lifting their brushes to hastily write their memorials. They clung to a final sliver of hope, hoping to use this to admonish His Majesty. Unfortunately, Eng Zhao paid no heed to the opinions of these people. What he needed to do was to eliminate those key figures who could influence the future direction of the Great Qin Empire. Zhao Gao, Li Si, Hu Hai, and their associates. As long as anyone stood in his way, not a single one could be spared. Of course, Eng Zhao was not without sense. He was fully aware that such actions would inevitably provoke the discontent of the court officials and draw criticism from the world at large. After all, in the eyes of the world, Hu Hai was merely a filial and obedient child. He was also the youngest son, most beloved by the late emperor during his lifetime. He had never committed any truly heinous acts in his daily life. Naturally, people would think that Eng Zhao's actions to secure the throne were too absurd and unreasonable. If this matter were left without an explanation, it would inevitably invite even more gossip and criticism. Thus, Eng Zhao ordered a thorough investigation of Hu Hai's residence. Soon, ironclad evidence of his secret dealings with Zhao Gao and Li Si was uncovered from within the mansion. In addition, there was a mountain of evidence of Hu Hai's bribery and embezzlement of state funds over the years. What was even more fatal, prior to this, Zhao Gao and Li Si had already drawn Hu Hai into their schemes. The 3 of them had secretly colluded with the powers of the various states across the land. They had even privately raised a private army loyal only to them. Laying out these crimes one by one, it was no longer a matter of ordinary offenses. This was unequivocally the great crime of high treason. Eng Zhao immediately ordered all the charges to be compiled into a document. Subsequently, he issued a royal decree proclaiming it to the entire world. clearly explaining to the people why he had arrested Hu Hai and why he was to be executed 10 days later. As soon as this news spread, it was like a boulder crashing into a deep pool. It stirred up waves across the entire realm. Everyone understood that this time Hu Hai was truly beyond saving. And to fan the flames, even hiring Zhao added the most potent fuel to the fire. He directly invited several learned and highly respected elder scholars to conduct a public examination. They meticulously compared the so-called secret edict that had previously forced Fu Su to take his own life. Finally, they confirmed that the secret edict was indeed a forgery. As a result, the treacherous ambitions of Zhao Gao Li Si and Hu Hai were thoroughly exposed to the world. The court and the nation were once again thrown into an uproar. Among all the princes were the most shaken. Prince Gao, Prince Ye, Prince Jiang Lu, and others, after hearing the full story, immediately gathered together in private. They too wanted to discuss how they should conduct themselves in the future. Prince Jiang Lu, with a grim expression, spoke first. I always knew Zhao Gao and Li Si were not good people, but I never expected them to be so audacious. They even dared to forge the edict that forced brother Fu Su to die. These two are utterly vicious to the core. Prince Ye chimed in, unable to hold back. No wonder. Now I understand. Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai must have long been secretly colluding, planning to seize power amidst the chaos. In their eyes, the ninth prince probably never seemed like a threat. They only saw him as a frivolous playboy, a useless wastrel who couldn't be helped. But in comparison, the one they truly feared was brother Fu Su. They were worried that brother Fu Su would join forces with General Meng Tian and lead the border troops back, ruining their grants. So they had to act first and remove brother Fu Su from the picture. After dealing with Fu Su, they planned to return to the capital and bring down the current emperor as well. Then they would support Hu Hai to the throne. At that point, wouldn't the Great Qin court fall completely into their hands? These black-heart villains, so this was their plan. No wonder the emperor was utterly enraged. Hateful, truly. Prince Gao, however, narrowed his eyes and analyzed in a deep voice. From the looks of it, Zhao Gao and Li Si ultimately miscalculated one step. The prince they underestimated the most turned out to be the most formidable. They probably never dreamed that the emperor who now sits on the throne would be so ruthless, so powerful, and harbor such astonishing strength. This man is not a puppet that Zhao Gao and Li Si can easily manipulate. They thought that by eliminating brother Fu Su they could rest easy and rise to the top. But in reality, the greatest enemy standing in their way is the current emperor himself. Look, every move His Majesty makes strikes directly at the vital points. From the very beginning, every step he took was clearly aimed at Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai. Wow. So our emperor has been playing the fool all along. Perhaps he had already sensed the conspiracy of these treacherous ministers. That's why upon ascending the throne he immediately initiated a purge, shocking the court with thunderous force. Such methods are too terrifying, far beyond what we could ever achieve. Now I finally understand why our late father chose him as his successor. Because he genuinely has the ability to secure. In terms of true capability, we probably can't even match 1/10 of his. After Prince Gao's words, the other princes fell into silence. Only then did they truly realize that the late emperor's choice might not have been wrong. The ninth prince's methods and decisiveness were indeed beyond their comparison. Several of them couldn't help but put themselves in his shoes. If they were the ones to ascend the throne now, how would they suppress Zhao Gao and Li Si? Facing the deeply entrenched old foxes in the court, how would they gradually take control of the situation? To firmly grasp imperial power while weakening various forces, where would they even begin? Each of these matters was far from easy. Yet the current emperor had accomplished them all. That sickly prince whom they once held in the lowest regard had actually done it. A sense of reverence began to grow in the hearts of the princes. They even started to think that although the ninth prince was frivolous and indulged in women, when it came to governance and political maneuvering, he possessed extraordinarily formidable skills. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. While the princes discussed this in private, they also sought to find a way to survive. After all, one must bow one's head when under another's roof. They didn't want to be cleaned up by this ninth brother one day. Thus these princes were all quite anxious. However, even so, none of them entertained the thought of pleading for Hu Hai. Because Hu Hai, relying on the late emperor's favor, had long been arrogant and domineering to the extreme. In daily life, he often sneered at the other princes, even secretly suppressed and slandered them. They had already accumulated much resentment towards him. Furthermore, given the current situation, even if someone stepped forward to plead for him, it would be utterly useless. The crimes Hu Hai had committed were already too numerous to count. One accusation after another, each one solid evidence. The charge of colluding with foreign enemies alone was enough to sentence him to death 10 times over. In the end, everyone chose to protect themselves. Not a single prince was willing to step forward and speak for Hu Hai. Such sentiments were not confined to the princes alone. The court ministers held similar views. Initially, they pitted Hu Hai, believing the current emperor was cruel to his own king. But once they saw the list of Hu Hai's crimes, they fell silent, as if their mouths were sealed shut. Only then did they realize that under the deceit and coercion of Zhao Gao and Li Si, Hu Hai had unknowingly committed far too many wrongdoings. The minor offenses of corruption and arrogance were hardly worth mentioning. The mere act of forging an imperial edict to drive Fu Su to his death was enough to cast him into the deepest dungeon. Not to mention their collusion with foreign enemies to overthrow the Qin dynasty. For such a crime, even beheading would not be unjust. At this point, who would dare to plead for Hu Hai? No one. They were truly terrified. After all, the ninth prince had a single unintended word could get one's head twisted off on the spot. In times like these, who would willingly throw themselves? Thus the vast majority chose to remain silent. Within a few days, news of these events reached Zhao Gao and Li Si. When they learned that Exiled had thrown even Hu Hai into the dungeons, their expressions changed almost simultaneously, their hearts tightening with extreme tension. Zhao Gao slammed his palm on the table, his face livid with rage as he cursed, "Damn it! This brat is ruthless. This move of his is clearly meant to seal off our escape routes." The most critical question is, how on earth did he know we planned to install Hu Hai on the throne? He acted a step ahead and threw him in prison. Vicious. Absolutely infuriating. Fate has chosen this very moment to throw us into such a predicament. That sickly wretch was utterly inconspicuous before, nothing but a wastrel who chased after women. How has he suddenly become so ruthless and decisive? I wish I could rush back to the imperial city right now and chop it. Damn it. Absolutely damn it. Listening to Zhao Gao's tirade, Li Si could only heave a long sigh, his face dark. He said solemnly, "What use is cursing now? Hu Hai is already in the imperial prison. In 10 days he'll be taken to the market and executed. If he dies, we lose our most suitable puppet. Then it won't be so easy to seize the Qin Empire and control the court with any semblance of legitimacy. Zhao Gongong, you make the call. How about we return to the capital immediately and find a way to rescue Hu Hai?" But Zhao Gao merely sneered upon hearing this. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Si and said with undisguised contempt, "Li Darren, have you lost your wits as well? We haven't even escaped danger ourselves. What makes you think we can just charge back and save Hu Hai? Besides, does his life or death truly matter that much to us? Without Hu Hai, can't we find someone else to push forward? If it comes to it, we don't need to support any prince at all. Well, overthrow the Qin Empire outright and change the order of the world. Then we'll split the realm between us. What's wrong with that? Wouldn't sitting on that dragon throne ourselves be far more satisfying than propping up some useless prince?" Zhao Gao's words left Li Si utterly stunned. His the order of the world. Then we'll split the realm between us. Li Si stared at Zhao Gao and couldn't help asking, "Zhao Gongong, what did you just say? Didn't you always say you only wanted to be a minister second only to the emperor? How is it that now you're even coveting the throne itself?" Facing Li Si's questioning, Zhao Gao showed no signs of hiding his ambition, sneering, "And why not? If I wish to sit on it, I will. There aren't that many rules in this realm. In the end, it's all about who holds the bigger fist. As long as my strength is sufficient and I can command the world, why can't I be the emperor of Qin? At the very least, I'd be far better than that useless Hu Hai." These words chilled Li Si to the bone. He had always known Zhao Gao was not a man content with his lot. This man was fiercely ambitious and ruthless in his methods, single-mindedly pursuing the pinnacle of power. But Li Si never imagined Zhao Gao's appetite would be this insatiable. He was no longer satisfied with wielding absolute power over the court. He now aspired to the very throne of the Qin Emperor. It was utterly terrifying. After all, Zhao Gao was nothing but a eunuch, a castrated man. What right did he have to command the entire court? What right did he have to sit upon the imperial throne and rule over all? After all, Zhao Gao was nothing but a eunuch, a castrated man. What right did he have to command the entire court? Well, at least he wasn't a eunuch. That alone put him a notch above Zhao Gao. Of course, Li Si would never voice such thoughts openly. Having perceived the monstrous ambition swelling within Zhao Gao, Li Si chose to remain silent instead. Since Zhao Gao harbored such intentions, the two of them could never truly see things through together. If the opportunity ever arose, he would have to eliminate Zhao Gao first. He would personally send this so-called ally straight to his doom. After all, to tread the supreme path, one must stop at nothing. Without a ruthless heart, how could one reach the summit? When the final showdown comes, if only one of them could survive, for power, for status, for prestige, he would not hesitate for a single moment, stopping at nothing to completely eradicate Zhao Gao. And at this very moment, though Zhao Gao and Li Si still sat at the same table, each of them was already harboring their own secret schemes. Their so-called alliance was no longer as solid as before. For the time being, neither of them had any intention of rushing back to rescue Hu Hai. After all, the troops they had secretly mustered had yet to fully assemble. The factions they had contacted earlier were also not fully in place. If they were to hastily march on the capital now, they would only be the ones to suffer. So for now, Hu Hai had to be abandoned. From start to finish, he was nothing more than a pawn in their eyes. A puppet on a string displayed in the open. Lose this pawn and another can be found. If there was truly no one else to support, then they simply wouldn't support any prince at all. Raising the banner of rebellion and claiming the throne directly was also an option. At this point, what did they have left to? At worst, they would burn all bridges and go all in. Zhao Gao and Li Si quickly settled on the most pragmatic choice. Accelerate the mobilization of their forces. Consolidate all their power as quickly as possible. Only by seizing the overall situation early could the unease in their hearts finally settle. As long as the Qin Empire was not firmly in their grasp, they would know no peace. Meanwhile, news of the commotion swiftly reached the ears of Qin Shi Huang. At this very moment, beyond the dunes within a small thatched hut, Qin Shi Huang, Wang Jianming Tian, and Fu Su were gathered together. The atmosphere within the room was heavy and tense. The faces of Wang Jianming Tian and Fu Su were exceptionally grave. They were all awaiting Qin Shi Huang's words. After all, what the ninth prince had done this time was truly shocking and extraordinary. Regardless, Hu Hai was his own younger brother. Having just ascended the throne, he was already throwing Hu Hai into the heavenly prison and even scheduling his execution. No matter how one looked at it, this was a violation of human ethics, a cruelty that was excessively severe. More importantly, such actions had subtly encroached upon the authority of the late emperor. Qin Shi Huang sat there, his gaze fixed intently upon the confidential letter in his hand. His expression was profoundly serious, utterly devoid of any discernible fluctuation. The three men beside him held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They genuinely feared that in the next moment Qin Shi Huang would fly into a violent rage, possibly even directing his wrath upon them. In their minds, the emperor would surely be consumed by towering fury upon learning of this. He might even be enraged to the point of losing his sanity. It was plausible he would immediately set out to return to the imperial capital and personally deal with that ninth prince who dared to harm his own kin. Yet what happened next left Wang Jianming Tian and Fu Su utterly dumbfounded. They watched as Qin Shi Huang slowly finished reading the letter. Instead of getting angry, he suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, good, what a rebellious son. This deed was done beautifully, truly beautifully. To have dealt with Hu Hai so swiftly, it seems you are not lacking in brains after all. Presumably you have already detected the hidden conspiracy of Zhao Gao and Li Si, haven't you? You know they plan to join forces to pull you down from the throne and install that fool Hu Hai in your place. So you acted first and threw Hu Hai into prison. Excellent. I must admit I previously underestimated you. The more Qin Shi Huang spoke, the stronger the amusement in his eyes became. He looked as if he had witnessed something extraordinarily intriguing, his entire being radiating an irrepressible excitement. The next moment he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. A crisp sound echoed through the room. Fu Su, your father is now increasingly curious to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Next, how do you plan to deal with these two venomous snakes, Zhao Gao and Li Si? I imagine you already have a scheme in mind, don't you? Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Qin Shi Huang laughed with immense delight, showing not a single sign of blaming the ninth prince. Quite the contrary. From his tone one could even discern a hint of appreciation and regard. Wang Jianming Tian and Fu Su stood aside, exchanging bewildered glances, completely stunned. They could not fathom what kind of reaction this was from His Majesty. Shouldn't he be enraged? Shouldn't he be furious? The ninth prince was about to execute his own flesh and blood. And wasn't Hu Hai always the youngest son His Majesty cherished the most in his lifetime? Why then was Emperor Qin Shi Huang displaying such an attitude now? This was utterly unexpected. For a moment the three felt as though their minds had been violently jolted. The scene before them was truly hard to believe. Seeing that Qin Shi Huang was not only unperturbed, but beaming with gratification, even showing a hint of approval. Wang Jianming Tian and Fu Su were all rendered speechless by sheer awkwardness. A long silence filled the room. Finally, it was Ming Tian who mustered the courage to step forward, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Your Majesty, do you perhaps approve of the ninth prince's actions? Are you not going to intervene and advise against this? Prince Hu Hai is still young. After all, he is a prince of Great. If the ninth prince truly has him executed, that would be brothers turning against each other, a massacre of the imperial bloodline. Once this gets out, the entire court will be filled with outrage, and the people of the world will condemn the ninth prince. This action is highly inappropriate. Things have already escalated to this point. We absolutely cannot allow it to continue. I beg your Majesty to reconsider. As soon as Ming Tian finished speaking, Wang Jian could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, General Ming Tian's words are not without reason. This time the ninth prince has indeed overstepped his bounds. If he truly does this, he will inevitably invite criticism from the entire court and draw curses from the people. Showing no regard for family, excessively bloodthirsty, unwilling to spare even his own brother, and utterly indifferent to the imperial bloodline. How can someone with such a venomous heart sit securely on the throne of Great Qin? How can he be considered a true emperor of Great Qin? I urge your Majesty to make a prudent decision and not allow this situation to deteriorate further. Wang Jian's words were weighty and particularly harsh to the ear, but they were indeed his most genuine thoughts. He could no longer tolerate the ninth prince's behavior. Since the ninth prince ascended the throne, his outlandish actions had come one after another. If it were only about dealing with Zhao Gao and Li Si, that would be one thing. After all, those two had forged imperial edicts and attempted to usurp power, crimes deserving of death. Executing them, even implicating their families and exiling their clans, would not be excessive. But the problem was now the ninth prince had turned his blade towards Prince Hu Hai. This was going too far. There was not a shred of brother. How could such a person become the emperor of Great Qin? At this moment Wang Jian cast caution to the wind and poured out all the words he had been holding back in one breath. Fu Su, upon hearing this, could no longer hold himself together. He fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes slightly reddened, his voice choked with emotion. Father, you must think this over very carefully. Hu Hai has been the prince you cherished the most all these years. He is still young. Even if he is heired, he should not be condemned. Moreover, he is of the imperial bloodline, a prince of our Great Qin. How can he be thrown into prison and executed? A severe punishment like the confiscation of property and execution of the family should never befall a prince. Ninth brother is truly becoming more and more lawless. Previously I only thought he was overly fond of taking concubines and having children, and that his actions were somewhat absurd. But back then I still believed his nature wasn't inherently bad. But now his temperament is truly worrying. Today he can strike at Hu Haiyu, tomorrow he might turn on his other brothers. Princes Gao Ya and Zhang Lu might not be able to escape Ninth Brother's blade in the future either. Father, you cannot stand by and watch Ninth Brother behave so recklessly. Let us return to the court immediately and personally persuade Ninth Brother to stop. I beg you to return early to take charge and quell this turmoil. We can't really let Hu Hai be taken to the execution ground, can we? Fu Su's voice was clearly trembling by the end. He looked as if he were on the verge of tears. To his surprise, Qin Shi Huang shot him a cold glare. In the next instant, he raised his foot and kicked Fu Su to the ground. Pointing at Fu Su, he berated him mercilessly. Look at the pathetic state you're in now. I sent you to the frontier for so long to temper your will and forge your courage. But all you do is kneel here weeping like a child. Where is the dignity befitting a prince of Great Qin? And you dare to plead for that traitorous Hu Hai? Do you know that he conspired with Zhao Gao and Li Si to drive you to your death? Do you also know that the one who poses the greatest threat to you is precisely Hu Hai? He is the one who will truly alter the course of your fate. Furthermore, that beast has even colluded with foreign enemies, betraying Great Qin. Such a creature deserves no forgiveness. He, along with the treacherous Zhao Gao and Li Si, must die. All these years I have spoiled that wretch in vain. Now that his death is imminent, a beheading would be letting him off easy. A spineless waste like him should be torn apart by chariots. As the first emperor's words fell, a chill ran through the hearts of the three men in the room. Fu Su in particular felt the cold cruelty of the imperial family more acutely than ever before. Staring at his father in utter disbelief, he stood frozen in place. He simply could not believe that his father had become so cold and terrifying. Even if Hu Hai had indeed colluded with foreign enemies, so what? Even if Hu Hai had formed factions and committed grave errors, what of it? Even if he was cowardly, inept, and useless, he was still a son of the imperial house. Wouldn't imprisoning him and subjecting him to severe punishment be enough? Why must his life be taken? What was his ninth, and what was his father thinking? Why did they all seem to have gone completely mad? Did they truly believe that fraternal bonds and imperial blood could be discarded so easily? They were all awaiting Qin Shi Huang's words. After all, what the ninth prince had done this time was truly shocking and extraordinary. Regardless, Hu Hai was his own younger brother. Even the father before him, Qin Shi Huang, had become utterly unfamiliar. Both of them seemed to have transformed into figures he could no longer comprehend. Yet at the thought of Hu Hai about to be taken away for execution, Fu's heart ached as if pierced by knives. He straightened his kneeling posture, once more kowtowed 3 times heavily, and pleaded with a sobbing voice, "Father, I beg you to reconsider. No matter what wrong Hu Hai has committed, he is still your son. Since you could send General Meng Tian to rescue me, you can surely find a way to spare Hai's life as well. I beg you, Father, show mercy and spare Hu Hai this once. If you only write a personal letter to your ninth son, or if ninth brother would not dare to act against Hu Hai on his own." Despite Fu's almost tearful pleas, Qin Shi Huang remained utterly unmoved. Ever since he had simulated Hai's life script and witnessed the heinous deeds that ungrateful son would commit in the future, the first emperor had completely given up on him. Moreover, he had developed a profound disgust and hatred towards him. In his eyes, a scourge like Hu Hai deserved death. Allowing him to live would only bring chaos to the Great Qin Empire and drag the entire dynasty to ruin. He would even bring about the deaths of his own brothers and kin. The one who truly deserved to be eliminated was none other than this villain Hu Hai. Fu Su knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly again and again. But no matter how sincere his words, Qin Shi Huang paid him no heed. Fu Su felt a profound coldness seep into his. He looked up with eyes full of disappointment and asked, his voice trembling, "Father, can you truly be so cold-hearted? Hu Hai was also your most beloved son, and now you can watch him die without flinching. Does your heart not harbor the slightest unease?" The moment these words were uttered, the first emperor's face darkened instantly. The next moment he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. A crisp sound echoed through the room. Fu Su felt a searing pain on his cheek and was momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. Frightened, he quickly prostrated himself on the ground again, keeping his head low, not daring to look up at the emperor. Qin Shi Huang glared at him coldly and roared, "Get out, you brainless fool." Fu Su dared not utter another word. He scrambled to his feet and stumbled out of the room. Wang Jin and Meng Tian stood by at a loss for what to say. In the end, they could only bow and take their leave, slipping quietly out of the small hut. Qin Shi Huang watched Fu's retreating figure, but the fury in his chest had yet to subside. He had always known that this son of his possessed an irredeemably soft heart. He was nothing like the ninth prince, who was decisive and resolute in his actions. Anyone who stood in his way should be eliminated without hesitation. Only a prince with such ruthlessness was truly fit to sit upon the throne of Great Qin. Fu Su was ultimately too soft-hearted. From beginning to end, Qin Shi Huang had never felt a shred of pity for Hu Hai, because he knew deep down that ungrateful son was not worthy of sympathy. That beast would not only wreak havoc on the Great Qin Empire in the future, but would personally lead it to ruin within 2 generations. What was even more hateful, he would slaughter all his own brothers and kin. Such crimes were so heinous, they could not be fully recorded even with all the bamboo slips in the world. Even beheading him 10 times over would not be excessive, since Qin Shi Huang had seen Hai's life trajectory through the simulation, and knew of all the calamities that would unfold. He naturally would not show an ounce of mercy. On the contrary, he fully endorsed the ninth prince's current course of action. Qin Shi Huang looked towards the distance, his gaze seemingly traversing mountains and rivers resting on the direction of the royal city. His voice was low and resolute. Ing Zhao, go ahead and act boldly. Spare none of them. Huhai, Zhao Gao, Li Si, and all their followers behind them. Let your father see just what true strength you possess. After all these years, I have finally come to realize that you rebellious son, are the one who has been hiding the deepest. You've been hiding for far too long. It's time to reveal your true hand. However, don't get too cocky. I will deal with you personally in due time. You'd best not cross your father's final line. As his words faded, a cold smile slowly crept onto the first emperor's lips. The oppressive aura of an emperor radiated from him in that moment. It was overbearing and sharp. He then checked the status of his system, discovering that the upgrade had been fully completed. If he continued to check in for the next 3 days, he would accumulate enough points. At that point, he would be able to simulate the ninth prince. He wanted to see for himself just how capable this rebellious son truly was, and whether he was worthy enough to truly contend with him, Qin Shi Huang. Throughout his life, the first emperor had never encountered a truly worthy ultimate rival. Now he found himself increasingly enamored with this feeling of rivalry. He even had a faint premonition that this son of his might be the final opponent he had been waiting for all along. The more he thought about it, the more curious and intrigued he became. And Qin Shi Huang had already made up his mind. After finishing the simulation of Ing Zheng's life script, it was nearly time to set out for the imperial capital. Since the general direction of the situation had become clear, he would have to act to turn the tide. He refused to believe that this unfilial son could truly rise to prominence overnight and become the bane of his destiny as Qin Shi Huang. He was still confident in his ability to drag this son down from the heights. For now, he was merely using the boy's hands to eliminate the useless, the puppets, and the rebels. Once the deed was done, it would be time for him to return and take charge. Qin Shi Huang remained confident in his heart, still believing that everything was within his control. What he would never realize was that his son was no longer someone he could easily manipulate. When he truly planned to retake the court and pull the ninth prince from the throne, he would discover he no longer had the power to do so. The forces the ninth prince had hidden were far more vast than he could ever imagine, and far more terrifying. One day, Qin Shi Huang would be driven to the brink of madness by this son. 2 more days passed. Zhao Gao and Li Si finally received the reinforcements they had been eagerly awaiting. This time they had gathered a total of 100,000 troops. Of these, roughly 50,000 were forces they had secretly cultivated over the years. The rest were reinforcements they had begged for by colluding with other factions. In short, through piecemeal efforts, they had managed to scrape together this 100,000-strong army. Of course, the conditions they offered were far from ordinary. Zhao Gao and Li Si had already promised their allies that once they succeeded and ascended to the supreme position, they would grant them even greater rewards. It was for this reason that those factions were willing to send troops. At this moment, Zhao Gao and Li Si were already displaying the arrogance of petty men who had achieved a small victory. Zhao Gao gripped a spear in his hand, his excitement reaching its peak. He threw his head back and laughed. Lord Li Si, now we truly have a chance at victory. With 100,000 troops in hand, why fear that we cannot conquer an imperial capital? Qin Shi Huang had long decreed that border troops were forbidden from returning to the capital under any circumstances. That means no matter how that ninth prince schemes, he cannot possibly have a true army at his disposal. Without soldiers, without troops, no matter how skilled he is at playing tricks, he cannot stir up any great waves. Nor can he withstand the edge of our 100,000-strong army. As long as we sweep through, breach the capital, and press straight toward the imperial palace, then seizing the throne by force will be a natural progression. At that point, our rebellion will succeed. The entire realm will fall into our hands. By then, even if Huhai dies, it will be of no consequence. He was always just a pawn in our hands. Without him, we can still ascend to the pinnacle of power. Perhaps we will even enjoy it more than before. This eunuch can already see success within reach. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Li Si, however, was not swept away by his excitement. He frowned and cautioned in a measured tone. Eunuch Zhao, it would be wise to restrain yourself. The matter has not yet been accomplished. Of being this arrogant now is premature. Moreover, do not forget that even if the imperial capital's defenses are thin, the imperial guards remain stationed there. Furthermore, from what I know, that ninth prince has not been entirely unprepared over the years. He has privately trained many guards, and most of them have likely been incorporated into the military by now. So the capital is not as vulnerable as we think. This undertaking requires careful planning. It would be best to devise a foolproof strategy before formally attacking. Otherwise, a single misstep could cost us dearly. After hearing this, Zhao Gao not only failed to grow tense, but burst into loud laughter instead. Zhao Gao threw his head back and laughed, his eyes filled with contempt. Lord Li Si, are you being overly cautious? What we are about to do is a world-shaking endeavor. Having come this far, we must be bold. How can we keep fretting over trivial details? Why have you grown so timid? Are you telling me you cannot even match me, a mere eunuch? I have said it before. These 100,000 troops are no ordinary rabble. The border armies cannot be recalled, and those guards of the ninth prince will not amount to anything. What is there left to worry? We simply march straight for the capital. It is time to show them what true unmatched military might looks like. Besides, rebellion is a matter of speed. The longer we delay, the more variables arise. If we wait any longer, we will miss our window entirely. Lord Li Si, stop hesitating. Let us marshal the troops and set out today. Your family and mine are still held in that young man's grasp. Do you not wish to rescue them? If we delay further, matters may take another turn. If we keep stalling until Meng Tian and Wang Jian also return to the capital, the situation will only become more. So stop overthinking. Gather the men and move out immediately. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, Li Si could not help, but yet he still had too many misgivings. Li Si had always been cautious by nature. Without absolute certainty, he would never, nor would he rashly make such a life or death decision. He pondered in silence for a moment before finally looking at Zhao Gao and murmuring, "Eunuch Zhao, perhaps. We could wait another day or two. The provisions are not yet fully prepared. Since ancient times, supplies have always been the foremost concern in military campaigns. If the rear supply lines cannot keep up, these 100,000 troops will soon fall into chaos. Once the soldiers go hungry, morale will waver, and when unrest breaks out, no one will be able to suppress it. There are too many variables here, we cannot act rashly. Let us first ensure the provisions are fully stocked, then carefully deliberate, and settle on a more reliable plan. Once we are truly certain of success, we can march out without delay." It is only a day or two after all. Why rush? The moment he finished speaking, Zhao Gao's temper flared instantly. He slammed his hand hard on the table and roared, "Li Si, can you wake up? If you keep dragging your feet, all our opportunities will be gone. Do you truly believe that rebellion is something you can afford to prepare for at your leisure? Do you not realize how many in the court are eyeing this prize? Perhaps before we even make a move, someone else will have already started a revolt. Besides, you are a civil official, and we hold no inherent advantages. If we do not seize the initiative, we will end up at the mercy of others. We have schemed and toiled all this way, and the fruit is nearly ripe. Are you truly willing to hand it over to someone else? And what of your family? They are still suffering in prison at this very moment. I see it clearly now. You are simply afraid. The great Li Si reduced to a coward. Had I known this, I would never have brought you into this game." The more Zhao Gao cursed, the angrier he became. In his view, Li Si was merely making excuses. The man was not unwilling to prepare. He was afraid to march on the capital. This sent Zhao Gao into a blazing rage, his heart burning with irritation. This time he was utterly resolute. He snatched up the spear beside him and pressed its sharp tip directly against Li Si's throat. "If you agree, then marshal the troops now, and we leave together. If you refuse, do you believe I will not run this? If you agree, then marshal the troops now, and we leave together. If you refuse, do you believe I will not run this spear through your throat first?" At these words from Zhao Gao, Li Si was thoroughly enraged. His face darkened as he immediately cursed, "Zhao Gao, what do you think you are? You're nothing but a castrated hound crawling at the emperor's feet. Do you truly believe you possess any real skill? Who do you think you are to threaten me, the chancellor, with a weapon? Put that worthless thing down at once." These words struck directly at Zhao Gao's sore spot. His face instantly clang. The next moment, Zhao Gao viciously hurled the spear to the ground. His eyes gleamed with venomous malice as he glared at Li Si, grinding his teeth. "Li Si, they'll give you half a day. By tonight we must break camp and march no matter what. If we continue to dawdle like this, by the time the opportunity is lost, going will be naught but a suicidal charge. If you haven't figured out your choice by evening, then you can stay right here and go nowhere. I will lead the troops to the imperial city myself." After throwing down this ultimatum, Zhao Gao fiercely flicked his sleeves and turned to retreat to his own tent. Only Li Si remained pacing back and forth, his expression shifting unpredictably. His heart was filled with immense vexation. Li Si was indeed cautious and indeed somewhat indecisive. He considered too many things, because he knew full well that the current situation was far from as simple as Zhao Gao made it seem. Even if they could march upon the imperial city with overwhelming force, countless unexpected upheavals were bound to arise. After all, the imperial city was not entirely defenseless. The garrison troops were still there. The imperial guards were certainly not a mere decoration. Since the 9th prince had been able to execute people to establish his authority immediately after ascending the throne, it indicated that he must command considerable power. Furthermore, rumors had long been circulating outside. The guards around the 9th prince were said to be no ordinary individuals. There had even been previous reports that he personally led troops into battle and slew Xiongnu warriors on the battlefield. That was definitely not something achievable through mere luck. If the rumors were true, it meant that the hidden cards he held were far more formidable than they had imagined. It was precisely for this reason that Li Si grew increasingly hesitant. He felt that within this seemingly favorable situation, something extraordinarily dangerous seemed to be lurking. And the more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Especially regarding the area of Shakio. Li Si vaguely sensed that some sort of activity was brewing there as well. But he couldn't grasp any concrete clues for the moment. This feeling of being unable to see clearly or comprehend fully only made him more uneasy. For a time, Li Si was entirely consumed by anxiety. He had no idea whether he should immediately follow Zhao Gao's lead and march out. Meanwhile, on the other side, after returning to his tent, Zhao Gao downed several cups of strong liquor in succession. He leaned against the table, letting out a long, turbid breath, yet his face showed not a trace of ease. But the more this was the case, the more fiercely the craving for power and status within his heart burned. That desire, like poisonous fire, scorched his rationality inch by inch. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Gao suddenly rose, eagerly changing into a set of luxurious robes he had long since hidden away. These were no ordinary garments. They were the imperial robes that only the emperor of Great Qin was entitled to wear. At this moment, the attire draped over his body. Zhao Gao seemed entirely swallowed by some sort of mad delusion. Standing before the bronze mirror gazing at his own reflection adorned in imperial attire, he couldn't help but reveal an infatuated smile. In that instant he felt as though he had truly become the exalted sovereign of Great Qin, as if all the civil and military officials were kneeling at his feet, as if all the people under heaven were bowing in submission to him. Zhao Gao examined himself from left to right in front of the mirror, growing more pleased with what he saw. These robes in fact he had secretly ordered to be tailored long ago. Over the years he had kept them hidden extremely well. Whenever no one knew, he would secretly take them out and wear them, savoring the sensation of being above all living beings. In truth, the thought of rebellion had been brewing in Zhao Gao's heart for many years. It was simply that there had never been the right opportunity before. Ordinarily, he acted humble and subservient before Qin Shi Huang, like a loyal, obedient old dog. But deep within his heart, the ambition that craved the highest position had never truly been at peace. Zhao Gao could never forget the humiliation, trampling, and harm he had suffered in the palace since childhood. In the eyes of many, he was nothing more than a dog without dignity. A dog with no future. Over the years, he had gradually lost his original self, becoming a plaything in the hands of no. But he had never been resigned to this fate. He had always wanted to turn his life around. Always wanted to change his destiny. And now the opportunity had finally arrived. Qin Shi Huang was finally dead, finally ascended to heaven. No one in this world knew just how elated Zhao Gao felt deep down. Nor did anyone know to what heights of excitement he had reached at this very moment. Especially when he thought of soon sitting upon the throne of the Qin Empire, his entire being seemed filled with some kind of fanatic. Moreover, Zhao Gao's ambition extended far beyond that. He had never intended to stand on equal footing with Li Si, nor had he ever planned to truly hand over half of the Qin Empire to Li Si's control. In Zhao Gao's view, Li Si was at best a timid, useless waste, a spineless coward. How could such a man deserve to share half the spoils of victory? Zhao Gao had already formulated his plan. Once he truly ascended the throne, he could ostensibly maintain an alliance with Li Si on the surface. When the time was ripe, he would find an opportunity to eliminate Li Si as well. By then he would wield absolute power, alone rule over the world, and truly exude dominance. What he wanted was to be the one and only emperor of Great Qin. It must be said that Zhao Gao's ambition had swelled to an utterly terrifying degree. Even though he was of humble birth, a eunuch and lackey, he had never truly thought lowly of himself. Quite the contrary, he harbored an incredibly intense desire deep within. He even fantasized about leaping straight to the top and claiming the throne of Great Qin. By now he had already dismissed Li Si from his considerations entirely. Even though Li Si was still his ally at present, he had already conceived the notion of eliminating him. He wanted to control the Qin Empire single-handedly. He wanted to wield power that overshadowed the entire court and the whole world. He wanted all people under heaven to kneel at his feet in submission. Zhao Gao simply refused to believe. Why, since ancient times, could eunuchs not become emperors? Why? What kind of logic was that? He, Zhao Gao, would be the one to break this precedent. He would become an unprecedented emperor. Having followed Qin Shi Huang for so many years, he had always kept that ambition tightly suppressed in the shadows. But now that heart had swollen to the point where it could no longer be contained. Zhao Gao, clad in the imperial robes, stood before the bronze mirror, examining himself again and again. Afterwards, he drank cup after cup of strong liquor, wholly immersed in the illusion of his imminent ascension. Until Zhao Gao once again sent someone to summon Li Si. Li Si hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately made his way to Zhao Gao's tent. Zhao Gao looked at him coldly, asking in a somber tone, "Minister Li, after all this deliberation, you must have reached a decision by now, haven't you? Are you willing to march out with me or not? If not, then you may stay here to guard the rear. Consider it securing our escape route. If you are willing, then I shall naturally be glad to continue our alliance. Together we shall raise our forces and succeed, and together we shall reap the rewards of this world. When that time comes, you and I shall jointly rule Great Qin. As I said before, if I ascend the throne, this empire shall be split equally between us." As Zhao Gao finished speaking, a barely perceptible flicker of unease passed through Li Si's eyes. He cleared his throat and said, "Eunuch Zhao, if we both rush to the imperial city at the same time, it would be far too risky. Moreover, pressing all 100,000 troops against the city gates and launching a direct assault is not without considerable risk either. Let us each make a concession. I will remain in the rear with 50,000 troops while you lead the other 50,000 to clear the path ahead. Should you require reinforcements during the siege, I will naturally lead my men to your aid immediately. If the situation at the front is favorable and no backup is needed, then I will camp my forces in the rear and await your triumphant return. Alternatively, we can rendezvous after you have stormed the palace and seized the throne. This arrangement leaves us both a path of retreat. After all, no one can be certain of the true situation within the... What do you think, eunuch Zhao?" At these words, Zhao Gao's eyes widened in surprise. It was only at this moment that he fully realized just how astute Li Si truly was. He spoke elegantly of holding the rear and providing support, but in plain terms, wasn't it just fear of death? This old fox clearly wanted to protect himself and avoid taking any personal risks. Yet he was also unwilling to forego the spoils of victory. Utterly infuriating. However, Zhao Gao did not openly expose Li Si's scheme. He merely stared at Li Si for a long moment before finally nodding slowly in agreement. In Zhao Gao's view, the most critical thing at present was to get Li Si to commit his troops. As long as the army began its advance towards the imperial city, that would be sufficient. Whatever happened afterward could be dealt If that old fool Li Si dared to hold them back in the future, Zhao Gao would not hesitate to use his own forces to eliminate him. After all, the current Zhao Gao had become utterly ruthless and merciless. He had nothing left to fear. Who did Li Si think he was? Killing him would be of no consequence. It must be said that Zhao Gao's confidence had reached its peak, bordering on blind arrogance. He had long lost sight of his own limitations. And so Zhao Gao and Li Si reached a temporary agreement and began to break camp that very night. They led their 100,000-strong army, preparing to march on the imperial city. According to their initial plan, upon nearing the capital, Zhao Gao would personally lead 50,000 troops in the assault, while Li Si would hold the rear with the remaining 50,000 ready to provide support at a moment's notice. This was their current arrangement. The army marched through the night, seeking to reach the capital quickly under the cover of darkness, while also trying to avoid being detected by other factions. But no matter how well they concealed their movements or how cautious they were, the mobilization of 100,000 troops could never be entirely hidden. Moreover, the surveillance network Ing Zhao had secretly cultivated over the years had spread across all corners of the 9 provinces. Even the slightest stirring within the realm could hardly escape his notice, let alone the unusual movements of troops within the borders of Qin itself. Zhao Gao and Li Si had barely made their move when scouts in the capital sensed that something was amiss. The information was verified with utmost speed. It was then swiftly transmitted through covert channels to the imperial city. 2 days later, the secret letter fell into Ing Zhao's hands. At that very moment, Ing Zhao was indulging in the company of his beloved consorts, lost in the pleasures of the harem. When he received the secret letter, he merely gave it a casual glance. The next moment, a faint smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. Everything unfolding before him was well within his control. Zhao Gao and Li Si had indeed lost their patience. They had finally taken the initiative to lead their armies in an attack. Their true aim was to seize the capital, storm the palace, and claim the throne. Earlier, when Ing Zhao had thrown Hu Hai into prison and spread the news of his impending execution, he had effectively dismantled their original plan A. Who were Zhao Gao and Li Si in his eyes? They were nothing more than insignificant ants. Even if they made a grand spectacle and marched their armies right up to the capital gates, it would ultimately be a futile effort. Ing Zhao simply couldn't be bothered to take them seriously. A mere 100,000 troops, when the time came to act, dealing with them would be effortless. All he needed to do now was wait for Zhao Gao and Li Si to walk right into his trap. Yet one matter continued to puzzle. Why had his father's remains still not been returned to the capital, even if an accident had occurred on the road, such as soldiers falling ill with plague and delaying the journey? Surely they should have arrived by now. What was the reason for this prolonged silence? Could there be something else hidden behind them? A flicker of irritation stirred within Ing Zhao. After frolicking with his consorts and watching a dance performance, he finally retreated to his study to attend to state affairs. By then his 4 chief shadow guards were already kneeling in perfect formation, awaiting his orders. Ing Zhao cast a glance at them and asked directly, "What have you found out about the situation at Sandhill? Have Meng Tian and Wang Jian set out with their troops? Has my father's body already begun to decompose? How much longer will they dawdle before returning his remains to the capital? Has another problem arisen along the way?" At this question, the 4 shadow guards fell silent. They exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions hesitant. After a moment, one of the guards stepped forward and reported in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this matter appears to be quite complicated. However, we have yet to pinpoint the exact source of the problem. We have investigated extensively, but have found no definitive answers. The situation at Sandhill is eerily quiet. The so-called plague now seems more like a ruse. Our agents have confirmed that General Meng Tian, General Wang Jian, and Prince Fu Su are all in good health. Furthermore, they have secretly visited a certain individual. The meetings took place in a small courtyard. However, we have not yet been able to identify who that person is. They have been meeting with this person quite frequently. The courtyard is heavily guarded and our agents cannot get close enough to ascertain what is happening inside." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. A mysterious figure in a small courtyard. Who could it possibly be? And who was important enough to command the attention of Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Fu Su all at once? This was indeed intriguing. Ing Zhao pondered for a while, but could not arrive at a plausible answer. He then coldly commanded, "Continue the investigation. Dispatch our most elite and covert agents. Use any means necessary to uncover the identity of the person residing in that courtyard. Report back to me immediately once you have the information." "Yes, Your Majesty. We will see to it at once." The shadow guards acknowledged the order and swiftly withdrew. Once they had left the study, Ing Zhao sat alone, his expression gradually darkening. The more he thought about it, the more he sensed that something was deeply wrong at Sandhill. Logically, since his father Qin Shi Huang had passed away, the funeral rites should have been arranged promptly. The body should have been returned to the capital without delay. After all, Generals Meng Tian and Wang Jian had always been fiercely loyal to Qin Shi Huang. How could they possibly allow the late emperor's remains to linger so far from home? It simply didn't add up. Why had so many complications arisen along the way? There must be something deeper at play here. At that moment, Ing Zhao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. An utterly absurd, even laughably bizarre notion abruptly surged forth from his mind. Could it be that his old man was never truly dead? If the first emperor had never perished, then Zhao Gao and Li Si would not have revealed their true colors, nor would they have dared to raise the banner of rebellion so swiftly. The remnants of the 6 kingdoms would not have so readily surfaced. Those forces that had long lurked in the shadows coveting Great Qin would not have made any rash moves. Yet the moment the old man died, these very factions began to emerge one after another. Could it be that the old man used his own death to orchestrate a grand scheme? All to lure every fish hidden in the dark, hooking them all at once, and then capture them all in one fell swoop. Good heavens! If that were truly the case, then he was far more cunning and devious than he appeared. However, the thought had barely taken root before Zhao quickly suppressed it, for this idea was simply too far-fetched. It also completely contradicted the course of history as he remembered it. There was no such occurrence in the annals of the past. Even so, Zhao still felt a nagging sense that something was amiss. For now, he could only order his spies to continue their frantic investigations. This tangled web of vexing troubles was wearing him down. Lately, he had not even found the time to take a new concubine. This grand affair must be placed back on the agenda immediately. With this thought in mind, Zhao directly ordered Wang Li to be summoned. A moment later, he looked at Wang Li with a serious expression and spoke. How goes the task I assigned you earlier to select consorts for me? I have recently heard that there are several beauties of unparalleled grace within the Mahist school. Perhaps it would be best if you Lord Wang Li were to personally make the trip. What? Beauties from the Mahist school? Only His Majesty could have conceived such a notion. Wang Li was taken aback and quickly said, Your Majesty, the women of the Mahist school are unlikely to be willing to enter the palace. After all, the late emperor held deep grudges against the Mahists. He even issued orders to purge them and raise their fortress, the Mechanism City. They harbor no small amount of resentment towards the Qin royal family. Are you certain, Your Majesty, that you wish to set your sights on the women of the Mahist school? Perhaps. It would be wiser to seek another target. Those women of the Mahist school are not to be trifled with. Figures like Snow Maiden Duanmu Rome and Yin Lingji are all formidable martial artists. My subordinates may not be a match for them. Moreover, should such individuals truly enter the harem, they would surely throw the entire palace into chaos. Would Your Majesty not reconsider this notion? Reconsider? How could he possibly reconsider? Zhao shot him a displeased glare and said, I ordered you to do it, so just do it. Why all this needless prattle? What's so special about the Mahist women? When they meet me, they will still prostrate themselves before my magnificent looks. I have never once failed in conquering the beauties of the world. Besides, the Mahist school itself is not guilty of any. Their doctrine of universal love and non-aggression is in itself quite orthodox. It is high time we sought to mend the rift between Great Qin and the Mahists. First, send men to scout the exact location of the Mahist Mechanism City. Then have spies attempt to infiltrate it. Gather detailed information on those women's backgrounds and capabilities. Next, devise a way to lure them to the imperial city. Once they are within its walls, I will have no shortage of methods to deal with them. Bringing them into the palace to join my harem is an absolute necessity. With His Majesty having spoken so decisively, what else could Wang Li do? No matter how difficult he found the task, he could only steel himself and accept the order. After all, there was no way to refuse. Wang Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Your Majesty, oh Your Majesty, you have truly become more shameless by the day. Look at how capable you think you are. Look at how confident you are. Would those stunning beauties of the Mahist school ever truly fancy you? Having received the imperial decree, Wang Li exited the grand hall with a heavy heart. It was then that Zhao suddenly remembered that this day was the first day of the month. It was on this very day that Feng Yuding was to undergo her comingafage ceremony. At this thought, Zhao could barely contain the smile spreading across his face. Having waited so long, the torment of having something so tantalizingly close yet forbidden to touch had been unbearable. Of course, he was not the only one suffering. Feng Yuding herself had long been waiting with an itching heart. Fortunately, the day had finally arrived. She was now of age and could finally hold her comingafage ceremony with all due propriety. Zhao immediately ordered a grand banquet to be prepared throughout the palace. This comingafage ceremony was celebrated with great fanfare for Feng Yuding. And when night fell, there were of course no surprises. Feng Yuding was arranged to attend to the emperor for the night. Far from being jealous, the other sisters in the harem were all delighted and applauded the development. After all, another sister had joined their ranks. Henceforth, she could help share some of their burdens. Who wouldn't be pleased about that? Zhao decided to take advantage of the comingafage ceremony to hold the wedding as well, although it wasn't announced to the entire city or the whole realm. Within the harem, this nuptial feast was considered exceptionally grand. Singing and dancing continued unabated, and the fragrance of wine filled the hall. This celebration lasted well into the dead of night. Before the feast had even fully concluded, Zhao scooped Feng Yuding up in his arms and retired early to the bridal chamber. Everything proceeded naturally and harmoniously. At this very moment, however, Shi Lu and Feng Jia were far away at a disaster relief outpost outside the imperial city. They were diligently arranging the distribution of aid to refugees in various areas. Ever since they had received that massive shipment of grain, the two had been so excited they could hardly sleep. In all their years, they had never seen such an astronomical quantity of food, not to mention items they had never even heard of like potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes. Over this period, the two had even managed to discover several novel ways to cook them. Sweet potatoes could be roasted, potatoes could be boiled, and corn could be simmered into a sweet porridge. As time passed, they even found themselves enjoying the experience. In their spare moments, they would build a fire and roast a wild hare or pheasant. This life of disaster relief in the wilderness wasn't as harsh as they had imagined. Ing Zhao had decreed that they must ensure the relief efforts were carried out properly. If necessary, the two could even personally travel to the Hunan region to oversee the disaster management on site. However, Shi Lu and Feng Jie were in no rush to head to Hunan. Instead, they remained at the outpost, diligently coordinating the grain supplies and arranging for distribution across the affected areas. Simultaneously, they compiled the reports sent back from various locations and promptly relayed them to the capital. As these food supplies were gradually delivered, the disaster situation in Hunan was quickly brought under control. The common folk finally had food to eat. It was precisely for this reason that no major unrest erupted across the land. This time, the people of the Hunan region held the current emperor in incredibly high esteem. Having lived for so many years, many of them had never even had a single proper meal. Especially in times of famine, deaths from starvation were a common occurrence. But this new emperor, with a wave of his hand, had bestowed such an immense amount of grain. He had pulled them back from the brink of disaster. He had spared them from hunger and cold. Countless commoners knelt on the spot, loudly proclaiming the emperor's sagacity. They were filled with heartfelt gratitude and reverence for the sovereign who now sat upon the throne. These achievements, one and all, served to highlight Ing Zhao's astonishing capabilities and resources. It was also due to these events that ministers Feng Jie and Shi Lu's opinion of Ing Zhao had shifted somewhat. Yet whenever they thought of that man setting his sights on their own daughters, the anger within them simply could not be suppressed. At this moment, Feng Jie was holding a roasted sweet potato, eating while speaking to Shi Lu. "Lord Shi, we should wrap up the disaster relief efforts here as soon as possible. It's about time we headed home. It's been nearly half a month since we left. Who knows what the situation at home is like now? If that ninth prince has set his sights on our daughters, we'd be in serious trouble." But on second thought, he probably wouldn't dare go too far. After all, we're currently at the front lines handling disaster relief. This counts as a considerable contribution to Great Qin. We can at least be considered meritorious officials. He wouldn't stab us in the back, would he? I doubt he'd dare. But even so, just in case, we should finish things up here as quickly as possible. Once we return, well, immediately find a reliable husband for our daughters and settle the marriage arrangements early. That way we won't have to worry about that womanizer setting his sights on them again. Shi Lu nodded in deep agreement after hearing this. After all, he already had one daughter taken by Ing Zhao. He certainly didn't want to send another daughter into the palace. What terrified Shi Lu the most was the almost demonic charm that the ninth prince possessed. It was virtually impossible to guard against. Back then, his daughter had fallen for it, step by step, impossible to stop, no matter how hard he tried. Just to be with the ninth prince, she nearly severed ties with him, her own father. Just thinking about it made Shi Lu's scalp crawl. So now he could only hope that his younger daughter would be lucky enough to escape this. The two of them sat by the fire munching on roasted sweet potatoes while discussing how to quickly find husbands for their daughters once they returned. No matter what, they absolutely couldn't let both daughters end up in the palace corrupted by Ing Zhao. After all, the current emperor was a philanderer with a terrifying number of women by his side. At the rate he was going, he wouldn't just stop at 3,000 concubines. He'd probably be well on his way to 30,000. The more they thought about it, the more worried they became. Even the roasted sweet potatoes in their hands began to taste bitter. All they wanted was to finish the disaster relief quickly and return to the capital. But they had no idea that while they were busy with the relief efforts, Ing Zhao had already arranged everything. Those two beauties had long since been secretly brought into the palace by him. They were even settled in the harem, spending every day cultivating their relationship. And of course, the relationship progressed at an extraordinary pace. Both beauties were utterly smitten with Ing Zhao. They had even eagerly held their wedding ceremony with him. Now the wedding night was already on the agenda. At this very moment, Feng Jie's daughter Feng Yuding was in the bridal chamber with Ing Zhao. Meanwhile, Feng Jie and Shi Lu, the two old fathers, were still completely in the dark. They had no inkling of what was happening in the capital, nor did they know the current state of the imperial palace. When they finally returned, they'd probably break down in tears on the spot. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. The 100,000 troops, led by Zhao Gao and Li Si, had advanced to a point about 100 li from the capital. They didn't immediately launch an assault on the capital. Instead, they set up camp 100 li out. They planned to send out scouts first to gauge the current situation within the capital. But the scouts under Ing Zhao's command were no pushovers. They had already detected the anomaly the moment Zhao Gao and Li Si's army approached within 100 li of the capital. The news was rushed to the palace at top speed. At this moment, Ing Zhao was still in the bridal chamber, not yet out of bed. Outside, the scout, kneeling and waiting to deliver the message, was drenched in cold sweat from anxiety, not daring to breathe too loudly. The scout kneeling outside lowered his voice to the eunuch beside him. "Eunuch Aqiang, please go in and urge His Majesty. Zhao Gao and Li Si have led 100,000 troops to a spot just 100 li from the capital and have set up camp. Judging by their posture, they could attack the city at any moment. This is extremely unfavorable for His Majesty, and it's no small matter for the entire capital. Please urge His Majesty to wake up and at least come up with a plan." Aqiang's expression turned grim after hearing this. This was indeed urgent. But he didn't dare barge in, and if he angered the emperor, his head would be rolling on the floor in an instant. Aqiang hesitated outside the door for a long while, then finally steeled himself and gently knocked. He then lowered his voice and briefly reported the situation outside. But there was no response from within the bedchamber for a long. It was completely quiet inside, as if the two were sleeping soundly, undisturbed by the commotion outside. Aqiang found himself in a dilemma. After waiting another quarter of an hour, the scout outside was nearly frantic with impatience. Pressed by the urgency, Aqiang had no choice but to approach the bedchamber door again, ready to call out to His Majesty. But just at that moment, The door suddenly creaked open from the inside. Ying Zhao opened it so quickly that Qiang, who was leaning in, nearly tumbled headfirst into the room. Just as he was about to fall flat on his face, Ying Zhao kicked out. Thud! Qiang was sent flying back out the door by that kick, landing hard on his backside. His face contorted in pain. His rear end stung fiercely, and his heart was filled with grievance. But what could he do? That kick came from the emperor himself. He didn't dare complain, didn't even dare to groan too loudly. He could only endure it silently, even putting on a respectful demeanor. The scout kneeling on the ground saw Ying Zhao emerge, and quickly lifted his head, saying anxiously, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. This is truly a catastrophe. This is a dire emergency." Ying Zhao, however, cast him an annoyed glance, and said calmly, "What's the panic? As an imperial spy of Great Qin, the most important thing to learn is to remain unflustered even if the sky falls. Getting this worked up over a little trouble, what kind of image is that? Isn't it just Zhao Gao and Li Si bringing their men here? What's there to be afraid of? Do they really think they're someone special? Think a few troops can make them rise to the top? Heh, I Ying Zhao am no pushover. If they dare to attack the city, they'll simply have them beheaded. I've already made preparations, so there's no need for all this fuss." Hearing this, the scout let out a long sigh of relief. Well, so it turned out he was the only one panicking like a headless chicken. He had rushed all the way here to report, afraid that His Majesty might miss the military intelligence. He had hoped His Majesty would learn the news immediately and deploy troops to counter Zhao Gao and Li Si. But unexpectedly, His Majesty was already prepared. But when exactly were these preparations made? And what kind of trump card was it? Could it really hold off the army those two had? The scout still felt uneasy. Qiang was equally skeptical. Ying Zhao, however, paid no heed to their inner thoughts and strode directly outside. Qiang scrambled to his feet, enduring the pain in his backside, and trotted along behind him. As he walked, Ying Zhao commanded, "Issue the decree, summon all civil and military officials to the court for immediate council." What? Court council? Qiang was visibly taken aback by these words. After all, His Majesty had not held a proper court session in a long time. In his eyes, the concept of morning court seemed to have ceased to exist. Why would he suddenly think of summoning the ministers today? However, Qiang quickly thought he understood. In his view, the emperor had likely realized that Zhao Gao and Li Si were advancing with formidable force, and he might not be able to handle them alone. So he planned to summon the court officials to deliberate on a countermeasure. It seemed the emperor was not truly omnipotent nor as invincible as the outside world imagined. Qiang dared not delay and hurried off to deliver the decree. In less than a quarter of an hour, the court ministers had gradually assembled in the grand hall. As soon as they gathered, they couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Clearly they too had heard the rumors. The news that Zhao Gao and Li Si were leading troops towards the imperial city had turned many ministers pale with fright. As Ying Zhao had not yet arrived, these men clustered together in small groups, chattering incessantly. "Gentlemen, what on earth? Why have Zhao Gao and Minister Li Si chosen this precise moment to return? And they come not empty-handed, but with a large force of soldiers. Surely there's something amiss. Could the scene I've been waiting for so long finally be about to unfold? It would be stranger if they harbored no ulterior motives. Don't forget, the current emperor was originally placed on the throne by them. Ultimately, he's just a pawn pushed to the forefront. Zhao Gao and Li Si would inevitably march back to the capital. Sooner or later, they will find a way to seize back the initiative. The question now is how we should respond to this current situation. That's not wrong. After all, they came prepared this time. We indeed need to consider our options for retreat. So gentlemen, tell me, which side should we ultimately align ourselves with? What other choice is there? Naturally, we stay neutral, first offending no one. Have you forgotten? The one currently seated on the throne is no pushover either. He has been killing without batting an eye lately. How can he be someone to provoke lightly? Just think about how he purged the factions of Zhao Gao and Li Si. And remember how he threw their families into the dungeons awaiting execution. That emperor is ruthless and merciless. If we offend him, our fate will surely be dire. These words sent a shiver down the spines of many ministers present. They indeed dared not easily betray Ying Zhao, for he had established an immense authority within the court over this period. Furthermore, his personal power was formidable, his martial arts unfathomable. If he truly wished someone dead, a flick of his finger would likely suffice. Precisely because of this, the more the ministers thought, the more terrified they became. No one dared casually place themselves in opposition to him. Yet on the other hand, Zhao Gao and Li Si were also arriving with their troops. Moreover, Li Si, as the prime minister, had cultivated his influence in the court for years and still commanded considerable prestige. Perhaps their faction strength was not much weaker than the current emperor's. If a conflict truly broke out, the situation would become immensely difficult to handle. At this moment, many ministers were already harboring other thoughts. Only a select few remained steadfastly loyal to Ying Zhao. They believed that the throne of Great Qin rightfully belonged to the orthodox royal bloodline. Regardless of circumstances, it was unacceptable for a eunuch and a prime minister to join forces and stir up trouble. They would never endorse such a thing. Of course, there were also some with ulterior motives. They remained silent outwardly, but in their hearts they had already begun calculating their own escape routes. They were even secretly scheming. With Zhao Gao and Li Si leading troops, this time a bloody storm was bound to sweep through the imperial city. When that time came, war would ignite, plunging the situation into chaos. If Zhao Gao and Li Si could break through the city with unstoppable force and seize the throne, then they would naturally have to make a new choice. After all, they were unwilling to serve an emperor who lacked true power. They would side with whoever was stronger. They would pledge their allegiance to whoever could offer them greater benefits and advantages. These ministers had already begun to calculate rapidly in their minds. Step by step, they were plotting their own futures. Consequently, the entire court was filled with restlessness and uncertainty. Everyone appeared extremely apprehensive. Some were anxious, some were lost, and others were burdened with heavy thoughts, unsure of where to turn. Just then the eunuch Chang's shrill voice rang out, "His Majesty arrives." The ministers' hearts tightened, and they quickly moved to stand in 2 rows. They swiftly formed their ranks, bowing their heads respectfully in wait. Zhao walked slowly through the midst of the ministers. His figure was domineering and imposing. The chilling aura radiating from him was like an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone until they could scarcely breathe. He made his way to the imperial throne, gave a slight flick of his sleeves, and sat down firmly. Then Zhao raised his eyes and swept a cold gaze over the assembled ministers in the hall. He knew full well that these people were likely harboring their own schemes by now. Perhaps some were already contemplating whether to betray Great Qin and defect to Zhao Gao and Li Si. He knew full well that these people were likely harboring their own schemes by now. Perhaps some were already contemplating whether to betray. Zhao understood the true nature of these courtiers all too well. Most of them were nothing but weather vanes swaying perfect. Zhao intended to use this opportunity to lure out all those with treacherous intentions. Those who should stay. Those who must be killed will be eliminated in one clean sweep. The next moment the coldness on Zhao's face suddenly dissipated. Instead he revealed a gentle smile, and slowly said, "My dear ministers, I presume you have all heard the news. Zhao Gao and Li Si are already leading 100,000 troops towards us. They are currently stationed 100 li outside the imperial city. Their advance is aggressive and their ambition is clear. It seems they intend to attack the capital. What are your views on this? Feel free to voice any suggestions. Today I am willing to listen with an open mind." As soon as Zhao finished speaking, the ministers in the hall looked at each other in dismay. For a moment no one dared to speak first. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became oppressive and stifling. Seeing this, Zhao let out a cold snort. Just as he expected, these cowards couldn't even utter a single useful word at a critical moment. Usually they all pretended to be astute and capable, acting as if they were intelligent, displaying boldness, magnanimity, and ambition. But when faced with a truly life-threatening crisis, all they could think about was how to protect their own interests, how to stay out of the storm. Expecting to hear any useful decisions from their mouths was nothing but a fantasy. Zhao's tone turned cold as he said, "Since none of you as ministers can offer any insight nor propose any reliable, then let us simply go and watch a good show. Zhao Gao and Li Si wish to attack the city. Very well, I shall lead you all to the city gate to greet them personally. I wish to see what tricks those two can possibly pull, and am even more curious to see where these so-called 100,000 troops of theirs have suddenly emerged from. Then let us simply go and watch a good show. Zhao Gao and Li Si wish to attack the city. Very well, I shall." Many immediately knelt, prostrating themselves on the ground. They had no desire to be associated with Zhao Gao and Li Si at a time like this. At the very least, they must not let Zhao see any hint of their knowledge. As for the true origin of those 100,000 troops, even if some knew the truth, they dared not utter a single word now. Zhao slowly rose, casting a condescending glance over them all. Then he stated, "My esteemed ministers, follow me." With that he took the lead and strode out of the hall. The other ministers, seeing this, could only steel themselves and follow, though each was more reluctant than the last. When had they ever faced such an awkward situation? The enemy was at the gates on the verge of attacking. Yet the entire court was expected to follow the emperor onto the city walls to confront them face to face. It was utterly unheard of. Wasn't this a complete loss of face? More importantly, when the two sides finally met across the walls, what could possibly be said? In the end, wouldn't it just come down to who had the stronger forces? They couldn't fathom what the emperor was playing at now. Zhao had already given orders for his troops to clear the path ahead. The route from the palace to the city gate was quickly cleared. Heavy guards lined the roads, keeping ordinary citizens far away. And so Zhao led his courtiers in a grand procession towards the city walls. He rode in the imperial chariot, but the ministers were not so fortunate. Those with decent stamina could only trot along behind. As for the elderly and weak, who couldn't keep up, they were handed. The sight of the courtiers trailing behind the imperial carriage, each looking more awkward than the last, was utterly comical. Many citizens watched from afar. They had no idea what was happening in the palace. But seeing the usually imposing ministers now riding donkeys, looking dusty and dejected behind the emperor's carriage, many couldn't help but burst out laughing. Soon hushed whispers spread through the crowd. "Wow, our current emperor really knows how to humiliate people. But I love it. These officials have never given us common folks a moment's peace. Who would have thought they'd see a day like this, haha. This is like reading a songbook while riding a donkey, while see who laughs last. This is hilarious, absolutely hilarious. I have to say our emperor is truly skilled at cutting people down to size. Isn't he just getting back at them on our behalf? I just love seeing these ministers on donkeys, haha. Usually they ride tall horses or are carried in grand palanquins, so full of themselves. They act like they're above everyone else. But look at them today, who's so mighty now. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. Look at their faces, green as cucumbers. Ha ha ha. So satisfying, this is so satisfying." Amidst the barely suppressed laughter of the citizens, the ministers had no choice but to endure the embarrassment and follow the emperor's carriage all the way to the city gate. His demeanor was so commanding, so imperious, it was almost impossible to look directly at him. The other ministers stood in dense rows on either side of the tower. His demeanor was so commanding, so imperious, it was almost impossible to look directly at him. The other ministers stood in dense rows on either side of the tower. Their legs were sore, their throats parched from the journey, and speaking was an effort. But Exiled paid them no heed. He had deliberately made them suffer. In this time of crisis for Great Qin, these men had cowered, offering not a single deed. They held their positions without contributing, caring only for their own interests and escape routes. If such ministers were not dealt with firmly, how would they ever learn what it meant to be in awe? Of course, this was just the first step. He had many more ways to discipline them. Exiled sat upright, raising a telescope to see. About 100 li away, a sizable army was indeed camped. It was undoubtedly the rebel forces brought by Zhao Gao, but Exiled merely smiled lightly after seeing them. He wasn't concerned by such a force. He had been completely confident. Over this period, the guards he had extracted from the system numbered quite impressively, at least 1,000. These men could be deployed directly into combat. And besides the system guards, he had also been secretly recruiting and training his own personal army over the years. All told, it amounted to over 400,000 troops. But even these weren't his true trump card. His greatest weapons were the advanced arms. Rockets, cannons, grenades, any single one of these would give Zhao Gao and Li Si a world of trouble. Not to mention his dispatching just 100 robots would likely be enough to send the rebel army fleeing in disarray. Furthermore, he had obtained 2 elite legions from the system. The combat proficiency of those 2 legions was top tier. Although each numbered only 10,000 together, they made up 20,000 troops. But these 20,000 were the elite of the elite. They possessed combat capabilities equivalent to a 21st century blue star military force. So no matter which card he played, it was a decisive trump card. Dealing with the meager 100,000 troops Zhao Gao and Li Si had scraped together would be a trivial matter. Right now, Exiled was simply waiting to watch the show. The scene atop the Great Qin capital's walls had become a spectacular. Inside the gate tower, Exiled sat high upon his tiger head throne. His aura was imposing, his might palpable. At his sides stood the entirety of the court. Heavy guards stood sentinel around them. What was even more astonishing was that the main city gate was wide open. Such a scene of welcoming the enemy, few had even heard of it, let alone witnessed it. This situation was utterly baffling. Soon scouts sent by Zhao Gao learned of this sight and hurried back to the camp. At this very moment, Zhao Gao and Li Si remained within the military tent, intently poring over a map to refine their plans for the impending siege. Yet when a scout returned bearing news from the imperial city, their deliberations were abruptly interrupted. Both men were instantly frozen in place. The scout knelt on the ground, his expression tense, as he reported, "Lords Zhao Gao and Li Si, the situation has changed. A strange event has occurred at the imperial city. Upon the gate tower, His Majesty himself, accompanied by the full assembly of civil and military officials, is waiting there. Furthermore, the city gates have been thrown wide open. Judging by their demeanor, they do not seem to regard us as enemies at all. Instead, it's as if they are welcoming their own allies." As these words fell, Zhao Gao's brow furrowed deeply. Li Si's expression also shifted. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the bewilderment mirrored in the other's eyes. What kind of trickery is this? Zhao Gao's face darkened as he immediately pressed, "Are you certain your eyes did not deceive you? Has the current emperor truly ascended the gate tower in person and brought all those courtiers along with him?" The scout nodded repeatedly, speaking hastily. This subordinate saw it with absolute clarity. "There can be no mistake. That person is indeed the current emperor. They are currently stationed atop the gate tower, as if they have been waiting for us all along. Moreover, their demeanor is one of complete confidence, utterly devoid of any fear." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao felt a wave of numbness wash over him. He struggled to comprehend it. What in the world did this mean? Li Si also felt a growing sense of foreboding, his expression visibly darkening. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Gao gritted his teeth and asked, "What is the meaning of this? Could they have anticipated our arrival, and thus prepared everything in advance, even deliberately opening the city gates to welcome us? Could this be a ruse of the empty city? Remarkable to display such a fearless posture. Could they truly possess some hidden decisive weapon? This ninth prince truly never acts according to conventional logic. His mind is fundamentally different from ordinary people. Could he genuinely have a trump card allowing him to act with such reckless abandon?" However, Li Si frowned and shook his head, saying, "I think that may not be the case. Perhaps it is precisely because he lacks confidence that he is staging this elaborate empty city ruse. Maybe he doesn't have sufficient troops at his disposal, nor does he possess any certainty of victory. His decision to throw open the city gates is merely a bluff. He aims to forcefully project an aura of strength through this posture. Simply put, he is using spectacle to mask his lack of conviction. The more they put on such a show, the more it might indicate their inner weakness." Zhao Gao listened, then gave a slight nod. He began to feel that Li Si's words carried some weight. Yet the matter was so highly irregular that he still felt a sense of unease. Consequently, Zhao Gao turned to his strategist beside him and asked in a deep voice, "What is your assessment?" The strategist pondered for a moment before cautiously speaking, "My lords, this matter is indeed fraught with suspicion. Even if the current emperor could engage in such absurd behavior, it stands to reason that those courtiers should not have followed him. Are they all devoid of reason? What is the purpose of them all standing on the gate tower? Could they be attempting to use the collective authority of the entire court to intimidate our vast army and deter us from recklessly attacking?" In this subordinate's view, it would be better to send another scout to investigate more thoroughly. For now it would be prudent to avoid any hasty action. But Zhao Gao by this time was already burning with impatience. He slammed his palm violently upon the table, bellowing in rage. Investigate what? That damn ninth prince who never does anything worthwhile is always conjuring up these mindless tricks. I don't care what scheme he's concocting, nor do I care whether he has some hidden contingency. This eunuch can't be bothered with him. Does he think that by seating himself upon that gate tower and putting on imperial airs we will be afraid to attack? Ridiculous. What could I possibly fear from a worthless waste like him? Does he think that by seating himself upon that gate tower and putting on imperial airs we will be afraid to attack? Ridiculous. What could I possibly fear from a worthless waste like him? Within the tent the faces of many generals and soldiers subtly shifted. In that moment a stir of panic rose in their hearts. The strategist and the leading generals upon hearing this order saw their expressions change drastically. They too sensed that something was amiss. With their hearts tightening they quickly knelt to dissuade him. Li Si also hastily interjected, Eunuch, Zhao, we must not act with such rash haste in this matter. One must always stabilize the situation first. Such abnormal behavior on their part surely conceals problems. If we recklessly press forward, it is likely we who will end up suffering the consequences. Why not send someone to attempt negotiations first? Perhaps they have other plans in mind. Maybe if we offer certain conditions and promise them some benefits, they might be willing to abandon resistance and willingly surrender. Such a possibility is not entirely out of the question. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's gaze sharpened slightly. They might be willing to abandon resistance and willingly surrender. Such a possibility is not entirely out of the question. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's gaze sharpened slightly. Would he bow his head obediently? Negotiation my foot. Such talks could never be effective. Zhao Gao dismissed Li Si's suggestion almost without a second thought. And Li Si, after a moment of silence, also realized that his own idea had been somewhat naive. He had been overly optimistic in his thinking. Given the ninth prince's ruthless and merciless nature, how could he ever easily accept any form of negotiation? Seeing everyone hesitating and acting timid, Zhao Gao's fury intensified. He slammed the table again and rose, shouting angrily, all of you get a grip on yourselves. Our army is already at the very gates of the imperial city. Are we to retreat now? So what if the ruler and his ministers are standing together on the gate tower? At the end of the day, they simply do not have enough soldiers. And on our side, we have a full force of 100,000 troops. How difficult can it be to conquer an imperial city? Storming the palace is merely a matter of convenience. Once this great deed is accomplished, the entire realm will be ours. What is there to be afraid of? Transmit the order, attack immediately. Send 10,000 men forward to test their defenses. The vanguard's offensive must be fierce, and the rear must provide full support. Those in front attack the city at all costs. All archers in the back, be prepared to release volleys of arrows for support at a moment's notice. With Zhao Gao's orders issued, the generals had no choice but to comply. At this point the arrow had been notched and the bow drawn. There was no turning back. Their intent to rebel was already glaringly apparent. At this stage, was there any point in continuing to act secretively? Was there any point in playing the coward? Clearly it would be utterly meaningless. Under Zhao Gao's orchestration, 4 generals each led their troops, commanding 10,000 soldiers as they advanced toward the imperial city. Following their prearranged strategy, this vanguard force would converge on the capital from 4 directions simultaneously. The units charging at the forefront were tasked with absorbing the fiercest counterattack. They had to not only tear through the enemy's defenses, but also strain every sinew to scale the walls and breach the gates. The middle echelon was responsible for maintaining the advance's momentum and transporting the siege engines and supplies. After all, assaulting a city required scaling ladders, crossbows, and shields. Not a single piece could be spared. The middle echelon was responsible for maintaining the advance's momentum and transporting the siege engines and supplies. After all, assaulting a city required scaling ladders, crossbows, and shields. Not a single piece could be spared. They feared an ambush lay concealed within. But on second thought they reasoned it might just be their own nerves playing tricks on them. The lead general raised his spear and thundered a mighty roar. Warriors, charge with me. Storm the imperial city and seize the realm. This great Qin dynasty shall change hands this very day. Drag that useless prince down from the throne. Don't be fooled by his fine robes as he sits perched atop the city tower. At his core he's nothing but a worthless fool, utterly besotted with women and nothing else. Seizing his kingdom will take no effort at all. All troops hear my command. Charge. Kill. Slaughter them until not a single man remains standing. As this rousing call faded, the soldiers felt as if they had been doused with potent liquor, their blood boiling with fervor. Gripping their weapons tightly, they spurred their war horses and surged madly toward the imperial city in a frenzied assault. In an instant, 10,000 horses thundered forth. Dust and smoke billowed skyward. Battle cries shook the heavens. The formidable army pressed forward like an unstoppable black torrent. Yet Zhao observed the entire spectacle with cold, detached eyes from beginning to end. Not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. In stark contrast, the ministers standing beside him were utterly panic-stricken. Please issue the decree at once and send our troops to meet the enemy. How can you remain so composed while sitting there? The most critical thing for defending the city is to hold the gates at all costs. Please issue the decree at once and send our troops to meet the enemy. How can you remain so composed while sitting there? The most critical thing for defending the city is to hold the gates at all costs. The gate is the first line of defense for the imperial city. If they breach the gates, then we are utterly doomed. At that point, surrender would be our only remaining option. Not only do you refuse to order the gates shut, but why on earth have you deliberately left them wide open? Isn't this practically inviting them to march straight in and seize the capital? Your Majesty, please issue the order now. Close the gates. The gates must be shut immediately. Send our troops out to fight these rebels to the death. How can you remain so unflappable at a time like this? Ying Zhao's expression remained relaxed without even raising an eyelid. He said nothing at all. He sat there with complete composure, as if the approaching horde were not an enemy army, but merely a troop of clowns. Yet his very calmness only deepened the minister's dread. Almost every one of them now harbored the same single thought in their minds. It's over. This is absolutely the end. The enemy has already descended upon us, yet the imperial city seems utterly unprepared. Isn't this just handing the capital over on a silver platter? What's even more absurd is that the gates have been thrown wide open. This sovereign's mind has clearly gone completely awry, and the affliction is no minor one. At this rate, Great Qin is surely doomed. The 4 generals dispatched by Zhao Gao were advancing their troops at full speed. Their assault grew ever more intense. They drew closer and closer to the imperial city. The army was now visible a mere 20 li away. Ying Zhao remained expressionless, seated firmly in place. At this sight, all the court officials were beside themselves with anxiety. Some could no longer restrain themselves and clamored to rush down from the tower, intent on personally closing the capital's gates. But the moment they moved, they were intercepted by the men Ying Zhao had stationed there. This pushed the ministers completely over the edge. One by one they knelt at Ying Zhao's feet, their faces etched with sheer terror. Many of them pleaded in a cacophony of voices, "Your Majesty, what on earth has gotten into you? Even if our imperial forces are currently undermanned, we cannot simply resign ourselves to fate without putting up a fight. At the very least, we should shut the gates to hold them off. With the gates flung open like this, if they break through, a bloodbath is inevitable. Once the rebels storm the capital, the citizens will all be caught in the carnage." Another minister's voice trembled with desperation. "Your Majesty, could it be that you intend to lure them in deliberately only to catch them all in a trap? But the problem is the enemy's numbers are simply overwhelming. If we truly let them inside the city, chaos will erupt within moments. Such a stratagem cannot be employed under these circumstances. Your Majesty, we beg you to reconsider. Your Majesty, what exactly is going through your mind, eh? Please order the gates to be shut at once. The archers should also be readied. At a moment like this, how can we not have archers? Have them draw their bows and knock their arrows, prepared to loose at any moment. Your Majesty, the rebels are now less than a dozen li from the capital. Your Majesty, only 10 li remain. Your Majesty, now less than 5 li. Your Majesty, they are about to reach the very foot of the walls." The court officials were completely unhinged with panic, chattering and clamoring endlessly. Ying Zhao finally grew weary of the noise and bellowed in fury, "All of you shut your damn mouths. I have my own plan. And what are all of you doing kneeling here? Every one of you get to your feet. What kind of spectacle is this, kneeling on the ground at such a critical moment? Those who know might think you are kneeling in reverence to me. Those who don't might assume the entire court has already knelt in surrender to the enemy. You disgrace the honor of Great Qin. All of you rise." At Ying Zhao's command, the ministers, however reluctant, hurriedly scrambled back to their feet. Yet their legs continued to tremble violently. After all, the rebels were drawing ever nearer, now only a few li away. And still the sovereign remained so utterly calm and collected. What on earth was this supposed to mean? Could he truly intend to watch the imperial city descend into complete chaos? Just then the 2 ministers Feng Jie and Shi Lu came rushing back to the capital in great haste. They scrambled up the city wall, practically crawling on all fours as they made their way to Ying Zhao's side. The moment they laid eyes on him, they dropped to their knees with a heavy thud. Feng Jie spoke with intense urgency. "Your Majesty, what in the world is happening here? We were still outside the city distributing relief grain to the famine victims. And when we returned, we walked straight into such a monumental upheaval. Zhao Gao and Li Si have indeed harbored treacherous intentions, daring to covet the Great Qin dynasty. But why does your Majesty remain so composed? Why have you still not ordered the gates to be closed? We try to have the garrison shut the gates on our way up, but those soldiers refuse to heed any command. If we delay any longer, it will truly be too late. Your Majesty, please decree that the gates be sealed, and the archers should all be deployed to the walls at once." Shi Lu and Feng Jie were frantic, their faces pale as death, on the verge of tears. Ying Zhao merely raised a hand, signaling his guards to help the 2 men to their feet. At this very moment, despair had settled over the hearts of nearly every minister in the court. They had long known that this worthless prince was hardly reliable, but never did they imagine that at such a life-or-death juncture, he could prove to be unreliable to such an utterly staggering degree. The rebel army was almost at the city gates, yet he remained seated utterly unperturbed. Such composure was simply unprecedented. If the first emperor of Qin were watching from the afterlife, what would he make of this sight? At this moment, the ministers atop the city wall were at their breaking point, their eyes fixed on the approaching rebels below. The enemy forces were accelerating steadily, closing in on the imperial city. As the distance between them shrank to a mere 3 li, every heart pounded wildly, threatening to leap from their throats. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads from sheer tension. They dared not even blink, staring rigidly at the dark mass of soldiers charging below. In their eyes, this was true. It was utterly hopeless. This wasn't coming to the city wall to watch a show. This was being brought up by the emperor to die. On the rebel side, seeing that the imperial city remained completely unresponsive. No closing of gates, no raining of arrows, no troops sent to meet them. The leading generals were instantly elated. They concluded that the city's defenders were likely powerless. Not only were there no troops to defend the city, but there wasn't even any preparation for resistance. Wasn't this just an open invitation to surrender? Staring at the still wide open gates, one of the generals raised his spear in excitement and bellowed, "Brothers, charge! A heaven-sent opportunity is right before us. The imperial city is full of cowards. The open gates are clearly welcoming us in. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Perfect! Charge in now and take the imperial city. Today, without losing a single soldier, we can march straight into the heart of Qin." Incredible! This opportunity is simply incredible. Hearing this, all the rebel soldiers erupted in frenzied howls of excitement. Their fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Raising their weapons and spurring their warhorses, they charged madly towards the city gates. Originally, they had envisioned a bloody battle for the city. They had expected to brave a hail of arrows to reach the walls, then scale them with ladders, fighting tooth and nail. Even after finally making it over the ramparts, they would have had to clash with the defenders. Only through such a grueling struggle could they hope to open the gates and let the main force pour in. But now it seemed none of that. The city's defenders were utterly pathetic. They had actually taken the initiative to open the gates themselves. This wasn't defending a city, it was laying out a welcome mat. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. They loved this kind of Qin emperor. Filled with wild joy, the rebels surged towards the entrance of the imperial city. But just as they were about to rush through the gates, a colossal war chariot, pushed by soldiers, slowly emerged from within the city, coming into everyone's view. The chariot was astonishingly massive. It was about 10 meters long and roughly 3 meters high. Mounted upon its frame was an incredibly thick cannon barrel. Four giant wheels pressed firmly into the ground, giving the whole machine an imposing and domineering presence, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. Yet only 2 soldiers were guiding this chariot forward. In reality, they weren't even pushing it. They were merely walking alongside, symbolically holding onto it. The chariot itself could move on its own. All Ling Zhao had to do was press the remote control in his hand, and it would drive itself out of the city gates and into position. Just as the rebels closed to within about a li of the city, the giant chariot finally came to a halt at the city gate. Seated atop the city wall, Ling Zhao slowly curled his lips into a playful smile. He murmured, "You've arrived just in time. This distance is perfect. Let me see today if I can blast you all to bits. Mounted on this is my grand cannon platform. It's time you tasted the power of my top-tier artillery." Huh. With that, Ling Zhao pressed the button in his palm. In the next instant, a cannonball shot out violently from the barrel. All the ministers on the city wall stared wide-eyed. They watched helplessly as a mysterious object blazed out of the massive cannon. It then carved a stunning arc through then it slammed brutally into the midst of the charging rebel forces. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The moment the shell landed, it threw up a terrifying mushroom cloud. Smoke billowed and dust shot into the sky. The entire earth seemed to shudder violently. A li away, the rebels who had just been charging forward hadn't even registered what was happening. Before they knew it, they were engulfed by the blast. The single shot tore the entire vanguard force to shreds. Of the 10,000 troops, they had brought only a scant few remained. The point of impact had gouged a massive crater into the ground. The scene was like a meteorite striking the earth, leaving behind a harrowing scar. It took a long while for the violent tremors to gradually subside. The lingering smoke also slowly began to dissipate. The rebel soldiers who had miraculously survived the blast finally started to snap out of their utter shock. When they managed to refocus and take in the scene before them, almost everyone drew in a sharp collective breath. Good heavens! This was a massacre. The soldiers who had been charging so ferociously moments ago were now mostly silenced by that single shot. Looking around, the ground was littered with severed limbs and pools of blood. The sight was so gruesome that no one dared to look twice. The hellish scene seared itself into their minds. The leading generals who had been at the very front, hoping to be the first into the city, didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized. They were instantly obliterated. The remaining survivors, the broken remnants of the army, finally understood what true terror meant. They dared not advance another step. They stood frozen, trembling violently. Staring at the terrifying cannons slowly emerging from the city gate, their eyes bulged in disbelief. What the hell was this? It was terrifyingly absurd. No wonder the imperial city dared to leave its gates wide open. They hadn't been unprepared at all. They had been laying a trap all along. They were just waiting for them to stupidly charge right into it. It was laughable how they had been rushing forward like madmen. It was walking willingly to their own doom. It was too terrifying, too tragic, and utterly despairing. Some soldiers collapsed on the spot, wailing hysterically. They were completely broken. Meanwhile, a few quicker-thinking scouts scrambled onto their horses and galloped desperately back towards the rear camp. They had to report everything that had happened here to Zhao Gao and Li Si immediately. Up on the city wall, Ling Zhao remained seated on his throne. His expression had been eerily calm from start to finish, as if that earth-shattering cannon shot was nothing more than a trivial matter. But the ministers beside him were stunned for a long while. It wasn't until the smoke began to clear that they collectively gasped in shock. Many of them still couldn't process what had just happened. All they could see was a field of corpses and swirling dust. Several ministers opened and closed their mouths, repeatedly unable to form a coherent sentence for a long time. The shock they felt was beyond words. They had never seen such a sight, nor even dared to imagine it. At this moment, the entire court could no longer contain. Exclamations burst out one after another. What on earth just happened? Since when did our Great Qin possess such a terrifying weapon? What was that thing pushed out from the city gate? Some new kind of war chariot. Its power is simply outrageous. The emperor dared to open the gates because he had a secret plan all along. Did you all see that? The rebels were routed with a single shot, without even a chance to fight back. Incredible. Huh. So we've already won. A huge force of enemies charged at us, and they were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Zhao Gao and Li Si must be dumbfounded. They could never have imagined the imperial city had such terrifying firepower. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This scene will surely be remembered as an eternal masterpiece of strategy. This is a legendary victory against overwhelming odds, unprecedented and likely never to be replicated. Your Majesty, how was this achieved? Where did this divine weapon come from? Why have we never heard of it? Your Majesty is truly brave and resourceful, hiding your strength so deeply. You are the god of our Great Qin. The more they spoke, the more fervent the ministers became. In an instant, all the ministers knelt in unison, their foreheads touching the ground. At this moment, they were truly convinced, utterly and completely. Even Shi Lu and Feng Jie looked at Ing Zhao with completely transformed eyes. They had always believed this ninth prince was unreliable, spending his days obsessed with women. But now, looking at him anew, they realized they had gravely misjudged him. A single display like today was enough to shake the court and the entire Great Qin, even the whole of the 9 provinces. Such power was so terrifying it would instill fear in the hearts of all under heaven. Their curiosity grew even stronger. When was this top-tier cannon built? And where on earth did it come from? Such a fearsome weapon was unheard of, unseen before. A thought quietly took root in the ministers' minds. The 9th prince was perhaps never a simple figure. All these years he had been biding his time, quietly amassing strength, never truly revealing his hand. Today he had likely only unveiled the tip of the iceberg. Such a weapon could not have been conjured up on the spot. It must have been prepared long ago. It had simply been kept hidden until today's grand debut. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Perhaps the 9th prince still held even more astonishing weapons in his grasp. They couldn't help but suspect that over the years the 9th prince had been secretly cultivating his own power. Perhaps he had already forged a formidable army of his own. In short, at this moment the ministers found themselves increasingly unable to fathom the emperor before them. It was then they suddenly understood why Emperor Qin Shi Huang had chosen the 9th prince to inherit the throne. They had once assumed the current emperor was merely a pawn pushed forward by Zhao Gao and Li Si, forcibly placed upon the. But now it seemed things were far from that simple. There might be a deeper scheme at play. It was highly likely that the 9th prince was the true trump card Emperor Qin Shi Huang had reserved all along. Among all the princes, the most powerful one had always been him. They had truly misjudged him before. At this moment, when the civil and military officials looked upon Ing Zhao again, their gazes had completely changed. Within them was not only reverence, but also unprecedented shock and dread. Just recalling Ing Zhao's confident demeanor, seated calmly atop the city wall, watching the rebel army approach with a look that dominated the world, sent a chill down their spines. At this moment, when the civil and military officials looked upon Ing Zhao again, their gazes had completely changed. Within them was not only reverence, but also unprecedented shock and dread. Your Majesty's might shakes the world, we submit willingly. Long live the Emperor, 10,000 years. Long live the Emperor, 10,000 years. Long live the Emperor, 10,000 years. On the city wall, ministers knelt in droves, their shouts echoing across the land. This time their voices were exceptionally resolute. No longer perfunctory, but truly submitting from the depths of their hearts to this enigmatic emperor. Seeing this, a slight smile curled at the corner of Ing Zhao's mouth. These ministers were cowed this quickly. It was even simpler than he had imagined. In truth, the cannon he had just revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true power. How many top-tier weapons did he really possess? The true strength he concealed was beyond anything these people could fathom. And today the reason Ing Zhao had so boldly opened the city gates was to deliver a single earth-shattering blow in the most awe-inspiring way. He needed to create an impact powerful enough to resonate. He also wanted to make one thing unmistakably clear to Zhao Gao and Li Si: now that this throne had fallen to him, Ing Zhao, they could forget any hope of ever taking it back. Meanwhile, the scout who had come to report the military situation was racing desperately back towards the rear camp. He spurred his horse relentlessly, his heart pounding with sheer terror. Who could have imagined such a catastrophe would strike ahead? It was horrifying, more terrifying than seeing a ghost. After about 15 minutes, the scout finally charged back to the vicinity of the camp. Before he could even dismount, Zhao Gao and Li Si rushed over urgently. Zhao Gao's face was grim as he demanded, what on earth is going on? What happened up ahead? The thunderous blast shook the very ground. What kind of calamity has occurred? Could it be an earthquake? And have our men breached the imperial city? Are the 4 generals managing the front lines smoothly? Bombarded with questions, the scout finally broke down. He stumbled off his horse, fell to his knees, and spoke with a sobbing voice. Lord Zhao, Lord Li, it's terrible. A great disaster has befallen us. A battle unlike any other erupted ahead. The weapons Great Qin brought out were devastating. They wiped out our men. What? At these words, Zhao Gao and Li Si exchanged a glance. For a moment neither could comprehend the scout's meaning. Zhao Gao strode forward, grabbed the scout by the collar, and snarled with a twisted face, "What did you just say? Speak clearly. What do you mean Great Qin's weapons are terrifying? What weapons? Our army has been devastated." The scout began to weep. Just recalling the hellish scene he had witnessed made him tremble uncontrollably. He had barely managed to hold himself together to ride back and report. Now with a moment to reflect, the terror surged back like a tidal wave. He had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. That he was still alive and kneeling here felt nothing short of miraculous. Seeing him just crying, Zhao Gao's fury intensified. He cursed aloud, "Stop your blubbering. All you do is weep and just spit it out, damn you. What happened at the front? How strong are they? If you stammer again, I'll cut you down right now. Speak." Zhao Gao, incandescent with rage, drew the long blade from his waist. The scout was so terrified his legs gave way, nearly wetting himself. He quickly stifled his sobs and stammered, "Lord Zhao, the gates of the imperial city were wide open, and we seemed to have—" But just as our mighty army was about to reach the city gates, a sudden catastrophe struck. From within the gates they slowly pushed out a colossal war chariot. Mounted on that chariot was a large pitch-black tube. Our men had no idea what it was. Before anyone could figure it out, a mysterious object shot out from that dark tube. It flew straight towards our formation. It moved with terrifying speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. By the time we realized what was happening, the front lines were already decimated. When it struck the ground, it blasted a massive crater into the earth. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, smoke and dust churned, and the very ground trembled. Our soldiers were blown apart, horses thrown, and countless numbers perished. Blood was everywhere, and bodies piled up across the field. The four generals leading from the front were directly in the line. When the projectile landed, they had no time to dodge and were blasted into pulp. The front has completely collapsed. Our casualties are catastrophic. The scene is indescribable. My lords, order a retreat now. If we don't pull back, who knows what other horrors Great Qin will unleash. If we keep charging, we won't be able to hold out. A sharp hiss of breath escaped Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao and Li Si stood frozen in place after hearing these words. They never imagined that something so absurd could unfold before them. It was all too sudden and too terrifying. What was that colossal war chariot the scout spoke of? And what in the world was that pitch-black cylinder? Could such things alone have reduced their mighty army to this state? This was utterly outrageous. In other words, the Qin side hadn't even deployed a single soldier. They had merely produced a strange weapon and shattered their vanguard. How could such a thing exist in this world? Zhao Gao's body swayed violently, and he staggered back a step, barely able to keep his footing. Li Si's face also darkened to an extreme, in an instant his heart sinking like a stone. Both of them knew that attacking the Qin imperial capital would not be easy. They had expected obstacles along the way, and likely some losses. But they never dreamed the losses would be this devastating. The enemy hadn't even sent out their main force. They hadn't even closed the city gates. With just a single bizarre weapon, they had inflicted catastrophic damage. Throughout history, where had such a style of warfare ever been seen? No wondering Zhao dared to sit calmly atop the city wall. No wonder those people appeared so composed. They had long since dug a trap, just waiting for us to walk right into it. Damn it. Absolutely damn it. Zhao Gao was nearly mad with rage, yet at this moment, he was at a complete loss for what to do. Li Si forcibly suppressed the turmoil within him, and immediately ordered in a deep voice, passed down the command. Have the frontline troops retreat at once. Under no circumstances are they to linger near the imperial capital. Additionally, the main camp must also pull back 100 li. We will temporarily cease hostilities and reconvene to devise a new strategy. This arrangement was relatively sound. His subordinates dared not delay and promptly went to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao, supported by two close aides, returned to his tent. Even after sitting down, he still couldn't believe what had transpired. Had his very first personally launched siege truly and defeated so miserably? The strength the enemy displayed far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Zhao Gao was consumed by regret. Had he known the ninth prince was this formidable, he would never have pushed that man onto the throne. He had thought the prince was nothing more than a pleasure-seeking, useless royal. He believed he could easily control him after placing him in power. But now it was clear he had been terribly wrong from the very start. The person he and Li Si had helped ascend the throne was no puppet. He was in truth a truly terrifying monster. Wasn't this just digging a deep pit for themselves, and then foolishly To have cut off their own escape route with their own hands was truly pathetic. Yet even so, Zhao Gao refused to concede defeat entirely. After a brief moment of daze, a hint of ruthless cunning slowly crept back into his eyes. His gaze turned icy cold, and he gnashed his teeth, saying, "Ninth prince, just you wait for this eunuch. As long as I, Zhao Gao, have a single soldier left, I will never let you off easily. This eunuch will fight you to the bitter end. We shall see who laughs last." Under the orders of Zhao Gao and Li Si, the entire army was forced to retreat a full 100 li. Afterwards, they set up camp anew, preparing to hold their position and slowly deliberate their next course of action. After this crushing defeat, Zhao Gao and Li Si had truly learned their lesson. They no longer dared to act as recklessly as before. With a grim expression, Li Si instructed his subordinates, dispatch elite spies immediately. Do everything in your power to infiltrate the heart of the Qin territory. You must find out what that terrifying, mysterious weapon truly is. Also determine whether it has any weaknesses. Furthermore, ascertain how many troops the Qin state currently holds in reserve. Gather whatever intelligence you can on their troop deployments and city defenses. As things stand, a direct frontal assault is no longer viable. We must seek out their weak points in defense. The main gate of the capital is out of the question for now. However, other directions might offer a breakthrough. The most critical task now is to gather sufficient intelligence to understand the enemy's true strength. Only then can we formulate a more comprehensive plan. Next time we absolutely cannot suffer such a great loss again. This arrangement was also quite prudent. After hearing this, Zhao Gao nodded with a grim face. And so they had no choice but to rest and regroup their army once more. While they worked to restore morale, they also began devising new strategies for the siege. The battle that day had severely sapped the strength of Zhao Gao's forces. Zhao Gao himself was on the verge of a breakdown. Late into the night, he once again took out the dragon robe he had secretly sewn beforehand. He then donned it and stood alone before a bronze mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. Gazing at himself in the mirror, he murmured with a sigh, "Heaven, are you truly determined to oppose me, Zhao Gao? Is it that I am truly unworthy of the throne of Great Qin? Look at this dragon robe. Does it not fit me perfectly? This bearing this majesty, it is clearly a perfect match for me. It was practically made for me. In what way am I unfit to be the king of Great Qin? Heaven, you must open your eyes. Bless me with a smooth breach of the capital, so I may seize the realm and ascend the throne. I, Zhao Gao, will repay the humiliation I suffered today 100-fold. Damn you, ninth prince. Just you wait. I will make you wish you were dead." Over on Li Si's side, he was equally weighed down with despair. He sat outside the camp facing the cold moon in the sky, pouring cup after cup of strong liquor down his throat. At this moment, he only wished to drown all the pent-up fury and frustration within him. Li Si was genuinely regretful. He regretted ever listening to Zhao Gao and boarding this sinking ship. Who could have imagined that the ninth prince would be this terrifying? It turned out he was the true mastermind lurking in the shadows all along. And now they had suffered such a massive defeat. Seizing the throne would only become more difficult from here on. The thought of his repeated failures and his family still locked away in prison made Li Si's chest tighten with anguish. He could only continue to pour the liquor down his throat. Cup after cup. He only wished to get drunk as quickly as possible to fall into a deep sleep and temporarily forget these troubles. This defeat had almost completely broken both Zhao Gao and Li Si. The scene from that day still sent chills down their spines and made their hearts race. Watching that mushroom cloud rise into the sky, followed by the earth-shaking tremors and the sky-filling dust. The sheer impact of that image was overwhelming. In all of history, no battle had ever been as terrifying as this one. The most frightening part was that the enemy hadn't lost a single soldier. They had relied solely on that mysterious weapon to rout their forces completely. That was the truly unbearable part. In the end, Li Si drank himself into a stupor, finally falling into a deep... At this very moment, the entire military camp was filled with wails of despair. The defeated soldiers who had fled from the front lines couldn't stop trembling at the mere thought of the horrific scene they had witnessed during the day. They had never experienced such a crushing blow before. Never had they tasted such a bitter defeat. This time they had been so thoroughly routed that they could hardly recognize themselves. The Great Qin imperial palace was currently a scene of revelry and grandeur. After Ying Zhao had returned triumphantly with his court, if they were ever ordered to charge into battle again, many would likely be too afraid to take even a single step forward. However, unlike the desolate atmosphere in the rebel camp, the Great Qin imperial palace was currently a scene of revelry and grandeur. After Ying Zhao had returned triumphantly with his court officials, the entire palace atmosphere was instantly ignited with celebration. Those who had previously feared that Great Qin would be destroyed were now all beaming with joy. Ying Zhao waved his hand magnanimously and immediately ordered a grand banquet to be held within the palace. This feast was exceptionally lavish. It lasted from the afternoon well into the dead of night. During the banquet, the ministers swarmed around Ying Zhao, showering him with flattery, each one's praise more extravagant than the last. "Your Majesty's might is truly awe-inspiring, your bravery unmatched. You are the true model for all of Great Qin. Your subjects are utterly convinced today your Majesty's methods are nothing short of earth-shattering. The late Emperor, looking down from heaven, must surely be immensely gratified. Your Majesty, please accept our deepest respects. Long live the Emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Across the entire 9 provinces, your Majesty is undoubtedly the greatest emperor of all. Those two traitors Zhao Gao and Li Si must be weeping in utter despair by now. With your Majesty at the helm, Great Qin will prosper for all eternity. Come, let us all raise our cups and toast to today's great victory. Drink. Today we must drink to our heart's content." For a time, all the ministers were immersed in the joy of their triumphant return. Cup after cup was raised, their faces flushed red, utterly unable to stop. Now none of the court officials dared to underestimate this current emperor. It was true that he usually lingered amidst the flowers, appearing as if his mind was filled with nothing but women. He was indeed lazy about attending court sessions, avoiding governance whenever possible. Even when handling state affairs, he almost never heeded the counsel of his ministers, always acting arbitrarily and autocratically. But the thing was, he genuinely possessed real strength, power so formidable that it forced everyone to bow their heads. This time, all the ministers sincerely admired the emperor before them. No one dared to question whether his claim to the throne was illegitimate. Instead, they now felt that Emperor Qin Shi Huang must have seen through everything long ago. He must have known that his 9th son was unfathomably deep, possessing terrifyingly formidable power. That was why he had entrusted the throne to him. In hindsight, the late emperor's choice had been absolutely flawless. So the 9th prince was the ultimate trump card left behind by the late emperor. The ministers even began to admire Qin Shi Huang from the bottom of their hearts. To think he could raise such an incredibly formidable son. This ninth prince was far superior to Prince Fusu. Fusu was benevolent, yes, but ultimately too weak-willed. The ninth prince, however, was a different story altogether. He was ruthless and decisive in his actions. In this ninth prince, everyone truly saw the shadow of Emperor Qin. Truly a mighty tiger does not raise a feeble dog. It was impossible not to be impressed. Before long, this astonishing battle report was delivered at top speed to the location of Qin Shi Huang. When Qin Shi Huang and the others heard the news, everyone in the room was nearly thrown into shock. Meng Tian in particular found it utterly bewildering. Having fought on battlefields for years as a famed general of Great Qin, what weapons or formations hadn't he seen? Yet a weapon of such terrifying destructive power was truly beyond anything he had ever heard of. Meng Tian simply couldn't fathom what kind of weapon could decide the outcome with a single strike. It had directly blasted the armies of Zhao Gao and Li Si into a chaotic rout, leaving them with no room to resist whatsoever. Wasn't this far too horrifying? At this moment, Qin Shi Huang was holding the secret report in his hands. He read it over and over again, his mind equally shaken by the impact. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sigh, "Good heavens. Is this really my son? When did this unruly brat become so formidable? A man who spends all day thinking about women, and yet he managed to create such a terrifying weapon of destruction. What in the world is this thing? Come, all of you, take a look. What exactly is depicted in this drawing?" With that, he handed over the diagram that had been sent along with the letter. The drawing was quite crude. One could roughly make out that it was a war chariot. Mounted upon the chariot was something resembling a long black tube, and from that tube a sharp projectile seemed to have been fired. The object then landed on the ground, directly blasting a massive crater into the earth. The drawing was far too abstract. The group stared at it for a long while, still utterly baffled. Yet the more incomprehensible it was, the stronger the shock they felt in their hearts. Qin Shi Huang raised his head, his gaze fixed piercingly on the scout who had come to report, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you certain it was this so-called cannon?" A single strike was enough to inflict heavy casualties on Zhao Gao and Li Si's forces, rendering them unable to continue. The scout nodded repeatedly, his face still bearing an unconcealable shock. "Your Majesty, it is exactly as I have said. I swear there is not a single word of exaggeration. Ever since the ninth prince ascended the throne, he has been continuously revealing his capabilities. Especially in this battle, he directly brought out this unprecedented top-tier weapon. The terror of that thing is something we have never witnessed before. Even those battle-hardened generals were all thoroughly frightened. Great Qin did have some gunpowder and firecracker contraptions in the past, but compared to this thing, they are like a firefly against the bright moon. That great cannon only needed to fire a single shot. It was enough to blast the enemy into utter disarray, shattering their formations completely. Zhao Gao and Li Si had brought tens of thousands of troops to attack the city this time. But when that single shell landed, most of the frontline formations were blown to pieces. The rest were so terrified their souls nearly fled their bodies. How could they possibly continue to fight? They scattered in all directions on the spot, not even daring to look back. As for the several generals they had dispatched, all of them were killed in that single strike. Forget intact bodies. Even their remains couldn't be gathered. The area for 100 li outside the imperial city is now a complete wasteland. Corpses litter the ground, devastation everywhere, a truly tragic sight. After hearing this account, the eyes of everyone present were wide with shock. Fusu could no longer contain himself. Meng Tian was equally stunned. Even Qin Shi Huang, usually so composed and controlling, found it impossible to remain calm. Fusu even felt that his ninth brother was no longer the person he remembered. Vivid images of the battlefield involuntarily surfaced in his mind. No matter what that so-called cannon actually was, the fact that it could repel tens of thousands of troops with a single blow was already an extraordinary achievement in itself. Fusu simply couldn't believe that his ninth brother could have accomplished such a feat. When had that dissipated and reckless ninth brother become so terrifying? It was truly beyond belief. Fusu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath of cold air. Meng Tian meanwhile held the blueprint and turned it over and over, examining it for a long time. But the longer he looked, the more incredulous he became. Qin Shi Huang also sank into deep contemplation at that moment. His expression gradually grew complex. He had originally assumed that after this unruly son ascended the throne, he was merely enjoying a temporary taste of imperial power. Given his abilities, truly contending with Zhao Gao and Li Si was hardly a realistic prospect. When the rebel forces pressed against the gates, that unfilial son of his would likely be unable to hold his ground. To prevent his son from perishing at the hands of Zhao Gao and Li Si, and to keep the Great Qin Empire from falling into the clutches of those two treacherous ministers. In truth, Qin Shi Huang had long since prepared a hidden contingency. He had secretly stationed a contingent of troops concealed about 200 li from the city of Xianyang. Every arrangement had been made with utmost secrecy, leaving no trace for outsiders to detect. His original plan was that should that unfilial son falter, these forces could immediately march forth to reinforce the imperial capital. Under no circumstances would he allow the Great Qin Empire to fall into foreign hands. Yet now these preparations seemed utterly pointless. This son of his had grown terrifyingly powerful. When exactly had that unfilial brat managed to forge such a fearsome weapon, one beyond even his own imagination? With such a devastating instrument at his disposal, what were the ragtag troops scraped together by Zhao Gao and Li Si in comparison? Even his own secretly arranged reinforcements now seemed to matter little. At this thought, a rare sense of panic finally stirred within Qin Shi Huang's heart. A foreboding premonition silently crept into his mind. He unconsciously swallowed hard. At that very moment, Meng Tian had evidently arrived at the same realization. The atmosphere in the room was instantly plunged into an eerie silence. After a long while, Meng Tian finally stepped forward, his expression grave as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the situation before us now appears quite dire. If we allow the ninth prince to continue growing stronger in this manner, our advantages will only dwindle further. By the time you wish to return to Xianyang and reclaim control of the court, it will prove far more difficult than we once imagined. Your Majesty, we cannot afford further delay. In my humble opinion, we should set out for the capital immediately." The moment these words left Meng Tian's mouth, it felt as though something had pierced Qin Shi Huang's heart. His complexion turned ashen. Had he not already considered the worst-case scenario? This unfilial son step by step had revealed ever-increasing strength. And each revelation was more astonishing than the last. This alone made it abundantly clear that he might be the true. If this continued, reclaiming the throne in the future would be far from the simple matter he had once envisioned. Meng Tian he absolutely could not allow that unfilial son to continue growing unchecked. Qin Shi Huang's gaze hardened as he issued the order on the spot. "Transmit my command, prepare at once, and set out to return to Xianyang. Furthermore, have our people maintain an unblinking watch over the capital's movements. Any sign of disturbance in the Xianyang region must be reported to me without delay. Also pay close attention to the northern desert. After all, it serves as the foundation of that unfilial son's power. Who knows how many secrets yet unknown to us lie hidden there." With Qin Shi Huang's command issued, Meng Tian dared not tarry a moment. He immediately clasped his fists in acknowledgement and turned to make the arrangements. No one found the sudden decision to return to Xianyang surprising. In fact, everyone within the group was in complete agreement with the move. They had all sensed that the situation had already begun to take a turn for the worse. That Ing Zhao, who had always kept his cards close to his chest, now seemed truly impossible to suppress. If he were allowed to continue expanding his power recklessly, then in the days to come there might be no place left for Emperor Zheng on the Great Qin court. Whenever an uncontrollable variable emerged, Qin Shi Huang never hesitated. He would always strike at the first opportunity, crushing every threat in its infancy. He refused to watch the ninth prince grow ever mightier, eventually squeezing Su out of any standing at all. The Great Qin Empire, after all, could never truly be entrusted to Ing Zhao. And so Qin Shi Huang and his entourage quickly set out on their journey. It was at this moment that General Wang Jian, who had been sent ahead to scout, hurried back to rejoin them. When he heard the full account of what had transpired, he was so shaken that his jaw nearly dropped. He too found it impossible to believe that the ninth prince had become so terrifyingly formidable. Zhao Gao and Li Si had led a massive army to attack the capital only to be driven back by him. Even more absurdly, he had suffered not a single casualty, defeating the rebels with nothing more than a mysterious weapon. A military feat like this was unprecedented in all of history. Its significance far surpassed even the most celebrated victories achieved against overwhelming odds, and it was all the more terrifying for it. Along the journey, Wang Jian and Meng Tian racked their brains over that peculiar weapon, yet no matter how hard they tried, they could make neither head nor tail of it. They could not even begin to fathom the sheer destructive power that mysterious weapon might possess. Both men found themselves almost impatient, eager to witness it with their own eyes. At the same time, they could not help but break out in a cold sweat on behalf of Qin Shi Huang. If that ninth prince truly harbored grand ambitions and refused to step down once he took the throne, then how would this all play out? Clearly, there were many thorny issues ahead awaiting their resolution. As for how His Majesty would ultimately confront all of this, no one could say for certain at the moment. And so Qin Shi Huang's party pressed on towards Xianyang. Yet at this very moment, Ing Zhao remained blissfully unaware of any of this. He was still residing in the inner palace, indulging in life's pleasures. Ever since his triumphant return, his wives and concubines held their husband in even greater awe and admiration. After all, their husband possessed not only extraordinary charisma, but also terrifying prowess. He had unmatched skill and bold decisiveness. Most crucially, he was the exalted emperor himself. Across the entire 9 provinces, who could possibly compare to him? Naturally, they became even more infatuated, more intoxicated, almost desperate to sing his praises to the heavens at every waking moment. During these days, they went out of their way to please Ing Zhao, catering to his every whim. Yet even so, not a trace of resentment lingered in their hearts. Instead, their love and devotion only deepened, growing ever more consuming. During this period, the system rewards Ing Zhao accumulated were naturally quite substantial. The guards he had obtained through daily check-ins had been reorganized into a formidable army. The combat prowess of this force was nothing short of ferocious. Every single soldier was equipped with weapons of jaw-dropping power. If they were ever deployed on the battlefield, they would undoubtedly achieve a resplendent victory. On this point, Ing Zhao was exceedingly confident. Of course, he had not slowed down in his pursuit of wives, concubines, and the rewards that came with fathering children. In fact, his ambitions had grown even grander. He had resolved to claim every breathtaking beauty in the entire Great Qin world for his own harem, especially those women of legendary renown admired by countless admirers. He could not afford to let them slip away. Duanmu Rong Shui Nu Yen Fei Yen Ling Ji Yushan. It was time for them to enter the palace. Ing Zhao reveled in the vision of his future harmonious and idyllic harem life. The mere thought of it sent waves of pure ecstasy through him. But at that very moment a piece of news capable of shaking the entire court and the nation suddenly arrived. The eunuch Lu Ning stumbled into the hall, fell to his knees with a thud, and said urgently, "Your Majesty, disaster has struck. The Xiongnu have suddenly launched an attack. This time their advance is ferocious. They have directly mobilized 200,000 troops to assault our Great Qin." Oh, the Xiongnu. Impressive. They certainly have nerve. Ying Zhao quickly recalled that the last time he was in the northern deserts, he had personally slain the Xiongnu king Modu Chanya's predecessor two-man. He hadn't expected these fellows to dare stir up trouble again after that beating. It seemed his previous lesson had been too lenient. They hadn't truly learned their lesson yet. Ying Zhao's expression remained calm, not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. The Xiongnu invading Great Qin. What was there to fear? He paid the matter no mind at all. But the eunuch Lu Nong, seeing his majesty's utterly composed demeanor, felt even more unsettled inside. He suspected that his majesty had gotten carried away this time. Having just repelled the rebel forces of Zhao Gao and Li Si, he was already dismissing the Xiongnu. This line of thinking was far too dangerous. Lu Ning, having served in the palace for years, had heard plenty about the Xiongnu's prowess. Even during the reign of the first Emperor Qin Shi Huang, they had never been completely subdued, although the late emperor had campaigned north against them multiple times and achieved considerable victories. Uprooting the Xiongnu entirely had always remained out of reach. This alone proved they still possessed significant strength. Moreover, they were a nomadic people moving with the speed of the wind. They could retreat and migrate at any moment, seeking new lands to inhabit. They had no fixed headquarters in any real sense. Precisely for this reason, completely conquering and capturing them in one fell swoop was incredibly difficult. Clearly his majesty had yet to truly grasp the severity of the situation. He seemed still immersed in the euphoria of his recent triumph, unable to snap out of it. Lu Nong cautiously raised his head and ventured, "Your Majesty, the Xiongnu must not be underestimated either. After all, even the late emperor failed to subjugate them completely." Now upon hearing this news, the ministers are all stricken with panic. They hope to deliberate with your majesty and devise a countermeasure as soon as possible. The ministers have already gathered in the court awaiting your majesty's presence to take charge. Would your majesty perhaps accompany this humble servant to the morning assembly? Lu Ning spoke with extreme caution, but Ying Zhao couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. He said irritably, "Since when do I need you to teach me how to conduct my affairs? Besides, I have already issued a decree previously. The court convenes only once every 7 days. The 7-day period hasn't even passed yet. What assembly is there to attend? These ministers have far too much leisure. Each one of them is like the proverbial eunuch fretting over the emperor's business, more worried than I am myself. Issue the decree, tell them all to go home. As for the Xiongnu matter, I have my own plans. Tell them to stop meddling in affairs that don't concern them." At this, Lu Nong was utterly stunned by Ying Zhao's tirade. Only one thought remained in his mind. His majesty was far too arrogant. Meanwhile, within the Xiongnu border tent, the new Xiongnu king Modu Chanyu sat awaiting intelligence reports. Before long, a scout hurried into the tent, knelt, and reported, "Great Chanyu. The defenses on the Great Qin border are indeed severely undermanned. Moreover, the morale of the border troops is notably unstable. This is the perfect opportunity to breach Qin's borders. Our men have also gathered news from Xianyang. It is said that Qin Shi Huang has already passed away. His remains are currently held near Shekyu, being escorted back to. As for the newly ascended 9th prince, he is merely a notorious waste. Word outside says his mind holds nothing but allowing such a person to control Great Qin will surely lead the nation into chaos. So there is absolutely no need for us to hold back now. The 9th prince of Great Qin, I have a blood debt to settle with him. The previous Xiongnu king died at his. The 9th prince of Great Qin, I have a blood debt to settle with him. The previous Xiongnu king died at his. My poor father to lose his life over a woman. I never expected this man to rise so high and ascend to the Qin. This is absolutely absurd. What was Qin Shi Huang thinking, placing such a being on the imperial seat? But this way all the news is highly favorable to us Xiongnu. Now is the perfect time for us to strike at Qin. It's time to secure greater benefits for the Xiongnu. Attend. Immediately send orders to continue monitoring all movements in Xianyang. Report any news at once. Furthermore, spare no expense to uncover the 9th prince's weaknesses. Isn't he obsessed with women? Very well, then we shall use women against him. Also muster the troops immediately and prepare for deployment. Within the next few days we will formally attack the Qin border. It seems that finally we Xiongnu are about to turn our fortune. At this moment Modu Chanyu was utterly elated. In his eyes what was a mere 9th prince? Nothing more than a dissolute waste skilled only in pleasure-seeking. He had indeed had his moment of glory on the battlefield before. He had certainly used some formidable weapons to inflict heavy losses on the Xiongnu forces. But upon deeper reflection, that past defeat wasn't entirely due to the strength of the Qin army. The greater reason was that the Xiongnu had been overconfident and unprepared. Especially his father two-man Chanyu. Blinded by beauty, he had long neglected the discipline of the army. This had left the Xiongnu forces lax and weak, allowing the 9th prince to seize the opportunity and rout them completely. Even now thinking about it was a profound humiliation. But these events didn't prove the 9th prince was truly formidable. At most they showed he had simply gotten lucky stumbling upon good fortune. And now was the perfect chance for the Xiongnu to attack Great Qin and avenge past shame. Mode Chanyu was filled with confidence. He had resolved to personally lead the campaign against Qin, not only to seize Qin's territory, but also to expand Xiongnu influence. His father was dead now. No one remained to lord over him or dictate his actions. He could now act freely and accomplish great, earth-shaking deeds. He would make all the Xiongnu truly submit. He would also make Great Qin understand that the Xiongnu were not a people to be bullied. Vengeance must be exacted. He was eager to see what tricks this useless prince placed on the throne by Qin Shi Huang could possibly conjure up. What could he possibly do to Mode Chanyu? He wasn't afraid. Mode Chanyu was inherently an ambitious man. He wanted to carve out his own domain and achieve great deeds that would shake the grasslands. He had to personally test the mettle of this ninth prince. With this in mind, Mode Chanyu dispatched even more scouts, keeping a close watch on all movements in Great Qin. Simultaneously, he ordered his men to scour the lands for beautiful women. Exceptional beauties from all territories were being selected and brought forth. His goal was simple: to choose from these women one whose unique allure could captivate and enchant a peerless beauty. Then he would find a way to place her within the Qin imperial palace. Through her beauty, she would gradually ensnare the ninth prince's heart. In this way they could control the Qin emperor from within. As long as they could control this ninth prince, Great Qin would inevitably fall into Xiongnu hands, becoming a prize within Mode Chanyu's grasp. At this thought a smile curled at the corners of Mode Chanyu's lips. The more he thought about it, the more he believed his plan was absolutely flawless. It was a stroke of genius. Using women to defeat the ninth prince was the sharpest blade of all. After all, that ninth prince was nothing but a waste, spending his days indulging in lust, practically wallowing in a pile of women. Since that was the case, they might as well use women to completely destroy him. Just imagining it sent a thrill through Mode Chanyu. And so the Xiongnu king's plan was quickly formalized. Meanwhile, the 200,000 troops he had mustered were already stationed 100 li from the Qin border, poised to strike. This news reached the ears of Qin Shi Huang with remarkable speed. At that very moment, still traveling along the road, the emperor's face turned ashen with rage. His fury surged nearly uncontrollable. He tore the secret missive into shreds on the spot. Then he erupted into a torrent of curses. Damnation! What a bold Xiongnu, daring to invade our Great Qin's borders again. I spared you all out of a sliver of mercy in the past. Never did I imagine you would be so reckless as to repeatedly provoke our Great Qin. What's more infuriating is that you chose to strike at this very moment. Truly shameless to the extreme. Meng Tian, what is the meaning of this? How did they come to know of my demise? Did I not issue a decree for all to keep this matter under strict seal? Those two, Zhao Gao and Li Si, would never dare to leak such information carelessly. After all, doing so would bring them absolutely no benefit. If they wished to seize the throne smoothly, they would certainly not want to stir up more turmoil at this time. But what is happening now, eh? Who spread the news? The Xiongnu making such a move is truly a thorn. At this moment, Qin Shi Huang felt genuinely vexed. It wasn't that he feared the Great Qin could not withstand the Xiongnu, but rather that diverting troops to deal with them at this critical juncture was simply not worth it. The internal affairs of the Great Qin were far from stable. If the border conflict were to expand further, the morale of the military would inevitably become even more unsettled. By then, the Great Qin might suffer even greater losses in troops. That would be a terrible bargain. According to Qin Shi Huang's original plan, he intended to first quell the chaos within the court. Once Zhao Gao and Li Si were thoroughly dealt with, he would then proceed to solidify Fuse's position as the crown prince. Afterwards, he would regroup his forces and march north. At that time, he could launch a single decisive attack against the Xiongnu and possibly even subjugate the grasslands entirely. But who could have anticipated that these accursed Xiongnu would act prematurely? And they chose this exact critical moment to strike. Upon hearing the news of the Xiongnu invasion, Qin Shi Huang was consumed by fury. But when the same news reached Zhao Gao, it filled him with immense excitement. Zhao Gao threw his head back and laughed heartily on the spot. The gloom on Li Si's face also dissipated considerably, his mood visibly lifting. They both realized simultaneously that the situation seemed to have presented a new opportunity. Zhao Gao's voice rose several octaves in his excitement. Excellent. Excellent. This is truly a godsend. How is it that such a perfect opportunity emerges at this very moment? The Xiongnu chose to attack the Great Qin at this precise juncture. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This eunuch would like to see how that ninth prince Ing Zhao handles this. As long as the Xiongnu throw the Great Qin's borders into chaos, we can seize the opportunity to strike amidst the confusion and drag that brat off the throne. When that happens, the one who ascends the dragon throne will be us. Ha ha! This is an opportunity delivered by the heavens themselves. It seems even the heavens are on my side. I, Zhao Gao, am destined to be the ruler of the Great Qin. There is no mistake. Ha! Ha! At this moment, Zhao Gao was laughing almost like a child who had gotten a piece of candy. In his view, this was clearly the heavens secretly aiding him. Earlier, he had been trapped in a deadlock, unable to find a way out. But now things were different. With the Xiongnu on the move, the Great Qin was bound to be dragged into conflict. The ninth prince would surely be run ragged dealing with this. To counter the Xiongnu, Ing Zhao would have to mobilize troops and expend a great deal of energy. If that were the case, how much strength would he have left to oppose Zhao Gao and Li Si? As long as Exiled dispatched those terrifying cannons, war chariots, and other weapons of mass destruction to the border, then wouldn't it be a simple matter for them to attack the capital? It would surely succeed. The very thought of being one step closer to that throne sent waves of ecstasy through Zhao Gao's heart. Previously, he had hoped that no major upheaval would occur within the Great Qin, so he could scheme in the shadows silently, pulling Zhao down and ascend to the throne himself. But now his thinking had completely changed. Now he actually wished for the Great Qin to be as chaotic as possible. The greater the chaos, the more opportunities would arise. The greater the chaos, the easier it would be for him to fish in troubled waters and rise to power. This was the path Zhao Gao was meant to walk. Li Si was also struggling to conceal his delight at that moment. He had originally thought their chances of seizing the throne were slim. But the sudden Xiongnu attack had unexpectedly handed them another opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Li Si spoke up, "Zhao Gonggong, from now on we should refrain from being too hasty. It would be better to keep a low profile for the time being. Let's first see how that ninth prince plans to deal with the Xiongnu. Once the Great Qin fully commits its forces to the border and internal chaos ensues, that's when we should lead our troops to attack the imperial city. At that point, we would effectively be delivering the final blow. Once the morale within the imperial city collapses and hearts and minds scatter, the court officials will inevitably flock to our side. When that happens, would ascending to that supreme position not be a trivial matter for us? This Great Qin Empire will eventually fall into our hands." Zhao Gao listened and immediately nodded in agreement. He laughed even more heartily. "Haha, interesting, this is truly interesting. Who would have thought that in the end the Xiongnu would become our greatest ally? In that case, let's set up camp here and wait for news from the front lines. We'll just watch the show from here. This eunuch would like to see how much longer that ninth prince can hold out." Zhao Gao and Li Si quickly finalized their strategy. The anxiety that had plagued them earlier was gone. They decided to camp for now and observe the situation as it evolved. That an even more troublesome problem was quietly approaching. And this problem was far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. It would drag them into an even deeper quagmire. It would also deny them any chance of turning back. At the Great Qin Imperial Palace, inside the study, Exiled stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Shortly after, Zhang Han hurried in for an audience. He knelt down and reported with cupped fists, "Your Majesty, the matter you previously instructed has been arranged. Tonight we shall witness a good show." A smile curled at the corner of Exil's mouth upon hearing this. He nodded lightly, his tone satisfied as he said, "Good. Zhang Han, I have always trusted your handling of matters. I shall eagerly await the spectacle tonight. By the way, their escape routes have been thoroughly cut off, I trust. Have the provisions in the military camps been set ablaze, hey? And the supplies sent later, have they all been dealt with as well?" Zhang Han replied in a low voice, "Rest assured, your Majesty. This was carried out with utmost secrecy. Not a single flaw was left in the entire process. Furthermore, the operation was swift and was fully completed today. By the time Zhao Gao and Li Si receive word, it will already be late at night. By then, even if they try to salvage the situation, they will find themselves utterly helpless." Exiled gave a slight nod, evidently highly pleased with the matter. Turning his gaze to Zhang Han, his tone softened considerably. "Grand General, you have labored tirelessly these days. Once you return tonight, rest well. The campaign against the Xiongnu will continue to rely on your prowess. We shall proceed step by step. First, we will pluck out those troublesome thorns one by one until none remain." As he spoke, Zhao raised a hand and added, "Furthermore, this is a small token of my appreciation. I insist that you accept it, Grand General. It is but a modest gift, hardly worthy of your stature. As for titles and promotions, I have other plans in mind. Once these turbulent times have fully settled and the foundations of Great Qin are secure once more, I shall reward each according to their merits. No loyal servant shall be forgotten." The moment Exiled finished speaking, two eunuchs entered carrying a heavy, sturdy chest between them. They set it down, but slowly they opened the lid. Zhang Han glanced inside and was instantly stunned. The chest was filled to the brim with gold, silver, jewels, and treasures of every kind. The dazzling gleam of the riches was almost blinding. Beyond the valuables, there were also many rare and precious herbs. Among them, a millennium-old ginseng root stood out remarkably thick and robust. It was clearly no ordinary item. Deeply moved, Zhang Han quickly knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. "This humble servant thanks your Majesty for your boundless grace. Long live the Emperor. May your Majesty reign for 10,000 years. This humble servant shall forever remember your Majesty's kindness. Henceforth I shall dedicate my very life and soul to your Majesty's service without hesitation." Exiled nodded, then gestured for him to take his leave. Undeniably, Exiled understood the art of imperial governance. He knew well that to make a horse run fast, one must first feed it well. To truly win over a subject's loyalty, mere words would never suffice. One must offer tangible rewards. In the end, his goal was to make these men serve his purposes. As for gold and silver, Exiled had never placed much importance on them. Power and status, too, he could bestow when necessary. But all of this rested upon one crucial prerequisite. That prerequisite was loyalty. As long as a man remained utterly devoted, he would not be stingy with rewards. But if anyone harbored treacherous intentions, they would never enter his true considerations. Those who harbored ill intentions, if they still held value, would be used for the time being. But if they lost even that utility, they would be eliminated at all costs. To become the true sovereign of Great Qin, ambition and strength alone were far from sufficient. One must also master strategy, understand the art of controlling men, and above all wield the subtle arts of kingship. On the surface, Exiled indeed appeared to be a carefree playboy. He looked like a dissolute prince interested only in pleasure and romance, idling away his days amidst flowers and wine. But in reality, the ambition and power hidden within his heart had long grown to a level that defied all speculation. It was a form of strength that no one else could ever truly perceive. As the night deepened 200 li outside the imperial capital of Great Qin, the rebel forces, led by Zhao Gao and Li Si, were encamped. That night, most of the soldiers in the camp slept soundly. There was no strong sense of impending danger among the troops. No one believed that Great Qin would take the initiative to attack them at this moment. In their view, the empire was already mired in internal strife and external threats. The sudden incursion of the Xiongnu at the border alone was enough to keep Exiled fully occupied. How could he possibly spare the resources to deal with their army? Zhao Gao and Li Si in particular had already fallen into a deep slumber, dreaming sweet dreams of their own within the long dark night. In his dream, Zhao Gao even saw himself finally ascending to the throne. From that moment on, he wielded supreme power over the entire court, commanding the world. All the civil and military officials knelt at his feet, kowtowing with utmost respect. He had risen to the heavens in one leap, seated high upon the dragon throne, looking down upon all mortals. It was a glory so immense that even his ancestors' graves would emit auspicious smoke. Dreaming of this scene, a smug smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Zhao Gao's mouth, even in his sleep. This was something he had craved for years. It was the deepest obsession buried in his heart. But at that very moment, a low-ranking soldier rode a swift horse, charging madly towards the camp. The horse's hooves pounded through the night, kicking up a frantic trail of dust across the grassland. The soldier rushed to the front of the camp, dismounted in a flurry, and scrambled frantically towards the main tent. He then threw himself to his knees with a thud, shouting in a panicked voice, "Disaster! Quickly report to the two lords. A great calamity has occurred." The moment these words were uttered, the guards stationed outside the tent turned pale with shock. The two sentries dared not delay and hurried inside to relay the message. Soon Zhao Gao and Li Si, who had been sound asleep, were roughly jolted awake. Zhao Gao groggily opened his eyes, and a surge of irritation immediately welled up within him. He cursed on the spot. "How dare you? What is the meaning of this, disturbing this eunuch in the middle of the night instead of guarding the camp? Do you have a death wish?" The soldier's legs went weak with terror, and he fell to his knees with a thud, hastily explaining, "My lord, a truly grave matter has occurred. The convoy escorting the provisions seems to have run into trouble. They sent a man through the night to deliver the news. I deemed this matter too critical to conceal, so I took the liberty of waking you, my lord." The moment Zhao Gao heard the word provisions, his mind snapped to full alertness. What happened? The grain convoy had run into trouble. He practically leaped off the couch, threw on his outer robe, and strode quickly out of the tent. Upon seeing the messenger kneeling outside, Zhao Gao immediately demanded angrily, "Speak. What exactly has happened?" The messenger, his face contorted with despair, stammered, "Lord Zhao, this is a catastrophe. Our grain convoy was ambushed en route. A massive amount of grain has been seized. The remaining daily supplies that could be taken were also looted. What they couldn't carry away was all burned to ashes. Now the provisions are gone, and our supply lines are completely cut off. General Li, who was in charge of escorting the supplies, felt he could not face you, and Lord Li Si in shame. This was absolutely fatal. Without needing to think deeply, Zhao Gao knew in his heart that this was most likely the work of Great Qin. Yet his face turned pale then ashen. His mind buzzed, and he nearly lost his footing. He had never imagined that such a disaster would befall them at this critical juncture. This was absolutely fatal. Without needing to think deeply, Zhao Gao knew in his heart that this was most likely the work of Great Qin. Yet he still couldn't help but grit his teeth and demand, who was behind this? Who would dare to ambush and destroy this eunuch's grain convoy? Are they deliberately trying to make an enemy of me? The soldier replied tearfully, "Lord Zhao, the matter has not yet been fully investigated. The attackers appeared to be a band of mountain outlaws dressed in plain clothes, each with a fierce and menacing look. But we all believe they could not possibly be ordinary bandits. Those men were most likely deliberately disguised. Regardless, the provisions are completely lost. Moreover, the escort team cannot hold out for many more days. Without food and water, they cannot even make it to our location." Zhao Gao's chest tightened with rage as he sharply inhaled a cold breath. He nearly fainted on the spot. It was then that Li Si, having received the news, rushed over from his own tent. Before he even drew near, he could hear Zhao Gao raging furiously. Once he understood the full situation, Li Si's heart sank to the depths. The grain supplies were utterly destroyed. This meant the army's logistical lifeline was completely severed. Li Si approached Zhao Gao, his face grim, and said, "Eunuch Zhao, it seems we can no longer afford to remain entrenched here, nor can we continue to passively wait for the situation to shift in our favor. We must act swiftly now. The grain we have left in camp won't last more than a few days. Once the soldiers run out of rations, we'll descend into chaos long before the Great Qin even makes a move. That would be a truly pathetic end. We should launch an assault on the city tomorrow. While the army still has some fight left in it, we must gamble everything. Perhaps we can still carve out a slim chance for survival." Hearing this, Zhao Gao's expression darkened further. He wasn't blind to the fact that they had little choice, but this course of action was ultimately far too risky. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Gao said in a low voice, "Minister Li, an assault is certainly possible. But the question is, what are our actual chances of victory? That mysterious weapon in the imperial capital is far too terrifying. I had originally thought that with the Xiongnu invading Great Qin, Zhao would inevitably be forced to deploy that weapon to the borders. Once the capital was left vulnerable, we could have made our move and seized it in one fell swoop. But as things stand now, it seems we won't be able to wait for that moment. If we stubbornly press the attack now, our chances of winning are slim. Li Si could only spread his hands in helpless resignation after listening. Everyone knew the situation was direly unfavorable for them. But what else could they do? They certainly couldn't just remain holed up here indefinitely. Without grain to sustain them, this army was bound to collapse. Once the soldiers went hungry, morale would crumble. At that point, the entire force would disintegrate without a single blow being struck. The mere thought of these consequences weighed heavily on both Zhao Gao and Li Si, draining the strength from their bodies. Li Si in particular was so consumed by regret that he could have easily slammed his head against the wall. Why had he ever listened to Zhao Gao and boarded the ship of no return? One wrong step had led to countless others. Now the dangers were multiplying and the situation was spiraling further out of control. Only now did he truly realize there was no turning back. If this rebellion ultimately succeeded, then all would be well. At least they could reshuffle the deck. Then they could use every means available to suppress their crimes and silence the voices of the world. With the fruits of victory in their grasp, they could wash black as white. But if they failed, then their lives would be utterly finished. Not only would they die, but their entire families would likely be buried. In the end, Li Si might even find himself branded in the annals of Great Qin's history as a traitor to be reviled by all. The price was simply too immense. Throughout his life, Li Si had valued his reputation above all else. Yet he never imagined he would end up destroying it so completely with his own hands. At this moment, Li Si was engulfed in an indescribable gloom. For days he had lived in constant anxiety and fret. After a while, Zhao Gao and Li Si decided to summon the leading generals to the tent. They gathered together and deliberated once more with great care. In the end, they confirmed the decision to attack the city the next day. Whatever happened, they had to make one final desperate gamble. As for the outcome, they would have to leave it to fate. Whether they could seize the throne and rise to supremacy was now entirely in the hands of destiny. They no longer had the luxury of dragging things out. With the grain supply severed, what was there left to wait for? Any further delay would only be marching themselves straight into the jaws of death. How utterly pathetic. Filled with helplessness, Zhao Gao and Li Si had no choice but to finalize the matter. They then prepared to issue orders for their troops to make ready. They would launch the assault at the break of dawn. In truth, they had previously considered a night raid on the imperial city. Moving under the cover of darkness would grant them an element of surprise, perhaps even allowing them to seize the upper hand. But upon closer examination, they found the drawbacks to be too numerous. Their forces did not hold a clear advantage in strength, nor were they well trained for nocturnal combat. A reckless move might very well backfire and cause more harm than good. So in the end, they settled on waiting until daylight to launch the formal offensive. Zhao Gao and Li Si were both prepared to stake their very lives on this final chance to turn the tables. Success or failure hinged on the morrow. That night, neither of them could sleep, their minds consumed with anxiety and unease. They still believed they had one last opportunity to fight. Perhaps they could still overturn the situation and reshuffle the cards. Alas, they were gravely mistaken. Foreign Zhao had already completely sealed off their path of retreat. They would never again have the chance to engage Great Qin in a direct confrontation, let alone contend for the throne. From the very start, their defeat had been inevitable. And all of this was always under Ying Zhao's control. Even as Zhao Gao and Li Si were still deliberating over the next, suddenly panicked shouts erupted from outside the tent. Disaster! Disaster! Something terrible has happened. The moment the cries rang out, both Zhao Gao and Li Si felt their hearts plummet simultaneously. They instantly knew something was wrong. Almost instinctively, they rose to rush outside and investigate. But Zhao Gao had barely taken a step or two when he noticed a blindingly bright glow emanating from within the camp. His heart clenched violently. Li Si's face also changed color in an instant. Without a second thought, they threw open the tent flap and dashed outside. The moment they stepped out, a heart-wrenching scene greeted their eyes. Both granaries in the camp were engulfed in towering flames shot into the sky, a terrifying spectacle. Thick black smoke billowed, and the firelight illuminated half the night sky. Every soldier in the camp had been jolted awake. Men scrambled with buckets, desperately rushing toward the granaries to extinguish the flames. But no matter how they struggled, it was like trying to put out a blazing house with a cup of water. It was utterly futile. Enraged beyond reason, Zhao Gao grabbed a soldier by the collar and yanked him close, demanding through gritted teeth, "Speak. What exactly happened? What is going on here? Why did the granaries suddenly catch fire?" The soldier, pale with terror, stammered tearfully, "My lords, it's terrible. Just now a small ball of fire suddenly fell from the sky. It struck squarely into the eastern granary. The eastern granary caught fire instantly. Not long after, a second fireball descended and landed directly on the western granary. Then the western granary went up in flames too. Even more frightening, as we were about to charge in to fight the fire, a strange bird appeared in the sky. It circled overhead and sprayed some unknown liquid down below. It doused the area around both granaries. It was like rain soaking even the granary rooftops. But when that substance touched the flames, the fire only blazed even more fiercely. That's why the granaries are burning like this. The men are doing all they can, but this fire, it just doesn't seem to go out. At these words, Zhao Gao and Li Si were frozen in place. Unbelievable. They wouldn't even spare the last two granaries. Clearly this had to be the handiwork of the ninth Prince Zhao. That man was utterly ruthless. He was driving them into a corner, leaving no room for survival. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. At that moment another soldier rushed in breathlessly to report. He knelt on the ground and said urgently, "My lords, I have had the men investigate. That substance that rained down from the sky onto the granary appears to be fire oil. It ignites at the slightest spark, and it only makes the fire burn fiercer. It cannot be extinguished. What are we to do now? My lords, please, we need a decision." Zhao Gao and Li Si's faces turned livid with rage. Zhao Gao kicked the soldier beside him, cursing furiously. "A decision? What decision is there to make now? Put out the fire. Fight with everything you've got. No one is allowed to stop. If the granary is burned to the ground, everyone will starve. Quick, move." At Zhao Gao's thunderous roar, the soldiers in the camp snapped into action as if struck by a whip. They snatched up buckets and charged towards the blaze like madmen. Yet the fire had already grown beyond all control. Flames licked the heavens and smoke roiled in thick billows. The entire military camp was shrouded in churning black smoke. The catastrophic scene was visible even from the distant Qin palace. The soldiers standing watch on the watchtowers saw the colossal blaze on the horizon, and knowing smiles crept across their faces. Even deep within the Qin palace, the eunuchs on night duty saw the distant sky ablaze with fire. After all, Zhao Gao and Li Si's army was not camped all that far away. Beneath the night sky, the inferno raged, licking upwards in endless waves. From a distance, it seemed the entire heavens were bathed in a crimson glow. It was a sight both eerie and terrifying. One glance was enough to make the heart clench in dread. A truly shocking spectacle. Meanwhile, within the rebel camp, everyone was still desperately hauling water to fight the flames. But no matter how hard they tried, it was all in vain. Against the raging inferno, bucket after bucket of water seemed utterly insignificant. Instead of suppressing the blaze, the water seemed to feed it, fueling the flames to burn even more violently. In truth, all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Zhao from the very beginning. It was a scheme he had personally. Among the many items rewarded by the system earlier was a drone. This device was a godsend to Zhao. That night he used the drone to precisely drop 2 firebombs into the rebel camp. The drop was flawless without a single deviation. After the firebombs landed, the drone circled overhead, releasing the prepared fire oil. As a result, the nascent flames instantly erupted into a blazing conflagration. Everything proceeded like a script written in advance. It was seamless without a hitch. Before long, Zhao Gao and Li Si's camp was reduced to a charred and ruined mess. Nearly all the grain stored in the granaries had been turned to blackened ash. Operating the drone was not complicated. A single controller sufficed. By pressing the corresponding commands, the drone would fly to the designated location and carry out its assigned task. This drone was an enhanced and modified version of a 21st century model. Its performance far exceeded common understanding. One needed only to preset the target coordinates, the ignition time for the firebombs, and the drop point. The entire process would then be automated. The timing and location for releasing the fire oil were also pre-programmed. There was no room for error. Every step was executed with near-perfect precision. And so Zhao Gao and Li Si's camp inexplicably erupted in flames. The fire first spread from the granary. Soon several surrounding tents were also burned beyond recognition. Whatever food they had left was utterly destroyed. Many soldiers were also injured in the ensuing chaos. For Zhao Gao, this was nothing short of adding insult to injury. Both he and Li Si felt a suffocating tightness in their chests, overwhelmed by despair. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined being driven to such a state. How could this be so utterly absurd? Zhao Gao grabbed a soldier by the collar, demanding viciously, "That giant bird you mentioned, what kind of bird was it? What bird could drop fireballs from the sky? What kind of sorcery did they use to burn our supplies? Now that things have come to this, how are we supposed to proceed?" Zhao Gao was practically shrieking like a madman. The poor soldier was so terrified his legs went weak, nearly soiling himself on the spot. He knelt there weeping with tears and snot streaming down his face, his voice trembling. "My lords, we truly have no idea." It kept flying around in the sky, looking like an eagle with wings terrifyingly large. But it didn't seem to be a real. It seemed more like some kind of mechanical contraption similar to a wooden bird. In any case, it could drop fireballs with Our men had no chance to dodge. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao was frozen stiff. Li Si was equally stunned, his mind completely blank. The two of them, as if all strength had drained from their bodies, slumped to the ground in defeat. Staring at the devastated camp before them, they knew with chilling certainty that this time it was truly over. They had planned to attack the city walls at dawn. Their provisions, though not plentiful, could have sustained them for a while longer. If they could break through the imperial guards and storm Xianyang, they might still have a chance to turn the tide. But who could have predicted that Zhao would strike them so decisively? Not only had the camp's granaries been burned to the ground, but the emergency supplies sent along the way had also been completely plundered. What could be taken was seized. What couldn't be taken was burned to ashes. This meant that even if they had more troops, it would be, for they had no food. Everyone would go hungry. They would starve to death. Damn it. This was absolutely infuriating. This move was a complete and utter scorched earth tactic, leaving them no room to survive. Zhao Gao and Li Si sat there unable even to cry. Their hearts were heavy beyond words, utterly clueless about how to face this catastrophic situation. And so the entire camp descended into absolute chaos. The camp was in turmoil. The army was in disarray. The soldiers were all in panic. Some had already begun to realize that Zhao Gao and Li Si were unreliable leaders. To continue following them was to walk a path to certain death. So under the cover of night some soldiers began to desert. In that single night Zhao Gao and Li Si were utterly cast down. Gone was their former swaggering arrogance. They had once believed they held the reins of power and could look down upon the world. To continue following them was to walk a path to certain death. So under the cover of night some soldiers began to desert. As dawn was about to break, Li Si finally turned to Zhao Gao, his voice weary as he spoke. Zhao Gonggong, the situation has now deteriorated to this point. It seems there's no point in continuing to fight to the death with Great Qin. Perhaps we should lower our heads and proactively request peace talks. If they are willing to negotiate with us and spare our lives, then we will hand over all the remaining troops we have. At this moment, relinquishing power and profit to preserve our lives is the most prudent choice. Surely the ninth prince, for the sake of his reputation, to stabilize his imperial throne and to prevent the realm from descending further into war, would consider agreeing to our terms. Zhao Gonggong, don't you think this reasoning holds? Unexpectedly, Zhao Gao remained obstinate. He sneered, grinding his teeth. Nonsense. Do you think we still have a way out now? That ninth prince has clearly made up his mind. He intends to annihilate us, to corner. What we've done isn't merely opposing him. This is rebellion. Think about it yourself. Is there any turning back from raising an army in revolt? It's either succeed or fail. If we succeed, everything goes smoothly and all accusations can be cleared. But once we fail, there's basically no chance of survival. That ninth prince is ruthless and merciless. Do you think he would graciously spare us? Absolutely impossible. So right now our only option is to fight him to the bitter end. Don't forget we still have the remnants of the Six Kingdoms as our backup. Didn't we receive their message last night? Those people have agreed to support us. They will send 50,000 troops to help us seize Great Qin. Of course, they also expect a share of Great Qin's territory from us. Once we ascend to high positions, we can just carve out a few barren wastelands for them. Wouldn't that count as fulfilling our promise? In any case, let's trick them into sending those 50,000 troops first. As long as we have troops in hand, we haven't reached a dead end yet. So we absolutely cannot give up easily. Zhao Gao pondered in silence for a moment, then suddenly spoke. How about this time, instead of a heated clash, we use a stratagem. First, send someone to propose peace. Make them believe we can't hold on any longer and genuinely wish to surrender. Then propose a condition stating that for such a significant matter as surrender, a formal handover ceremony must be held. At that point, ask them to withdraw all the cannons and troops from the city gates. We must also insist that Ing Zhao, that brat, personally come out of the city to welcome us. All the civil and military officials must also be present. Only then will we be willing to surrender completely. What we're after is using this pretext to lure that ninth prince out of the imperial city. Once he shows up, we'll have our assassins strike from the shadows and kill him on the spot. Once Ing Zhao is dead, won't the realm of Great Qin fall right back into our hands? At that moment, our remaining troops will surely seize the opportunity to charge. Taking Xianying might not be too difficult after all. Furthermore, the troops promised by the remnants of the Six Kingdoms will certainly bring some provisions with them. With those provisions, we should be able to hold out for 10 days. After hearing this, Li Si frowned. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and said, Zhao Darren, your idea is far too idealistic. Do you think they'll just believe us when we say we surrender? That Ing Zhao is cunning as a fox with a mind far too deep. How could he possibly trust our words so easily? Besides, with the meager troops we have left, do you think he would even bat an eye at? Whether we surrender or not probably makes little difference to him. This plan is far too risky to execute lightly. One wrong move, and we'll end up trapping ourselves. If we go to negotiate in person, we might not even be able to come back. Zhao Gao, however, refused to give up, saying coldly, if you never try, how do you know it won't work? Without taking risks, how can we ever turn things around? So this time not only will we go, but we'll go openly and legitimately to negotiate. This question rendered Li Si silent. Could he really say no? If he didn't, it was truly over, leaving only a road to death. At this point, there are no other paths left. Li Si, just say it plainly. Are you in or not? This question rendered Li Si silent. Could he really say no? If he didn't, it was truly over, leaving only a road to death. But if he did, the difficulty was immense. If the assassination failed, they would still die. After weighing the options for a long time, Li Si finally gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, since we've already boarded this pirate ship, there's nothing more to say. So Zhao Gao immediately gave the order. He sent out several spies to deliver a letter to the Great Qin imperial capital. The letter stated their willingness to surrender. At the same time, they attached some so-called surrender conditions. They demanded that the Great Qin emperor personally lead his ministers out of the city to welcome them and sign the surrender agreement on the spot. As a trade-off, they promised to hand over all their remaining troops to be integrated into the Great Qin army. Their only request was to have their lives spared. They hoped the current emperor would show mercy and not execute them. This letter was quickly sent to the Great Qin imperial palace. At this moment, Ing Zhao was seated upon the dragon throne. In the court, ministers were presenting their reports and opinions on state affairs. Not long after, a frontier guard hurried into the hall. The soldier knelt down, presented the letter with both hands, and reported respectfully, Your Majesty, this is a letter of surrender sent by the traitors Zhao Gao and Li Si. They say they are willing to surrender. However, the letter also includes several conditions. Upon hearing this, a glint of amusement flickered in Ing Zhao's eyes. He hadn't expected that those two, Zhao Gao and Li Si, would still be trying to stir up trouble, even in their current predicament. They were nothing but grasshoppers after autumn. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't jump very high. It seemed these two were planning to make one last desperate attempt. Exiled took the letter and read it through slowly. Afterwards, he passed the letter to the ministers for their perusal. Once the officials saw its contents, they immediately erupted in, "Good heavens! That old thing Zhao Gao is utterly shameless. Li Si usually seems so steady and refined, yet he could agree to such absurd conditions. Do they really think they're that important? They actually believe they have the right to negotiate with our Great Qin, and they want His Majesty to spare their lives. Utterly ridiculous. They don't even have the means to contend with Great Qin anymore. What's there to discuss?" Exactly right. Their only remaining leverage is those 50,000 troops promised by the remnants of the Six Kingdoms. Even if they use those 50,000 troops as a bargaining chip for surrender, they should consider whether our Great Qin is willing to accept. Why should our Great Qin incorporate allies of the Six Kingdoms remnants into our army? Absurd. Utterly absurd. How dare he even write such conditions? Who knows what Li Si was thinking joining Zhao Gao in this farce? Truly laughable. Such unreasonable demands must never be agreed to. Let them bring their troops and attack the city. The worst case is we fight another battle. How dare they spout nonsense and threaten our Great Qin? What a joke. Exactly right. We must not be led by the nose by Zhao Gao and Li Si. How dare they spout nonsense and threaten our Great Qin? What a joke. Exactly right. We must not be led by the nose by Zhao Gao and Li Si. They want to surrender, so they surrender. They want to make demands, and we're supposed to comply. Where's the logic in that? At this moment, the ministers in the court all appeared remarkably resolute. They were also exceptionally confident. Ever since they had witnessed the scene of the previous battle firsthand, they had truly come to understand the terrifying strength of the Ninth Prince. They had also witnessed the astonishing power of those mysterious advanced weapons. From that point on, they had been utterly convinced by Ying Zhao. In their eyes, Zhao Gao and Li Si no longer had much room to maneuver. Those two simply lacked the capability to launch a genuine counterattack. The meager troops in their hands could no longer stir up any significant trouble. It was precisely for this reason that the ministers dared to be so resolute now. They had no intention whatsoever of negotiating with Zhao Gao, nor did they wish to accept this so-called letter of surrender. The entire court had almost completely tilted to one side. There were scarcely any left who were willing to place their hopes on Zhao Gao and Li Si. Ying Zhao observed this scene before him, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. However, his expression remained as calm and indifferent as ever, although the sincerity of their surrender does not seem particularly strong. But at least they have adopted a posture. I am rather curious to see what tricks these two fellows, although the sincerity of their surrender does not seem particularly strong. But at least they have adopted a posture. I am rather curious to see what tricks these two fellows can still pull. With that, Ying Zhao raised his hand slightly and directly commanded, "Attend me, issue the decree. Inform Zhao Gao and Li Si. I agree to the negotiation. As for all the conditions they have proposed, I shall grant them as well. At that time I will personally lead the ministers to the city gate. I only hope that the two of them do not disappoint me." As soon as these words were spoken, the court instantly erupted into a frenzy. The ministers were all bewildered. They simply could not fathom what scheme His Majesty was concocting this time. Had he not been utterly unyielding just moments before? Why would he suddenly make concessions at a time like this? Zhao Gao and Li Si, those two treacherous rebels, had already raised their armies in revolt. Yet now His Majesty was willing to accept their surrender. Why was this so? Countless questions swirled in their minds, and they were about to step forward and remonstrate. But Ying Zhao simply flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "Enough, you may all return and rest. Tomorrow I shall take you all to witness a splendid spectacle." Having said this, Ying Zhao rose and left the great hall directly. He left behind the entire court of civil and military officials standing in place, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. That he had become the emperor of Great Qin by sheer happenstance. As for his true strength, it still needed to be proven. His virtue and reputation likewise required time to gain recognition from the world. After all, when he first ascended to the throne of Great Qin, many in the world considered his claim somewhat illegitimate. Quite a few believed that he had merely been pushed forward by Zhao Gao and Li Si from behind the scenes. That he had become the emperor of Great Qin by sheer happenstance. As for his true strength, it still needed to be proven. His virtue and reputation likewise required time to gain recognition from the world. And this time Ying Zhao intended to seize this opportunity to make the people of the 9 provinces submit completely. Were not Zhao Gao and Li Si proclaiming their desire to surrender, then considering that they were once ministers of the Great Qin court, he would grant them a path forward. At the same time, he wanted the world to see that Ying Zhao was not merely skilled in slaughter. He also possessed the magnanimity of an emperor, the capacity to tolerate others. He could set aside past grievances and be willing to accept these two who had committed grave crimes. As long as their sincerity was sufficient, he would not force them into a corner. At least on the surface, he had given them a way out. He wanted the world to see that he as sovereign possessed a broad and benevolent spirit. He wanted the people to sing his praises, yet at the same time Ying Zhao was perfectly aware that those two wretches Zhao Gao and Li Si would never hand over their military power obediently, nor would they ever genuinely choose to surrender. Within this so-called offer of submission, there was likely some hidden conspiracy, but that was precisely the opportunity he sought. He intended to use this to expose the venomous wickedness lurking deep within the hearts of Zhao Gao and Li Si, laying it completely bare before the eyes of the world. He also wanted the people of the 9 provinces to witness their filthy, despicable countenances. Thus, when he dealt with them later, even if he subjected them to the most brutal tortures, no one would utter a single word in their defense. Instead, they would only feel that justice had been served. Only in this way could his imperial throne be secured more firmly. Only then could he, as the emperor of Great Qin, endure for the long term. To put it plainly, Ing Zhao aimed to completely tarnish the reputations of Zhao Gao and Li Si, causing everyone in the world to make them willingly support him as the true emperor of Great Qin. By then he would possess not only legitimacy, but also prestige. How could his great undertaking possibly fail then? Before long, Zhao Gao and Li Si also received the reply. When they learned that Ing Zhao had actually agreed to all their conditions, a wave of astonishment washed over them. They simply could not fathom what was going through Ing Zhao's mind. Why would he nod so readily? To guard against any trickery, Zhao Gao and Li Si cautiously dispatched men to investigate the situation once more. At the same time, they began making thorough preparations for the next day's events. Zhao Gao also re-established communication with the remnants of the 6 kingdoms. Since the 50,000 troops promised by the remnants were still en route, according to their schedule, they were expected to arrive nearby around dawn the next day. Therefore, Zhao Gao and Li Si decided to head to the city gates the following morning to attend the so-called surrender ceremony. By the time the two sides actually met, the troops sent by the remnants of the 6 kingdoms should also be in position. At that point, they would seize the perfect opportunity to have their hidden forces strike directly, assassinate Ing Zhao in one fell swoop during the ceremony. As long as Ing Zhao was dead, no one in this world could stand in the way of their path to success. Just thinking about it was enough to send a thrill through them. This was their last chance to fight. It was also their final hope. Zhao Gao and Li Si still harbored a certain degree. Of course, that confidence was not absolute. The next day around noon, Zhao Gao and Li Si finally arrived outside the imperial city with their troops. Just as he had promised, Ing Zhao had set up a welcoming arrangement outside the city with the full court in attendance. He too wanted to see for himself what tricks these two fellows could still pull. The troops Zhao Gao and Li Si actually brought with them this time were not particularly numerous. In total, they amounted to only about 20,000. Yet they still put on a show of being full of confidence. Because in their view, the great army sent by the remnants of the 6 kingdoms would arrive shortly. Once those troops arrived, they would naturally have the strength to continue contending with Great Qin. Moreover, Zhao Gao and Li Si had already laid all their plans in secret. They intended to use this peace negotiation as a pretext to have their concealed assassins eliminate the 9th prince. Those assassins were currently hidden in the shadows. They were just waiting for the signal from Zhao Gao and Li Si to strike immediately. Yet Ing Zhao from beginning to end showed not a trace of fear. Those assassins were currently hidden in the shadows. They were just waiting for the signal from Zhao Gao and Li Si to strike immediately. At this moment, Ing Zhao sat upright upon his throne. Behind him, a host of court officials stood in perfect formation. Before long, Zhao Gao and Li Si arrived tardy as ever. Li Si at least was fairly straightforward. The moment he arrived, he dismounted his horse and stood opposite, gazing at Ing Zhao. Yet what schemes lay hidden behind those eyes of his no one could discern. Zhao Gao, however, put on quite a grand display. A carriage slowly approached, finally coming to a halt before the assembled crowd. The driver stepped forward and respectfully lifted the carriage curtain. Then a maidservant walked over to the carriage. She knelt directly on the ground, bending her body low, and served as a human footstool for Zhao Gao right then and there. Only then did Zhao Gao leisurely rise from within the carriage. Supported by 2 attendants, he stepped onto the maidservant's back and descended step by step. Zhao Gao staggered down from the carriage in this manner. But once he truly revealed himself, everyone present was instantly, especially the ministers of the Great Qin. Each one wore an expression of utter disbelief. Some had their eyes bulging, others had their mouths agape, unable to close for quite some time. Even Li Si, standing nearby, quickly sensed something amiss. He turned his head to glance at Zhao Gao and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. For at this very moment, Zhao Gao was already robed in imperial yellow. He had dressed himself up in the likeness of an emperor. With this appearance unveiled, the entire assembly was momentarily at a loss for words. One could only say that Zhao Gao's arrogance had grown utterly absurd. Li Si let out an awkward cough and couldn't help but lower his voice. Eunuch Zhao, is this not a bit too blatant? We haven't yet seized the realm, nor truly claimed the throne. Dressing like this now, aren't you laying your wild ambitions bare for all to see? This is utterly shameless. More importantly, when did you even change into these robes? Quite quick with you. Could it be that you changed in the carriage just now, eh? Facing Li Si's interrogation, Zhao Gao couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, and even rolled his eyes in a subtle, sneaky manner. His gaze was filled with arrogance and disdain. Li Si was instantly choked into silence. Only one thought remained in his mind: this eunuch dog Zhao Gao had truly inflated beyond all bounds. At this moment, the court ministers were utterly speechless, watching Zhao Gao's pretentious display. So this old dog had already swollen to such proportions. His ambition had grown so outrageous. Clearly he must have had his eyes on the Great Qin realm for a long time. Good heaven, now he dares to brazenly drape himself in imperial yellow. The current emperor is still seated right here. He's completely disregarding the Great Qin sovereign before him. Ing Zhao watched Zhao Gao's antics, feeling the man was nothing but a jumping clown. He truly couldn't understand. Where did Zhao Gao find the nerve to wear those yellow robes? Does a eunuch truly think he can turn the world upside down? Yet Zhao Gao seemed utterly oblivious to the stares. He descended from the carriage with an air of utmost solemnity. He puffed out his chest, striding proudly as he swept his gaze across the crowd before him. In Zhao Gao's eyes, these people would all eventually become dogs at his feet. Once he truly held power over the court and looked down upon the world, every minister who refused to submit to him today would not live to see another day. As for this ninth prince before him, what was he even worth? When he ascended the throne and secured the Great Qin realm, he would personally tear this prince to shreds. At this moment, Zhao Gao's arrogance had reached its peak. His ambition was written on his face with barely any concealment. It was as if he were already the true emperor of Great Qin. Ying Zhao merely cast a faint glance. His personal eunuch Ah Chong immediately understood and strode quickly toward Zhao Gao and Li Si. Ah Chong stood before them and spoke in a relatively amiable tone. Eunuch Zhao, Lord Li Si, His Majesty invites you both over for negotiations. The treaty has been drafted in advance. His Majesty has stated that as long as you two are willing to surrender your military commands, sincerely admit your faults, and pledge allegiance to Great Qin, all past transgressions shall be forgiven. Upon hearing these words, Li Si's resolve wavered for a brief moment. But recalling that Ying Zhao was a man of deep schemes who would never be so simple, this matter was most likely a trap. His conviction quickly hardened once more. After all, their purpose in coming today was merely to put on a show. This so-called surrender was nothing but a performance stage for the other side. Their true aim was to eliminate the emperor, and then once the reinforcements from the rear arrived, seize the imperial capital in one fell swoop. Zhao Gao and Li Si exchanged a glance. Then Zhao Gao stepped forward and said slowly, "Kind eunuch, please relay this to His Majesty. We do not intend to personally attend the negotiations. We shall remain here observing from a distance. As for the signing of the treaty, I shall dispatch one of my trusted generals to handle it. He will go and complete the handover with His Majesty." What? Not coming over in person? The eunuch Ah Chong was barely able to contain himself upon hearing this. Good heavens. This dog Zhao Gao truly thought himself someone important. His Majesty personally coming out of the city to welcome him was already a great honor. And yet here he was putting on airs and refusing to come forward for negotiations himself. Was there no shame left in him? Ah Chong's face showed a hint of difficulty. Seeing that Zhao Gao and Li Si were resolute in their stance, he didn't press further. He could only turn around quickly and return to Ying Zhao's side to report. After hearing Ah Chong's message, Ying Zhao showed no trace of surprise on his face. Nor was there any hint of anger. He had known all along that Zhao Gao and Li Si were up to something. They dared not approach for they wouldn't even take a single step closer, preferring to watch from afar. This alone was proof that they had major schemes in motion. Ying Zhao's lips curled slightly, a flicker of contempt surfacing in his eyes. But the ministers standing behind him could no longer remain composed. One of them, enraged, slapped his thigh and cursed, "Zhao Gao, you worthless piece of trash. How dare you utter such... The fact that you're being allowed to keep your life is a blessing from your ancestors. And yet you remain so ungrateful, still making excuses and sending someone else to sign on your behalf. This is your last chance to live, do you understand? A traitorous wretch like you should have been executed on the spot by His Majesty. The fact that you're being allowed to keep your life is a blessing from your ancestors. And yet you remain so ungrateful, still making excuses and sending someone else to sign on your behalf. What nonsense is this? Do you truly think Great Qin is so easily fooled? Do you truly believe His Majesty can be bullied? This is absolutely detestable." Others immediately turned their ire toward Li Si. "Li Si, are you going to be just as ungrateful? As the Grand Chancellor of Great Qin, you bite the hand that feeds you. Have you no shame at all? You've colluded with a eunuch like Zhao Gao. It's truly revolting. Have you forgotten the immense kindness Emperor Qin Shi Huang showed you back then? Had it not been for the late emperor's continuous promotion, how could you have reached your current position? Yet who would have thought that one day you'd turn your blade against Great Qin? If Emperor Qin Shi Huang's spirit in heaven could see this scene, he would surely be heartbroken. When you, Li Si, descend to the underworld, what face will you have to meet the late emperor?" The ministers from the opposite side all erupted in furious denunciations. Question after question rained down upon Zhao Gao and Li Si. At this point, Li Si's composure was indeed beginning to crack. Facing the minister's wrath, he was at a loss for how to respond, utterly embarrassed. In truth, Li Si had regretted more than once that he had ever boarded Zhao Gao's sinking ship. But what good was regret now? Having come this far, there was no turning back for him. Once aboard a pirate ship, getting off was never easy. With the situation pressing him to this point, he could only steel himself and press forward. He could only let Zhao Gao arrange everything. Li Si chose to remain silent, quietly enduring the barrage of abuse. He simply pretended he had heard nothing at all. But Zhao Gao was a completely different breed. His audacity was thicker than city walls. No matter how the ministers cursed him, he remained utterly indifferent. As long as he achieved his ultimate goal and obtained the benefits he sought, what did the mockery and insults of others matter? Since he had already laid his cards on the table, what was there left to conceal? His wild ambition was already an open secret. He wanted to be emperor. Now he had made it abundantly clear. What could these people possibly do to him? Zhao Gao wore a look of smug anticipation, simply waiting for the other side to yield. All he needed was for Ying Zhao to agree to let their envoy approach for negotiations. Then they could continue to buy time. When the moment was right, he would immediately command the hidden assassins to strike, cutting down that damn ninth prince on the spot. By then his own 20,000 troops would hold off the Qin forces. As long as they could hold the line until the reinforcements from the remnants of the Six Kingdoms arrived, then all problems would cease to be problems. With a turn of his hand, he could conjure clouds or rain. Seizing the Qin Empire was within reach. Zhao Gao believed everything was still going according to his plan. Everything was still under his control. No major upheaval should occur. He had from start to finish placed unwavering faith in the promises of the Six Kingdoms remnants. He harbored not a shred of doubt. Yet he would never have imagined that he had long become the fish on the chopping block. Just as Zhao Gao was beaming with pride, believing the situation was fully in his grasp, a sudden and shocking upheaval crashed down without warning. Even he had not anticipated such a turn of events. At that moment, a low-ranking soldier, his face etched with panic, rushed hastily to Zhao Gao's side and whispered into his ear, "Eunuch Zhao, a major disaster has struck. The assassins we planted have all been rooted out. No survivors, not a single one left." "What a—" Zhao Gao's eyes bulged wide, his entire body as if struck by lightning, unable to utter a single word. His face instantly turned ghastly pale, and he staggered backward. He nearly fell to the ground on the spot. Had it not been for two quick-witted servants who rushed to support him from either side, Zhao Gao would have surely toppled over. He simply could not accept this outcome. He felt as if his very soul had been violently slammed. How could this be? Those men were the top-tier experts he had carefully selected after repeated scrutiny. Each one was formidable, and furthermore their specialty was concealing their tracks. They were hidden in the shadows today, waiting for the ninth prince to show a single opening, then strike with a fatal arrow to end him. Every detail had been meticulously arranged. Their hiding spots were sufficiently concealed and ingenious. How could they have been wiped out so inexplicably? This was utterly absurd. It made no sense. At this moment, all color had drained from Zhao Gao's face. His heart was gripped by extreme terror, and for a moment he was at a complete loss on how to handle what came next. Before long, Li Si received the news as well. A soldier came to his side and relayed the entire affair in detail. After hearing this, Li Si's face turned a terrifying shade of white, as if all his strength had been drained. He looked towards Ying Zhao's vast and imposing formation. This ninth prince had clearly been prepared all along. From the very beginning, he hadn't come hastily, but with absolute confidence. Damn it! Could it be that they had instead fallen into his trap? Li Si's heart sank, and he felt deeply uneasy. He seemed to catch a fleeting glint of cunning in the ninth prince's gaze. That look was hard to describe, yet it sent a chill down one's spine, unsettling and eerie. And at that moment, a new commotion arose from where Ying Zhao was. Zhang Han strode forward with several of his subordinates. They dragged out the assassins dressed in black knight attire one after another, and forcefully shoved them to the ground. Lu couldn't contain his fury any longer. He turned and roared at Zhao Gao, "Zhao Gao, you shameless lackey, you'd stoop to such foul tricks." Many instinctively shrank back. Good heavens, so there were assassins hidden in the shadows all along. It was obvious this must be a scheme pre-planned by Zhao Gao and Li Si. Utterly despicable. Lu couldn't contain his fury any longer. He turned and roared at Zhao Gao, "Zhao Gao, you shameless lackey, you'd stoop to such foul tricks." These assassins must have been arranged by you, right? You dare to plot against the emperor in front of all the ministers. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. His Majesty, out of past consideration, offered you an out, but you refused to repent. You accursed wretch. But Zhao Gao stiffened his neck, gritted his teeth, and retorted harshly, "Nonsense. I've never seen these men in my life. Don't you dare slander me and shift the blame. I, Zhao Gao, have always acted with integrity. How could I be involved in such schemes? Didn't I make it clear earlier? I came today to negotiate peace, to surrender my military power, and pledge allegiance. My sincerity is witnessed by heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, Lu was practically fuming with rage. He cursed aloud, "Bah! Shut your filthy mouth. Zhao Gao, you dog, you have no shame at all. Do you think we don't know what schemes you're plotting, and what dirty deeds you've done behind our backs?" After his tirade, Lu knelt directly to the ground, and addressed Ying Zhao with a cupped fist salute, "Your Majesty. This villain is audacious and harbors wild ambitions. He must not be forgiven lightly. He clearly did this deliberately. These assassins were definitely instigated by him with the target of assassinating your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to investigate thoroughly, and never let such a treacherous fiend go unpunished." A faint, meaningful smile curled at the corner of Ying Zhao's lips. He had indeed seen enough of this charade. When pushed to this critical juncture of life and death, Zhao Gao's true colors were revealed immediately, his mean and ugly display utterly devoid of any semblance of humanity. Ying Zhao's gaze fell upon the assassins, and he spoke calmly. "The confession documents are prepared. You will each press your fingerprints as a seal. If you are willing to confess who is behind this, I will spare your lives this once. But if anyone still dares to resist stubbornly, the only outcome will be one word: death. Not only will you die, but your entire clan's 9 generations over will be wiped out clean. Weigh your choices." Hearing these words from the current emperor, the kneeling assassins exchanged glances, their expressions turning deeply complex. For a moment, they all fell into silence. Zhao Gao, watching from a distance, felt his palms turn cold, and a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Yet deep down, a flicker of hope remained. After all, these assassins were hired at great expense. Having been paid such a hefty sum, they should have seen the matter through to the end. In Zhao Gao's view, the most likely choice for these men was to bite down on the poison sacs hidden in their teeth, and end their own lives on the spot. For deadly poison was concealed between their teeth. A single bite would bring instant death. But the next moment, the words spoken by these assassins shattered Zhao Gao's composure entirely. They knelt prostrate on the ground, pleading in unison, "Your Majesty, please forgive our sins. We never truly intended to harm you. We were coerced and forced into this foolish act against our will. Your Majesty is benevolent and magnanimous. We beg for your mercy, spare our worthless lives." All of this was orchestrated by Zhao Gao behind the scenes. "We were merely following orders. We implore your Majesty to see the truth." These assassins switched allegiance on the spot, bowing their heads and surrendering to Ying Zhao. Professional integrity meant nothing to them. After all, why would they sacrifice their lives for a lackey like Zhao Gao? Confessing now might still offer a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this emperor before them would show clemency. Miss this chance, and there would be no path to survival left. By then regret would be futile. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the assassins chose to confess everything. Zhao Gao, the mastermind behind it all, was completely exposed by them. They admitted their crimes one by one, putting on a facade of sincere repentance. Zhao Gao watched this unfold, utterly stunned and numb. He never imagined that at this stage he would suffer such successive betrayals. Could it be that he truly wasn't destined for the throne? Was Zhao Gao fated never to become the true emperor of Qin? Even these hired mercenaries looked down on him, seeing him only as a treacherous rebel. What was the point of continuing this game then? Zhao Gao's heart felt constricted, inexplicably disheartened. The assassins he had secretly dispatched were all captured in one fell swoop by Zhang Han, a general under Ying Zhao. What made it more ironic was that the captives were paraded before everyone's eyes. The most galling part was that these assassins showed no spine whatsoever, immediately betraying Zhao Gao completely. At this moment, who in the entire court didn't understand? The one who orchestrated the assassination was none other than that lackey. He had long stationed his men in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And the target of the assassination was the current emperor of Qin. Despicable. Utterly despicable. Such actions were not just treason, but a blatant trampling of imperial authority and a desecration of the emperor's divine majesty. In an instant, Zhao Gao became the target of public condemnation and denunciation. Only now did the ministers truly see Zhao Gao's real nature. They had been completely blind to it all along. Consequently, without any hesitation, they all rallied behind Ying Zhao. After all, in the current situation, only Ying Zhao could protect them and offer substantial benefits. Seeing that his defeat was inevitable, Zhao Gao knew further pretense was pointless. He flew into a rage on the spot. Pointing his finger at the crowd, he cursed, "So what if I orchestrated this assassination? I sent those men out myself. What can you do about it?" Zhao Gao refused to accept this. Why should a useless prince like him sit on the throne? What is he compared to me? Why should he be the master of Qin? How domineering was the first emperor in his day? How majestic, how brilliant and strategic. But look at this useless son of his, indulging in women and pleasure all day long, his head filled with nothing but lust. Where is the capability of an emperor? Letting a man with such a frivolous mind control Qin. That's pushing the entire empire into the fire. If he's going to be emperor, then Zhao Gao might as well take that seat. I have served the first emperor for many years, always cautious and diligent, never daring to slack off. The first emperor always recognized my abilities. As for my skill in governing the court, the first emperor highly approved of it as well. If I were to take charge of the Qin court, all state affairs would be managed in perfect order. Zhao Gao can absolutely lead Qin to greater strength. I could even elevate Qin to the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, making it unreachable for all others. In what way am I inferior to that 9th prince? Today I don this yellow robe to seize this imperial city and ascend the throne. Yes, Zhao Gao am rebelling, so what? Ministers, think carefully. What future is there in following such an incompetent? He is not the sovereign worthy of your allegiance. Why not pledge your loyalty to me instead? Once I ascend the throne, I will be diligent in governance and love the people, becoming a truly great emperor. I will lead you all to create a truly peaceful and prosperous utopia. And I will make Qin even more prosperous and powerful than it is now. Zhao Gao hereby promise that you will be promoted and ennobled in the future. Gold, silver, and treasures will be plentiful, and your salaries and benefits will be increased. As long as you are willing to support me as the emperor of Qin, whatever you desire, I shall grant it. Zhao Gao am a man of my word, never petty or stingy. Even at this point, Zhao Gao stood there spewing arrogant nonsense. He thumped his chest and dangled tempting incentives before the assembled ministers. His shameless demeanor left many ministers utterly dumbfounded. From a distance, he looked less like a contender for the throne and more like a street performer with a monkey, leaping and capering, desperately showing off, seemingly unaware of what shame meant. Even Li Si, witnessing this, felt his own face burn with embarrassment. The situation was clear. There was no turning back now. They had no chance to turn the tables. Their hidden assassins had been captured and were surrendering one by one. With things having come to this, what was the point of continuing? Prolonging this would only lead to a more humiliating end. Li Si quickly assessed the situation. In truth, his resolve had already begun to waver. He was even tempted to kneel and surrender immediately. Yet lingering in his heart was a faint glimmer of hope. He kept thinking that the armies summoned by the remnants of the 6 kingdoms might arrive at any moment. With that army's support, they could engage Qin in a frontal battle and perhaps still have a chance at victory. Maybe they could even stage a comeback. Not only could they seize more benefits, but they could also gain new opportunities and hope. However, Li Si was clearly dreaming. For the subsequent turn of events would make them realize one thing completely. They had been nothing but a bunch of clowns from start to finish. All their schemes were already firmly within the grasp of the ninth. In fact, this ninth prince had even set an elaborate trap, just waiting for them to walk right into it. They had assumed the troops from the Six Kingdoms remnants would unquestionably side with them. They believed these forces would follow them forever, unleash slaughter on their behalf, and even cut down the new emperor of Qin. This way they could ascend the throne over a bloody path and wield supreme power over the empire. But in the end, all of this was merely a beautiful dream they had woven for themselves. The reality was brutally. Soon they would pay a heavy and well-deserved price for their naivety. And once that price was paid, there would be no turning back. They would have to endure it to the very end. From beginning to ending, Zhao sat steadily upon the imperial throne, his expression calm, without a trace of panic. Behind him stood a host of ministers who had already pledged their loyalty. From beginning to ending, Zhao sat steadily upon the imperial throne, his expression calm, without a trace of panic. Behind him stood a host of ministers who had already pledged their loyalty. As for Li Si, there was even less to say. In plain terms, he was merely an accomplice dragged onto a pirate ship by Zhao Gao. When it came to true ability, he was hardly worth mentioning. Therefore, there was simply nothing to fear. Yet Zhao Gao was still immersed in his final delusions. He still believed that as long as reinforcements arrived and he held a formidable army, he could contend with Ing Zhao and perhaps even emerge victorious. After all, in his view, the forces Ing Zhao had brought this time were not particularly numerous. On his side, combined with the 50,000 troops promised by the remnants of the 6 states, he could muster a total of 70 to 80,000. With such a scale, he thought taking down this damn emperor should not be too difficult. Zhao Gao still held onto a sliver of so he deliberately caused a scene here, desperately stalling for time. He was waiting for the reinforcements sent by the remnants of the 6 states to reach the imperial city. In Zhao Gao's view, the armies of those old 6 states partisans would surely come. After all, those people were counting on him to support them in the court. They also wanted to overthrow the governance that the ninth prince had just stabilized, hoping to bite off an even bigger piece of meat from the Great Qin. And at present, Zhao Gao was the only pawn they could rely on. Therefore, those remnants of the 6 states would undoubtedly stand by his side without hesitation. Of this, Zhao Gao was deeply convinced. Zhao Gao slowly drew in a breath, then raised his head and shouted sternly to the ministers opposite. "All you lords over there, listen carefully. I am Zhao Gao, prefect of the chariots. Standing beside me is the imperial chancellor Li Si. The official positions we hold were personally conferred by the late emperor himself. I am Zhao Gao, prefect of the chariots. Standing beside me is the imperial chancellor Li Si. The official positions we hold were personally conferred by the late emperor himself. Moreover, during his lifetime, His Majesty always placed great trust in me and Lord Li Si. Now listen well, all of you. When the late emperor was on his deathbed, we too were serving at his side. The final decree His Majesty left at that time clearly instructed that Prince Fusu should immediately succeed the throne. In other words, the one the late emperor truly chose to inherit the empire was always Prince Fusu. It was definitely not this so-called ninth prince. This ninth prince is nothing but an ambitious usurper who seized the throne amidst the chaos. He completely disregarded the imperial decree left by the late emperor. He even fabricated an edict himself and used that as a pretext to ascend the throne as emperor. He completely disregarded the imperial decree left by the late emperor. He even fabricated an edict himself and used that as a pretext to ascend the throne as emperor. Could it be that you truly intend to follow such a usurper and traitor? Today I, Zhao Gao, and Lord Li Si have led a mighty army here. Our purpose is to seek justice for the late emperor. Why should the grand empire of Great Qin be handed over to a prince whose claim is anything but legitimate? He has absolutely no right to sit on that throne. No right. He is utterly unworthy. As Zhao Gao spoke these words, his voice was loud and his momentum quite imposing. In his view, once he threw out this rhetoric, the ministers opposite would surely waver. After all, who would willingly follow a traitor? Now everyone was saying that Zhao Gao and Li Si harbored malicious intentions and wanted to raise an army in rebellion. But in reality, it was clearly the ninth prince who had violated ancestral laws and committed usurpation. What Zhao Gao wanted was to splash this mud as widely as possible. He was curious to see, once public opinion was thoroughly stirred up, how these courtiers would choose their side. Sure enough, after hearing these words from Zhao Gao and Li Si, the expressions of the ministers changed one after another. Immediately someone could not hold back and roared on the spot, "Zhao Gao, shut your filthy mouth. How dare you spout nonsense here? Wasn't it you who sent the message announcing the ninth prince's succession to the throne in the first place? Even that imperial edict, wasn't it presented by you yourselves, claiming it was personally issued by the late emperor? Now you turn your face and deny it, even framing others. What kind of behavior is this? Do you think these words can sow discord between His Majesty and his ministers? His Majesty's ascension is perfectly legitimate and just. This was the late emperor's dying wish. You lackey had better shut your mouth. Otherwise this old man will tear your lips apart today." However, Zhao Gao simply could not be bothered with this man's curses. Instead, he straightened his back and said with even more confidence, "My lords, wake up, open your eyes, and see clearly. This ninth prince Ing Zhao is not worth your loyalty. Since the late emperor has passed, Great Qin should naturally be ruled by the truly powerful. And what is the ninth prince? He is nothing but a weak and incompetent coward. Besides, he will never sincerely treat you. Once he firmly secures his rule, he will settle scores one by one and eliminate all of you. If you continue to stay by his side, you will definitely come to no good end. If you know what's good for you, switch your allegiance to me, Zhao Gao, right now. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will surely reserve positions for you and elevate you in the future. Wealth, power, reputation, status. Whatever you desire, I can provide. So you had better wipe your eyes clean and think it over very carefully. Zhao Gao stood there shouting incessantly, clearly trying to win over those valuable people on Ying Zhao's side. Throughout it all, Ying Zhao never interrupted. He merely watched quietly. He wanted to see under such circumstances how many people with weak resolve would prepare to betray and how many would be willing to follow traitors like Zhao Gao. This was the perfect opportunity to purge all those hidden fence-sitters in one fell swoop. For a moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew feverish and tense. Zhao Gao and Li Si stood on the other side, continuing to lobby the ministers, chattering endlessly as if they would never run out of words. Zhao Gao even suddenly raised his voice and continued to bellow, "My lords, as long as you follow in my footsteps, you will never go astray. Those remnants of the 6 states have also all chosen to stand on my side now. They will spare no effort to help me succeed. Besides that, various forces have also dispatched troops willing to support me in seizing the Great Qin Empire. Now I hold over 600,000 troops in my hands. Capturing this imperial city of Great Qin would be as easy as turning over my hand. The elite forces of Great Qin are mostly stationed at the borders. There is no way they can rush back in time to provide aid. In my view, the imperial city must be severely undermanned right now. What can it use to resist my mighty army? So what are you still hesitating for? Why don't you come over to my side immediately? It's not too late to submit now. As long as you surrender in time, I, Zhao Gao, will let bygones be bygones. But if you wait until I have breached the imperial city, it will be too late to turn back. At that point, even if you cry your throats out, no one will save you. In the end, every single one of you will face nothing but death. I, Zhao Gao, will never give you another chance." Zhao Gao's threats and temptations were relentless, and he even had the audacity to claim he commanded 600,000 troops. Ying Zhao never exposed the lie, merely sitting there as if watching a play. A faint smile played on his lips, and he remained silent as if curious to see what new tricks Zhao Gao could conjure up. Who would have thought that today's Zhao Gao seemed possessed by the spirit of a pyramid scheme leader? His ability to stir up emotions had suddenly become incredibly smooth. His mouth chattered on endlessly with no intention of stopping. But under his wildly exaggerated persuasion, some were genuinely swayed, choosing to betray Great Qin and defect to Zhao Gao's side. Several ministers who were already wavering were the first to buckle under the pressure, switching sides on the spot and hurrying over to Zhao Gao. Soon after, a few minor officials, seeing others take the lead, quickly shuffled over as well. Seeing this, Zhao Gao's face creased into a smile full of wrinkles as he enthusiastically welcomed them. This sight made the other ministers so furious they bristled with anger, wishing they could rush over and unleash a torrent of abuse. But those ministers who had defected didn't pay the slightest attention to the glares directed at them. In their view, following Zhao Gao might just be a path to survival. After all, the 9th Prince Ying Zhao was ruthless in his actions, killing without hesitation and with bloody methods. And they had previously had some dealings with Zhao Gao's faction. How could the 9th Prince not hold that against them? Who knows if one day he might settle old scores and have them all executed. Just thinking about that scene sent a chill down. In comparison, defecting to Zhao Gao now seemed like a much safer bet. As soon as they reached Zhao Gao, they couldn't help but anxiously ask Eunuch Zhao, "Is what you just said truly the truth? Do you and Lord Li Si truly command 600,000 troops? We have chosen to pledge our allegiance to you now. Please don't let us bet on the wrong horse." For a moment, the ministers who had sided with Zhao Gao and Li Si couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt. What they most wanted to clarify was how much of Zhao Gao's previous speech was actually true. Did he truly hold 600,000 soldiers as he claimed? These men were simply looking to make a gamble. They hoped Zhao Gao, if they won the bet, they could ride on Zhao Gao's coattails to soar high and reach the pinnacle of power. After all, they were someone. Anyone associated with Zhao Gao or Li Si's faction would likely be eradicated by him in the future. Anyone associated with Zhao Gao or Li Si's faction would likely be eradicated by him in the future. These past days they had been putting on a tiring act. They lived in constant fear of displeasing the emperor and being disposed of on a whim. After all, most of Zhao Gao and Li Si's other supporters had already been purged. This left them feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles every step, like treading on thin ice. Now that Zhao Gao had fully revealed his hand and boasted of his 600,000 troops, they naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to stand behind him and take a gamble. They bet that Zhao Gao would be victorious this time. This in turn would bring them greater wealth, power, and glory. However, Zhao Gao himself was actually filled with uncertainty, because he didn't have any 600,000 troops at all. Those words were just him spinning tall tales to deceive others. His aim was to trick more people into joining his camp first. Zhao Gao cleared his throat lightly, then looked at the ministers and declared loudly, "Set your minds at ease. Every word I, Zhao Gao, just spoke was true without a shred of falsehood. I swear to you here and now, I will lead an army of 600,000 to attack. When that happens, we will raise the imperial city, breach the palace, seize the throne, and ascend directly to the dragon seat. I, Zhao Gao, am the rightful master of Great Qin, and I alone am worthy of being its true emperor. All others must step aside." As Zhao Gao spoke these words, an unbridled ambition radiated from his entire being. His demeanor was one of absolute confidence. It was as if in that very moment he had already donned the imperial robe and claimed the throne of Great Qin. As Zhao Gao spoke these words, an unbridled ambition radiated from his entire being. His demeanor was one of absolute confidence. It was as if in that very moment he had already donned the— Where were these 600,000 troops supposed to come from? At most he might have 60,000. And even that number was— Yet Zhao Gao actually dared to say it out loud, simply adding a zero at the end. Brilliant. This lackey's talent for spinning tales was truly second to none. For now, however, Li Si didn't step forward to expose him. After all, the more people they managed to win over, the greater their— If all the ministers in the court were fooled by Zhao Gao into switching sides and betraying Ing Zhao, then flocking to their banner, wouldn't their odds of success increase even further? It had to be said Zhao Gao's strategy and performance were indeed quite effective. Li Si chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao had already made his grand boasts. If all the ministers in the court were fooled by Zhao Gao into switching sides and betraying Ing Zhao, then flocking to their banner, wouldn't their odds of success increase even further? Gold, silver, riches, power, and privilege, they could have as much as they desired. With these promises, the ministers who had followed him felt somewhat relieved. They immediately began to urge him on. Eunuch Zhao, in that case, stop wasting your breath on them and start the battle immediately. Please deploy your 600,000 troops at once and smash through the imperial city in one fell swoop. The ninth prince will be powerless to resist. After all, we know exactly what the situation is like inside the city. He simply cannot muster 600,000 troops to oppose you. Forget 600,000, he probably can't even scrape together 100,000. The garrison in the imperial city is severely undermanned right now. Most of the other Qin forces are stationed at the borders and cannot return without an imperial edict from the late emperor. Some of the troops are under the command of generals Meng Tian and Li Exiled. They are currently escorting the late emperor's body back to the capital. So right now this city has barely any troops to defend it. Your 600,000 soldiers are our most powerful troops. Bring them out. Let us witness Eunuch Zhao's true strength with our own eyes. As for these people blocking our way, they should all be put to death. At this point, it was the ministers who had defected to Zhao Gao who suddenly seemed filled with confidence. In their eyes, choosing to follow Zhao Gao had been the right move. At the very least, they had likely saved their own skins. Their future prospects now had a new pillar of support. This is what they call a wise man submits to circumstances. Zhao Gao's display of confidence was so assured that it only reinforced their belief that victory was within reach. Yet throughout it all, Ing Zhao simply observed the farce unfolding before him, offering nothing but a knowing smile. He was curious to see just what new tricks this loyal hound of Zhao Gao's could conjure up next. Ing Zhao kept his smile, uttering not a single word. The ministers standing beside him, however, were growing restless. Imperial Censor Wang Wan was the first to step forward, urging urgently, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should retreat back within the imperial city walls. At the very least, the city gates can serve as a line of defense. Staying here leaves us surrounded by perils, and it's only a matter of time before disaster strikes. After all, Zhao Gao claims to command a force of 600,000 soldiers. That is not a number to be taken lightly. We won last time, but we were only facing a few tens of thousands of troops. Even at the most generous estimate, it was barely 100,000. But now they speak of a full 600,000 mighty soldiers. We must not underestimate this threat. If the remnants of the 6 states truly rally their forces together, the sheer momentum will be terrifying. The other ministers quickly chimed in. Indeed, Your Majesty, Minister Wang Wan speaks the truth. He is not wrong. Our safest course is to retreat into the city now and rely on its fortifications for a stout defense. Zhao Gao is clearly stalling for time. His goal is to wait for that so-called army of 600,000 to arrive and bolster his position. We must not fall for his scheme, Your Majesty. It is imperative that you return to the imperial city without delay. At this moment, the ministers were gripped by intense fear. The more they observed, the more they felt that Zhao Gao's air of confidence didn't seem entirely feigned. Perhaps he truly did command 600,000 troops. Once the reinforcements from the remnants of the 6 states arrived, Zhao Gao's confidence would only swell further. His strength would become even more formidable. When that time came, dealing with him would be far from easy. At this thought, a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. But Ing Zhao did not heed their counsel. He remained calm and composed from start to finish, as if everything unfolding before him was merely a prescripted plot. He simply watched, observing Zhao Gao, that loyal hound, putting on his elaborate performance with such convincing flair. In truth, Ing Zhao already held every move in the palm of his hand. He knew full well that Zhao Gao harbored wolfish ambitions and would not easily back down. The man was surely concealing some grand scheme up his sleeve. Although Zhao Gao had already been dealt a severe lesson, it hadn't been enough to extinguish his ambitions or completely cut off his paths of retreat. So this time the man was bound to have some hidden trump card. But Ing Zhao couldn't be bothered to care. He had absolute confidence. What was Zhao Gao anyway? Even if he truly brought 600,000 troops to besiege the city, so what? Ing Zhao could crush them all in a single stroke. This would also serve to teach Zhao Gao that Qin was never a nation to be trifled with. And he, Ing Zhao, was not someone to be. A lackey like Zhao Gao deserved to face the consequences of his actions. He was long overdue for a harsh reckoning. As Ing Zhao mulled this over, he was also waiting. He was waiting for his own people to return and report. And so the two sides remained locked in a tense standoff. Zhao Gao continued to spout his rhetoric, offering one condition after another, promising all sorts of benefits, desperately trying to lure Ying Zhao's attendants to his side. In fact, many ministers were indeed beginning to waver. The only reason they hadn't yet completely turned their backs on Ying Zhao was twofold. First, they feared Zhao Gao was bluffing, that he didn't possess the formidable strength he boasted of. Second, they worried that once they defected there would be no turning back. After all, this sovereign Ying Zhao was not known for mercy, but for his ruthless and decisive nature. If one held no value to him and dared to betray him, they would likely be swept aside as an eyesore. And so the time trickled by in the oppressive silence. On Zhao Gao and Li Si's side, they too dared not make a rash move. The armies promised by the old factions of the Six States had yet to arrive, so they had no choice but to continue the war of attrition. By their calculations, it should only be about another quarter of an hour before those reinforcements showed up. Once they had the army firmly in their grasp, what would there be left to fear? They would then launch a desperate assault and breach the entire imperial city. Their side would emerge victorious. And from that point on, what would they ever need to be afraid of again? Ascending in one step, commanding the world-wielding power over all, it was what countless people dreamed of. Now it was almost within their grasp. How could they not be excited? Zhao Gao in particular was so thrilled he could barely, clad in his yellow robe, he had already mentally crowned himself emperor. In contrasting, Zhao remained as serene. He showed no intention of retreating, nor any desire to fall back into the city and fortify his defenses. This frightened the ministers behind him, their hearts pounding with anxiety. They had repeatedly urged Ying Zhao to return to the imperial city and set up a strict defense against the impending army of 600,000 that Zhao Gao boasted of. But every piece of advice was dismissed by Ying Zhao. Then after another quarter of an hour or so, the four shadow guards appeared simultaneously. They swiftly moved to Ying Zhao's side. Ru Ying stepped forward and reported in a low voice, "Your Majesty, matters have been mostly settled. The troops Zhao Gao was waiting for have been intercepted by us. They won't be coming anymore." Upon hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Ying Zhao's lips. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. His goal had been to stall for time. By giving the four shadow guards enough opportunity, he could win over the armies sent by the remnants of the Six States. Of course, to make these remnants of the Six States bow their heads, he had to offer some sweeteners. Whether those promises could ever be fulfilled would depend on fate and how the situation evolved. Ying Zhao was no fool. He intended to use the remnants of the Six States to deal with Zhao Gao, and at the same time, he would pull them over to serve his own purposes. But if one day they grew too powerful and sought to break free from his control, or even dared to turn against him, he would not hesitate to eradicate them all. Ying Zhao had always been that decisive and ruthless emperor. His ambitions were boundless, and he had never harbored a single ounce of weakness. At that moment, Exiled also approached Ying Zhao and whispered, "Your Majesty, the total forces the remnants of the Six States can muster is only around 60,000. There never was an army of 600,000. The so-called 600,000 was merely a lie fabricated by Zhao Gao and Li Si to deceive everyone." As the two shadow guards reported in succession, the smile on Ying Zhao's face visibly turned more relaxed. After another moment, Zhao Gao was still rambling on endlessly. He remained filled with anticipation, waiting for the so-called 600,000 reinforcements to arrive. In Zhao Gao's view, even if the reinforcements were not 600,000, as long as 60,000 troops arrived, he would still have the confidence to stand firm. Moreover, he already commanded some forces of his own. Combined together, their numbers would not be insignificant. Their strength would not be underestimated either. At that point, would it not be more than enough to launch an attack on the Qin Empire and storm the imperial palace? But Zhao Gao and Li Si waited and waited. In the end, not a single piece of news came through. Even if the remnants of the Six States truly wished to support them, they could never cross the insurmountable barrier that was the ninth prince Ying Zhao. It was a chasm they could never hope to traverse. They continued to wait for a long while. Zhao Gao and Li Si still received no useful intelligence. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly turned somewhat awkward. A sense of urgency gripped Zhao Gao, and he immediately barked at the attendant beside him, "Quick! Go and investigate the specific situation again. What in the world has gone wrong? Can't they move any faster? We're waiting here for them to bring their troops to back us up." Dawdling like this, what kind of behavior is that? The attendant, upon receiving the order, hastily turned and left to scout. But after waiting and waiting, there was still no sign of activity. Seeing this, Ying Zhao finally spoke to them with a smile. "Zhao Gao, Li Si, what other tricks do the two of you have left? Didn't you boast about leading an army of 600,000 to attack the imperial city? Why are you still dawdling here? I've been waiting for you to make your move. It seems your so-called trump card is nothing more than an ornate but useless decoration." As these words fell, Zhao Gao's heart sank, and Li Si's expression changed as well. However, Zhao Gao still forced to but the few ministers who had just defected to his side immediately sensed that something was wrong. They couldn't help but question him on the spot. "Eunuch Zhao, Minister Li, what is the meaning of this? Where are the 600,000 troops you promised earlier? Didn't you say those armies would arrive soon? Didn't you say that with these 600,000 soldiers backing us, capturing the imperial palace would be a certainty? So what's going on now? Why is there still no news? How come not a single shadow of those 600,000 troops can be seen? Haven't the remnants of the Six States already pledged their allegiance to you? Is this matter true or false?" Could it be that you were just deceiving us with your earlier words? Hey, Zhao Gao and Li Si fell into silence for a moment. On the contrary, the ministers who had just defected grew increasingly uneasy. They crowded around chattering incessantly. All they wanted was a definitive answer from Zhao Gao. At this moment, regret had already begun to well up in their hearts. They truly shouldn't have rushed over here on a whim earlier. Just moments ago, they had put on a facade of immense bravado, publicly severing ties with the Qin Empire. This also meant they had completely positioned themselves in opposition to the ninth Prince Zhao. But now the situation had left them utterly dumbfounded. No matter how they looked at it, Zhao Gao and Li Si didn't seem reliable. Judging by their current expressions, it seemed they were hiding something. Could it be that the armies promised by the remnants of the 6 states truly weren't coming? If that were really the case, wouldn't they be completely doomed? The ministers were all heavy-hearted. They muttered, endlessly itching to rush forward and grab Zhao Gao by the collar. Then they would interrogate him fiercely. The tension in the arena grew even more palpable at this moment. Zhao, however, maintained his posture of an amused spectator. After waiting a while longer, the scouts Zhao Gao had dispatched finally returned to report. As soon as they arrived, they knelt down with a thud and exclaimed in panic, "My lords, it's terrible. A grave crisis has occurred. The reinforcements sent by the 6 states were originally not far from our position. But for some unknown reason, they suddenly changed their minds midway. Instead of advancing, they turned their forces and headed back. They also instructed us to relay a message to you, my lords, saying they do not believe you have the capability to breach the imperial city. They also do not trust the benefits you have promised them. They feel that you two lords are simply not reliable. Therefore, they will no longer send troops to support us." "What? They're not sending troops?" Zhao Gao was instantly frozen stiff on the spot. As for Li Si, his heart sank straight to the depths. Li Si's reaction was exceptionally sharp, and he immediately realized that there was truly no hope left now. It was completely over. The sudden change of heart by the remnants of the 6 states, their mid-course betrayal, undoubtedly meant the 9th Prince had intervened. How terrifying. This 9th Prince was indeed formidable enough to send chills down one's spine. He wondered what method to be able to persuade the troops summoned by the remnants of the 6 states to turn back. It was likely the same tactic of coercion and bribery. Looking at it this way, they could no longer count on those people. A different thought began to stir in Li Si's mind. As for Zhao Gao, he was truly panicking at this moment. If the 60,000 troops from the remnants of the 6 states failed to come and support them, with only the 20,000 men under his command, if they were to resist to the bitter end, they probably wouldn't last even an hour. Bad this time, it was truly bad. Zhao Gao's chest heaved with rage, and he wished he could draw his blade and cut someone down. But the few ministers who had just defected were even more furious than he was. They wished they could twist Zhao Gao's head right off his shoulders and kick it around like a ball. Several of the ministers exploded with fury on the spot. One of them even charged forward and grabbed Zhao Gao by the collar. That man cursed through gritted teeth. "Zhao Gao, did you deliberately deceive us? You clearly don't have that many troops, and the remnants of the 6 states have no intention of continuing to support you. So what was the meaning of luring us over here? Were you hoping we'd be tied to the same sinking ship with you going to our deaths together? You damnable wretch. You useless piece of trash." The other ministers also joined in the furious shouting, demanding that Zhao Gao be cut down on the spot. Seeing this, Zhao Gao's confidants hurriedly rushed forward to forcibly separate the two sides. Zhao Gao straightened his rumpled collar, forced a composed expression, and sneered, "Indeed, I Zhao Gao did deceive you into coming here. So what? Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a bunch of weather vanes swaying with the wind. The moment I offered a bit of benefit, you came running over eagerly, didn't you? Do you really think you have a way out now? Apart from following me, Zhao Gao, to the very end, you've long since run out of options." Haha. Zhao Gao's words nearly made the ministers vomit blood from sheer rage. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would never have come to defect to Zhao Gao in the first place. Only now did they realize this was a decision of utter folly. Hateful. Utterly hateful. Their heads felt like they were about to explode from fury. Yet Zhao Gao could not be bothered to acknowledge their fury. The man had already been dragged to his side, and now they were all in the same sinking boat. What use was their anger now? What could their discontent change? Everything was already meaningless. Moreover, Zhao Gao had resolved to throw all caution to the wind this time. Yet deep within his heart, he still clung to a faint glimmer of hope regarding the remnants of the 6 states. He suspected the news was likely flawed. Perhaps an error had occurred somewhere in the intelligence. Zhao Gao immediately turned and urgently ordered his attendant, "Quick, reinvestigate this matter at once. This could be a scheme of division devised by the 9th Prince. Perhaps the reinforcements meant to support us are actually near. They might be delayed by some unforeseen circumstance, which is why they haven't arrived yet. Tell those remnants of the 6 states that if they continue to support me, Zhao Gao, everything they desire will be granted. If necessary, after our success, I will share the realm with them." I refuse to believe they won't take the bait. The scout tasked with delivering this message was deeply troubled, yet could only nod reluctantly. He then turned and hurried away to convey Zhao Gao's words. Who would have thought that he would never return? Zhao Gao remained where he was, waiting anxiously for news. Meanwhile, the ministers beside him were already fuming with rage. One of them nearly fainted on the spot. Even Li Si began to frantically calculate his escape routes. Seeing that Zhao Gao was utterly unreliable, the ministers quietly sidled up to Li Si. They lowered their voices and said to Li Si, "Prime Minister, do we still have any other way out? Clearly we can no longer count on reinforcements from the remnants of the 6 states. At this rate our chances of victory are almost nil. Perhaps you should step forward and lead us in surrendering. If we submit to His Majesty now we might just be able to save our lives. At these words Li Si's heart churned violently. To be honest, the thought of surrendering had already crossed his mind. He had long wished to sever all ties with the madman Zhao Gao. He simply lacked the courage to act on it. Now spurred on by their urgings, Li Si finally decided to risk it all. His mind raced. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that bowing his head and surrendering now was the safest path to survival. Continuing to follow Zhao Gao would only lead to certain death. Without sufficient troops they were nothing. Pitting such a force against the might of the Great Qin Empire was akin to an egg hurling itself at a stone. In the end they would only shatter into pieces. With this thought Li Si gritted his teeth and resolved to cast aside. While Zhao Gao stood there still speaking eloquently and brimming with self-satisfaction, Li Si silently circled around. In the next instant he abruptly drew a short dagger from his sleeve. With a flash of cold light the blade was pressed directly against Zhao Gao's neck. At that moment Zhao Gao felt a sudden chill at his throat. His eyes bulged wide in shock. Then Li Si's icy voice sent a shiver down his entire spine. Li Si said in a low voice, "Zhao Gao, I'm sorry. This time I must ask you to make a sacrifice for the sake of us all." As these words fell, Zhao Gao's heart sank to the depths. But Li Si suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Your Majesty, I have captured the traitor Zhao Gao for you. Your Majesty, I Li Si have remained by Zhao Gao's side all this time not because I truly intended to rebel with him. My true purpose was to find the right moment to eliminate this treacherous villain. Now that the opportunity has arisen, Your Majesty, I shall escort this criminal to you." Having said this, Li Si pressed the dagger against Zhao Gao's neck and forcibly pushed him forward. Zhao Gao stumbled, but stubbornly resisted, refusing to take a single step. Li Si was in no mood to indulge him. He kicked Zhao Gao hard in the back of the knee. Zhao Gao staggered forward several steps, nearly falling flat on his face. Wincing in pain, his face contorted as he ground his teeth. Li Si grabbed him by the collar with one hand, keeping the dagger pressed against his neck with the other. He dragged him along, half forcibly, half pulling him towards Ying Zhao. Seeing this, the ministers who had just defected immediately. They quickly fell in line behind Li Si and shouted towards Ying Zhao, "Your Majesty, we never truly intended to betray. We went over there earlier precisely to coordinate with Prime Minister Li in capturing the traitor Zhao Gao." The scene instantly took on a different tone. In that moment the situation completely reversed. Zhao Gao was too stunned to comprehend what had just happened. But soon he realized he had been sold out. Zhao Gao immediately erupted in curses. "Damn you, Li Si. You old fox. Now that you know the remnants of the 6 states won't support us anymore, and that no reinforcements are coming for us, you want to use me as a scapegoat to save your own skin. Fine, just fine. You're truly ruthless. Do you really think this will get you what you want? Ha, this is utterly despicable. You'll never succeed. You worthless piece of trash." Zhao Gao continued his string of curses, but Li Si paid him no heed whatsoever. At this moment his mind was consumed by a single thought: finding a way to survive. Undoubtedly capturing Zhao Gao and pleading guilty to Ying Zhao would count as a meritorious deed. At least there was a chance his head might be spared. Li Si's sudden move left the ministers on the other side utterly speechless. Everyone stood frozen in place. They couldn't quite figure out what on earth he was playing at. But in the next moment it all clicked. That Li Si was indeed a fox, cunning to the very core. Seeing no way out, he had simply pushed Zhao Gao forward. That fool Zhao Gao had been played for a sucker, left with no room to maneuver. He had become nothing more than Li Si's offering, and those ministers who had just sided with Zhao Gao certainly knew how to pick their moment. Now they were following Li Si back, trying to absolve themselves completely. In essence, weren't they just a bunch of weather vanes? They swayed whichever way the wind blew, revealing their pathetic true. How much time had even passed? And they were already slinking back in disgrace. It was utterly ridiculous. Everyone saw through Li Si's little scheme. They all understood that he was using Zhao Gao as a bargaining chip to beg for his life from Ying Zhao. Furthermore, Li Si was an extremely proud man. He naturally wouldn't want to bear the infamy of a traitor. So personally capturing Zhao Gao became the most fitting choice. The old fox's calculations were certainly shrewd, but his methods were hardly honorable. The ministers were filled with contempt, yet given the current situation no one was in a hurry to expose him on the spot. And so Zhao Gao, seized by Li Si, was escorted to the opposite side. The men under Zhao Gao's command stood rooted to the spot, none daring to step forward and intervene. They could only watch helplessly as Zhao Gao was forcibly abducted. The fury within Zhao Gao's heart was nearly enough to sear through his chest. He wished he could immediately tear that old wretch Li Si limb from limb. Yet at that very moment the dagger was pressed firmly against his neck. No matter his rage, he could only endure it forcibly. Zhao Gao's eyes burned red with hatred, and he nearly fainted from sheer fury. But in the end he was still brought before Ying Zhao. Seeing this, Ying Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "Excellent, truly excellent. This play has finally reached its most thrilling act. Minister Li Si, I never imagined you possessed such unwavering loyalty." Ying Zhao's words were clearly laced with, yet surprisingly Li Si seemed not to detect the irony, accepting the praise with sheer audacity. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, of course. Your servant Li Si has always been loyal to Great Qin and devoted solely to your Majesty. The late Emperor Shi Huang showed me immense kindness. As the Grand Chancellor of Great Qin, how could I ever betray the Empire? How could I truly follow a eunuch like Zhao Gao to subvert the government and act against your Majesty's interests? All of this was merely a facade I deliberately constructed. The reason I lurked beside Zhao Gao was to find the opportune moment to seize him in one fell swoop. It was also to uncover his every move, to expose all his schemes. Moreover, I currently possess substantial evidence of Zhao Gao's crimes. I also hold the list of his forces and associates. If your majesty requires it, I can present it at any time. I beg your majesty to execute this lackey Zhao Gao immediately, and to uproot all his accomplices as well. Furthermore, those cursed remnants of the Six Kingdoms still covet Great Qin with predatory intent. They scheme in secret plotting against your majesty. These traitors must not be spared, they must all be eradicated. As Li Si spoke these words, he puffed out his chest, his tone impassioned, as if his every thought was for the sake of Great Qin. Undeniably, his performance was masterful. The assembled ministers observed Li Si's display, seeing through it, but saying nothing, each rendered utterly speechless. Good heavens, he truly is an actor. Ying Zhao nearly cursed under his breath. You scoundrel, what a waste it is that you aren't. Look at this act, so deeply moving. As for those ministers, they had just sworn allegiance to Zhao Gao moments ago. Now they trailed back dejectedly behind Li Si. Knowing they were in the wrong, they immediately fell to their knees. Yet even so, they quickly found a way to save face, each donning a mask of righteous indignation and proclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, this villain Zhao Gao harbors wild ambitions. He, a mere eunuch, dares to dream of subverting the governance of our Great Qin. Now he has even donned the yellow robe, posturing as if to ascend the throne. A betrayal of Great Qin and a grave disrespect to your Majesty. Such a man deserves 1,000 deaths. We beseech your Majesty not to show mercy, but to have him executed on the spot." We went over earlier precisely to cooperate with Minister Li Si in apprehending this lackey Zhao Gao. Now that the deed is done and we have been able to ease your Majesty's burden, we are deeply honored. These people spouted excuse after excuse, all putting on a desperate performance. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao's chest was nearly bursting with pent-up rage. Ying Zhao merely raised his hand casually, and guards immediately stepped forward to seize Zhao Gao and those few ministers. The ministers who had just knelt kept their heads bowed, none daring to utter another sound. Li Si also fell silent, saying no more. Zhao Gao, held firmly by two guards, his face had turned an extreme shade of ashen fury. His eyeballs were bulging, almost popping out of their sockets. He could never have imagined that the old wretch Li Si would betray him so readily, and with such utter finality. It was so sudden and unexpected. Just moments before, he had few guards around him. Then with one move, Li Si had a dagger at his throat. This was betrayal of the highest order. The more Zhao Gao thought, the angrier he became, nearly driven to madness. The entire situation had in that instant irrevocably changed. Not long ago, Zhao Gao had stood there proud and commanding. In the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to a prisoner. He was forced to his knees before Ying Zhao. His chest heaved violently with rage. Li Si stood off to the side, adopting a posture of detached amusement, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. In Li Si's view, by sacrificing Zhao Gao today, his own life and position could likely be secured. He would not even have to bear the infamy of rebellion. Instead, he could transform himself into a great contributor who captured a traitor. It was a perfect two birds with one stone. As long as he could keep his official position and continue to enjoy wealth and glory, what did sacrificing a mere Zhao Gao matter? After all, Zhao Gao was nothing but a lackey, a castrated eunuch. Li Si had long found this fellow insufferable. What was wrong with taking this opportunity to eliminate him for good? For a time, the atmosphere in the hall became strangely awkward. Zhao Gao trembled with fury, barely managing to catch his breath after a long moment. He took a deep breath, then pointed at Li Si and began to curse loudly. "Finally, Si, you old wretch, you dare to betray me. We were in the same boat from the very beginning, and now you use me as a token of submission to buy your own survival. You are indeed ruthless. I, Zhao Gao, considered myself clever all my life, yet I failed to see that you are the one with true wild ambitions. You dare to scheme against me. Detestable. Truly detestable." Hearing this, Li Si stepped forward and kicked Zhao Gao, shouting sternly, "Silence. You are nothing but a dog, a rootless eunuch. What makes you think I, Li Si, would ever sincerely follow you? You dare to say we're in the same boat. When has that ever been true? Where do you get such a notion? I was merely humoring you, pretending to collude with you. My true purpose was to wait for the right moment to seize you, a traitor. You have no loyalty to His Majesty whatsoever. All these days you have been single-mindedly plotting how to bring about His Majesty's demise. I wouldn't be surprised if you had a hand in the death of the late Emperor Shi Huang. In fact, I now suspect that you secretly poisoned the late Emperor, causing his death at Shakyu. I, Li Si, have never once stood with you. I am the Grand Chancellor of Great Qin. I have always faithfully served the late Emperor with unwavering loyalty, never harboring a single disloyal thought. It is you, this lackey, who has committed countless unspeakable deeds in the shadows. By capturing you today, I can finally honor the spirit of the late Emperor Shi Huang." Li Si's words were forceful and resolute, his expression one of utmost sincerity. Zhao Gao nearly choked with rage on the spot. His lips twitched incessantly before he roared back, "Li Si, you have the nerve to pat yourself on the back. What kind of Grand Chancellor are you? Can you swear you never harbored thoughts of rebellion? Was it I who forced you onto this path? Clearly you were already itching for I merely offered a few words of persuasion. You immediately agreed to conspire with me. Now you dare to play the loyal minister and try to wash your hands clean. Li Si, oh Li Si, your performance is certainly deep." Zhao Gao and Li Si thus tore into each other publicly. The scene before them instantly descended into even greater chaos. Li Si hastily turned and cupped his hands towards Ing Zhao, saying, Your Majesty, Zhao Gao is clearly spouting baseless accusations in his desperation. Why don't we just find a piece of cloth and gag his mouth shut? After Li Si made this proposal, Ing Zhao merely smiled without a word. The other ministers present also remained silent. From start to finish, Ing Zhao seemed to be enjoying a good show. He truly hadn't expected to witness such a spectacle today. Indeed, the ship of friendship capsizes all too easily. The already fragile alliance between Li Si and Zhao Gao. In the end, it fell apart without a trace. Just then, a low-ranking soldier suddenly rushed over in a panic to report. He fell to his knees with a thud and quickly said, Your Majesty, the remnants of the 6 states have been utterly crushed by our forces, leaving them no room to fight back. They have already retreated in disgrace, slinking back to where they came from. At these words, Zhao Gao was instantly stunned, frozen in place. The next moment, he abruptly raised his head and roared in fury, What did you say? The remnants of the 6 states were driven back by you. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. They had clearly promised to send troops to fully support me, Zhao Gao. How could they have been beaten back by you and retreated in disgrace? Moreover, there are barely any usable troops in the Empire. With just you people, how could you possibly defeat the armies of the 6 states? Stop trying to fool me here. My brain hasn't gone. Do you think that by putting on a little act here, I'll obediently bow my head and accept my fate? Even at this point, Zhao Gao still refused to give up. He simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. The remnants of the 6 states had withdrawn so quickly. Even harder to accept was that those people had ultimately still not come to his support. Damn it. It was utterly infuriating. Could it be that after all his scheming for so long, everything was still destined to collapse in vain? Zhao Gao's temples bulged with fury, and he nearly died on the spot from a burst blood vessel. The atmosphere around them suddenly turned eerie and tense after these words fell. Ing Zhao's expression turned icy cold, and his voice deepened as he said, Zhao Gao, even at this point you still intend to keep up the act. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you struggle now, it's all meaningless. We are the cleaver and the chopping board. You are the fish and the meat. Right now you are the piece of meat laid out on the block, understand? Do you really think the remnants of the 6 states would follow you wholeheartedly? The conditions you promised them, do you truly have the ability to deliver on them? Those people aren't fools either. They know very well that with you, Zhao Gao, you could never possibly clear away all the obstacles. So from the very beginning, their morale was already unstable. I merely dangled a little bait and applied a bit of pressure on them. First entice them with benefits, then overawe them with force. They immediately lost any desire to keep backing you and chose instead to retreat and surrender. Take a look at yourself. What kind of allies did you manage to find? Aside from these remnants of the 6 states, you seem to have secretly been in league with other forces as well, haven't you? Those people are all gathered dozens of miles away right now, waiting to see how the situation unfolds before deciding whether to come to your aid. Unfortunately, you are far too weak yourself. How could they possibly sincerely support an incompetent fool? Your side has already fallen into complete chaos, and you yourself have become a useless wreck with no chance of turning things around. Under such circumstances, why would those people rush in to die for you? What for? Just to force a eunuch like you onto the throne? How preposterous. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And you actually dared to entertain such a thought. Just because you draped a yellow robe over yourself, you thought you were already an emperor. This is probably the most amusing joke I've heard all year. But you lackeys certainly have no small ambition. You truly dare to dream the impossible. I do admire that kind of audacity. It's just a pity that your actual abilities are— As his words fell, Zhao's gaze turned icy as he directly commanded guards, Take Zhao Gao into custody, and seize Li Si as well. And those ministers who just defected and betrayed, don't let a single one slip away. Tie them all up for me. At these words, Li Si was instantly frozen stiff on the spot. By the time he snapped back to his senses, his face had drastically changed, and he fell to his knees with a heavy thud. The few ministers who had just followed him back were also so terrified their legs went weak, and they knelt down one after another. They knocked their foreheads repeatedly against the ground, stammering in panic, Your Majesty, your subjects admit their mistakes. We beg your Majesty to spare our lives. When we went over there just now, it truly was to capture that traitor Zhao Gao and bring him back. In seizing Zhao Gao, we never intended to betray Great Qin. Please, your Majesty, show mercy and forgive us just this once. Li Si was even more frightened out of his wits and hastily joined in the endless pleas for mercy. The Prime Minister of mighty Great Qin, when had he ever been in such a humiliating and pitiful state before? Panicked and babbling incoherently, he said in a rush, Your Majesty, as the Prime Minister of Great Qin, I could never truly harbor treasonous intentions. I beg your Majesty to look into this matter clearly. I have personally captured this traitor Zhao Gao. I am also willing to confess all of his henchmen and accomplices. In short, these matters truly have little to do with me. Everything I have done has been for the sake of Great Qin. I beg your Majesty, in consideration of my years of service, to show leniency. I beg you to spare my life. At this moment, Li Si had completely abandoned all dignity, caring only about kneeling and begging to survive. However, Ing Zhao merely cast him a cold glance and sternly rebuked silence. You traitors, do you really not know what you've done and what you've been scheming? Do you truly think you can fool me with these pathetic tricks and make me let you off? You must think my brains are far too small. Take them all away. With Ing Zhao's command, Zhao Gao, Li Si, and the ministers who had just defected, none of them managed to. Li Si never imagined that the elaborate performance he had carefully orchestrated would end up being like voluntarily putting his own head on the chopping block. The other party didn't even give him the slightest room to maneuver. He had originally thought that no matter how ruthless the ninth prince was, he would still have to consider some semblance of decency. Consider the emperor's reputation. Consider whether the court and the public would be thrown into turmoil. At the very least, he would surely spare his life for the time being. At worst, afterwards, he could volunteer to go to the front lines and fight for the nation. If that didn't work, he could resign from his post and return to his hometown, never meddling in politics again. As long as he could keep his life, anything was acceptable. But he had never expected that the ninth prince would act with such decisive. No matter how brilliantly he performed his part, the other party showed not a shred of respect. They were all detained on the spot without hesitation. Li Si's eyes were bloodshot with desperation. Yet Zhao Gao burst into wild laughter beside him. Ha! Ha! Li Si, I never thought I'd see the day you'd end up like this. You never imagined you'd fall to such a state, did you? Weren't you feeling so smug just a moment ago? You thought that by capturing me and offering me as a token of loyalty, you could rise to the top in one leap. You thought that would secure your wealth and honor and save your wretched life. How utterly ridiculous. Open your eyes and look. Aren't you now just like me, a prisoner of others? Have you still not realized how foolish your actions just now were? Damn you, you wretched fool. I should have known long ago that you're nothing but a brainless imbecile. You had to pull such a stunt at this very moment. It's simply unforgivable. If you hadn't suddenly turned your coat, the two of us would still be standing across from them safe and sound. At the very least, we could have rallied our troops and fought them to the last. Even if we couldn't win, we could still have led our men in a breakout and escaped. The 9 provinces are vast. How could there be no place to take refuge? Look at the idiotic things you've done. You've not only brought ruin upon me, Zhao Gao, but you've dragged yourself down as well. You've even pulled all these ministers who followed us into the abyss. You're quite the capable one, aren't you? Waste. Brainless waste. Damn it all. Every last one of you is useless trash. Zhao Gao's curses showed no sign of stopping. He hurled abuses while unabashedly mocking Li Si. At this moment, Zhao Gao appeared almost completely unhinged. His shrill manic laughter echoed through the hall again and again. Was Li Si any less furious? His body trembled with rage, his eyes bulged, and his face was dark beyond measure. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have risked that sudden betrayal. He had believed that by offering Zhao Gao as a token of submission, the emperor would grant him a sliver of mercy. He should have had at least a thread of hope for survival. Trading one man's life for his own safety. By any measure, it seemed like a fair bargain. Yet who could have foreseen it would end in this very situation? Li Si was immediately seized by the guards. Several men swiftly stepped forward, wrenching his arms behind his back and binding him tightly. Before long, Li Si, Zhao Gao, and those ministers who had defected were all trussed up securely in one place. Throughout it all, Ing Zhao merely watched them with cold, indifferent eyes. The murderous intent in those pupils was so thick it nearly solidified into substance. Were all trussed up securely in one place. Throughout it all, Ing Zhao merely watched them with cold, indifferent eyes. The murderous intent in those pupils was so thick it nearly solidified into substance. At this very moment, their admiration for the new emperor had reached its peak. So this ninth prince was truly not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He indeed possessed the strength to command the entire realm. No wonder the late emperor had bequeathed the throne to him in the end. It was clear that passing the crown to the ninth prince was a decision the first emperor had pondered deeply. So the ninth prince was the true final card the first emperor had left for Great Qin. The ministers felt nothing but the first emperor had all those years ago silently nurtured such an astonishingly formidable prince. Many ministers felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had feared that if the remnants of the 6 kingdoms managed to rally their forces, they would pose a tremendous threat to Great Qin. Perhaps the entire imperial capital would have been overrun. But now it was clear they had been overthinking. The sovereign, they had likely discerned the full course of events from the very beginning, seeing through every shift in the hidden dynamics. That was why he had dispatched men in advance to sever the enemy's schemes, leaving those remnants of the 6 kingdoms with no courage left to come to Zhao Gao's aid. A prince with such strategy, such power, such ambition, and the foresight to anticipate every move. How many could there be in all the world? If the first emperor's spirit watched from above, surely he would feel gratified. The ministers stood behind Ing Zhao. Their gazes toward this emperor had utterly transformed into awe and reverence. Ing Zhao waved a hand casually and commanded in a cold voice, "Guards, take Li Si and these traitorous ministers away and cast them into the heavenly prison. As for that lackey Zhao Gao, he shall be made to taste Real's suffering." Ing Zhao clapped his hands lightly. Soon several jailers carried in an array of torture instruments. When those cold, terrifying implements were laid before Zhao Gao, he nearly wet himself in sheer terror. Ing Zhao shot him a glance. The guards immediately set up a brazier. Then several branding irons were placed over the flames to heat up. Zhao Gao's scalp prickled with dread. What this signified? How could he not understand? It plainly meant they intended to press those irons against his flesh, letting him taste the agony of seared skin. The mere thought sent chills racing through his body, his scalp tingling uncontrollably. At this point, how could Zhao Gao dare? Just then a eunuch stepped out from the crowd, bowed, and offered a suggestion. "Your Majesty, this servant has a method that will surely make Zhao Gao wish he were dead. Such a technique is the most fitting for tormenting a man like him." Ing Zhao remained composed and asked calmly, "Oh." The eunuch first glanced at Zhao Gao. Then a flicker of hatred flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, why not first coat Zhao Gao's entire body with honey? Then fetch a hornet's nest and let Zhao Gao become intimately acquainted with those hornets. What does your majesty think? At these words, Ing Zhao broke into a smile. This method was indeed rather intriguing. He nodded in approval. Before long, several eunuchs carried in a large jar of honey. They then began smearing it all over Zhao Gao's body. Meanwhile, several men had already wrapped themselves in protective gear and gone to retrieve the hornet's nest. The moment Zhao Gao heard this plan, he was nearly scared out of his wits. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He stared fixedly at that seemingly unremarkable young eunuch. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. When this eunuch had first entered the palace, he seemed to recall leading his men to cruelly humiliate him. And this eunuch had a younger brother. That man had been secretly killed by Zhao Gao's machinations back then. To serve the interests of certain figures in the palace, and for his own gain, he had been forced to eliminate the eunuch's brother. Clearly this man had stepped forward today to exact his revenge. Zhao Gao was so enraged, he wanted to unleash a torrent of curses. But before he could even voice a single word, the eunuch darted forward, snatched up a rag, and stuffed it roughly into his mouth. With his mouth gagged, Zhao Gao's chest heaved with fury. His eyeballs bulged so fiercely they nearly popped out of their sockets. At this moment his entire body was coated in honey. Soon a hornet's nest was hurled directly onto his head. The very next instant a dense swarm of hornets exploded outward, surging relentlessly toward Zhao Gao, stinging and piercing him without mercy. He writhed in agony, rolling wildly on the ground. He rolled back and forth like a fish thrown into a boiling wok, twisting and struggling ceaselessly. He desperately tried to scream, but his mouth was so tightly stuffed that not a single sound could escape. The scene was truly horrifying to behold. Yet the ninth prince, Ing Zhao, watched it all with an utterly indifferent expression. He felt not a shred of pity for Zhao Gao. After all, Zhao Gao, this lackey, was historically a eunuch who plunged the court into chaos and plagued the world. He later conspired with Hu Hai, propelling him onto the throne. He then colluded with Li Si, draining the vitality of the entire Qin dynasty until it was rotten to its core. Ultimately, the Qin dynasty fell in its second generation. Thus the great empire that the first emperor had painstakingly built was utterly squandered. Clearly this man was absolute. Now being stung by thousands of hornets was already the greatest mercy shown to him. The spectacle of Zhao Gao being viciously attacked by the swarm made all the ministers' scalps tingle. Some simply couldn't bear the sight. The dense, writhing mass of hornets made them feel deeply uneasy, almost triggering their trypophobia. They turned their heads away, unable to watch any longer. Zhao Gao was tormented by the swarm for a full 2 hours. Finally his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Only then did Ing Zhao order someone to fetch a water cannon and spray him down. Only then were the hornets completely driven away. This water cannon was also a reward from the system. It proved remarkably effective for dispersing the swarm. After the hornets scattered, Zhao Gao, covered in honey, was thoroughly cleaned by the water. The yellow robe he wore was now crumpled beyond recognition. It looked dirty and tattered, utterly devoid of any dignity. Ing Zhao waved his hand and said coldly, "Go strip that yellow robe off him for me. This wretch truly knows no shame." Did he think that donning a yellow robe would make him an emperor? How dare he provoke the majesty of the son of heaven of Qin? And he dared to wear the imperial attire privately. Utterly audacious. This crime warrants the extermination of 9 generations of his family, and he still dared to commit it. Truly treasonous. Upon hearing this, several subordinates rushed over and quickly stripped the clothes from Zhao Gao's body. By now only a few pieces of his inner garments remained on him. His outer robes had already been torn away. Without the yellow robe for cover, the massive welts from the stings were now clearly exposed for all to see. There was hardly a patch of unblemished skin where the hornets had stung him. His face was swollen beyond recognition, looking like a pig's head. His legs were swollen to an almost grotesque size, thicker than elephant legs. His arms were so puffed up they had lost their original shape. Even his eyes were squeezed almost shut by the swollen flesh. Zhao Gao lay collapsed on the ground, completely unconscious, utterly senseless. Ing Zhao turned to the men beside him and commanded coldly, "Drag this wretch away. Have some imperial physicians watch over him, and don't let him die easily. Revive him first. He must not die in prison. Make sure he experiences every single punishment we have." Wasn't he arrogant? Didn't he look down on everyone? Since he dared to rebel, he should learn what true suffering means. Having said that, Ing Zhao suddenly asked, "By the way, what has become of Hu Hai?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a prison guard immediately knelt down and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, Prince Hu Hai is still imprisoned in the dungeon, despondent every day. From the looks of it, his mind seems to have become somewhat unstable. Every day he either howls madly or mutters nonsense. He either shouts for the first emperor or constantly calls out Zhao Gao's name. It seems a sliver of delusion remains in his heart, always believing he will escape from that hellish prison. He still fantasizes that one day he will regain his former lofty status and continue to be a revered prince of Qin, enjoying all the riches and honors." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao let out a disdainful sneer. He then said coolly, "In that case, move Hu Hai to a different cell. Lock him up together with Zhao Gao. Let the master and disciple catch up on old times in prison. Having a familiar companion before they die is me granting them special mercy." The prison guard quickly kowtowed in obedience and turned to make the arrangements. After all these matters were settled, Ing Zhao cast a glance toward Zhang Han. Then in a frigid tone he said, "As for the remnants of the enemy, clean them all up. Zhao Gao's remaining forces number only about 20,000. Capture them all. If anyone dares to resist, execute them on the spot." If they surrender, sincerely incorporate them into the Great Qin army. Then put them through rigorous training to rid them of their troublesome thoughts. In short, those who follow me shall live. They simply watched as Ing Zhao issued orders one by one, handling everything with clean efficiency and flawless precision. By now they were utterly and sincerely in awe of the ninth prince. They simply watched as Ing Zhao issued orders one by one, handling everything with clean efficiency and flawless precision. By now they were utterly and sincerely in awe of the ninth prince. Deep within their hearts, they had completely overturned all their previous perceptions of him. Yes, he might indeed be a playboy, often preoccupied with women. But what was even more terrifying was his ruthlessness and overwhelming strength. He showed no mercy when facing enemies. He struck down traitors like Zhao Gao and Li Si with thunderous force, subduing them in one blow. It was terrifying. Such a prince was truly formidable. Those ministers even began to feel that all these years they were the real fools kept in the dark. They had always believed the ninth prince was useless, the overwhelming strength. He showed no mercy when facing enemies. It was as if a resounding slap had been delivered to all their faces. Their past judgments were utterly laughable, and so Zhao Gao, Li Si, and their followers were all apprehended. The remaining troops loyal to Zhao Gao and Li Si were swiftly swept aside and suppressed by Zhang Han's forces. These men couldn't withstand the formidable might displayed by the Great Qin army and ultimately had no choice but to surrender. After all their leaders had already fallen, what was the point of continuing to hold out? Moreover, the memory of the last aggressive offensive by the Great Qin army was still fresh in their minds. They had no desire to lose their heads and die a senseless death. So in the end, these remnants had no choice but to surrender obediently. This time, Ing Zhao had successfully incorporated over 20,000 soldiers into his ranks. It was a resounding victory, a triumphant return. Upon returning to the palace, Ing Zhao immediately ordered a grand banquet to be prepared, celebrating this victory with great fanfare. Zhao Gao and Li Si, those two lackeys, had finally been dealt with in one fell swoop. The very thought of it was immensely satisfying. Furthermore, Ing Zhao subsequently issued a decree setting the date of execution for noon, 7 days hence. At that time, both Zhao Gao and Li Si would be escorted to the vegetable market at East Street and publicly beheaded. The moment this news spread, the entire court was shaken to its core. The imperial capital was instantly abuzz with this earth-shattering affair. Countless citizens in the city were utterly astounded upon hearing the news. Gathering around where the imperial edicts were posted, a cacophony of discussion arose. The crowd wore varied expressions, each reacting differently. Some couldn't help but clap their hands in approval. Others nearby sighed with deep emotion. Yet almost no one harbored the slightest shred of sympathy for Zhao Gao and Li Si. Wow, have you all heard? That high-ranking eunuch who used to serve the late emperor has now been thrown into the great prison. Him? That's not all. I heard that Li Si, the former prime minister, has also been locked up alongside him. Those two were secretly plotting a rebellion intending to attack the imperial city and harm our current emperor. But as it turns out, they dug a pit for others, but ended up falling into it themselves. Now with the emperor making his move, he's brought them both to heel completely. They're both in the prison now, just waiting for the day to come when they'll be publicly beheaded. Good heavens, this news is absolutely explosive. I wonder if the late emperor's spirit is looking down. What would he think of? Think about it. During the late emperor's reign, Prime Minister Li Si wielded immense power across the entire court. And that eunuch Zhao Gao was one of the most favored figures by the emperor's side. Back then, one controlled the court, the other dominated the palace. What a sight of absolute power. Who could have imagined they would fall from grace so suddenly? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. All I can say is the new emperor's first moves upon taking the throne have been exceptionally fierce. With one stroke, he's burned away Prime Minister Li Si and the Grand Eunuch Zhao Gao. But honestly, this move strikes a chord deep within my heart. I say our current emperor has done a splendid job. Zhao Gao and Li Si were never good people to begin with. Especially Zhao Gao. He's just a eunuch, yet he thought himself some kind of big shot. This vile creature was not only ungrateful, but he dared to rebel. He even harbored delusions of sitting on the throne. Isn't that the biggest joke in the world? I heard that outside the city gates he even dared to drape a yellow robe over himself. With his kind, he wanted to be emperor. Is there no law and order left in this world? He's a eunuch? Since ancient times has there ever been a eunuch who ascended to the throne? It's beyond me how such a thought even crossed his mind. That eunuch's ambition was simply too audacious. If a eunuch can become emperor, then what does that make us normal folk? Thinking about it that way, I feel like even I could sit on the dragon throne. Ha ha ha. Ain't that the truth? At the end of the day, it's all because that damned eunuch's ambition was too big for his britches. How did he even have the nerve to say he wanted to be emperor? The man is utterly shameless, completely devoid of any sense of... Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. Say now that he's locked up, what do you think will happen to him? That's a no-brainer. He'll be subjected to every form of torture imaginable. At this moment, someone shouted out loudly. I heard that before he even entered the prison, he had already tasted a round of torture outside the city gates. Exactly. Who could possibly withstand such cruel tortures? But speaking of which, now that the Grand Eunuch Zhao Gao is finally going to die, why do I feel so... Now that he's in the imperial prison, if they were to put him through all the tortures one by one, I doubt he'd last long. He'd probably kick the bucket on the spot. Exactly. Who could possibly withstand such cruel tortures? But speaking of which, now that the Grand Eunuch Zhao Gao is finally going to die, why do I feel so overjoyed? That Li Si isn't any better. Now that he's been taken down as well, I feel even more delighted. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Our current emperor has done a magnificent job. Long live the emperor. May he live 10,000 years. Long live the emperor. May he live 10,000 years. Long live the emperor. May he live 10,000 years. In an instant the citizens on the streets began to cheer in unison. The thunderous cries of "Long live the emperor" seemed to echo throughout the entire street. After all, during the time when Zhao Gao and Li Si held absolute power and dominated the court, the common folk had suffered greatly under their oppression. In those days life was incredibly harsh for the people. They could hardly even catch their breath. Now that these two utterly vicious individuals have finally been eradicated, how could they not be overjoyed? It was precisely because of this event that the citizens of the capital underwent a complete and dramatic shift in their attitude towards Zhao. They even began to believe that the late emperor had indeed chosen a worthy successor. This ninth prince was undoubtedly the most promising among all the princes of Great Qin. Within a short span of time, he had quelled the rebellion plotted by Zhao Gao and Li Si. He even managed to have both of them thrown into the imperial prison. As for those remnants of the Six Kingdoms who were eagerly anticipating action, in the end they failed to even reach the capital. It was said they encountered some sort of setback along the way. For reasons unknown, they ultimately chose to retreat. Regardless, those people never managed to stand behind Zhao Gao and Li Si, nor did they manage to stir up any earth-shattering waves. Each and every one of these events serves as undeniable proof of Zhao's terrifyingly extraordinary capabilities. He possesses not only ambition and strategic acumen, but also the means and the power to back it up. He is practically another Qin Shi Huang. One could even argue that in some aspects he is even more formidable than the late emperor. Unconsciously, the public's perception of Zhao had completely transformed. Now when they look at this ninth prince, they no longer see just the outwardly dissolute royal. So what if his mind is usually preoccupied with women? The point is, the women around him are all infatuated with him and follow him with unwavering loyalty. What right do others have to complain? Furthermore, the ninth prince's strength is undeniably evident. Unless one is blind, they would have no choice but to give him a thumbs up. With such a powerful emperor leading Great Qin, it is certain that the kingdom will stride towards an even more prosperous era. Consequently, more and more citizens began to silently support Zhao. As for the court officials, after this round of purging and selection, those who remained were essentially those genuinely loyal to him. Having weathered this storm, they had seen things clearly. Zhao Gao and Li Si were simply unreliable. Those two lacked both the wits and the strength to back their ambitions. Even the remnants of the Six Kingdoms upon whom they had pinned their hopes ultimately chose to betray them. They had no intention of continuing to follow them. And all of this was clearly linked to the ninth prince Zhao's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. It was through his manipulation that those remnants of the Six Kingdoms finally decided to withdraw their troops. What does this prove? It proves that the current emperor Zhao indeed possesses both the skill and the strategy. For Great Qin to have such an emperor is nothing short of a tremendous blessing. At this moment, the entire Great Qin court and the nation were immersed in jubilant celebration. The ministers had finally shed their earlier fears and anxieties. They drank and made merry, their expressions relaxed. The dark clouds that had weighed on their hearts seemed to have been completely swept away on this day. The remnants of the Six Kingdoms had retreated. Zhao Gao and Li Si had both been apprehended. More importantly, the drought in Hunan had also been resolved. Everything now seemed to be proceeding with incredible smoothness. The Great Qin had repelled the foreign invaders without even expending much of its military strength. Such an achievement was truly unprecedented and would never be seen again. The entire court was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Zhao raised his wine cup and declared, "My esteemed ministers, you have all worked hard during this time. Today we have together witnessed the downfall of the traitors Zhao Gao and Li Si. We have also successfully repelled the remnants of the Six Kingdoms. This is a great fortune for our Great Qin. In this way we can finally offer some solace to the spirit of the late Emperor Shi Huang. My esteemed ministers, let us drink this cup to the dregs." At these words the ministers beamed with delight and raised their cups in response. Soon they all drained the strong wine. Since the emperor himself had raised his cup, they naturally would not decline. Everything that had happened today was enough to make every minister of Great Qin feel proud and exhilarated. This was the most triumphant moment for Great Qin. Not only had they eradicated the traitors within the court, but they had also frightened off the remnants of the Six Kingdoms. Even if Emperor Shi Huang had been managing affairs himself, he might not have done a more splendid job than Zhao. Yet Zhao had managed to do it. This truly proved that the son was worthy of the father and had surpassed the predecessor. For a time the ministers couldn't help but drink heartily. Some, emboldened by the lively atmosphere, even began to flatter the emperor without reservation. Their flattering words practically praised Zhao to the heavens. At that moment Zhao raised his cup again, his gaze falling upon two individuals at the banquet. He said with a smile, "Lord Fengjie, Lord Shi Lu, I must also toast to you both this time. I entrusted the disaster relief efforts to you too, and you have performed admirably. The disaster in Hunan has now subsided, and the local people can finally return to a peaceful life. This matter deserves commendation. Attendants, present the rewards." Adding Zhao's command, several eunuchs carried several large chests forward. As the chests were opened, they were filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Many of the surrounding ministers were dazzled by the sight. Chest after chest of jewels, silver, antiques, and calligraphy were piled up so much so that one couldn't look away. It had to be said this emperor was indeed generous. He had never been stingy. Lu and Feng Jie were naturally overjoyed and quickly rose to express their gratitude. Resolving the disaster and sharing your worries is our duty, Your Majesty. You are too kind. We thank Your Majesty for your great favor. Long live Your Majesty, long live Your Majesty. May Your Majesty enjoy robust health, and may the fortunes of our Great Qin flourish and grow ever stronger. Both men with smiles on their faces bowed respectfully to Ing Zhao once more. Ing Zhao, however, waved his hand nonchalantly and said casually, "My dear ministers, there's no need for such formality. From now on we are all one family. As your son-in-law, I will need to rely on the support and assistance of my two fathers-in-law in the future." As he spoke these words, a subtle smile curled at the corner of Ing Zhao's lips, revealing a meaningful expression. Suddenly Lu and Feng Jie felt a bit uneasy. They sensed that Ing Zhao's words carried a hidden implication. It seemed slightly off. Upon hearing the terms one family and fathers-in-law from Ing Zhao, Lu felt an inexplicable awkwardness well up inside him. But since things had already reached this point, there was nothing he could change. After all, his daughter Yun had already entered the palace and become a consort by the emperor's side. As her father, what else could he do but accept reality? Fortunately, this ninth prince had gradually begun to prove himself. He was no longer the useless prince that everyone looked down upon. Thinking of this, Lu as the father-in-law could feel a grudging sense of satisfaction. But Feng Jie beside him was utterly baffled. When had he also become the emperor's father-in-law? Wasn't this utter nonsense? He had only just returned to the capital not long ago. Moreover, his daughter was still living at home unmarried. What exactly did the emperor mean by those words just now? He hadn't even decided whether to send his daughter Feng Yuding into the palace. After all, letting his daughter become the consort of such a playboy didn't seem like a good prospect at all. This emperor had far too many women around him. It wasn't just that his mind was full of women, but it was as if he was stuck in a den of beauties and couldn't climb out. If his daughter Feng Yuding were to enter the palace in the future, she might be neglected before long. She could even end up trapped in the deep palace, spending her days alone in an empty room, eventually growing old in loneliness. Just thinking about it made Feng Jie's head throb. Therefore, he was naturally unwilling to easily marry his daughter into the imperial palace. But given the current occasion, he couldn't very well voice his objections publicly. He could only force an awkward smile. He then quietly retreated to his seat. After finishing the toast, Ing Zhao directly announced, "My esteemed ministers, today you should drink to your heart's content and enjoy yourselves thoroughly. I have some matters to attend to in my harem, so I will take my leave for now." With that, Ing Zhao didn't linger and turned to depart. Seeing this, the ministers all wore knowing expressions. They were well aware that this emperor was never short of wives and beautiful women. In his heart, the women around him were probably the top priority. As for the state affairs of Great Qin, even the matters of the world likely had to take a back seat. The emperor was in such a hurry to return to the harem to handle matters. In essence, he was just going to frolic and play with his consorts and beauties, continuing to enjoy the pleasures of having women on both arms. The ministers, for their part, couldn't quite understand it. Why was this emperor so addicted to having a multitude of wives and concubines? Could he really handle it? However, they couldn't be bothered to ponder it too deeply. Although this prince was a bit of a philanderer, his abilities were truly beyond. He had accomplished such impressive feats. Quelling rebellions, suppressing conspiracies, repelling foreign invaders. From any perspective, he could be considered a truly outstanding individual. After all, everyone has their minor flaws. And this emperor's biggest flaw was simply that his mind was filled with thoughts of women. The ministers, despite their helplessness, could only accept it. Furthermore, with the emperor gone, they felt even more at ease. Without the sovereign presiding over the feast, everyone could drink, eat, chat, and have fun more freely. They no longer felt as constrained as before. As for what Ing Zhao was actually doing in the harem, they simply couldn't be bothered to. With that, Ing Zhao left the banquet directly. However, Lu and Feng Jie still felt an inexplicable sense of unease in their hearts. The two men sensed that something must have transpired, yet it seemed to have been deliberately suppressed. And they were kept entirely. Just then, several ministers approached, goblets in hand, smiling broadly. "Congratulations, Lord Lu. Congratulations, Lord Feng Jie. From this day forth, you two shall be the emperor's fathers-in-law. With such a connection, won't you be able to stride with impunity through the court of our Great Qin? There have always been rumors about our emperor that he is a son-in-law who deeply respects his wife's parents. He was exactly that when he was in the northern deserts. Now that he has ascended the throne, it's unlikely he will change. Rest assured, my lords, your daughters will surely enjoy boundless luxury and honor within the palace. They will absolutely not suffer the slightest grievance. And you two lords will also rise in status directly. Indeed, you two have worked diligently these past days. Camping outside the city for disaster relief, aiding the afflicted populace, your deeds are truly meritorious. We are all deeply filled with admiration. Come, my lords, allow us to toast to you first." The ministers swarmed around them, one after another, raising their cups to offer a toast to Lu and Feng Jie. This scene instantly left the two men utterly bewildered. They couldn't fathom how they had been so inexplicably elevated to the status of father-in-law. For Lu, it was somewhat understandable, as his eldest daughter Yun had indeed married this ninth prince. But Feng Jie felt his head spinning the more he listened. His daughter was clearly still unmarried and living at home. How could these people speak so brazenly in his presence? Weren't they ashamed? Left with no choice, Lu awkwardly raised his cup and accepted the toasts. But Feng Jie was seething with indignation. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Could it be that a major incident had occurred at his residence during his absence? The moment this thought surfaced, his heart leapt and he felt utterly unsettled. His immediate reaction was to wonder if his daughter Feng Yuding had truly been deceived by that. Moreover, before he left, he had repeatedly instructed his wife countless times to keep a close watch on Feng Yuding and absolutely prevent her. Moreover, before he left, he had repeatedly instructed his wife countless times to keep a close watch on Feng Yuding and absolutely prevent her from having too much contact with the Ninth Prince. Nor should she create any opportunities for them to meet. His wife should have understood all this clearly. His daughter should still. But if that were the case, what was happening now? The more Feng Jie thought about it, the more peculiar it felt. He couldn't bear to stay at this banquet a moment longer. So Feng Jie hastily took his leave from the assembled ministers. He then hurriedly exited the banquet and rushed back to his residence. Along the way, his heart pounded with anxiety. His heart thumped erratically, unable to find peace. It had been nearly half a month since he left for the disaster relief efforts outside the city. His daughter Feng Yuding had just come of age at the beginning of this month. During this period, he had maintained correspondence with his house. In his wife's letters, she had mentioned that Feng Yuding remained safely at home without any incidents. Because of this, he had been somewhat reassured. He was thus able to stay stationed outside the city, focusing on rescuing the disaster-stricken people. The calamity in the Hunan region had finally been completely quelled. But why upon his return did everything seem so bizarre? It was as if some things were silently slipping out of his control. It even surpassed his understanding. Feng Jie only wanted to rush home and personally verify the situation. At the very least, he had to see his daughter Feng Yuding. Only by seeing her safe and sound with his own eyes could the stone weighing on his heart be finally lifted. If he couldn't see her, his mind would remain in turmoil, unable to find any peace. After about half a quarter of an hour, Feng Jie stumbled back to his residence, his steps frantic and unsteady. The household servants had already knelt in greeting. The head steward quickly directed the staff to haul the items he had brought back inside. In particular, several large chests filled with jewels and treasures had the servants struggling under their weight. One chest after another was carried into the rooms. Hearing the commotion, Feng Jie's wife rushed over to investigate. When she opened a chest lid and saw it packed with gold, silver, and precious gems, she was instantly beaming with joy. After all, most women adore jewelry and finery. Having so many wonderful things delivered at once was clearly a grand gesture from the emperor. Feng Jie's wife was all smiles, showering the emperor with praises, almost elevating him to the heavens. My good, but you have indeed worked hard during this period. Starting tomorrow, you can rest easy at home. You needn't worry about any household matters, big or small. Majesty. But you have indeed worked hard during this period. Starting tomorrow, you can rest easy at home. You needn't worry about any household matters, big or small. We'll take care of everything. Right this way, my lord. Watching his wife behave so giddily over the wealth, Feng Jie felt a tightness in his chest from sheer exasperation. The way that woman looked at the jewel stars practically shimmering in her eyes, she was clearly consumed by greed, utterly lost in it. Infuriating, Feng Jie said with annoyance, can't you show a bit of restraint? What difference does it make no matter how much the emperor bestows, eh? In the end, they're just ordinary gold, silver, and jewels. Don't place so much importance on wealth. We serve in the court, one day we stand high and the next we could be trampled into the mud. Even if we hold mountains of gold and silver, when that time comes we can't take it with us. Look at the state you're in. It's utterly disgraceful. Unexpectedly, his wife shot him a fierce glare and retorted, husband, what nonsense are you? Today is a day of great joy, and with all these treasures arriving, it's a double blessing. And what did you just say? Uncertainty in office. That's terribly inauspicious. In the past, perhaps one could enjoy glory today and be toppled tomorrow. But from now on, things are different. Our Feng family is destined for immense wealth and prosperity. Our standing will be elevated, and we will never be looked down upon again. The Feng family status is now firmly secured. Husband, you certainly played a part in this. Of course, there's also another contribution. In short, our Feng estate will only grow stronger, wealthier, and more remarkable. Ha ha ha. Feng Jie's heart skipped a beat at her words. He sensed a hidden meaning lurking beneath her speech, and shot his wife a glare of pure exasperation. He grabbed her arm, dragging her into the bedchamber, and demanded in a low voice, what exactly did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean double joy? Isn't the emperor's reward the only joyous occasion at hand? Where is this second piece of good news coming from? And how can you be so certain that our Feng family will enjoy smooth sailing from here on out? Even I, Feng Jie, wouldn't dare. How dare you, a mere woman, spout such nonsense? Speak. What has happened in this household? And where is our daughter? Why haven't I seen her since I returned? You claimed in your letters she was visiting her maternal grandparents. Is that the truth? Have you been deceiving me all along? Faced with this barrage of accusations, his wife's face turned pale, and she appeared utterly flustered and lost. Seeing her reaction, the ominous premonition in Feng Jie's heart intensified. He grabbed the whip hanging nearby. His face darkened as he snarled, you foolish woman. Have you been doing something disgraceful behind my back? Speak. What is going on? Where is our daughter now? What has happened while I've been away? Were all those letters you sent me nothing but lies, eh? You wretched hag. If you don't confess this instant, I swear I'll beat you to death today. You worthless creature. Seeing his menacing stance, Feng Jie's wife felt a chill run down her spine. It was over. There was no way she could hide the truth any longer. She fell to her knees with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably, and pleaded, my lord, you can't blame me entirely for this. I was left with no choice. Think about it, you weren't at the residence then. The ninth prince himself came to propose a marriage. What could a woman like me do? I had to agree. Besides, the betrothal gifts he sent were incredibly lavish. They arrived cart after cart, an endless stream into the residence. Even if you served as an official for a lifetime, or even 10 lifetimes, you could never earn that much wealth. With such a fortune laid before me, I was blinded by greed at that moment. But the most crucial thing is our daughter herself was smitten with the emperor. She is absolutely infatuated with his majesty. Once at a palace banquet, she merely caught a distant glimpse of the emperor, and her entire heart was lost. From that day on, she returned home and shut herself in her room, pining for him day and night. Sometimes overwhelmed by longing, she would even refuse to eat. Her mind was filled with nothing but his majesty. So I thought, since our daughter is so devoted to the emperor, and the emperor with such discernment personally came to propose and sent such generous gifts, why shouldn't we accept this marriage? Of course, I knew you might not agree, and I feared that once you returned you would make a huge scene, if that were to anger the emperor and push our Feng family to ruin. That's why I made the decision on my own. And on that very day the emperor's men took our daughter into the palace. But rest assured, my lord, the emperor has treated her with the utmost respect. He even chose the finest quarters for our daughter to reside in. The attendants serving her are the best the palace has to offer. She has not suffered the slightest mistreatment in the palace. Feng Jia was absolutely livid. His wife swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she stammered, "My lord, didn't our Yuding just come of age at the beginning of this? The emperor even held a comingafage ceremony for her. He said it was to celebrate our daughter growing up. And today is actually the day the emperor marries our Yuding. Tonight the emperor is taking a new consort into the harem. That person is our daughter Feng Yuding." The moment these words were spoken, Feng Jia felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body swaying unsteadily. His mind was buzzing. He involuntarily stepped back. Only now did he finally piece everything together. He finally understood the meaning behind the emperor's enigmatic smile during the banquet. The man intended to consummate the marriage with his daughter tonight. Damn it. Absolutely damn it. The brat had been calling him father-in-law all along, claiming they were to be one family. Good grief. After all this time, the real fool kept in the dark was none other than Feng Jia himself. He was completely— What infuriated him even more was that all of this was orchestrated by his own wife behind his back, and his daughter seemingly had actually agreed to marry such a promiscuous emperor. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Feng Jia let out a furious roar and slammed his palm hard on the table. Although the slap left his palm burning with pain and his fingers numb, the rage in his heart did not subside in the slightest. In the next moment, he drew the cleaver at his side, looking as if he were about to start hacking away. Terrified out of her wits at the sight, Feng Jia's wife scrambled to her feet and fled, bolting straight out of the mansion. She shouted frantically at the servants, "Quick, prepare the carriage. Take me to the palace immediately. I can't stay in this house any longer. I must go seek refuge with my daughter and son-in-law. My son-in-law said before that if my husband flew into a rage upon his return, I should go to the palace to find him. This is a matter of life and death. If I stay, I might not survive. Hurry, whip the horses and get me to the palace." Snapping back to his senses, Feng Jia chased after her with the cleaver in hand. But to his surprise, his wife had already boarded the carriage and was fleeing towards the palace. Seething with rage, he grabbed the head steward by the collar and demanded, "What is the meaning of this? Why would my wife dare to run straight to the palace?" The head steward, with a mournful face, quickly replied, "My lord, the emperor did visit the mansion once before. At that time the emperor said that if you were to return and fly into a great rage, threatening the mistress' safety, then the mistress should go to the palace to take refuge for a while. When the emperor left, he specifically left behind a token. With that token, one can enter the harem at any time." What bullshit this is! Feng Jia was so enraged that his vision went dark and he nearly fainted. He never imagined that wretched woman had done so much behind his back. Even more absurdly, she had actually listened to the ninth prince's nonsense and sent their daughter straight into the palace. And now, at a time like this, she had the audacity to flee to the palace for refuge. Were the women of this household truly about to turn the world upside down? At this moment, Feng Jia replayed every single event in his mind from beginning to end. Only then did he suddenly realize that he had been ensnared in a scheme from the very start. No wonder he had found it strange earlier. Why would the task of disaster relief specifically single out both him and Shirlu to be dispatched for encampment outside the city? So this ninth prince had been plotting all along. He had deliberately sent the two of them the fathers-in-law away, just so he could seize the opportunity to charm their daughters. The more Feng Jia thought about it, the more he felt he was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he had been meticulously outmaneuvered. His mood instantly sank to the deepest depths. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "What about Lord Shirlu's situation? Did something similar happen at his residence too? Did that prodigal wife of his also pull such a foolish stunt with you all?" The chief steward nodded hurriedly. "Exactly. It's just as you say. Lord Shirlu's youngest daughter was also lured into the palace by His Majesty. I must say His Majesty truly possesses remarkable skill. He arrived with an extremely generous betrothal gift and immediately met with the young ladies. But strangely enough, every one of those young ladies falls head over heels for His Majesty the moment they see him. They beg and plead, insisting they must marry him. More importantly, both of the ladies' mothers seem utterly delighted with this son-in-law. They agreed on the spot and sealed. After all, the ninth prince is now the emperor of Great Qin. His power and tactics, as you have witnessed today, are far beyond that of ordinary men. with just one word from him to seal the information. Who would dare leak a whisper of this to you or Lord Shirlu? So our young lady along with Lord Shirlu's second daughter, Shirshanglan, were taken into the imperial palace together. They were even sent in on the very same day. Lady Shirshanglan has now become a bona fide imperial consort. It's a done deal with no turning back. As for our young lady, after tonight, she will likely soon become a true imperial. Upon hearing this, Feng Jie was utterly stunned on the spot. His heart sank straight to the bottom. He never imagined he could be schemed against so cruelly. Here he was diligently managing the disaster relief outside the city, thinking only of sharing the empire's burdens and serving the people. And what was the result? He never expected this emperor of Great Qin to be so unscrupulous. Infuriating. It was an absolute betrayal. He had no desire whatsoever to become his father-in-law. Feng Jie was livid. However, after pulling himself together, he immediately mounted a swift horse preparing to head straight. He had to rush over personally and put a stop to this marriage. No matter what, he refused to let his daughter marry such a philandering, frivolous emperor. More critically, the man had far too many women around him. At this rate, there would be at least 8 or 9,000 in the future. How could this be tolerated? His daughter would inevitably suffer. So Feng Jie rode his tall horse, charging furiously towards the imperial palace. But just as he galloped to the palace gates, the guards stationed there immediately blocked his path. Their attitude was extremely rigid, utterly refusing him entry. Even the palace entry token that usually granted him access was now completely useless. Clearly His Majesty had already anticipated this. Feng Jie, enraged, collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. At that very moment, Shirlu emerged dejectedly from within the palace. He also approached the palace gates. The moment he saw Feng Jie, he immediately understood what had transpired. Shirlu walked over with a grim expression. Then with a thud, he knelt directly to the ground. He looked utterly miserable. His face was haggard, his expression pained, as if he had just suffered a catastrophic blow. Shirlu looked at Feng Jie, tears almost welling up in his eyes, and said with grief and indignation, "Lord Feng, it seems the two of us have clearly been set up together. Your daughter was lured into the palace as well, wasn't she? My daughter is in the same boat. You should consider yourself lucky at least only one of your daughters was taken. But me? I've lost 2. Back in Mabe, my eldest daughter was bewitched, desperately insisting on marrying His Majesty. And now even my second daughter has fallen victim, taken into the palace just the same. My title as father-in-law is now, even if I'm unwilling, I have no choice but to accept it." Feng Jie, equally helpless, gritted his teeth and said, "What, haven't I been utterly duped as well? Who would have thought that while we were toiling away at disaster relief, our daughters would be stolen right from under our noses? Isn't that infuriating? How about we just barge in, confront that 9th prince directly, and settle this with force? I refuse to believe that a frivolous prince like him can truly have absolute power now. I must go in and take my daughter back. Maybe they haven't even entered the bridal chamber yet." Shirlu, upon hearing this, quickly reached out and grabbed him, speaking bitterly, "Lord Feng Jie, I understand exactly how you feel right now. Honestly, when I rushed here earlier, I had the exact same thought. I also wanted to charge in and take my daughter back home. But the problem is His Majesty is quite swift when it comes to the bridal chamber. If you barge in now, you'll likely be greeted by an extremely awkward scene. So let's stop all this fuss and just accept our fate. Besides, what good will it do to be hopping mad right now? Your wife and your daughter are already overjoyed with the 9th prince, aren't they? I can guarantee that your daughter is utterly infatuated with him right now. Just like my 2 girls, probably no different at all. As for your wife, she'll likely be so enchanted in the palace soon that she won't even want to come home. In the end, we've been schemed against and utterly ruined by these women. Wouldn't you say they've been blinded? Why on earth do they fancy someone just for his looks? Why do they fall for such an unserious character?" Upon hearing Shirlu's words, Feng Jie let out a heavy sigh. How could he not understand? Even if he did storm the palace now, it would likely be pointless. After all, the night was already deep. The young couple had probably already retired for the night. His wretched daughter had most likely already become a true imperial consort of the Great Qin Emperor. No matter how much he kicked up a fuss, what use would it be? What would change if he took her home? That girl's heart was probably already completely devoted to Exiled. There was no pulling it back now. Damn it. This was truly infuriating beyond measure. Shirlu and Feng Jie felt as though a heavy hammer had struck their hearts. They were utterly deflated, their spirits completely crushed. They knelt outside the palace gates for nearly 15 minutes before finally, rising with helpless resignation, trudging slowly back the way they came. Throughout the journey, both were consumed by anguish. A blaze of fury burned in their chests, yet they had no one to vent it upon. Halfway back, they decided to stop at a small tavern. They sat down, drinking wine and lamenting their bitter fate with heavy hearts. After all, this was not the first time Shirlu had endured such an ordeal. Compared to Feng Jie, he was somewhat more resigned to it. He raised his wine bowl and said with self-deprecating humor, "Goodness, this must be fate. It was all predetermined by the heavens. Such is the time, such is destiny, such is fortune. What can we do when our own daughters have been ensnared by the 9th prince? You and I should stop worrying about it. Come what may, what's done is done, and we can only accept it." In fact, upon reflection, the 9th prince doesn't seem as useless as he once appeared. At the very least, he is steadily pulling himself together. Perhaps one day, he might truly become a remarkable emperor of Great Qin. So there's no need for us to demand too much of him. We can't expect him to be like a typical wise ruler, devoting his every waking moment to state affairs. He will likely always be that prince who delights in revelry amidst a bevy of beauties. That nature of his is probably beyond change. Still, it's fortunate that he possesses the acumen and strength to intimidate his enemies and protect Great Qin. When we consider that we can find some small measure of comfort, I only pray that this prince will grow ever stronger and truly become a pillar of Great Qin. That way my daughter's entry into the palace wouldn't have been in vain. I only pray that this prince will grow ever stronger and truly become a pillar of Great Qin. That way my daughter's entry into the palace wouldn't have been in vain. It wouldn't have been in vain for him to have deceived her away. Alas, who would have thought that I'd inadvertently become the emperor's father-in-law? This feeling is beyond words, truly disheartening. What's even more infuriating is that my own wife conspired to deceive me as well. She kept me utterly in the dark for all this time. Tell me what is wrong with these mothers-in-law. How did that young rascal manage to brainwash them? Why are they all so fond of this dissolute son-in-law? And why have they— Isn't this a slap in the face to us fathers? And so Lord Shirlu and Lord Fengjie spent a sleepless night. They sat in the tavern drowning their sorrows in wine, lamenting the vicissitudes of life, their hearts filled with indescribable bitterness. Their chests burned with suppressed rage, yet they had no outlet for it. Given their standing, they could hardly dare to challenge the current emperor directly. In the end, they could only swallow their grievance in silence. Fortunately, Ying Zhao's recent conduct had gradually begun to change their perception of him. The two fathers-in-law decided for the time being to hold their peace. Should the ninth prince Ying Zhao continue his dissipated ways and neglect his duties in the future, then they could always confront him then. Time slipped by quietly, and soon morning arrived. Ying Zhao slowly woke from— He turned his head, and seeing Feng Yuding still fast asleep, a smile involuntarily curled at the corner of his lips. Although Feng Yuding had only recently come of age, and a mere 10 odd days had passed since her comingafage ceremony, Ying Zhao had grown impatient. Thus the wedding was hastily arranged. She was smoothly brought into his harem and led straight to the bridal chamber. This filled Ying Zhao with elation and immense— Now his harem boasted another beauty. And whenever he pictured the ashen-faced expressions of Shirlu and Fengjie, Ying Zhao couldn't help but find it amusing. These two fathers-in-law had in the end suffered a bitter loss in silence. Still, this was hardly a major concern. He could simply make it up to them from now on. Sending plenty of gold, silver, treasures, and antiques to their residences ought to suffice. After all, he was renowned as a paragon of husbands for a millennium. Across all of Great Qin and the entire 9 provinces, Ying Zhao was widely hailed as an exemplary spouse. Any family with a daughter fortunate enough to marry into the palace and become his woman would consider it a blessing cultivated over several lifetimes. Ying Zhao had always held his own charm and abilities in high regard. One might even say he was brimming with confidence. At that moment, a system notification chimed deep within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have received the Chu Yuan plow. The Chu Yuan plow. This reward piqued Ying Zhao's interest. It was certainly a novel prize for taking a concubine. He had actually been gifted a Chu Yuan plow. Ying Zhao didn't linger in the bedchamber. He quickly rose, washed and dressed. After bathing and changing, he headed straight to his study. From selecting the raw materials to designing the entire manufacturing process, and even the plow's physical structure, Ying Zhao deliberated over every detail meticulously. After all, with the system backing him, he could enjoy the shade of a great tree. He systematically organized all the advantages and disadvantages of the Chu Yuan plow from the system's data. He even reviewed potential pitfalls and past failures. In short, Ying Zhao was now confident he had a solid grasp of— By following this plan, he could absolutely forge a brand new Chu Yuan plow. He immediately picked up his brush and began. Before long, he had completed the entire flowchart. He even annotated several critical points with his own hand. He also wrote a separate manual detailing the proper usage of the plow. In Ying Zhao's view, if these Chu Yuan plows could be mastered and distributed to the common folk for tilling the fields and growing grain, then Great Qin would not only suffer no loss, but would instead reap ever-increasing harvests, further enriching the national treasury. Why wouldn't he seize such a favorable opportunity? The only remaining issue was finding a truly reliable person to carry out this task. Yet Ying Zhao racked his brains, but couldn't immediately think of a perfectly suitable candidate. Just as he was feeling somewhat stumped, a name that seemed dependable enough finally surfaced in his mind. Zhang Han. With that, Ying Zhao immediately ordered his attendants to summon Zhang Han. When Zhang Han arrived at the hall, he was rather puzzled. He had no idea why the emperor had summoned him so urgently. He even suspected some new trouble had arisen with the remnants of the 6 kingdoms. Upon meeting, Zhang Han immediately cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms have yet to be completely eradicated. We cannot afford to rashly attempt to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Perhaps we should wait a while longer." He had no idea why the emperor had summoned him so urgently. He even suspected some new trouble had arisen with the remnants of the 6 kingdoms. Upon meeting Zhang Han immediately, "I have my own plans for that matter. What I am about to entrust you with now is something far more important." As he spoke, Ying Zhao handed over the blueprint. 3 large characters were written on it: Chu Yuan plow. Zhang Han took the strange blueprint, examined the drawing, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen such paper before, nor such a bizarre-looking device. Could this thing really be used for plowing fields? Ying Zhao then explained this device is called the Yuan plow. Once it is put to use in the fields, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance farming efficiency. From this day forward, the common folk will find it far easier to lead a life of plenty. No matter what crop is sown, the first task is always to turn and till the soil. And the Tsun plow is the most practical of all farming implements. Once the people grow accustomed to it, we can truly promote it in full-scale production. Grain output might very well increase tenfold. The moment these words were spoken, Zhang Han's eyes flew wide open. Could it truly be tenfold? That was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Zhang Han swallowed hard and asked hesitantly, "Your Majesty, are these words true? Does this thing really possess such great use? Throughout history, I have never heard of such a farming tool, nor have I ever heard of grain yields rising to such a degree." Ing Zhao merely smiled calmly and said, "My minister, whether it is true or false, why not go and try it yourself? Have your men forge 3 of them right away according to these blueprints. Once I have personally inspected them and confirmed there are no issues, we will proceed with large-scale manufacturing. By then we will first select a few experimental fields. Plant some crops that grow quickly and show results easily, such as potatoes, corn, and the like. When plowing the fields, use this Tsun plow. Then pair it with sowing, and you are bound to reap unexpected rewards. Here is what you shall do. Go and see Lord Shirlu and Lord Fengjia. Those 2 will surely lend you their aid. Have them allocate a suitable batch of crops from the granaries. Then sow them all as seeds. Before long the results will naturally become apparent." Zhang Han nodded, still half doubtful in his heart, yet he carefully tucked the blueprints into his robes. Even at this moment a shred of skepticism lingered within him. He could not help but feel that His Majesty's words were somewhat exaggerated. How could a mere farming tool possibly double grain output tenfold? Such a thing had never even been heard of in the past. A full tenfold. If it could truly be achieved, would not Great Qin become the most prosperous nation in all the 9 provinces? By then other nations would surely be green with envy. If it truly succeeded, this would be a monumental achievement of him. But the question remained, could it actually work? Torn between anxiety and anticipation, Zhang Han quickly ordered his men to make preparations. Following the designs on the blueprints, they forged the so-called Tsun plow. Meanwhile, Ing Zhao had already turned his thoughts to another matter. The remnants of the 6 states would never truly give up. Sooner or later they would stage a comeback and continue to pose a threat to Great Qin. Thus Ing Zhao intended to lay his plans in advance and strike first. He looked at the 4 shadow guards beside him and commanded in a low voice, "Issue the order, have our intelligence network operate at full capacity immediately. From this moment on, keep a close watch on every move of the 6 states' remnants. Do everything in your power to plant our people within their ranks. Quietly sow discord and make them tear themselves apart from within. Once they begin to fracture and crumble from the inside, controlling them afterward will be far easier. And pay special attention to Xiang Liang's activities." The 4 shadow guards were somewhat puzzled by these orders, but Ing Zhao knew all too well how terrifying that faction could become once it truly grew in strength. After all, if Xiang Yu were to rise to power in the future, he would pose an undeniable and enormous threat to Great Qin. Of course, there was another person who must also be watched closely. That was Liu Bang. However, the time was not yet ripe. Ing Zhao had no intention of acting rashly for now. It was enough to secretly monitor all developments and stay informed of their every move. As long as the intelligence held true, there would be no major problems down the road. One had to admit Ing Zhao was almost he had already arranged many things well in advance. But one matter currently troubled his mind the most. Given that things had already progressed this far, why had General Meng Tian and General Wang Jin still not escorted the late emperor's remains back to the capital? If there was no problem behind this, Ing Zhao himself would not believe it. In fact, an even more terrifying suspicion had crept. Could it be that the 2 great generals had secretly joined forces to orchestrate something monumental? Or perhaps the first emperor had left behind other arrangements before his death? Or could it be that the first emperor had never truly died at all? That everything happening now was nothing but a colossal lie from start to finish? The moment this thought surfaced, a chill ran down Ing Zhao's spine. He forcefully suppressed his unease, doing his best not to dwell further in that direction. He also strove to steady his emotions. Yet even so, he dispatched even more men to monitor the situation on them. Regardless of whether Qin Shi Huang was alive or dead, Ing Zhao had to confirm it with his own eyes. If alive, he must see him in person. If dead, he must see the corpse. Otherwise, he could never truly rest easy. Ing Zhao knew full well that the greatest obstacle to his seat on the throne was none other than his own father, Qin Shi Huang. Otherwise, he could never truly rest easy. Ing Zhao knew full well that the greatest obstacle to his seat on the throne was none other than his own father. At that very moment, Qin Shi Huang and his entourage were also rushing along the road in great haste. Ever since he had realized that his son was far from the simple figure he appeared to be, and might very well commit some earth-shattering deed, a foreboding sense of dread had lingered in his heart. So he had delayed no further, setting out immediately to return to the capital. Of course, during this time, Qin Shi Huang had also accumulated enough points. Now he could once again simulate the script of Ing Zhao's life. He wanted to see exactly where this son's life path would lead next. But at this very step, hesitation crept into Qin Shi Huang's heart. He even felt a faint sense of fear. He dreaded that the outcome he witnessed might be something he could not bear. And so he had put the matter off for a day or 2. It was not until this moment that a secret message finally arrived from ahead. Qin Shi Huang ordered his men to set up camp at a certain spot for a brief rest. While he was at it, he would hear the latest news from the capital. But Wang Jian and Meng Tian entered the tent with grim expressions leading the messenger soldier. When they looked at Qin Shi Huang, neither of them spoke right away. For a time the atmosphere inside the tent was oppressively heavy. After a long silence, Qin Shi Huang drew a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Speak. Has some great event occurred in the capital? Has that son of mine stirred up some astonishing commotion again?" The young soldier delivering the message turned pale and stammered, "Your Majesty, matters have indeed taken a most unfavorable turn. And step by step the situation has grown increasingly difficult to control." Hearing these words, Qin Shi Huang's heart, just as he had suspected. He had known all along that trouble would eventually erupt in the capital. He simply had not expected it to come so swiftly. The first emperor's voice turned icy cold as he demanded, "What exactly happened? Could it be that my own son truly intends to defy heaven itself? Has he already prepared to proclaim to the world that I have perished? And from this day forth he shall be the true sovereign of..." Has he even begun implementing a series of measures seeking to reform the court, consolidate the ministers, and solidify his own prestige? Facing the emperor's barrage of questions, the young soldier hastily shook his head. Then with a hint of helplessness he said, "Your Majesty, in this regard he has not yet acted. As of now the 9th Prince has not formally begun his reforms of the court. Nor has he deliberately courted the people's favor or bribed the court ministers. His primary focus at the moment has been to completely topple Zhao Gao and Li Si. And he acted with extreme severity, directly casting them into the heavenly prison to await their fate. As things stand now, it's likely that within a few more days Zhao Gao and Li Si will be broken beyond recognition. Perhaps one day they will simply die within those prison walls." At these words the first emperor was stunned on the spot. He truly had not anticipated that Zhao Gao and Li Si would be captured by the 9th Prince so swiftly. In his expectations the two sides should have remained locked in a stalemate for some time longer. Yet it was over this quickly. Even the first emperor found it hard to believe for a moment. The two great generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian, upon hearing this news, also found it difficult to maintain their composure. The reason they had not actively inquired about Zhao Gao and Li Si's fate earlier was precisely because they never imagined the duo would fall so quickly. In fact, they believed the capital city was likely still in a state of standoff. They thought Zhao Gao and Li Si were probably still consolidating their forces, seeking an opportunity to launch a true assault on the imperial city. Who could have guessed that the 9th Prince had already succeeded? They were already thrown into the heavenly prison. When exactly did this happen? The gazes of the group immediately fell upon. The young soldier dared not be negligent and quickly began to recount the events vividly. "Your Majesty, you wouldn't believe it. At that time Zhao Gao and Li Si led their troops charging towards the imperial city with immense fanfare. They immediately assumed a siege formation, clearly intending to take the imperial city by force. But the 9th Prince acted contrary to expectations, directly ordering the city gates to be thrown wide open in welcome. He even brought the entire court of ministers to stand atop the city walls and watch the spectacle. From beginning to end the 9th Prince remained perfectly composed, showing not a hint of panic. Just as the enemy forces were about to rush into the city, nearing the gates, from within the imperial city a terrifying device known as a cannon was brought forth. That thing immediately fired several shells, blasting the enemy ranks into utter chaos and carnage. The troops under Zhao Gao and Li Si scattered in all directions, completely routed, and thus the 9th Prince thoroughly secured his victory in this confrontation. Now he sits firmly upon the throne of Great Qin and can be considered the de facto emperor of the realm. And thus the 9th Prince thoroughly secured his victory in this confrontation. Now he sits firmly upon the throne of Great Qin and can be considered the de facto emperor of the realm. None of the ministers in the court dare raise any objections any longer. In fact, many of them are utterly awestruck by the 9th Prince. Even those who previously harbored resentment towards him have begun to change their stance. They now all believe that the 9th Prince's capabilities are simply monstrously powerful. Upon hearing this, the first emperor was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he asked, slightly stammering, "This. Is this actually true? Zhao Gao and Li Si were captured this quickly. Hadn't they already contacted the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, preparing to gamble all their forces in one final desperate struggle? With the current troops in the imperial city, if they were to confront Zhao Gao and Li Si, it should have taken at least a month. How could they have lost so quickly? And to be directly captured as well. Also, that cannon you mentioned, what exactly is it? How could it possess such terrifying power?" Facing the first emperor's rapid-fire questions, the young soldier quickly reached into his bosom. After a moment, he retrieved a blueprint and respectfully presented it with both hands before the emperor. The soldier, looking somewhat flustered, hastily said, "Your Majesty, this is the thing. It is called a cannon, and its power is terrifyingly immense. From that iron barrel-like opening it fires a few shells, and when they hit the ground they instantly blast out a massive crater. Those soldiers had never seen such a thing. They were instantly dazed by the explosions. Then they scattered in every direction, the entire formation falling into complete disarray. And a great many were killed on the spot by the blasts. At that time the 4 great generals that Zhao Gao and Li Si had cultivated were all slain by this cannon in a single volley. With those leaders dead, the entire army lost its head and immediately descended into chaos. The ninth prince only needed to fire a few shots, and they retreated in defeat. Since then they haven't dared to attempt another. Wang Jin and Meng Tian stared at the cannon depicted on the blueprint, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. To be honest, despite their many years on the battlefield, they had never seen such a supreme weapon of destruction. Could its power truly be as terrifying as the rumors claimed? It was simply too incredible. Hard to even imagine. But merely looking at the outline of the cannon on this blueprint sent an involuntary chill down their spines. When they imagined the scene of artillery fire raining down on a battlefield, they even felt that Zhao Gao and Li Si's defeat was not unjust at all. At this moment Meng Tian could no longer hold back and urgently pressed, what about the remnants of the Six Kingdoms? Hadn't they also marched with great fanfare to besiege the imperial city? Weren't they planning to support Zhao Gao and Li Si joining forces to deal with the ninth prince? What method did the ninth prince use to counter them? The soldier shook his head, looking somewhat troubled. Great General, I'm not entirely clear on the details of that matter. We've sent people to investigate, but we haven't been able to uncover the most detailed information. We've only heard that the ninth prince dispatched a contingent of troops in advance, intercepting those remnants of the Six Kingdoms en route. It seems the battle was exceptionally brutal, a fight to the death, and the forces of the Six Kingdoms were utterly shattered, completely demoralized. We've sent people to investigate, but we haven't been able to uncover the most detailed information. We've only heard that the ninth prince dispatched a contingent of troops in advance, intercepting those remnants of the Six Kingdoms en route. As for what exactly happened, we truly have no way of knowing, because the force that intercepted them was not part of the regular. It was a power that the ninth prince had secretly cultivated back when he was in the northern desert. It said they were originally just shadow guards of his household, but their lethality is astonishingly high. They directly shattered the morale of the assembled army of the Six Kingdoms. Those people simply had no ability to contend with the ninth prince. So in the end they could only retreat with their tails between their legs. As a result, Zhao Gao and Li Si could no longer wait for any subsequent reinforcements. With their army's morale broken, they were immediately and completely subdued by the ninth prince. After listening to this entire account, the first Emperor Meng Tian and Wang Jin were all shaken, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. They had never expected that the prince who had once seemed so dissolute and unreliable had been hiding his depths so far. Had his true strength really reached such an overwhelming level? Not only was he able to rout the forces brought by Zhao Gao and Li Si, but he could even make the remnants of the Six Kingdoms tremble in fear and flee in defeat. What kind of methods were these? Even Qin Shi Huang himself might not have been able to achieve such a feat. For a moment the first emperor was utterly astounded. He wanted to press for more answers, but the words stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. For the sheer impact of these revelations was simply too overwhelming. The young soldier hurriedly added, Your Majesty, this is a secret letter sent by our agent stationed near the imperial city. It roughly records the full course of the battle that day. It also mentions how the ninth prince forced back the remnants of the Six Kingdoms. Your Majesty may review it at your leisure. However, our people couldn't grasp every detail. After all, the ninth prince has clamped down on information extremely tightly. But the general situation is essentially as described. Qin Shi Huang nodded slightly, then waved his hand. Seeing this, the soldier immediately withdrew respectfully. Soon only Qin Shi Huang, Meng Tian, and Wang Jin remained within the tent. The three stood in place, none speaking immediately. Each wore an expression tinged with shock and disbelief. They simply couldn't believe it, that the ninth prince, Ying Zhao, possessed such terrifyingly formidable tactics. Zhao Gao and Li Si had commanded a considerable force, their ambitions having swelled to an extreme. They had even allied with remnants of the Six Kingdoms, planning to seize the opportunity to attack Great Qin. But what was the result? They were utterly suppressed by the ninth prince in such a short time. Not only were they captured, but they were already thrown into the dungeons, facing execution at any moment. This style of conduct could only be described as true thunderbolt tactics. In a mere blink of an eye, he had crushed his opponents, showing no hesitation or dawdling. He relied purely on overwhelming force to flatten all dissent. Across the entire 9 provinces, how many emperors could achieve such a feat? Even Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but feel a flicker of complex emotions. To be honest, even at his age, he wasn't sure he would have the audacity to be so forceful and domineering, to directly seize the enemy with such overwhelming force in that kind of situation. If he had been in such a predicament, his first instinct would likely have been to stall for time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Only then would he engage the enemy head-on. Without absolute certainty, he would never rashly start a war. But Ying Zhao was different. This son of his seemed to have orchestrated everything well in advance. He had even dug the pit beforehand, just waiting for Zhao Gao and Li Si to walk right into it. Such thinking was simply beyond the scope of ordinary perception. Could it be that this son of his truly possessed such formidable strategic brilliance and such unfathomable depth of scheming, and he himself had failed to see it all this time? How terrifying was that? At that moment, Meng Tian suddenly stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said solemnly, Your Majesty, the current situation has become quite unique, and the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Previously, we intended to wait and see, to gauge the true capabilities of this newly ascended emperor. At the same time, we planned to use this upheaval to purge the internal troublemakers and reckless rebels within Great Qin. But no one anticipated this unexpected obstacle. The ninth prince's strength far exceeds our estimates. If we drag this out any longer, the question won't be whether we should return to the palace. It will be whether we can return at all. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but twitch violently. Hadn't he already considered this possibility? If he had known, he shouldn't have delayed. He should have set out for the palace earlier, using forceful measures to regain control of the imperial city and firmly grasp the throne. But previously he had been keen on watching a good show. He also wanted to assess which of his sons was truly more capable. Only now did he finally realize that he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the ninth prince. If things continued this way, he might genuinely never be able to reclaim his position as emperor. What was this if not a trap? It was utterly infuriating. Qin Shi Huang immediately said sternly, "Quickly, set out at once. Also keep monitoring the imperial city, and do your best to suppress the news that I am still alive. That rebellious son must not learn of it prematurely. If he discovers I am still living, he will surely make a move in advance. At that point we would truly be caught off guard." With the emperor's orders given, Meng Tian and Wang Jian could only proceed with heavy hearts to make the arrangements. With matters having escalated to this point, they could no longer act as casually as before. They had to think carefully and tread. Moreover, the return to the palace could not be undertaken rashly. Before actually entering the imperial city, all deployments and strategies had to be meticulously planned. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. It might even spark a father-son struggle for that kind of scenario would be truly hair-raising. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Great Qin imperial palace, the situation for Ing Zhao had essentially stabilized completely. Zhao Gao and Li Si had also been thrown into the imperial prison. Although his father's body had yet to be returned to the capital, judging by the timeline, it should be arriving soon. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, everything could be concluded smoothly. Thus Ing Zhao decided to relax and momentarily set aside those troubling thoughts. Today he had specially arranged a banquet in the harem, gathering all his wives and concubines. He then enjoyed their company, laughing and chatting with a bevy of beauties utterly carefree. Unbeknownst to him, the bellies of several consorts were gradually beginning to show. In a few more months, he would likely be blessed with more sons and daughters. This life was simply a step-by-step ascent to the pinnacle of success. Ever since he had been transported to this era, he had been developing steadily. Now he could be considered a man with a multitude of wives and a house full of children. This blissful existence naturally filled Ing Zhao with immense satisfaction. It was precisely for this reason that he doted on his wives even more. Who else could claim to be the ultimate good husband like Ing Zhao? When it came to cherishing his women, he could undoubtedly rank first. Within the harem at this moment, songs and dances flourished, and the sound of instruments never ceased. Everywhere was a scene of harmony and festivity. All of Ing Zhao's wives were exceptionally well maintained. Their features were delicate, their skin fair and smooth, seemingly able to yield water at the slightest touch. Nourished by Ing Zhao's affection, their days were especially delightful. More remarkably, they never engaged in petty jealousies or rivalries. There was none of that envious, spiteful scheme. Instead, all the wives were united, living together in remarkable harmony. In their view, their duty was to attend to help him step by step secure the throne of Great Qin more firmly, to win over the hearts of the people and curry favor with the ministers, ultimately to gain the support of all and become a truly outstanding and remarkable emperor. And these wives genuinely and sincerely supported their husband. After all, across the entire realm, an excellent man like Ing Zhao was a rare find. More crucially, over this period, they had become increasingly infatuated with their husband. They simply couldn't resist the domineering yet unique charm he exuded. It was for this very reason that they were utterly overwhelmed. Even at this very moment, they were earnestly urging him, hoping that their husband would take more consorts into the palace in the future. Far from objecting, they wholeheartedly endorsed. After all, they truly couldn't handle it anymore. Upon hearing these words, Ing Zhao naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. Not only did his wives and concubines not discourage him from taking more consorts, they even proactively scoured the realm for beautiful women to present to him. How could he possibly be displeased with such a fortunate arrangement? It filled him with an unbridled sense of elation from the very depths of his heart. The mere thought that his harem would continue to expand to ever greater proportions, that the women around him would grow more numerous and his children would multiply as well. A smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Ing Zhao's lips. This was the life he had always dreamed of, a household brimming with wives and concubines surrounded by a throng of children, while the Great Qin Empire flourished ever more powerfully under his rule. Of course, even greater ambitions and aspirations burned within Ing Zhao's heart. One day he would seize the entirety of the 9 provinces and bring it all under his complete control. He was determined to become the truly paramount sovereign above all the lands of the 9 provinces. As for the other nations, he held them in utter contempt. This land of the 9 provinces was a comprehensive martial world with numerous states standing side by side, teeming with formidable experts and boasting many exceptionally brilliant emperors. Ing Zhao was eager to truly test his mettle against them to see who would ultimately prove superior. He had already made up his sooner or later he would unify the 9 provinces and become the most unshakable emperor above them all. He would make every other emperor understand that Ing Zhao was the most extraordinary monarch across the entire realm. At this moment, the entire imperial palace was enveloped in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, the ministers who had come for the morning court session were unsurprisingly once again barred from entering. The eunuch A Chong stepped forward with a beaming smile and announced to the assembled ministers, "Honored lords, His Majesty has decreed that court is suspended for the day." Return to your residences, spend time with your wives and concubines, and enjoy yourselves to the fullest. His Majesty has important matters to attend to today and requests that you do not disturb him." At these words, all the ministers instantly understood the situation. In times past, they would have slammed their fists on the table in outrage, perhaps even raising their voices in earnest remonstration. How could the emperor of the Great Qin Empire behave in such an absurd manner? How could he be so utterly indulgent in sensual pleasures, lingering amidst the flowers without ever returning to his duties? His mind consumed entirely by thoughts of women. But today they would do no such thing. Many ministers even wore knowing smiles, nodding slightly, as if they had long grown accustomed to this behavior. After all, they all knew this was simply His Majesty's style of conduct. He may be a philanderer, but he undeniably possessed true capability. Such formidable tactics and awe-inspiring skills would surely elicit even the first emperor's silent admiration were he to witness them. It was precisely because of Ing Zhao's recent series of actions that everyone had been utterly astounded, compelling even the ministers to silently raise their thumbs in acknowledgement. Thus, when faced with such matters now, they found themselves with far fewer complaints. Their reproach had diminished considerably, replaced largely by a sense of having seen it all before. The ministers exchanged knowing glances, smiles of mutual understanding playing on their faces before turning and taking their leave. Along the way back to their residences, groups of ministers gathered together. They couldn't help but lower their voices and chatter amongst themselves, barely able to conceal the grins spreading across their faces. Some even laughed lewdly, clicking their tongues and exclaiming, "Good heavens, my oh my! Our emperor is truly a dragon among men, full of vim and vigor. With so many beauties already by his side, I hear he's still planning to take more consorts. Did you know? His Majesty's vision is truly far-reaching. His ambitions are vast indeed. It seems the women within our own borders are no longer enough to catch his eye. I hear his gaze has even turned toward beauties from across the seas. And those delicate, fragile little maidens no longer seem to pique his interest either. What he set his sights on now are those martial arts beauties. They say His Majesty has already dispatched numerous scouts specifically to track down the whereabouts of these formidable women. The martial world is now teeming with His Majesty's agents. They're secretly gathering intelligence, hoping to bring all those stunningly beautiful women into the harem." Another minister chimed in with a low chuckle. "Gentlemen, just imagine what the harem will look like in a few years. If all the women beside His Majesty are from the martial world, wouldn't each and every one of them be skilled in martial arts and formidable in combat? My heavens, just picturing that scene is enough to send a thrill down one's spine. But somehow I can't help wondering if His Majesty might be overwhelmed. Can his constitution truly withstand it all? After all, he already has so many women. At the rate things are going, he must have at least a few thousand by now. If he keeps taking consorts at this pace, reaching 10,000 isn't out of the question. This is no ordinary man. He's a fighter jet among fighters. Compared to the first emperor, he's immeasurably more. I wonder what the first emperor would think if his spirit could see how impressive his son has become. Perhaps he'd be moved to give this remarkable son a thumbs up himself. Huh. I genuinely believe that's possible. Huh. The group of ministers grew more and more amused, laughing until they were doubled over. Many of them even quietly raised their thumbs in tribute to the current emperor behind his back. After all, the speed at which His Majesty took consorts was simply absurdly fast. Across the entire 9 provinces, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone who could match him. He was utterly without parallel. Back at the imperial palace, the atmosphere remained lively and peaceful. The harem echoed with ceaseless laughter and joy, filled with a warm and harmonious ambience. Yet in stark contrast, Zhao Gao and Li Si languished in the imperial prison. Hu Hai was so startled that he collapsed onto the ground on his backside. Then, his voice trembling with tears, he cried out in terror, "Don't come any closer." Hu Hai was already locked inside, waiting. However, Hu Hai initially failed to recognize him. Seeing a person with a face swollen like a pig's head being shoved into the cell, Hu Hai was so startled that he collapsed onto the ground on his backside. Then, his voice trembling with tears, he cried out in terror, "Don't come any closer. Who are you? What are you? Why have you been locked in this prince's cell?" At this moment, Hu Hai was scared out of his wits. He stared at this person with a swollen, puffy face, bloated like a steamed bun, being pushed into the prison, and felt utterly horrified. The guy looked so terrifying that he might well be a violent maniac. What if the man suddenly flew into a rage and attacked him? Hu Hai had endured no small amount of torture during these past days. Zhao Gao's sudden arrival naturally gave Hu Hai a tremendous fright. But Zhao Gao at this moment could barely utter a single word. He lay sprawled on the ground, struggling merely to breathe. Zhao Gao's sudden arrival naturally gave Hu Hai a tremendous fright. But Zhao Gao at this moment could barely utter a single word. He lay sprawled on the ground, struggling merely to breathe. His face was swollen like a pig's head, throbbing with a burning, searing pain. It wasn't just his face. There wasn't a single spot on his body that didn't ache. After being stung so many times by wasps, Zhao Gao felt his mind growing increasingly muddled. Now even thinking about anything was a tremendous struggle. He squinted painfully, staring blankly at the ceiling of the cell. For a moment, he couldn't even tell where he was. Hu Hai cautiously shuffled forward a couple of steps. Then tentatively he lifted his foot and gave Zhao Gao a kick. He said in a trembling voice, "You wretched dog, who on earth are you? Answer this prince at once." Zhao Gao still remained silent. Seeing this, Hu Hai's courage grew slightly, and he slowly approached once more. He bent down to get a closer look at the man's face. And what he saw nearly stopped his heart. The very next instant Hu Hai was frozen in utter shock. He collapsed onto the ground, once more his voice trembling with tears. Zhao Gao? Are you Lord Zhao Gao? Zhao Gao? Master. At this moment, Hu Hai could no longer hold himself together. Tears streamed down his face instantly. He scrambled to his feet and rushed over, carefully examining the figure before him. His attire revealed nothing, for Zhao Gao was now clad only in a prison uniform. His face too offered little clue. After all, that face was swollen beyond recognition. Yet the effeminate, sinister air that defined Zhao Gao's very being still faintly lingered. One glance sufficed to know he was the grand eunuch of the palace. Moreover, Hu Hai had once called Zhao Gao his master. He was quite familiar with his mentor's habits and mannerisms. Observing a few subtle gestures, Hu Hai confirmed that the pitiful wreck lying on the ground was none other than the grand eunuch Zhao. Hu Hai immediately asked through his tears, "Master, how did you end up like this? How did you fall to such a state? Were you stung by bees into this disfigurement? Or have you been all this time? I kept hoping you'd bring troops to rescue me. How is it that I've heard nothing from you? And now you suddenly appear in such a condition. What on earth has happened? Zhao Gao, speak up. Say something. Why have you become like this? Who has reduced you to such a state? Do we still have any troops outside? Are there any men left under your command? You need to think of a way to act quickly. Tell your people to make a move and get us all out of here. I don't want to die in this godforsaken place." Hu Hai spoke a torrent of words in one breath. At this moment his heart and mind were consumed by sheer terror. Seeing even Zhao Gao in such a wretched state, the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. He had a nagging feeling that things were truly, utterly hopeless now. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao's muddled mind finally regained a semblance of clarity. Looking at Hu Hai before him, he found his own tears flowing uncontrollably as well. In his prime, he had been the most powerful eunuch in the entire palace, the most favored figure before the emperor. One could say that within the harem he wielded immense power. Which eunuch or maid didn't step aside when they saw him coming? Who didn't respectfully address him as Eunuch Zhao or Lord Zhao? The position of chief of the imperial carriage house was personally bestowed upon him by his majesty. In those days, how formidable he was, how lofty and exalted. It was precisely because of his standing in the harem that Hu Hai's mother consort Hu had deliberately set her sights on him. And Zhao Gao in turn allied himself with consort Hu. Together they secretly plotted to gradually elevate Hu Hai to the throne. Under his masterful orchestration back then, consort Hu smoothly became the emperor's most beloved concubine. Hu Hai likewise became the emperor's most favored child. Zhao Gao had originally planned to continue scheming by every possible means to secure even more favor for Hu Hai. Then he would find a way to eliminate Fu Su, the biggest thorn in their side. Ultimately, he would support Hu Hai in ascending the throne. At that point, he could join forces with consort Hu both inside and outside the court to control the affairs of the Qin dynasty. And he, Zhao Gao, would naturally rise to prominence along with them. But then consort Hu died. That most crucial ally was gone completely and utterly. Yet Zhao Gao did not sink into utter despair. He still schemed internally, determined to push Hu Hai onto that throne. This way he could seize control of the court and truly wield power over the entire realm. Later, Li Si caught his attention. And then during this journey to Shakyu, the first emperor unexpectedly passed away. This sudden turn of events presented Zhao Gao with a perfect opportunity to manipulate everything from the shadows. He had initially believed that all matters were within his calculations, but he never imagined that things would twist and turn, ultimately leading to this very moment. Now seeing Hu Hai again in this cold, dark prison, he felt as if a lifetime had passed and everything had changed. In the end, all his schemes had come to naught. Zhao Gao could no longer hold back, and two murky tears trickled from the corners of his eyes. But at this moment his face was a mess of tears and snot. Combined with that swollen pig-like visage, it was truly a sight too pitiful to behold. Hu Hai, looking at him with a mix of shock and disgust, couldn't help but say, "Eunuch Zhao, how did you end up in this ghastly? What kind of ordeal have you suffered? Who did this to you? Tell me your prince at once. Do we still have any chance to turn things around? Didn't you say before that the remnants of the Six Kingdoms would side with you, eh? And weren't you secretly plotting with Li Si, cultivating many skilled warriors? Now get those people to act. No matter what, get us out of this accursed place first. Even if we can't accomplish our grand plan in the end or control the court, it doesn't matter. At least save our lives. As long as we live, there's still hope. With our lives, we might still have the chance to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Eunuch Zhao, please say something." Hu Hai continued to chatter incessantly, desperately hoping Zhao Gao would give him a definitive. He wished for nothing more than to hear that there were still people outside, troops, and a final escape route. But at this moment, how could Zhao Gao possibly have the mind to respond to Hu Hai? He knew better than anyone. They had truly reached a dead end. Ahead lay an abyss with no room left for a comeback. Saying anything more would be a futile waste of breath. Hoping to survive, that was now nearly an impossibility. The mere thought that his entire life was now truly over, that none of his past ambitions and dreams had been realized. From beginning to end, he was nothing but a lackey trampled underfoot at the mercy of others. The mere thought that his entire life was now truly over, that none of his past ambitions and dreams had been realized. From beginning to end, he was nothing but a lackey trampled underfoot at the mercy of others. Zhao Gao felt a piercing pain in his chest. It was as if his whole life had been lived in utter vain. He was in so much agony that he even wished he could just end it all. But at that moment the prison door was suddenly pushed open. Two imperial physicians hurried in, carrying medicine chests. The warden looked at them and said politely, "Gentlemen, I apologize for the trouble. His Majesty has decreed that Zhao Gao must not be allowed to die so easily. His injuries must be properly treated. After all, he still has to experience every single torture this imperial prison has to offer. At these words, the last shred of hope in Zhao Gao's heart turned utterly cold. He felt a tightness in his chest, as if he could barely catch his breath. Hu Hai was also stunned, his eyes wide with shock. So ruthless. This was truly terrifying. Saving a person's life not to let them live, but to make them suffer more, to endure even more torment. At this rate, Zhao Gao's days ahead would be unimaginably miserable. To subject him to every torture imaginable. How utterly cruel was that? It was beyond what any normal human could endure. Both Zhao Gao and Hu Hai were stunned into silence, each sinking into an abyss of endless suffering, almost unable to extricate themselves. At the thought that from now on they might have to live in such torment, Hu Hai couldn't help but break down in tears. And if truth be told, Hu Hai's situation was even worse than Zhao Gao's. Zhao Gao at least could linger on in prison enduring torture. But Hu Hai was faced with the prospect of execution. Ying Zhao had already ordered that Hu Hai be taken to the execution ground at Kaishiku and beheaded publicly. When this news reached the prison, Hu Hai completely fell apart. He had even fainted dead away in his cell. Though he later regained consciousness, his mind had been racing frantically, searching for a way to escape, hoping against hope that someone might still come to save him from this imperial prison. But no matter how he racked his brains, he could find, for there was no one left who would side with him now. Zhao Gao had fallen. All others in the court also kept far away. No one dared to have any connection with them. Everyone was scared to death. They did not want to be dragged into the abyss along with Hu Hai and Zhao Gao. Under Ying Zhao's oppressive force, they could only choose to play safe and remain completely silent. No one cared about the fate of Hu Hai and Zhao Gao anymore. Hu Hai, locked in prison, was going mad. He had finally waited for Zhao Gao to be thrown in, but Zhao Gao had turned into such a ghostly state. This nearly drove Hu Hai to collapse with fury. He recalled his days of being exalted and doted upon, and his heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. He longed to return to the past. Back to the days when he was cherished by Qin Shi Huang and roamed the palace with impunity. He also thought of his mother. If his mother were still alive, if she could still shield him, perhaps things would not have come to this. Unfortunately, there is no if in this, nor any chance to start over. Hu Hai was in utter agony. As for Zhao Gao, he did not last long, and soon fainted. The imperial physicians immediately stepped forward to treat Zhao Gao. They were extremely cautious, not daring to slack off. They used all the best medicines lavishly on him. No one dared to be negligent in this matter, nor to be perfunctory. After all, this was a task personally ordered by his master. Whoever provoked him would surely meet a dreadful end. Perhaps they would die soon. And so Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, whoever provoked him would surely meet a dreadful end. Perhaps they would die soon. And so Hu Hai and Zhao Gao officially began their miserable lives. In this cold and gloomy prison, they could only endure their suffering while waiting for death. As for their followers, they had long been rounded up. Those ministers who had betrayed Ying Zhao had no way out either. They were all thrown into the imperial prison, awaiting their day and night. They endured various tortures. No one knew when it would end. Oh, all they saw ahead was despair. Everything was bleak. But Ying Zhao could not be bothered with their fates. He continued his carefree life. Daily he indulged in pleasure, music, and dance, living in bliss. Beyond the borders of the Qin Empire, in the Xiongnu camp, for days the Xiongnu king Modi Chanyu had been eyeing the vast territory of Qin with a predatory gaze. In his eyes, Qin's lands were vast, fertile, and boundless. If the Xiongnu could seize a piece of this colossal entity, the future of the entire Xiongnu would be completely rewritten. Then the Xiongnu would no longer be what they were. They would only grow stronger step by step. The pastures of the Xiongnu would also become even more expansive. Even their descendants would enjoy a more prosperous and secure life. For the sake of the Xiongnu's grand future, Modi Chanyu always harbored one thought. That was to attack Qin. He had never truly let go of this idea. His ambition grew with time, never waning. In the past, his father Tuman Chanyu had also led the army south to attack Qin. There had been many opportunities. Unfortunately, his father was too cowardly and incompetent. Worse, he was led by the nose by women. He indulged in sensual pleasures, neglecting the true matters of war. As a result, various problems arose, and suffering defeat was only natural. But Modi Chanyu was unwilling to see the Xiongnu's future wasted. In his view, Qin's lands were magnificent, rich in resources, and full of incredible potential. No matter the cost, he had to secure enough benefits for the Xiongnu. However, recently he heard that a change had occurred within Qin. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng had actually passed away, and the one who succeeded him was one of his sons. So Modi Chanyu did not immediately send troops. He planned to wait and see to observe the internal situation in Qin. During this time, he had also received many pieces of court conflicts had begun to surface. Zhao Gao and Li Si had even allied with remnants of the six states, plotting. They wanted to seize the entire imperial city in one go. What a spectacle! Throughout, Modi Chanyu had not been, and he merely watched coldly as Zhao Gao and Li Si made their moves. He was no fool. On the contrary, he knew exactly what to wait for. He hoped Zhao Gao and Li Si would stir the waters in Qin as much as possible, ideally making the ninth prince, Ying Zhao, feel unprecedented panic and pressure. Once the Qin imperial city was truly in chaos, that would be the perfect time for him to lead the Xiongnu army south and launch a massive raid. Unfortunately, Modu Chanyu miscalculated. He had placed too many bets on Zhao Gao and Li Si, expecting them to throw Qin into chaos. He had intended to use them as pawns. But to his astonishment, the ninth prince Ying Zhao was terrifyingly formidable. In just a short time, Zhao Gao and Li Si were completely subdued by Ying Zhao and thrown into prison. This outcome was beyond his expectations. At this moment, his spies sent to Qin were kneeling in his tent reporting the latest intelligence. After hearing it, Mo Chanya's face turned grim. His expression darkened completely, and he involuntarily gasped, stepping back. His voice trembled as he asked, "Is everything you said true? Is that ninth prince Ying Zhao truly that terrifying?" Zhao Gao and Li Si had tens of thousands of troops, and he suppressed them in such a short time, and without losing a single soldier. How is that possible? How did he do it? I have led armies in many campaigns over the years. I refuse to believe there is someone so formidable in this land. How could he win with fewer troops, and win without any losses? What kind of terrifying being is he? I dare not imagine. At this moment, Mo Chanyu was beginning to panic. He had planned to attack Qin, but who would have thought this ninth prince was so capable? It caught him completely off guard. So what should he do next? Should he abandon the campaign against Qin altogether, or grit his teeth and risk it all? Mo Chanya's face darkened as he sank into deep contemplation. The Xiongnu generals standing beside him were equally unsettled. One of them stepped forward and said in a low voice, "My king, perhaps we should temporarily give up on attacking Great Qin. The internal situation in Great Qin is not yet fully clear. Moreover, this ninth prince Ying Zhao does not seem to be the useless fool we previously imagined. He might very well be a hidden piece that Qin Shi Huang placed in advance. Perhaps this is the final contingency Qin Shi Huang left for his empire. His true strength could far exceed our expectations. If he has some terrifying trump card hidden away and truly drives us into a corner, we might not be able to withstand it then." In the end, Qin Shi Huang was just too formidable. He managed to secretly cultivate such an extraordinary successor. This ninth prince Ying Zhao must be his ultimate ace in the hole. He is not someone we can afford to provoke. However, another general immediately stepped forward, his face full of defiance as he bellowed, "Nonsense. Why can't we provoke him? That ninth prince Ying Zhao is all bark and no bite. His supposed formidable strength is probably just a superficial display to scare people. I've heard that he's nothing but a useless prince obsessed with women and pleasure. His mind holds nothing but thoughts of beauties. His greatest weakness lies in women. We can attack him from this angle and break him down bit by bit. Besides, we've already come this far. The campaign against Qin is not something we can simply call off. Can we just abandon this golden opportunity when it's right before our eyes?" The generals bickered back and forth until they eventually broke into a heated argument. For a moment, neither side was willing to yield an inch. Some advocated for an immediate retreat, avoiding a reckless war with Great Qin. Others insisted on pressing forward to the bitter end, fighting to the death. After all, the Xiongnu had suffered much oppression at the hands of Great Qin over the years. They were unwilling to endure it any longer. Mo Chanyu sat upon his throne, his expression shifting unpredictably. Though he was the king of the Xiongnu who had led countless campaigns against Great Qin, his battlefield experience was undoubted. He had rarely tasted defeat in those past battles. Yet even so, he couldn't guarantee that he could surely overcome the ninth. Because he felt it with increasing clarity, this ninth prince Ying Zhao was definitely not someone to be underestimated. The strength and tactics he had displayed were enough to make anyone wary, even fearful, just by looking at him. Such an existence was truly terrifying. Mo Chanyu found himself caught in a dilemma, utterly unable to make a decision. He had no clear idea of how to proceed from here. After a long silence, he finally frowned and spoke with a hint of worry. "Send someone. Continue the reconnaissance. We must uncover the true background of that ninth prince. Also find out what is happening within the Qin capital as soon as possible. Once that ninth prince sets his sights on them, the consequences would be more than anyone could bear." As he spoke these words, Mo Chanya's face was exceedingly grim. He was now acting with extra caution, because he was genuinely afraid. He feared that the depths of Great Qin were far more unfathomable than he had imagined. He also dreaded that a single wrong decision now could plunge the entire Xiongnu into an abyss of irreversible ruin. Therefore, Mo Chanyu dared not rashly dispatch troops against Great Qin. All he could do for now was to keep a close watch on every move Great Qin made. In his view, the Qin dynasty, though calm on the surface, was becoming increasingly treacherous and unpredictable. Only after thoroughly understanding the situation within could he decide on the next move. Otherwise, a single misstep could spell disaster for the Xiongnu. Since he made no move, Ying Zhao was in no hurry to strike against the Xiongnu either. After all, every campaign requires attacking the Xiongnu without proper justification would inevitably draw criticism from across the realm. Ying Zhao was not that foolish. He didn't want to squander the public support he had just gathered due to a moment of impulse. Since ancient times, he who wins the people's hearts wins the world. Ying Zhao understood this principle better than anyone. As a prince of Great Qin, his succession to the throne was legitimate as it was passed down from his father. But in truth, he had yet to accomplish many achievements that would shake the world. He lacked the awe-inspiring presence that his father Emperor Zheng possessed, which could subdue the entire realm upon his mere appearance. To truly secure this empire and firmly sit upon the dragon throne, he had to tread with utmost caution at every step. Therefore Ing Zhao always adhered to one principle: I will not offend unless I am offended. But if anyone dares to cross him, he will strike back with 100-fold, 1,000-fold force. His ambition had always been to conquer the entire 9 provinces. Yet even so, he couldn't ignite the flames of war. If doing so caused public unrest and resentment among the people, it would only lead to bigger problems. Problems that shouldn't exist would likely surface one after another. After all, reclaiming the 9 provinces wasn't a task that could be completed overnight. It was better to let those hiding in the shadows reveal their weaknesses one by one. Once they show themselves, he could sweep them all up in one fell swoop. From start to finishing, Zhao had his own plans in mind. He had nothing to fear. After all, as a transmigrator with a system by his side, what was there to be afraid of? The most important matter before him now was to continuously take wives and concubines, expanding his lineage. Then by leveraging the system's rewards, he could grow stronger and stronger step by step. As long as his physique was powerful enough. As long as his lifespan was long enough. As long as the power he wielded was terrifying enough. Why worry about not having the day he conquers the 9 provinces? Of course, to achieve this goal of continuous growth, marrying wives, taking concubines, and having children was an unavoidable path. Only by doing so could he obtain more rewards from the system and gradually bide his time to become the strongest. To complete the tasks and to live a life of comfort and ease, Ing Zhao had no choice but to walk further and further down this path of wives, concubines, and a house full of children, never looking back. During this period, he had dispatched several groups of people overseas to gather intelligence. Their goal was to scout for beauties from across the seas. As for the martial beauties within the Jianghu, he had already set his sights on them. However, the opportunity to meet those women personally had not yet presented itself. But Ing Zhao was quite confident. As long as he could meet those martial beauties in person, those women would inevitably fall for him one by one. After all, Ing Zhao had always been extremely confident in his own charm. In his eyes, every woman under the heavens would eventually kneel at his feet. The beauties of the world were merely his to choose from. At Ing Zhao's command, his subordinates swiftly swung into action. In about a month, reports began to trickle back to the palace. Portraits of the beauties were also presented to him. They awaited Ing Zhao's personal review so he could select his targets. But in reality, those subordinates had no idea that their sovereign's desire was never just a few selected targets. He intended to bring every single martial beauty from the Jianghu into his harem, not missing a single one. As for the overseas beauties, they were naturally no exception. At this moment within the harem, Ing Zhao was leisurely reclining on a soft couch, enjoying the song and dance performance before him. He was surrounded by his wives, both senior and junior. Their faces were all bright with smiles, and their laughter and chatter seemed endless. Ing Zhao would occasionally pull one close on each side, then take a sip of fine wine. He felt utterly refreshed and at ease, experiencing the pinnacle of contentment. Just then a palace maid hurried in and reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, Eunuch Ah Chong sent me to inform you that our scouts have begun sending back their reports. They have gained a general understanding of the many beauties across the 9 provinces. Moreover, they have painted portraits of some of the women of the martial world and sent them all to the palace. Eunuch Ah Chong hopes that your Majesty will personally review them and select a few suitable targets." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhao's interest was immediately piqued. He sat up straight at once and urged, "Quick! Why are you still standing there? Bring those portraits to me at once. I wish to see exactly which beauties they have chosen for me this time." Ing Zhao was already growing impatient. In his mind, images of the stunning women of the Great Qin world had already begun. Names like Xinu Nong Yu Yan Lingji Duan Mu Rong Xuan Nu and Yin Fei came to mind. In this era, those beauties from the animated series should surely exist in reality as well, shouldn't they? Even if the course of history had deviated slightly, and the timeline might not be exactly the same, these beauties most likely still existed within this world. And what Ing Zhao desired most now was to bring every one of these beauties into his harem. Before long, Eunuch Ah Chong arrived with a group of young eunuchs, presenting all the portraits. One after another, sheets of fine paper were unrolled, each bearing the painted image of a different beauty. In truth, paper like this should not have existed in this era at all. However, Ing Zhao had long since unlocked the art of papermaking through the system. He subsequently ordered the establishment of workshops dedicated to large-scale paper production. It was precisely for this reason that this lightweight practical paper gradually spread throughout Great Qin. Now even the imperial examinations used this type of paper for their test booklets. This also brought unprecedented hope to countless scholars. After all, they no longer had to spend their days with those heavy, cumbersome bamboo slips. Now a single scroll of paper could hold a vast amount of content. More importantly, writing on paper was far easier than on bamboo. Because of this, the paper quickly spread among the nobility and aristocracy. As the workshop's production speed continued to increase, more and more paper was produced. Eventually, even ordinary citizens gradually came to afford it. Yet despite this, Ing Zhao still felt it was far from enough. He quickly issued another order for the workshops to expand production further and increase output even more. No matter what, enough paper had to be produced so that everyone in the realm could use it. Once paper reserves were sufficient, it could also be sold to the other states. Let those nations witness firsthand just how powerful Great Qin had become. At that point, the other states would have no choice but to open trade routes with Great Qin. They would engage in mutual exchange, shared profit, and each taking what they needed. Ing Zhao had of course already calculated his own schemes. It had to be said this paper was truly excellent. Painting on it did not easily smudge the ink. Ying Zhao immediately instructed those around him to unroll the portraits one by one. Soon portrait after portrait of beautiful women lay spread before him. But after looking through over a dozen of them, Ying Zhao still couldn't find a single one that satisfied him. It wasn't that the women in the portraits weren't beautiful. The main problem was that the painter's skills were severely lacking. He simply couldn't make out what exactly was depicted on these pieces. He suppressed his anger and reluctantly flipped through a few more. In the end, he simply couldn't hold it in any longer. Ying Zhao tore several portraits to shreds and roared in fury, "What the hell is this garbage?" He suppressed his anger and reluctantly flipped through a few more. In the end, he simply couldn't hold it in any longer. Ying Zhao tore several portraits to shreds and roared in fury, "What the hell is this garbage? What in the world is this supposed to be? Can't you draw the facial lines more clearly and distinctly? At first glance, doesn't every single beauty look the same? Am I supposed to rely on my imagination to figure out what they look like? These painters are utterly incompetent, aren't they? Guards, summon them all to the hall at once. I want to ask them personally what in the world they've painted. Have they all been kicked in the head by a donkey? How exactly are they judging that the women in these portraits are beauties? Isn't this pure nonsense?" The more Ying Zhao looked, the angrier he became, because what those painters had produced was indeed far too abstract. Although each woman wore different garments and had distinct hair ornaments, at first glance they did appear colorful and elegant. But the most crucial part, the facial features, was simply indistinguishable. It was impossible to tell what they truly looked like. At best one could barely discern that one had a square face, another a round face, and yet another something resembling an oval face. As for the eyes, noses, and mouths, they were all drawn nearly identically. This was utterly infuriating. It was enough to make one's blood boil. Eunuch Ah Chong hastily knelt on the ground and said cautiously, "Your Majesty, these are the finest portraits the palace painters could produce." In truth, this servant previously dispatched several painters to accompany the scouts. They were tasked with observing the beauties of various regions and sketching them from a distance. After the sketches were sent back to the palace, the court painters would refine and polish them. Only then did they dare present them before. So what your Majesty sees now is already the most beautiful version after processing. Moreover, your Majesty, do you truly find the beauties in these portraits unattractive? Or is it that you can't see them clearly? This servant and the others find these women quite beautiful. The facial lines are clear enough. They all look like lovely ladies to us. Ying Zhao stared at Ah Chong kneeling on the ground, and the anger in his chest surged even more. How the hell was this clear? The mindset of these ancients was truly baffling. He wondered if they had some fundamental misunderstanding of the word beauty. In Ying Zhao's view, for a portrait to be meaningful, one should at least be able to discern the appearance of the person depicted. What was the point of producing this pile of abstract art? What Ying Zhao truly wanted were portraits akin to detailed character. At the very least, the facial features had to be clear and the distinctive traits obvious. Moreover, he had specifically instructed before that when gathering information, they should not only inquire about appearance, but also ascertain the woman's height, build, and figure, not just focus on the face. At minimum, basic information like height and physique should also be noted. But what was the result? The portraits sent back contained no specific figures whatsoever. Terms like slightly short, slightly tall, a bit plump, a bit slim, average, medium. What was the difference between writing these and not writing anything at all? Utterly useless. With this kind of information, how could one possibly judge a bowtie's figure? How could one analyze her true facial features? This was pure nonsense. Eunuch Ah Chong opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to explain further. But Ying Zhao directly kicked him and cursed, "You worthless dog, get out of my sight. Go and summon all those painters to me at once. I have matters to ask them directly. Stop dawdling here." Hearing this, Eunuch Ah Chong was scared out of his wits. He scrambled and crawled out of the hall, rushing to find those painters. At that moment, Ying Zhao's beloved consorts gathered around him. They each picked up the portraits and examined them carefully. After looking for a while, they all softly spoke up. "Your Majesty, this consort finds these portraits rather nice. Aren't the women depicted in them all beauties? This consort thinks this one is quite good. Small cherry-like lips, big eyes, and a lovely figure." Another one chimed in, "This consort prefers this one. She has an elegant demeanor and looks like a refined lady from a noble family." Yet another consort held up a portrait and said softly, "This one looks nice too, like a gentle and charming beauty." Ying Zhao nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. Good heavens! How exactly are you all seeing all that? With just a few strokes you can discern all those details. Isn't that a bit too absurd, eh? Ying Zhao was utterly speechless. After a moment, Eunuch Ah Chong finally led over a dozen painters into the palace. Soon, they were brought before Ying Zhao. On the way, Ah Chong had already given them a rough idea of the situation. The emperor's temper was simmering with fury. Moreover, he was thoroughly displeased with the paintings they had presented. This sent a wave of terror through the assembled artists who, upon entering the hall, dropped to their knees in a cascade of thuds. None dared to breathe, all bowing their heads and prostrating themselves, awaiting Ying Zhao's judgment. He cast a disdainful glance over them. Drawing a deep breath to suppress his anger, he spoke, "Esteemed painters, are these the fruits of your labor? Come, take a look yourselves. What in the world is this rubbish you've painted? These so-called beauties are utterly indistinct. Their faces are nearly identical, and the lines are so blurred they're a disgrace. Who could possibly discern a person's true appearance from such portraits? One must rely entirely on imagination. The attire varies, but this is far too abstract. Are you truly the imperial painters? Is this the extent of your skill? Can you not show me your genuine talent? The painters exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. They had put their hearts into these works, believing them to be masterpieces. By any measure, these should have been portraits of beauties. Was the emperor's taste so exacting? What could he possibly find? And these beauties were each distinct. The curve of their lips, the shape of their eyes differed. Even their gazes, figures, and attire were all unique. So why did the emperor claim they all looked alike? The more they pondered, the more baffled they became. And what did he mean by blurred lines? They were perfectly smooth. The artists inwardly grumbled. Some even suspected the emperor was deliberately finding fault. His demand for true skill was absurd. This was already their finest work. They had no more advanced techniques to offer. Their spirits sank to the depths. Embarrassment mingled with fear. Exiled snapped. Come step forward and paint one for me right now. I want to see how you work. Can you paint with clarity? Do you know sketching? Paint one for me now. Exiled gestured, and two eunuchs brought forth brushes, ink, and paper. Alongside the usual brushes and pigments lay watercolor pens, crayons, pencils, ballpoint pens, and sketching pencils, a bewildering array. The painters were dumbfounded at the sight. What were these things? Could these be used for painting? They had never seen such peculiar brushes and pigments. They stood frozen, unsure where to begin. And what was this sketching the emperor mentioned? They had never heard of it, let alone knew how to do it. Exiled pointed at the tools. All of you come up and paint anew on this paper. This time I want to see clear facial contours. I must be able to tell at a glance what the woman looks like. If you can't, then copy from my consorts. In short, show me your true skill. I want to see whether you're unwilling to paint well for me, or simply lack the talent. At this the painters were stunned. They exchanged helpless looks at a loss. Use these strange tools to paint portraits. How could that be done? Eventually a few painters reluctantly stepped forward. They carefully picked up pencils, charcoal sticks, colored pens, and pastels, examining them from every angle. But after all that scrutiny, they still didn't know how to proceed. A few bolder ones decided to try the new pens, making tentative. In their minds, a painter should be able to use any tool at hand. These pens were odd. Yet when applied to paper, they weren't entirely unusable. After all, it was still about painting beauties. There were only so many. What was there to fear? So a few painters began sketching away. Their methods, however, remained largely the same. They relied mostly on their familiar brushes and ink. The new pens weren't entirely ignored, though. Due to unfamiliarity, their use was somewhat careless, often just for minor embellishments. Exiled, seated above, watched them paint with serious faces and nearly laughed. What on earth were these pathetic painters producing? Yet they were so earnest about it. The contrast was too absurd. Exiled grew tired of watching them. He lounged back on the couch to enjoy the dancing. His beautiful consorts occasionally performed. The painters in this setting racked their brains to paint. Some relied purely on imagination, striving for a stunning image. Others stared intently at Exiled's consorts, trying to capture their essence and features. Then they worked to render a perfect beauty. In short, everyone put in tremendous effort, employing their best techniques. They also tried to make use of the unfamiliar tools and pigments as much as possible. Each hoped to create a work that would please. If the emperor took a liking to their work, they might rise to prominence. Perhaps even gain titles and ranks. After all, people naturally gravitate toward the powerful. Now they were eager to follow in the footsteps of the ninth prince. They would do whatever the emperor commanded without complaint. Everyone knew that to survive in the palace, one must not anger this sovereign. After about another quarter of an hour, almost every painter had completed a work they deemed quite good. They even felt their skill had reached new heights. Compared to painters of any era, they had surpassed them. Filled with expectation, they respectfully handed their works to the eunuch Ah Chong. Ah Chong collected the paintings and brought them to Exiled. He ordered two young eunuchs to unroll them one by one. As the paintings were presented, Exiled's mood soured instantly. A wave of helplessness washed over him. What the hell? What rubbish was this? It's estimated they should arrive at the shore by this afternoon. At this, Exiled broke into a smile. He had been pondering. One would expect clearer contours and smoother expressions. But what was the result? Nothing of the sort. To make matters worse, their unfamiliarity with the new tools had made the paintings even more lackluster. They were a mess of mismatched features. This was utterly atrocious. Exiled slammed the table, unable to hold back a stern rebuke. Enough. What in the world is this nonsense you've painted? I commanded you to make the facial contours of the portraits clearer. It's for my benefit so I can see them clearly. But you've made them so blurry. What exactly is your intention? Painted like this, who could possibly see them clearly? At that moment, the painters all fell to their knees in unison. They had indeed been overly confident earlier, but they had truly exerted every ounce of their effort in painting. Even so, could it still fail to satisfy His Majesty? What exactly was on His Majesty's mind? What kind of painting did he? The painters knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly. Exiled looked at them, feeling utterly speechless, and could only wave his hand in exasperation. Enough. There's no need to fuss over these beauty portraits any longer. Issue the decree, bring all the famed beauties of the 9 provinces before me. I wish to see their true appearances with my own eyes. These damned paintings you've produced, who can decipher what they... Exiled was genuinely irked. He had grown weary of these so-called abstract paintings. Just at that moment, another eunuch hurried in to report. The eunuch practically sprinted into the great hall. Upon entering, he immediately knelt and cried out urgently, "Your Majesty, a grave matter has occurred. The scouts stationed on the coast have just sent their latest report. They say the Great British Empire overseas has dispatched a trade delegation to Great Qin. They claim they wish to open trade routes to exchange goods for mutual benefit with our Great Qin. Several of their ships have already begun to dock, while others remain out at sea. It's estimated they should arrive at the shore by this afternoon. At this, Exiled broke into a smile. He had been pondering how to bring overseas beauties to Great Qin, but now here they were. It truly was a case of fancy finding you after searching high and low. Exiled immediately looked at the eunuch and ordered, "Quick, send envoys immediately to receive them. Remember, be courteous and steady in your approach. Do not easily provoke, otherwise if disputes arise later, resolving them will be troublesome. Display all the proper etiquette, especially those overseas beauties. Ensure they are properly accommodated first." The eunuch acknowledged the order with a bow and hurried off to carry out the task. Exiled chuckled, embracing the beauties beside him, feeling immensely pleased. At the same time, a system notification ding. System reward issued for the host's continued taking of concubines and siring children. Congratulations, host. You have received the battle weapon, the Blade Whip. Blade Whip features hidden blades along the whip tipped with a kunai, enabling multi-hit attacks with slashing properties. Additionally, the kunai can be launched for thrusting attacks in multiple directions, capable of long-range assassination and close-quarters combat, retracting and extending at will. The Blade Whip can also change form based on the host's strength and characteristics. It can switch freely between soft and rigid forms. Of course, it can also transform into a gentle little whip. The Blade Whip's uses are varied, and its potential limitless, fully under the host's control. Its specific application depends entirely on the host's preference. The Blade Whip. Exiled burst into laughter. A fine item, truly a magnificent item. Not only can it serve as a top-tier weapon, it offers both close-range defense and long-range attack. More crucially, it holds other intriguing uses. Just thinking about it sends a thrill. A gentle little whip. At that thought, Exild's smile grew even brighter. He was exceedingly pleased with the weapon the system had rewarded him this time. Exiled cast a meaningful glance over his ascent. Then with a suggestive tone he chuckled, "My beloved consorts, I have finally obtained my dream treasure. Which of my beauties would be willing to be the first to try it out for me tonight? I imagine it will be quite an interesting sensation. Is anyone willing to volunteer?" This gentle little whip arrives just in time. "My dear consorts, the tool is now in hand. All that's missing is the true mistress. Your husband will eventually conquer each of you, unlocking even more amusing games." Upon hearing these words, the consorts' faces flushed hot. Each of them was too shy to lift their heads. They were utterly speechless. Yet deep down, a strange, sweet feeling. Who would have thought their husband would remain so incorrigibly amorous? What exactly occupies his mind all day? Can't he be a bit more serious? Can't he show some restraint? Is this how bold the games have become now? Meanwhile, the eunuchs and maids in the hall were all prostrate on the ground. Their cheeks were burning hot as well. Was this kind of talk meant for servants' ears? Exiled, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, still grinning with glee. He simply didn't care. After all, his primary mission was to take wives, acquire concubines, and expand his lineage. It must be said Exild's skin was truly thick. His beauties teased by him had flushed cheeks and barely concealed shyness. The palace continued its revelry and play. Everywhere was a scene of music, dance, and boundless merriment. In the past, the court ministers would have certainly arrived by now. They would likely kneel outside the main hall, refusing to rise. They would insist on admonishing this ninth prince. But those ministers now chose to turn a blind eye. No one was willing to court trouble anymore. Because the ninth prince's previously displayed strength had already proven one thing. He was not a ruler solely obsessed with women and pleasure. On the contrary, he was a truly remarkable emperor. The deeds the ninth prince had accomplished in recent days had already earned the profound admiration of the court officials. Thus they no longer held major objections to his romantic escapades. They simply allowed him to frolic in the palace daily, enjoying a life surrounded by beauties. The ministers also chose to remain silent, pretending not to see. However, all of this was being closely monitored by the scouts sent by Qin Shi Huang. At the slightest stir within the palace, at the slightest hint of suspicious activity, these scouts would go to any lengths to relay the information frantically, sending it straight to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. How could they dare to be negligent in the tasks assigned by the first emperor? They feared that even a slight delay in the message might trigger an unpredictable storm. If Qin Shi Huang were unable to pull back in time or regain control of the situation, real trouble would ensue. So these scouts worked tirelessly. They swiftly transmitted all the intelligence they had gathered, sending it all out in one go. A few days later, just as expected, Qin Shi Huang received the latest tidings from the imperial capital. Yet as he finished reading the letter, an extraordinary calm settled over him. It was at that moment that Grand General Meng Tian and Grand General Wang Jian arrived together. Fusu followed closely behind. They too were already privy to these developments. Seeing the first emperor seated in silence, his countenance somewhat grim, a knot tightened in everyone's chest. They all felt that his majesty must surely be genuinely enraged this time. Fusu hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, cautiously saying, "Father, in this regard, the ninth brother has indeed been somewhat dissolute. For so long now his pace of taking wives and concubines, of expanding his lineage, seems never to have ceased. Yet in your son's view his nature is not inherently wicked. Moreover, now that the ninth brother temporarily sits upon the throne of Great Qin, he has not only repelled the remnants of the six kingdoms, he has also previously defeated the Chanyu of the Xiongnu. These feats suffice to prove his formidable prowess. Therefore we must not judge the ninth brother based on a single aspect alone. nor should we utterly dismiss him because of this. I implore you, Father, to ease your mind and not let this harm your health. Seeing this, Grand General Meng Tian also quickly stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, what Prince Fusu says does hold some truth. The ninth prince has always been of this temperament. Yet this does not diminish his overbearing strength, nor does it negate his truly immense power. So Your Majesty need not dwell excessively on these trivial details. A slightly larger number of consorts in the harem is hardly a significant matter. Since ancient times, which emperor has not had 3 wives and 4 concubines with a harem full of beauties? The ninth prince's current consorts have not yet reached the number of 3,000. Therefore, Your Majesty truly need not be angered by this. It would not be worth harming your imperial health. Fusu and Meng Tian spoke thus, fearing that the ninth prince might infuriate the first emperor to a dangerous degree. After all, the speed at which this ninth prince took wives, concubines, and sired children was indeed alarmingly fast, utterly incomprehensible to ordinary people. It was impossible for anyone to keep pace with his absurd rhythm. However, this time the two of them had truly overthought the matter. The first emperor had barely given it any consideration. The first emperor slowly began to speak. You need not make excuses for that unfilial son. Whatever he does in his harem has little to do with me. How many women he chooses to marry is his own affair. I simply cannot be bothered to care. After all, this unfilial son's astonishing speed at taking concubines was nothing new. His current grand selection of consorts to further fill his harem is quite in line with his established character. I have no interest in bickering with him over such matters. What is of utmost importance now is to quickly ascertain how many hidden cards he still holds. At the same time, we must press on towards the capital without a moment's rest. We must, before that unfilial son's wings are truly fully grown and his power completely solidified, take the first step to pull him down from that position. If we delay any further, I fear I will truly have no room left to maneuver. I, Qin Shi Huang, am the true king of all Great Qin. In the end, I cannot even manage to suppress my own son, can I? Upon these words, Fusu, Meng Tian, and Wang Jian all fell silent. They looked at one another at a loss for how to respond. They had initially expected the first emperor to be consumed with rage upon reading the letter. As it turned out, that was not the case at all. The first emperor was clearly taking a very broad view of the matter, and in such matters of grave importance. The first emperor's primary consideration was always the true interests of the entire Great Qin. This alone was befitting of the true emperor of Great Qin. In the past, given the ninth prince's frenzied pace of taking concubines, he would have been scolded mercilessly by the first emperor long ago. Perhaps His Majesty would have been hopping mad, his anger blazing to the heavens. He might have even drawn his sword on the spot, ready to go and behead him. But the current Qin Shi Huang appeared exceptionally calm. One could even say his calmness was rather unexpected. It seemed that His Majesty had been worn down considerably by the ninth prince's series of outrageous antics over these days. Fusu pondered for a moment, then nodded and spoke again. Father, given the current situation, are you certain we should still return with such forceful measures? Should we truly continue to pressure the ninth brother with such a hardline stance? If we push too hard, the final outcome would you consider reconsidering, Father? Perhaps the ninth brother is the one truly suited to inherit Great Qin. At these words, the first emperor's pupils contracted slightly. Furthermore, your old man is still alive and well. Do you think it is truly appropriate to hand the throne to him now, eh? Your ninth brother does possess some skill, and in the short term, have you never even once harbored any ambition for that seat in your heart? Are you so willingly resigned to the belief that the throne of Great Qin should pass to your ninth brother? Furthermore, your old man is still alive and well. Do you think it is truly appropriate to hand the throne to him now, eh? Your ninth brother does possess some skill, and in the short term, he might indeed lead Great Qin to prosperity. But he is a slave to his passions, surrounded by too many women. There is no guarantee that he won't be bewitched by them in the future. You must understand, a person with an obvious weakness is extremely easy to control. And your ninth brother's greatest weakness is women. This is something the other states will eventually ascertain. When that time comes, someone is bound to use women to ensnare him completely. This is precisely what I find utterly unacceptable. Let him succeed the throne in his dreams. Having said this, the first emperor looked at Fusu with a sense of disappointment and frustration. And you, Fusu, when will you ever toughen up and shed this weak disposition of yours, eh? It is true that brothers should share a bond of kinship. But do not forget you are also rivals. When will you ever show a bit more strength? Enough. Go and reflect on your shortcomings. The first emperor waved his hand with a helpless expression. Seeing this, Grand General Meng Tian and Grand General Wang Jian felt it was not their place to say more. The group could only withdraw. After they had left, the first emperor sat alone in the tent, gradually sinking into deep contemplation. He began to carefully ponder the future of Great Qin, for he was well aware that his current physical condition would not hold up for much longer. He would inevitably reach that point. According to the original course of history, Qin Shi Huang would pass away in the 37th year of his reign. That would be next year. Even if events deviated, and it didn't happen precisely next year, he likely wouldn't survive more than Therefore, a truly reliable heir must be chosen without delay. Originally in his mind, Fusu was certainly one of the but Fusu's temperament was far too benevolent and weak. Such a person might barely be able to maintain the status quo. But if he were to face great turmoil, he would likely be utterly unable to cope. As for the ninth prince, that rebellious son indeed possesses skill and strategy. Yet his one concerning flaw is his susceptibility to being swayed by women. He spends his days immersed in the company of women seemingly unable to extricate himself. This is his greatest weakness. If left unchecked, he could easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives in the future. In any case, when faced with choosing between Fusu and the Ninth Prince as his successor Qin, Shi Huang found himself in a considerable dilemma. What's more, the Ninth Prince now sat upon the dragon throne, seemingly having gradually solidified his position. This was tantamount to the rebellious son having severely trampled upon his own father's dignity. When had Qin Shi Huang ever endured such humiliation? When had he ever been trapped in such a passive and stifling predicament? He simply couldn't bear to lose face. In several fleeting moments, he genuinely wished to lead his troops and storm back into the imperial palace, to yank that rebellious son straight off the dragon throne, then confront him face to face. "I, your father, and the true emperor of Great Qin. What are you prancing about for?" But in the end, Qin Shi Huang forcibly restrained himself. He decided to observe for a while longer and see how the situation evolved. After all, they were already making their way toward the capital. When that day finally arrived, he would see with his own eyes whether this rebellious son could truly turn the world upside down. Furthermore, to ensure safety along the journey and to secure control of the palace in the future, Qin Shi Huang secretly mobilized another contingent of troops prepared for any eventuality. At this moment, he was caught in an extremely contradictory state of mind. Faced with this son who was both dissolute and remarkably capable, he truly didn't know how to handle him for now. Meanwhile, within the imperial city, Ying Zhao had previously ordered the crafting of the Ziyuan plow. This task was primarily overseen by Zhang Han. Shi Lu and Feng Jie assisted on the side. After several days of hard work, the first batch of Ziyuan plows was finally forged successfully. Zhang Han didn't delay and immediately ordered the plows to be brought to the main hall. When the assembled ministers saw these strangely shaped implements, they all wore expressions of utter confusion. No one had any idea what purpose they served. It wasn't until Zhang Han explained that everyone finally understood. It turned out these things were specifically made for plowing. For a moment, a low murmur filled the hall. "Damn, can this thing actually work? Can it really double the grain harvest? That sounds dubious, doesn't it? I reckon it's mostly boasting. How could such a miraculous object exist? Who cares if it works or not? Let's just watch the spectacle. It's not like it has much to do with us anyway." Huh? How does it have nothing to do with us? This concerns the fate of the nation and the livelihood of the people. Come on, can this odd contraption really stabilize people's lives and secure the realm? Don't you find that ridiculous? But on another note, how is this Ziyuan plow actually used? Can someone give a live demonstration? I think this thing is rather interesting. Why not find a field to test it? Good idea. We really should go and see it in action. We could organize an outing to the suburbs, bringing our estate's stewards and servants along. Then we'll have them plow the fields themselves while we watch the fun from the side. That should be quite amusing. Huh. The very thought of that scene is exciting. It definitely won't be boring. Indeed, I can't wait to see it with my own eyes. Several ministers huddled together, whispering, with looks of excitement creeping onto their faces. In their view, this so-called Ziyuan plow was certainly a novel and entertaining object. Everyone was eager to see what it would actually look like in use. As the ministers continued their hushed discussions, Ying Zhao slowly emerged from behind the hall. Immediately after, a eunuch's shrill voice rang out through the hall. "The emperor arrives." At that sound, all the ministers swiftly composed themselves and respectfully returned to their positions. They quickly arranged themselves into several neat rows, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Ying Zhao sat upon the throne with a calm expression, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers. Then his voice, tinged with a hint of chill, rang out, "My dear ministers, I have heard everything you were just saying. It seems your awareness is higher than I had imagined. Since you are all so eager to experience plowing with the Ziyuan plow, I shall naturally grant your wish. I have decided to hold a competition in the outskirts of the capital, and all ministers must participate. At that time, I shall also have the opportunity to witness your true capabilities. I trust that my dear ministers will perform splendidly." What? As soon as these words left Ying Zhao's mouth, the ministers below froze in place one by one. They exchanged bewildered glances and immediately felt their composure crumble. They had just been casually spouting nonsense. They were merely idly chatting amongst themselves. Who genuinely wanted to go work in the fields? They were dignified ministers of the Great Qin court. How could they possibly stoop to manual labor in the dirt? This was a complete disaster. Could the emperor truly intend for them to participate in such a ridiculous competition? To be honest, they were extremely resistant and highly unwilling. But under these circumstances, no one dared to step forward and object. Even fewer dared to refuse outright. After all, this was a direct order from the emperor himself. More importantly, those words had indeed come from their own mouths. What did they call this? This was like lifting a rock to drop it on their own feet, digging a pit, and jumping into it themselves. The ministers were extremely agitated, yet they couldn't voice their complaints. They simply couldn't understand it. Just moments ago, they had only lowered their voices and exchanged a few private remarks. How did the emperor manage to hear them? Hadn't he just emerged from behind the hall? He had only just taken his seat on the throne. Could he possibly have heard that clearly? It must be some damned eunuch lackeys secretly reporting. These castrated men truly loved causing trouble. The ministers exchanged grim looks, their faces heavy with consternation. For a moment, none of them knew what to say. They were almost unanimously convinced that their words had been overheard by the eunuchs in the hall, and then reported back to the emperor. But they had no idea. Ying Zhao didn't need anyone to spy for him, nor did he need anyone to relay messages. His abilities were now far beyond what they had once been. His hearing was sharp, his perception astonishing. Even over a considerable distance, he could clearly discern whispered conversations. Moreover, even if he hadn't overheard those remarks, he had already planned today's arrangement. He had intended all along to let these lofty ministers experience the hardships of the common people firsthand. If they didn't labor in the fields themselves, how could they possibly understand the difficulty of the people's daily toil? With this in mind, Exiled proceeded to arrange the matter directly. He had already ordered a large area of farmland to be designated in the outskirts of the capital. These fields didn't belong to the royal family. Instead, they were lands that several ordinary families depended upon for their livelihood. Exiled had also specifically selected several extremely impoverished households. These families generally lacked any able-bodied laborers to support them. Most of those remaining were the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. So he had their lands temporarily consolidated together. When tomorrow came, the court ministers would go there personally to work. They would use the TUN plows to till all these fields. Once the land was turned, it would be returned to those households. In this way, those people could sow their seeds directly. They would no longer have to drag their frail and ailing bodies out to toil in the fields. Unknowingly, Exiled's arrangement had turned into a genuinely beneficial act for the nation and its people. But in Exiled's eyes, this was merely the first small step. He had much bigger plans in store. After all, through the system, he had already unlocked numerous farming and cultivation skills along with various machine manufacturing technologies. Exiled intended to forge every piece of agricultural machinery one after another. Then he would fully implement them into crop production. Whether it was plowing, sowing, fertilizing, or spraying pesticides later on, he wanted to minimize reliance on manual labor for all these processes, ultimately achieving mechanization and even automation. In Exiled's view, the agriculture of Great Qin must advance along this righteous path. Only by doing so could the nation truly progress unimpeded, ensuring that every commoner under heaven has food to eat. They should even have surplus grain reserves year after year. This, and this alone, is what an emperor of Great Qin ought to do. Only by first ensuring the people are well-clothed and wealth truly living in stability and abundance could the nation's strength be guaranteed, its borders secured, and its lands free from foreign invasion. In this way, Great Qin would grow ever more prosperous and powerful. Only then could it stand tall and unyielding upon this vast land of the 9 provinces. To achieve this goal, every aspect must be addressed simultaneously. Exiled was inherently a man of intellect. Moreover, as a transmigrator with a system at his disposal, he had long planned to gradually unlock Great Qin's future development paths from all directions. Focusing on agriculture first was to resolve the issues of rear supply lines and people's livelihoods. Next, he would vigorously develop military industry, making Great Qin's armed forces ever stronger. He wanted the soldiers of Great Qin to always possess sufficient strength to safeguard the empire's stability. After that, he would develop overseas trade, stimulating the economies of various regions. He would push the commercial sector to even greater heights of prosperity and splendor. In short, he intended to make all of Great Qin progressively more powerful step by step. At this moment, Exiled was precisely in the process of advancing his grand vision. Seated upon the throne with a calm expression, he directly issued his decrees. The overwhelming authority and majesty he projected suppressed any thoughts of hasty rebuttal among the ministers in the hall. Even those who were reluctant inwardly could only grit their teeth and accept the imperial edict. What else could they do? Would they dare to defy the imperial order on the spot? Yet precisely at this moment, an elderly minister boldly stepped forward. This old minister was already advanced in years, his frame appearing frail and weak. He was as thin as a reed, as if a single gust of wind could blow him over. As the old minister stepped out of the ranks, all eyes instantly fell upon him. A single thought seemed to surface in the minds of the other ministers. Most assumed this elder would plead with the emperor for leniency, hoping to be excused. After all, with his aged bones, how could he possibly work the fields? They thought the emperor, out of respect for his age, would find it difficult to force him. If he insisted, it would seem quite unreasonable. Perhaps this could even loosen the situation. Maybe then the other ministers wouldn't have to personally go to the fields either. They could simply send their stewards, guards, or household servants instead. Wouldn't that be better? If that were the case, it would be a win-win outcome for everyone. Almost all the ministers pinned their hopes on this old minister. But unexpectedly, after the white-haired elder stepped forward, he spoke with utmost sincerity, cupping his hands and saying, "Your Majesty's words are most reasonable in this old minister's view. As court ministers, it is our duty to understand the hardships of the common folk. Over the years, we have remained aloof in the imperial court, indeed too far removed from the lives of the people. We are unaware of the daily lives the common folk lead, nor do we know the immense toil they endure while farming under this competition Your Majesty has initiated not only allows us ministers to personally experience the hardships of the people's livelihood, it also enables us as officials to truly consider matters from the perspective of the commoners. Furthermore, it lets the people of the world witness Your Majesty's benevolent heart cherishing your subjects as your own children. They will see that we, the ministers of Great Qin, are genuinely willing to work for the people. This initiative truly holds profound significance. Your Majesty, rest assured, this old minister and the others will surely accomplish this task splendidly. Although this old minister is aged and not as robust as before, I can still manage to take up a hoe and work in the fields. Tomorrow I will bring along my sons and grandsons. I will also bring the servants from my household. We will all labor together in the fields. We will strive to thoroughly till all those plots of land. By doing so, the poor farmers will have an easier time when they sow their seeds later. This old minister truly comprehends your majesty's thoughtful intentions today. With a monarch who cares so deeply for the people, Great Qin will surely prosper even more in the future. Long live your majesty 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. After saying this, the old minister knelt down directly, his face filled with emotion, shouting long live the emperor in reverence. Seeing this, the other ministers fell into an instant silence. At this point, what more could they dare to say? They could only kneel down one after another, joining in the chorus of cheers. Long live your majesty 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. In an instant, the entire court resounded with the ministers' unanimous acclamation. The sheer sound of it was indeed quite... Those ministers who were originally reluctant were now forced to accept the reality. What else could they do? All avenues of retreat had been completely sealed off. When even this minister over 60 was willing to personally work the land, even bringing his sons, grandsons, and servants, how could they, being able-bodied and relatively young, continue to make excuses? Moreover, they lacked the courage to challenge the emperor. So soon many began to shift with the wind. One after another they stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, rest assured. We will surely complete the tasks assigned by your Majesty. We will also bring our families and household servants to work in the fields. We will not show the slightest negligence. We now fully grasp your Majesty's thoughtful intentions. Your Majesty is truly a sage ruler of Great Qin, with the world and its people in your heart. We are deeply impressed, truly impressed." Exiled sat upright on the throne, calmly watching the performance unfolding before him. Some of these people were clearly just flattering him. Some genuinely wished to do something for the people. Yet another portion were clearly dragged onto this boat against their will, with no chance to escape. In short, the expressions on everyone's faces were tinged with an indescribable awkwardness. They were all acting. It had to be said, this group's acting skills were truly top-notch. A faint smile curled at the corner of Exil's lips. He decided to play along with their performance. Then he laughed heartily. "All my beloved ministers are indeed people who understand the times. You are also truly good ministers who hold the world and its people in your hearts. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Great Qin to have ministers like you. I hope you all perform well tomorrow. Strive to till all those fields thoroughly within a few days. Then we will plant the new crops, and I trust we will have an excellent harvest. When the harvest day arrives, I will hold a celebration banquet. At that time, I will celebrate the success of our labor together with all my beloved ministers, sharing the joy with the people of the world." Upon hearing this, the ministers immediately knelt in unison, shouting loudly, "Your Majesty is wise and brilliant. Long live your Majesty 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years." At dawn the next day, Exiled led a procession of court officials and their families out of the city, making their way to the field. The designated plots of farmland were extensive enough to keep them busy for about 7 days. Exiled had already calculated every detail with precision. At his command, the ministers dared not defy him despite their reluctance. Willing or not, they steeled themselves and stepped into the fields to begin working. In that brief moment, the very atmosphere of the Great Qin seemed transformed. How often had the emperor personally led his ministers to toil in the fields? Even the first emperor, when he ruled the realm, had never staged such a spectacle. Hearing the news, nearby villagers flocked to the scene, craning their necks from the field ridges to watch the excitement. Everyone was utterly stunned by the sight before them. The common folk watched these usually high and mighty ministers as if they were watching a play, curious to see whether these noble figures would stumble and make fools of themselves once they actually set foot in the fields. After all, governing requires its own skill, and farming has its own craft. Each trade has its mastery. These ministers accustomed to the court were unlikely to excel at manual labor. Yet one had to admit that the emperor's willingness to personally lead his ministers into the fields was a gesture beyond reproach. Many of the common folk were moved to tears at the thought. In all their years as ordinary subjects, they had never encountered a sovereign who cared so deeply for their welfare. As the crowd of onlookers swelled, the ministers felt their faces burn with embarrassment. Unwilling to lose face before the public, they hesitated at the edge of the fields, none daring to make the first move. As the crowd of onlookers swelled, the ministers felt their faces burn with embarrassment. Unwilling to lose face before the public, they hesitated at the edge of the fields, none daring to make the first move. But a few bold ministers gritted their teeth, rolled up their sleeves, and charged forward. They hoisted their spades and began turning over the soil. It was at this very moment that the curved shaft plow, which Exiled had previously commissioned, finally proved its immense worth. The curved shaft plow was brought out and hitched to mules and horses. As the animals pulled it forward, a person only needed to guide the plow from behind to furrow the land. This innovation saved an immense amount of manpower. The watching villagers' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Where had they ever seen such a method of plowing? In that instant, everyone was astonished. Soon people couldn't help but clap and cheer, the acclaim rising in waves. Several ministers stepped forward in amazement, exclaiming, "Good heavens, this is an eye-opener. This curved shaft plow is remarkably handy. With this method, the speed of plowing is increased manifold. Relying solely on human strength to turn the soil is indeed too laborious. With the right tools, farm work becomes a different endeavor entirely." The commoners grew equally excited, applauding and marveling. "Incredible, this implement is divine. It's like freeing both our hands. Look, the furrows this plow turns are remarkably even. If we had this in the future, wouldn't farming become far easier? We wouldn't have to rely solely on brute force anymore. Even those with less strength could guide the plow and till the land well. This is truly a blessing. Excellent, simply excellent, ha ha." From now on, the lives of us poor farmers are bound to change. Our emperor is truly reliable. His Majesty thinks of everything with such thoroughness. At that moment, tears glistened in the eyes of many commoners. They were all eager to rush forward and try their hand at guiding the plow to experience the sensation of tilling with this. Exiled, never one to hesitate, immediately ordered several curved shaft plows to be brought out and distributed to a few households, allowing them to test the plows in the fields themselves. He intended for them to experience firsthand the dramatic increase in efficiency this tool provided. Soon the entire field was filled with people guiding plows. There were ordinary citizens, court ministers with their families, and soldiers interspersed among them. Together they turned over the soil plot by plot at an astonishing speed, with a visible surge in efficiency. Exiled watched the bustling, spirited scene, and a smile involuntarily curved at the corners of his mouth. This was merely the most fundamental first step. To truly liberate manpower from arduous labor and revolutionize the entire production system of Great Qin would require even more powerful machinery in the days to come. His mind was already plotting the next moves in this grand scheme. Just then the commoners, overwhelmed with gratitude, burst into tears. Many knelt directly on the ground, crying out to Exiled, "Your Majesty, how was this divine implement forged? We beg your Majesty's grace bestow this tool upon us. With this we will no longer need to expend so much manpower on plowing, and the land will be tilled better, ensuring even greater harvests. With more grain we can finally live without the fear of hunger and cold. Isn't this the good life we've always dreamed of? Your Majesty loves the people as your own children. We beg you to grant us these curved shaft plows, and also please share the method of forging them with the people of the realm. Long live the Emperor! 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years." At that moment, all the commoners knelt down, sincerely pleading with the court to grant them the curved shaft plows. With this tool, farming would become much easier, and their hands, calloused from years of toil, would finally suffer a little less. Exiled shot a glance at Zhang Han. Zhang Han understood, immediately stepped forward, and declared in a loud voice, "Good people, what the Great Qin is implementing now is a policy of land reform. Farm tools like the curved shaft plow will be put into large-scale use in the future. And the court will not impose strict restrictions. The people will not be denied access. If you wish to use it, you shall have it. In the future, every household will be allocated one. So there is no need for. Once subsequent preparations are complete, the court will distribute the curved shaft plows to the people across the land. Then you will all be able to use them for plowing, tilling, and sowing. Of course, this is only the beginning. The court will continue to introduce more new policies for the people's benefit. In the past, the grain seeds you planted often yielded low returns, leaving you with little after a year of hard work. This time, the court will directly distribute high-yield grain seeds to the people. Genetically modified soybeans, corn, hybrid rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and more will all be brought into cultivation. When the time comes, you can choose what to plant based on your own land conditions. With these high-yield crops, you will never have to worry about going hungry again. The commoners were struck speechless by this announcement. Confusion and bewilderment were etched on every face. What on earth? Corn, potatoes, and hybrid rice. What is genetically modified soybeans? A burning curiosity filled everyone's hearts. At Zhang Han's command, a squad of soldiers soon arrived, pushing several large carts. The carts were laden not with anything else but sacks upon sacks of new crops like potatoes and corn. When the coarse burlap sacks were untied, revealing the round golden contents within, everyone gathered around froze. Whether they were court ministers or commoners gathered at the field's edge, all wore expressions of utter disbelief. Did such crops even exist in this world? Soon a cacophony of doubts arose from the crowd. Can this thing really be eaten? Using our fields to grow these things, wouldn't that be a waste of good land? What if it's poisonous after we eat it? If it turns out we can't eat it, won't the entire season's crop be ruined? What exactly is this round lumpy thing? And this long golden rod, what is that? Having never seen such crops before, the people stared with wide eyes, both curious and hesitant to believe. But this time Zhang Han was clearly well prepared. Today his task was to thoroughly explain the use of these new grains to the people. As Zhang Han waved his hand again, several cooks stepped forward. They had already set up stoves by the field with pots, pans, and utensils all in place, waiting for the order to start cooking on the spot. Soon the cooks began to demonstrate on the spot how to cook these new crops like corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. These could be steamed or boiled in a pot, or sliced and stir-fried in a pan. As for the corn, after removing the kernels, they could even be popped into fragrant popcorn. These cooks had all been personally instructed by Exiled, so their movements were exceptionally swift. Before long, a series of freshly prepared foods was brought out. Each dish boasted a remarkable flavor. At this sight, everyone present gasped in amazement. Before the people had even tasted the food, they were enticed by the aroma of steaming and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Under Zhang Han's arrangement, several large pots of cooked potatoes and sweet potatoes were distributed, some to the ministers and some to the onlooking commoners. When they cautiously took their first bite, they seemed to freeze in place. The soft, sticky, sweet taste was like experiencing a rare delicacy of the mortal world. Many people gave thumbs up on the spot, and some were so moved that tears fell. Holding the sweet potato, one person knelt directly to the ground and said with a trembling voice, "My goodness, does the world really have grain this delicious? It's fragrant and soft in the mouth, and even has a hint of sweetness. Most importantly, it doesn't have the slightest. It can fill the stomach and taste good too. Isn't this just good grain? If we commoners can eat this in the future, it's truly a blessing from heaven, giving us a way to survive." Nearby, those who hadn't received any shouted anxiously, "Give me a taste too. Can this really be eaten? It won't cause. Are there any harms? Hurry up, I want to try it too, let me have a bite." For a moment the crowd erupted into a frenzy with shouts rising one after another. Exiled had naturally given instructions beforehand and immediately dispatched more hands to steam the remaining crops as quickly as possible so that more people could get a share. Almost everyone who tasted it couldn't help but praise it continuously. At that moment Zhang Han stepped forward and proclaimed to the crowd, "My dear people, from this day forth what Great Qin will implement is a policy of top-down reform. These new crops are not only high yield but also rich in nutrition. They can fill your stomachs and taste good. Why wouldn't we take advantage of such a good thing? Don't you all agree? His Majesty has specially ordered the creation of the curved plow to improve farming efficiency. As long as we work together, first complete the early stage farming tasks, and then carefully tend to the fields. When harvest time comes, all the people of the world will have grain to eat, and no one will have to suffer hunger. Moreover, crops like corn, potatoes, and soybeans don't require a long time to grow. If the fields and climate are suitable, planting 2 or even 3 crops a year is not impossible. With this food to fall back on, even if we encounter a famine year in the future, the people will have an extra lifeline and won't be pushed to the brink by starvation." Hearing these words, the surrounding people could no longer hold back. They had lived their whole lives as ordinary folk, since ancient times, who had ever seen a year truly without famine. To have food to fill their stomachs, to live a peaceful life of mere survival, that was already the greatest hope they could have in this. At this moment many wept like rain. They knelt by the field ridges, sobbing uncontrollably. Some held the corn in their hands, examining it repeatedly, sighing with emotion that they had never eaten such rare and delicious grain in their lives. Crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes were also regarded by these people as divine gifts. In their eyes, this was a lifeline bestowed by heaven upon the wretched. Thus no one was willing to waste a single bit. Even the remaining crumbs were carefully eaten clean. Soon a vast expanse of people knelt in the fields. They kowtowed continuously in the direction of Exiled, their voices rising in waves. "His Majesty is truly remarkable. May your Majesty live 10,000 years, then 10,000 more. His Majesty is the deity in our hearts. He is a god sent from heaven to save us poor souls. For Great Qin to have such a sovereign is a blessing accumulated by our ancestors, a stroke of great fortune. This is not only the fortune of Great Qin, it is also the fortune of us commoners. May your Majesty live long without end and reign for 10,000 generations." All the people knelt on the ground, shouting at the top of their lungs, their expressions devoid of any hesitation or prejudice. At this moment, who would still care whether this sovereign was romantic or frivolous? Those things were too far removed from their lives. The only thing they truly cared about was whether they could have enough to eat. Since ancient times, ordinary people didn't care who sat on the dragon throne, nor did they pay much attention to the emperor's personal virtues. What they cared about was whether they could survive, whether they could live a peaceful life, whether they could stay away from hunger, plague, disaster, and war. As long as these hardships could be resolved, as long as the whole family had food to eat, then in the eyes of the people, whoever sat on the throne was a good emperor worthy of support. And at this moment Exiled had been completely elevated to the heavens by these people. Even the court officials, having witnessed this scene, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in their hearts. They had previously held grievances against Exiled. Many of them even looked down on this 9th prince from the bottom of their heart. In their view, the first emperor had merely raised a dissolute and pleasure-seeking playboy who was in the end just a useless waste. But in recent times they had truly witnessed the capabilities of the 9th prince Exiled. Not only could he confront the Xiongnu heathen, but he could also suppress the remnants of the 6 kingdoms. He had even eradicated the treacherous ministers Zhao Gao and Li Si, along with all their followers, sweeping them clean. And now His Majesty had turned his attention to matters of the people's livelihood, giving the people of the world fields to till and grain to eat, so their lives could become increasingly prosperous day by day. Isn't this exactly what a wise and sage ruler would do? Perhaps even the first emperor of that time might not have been able to achieve this. The people present looked at Exiled, their hearts no longer holding the slightest contempt, only sincere admiration. Perhaps even the first emperor of that time might not have been able to achieve this. The people present looked at Exiled, their hearts no longer holding the slightest contempt, only sincere. After all, in his view, this was merely the beginning. According to Exiled's plan, the entire land was to be thoroughly revitalized in the future. The hands of the people must also be freed from heavy labor, using machines for farming, expanding the scale of cultivated land, and increasing grain yields. This was the situation he truly wanted to see. Agriculture was only one part of the many reforms. Beyond that, commerce, military affairs, and the political landscape all needed to be advanced, tackled, and perfected from different angles. The road ahead was still long. Exiled never dared to slacken even a little. He knew very well that as a sovereign one must possess the forceful means befitting an emperor, as well as the true strength to dominate the realm. One must also have enough ambition and clear defined goals. Of course, in the final analysis, strength always comes first. Without the backing of true power, everything else was nothing but empty talk. To turn these aspirations into reality, Exiled had no choice but to continue down the path of taking concubines and siring children. Only by doing so could he obtain more rewards from the system. With this thought in mind, Exiled looked at the surrounding commoners and ministers, and suddenly spoke with a smile. "My lord, since I ascended the throne, I have been scouring the 9 provinces for beauties of unparalleled charm. However, relying on my own efforts alone, there are inevitably places I cannot reach, and my search has its limits. How about this? Let all the ministers and elders among you help me keep an eye out as well. If you happen to know of any suitable candidates, feel free to recommend them at any time. Once such a woman enters the palace and is appointed as a consort, I will bestow generous rewards upon both the person recommended and the one who made the recommendation. This is a matter worth pondering carefully. The moment these words left Ing Zhao's lips, the previously lively scene fell into an instant hush. The expressions of the ministers turned odd. Good heavens, even at a time like this His Majesty still had his mind on that. The commoners were also caught between laughter and tears. Was this for real? The Great Qin was on the verge of implementing new policies for the people's livelihood, and the emperor still couldn't forget about women. It seemed this sovereign was truly incorrigible in that regard. However, it wasn't long before both the court officials and the farmers in the fields had smiles back on their faces. For they suddenly realized that they no longer seemed to care about such matters. Whether the emperor favored women or anything else, it had little to do with them. It posed no threat to them, nor would it affect their daily lives. What they truly needed was simply a wise and capable monarch. As long as this sovereign brought tangible benefits to the people of the realm and provided them with a stable life free from want, that was more than enough. As for His Majesty wishing to take more consorts, it seemed nothing out of the ordinary to the crowd. Soon enough, someone stepped forward with a smile and declared loudly, "Your Majesty, beauties of the realm. That's hardly a difficult task. We have plenty of candidates to recommend. We'll compile a list and present it directly to the palace. We hope Your Majesty will take a good look at it, then ha." Several other ministers immediately stepped forward, speaking with great enthusiasm. "Your Majesty, my younger sister, is quite comely as well. Should Your Majesty ever have the inclination, you might consider meeting her. If she meets with Your Majesty's approval, we would naturally be willing to send our female kin into the palace to serve at your side." Even a few border generals spoke up boldly. "Your Majesty, the frontier regions are not lacking in beauties either. Those women from foreign lands possess a unique allure, and their looks are quite striking. Once we spot any suitable ones, we'll draft a roster and send it up immediately. Your Majesty can then take your time." So in an instant, everyone began enthusiastically recommending beauties to Ing Zhao. Naturally, Ing Zhao accepted all offers. He instructed them to compile the lists and present them, and if the candidates were suitable, they were to be brought to the imperial city. At that time, he would conduct round after round of grand selections. After all, taking wives, concubines, and siring children was something that absolutely could not be halted. This was one of Ing Zhao's most crucial tasks at present. He was a man who understood things clearly. Moreover, the consorts currently in his harem were hardly enough to keep him occupied. His collection of beauties in the harem needed to expand further. In this manner, Ing Zhao managed to bond well with both the ministers and the common people. The entire atmosphere of Great Qin subtly shifted in that moment. Qin Shi Huang would never have dreamed that his own son would be so close to the populace. He could even truly mingle with the common folk. Moreover, Ing Zhao did not place importance on family background or social standing, nor did he care how high a family status was. Whether it was a daughter from an ordinary family, a young lady from a minister's household, a general's daughter, or a soldier's daughter. As long as she had a beautiful face, an elegant figure, and a refined temperament, he was willing to bring her into his harem. And any family that became his in-laws would undoubtedly receive extremely generous treatment. It had to be said such a prince was indeed quite considerate. It was precisely for this reason that a strange new wish quietly emerged in the hearts of many commoners. That was to have daughters. And they had to be beautiful with graceful figures. Only then would there be a chance for them to be sent into the palace in the future. Once they gained the emperor's favor, they could rise to prominence overnight, bringing glory to their entire family. For a time, the entire atmosphere across Great Qin began to change. Countless commoners vied with each other to have daughters. They had to have them, and quickly, without a moment's delay. They could all see that as long as the emperor could firmly hold onto the throne, he would surely become a great sovereign in the future. And this great sovereign would absolutely keep adding consorts to his harem. In that case, didn't that mean ordinary families like theirs also had something to look forward to? It wasn't too late to start having daughters now. Thus, across Great Qin, a subtle shift toward valuing daughters over sons began to take hold. The people's desire for daughters even surpassed their hopes for sons. Everyone hoped their family would have a beautiful daughter who might one day rise to prominence, change their family's fortunes, and completely alter their class and destiny. Over time, this actually became a new trend. Great Qin was undergoing earth-shaking changes without anyone even realizing. The ministers' perspectives changed, the commoners' thoughts changed, and the entire atmosphere of the court and the realm transformed as well. Now Great Qin seemed more open and more receptive to new things. The lives of the people were gradually moving toward happiness, stability, and prosperity. In fact, quite a few people had nearly forgotten all about Qin Shi Huang. That was somewhat awkward. The current Great Qin had completely transformed in its internal and external atmosphere. When these reports reached Qin Shi Huang's ears, he was stunned speechless for quite some time. At that moment, within the palace hall, the two great generals Meng Tian and Wang Jian along with Fu Su were all gathered together, deliberating with Qin Shi Huang over the current situation. After a long silence, Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but sigh. "My word, this rebellious son of mine has truly hidden his... To think he could win the praise of the realm's people in such a short time, and make those ministers follow him willingly. Each of them without a hint of resentment, serving him with unwavering loyalty. I must say the boy does have real skill. Remarkable, truly remarkable. How is it I never noticed such potential in him before?" The way he played his part was flawless, a true master of Fu Su nodded repeatedly, and said with a bitter smile, "Father, the ninth brother is indeed the most deeply hidden among all the princes. It's not just Father who failed to see it. After all these years I haven't been able to figure him out either. I always took him for I even regarded him as a reckless, thoughtless younger brother. But in the end it turns out the most foolish one was me all along." As Fu Su spoke, bitterness was written all over his face. He was becoming increasingly aware that this ninth brother of his was no ordinary figure. If he were to compare himself to him, Fu Su felt he wasn't even worth mentioning. Meng Tian and Wang Jian remained. At a time like this it was inappropriate for them to say anything. After all, they were merely officials and matters within the royal household were not for them to freely discuss. The first emperor casually picked up a blueprint and spread it before the assembled ministers. "Look at this object. They say it's called a curved shaft plow. They claim this very item was designed by my own rebellious son." He then ordered it built according to the plan. From its creation to its subsequent arrangements, Zhang Han has been in charge of nearly everything. Even the step of promoting it for the common folks' use has been personally managed by Zhang Han. It seems Zhang Han has truly stepped up during this period. This sly one is not simple either. Why didn't I see him put such effort into his duties during my reign? He was always muddle-headed, unable to produce any decent political achievements. Now that I am gone, he suddenly finds his spirit and goes to assist my son. Unbelievable. Even Zhang Han was hiding his capabilities this well. It truly leaves me speechless. The first emperor spread his hands, a hint of helplessness appearing in his demeanor. Then he produced another list and handed it to Wang Jian and Meng Tian. The two great generals took it and immediately fell silent. Fu Su leaned over to glance at it and couldn't help but mutter, "Good heavens, where did all these crops come from? Are these things even edible? Corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes. I've never heard of them before. And what on earth is this genetically modified soybean? When has our Great Qin ever had such oddities? I wonder where Ninth Brother got them from. I've heard they taste quite good." When Hunan was struck by disaster, it was Ninth Brother who used these grains to quell the crisis. They say not only are these things non-toxic, but they fill the stomach and gradually enrich the people's lives. The best part is they are absolutely delicious. Speaking of which, I'm starting to crave a taste myself. Upon hearing this, the first emperor shot Fu Su a glare and said coldly, "Eat, eat, eat. Is food all you can think about? As the eldest prince, can't you consider your own future? Do you intend to be a mere supporting role for the rest of your life? Are you truly willing to hand over the Great Qin Empire and the throne to him without a fight?" Faced with these accusations, Fu Su immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. In truth, he had already formed his own opinion. During this period, he had witnessed the gradual resurgence of Great Qin. He could not bring himself to resent his ninth brother. In Fu Su's view, the throne should always be held by the one most capable. His own abilities were indeed lacking. Compared to the ninth prince, he fell far short. Since his ninth brother had the skill to ascend the throne, then let him have it. It was just that his father was always furious, unable to swallow this bitter pill. Fu Su could not say more and could only obediently keep his mouth shut. The first emperor grew increasingly agitated. He had never expected the ninth prince, that sly one, to have hidden his ambitions so deeply. Not only had he ascended the throne in one stride, but he was also solidifying his rule with each passing day. This left him, the original emperor of Great Qin, wondering where his own path led. The more he thought, the angrier he became, and he tore the list into shreds. Immediately after, he ripped apart the blueprint of the curved shaft plow as well. The other three in the hall watched in silence, bowing their heads without a word. After all, who would dare provoke the first emperor at a moment like this? Gnashing his teeth, he demanded, "I asked you to investigate the situation beyond the northern desert. What have you found?" I refuse to believe that this rebellious son could rise to power out of thin air. Nor do I believe he could become so formidable in such a short time. He must have been scheming in the shadows all along. This hidden rogue has likely been treating us all as pieces on his chessboard. He manipulates everything behind the scenes, thoroughly enjoying his little game. Infuriating. I suspect he must have some secret stronghold in the northern desert. Who knows, that boy might have harbored rebellious intentions long ago. Meng Tian, have the scouts uncovered any clues? Meng Tian stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, the ninth prince operates with extreme caution, leaving almost no trace. Our men did find some locations resembling workshops in the northern desert. However, those places are now abandoned and empty with nothing left behind. Moreover, over the years, the ninth prince's reputation in the north has been that of a playboy and a wastrel. Apart from that, there are no other rumors. The locals hardly consider him anyone of importance, let alone someone destined for to the common folk up north. He is more of a royal disgrace, a hedonist devoted to pleasure. Yet they also say that despite his fickle nature, he treats his wives and concubines exceptionally well. He never seems to stop taking wives, concubines, and siring children. But he is indeed generous and kind to them. Even the families of his wives are well protected. Many have risen to prominence solely because of the ninth prince. Those families now live in comfort and prosperity. Hearing all this only fueled the first emperor's rage further. He slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "Rebellious brat, living even more comfortably than me, spending all his time among women, and yet he actually ends up on the throne. Is heaven that partial to him? I simply refuse to believe it. How could his salary possibly afford to support so many, and even support his in-laws, plus that whole extended family, and continuously find new women and have more children? There must be another source of income, and it must be substantial. Go investigate all his earnings over the years. I want to know exactly when he started deceiving me and building himself up to this extent step by step. If I can find any evidence of his deception, discover his weaknesses, I am certain I can use rumors and public opinion to bring him down. And I refuse to believe I can't find a way to control him. This damn bastard daring to ride roughshod over his own father. Shameless. The more he cursed, the angrier he became. At the heart of it, he just could not swallow this indignity. Why should his son overpower him? Why in such a short span had those court officials seemingly forgotten his existence entirely and flocked to follow that bastard son of his? As if he, the first emperor, had never existed in the annals of Great Qin. How could he possibly endure this? He felt that the dignity of his imperial authority had been provoked as never before. He even felt as though his very existence was being erased. The more he thought, the more his fury burned, and the more he wanted to strike someone down. Seeing this, Meng Tian and Wang Jian dared not offer any counsel and could only accept their orders and quickly withdraw to carry out the task. Fu Su also carefully retreated. At this critical juncture, he certainly would not dare provoke his father again. At Sishui and Xiaxiangxiang, you had been growing restless lately, constantly dispatching scouts to probe the movements of the Great Qin Empire. Naturally valiant and fond of martial pursuits, he had learned much about military strategy and the art of war from his uncle Xiang Liang since childhood. Even during Qin Shi Huang's reign, he had harbored the ambition to rally troops and rebel against Qin. However, the Great Qin Empire was far too powerful back then, and their own forces were too weak and thinly spread, so the plans for rebellion had never truly gained any momentum. Initially, Xiang Yu had assumed that after the ninth prince assumed power, the Great Qin Empire would inevitably decline further. After all, in his view, the ninth prince was nothing more than a frivolous, dissolute playboy. How could someone like that ever lead Great Qin to new heights of power? The very thought was impossible. Yet now the situation had taken a dramatic turn, delivering a resounding slap to his face. At this very moment, the scout who had been sent to gather intelligence finally returned to report. The scout knelt on the ground, his face etched with panic, and said, "My lord, this is most dire. The winds of change have completely shifted within the Great Qin Empire. The ninth prince was not popular with the people initially. Even many court officials looked down upon him and constantly opposed him. But now those ministers seem to have transformed into different men, each one completely changing their stance. They now follow the ninth prince with unwavering loyalty. As for the common folk, there's no need to even mention them. Ever since they received benefits from the imperial court and tasted real rewards, they have been singing the new emperor's praises endlessly. Many people say that he is a wise ruler sent by heaven to save them from their suffering. Now the entire Great Qin Empire from top to bottom holds the ninth prince in the highest esteem. Among the people, his prestige is rising higher and higher. If this trend continues, not only will Great Qin avoid decline, but it will reverse its fortunes and become even more powerful." Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yu nearly exploded with rage. Beside him, Xiang Liang fell into a long, contemplative silence. Xiang Liang had always been an extremely calm and composed man, capable of making sound judgments and swift decisions. But faced with the current situation, even he was momentarily at a loss for a clear course of action. After a long while, Xiang Liang let out a heavy sigh and said, "Alas, I truly never imagined that Great Qin would have a day of resurgence. Even more unexpected is that among Qin Shi Huang's sons there was hidden such a formidable figure. In the past, we truly underestimated him. It's quite possible that this man was the final trump card left by Qin Shi Huang. This is indeed surprising. It seems we should not act rashly now, but we must continue to bide our time. If Great Qin truly grows stronger in the days to come, then we may never have another opportunity. When that time comes, we can only abandon our grand ambitions and live as ordinary law-abiding citizens." Xiang Liang was a man who could see the situation clearly. In his view, if the realm was stable and the political situation peaceful, there was no need to forcefully stage a rebellion. Even if they were to forcefully rise up, success was far from guaranteed. Without the support of the people, and with the common folk unwilling to follow the so-called grand cause, would be nothing but empty words. Since ancient times, only those who win the people's hearts can win the world. Without the foundation of popular support, even the grandest ambition is merely nonsense. One must choose one's actions according to the times. If there truly comes a time when rebellion is unnecessary, then living a peaceful, stable life is also a viable path. Xiang Liang had a clear and penetrating view on this matter. But Xiang Yu was utterly unable to calm down. He slammed his hand heavily on the table and roared in fury, "No. Why? Even if that ninth prince has extraordinary abilities, even if he now enjoys the deep support of the people and the ministers, so what? The Great Qin Empire has always been rotten to the core. A tyrannical dynasty is a tyrannical dynasty. How could it simply transform into a benevolent court praised by all under heaven? This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe that under this ninth prince's leadership, Great Qin could ever become some kind of utopia. Everything he's doing now is just a preliminary measure to win people's hearts, deliberately putting on a show for the world. In plain terms, he just wants to firmly grasp the empire and secure his throne. This ninth prince is indeed quite calculating. But I, Xiang Yu, refuse to be taken in by his tricks. Since I have long harbored the desire to oppose Qin, since I am destined to raise a great army and fight to the bitter end against that tyrannical Qin, then I will not easily change my mind. Men, continue to investigate the ninth prince's movements, watch him like a hawk. Do not let a single clue slip. Also use every possible means to find his weaknesses. Find the true breach in Great Qin's armor. I Xiang Yu refuse to believe there is no way to break them. One day I will lead a mighty army and trample this tyrannical Qin underfoot. Heh. As he spoke, Xiang Yu's eyes grew razor sharp. A violent aura swirled around him, as if he were entirely consumed by flames of rage. He looked for all the world like a reedied fighting cock on the battlefield. Xiang Liang looked at him, shook his head with another heavy sigh, and said with exasperation, Xiao Yu, your temper is still far too impulsive. Moreover, your ambition is too great, and the violent aura within you is too strong. If this continues, you will eventually bring ruin upon yourself. No matter how great the undertaking you wish to achieve, you must understand how to assess the times and wait for the right moment to act. Only at the opportune moment, under the right circumstances, can a great cause hope to succeed. If you remain this reckless, you will surely pay an even heavier price. Furthermore, a wise man submits to circumstances. If there is truly no need for rebellion in the realm, why must you stubbornly persist? Could it be that what you have truly desired all along is nothing but power and status? Alas, you have deeply disappointed your uncle. At this moment, Xiang Yu could hardly care about any of that. He slammed his palm heavily on the table, shouting angrily, yes, in my heart I do desire power, and I do desire status. So what? What fine man doesn't yearn to achieve great deeds and carve out his own path in the world? Are we supposed to live our entire lives as useless cowards? All these years of painstaking efforts and careful planning, wasn't it all for the day we could overthrow the tyrannical Qin? Now suddenly calling it quits, what kind of sense does that make? Don't we owe an explanation to those who have followed us? Are we just supposed to give up from now on and live as nameless, insignificant nobodies? Faced with Xiang Yu's fierce questioning, Xiang Liang was momentarily rendered speechless. He could only let out another deep sigh. Looking at the ambitious Xiao Yu before him, whose eyes burned with desire for power and fame, Xiang Liang felt a heavy tightness in his chest. After a long moment, he finally spoke with a helpless expression. Xiao Yu, the reason we originally gathered troops and sought to overthrow the tyrannical Qin was because the people of the world were suffering too much. It was because the Great Qin back then could not be considered a stable and peaceful nation. It was filled with slaughter and that was why we thought of resisting Qin Shi Huang's rule, wanting to establish a better and more stable world. But now the situation has changed. The one seated on the throne now is the 9th Prince Exiled. He is gradually transforming Great Qin and has indeed won the hearts of the people. The policies he is currently implementing are almost all aimed at securing a livelihood for the common folk. It is precisely for this reason that the people support him, viewing him as a remarkable emperor. If we were to forcefully strike against Great Qin at this critical juncture, insisting on overthrowing its current government, it would simply not be worth it. The policies he is currently implementing are almost all aimed at securing a livelihood for the common folk. It is precisely for this reason that the people support him, viewing him with no more wars, no more slaughter, and less suffering and calamity in the future. Then the very thing we initially set out to achieve would already be accomplished, wouldn't it? Given that, why must we raise an army and rebel, stirring up another storm of bloodshed? This is neither our original intention nor the mission we ought to uphold. Do you understand? Xiang Liang advised with utmost earnestness. But no matter how much he spoke, Xiang Yu seemed not to take in a single word. At this moment, Xiang Yu was like a lion thoroughly provoked. He refused to listen to anyone. The only thought in his mind was a burning desire to personally cut down that 9th prince. Xiang Yu simply could not accept it. He could not bear to see the years of planning and effort suddenly amount to nothing. Nor was he willing to admit that all his perseverance had become utterly meaningless. Xiang Yu simply could not accept it. He could not bear to see the years of planning and effort suddenly amount to nothing. Nor do I care whether the Great Qin of today has improved or turned into some kind of paradise. I couldn't care less. What I, Xiang Yu, intend to do is to seize the entire Great Qin. I will fiercely challenge the authority of that 9th prince. Who the hell does he think he is? I, Xiang Yu, don't give a damn about him. Frankly, that 9th prince merely used some tricks to win people's hearts. Now he rallies public support and stabilizes his ministers. Isn't that just to secure the throne beneath him? Does that really prove he possesses some extraordinary ability? Utterly ridiculous. Wait until his coffers are drained in a short while. When the national treasury of Great Qin is completely emptied and he can no longer fund these so-called new policies. What will he have left to continue winning over the people? What will he use to pave the way for the world? Once his true nature is exposed, Xiang Yu will no longer tolerate him. I will raise an army in rebellion at all costs and drag him down from that throne. The entire Great Qin should rightfully be placed in the hands of someone far more brilliant and mighty. Though Qin Shi Huang was tyrannical, he could barely be considered a great conqueror of his era. As for this son of his, in my eyes, Xiang Yu, he is utterly insignificant. I simply look down upon him. Upon hearing this, Xiang Liang wanted to persuade him further. But seeing Xiang Yu's obstinate demeanor, he finally realized that further words were futile. So he simply fell silent, turned around, and quietly withdrew. Once outside, Xiang Liang sighed deeply, alone, his heart filled with bitterness. He never imagined that in a moment of fervor he had rallied the elders of Jiangdong to plot against Qin, and had unwittingly pulled Xiao Yu onto this path as well. But now he himself had seen the situation clearly, and wanted to pause and reconsider. Xiao Yu, however, had fallen in completely. This young man's ambition was too overwhelming. He was unwilling to step off this perilous ship. What was to be done? Xiang Liang could not think of a good solution for the moment. Yet he was certain that he could not blindly support Xiang Ye's reckless actions. After all, the one governing Great Qin now was not Qin Shi Huang, but the ninth Prince Exiled. Under Qin Shi Huang's rule there had indeed been much tyranny. Back then they could rally troops under the banner of overthrowing the tyrannical Qin. But the problem was that this ninth prince was, on the contrary, he treated the people exceptionally well. His reputation in the court and among the populace was steadily rising. Ministers were willing to follow him, and the common folk sang his praises. To attempt overthrowing a government led by such a man would be unimaginably difficult. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. In the end, they would be the ones to suffer. Xiang Liang had always been a shrewd man, one who understood the times. He knew that continuing down this path would bring him no benefit. Leading Xiaoyu on this reckless course would never yield a good outcome. Thus a resolution gradually formed in Xiang Liang's mind. He planned to start with the people around Xiaoyu, persuading them one by one, pulling them back one by one. At the very least, he had to guide them back onto the right track. He could no longer allow them to cling to such reckless notions of rebellion. But even so, how easy could such a task possibly be? Accomplishing it truly seemed as difficult as ascending to heaven. At this moment, Xiang Liang felt utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu remained filled with resentment. At this very moment, he had already taken out a map and was studying the mountains and passes upon it, carefully deliberating which direction to strike at Great Qin. He had to find a reliable point of entry. In any case, Xiaoyu was now firmly resolved to fight Great Qin to the bitter end. As for what the future might bring, he cared not at all. Xiaoyu was by nature ruthless and unyielding. Once he made up his mind, he would never easily relent. Moreover, his ambition had now reached an extreme peak. He swore that he would accomplish a monumental and earth-shaking enterprise. Only in this way could he truly establish his merit and legacy. Only in this way could he climb step by step to a position of supreme power, ultimately becoming an emperor who commanded the world. Deep within his bones, Xiaoyu still craved the establishment of great achievements, longing for the day when his authority would surpass all ministers, even to hold the power of the entire world. It must be said that by this point he was completely blinded by fury and ambition. Only one thought remained in his mind: that one day he would grow powerful enough to make the world tremble in fear, so that no one would dare to underestimate him. It was precisely for this reason that his hatred for that ninth prince grew deeper and deeper. He had never imagined that Qin Shi Huang had kept such a card hidden. To think that he had secretly cultivated such a formidable prince. So this was the true trump card Qin Shi Huang had left behind. Previously he had gravely underestimated the first emperor. The more Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he became. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Had I known this earlier, I should have sent men to keep a close watch on the northern desert region. Before that ninth prince truly rose to power, I should have nipped him in the bud. Now look what's happened. I've left myself such a huge problem. Qin Shi Huang, oh Qin Shi Huang, you truly had cunning. Even in death you managed to leave behind such a scheme. But I, Xiaoyu, will never admit defeat, nor will I ever bow my head to anyone. No one in this world can ever control the fate of Xiaoyu." Within the imperial palace of Great Qin, since Exiled had decided to continue expanding his harem, he realized that the current sleeping quarters in the palace were no longer sufficient. Realizing that his consorts would only grow in number, the existing harem could hardly accommodate them all. Thus Exiled quickly made a decision. He would expand the rear gardens of the palace. He had already drawn the blueprints himself and issued orders to commence construction on an auspicious day. At this moment, Exiled sat upon the throne in the court. A eunuch beside him had already read out the decree to expand the harem before all the civil and military officials. The moment these words fell, everyone below was stunned, especially the ministers, whose faces turned rather peculiar. They seemed to want to speak, yet dared not step forward to oppose. After all, they had come to understand the reigning emperor's style. He never liked others meddling in his affairs. He would think things through, make his decisions, and then directly issue decrees. The ministers were simply expected to comply. There was little room for discussion or hesitation. Thus they could only hold their tongues and obediently await instructions. Just then the imperial censor Shi Lu unexpectedly stepped forward. He clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, according to the blueprint you have provided, if we are to rebuild the harem on such a scale, there is a rather thorny issue that must be resolved first." He clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, according to the blueprint you have provided, if we are to rebuild the harem on such a If we do not first arrange a secure place for these consorts, the expansion of the harem may not proceed smoothly. I humbly ask your Majesty, how should these late emperor's consorts be settled?" At these words the entire court fell silent. Though no minister spoke, they all cast curious gossipy glances toward Exiled. They too wondered how this new emperor would handle the women left by his predecessor. A spectacle seemed imminent. Exiled, upon hearing this, finally remembered the issue. For a moment he felt his head throbbing. In previous days he had seen some of the late emperor's consorts. Many were already advanced in age, indeed no longer, yet some remained young and beautiful with captivating grace. It must be said his imperial father's taste was within the harem. Many consorts boasted remarkable beauty. Even Exiled found himself somewhat tempted. But he knew these women were, after all, his father's. Thus he had never entertained any improper thoughts. Now that the issue was brought into the open, Exiled found himself genuine. After a moment of deliberation, he slowly spoke. "Tomorrow gather all the late emperor's consorts. I shall ask their intentions personally. If any wish to remain in the palace, I will have a more stately residence built for them, so they may live together in their later years and keep each other company. Of course, if any still harbor feelings for the late emperor and wish to pray for his soul at a retreat or temporary palace, I will also arrange suitable accommodations. Upon hearing this, Shirley felt somewhat relieved. He nodded, apparently approving. He had worried that this ninth prince might commit some outrageous immoral act. Now it seemed the emperor did possess some sense of propriety, at least showing respect for the late emperor on the surface. Just then another elder minister stepped forward, clasping his hands. Your Majesty, I believe this arrangement is still inappropriate. If these consorts are allowed to leave the palace on their own, it may be perceived by the world as the court mistreating them. Public opinion is the hardest to silence. In my view, it would be better to send them all to the imperial mausoleum, where they can keep vigil for the late emperor. In a few days, when the late emperor's remains arrive, a grand national funeral will be held. Having these consorts mourn him and then move to the mausoleum for long-term vigil would be the most fitting arrangement. Ing Zhao's face darkened at these words. The other ministers remained silent, eyes downcast, clearly waiting to see how. Ing Zhao scanned the court and then asked loudly, what do my ministers think of this matter? Do you all share the same view? At this, those who had been watching eagerly had to step forward and voice their opinions. Soon several nodded in agreement and said firmly, Your Majesty, the late emperor's consorts are after all people of the late emperor. If we release them from the palace and trouble arises later, would it not tarnish the royal family's reputation? Of course, keeping them in the harem supported by the court is not entirely impossible, but that would bring its own set of problems. The court would have to allocate a considerable budget annually. Moreover, the ongoing palace renovation is already a massive undertaking. If we also need to arrange temporary quarters for them and then move them back after the repairs are done, it would add countless burdens. The finances might not support it. We also believe that sending them to the mausoleum to keep vigil is an excellent arrangement. It would demonstrate their loyalty to the late emperor and show the world that Great Qin has not mistreated them, but rather granted them honor and respect. Their unwavering devotion to the late emperor would become a tale of virtue. In the end, this is already a special grace. Throughout history, it was common for consorts to be buried alive with the deceased emperor. Now your Majesty does not demand that, but only has them keep vigil at the mausoleum. This is a tremendous mercy. The people, upon hearing this, would hardly raise any objections. For a moment, many ministers in the court voiced their agreement. On this matter, their stance was remarkably unified. Yet Ing Zhao grew increasingly displeased with these words. He was by nature a man who doted on his consorts. He had always treated women with exceptional kindness. In his view, women were not mere pawns in the game of power to be used and discarded at will. Seeing the self-righteous expressions on his ministers' faces, Ing Zhao felt a surge of disgust. His face darkened, and he roared, Well, you have it all figured out, don't you? So in your eyes, the consorts left by the late emperor can be disposed of at the court's whim, sending them to the mausoleum. What difference is that from letting them wither away and die? The mausoleum area is often troubled with poor living conditions and far fewer comforts than the palace. Sending them there, is that not condemning them to a lonely, miserable existence ending in a desolate death? These consorts, though not the late emperor's favorites, have always received their due treatment. Over the years, the late emperor never treated them harshly. Now that he has passed, you immediately think of making them endure such hardship. This is neither humane nor filial. I cannot do such a thing. And how dare you bring up burial with the dead? Aren't you ashamed to say such things? What do you truly wish for the late emperor's consorts to accompany him in death? Or do you think that by sending them to the mausoleum, they might as well be buried there too? Ing Zhao's sudden fury left the entire court in terrified silence. They each kept their heads lowered, not daring to utter a single word. Yet confusion still churned within their hearts, for they could not fathom what misstep they had taken. In their eyes, was this not a perfectly routine arrangement? Had it not always been done this way? Throughout the ages, it was hardly uncommon for consorts to be buried alive with the departed emperor. Unless blessed with a son to secure their position, many consorts were either forced into sacrificial burial or sent to the imperial mausoleum to guard it for life. Thus, in the eyes of these ministers, the proposal they had just put forth was hardly a grave offense. They simply could not comprehend why His Majesty had flown into such a sudden rage. Nor could they grasp why he insisted on elevating the status of the late emperor's consorts to such an extraordinary degree. It all seemed utterly incomprehensible to them. Yet no matter how absurd they found it, no one dared to voice such thoughts aloud. After all, the new sovereign before them was never one to be trifled with. Should they truly provoke his wrath, heads would surely roll. In such a case, they might not even understand how they met their end. And so the ministers fell silent, none daring to press the argument further. Seeing that the emperor's fury had yet to subside, one by one they knelt and prostrated themselves upon the court floor. Before long, the entire hall was filled with kneeling figures. All bowed their heads, held their breath, and dared not speak a single word. Some of the more timid ones had already pressed themselves nearly flat against the ground in sheer terror. Ing Zhao swept a cold, piercing gaze across them, and spoke in a chilling tone, I care not what schemes you harbor in your hearts. Nor do I care for the outdated conventions of the past. I care even less about how the emperors of bygone dynasties conducted their affairs. In my eyes, the Great Qin of today must accord women the respect and standing they deserve. I care even less about how the emperors of bygone dynasties conducted their affairs. In my eyes, the Great Qin of today must accord women the respect and standing. All who are born into this world deserve equal regard. There is no inherent superiority or inferiority between man and woman. Whether one bears a son or a daughter, in my eyes both are equally important. What I seek to establish is an era of true fairness, not a so-called golden age dictated solely by men. Since they were once consorts by the late emperor's side, they are entitled to dignified arrangements. My stance remains unchanged. Everything shall be carried out according to their own wishes. Should they choose to remain within the palace, I shall honor them as esteemed guests. In food, clothing, lodging, and grandeur, I shall provide them with everything in abundance. For they once served the late emperor, and this treatment is what they have rightfully earned. Should any wish to leave the palace, I shall grant permission readily. Furthermore, I shall ensure their paths are paved after departure, so they will never be left with nowhere to go. In short, I shall never allow these women to suffer unjust treatment. From this day forward, Great Qin shall march toward respecting the will of its people. It shall be a Great Qin where both men and women are treated with fairness. The outdated rules that arbitrarily discriminate are to be cast aside without hesitation. Ying Zhao's impassioned declaration echoed resoundingly through the grand hall. He exuded an overwhelming aura, leaving no room for anyone to question his words. Yet it was precisely this speech that sent shockwaves through every minister present. When had they ever heard such radical notions? Upon first hearing them, their minds buzzed as if struck a heavy blow, their very souls rattled. These words were utterly unprecedented. They directly overturned their understanding of Great Qin's rights and the very order of the realm. The ministers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Good heavens! What had His Majesty just said? Men and women are equal. Women deserve such elevated status, and they are to be granted such privileges. This is simply too outrageous. If things continue this way, will women soon be turning the world upside down? Since ancient times, where has such a situation ever existed? What will become of this? Could it be that from now on male authority will be suppressed, while women rise to prominence overnight? Why should women be placed on equal footing with men? The ministers' hearts churned with turbulent waves, each one utterly stunned and at a loss for how to respond. Little did they know the words they had just heard were merely the beginning. At best they were but an appetizer. The true masterstroke was still waiting for them ahead. The words Ying Zhao was about to speak next would shock them so profoundly that they would prostrate themselves on the ground, nearly losing their breath entirely. Ying Zhao took a deep breath and continued in a deep, solemn voice. Ministers, since I have declared that men and women should be viewed with equal fairness, and since Great Qin is to elevate the status of women, then we cannot merely pay lip service. We must implement concrete measures. Starting tomorrow, I shall officially issue. Within the borders of Great Qin, every woman born shall enjoy the same fundamental rights as men. They may freely enter schools to study and receive foundational education. Should they demonstrate aptitude, they may continue their pursuit of higher learning. Naturally, this also includes participating in the imperial examinations and serving as officials in the court based on their own merits. What? Women are allowed to sit for the imperial exams? Upon hearing this, the ministers nearly dropped their jaws in shock. All of them stared, wide-eyed mouths agape, utterly speechless. Some even wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them. After a long, dazed pause, they finally snapped back to reality. A collective hiss of sharp intakes of breath filled the hall. Many ministers immediately prostrated themselves, even lower, crying out urgently, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. This is absolutely impermissible. Such actions are truly inappropriate." At that moment, the ministers in the court were all thrown into a panic. What? When had the assembled officials ever heard of such a thing? Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? Women are to receive education, and even participate in the imperial examinations to pursue official careers. This is far too absurd. Throughout all recorded history, has such a thing ever occurred? Even if Great Qin wished to be more lenient towards women, granting them slightly higher status and rights, should it go to some, could it be that state affairs are to involve women as well? This is utterly outrageous. Some of the elder ministers immediately collapsed to the ground, weeping bitter tears. At this very moment, the impact of Ying Zhao's radical declarations was too overwhelming for everyone to bear. They could never have imagined that His Majesty's ambitions would stretch to such lengths. The crux of the matter was that this was simply too preposterous. Since the founding of Great Qin, when had there ever been a scene of women entering the court as officials and participating in governance? What on earth was His Majesty thinking? Even when Qin Shi Huang sat upon the throne, he never entertained such a notion. Nor would he have dared to undertake such a drastic, unorthodox reform. This ninth prince was truly attempting to defy the heavens and alter fate itself. Utterly terrifying. And this is a complete violation of the ancestral laws of Great Qin. It is an utter disgrace to the spirit of Emperor Qin Shi Huang in heaven. The assembled ministers felt their hearts tremble violently, and they fell to their knees in terror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They were furious, and they were terrified. For this decree from Ying Zhao had shattered their deeply ingrained beliefs. How could women possibly participate in the imperial examinations? And how could they ascend the court and meddle in the affairs of state? This was an utter humiliation for Great Qin. Those ministers could no longer maintain their composure. In the past, no matter how absurd or reckless Ying Zhao's behavior was, they had gritted their teeth and endured it most of the time. But this time they truly could not bear it any longer. Immediately, several ministers stepped forward, their faces filled with panic, and shouted, "Your Majesty, you must not. Absolutely not. How can this matter be implemented so hastily? Throughout the history of Great Qin, there has never been a precedent of women interfering in politics. Not only in our Great Qin, but even in other states such a precedent has never been heard of. If women are truly allowed to ascend the court and make their mark, wouldn't the ethical code and rights of Great Qin be thrown into complete chaos? When the foundation of the state becomes unstable and the times are turbulent, in the end it is the common people of the world who will suffer. Women should reside peacefully within the inner chambers, tending to their husbands and raising their children. How can they stand alongside men in the court and debate matters of governance? It is the men of Great Qin who should achieve merit and establish their careers who should shoulder the future of Great Qin. Why should women come out and interfere in these matters? This is simply against all rules. Your Majesty, we implore you to think this over most carefully. Once this decree is announced today, it will inevitably shake the entire court and the nation. Even all of Great Qin will be thrown into a massive uproar because of it. The people of the realm will likely not be able to accept it either. The other states will seize this opportunity to mock Great Qin. This is simply against all rules. Your Majesty, we implore you to think this over most carefully. Once this decree is announced today, it will inevitably shake the entire court and the nation. Your Majesty, we beg you to be most cautious and do not rashly implement this policy. Great Qin cannot withstand such a shock any longer. Allowing women to meddle in state affairs, would that not throw everything into complete disarray? Is this not sheer folly? We absolutely cannot continue with this kind of reckless behavior. The most crucial thing for Great Qin now is to nurture more men into talents. They should be allowed to take the imperial examinations to select the true pillars of the state for Great Qin. Only with the combined efforts of these men can Great Qin be led towards a more powerful and prosperous future. To become a strong state, Great Qin must rely on its men and absolutely cannot depend on women. These ministers all seem to be struck by an unprecedented shock. At this moment, prostrate on the ground, their voices rose in a crescendo. Each one of them hoped that His Majesty would retract this decision. They pleaded with him not to act on a whim and not to issue reckless orders. After all, in their view, this was absolutely not a good thing for Great Qin. But Exiled simply couldn't be bothered with them. He had already thought this matter through clearly. What he wanted to establish was a new world where men and women were equal. On this vast land of the 9 provinces, women must never again be arbitrarily suppressed, sacrificed, or become mere appendages to be manipulated. Even if all the ministers vehemently opposed him, Exiled would not change his beliefs or his decision. Since he had already made up his mind, how could he be easily swayed? As a transmigrator, he had always had immense confidence. However, this meant that the ministers of Great Qin would be the ones to suffer. They were practically being driven to the brink of madness. Exiled swept his cold gaze over the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Ministers, there is no need to dissuade me further. I have made up my mind. The relevant policies have already been drafted by my order. Starting from tomorrow, this decree will be officially implemented. From now on, the status of women in Great Qin will be equal to that of men. Even if you are dissatisfied in your hearts, there is nothing you can do to change it. It is best you simply accept this decree." With these words, Exiled flicked his sleeves and left. As for what these ministers were thinking, he cared not in the slightest. This left the entire court of civil and military officials fuming with rage, their beards bristling, feeling utterly terrible. Some of the elder ministers even prostrated themselves on the ground, weeping bitterly. Pounding the ground, they wailed, "Oh dear, oh my dear. What kind of world is this turning into? The entire Great Qin is truly turning upside down, and it is an unprecedented upheaval. From now on, what prospects are left for us men? Are we to be trampled upon by women? For women to be on equal footing with men, how can this be allowed? This is a complete violation of ethics and principles, and even more so a violation of the ancestral laws of Great Qin. When has such an absurd thing ever happened in this mighty Great Qin? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, if you have a spirit in heaven, open your eyes and look at your son. He has already become so arrogant that no one can control him. He is acting recklessly, doing whatever he pleases, and now he wants to elevate the status of women to be equal with men. Former Emperor, if you truly have a spirit, show. If the 9th Prince truly issues this decree of gender equality across the realm, Great Qin will be utterly finished. The most fatal part is that women will interfere in state affairs in the future. From now on, what future can Great Qin possibly have? How pitiful, how lamentable. It's fatal, simply fatal. Some even went so far as to wail at the top of their lungs. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, please open your eyes and see the state of Great Qin today. All the former emperors of Great Qin, all our ancestors, if you have spirits in heaven, show yourselves now. All gods and Buddhas, all ancestors, we beg you to come and take a look. All the former emperors of Great Qin, all our ancestors, if you have spirits in heaven, show yourselves now. It's too strange, too insane. He's completely possessed. It wasn't just the ministers in the court who were extremely dissatisfied with this decree. The men were heavy-hearted and deeply worried, utterly unsure of how to respond. After all, such a situation had never occurred in the history of Great Qin. Prince Gao, Prince Jiang Lu, Prince Ya, and the others were so angry their faces turned ashen, their beards practically bristling with fury. They looked as if they were about to be driven insane. The men were heavy-hearted and deeply worried, utterly unsure of how to respond. After all, such a situation had never occurred in the history of Great Qin. If women could enter the court and govern, then what use were men? This was smashing the ancestral rules to pieces. It was completely unreasonable and a blatant violation of the old systems. If they truly followed the ninth prince's wishes, wouldn't the princesses of Great Qin also be able to rise to prominence overnight? Where would that leave the dignity and status of the princes? They were already extremely resentful that the ninth prince had ascended the throne, feeling that they had been utterly wronged. And now on top of that they had to endure this kind of shock. If this isn't a trap, then what is? They simply couldn't swallow this insult. How could women possibly control the government? Isn't this pure nonsense? Since the founding of Great Qin, when had such an absurd thing ever happened? What is the ninth prince thinking? If he wants to wallow in a den of women himself, so be it, but does he have to drag the entire Great Qin down with him into madness? Does he want all the men in the world to become useless fools who worship women like ancestors only to end up being controlled by them? This guy is definitely insane. He has undoubtedly lost his mind. Once women are truly indulged, what status will men have in the future? Hasn't this mighty Great Qin always relied on its men to uphold the state and its rivers and mountains? Especially the princes of Great Qin, who are born as the most exalted of the exalted. How can they be so easily affronted? Why should they be put on an equal footing with those women? If in the future those princesses can also stand on their own, even get their hands on military power, and participate in political strategies, wouldn't the court of Great Qin be completely thrown into a chaotic mess? If the other states in the 9 provinces hear about this, won't they all regard Great Qin as a colossal joke? At this moment, all the princes felt that this matter had gone too far. They couldn't help but think of their ancestor, the emperor. Those were the good old days under Emperor Qin Shi Huang. At least back then the status of men was never challenged. At least women didn't ride roughshod over men. At least they as men remained the exalted beings of the world. The Great Qin was supposed to be a realm where men were revered above women. Hadn't it always been this way for generations? What on earth was in that ninth prince's mind? Since he ascended the throne, had he not caused enough absurdities? First he expanded the harem, then continuously took concubines, finding one woman after another for himself. Those things could be overlooked. But now he had gone mad, wanting women to learn to read and write, to take the imperial examinations, and even to gradually seize control of the court. What's next? Will he give them command of the military and send them to the battlefield? This is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Doesn't the Great Qin have any men left? Do we really need women to prop up the empire? Such absurdity is simply... The princes could no longer sit still. After Ying Zhao left, they didn't disperse immediately. Instead, they remained in the court, discussing fervently, unwilling to leave. Everyone was trying to find a breakthrough to devise a plan. No matter what, they had to persuade His Majesty to calm down. They absolutely could not let him continue his madness, nor let him casually issue such shocking decrees. If men and women were truly elevated to equal status, the Great Qin would be utterly finished. But no matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't find a suitable way to stop Ying Zhao's next move. After all, the one sitting on the throne now was not Qin Shi Huang. Would Ying Zhao obediently listen to them? Obviously, this emperor always made his own decisions, planned his own course, and then delegated the tasks to his ministers. In the end, the situation of these ministers in the court was increasingly like a pack of dogs merely following orders. They had long lost the real power to make decisions. Therefore, they had no ability to oppose the ninth prince, nor the So what should they do now? This time the ministers were truly panicked. A profound sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts. If this continued, they might really be completely finished. The ninth prince was too overbearing. The key was that the things he did were impossible for others to stop. This time was completely different from before. Although the ninth prince's previous decisions were also astonishing, at least some people in the court were willing to support him. Some also believed that although he acted domineeringly, he could barely be considered a reliable monarch. But this time Ying Zhao had directly trampled on the bottom line of all the ministers. The people present simply could not accept the decree he proposed today. Many ministers had already begun to curse under their breath. Has His Majesty lost his mind? What is he thinking? If women can interfere in politics, does the Great Qin have no dignity left? Isn't this a hen crowing like a rooster? It will surely bring chaos to the court and shake the very foundation of our Great Qin. This is throwing the ancestors' honor to the wind. It absolutely cannot be allowed. If the ninth prince truly wants to elevate the status of women, it would be enough to give them more rewards or exempt them from some hard labor as a favor. Then issue a few decrees to ensure they are treated better in their husbands' homes. Let their lives be a bit smoother, give them some means to protect themselves. Isn't that enough? Why does he insist on letting women enter schools to study, and even allow them to take the imperial examinations and enter? The most absurd thing is that he is hell-bent on doing it. How did he even come up with this? As the emperor of Great Qin, has he thrown away his brains? Has he been so infatuated with the women in his harem that he's completely lost his head? Has he been thoroughly brainwashed by the imperial consorts? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. How could there be such a prince in this world? There has never been one before, and there will likely never be one after. He has turned all common sense on its head. Some courtiers couldn't help but curse loudly. If Emperor Qin Shi Huang knows about this in heaven, he'll probably be so angry he'll sit up from his mausoleum. He probably never dreamed that his own son would go this mad. If the Great Qin truly follows his wishes, if the status of women is truly raised to be on par with men, then what future does the Great Qin have? The fall of the nation is right before our eyes. Tragic, truly tragic. Those women are definitely not simple. This is clearly destroying our Great Qin's empire. Hateful. Utterly hateful. No, I must immediately write a memorial to ask His Majesty to retract the decree. We must also ask His Majesty to disband the harem. Those women with ulterior motives should all be expelled from the palace or disposed of on the spot, lest they keep whispering poison into His Majesty's ears day and night. On other matters we can all take a step back, but on this matter we must never yield. We absolutely cannot allow women to run amok in the Great Qin. If it truly comes to that, where will we men stand? Wouldn't we, the entire court of ministers, become a huge joke? Across the vast 9 provinces, the Grand Great Qin, has there ever been such an absurdity since ancient times? Ridiculous, hateful, utterly hateful. At this moment the entire court was in an uproar of curses. They all wanted to deliberate on a countermeasure, but when it came time to make a decision, they found themselves without a plan. After all, stopping His Majesty was no easy feat. This emperor simply wouldn't listen to their advice. Perhaps in his ears only the words of his wives and concubines held any weight. As for the ministers' remonstrations, they were likely just a passing breeze. It was precisely for this reason that the more the ministers thought about it, the more aggrieved and furious they became. Filled with righteous indignation, they discussed writing memorials as soon as they returned home, submitting a joint petition to ask His Majesty to withdraw his command. Some were even prepared to go all out, drafting a petition from the people, to have the entire court plead together. They only begged His Majesty to retract this decision and not elevate the status of women to such an absurd level. What nonsense was this equality between men and women? Wasn't this pure rubbish? Since ancient times, when had men and women ever stood on equal footing? Even more absurd was the idea of allowing women to participate in politics. Such a thing was utterly unheard of. Women were supposed to be virtuous helpers at home. If they were allowed to meddle in state affairs, wouldn't that be personally pushing the Great Qin down the path to ruin? The ministers were all deeply dissatisfied. So with heavy hearts and endless discussions, they each returned to their residences. Next they would submit their memorials. No matter the cost, they had to stop this matter from progressing further. This was his daily routine. He simply couldn't stop taking wives, concubines, and siring children, because doing so allowed him to grow stronger step by step. This was his daily routine. He simply couldn't stop taking wives, concubines, and siring children, because doing so allowed him to grow stronger step by step. It also allowed him to continuously obtain more rewards, and from another direction propel the Great Qin forward, making the entire empire more prosperous and powerful. Ing Zhao had been clear-headed from start to finish. He knew how important what he was doing was. He also knew it was by no means meaningless. Of course, this decision to promote equality between men and women was indeed somewhat ahead of its time. But Ing Zhao understood that in this world, everything depended on human effort. As long as one was willing to do it and dared to do it, why couldn't it succeed? After all, he was a time traveler. Moreover, he was now the emperor of Great Qin. There were simply too many things he could do. Forcing this policy of gender equality through now might not be understood by anyone in the short term. In fact, the people of the world might criticize and even curse him endlessly for it. But Ing Zhao was well aware that as time passed, people's views would eventually change bit by bit. In the end, they would inevitably accept this reality. This would greatly benefit the development of women across the land. It would also be more conducive to the long-term strengthening of the Great Qin. Equality between men and women was not about one side overpowering the other, but about allowing the strengths of both men and women to be fully unleashed. They could even complement each other. Only then would the Great Qin truly present a thriving and prosperous scene. To ensure the smooth implementation of this decree, Ing Zhao directly summoned the Grand General Zhang Han. At this moment within the study, Zhang Han knelt prostrate on the ground, his expression exceedingly grave. His demeanor was clearly amiss, his heart filled with uncertainty on how to respond. After a moment, Ing Zhao stepped into the study. He went straight to the seat of honor, looked at Zhang Han, and spoke. Minister Zhang Han, I shall entrust this matter to you. Establish academies allowing women to attend school for free. Furthermore, widely recruit learned instructors so that all the children of the realm may receive the finest education. I trust these matters should not prove too difficult for you. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han's brow furrowed deeply, and for a moment he knew not how to reply. After a long silence, he drew a deep breath, clasped his hands, and said, Your Majesty, establishing academies is naturally not difficult. Building academies is a great boon for the nation and its people. This is unquestionably benevolent governance. Enrolling children in school is also an immensely good deed, a foremost act of kindness. However, the truly troublesome part lies in allowing males and females to attend school together. This, I fear, where there's a will, there's a way, is there not? First, establish the academies and secure all the necessary instructors. As for the enrollment of children, we can proceed step by step later. There's no rush. Where there's a will, there's a way, is there not? First, establish the academies and secure all the necessary instructors. As for the enrollment of children, we can proceed step by step later. There's no rush. As long as one is willing to put in the effort, there is nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished. The equality between men and women I speak of is not merely lip service. This I am determined to achieve. Hearing these words, Zhang Han felt utterly overwhelmed. He naturally dared not openly defy the sovereign's decree. Yet this time he truly believed the sovereign's approach was too inappropriate. Thus Zhang Han could only choose his words carefully, saying tactfully, Your Majesty, I understand your intentions. You wish for all subjects of the realm to receive equal treatment and opportunity for education. You also wish for those from humble backgrounds to enter officialdom through the imperial examinations, thereby changing their destinies. In the future, they too can serve the people and guide Great Qin towards a better state. But the problem lies in the fact that allowing women into academies clashes with the traditions handed down by our ancestors. It also goes against the long-held moral perceptions of the people across the land. Furthermore, it will shake the deeply ingrained beliefs within their hearts. Zhang Han's expression soured, and he couldn't help but question, "Your Majesty, why must you go this far?" "Your Majesty, all I can do is my utmost to prepare the academies and gather the instructors. Let them teach the children well and impart knowledge. Consider this an act of virtue, a benevolent deed for the nation and its people. As for the girls, allowing them to learn a bit isn't entirely out of the question. But what they learn should ideally be confined to music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, preparing them to become virtuous wives and mothers. Knowing some characters is fine, but there's no need for them to study too deeply. Subjects like historical classics, military strategy, and the like should definitely not be delved into too much. If your Majesty agrees to this, I guarantee this matter will be handled well." After hearing this, Ying Zhao let out a cold, exasperated laugh. "Oh, Zhang Han, are you starting to negotiate terms with me? Since when you dictate how I should act? Is it now for me to accommodate you rather than you obeying my commands? Let me make this perfectly clear today. What I want is true equality between men and women. It is for men and women to receive the same education, to have the same opportunities for advancement, to have access to equal resources. If they can display their talents in various fields and realize their personal worth, and even contribute to Great Qin and serve the court, wouldn't that be a good thing? Why would I not do such a beneficial deed for the nation and its people? Your vision is too narrow, your perspective too short-sighted. I tell you what this vast Great Qin lacks most right now is the principle of equality. 1,000 years from now, the world will surely advocate for equality for all, including equality between men and women. Perhaps one day the status of women will not be inferior to men. They can excel in various professions just as well and not necessarily be a step behind men. Your thinking in the end is looking down on women. I called you here today not to discuss this matter, but to order you to carry it out. If you are unwilling, I can easily find someone else. In short, I am resolute in implementing this policy to the very end. All girls across the land must attend school and acquire true knowledge. They must also be given more opportunities to choose their own paths in life. In the future, perhaps some of them will become the people of my Great Qin, regardless of gender, should become useful individuals. They should all be talents. Each should fulfill their role, utilize their abilities, and demonstrate their worth. So there's no need for you to waste more words here. Even if you are unwilling, you must comply. This is the plan I have drafted. Take it back and review it carefully." As he spoke, Ying Zhao handed a booklet to Zhang Han. Inside was written the entire methodology for implementing this reform. Seeing no way to refuse, Zhang Han could only steel himself and accept it. However, his face remained clouded with worry, his entire demeanor heavy with burden. In Zhang Han's view, such actions by the sovereign would undoubtedly stir up a tremendous storm across the realm. It could very well drag all of Great Qin into an abyss. Ever since Ying Zhao issued this decree, the ministers both in court and beyond had harbored a stifled resentment. They submitted memorials daily listing one by one the various flaws and loopholes in the sovereign's plan. Points about drawbacks, violations of ancestral systems, and accusations of great impropriety. All such criticisms were written into their memorials and submitted in an unending stream. Their sole aim was to make the sovereign come to his senses and retract the decree in time. None of these ministers could accept a future Great Qin where men and women were equal. They could hardly even bear to imagine it. What a terrifying and absurd scene that would be. If women rose overnight, wouldn't Great Qin be completely ruined then? Since ancient times, 3 women make a drama. Women chatter incessantly, most adept at gossiping and spreading rumors. If they were allowed to meddle in politics or even control the court, could Great Qin possibly fare well? The ministers believed they were utterly loyal, acting solely for the sake of the Great Qin dynasty. Therefore, they were determined to have this decree amended. Ideally, they wanted the sovereign to retract the order entirely. This absurd notion must not be allowed to persist. Therefore, they were determined to have this decree amended. Ideally, they wanted the sovereign to retract the order entirely. This absurd notion must not be allowed to persist. On this day, the eunuch Aqiang cautiously approached Ying Zhao and whispered, "Your Majesty, would you perhaps care to glance at these memorials? After all, the ministers have labored diligently to compose them. Perhaps some truly urgent matters lie within. If your Majesty continues to leave them unread, it may become difficult to grasp the full scope of court affairs. This course, if sustained, seems hardly prudent." Aqiang spoke in an extremely low tone, his demeanor notably cautious. In his heart, he naturally hoped Ying Zhao might show some willingness to change. In Aqiang's view, a truly competent emperor would diligently attend court sessions and meticulously review memorials. The first emperor of Qin in former times had managed the realm in just such a manner. If all these duties were cast aside, would sitting upon the dragon throne not betray the people of the world? Would it not be a disservice to the countless citizens of this Great Qin? Yet these were words Aqiang ultimately dared not speak directly. He dared not show even a hint of dissatisfaction. He merely laid out the current situation, cautiously touching upon it without overstepping. For Aqiang knew well that the sovereign before him was not one to be trifled with. Should he inadvertently provoke his wrath, there would certainly be no good outcome for himself. At best he would be expelled from the palace, at worst he might lose his head. Such an outcome was not impossible. Thus, having spoken thus far, Xiang immediately fell silent. He then quietly awaited Ing Zhao's response. Unexpectedly, Ing Zhao merely glanced at the mountain of memorials, his countenance instantly darkening as he angrily cursed. What use is there in writing all this nonsense? Do I have the leisure to sift through such rubbish? With that time, I would rather visit my consorts in the inner court. Besides, what serious matters could they possibly articulate in their endless prattling within these memorials? It's nothing more than opposition to my decisions. Isn't it simply their attempt to coerce me into retracting my orders and indulging their own whims? Do they truly believe I was raised on threats? Utterly ridiculous. Since I have ascended to the throne, rising in one step to become the master of this Great Qin, I will certainly not fall for their tricks. What use are more of their worthless scribbles? Spread the word, they need not. I will not read them. What I have decided I shall pursue to the very end. The decrees I have issued shall not be easily. This policy must be implemented to its conclusion. Let them prepare themselves and also clearly perceive the current situation, recognizing their own standing. Having finished speaking, Ing Zhao's anger remained unappeased. He kicked over a stack of bamboo slips nearby, scattering them across the floor. In his eyes, these objects were nothing but an eyesore. Having finished speaking, Ing Zhao's anger remained unappeased. He kicked over a stack of bamboo slips nearby, scattering them across the floor. In his eyes, these objects were nothing but an eyesore. What was the point of reviewing such worthless things? Was it not a sheer waste of his time? Had his so-called father, the first emperor, not been suffocated by these heavy bamboo slips? In the end, his health had declined day by day, and he had perished at a relatively young age. Ing Zhao had no desire to rule as such an emperor. He had already resolved that these policies must be implemented to the end. He would make all the women of the realm stand tall. He would place them on equal footing to compete with men. Seeing this, Xiang dared not utter another word. He merely knitted his brows, his face full of misery. Ing Zhao shot him a cold glare at his cowardly demeanor. He then continued to command, "Go set up the brazier. Burn all these so-called memorials for me. I have no such leisure to read this pile of junk." "What? Burn them?" The eunuch Qiang's entire being turned sour upon hearing this command. He felt his heart shudder. With a face full of terror, he said softly, "Your Majesty, this course of action is truly inadvisable. These memorials were written with the utmost effort and blood of the assembled ministers. Even if they do not align with your Majesty's wishes, they still contain their own views and insights. Such an action would be a loss far outweighing any gain. Your Majesty, you must think thrice. Perhaps it would be better to endure for now. If you truly don't wish to read them, setting them aside would suffice. They will surely feel aggrieved. They might even band together and enter the palace to demand an explanation from your Majesty. When that time comes, it would inevitably stir up a bloody storm, throwing the court into utter chaos. Such an action would be a loss far outweighing any gain. Your Majesty, you must think thrice. Perhaps it would be better to endure for now. If you truly don't wish to read them, setting them aside would suffice. At worst, find a place to seal them away. That would at least grant some respect to the ministers. There is truly no need to burn them all as if they were refuse. This act also seems a bit too." Xiang dared not continue further, for he had already noticed that Ing Zhao's expression had turned distinctly ominous. Sure enough, in the next moment, Ing Zhao stared hard at him and asked coldly, "Who gave you the audacity? How dare you speak such words before me? When I command you to burn, you burn them obediently. These things are in the first place nothing but garbage. The contents within them are not even worth a fart. What need have I to read them? Each one of them puts on a solemn air daily, writing such a mess of random nonsense. When I command you to burn, you burn them obediently. These things are in the first place nothing but garbage. The content. Immediately order someone to burn all these memorials completely. The very sight of them is an eyesore." Upon hearing these words, Xiang froze on the spot, uncertain of what to do. His face was full of worry as he hesitated over whether to comply. Ing Zhao, however, was unwilling to wait any longer. He casually grabbed a few rolls of bamboo slips and cast them directly into the brazier. This action left Xiang dumbfounded on the spot. He had never dreamed that this ninth prince could be so utterly insane. Was this not a surefire way to offend every single minister in the court? Even if the sovereign didn't want to read them, he could simply leave them untouched. Why resort to burning them all? Such an action was simply too excessive. Once these memorials were reduced to ashes, would that not be tantamount to declaring open war on the assembled ministers? Xiang dared not make another sound. Ing Zhao, however, directly rebuked him. "I have already told you to burn these things quickly. What are you dawdling here for? Could it be that you also wish to defy me? Go and burn them now." This command from Ing Zhao frightened Xiang so much that his soul nearly fled his body. He stumbled over to the pile of bamboo slips. With trembling hands, he cast roll after roll of memorials into the brazier's flames. Ing Zhao meanwhile flicked his sleeves and departed. In his view, these so-called memorials were nothing but utter nonsense. They were basically all useless words opposing his. Each and every one of them was against the implementation of gender equality. But this time Ing Zhao had hardened his heart, determined to carry the policy of gender equality through to the very end. Moreover, reading these worthless memorials was a tremendous waste of time. Had his own father, the first emperor, not spent his days poring over such rubbish, ultimately ruining his health? Had he not died an early death in the end? He absolutely must not follow the first emperor's old path. Since he had now ascended the throne, he should rule as an emperor with ease, holding everything firmly in his grasp. Handling state affairs need not exhaust him like an old dog. After all, he was a transmigrator. He knew very well where the future of Great Qin was headed and where history would unfold. In the original history of Great Qin, he only needed to avoid those key defeats and purge the treacherous ministers and rebels like Zhao Gao and Li Si, suppress the remnants of the Six Kingdoms, and allow the people of the realm to truly live in prosperity and stability. The court of Great Qin could not possibly descend into major chaos, nor could it easily reach the point of downfall. Ultimately, being emperor relied on intellect. It was not a matter of merely toiling away diligently day after day. It was precisely because Ing Zhao understood this principle that he refused to bother with the worthless suggestions written by those ministers. As long as the grand direction remained sound, his imperial throne would remain as steadfast as Mount Tai. The future of Great Qin would also be secure. With this thought, Ing Zhao was in high spirits and went straight to the harem, joyful to see his wives. These past days he had wasted too much time on state affairs, inadvertently neglecting his wives and concubines. He planned to make up for it by spending quality time with them in the coming days to rekindle their bond. It was also time to resume his grand project of fathering children. After all, marrying, taking concubines, and having offspring were the true path to power. This matter must not be delayed. When Ing Zhao arrived at the harem, his wives and concubines were already prepared. They greeted him with radiant smiles and captivating glances. They eagerly surrounded him. Ing Zhao, not one to be shy, wrapped his arms around them, instantly immersing himself in this bliss. Indeed, his own wives and concubines were the ones who could lift his spirits the most. Who said indulging in romance made one useless? Who said having many women was a sin? This was clearly one of life's greatest joys. How could one govern the realm without a contented heart? Ing Zhao quickly issued his decree. Moreover, through this edict, he made his stance clear to all of Great Qin. From this day forward, the nation would promote women would be allowed to attend schools and receive the same education as men. They could compete alongside men on equal footing in the future. Ing Zhao even permitted women to take the imperial examinations and enter the court as officials, contributing their own strength to the Great Qin government. As long as their abilities were outstanding, women would have the same paths for advancement. There would be no difference between men and women in this matter. They would receive official positions, noble titles, and all the due benefits without exception. As soon as this decree was posted, it sent shockwaves through all of Great Qin. The civil and military officials were nearly furious. As for the common folk, they were so stunned their jaws nearly dropped. At this moment in the imperial city, countless citizens gathered before the posted notice, staring in disbelief, their minds buzzing. When they finally came to their senses, exclamations and discussions exploded. Oh heavens! Oh heavens! Has our emperor truly lost his mind? How could he possibly make such a decision? Are those ministers in the court all useless? How could no one stop such a major matter? If this decree is truly implemented, won't women's status skyrocket? Then my old lady at home would surely become insufferably smug. My life is already miserable enough. I have no standing at home to begin with. Now the court wants to elevate women's status further. How is a man supposed to live? If my wife ever gets uppity, what standing will I have at home then? Then my old lady at home would surely become insufferably smug. My life is already miserable enough. I have no standing at home to begin with. That's not unreasonable. Isn't Wu Dalong a perfect example? One Pan Jinlian was already outrageous enough. Could women become even more dominant, rising straight to the top? My goodness. At this rate, our emperor is definitely not in his right mind. So it turns out his head is truly full of women. Before he was merely indulging in romance, chasing the pleasures, but now he's been brainwashed by women insisting on elevating their status and trampling us men underfoot. How dare he do such a thing? It's terrifying and utterly shameless. A dominant woman at home is already now they want to let them run rampant outside too. If they can truly study at school, take the imperial exams, and become then what future is left for us men? To hell with gender equality. It's a trap, a pit designed to ensnare us men. Haven't you seen? It also says divorce can be free from now on. If a woman doesn't want to continue the marriage, she can take a share of the property and go her own way. They can remarry, be protected by the law, and stand as equals with their new husbands. Oh my God. This is too absurd. What kind of insane policy is this? Has the entire court lost their minds? Even if divorce is allowed, why should the property be split equally? This is so unfair to men. Wah. Is Great Qin really about to change? Are all men going to become cowards? Madness, utter madness. The emperor of Great Qin is mad, and the entire court has followed suit. It seems our lives will only get worse from here. We probably won't even dare to mess with the women in brothels anymore. Alas, this world is truly lamentable. For a time, the citizens within the imperial city were abuzz with discussion. Sounds of lamentation could be heard almost everywhere. Some even wailed openly in the streets, crying out at the top of their lungs, praying for the heavens to open their eyes and witness this absurd state of affairs. Some even wailed openly in the streets, crying out at the top of their lungs, praying for the heavens to open their eyes and witness, especially those timid men who usually had no confidence. The moment they saw this policy, they completely broke down. Some were even afraid to go home. Additionally, there were women with old-fashioned beliefs. having spent their entire lives revolving around the family, diligently managing everything. They were equally furious upon seeing this decree. The concept of male superiority and female inferiority was deeply rooted in their minds. Therefore, they viewed this decree as a tremendous disgrace. Why should women be allowed to govern? Why should women be allowed to rise to the top? Since ancient times, weren't women meant to be inferior? Weren't they supposed to treat their husbands as their everything? What kind of reasoning is this now? Especially the older women, the mothers-in-law wailed and lamented. They even began to complain on behalf of their sons. Why should their daughters-in-law be allowed to get uppity? What standing would their sons have then? And what about the men who haven't married yet? Wouldn't they be even worse off? In the future, they'd have to take a wife and treat her like an ancestor. And maybe one day she'd go off to take the imperial exams and become an official. It's over. Everything is truly in chaos now. In short, all the citizens across the imperial city were utterly exasperated by this decree. Men felt their dignity and status were under unprecedented attack. They were filled with indignation and resentment. Now that the sovereign treated them with such generosity, each felt a warm current surge through their hearts. It was only to watch their daughters-in-law lord it over their sons, and watch young women rise to prominence overnight, even strutting around the marital home as they pleased. And the older generation, with their deeply ingrained traditional views, were even more profoundly shocked. They were almost unanimously convinced that this emperor of Great Qin had gone completely mad. No sane person would ever do something so rebellious and heretical. If Emperor Qin Shi Huang were still alive, he would never have issued such a decree. How could women be allowed to dominate men? Isn't this a complete disaster? For ages, women's status had been low. Their natural duty was to assist their husbands or to stay at home raising children and managing the household, to be content and be a good, proper woman. Now forcing them to overturn their fate was utter madness. It was unbearable and infuriating. Where in history had such a situation ever occurred? How could such absurdity exist across the entire land? Yet Great Qin had become this insane, and this emperor had done something so incomprehensible. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. In summary, once this decree was published, the imperial city was thrown into an uproar. However, unlike the lamentations of the men, the young women were overjoyed. They felt that the heavens had finally seen their and had finally granted them a truly substantial reward. At this moment on the streets, men wailed in despair. Yet they wanted the sovereign to retract the order entirely. They too stood by the roadside, chattering amongst themselves, their voices brimming with barely contained excitement. This ninth prince truly lives up to his reputation as a dragon among men. What a splendid deed. I absolutely adore this. I admire the ninth prince for this. He not only dotes on his own wives and concubines, but also champions the welfare of all women under heaven. By elevating our status, we need no longer fear those men. Exactly. We can carve out our own path and live a life of abundance. No longer must we depend on men nor grovel for our survival. Who would deny it? The ninth prince has performed a monumental act of kindness this time. He has truly secured blessings for every woman in the realm. Well done, ninth prince. I am his first supporter. My admiration for him grows by the day. Just thinking that I too can now pursue an education fills my heart with joy. Indeed, why should a woman's status be so constrained? Why should our thoughts be shackled? What a miserable existence we've endured all these years. From this day forth, we can finally hold our heads high. Exactly. I've watched my brothers go to school since childhood, yearning to join them, yet I alone was forbidden. But now I can enter the academy too. Even if I am a bit older, it matters not. At last there is equality and the chance to learn. Sisters with men and women, now equal, we can support our own skies. No more enduring our mothers-in-law's scout. To hell with wicked mothers-in-law and feudal rules. Well, ignore them all. Together, well, overthrow those oppressive old traditions. Now we must stand tall, unite as one, and achieve great things. I heard the ninth prince has also established. Now we must stand tall, unite as one, and achieve great things. I heard the ninth prince has also established a women's committee to seek justice and protect our rights. I've heard that if domestic violence occurs henceforth, if a man dares to abuse a woman, we can directly report them and have them thrown in prison. This truly secures our standing as women. And you know what? All schools are now free. Not only can we attend for free, but we also receive the same treatment as men. This way everyone can go to school and properly acquire knowledge. Moreover, the ninth prince has established numerous factories, providing us with ample opportunities to work and earn. We no longer have to rely on men, we can earn our own keep. With money in hand and knowledge in mind, how can we fail to forge a path forward? Men are nothing to us now. Right? Those lousy men are all womanizers at heart, always scheming to harm us. Haven't we suffered enough grievances over the years? From now on we can finally stand strong. Sisters, let's unite and do great things instead of being trapped in the misery of our in-laws' homes. The ninth prince's actions have taught us a valuable lesson. It's not that we women are inadequate, but that those men are malicious. Look at how the ninth prince treats his own wives and concubines. He cherishes each one, showing no favoritism. His wives, every single one of them, sing his praises. They are all deeply devoted to him. What does this show? It shows that the ninth prince is capable, charismatic, and naturally beloved by women. Most importantly, he genuinely respects women, earning their heartfelt admiration and willing devotion. If we are to marry, it should be to a husband like him. If we never encounter such a man, so be it. We will simply become strong ourselves. We must never allow ourselves to be. Yes. From now on we will live with dignity, never again like subservient dogs. Sisters, the one we should be most grateful to is His Majesty the Great Qin Emperor. He is our savior, the sky above our heads, the benefactor we have encountered in our lives. At this the crowd of women became deeply emotional, their hearts swelling with a myriad of feelings. They felt as though they had finally seen a glimmer of dawn in their lives. This ninth prince was indeed a dragon among men, a messiah, sent from heaven to save the women of the world. The young women were visibly stirred, their hearts shaken by an unprecedented tremor. They transitioned from initial disbelief to calm acceptance. They felt as if their once oppressive lives had suddenly become complete. At this moment many women had red-rimmed eyes, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. Some even fell to their knees on the spot, kowtowing heavily towards the imperial palace. Then a chorus of voices rose up. Your Majesty, you are our second parent. We will be eternally grateful to you. You have saved us from the depths of suffering and shown us the way to live. From today we women can hold up half the sky. Long live the Great Qin Emperor. Long live the Great Qin. Long live the Great Qin Emperor. At this moment all the women knelt in unison, bowing towards the palace and shouting their acclamations. The cries of long live echoed down the long streets, majestic and awe-inspiring, a truly spectacular scene. Women could finally stand tall and support their own sky with their own abilities. How could they not be stirred? However, witnessing the near-fanatical behavior of these women, the elderly with outdated views could no longer contain themselves. One man raised his head and wailed in grief, tears streaming down his face. Heavens above, open your eyes and see what kind of world this has become. Women are rising overnight and looking down upon men. It's terrifying. If this continues, what future does Great Qin? From now on this world will turn into a living hell. Women become arrogant and domineering while men cower in fear. This world is too terrifying, too terrifying. How are men supposed to live? How are we to find our place? Heavens, please open your eyes. Is Great Qin truly on the verge of a complete upheaval? Sigh. What kind of world is this? Ing Zhao's nearly radical measures also stirred the hearts of the women. His many wives and concubines in particular were overjoyed upon learning of this decree, unable to contain their smiles. At this very moment a rare council of consorts was convened within the palace. All of Ing Zhao's concubines had gathered in one place. They were deliberating on how to make their days ahead more meaningful. Renjiter, ever quick-witted, was the first to step forward, saying with a smile, since Great Qin now champions equality between men and women, we naturally cannot remain confined within the harem day after day. How about we find ourselves some worthwhile endeavors? Even if we cannot yet achieve earth-shattering feats in the realm of government, there are other arenas where we can display our talents. For instance, we could first master the arts of management and commerce, and then impart that knowledge to the palace attendants around us. Once they have learned their lessons, well, we can arrange for them to work in the factories. In this way we not only aid the development of Great Qin's industries, but they can also resolve their own livelihood difficulties. At the same time they can realize their own value. Isn't that a move that yields multiple benefits? After hearing this, Princess Yushu also rose and said, I concur with Sister Renjit's idea. It is indeed an excellent proposal. Besides, the palace maids and eunuchs by our side have plenty of idle time on their hands. Moreover, we truly have an excessive number of attendants. Oh, we don't really need such a grand display. Rather than having them linger in the palace all day, it's better to gather them together, teach them skills, and assign them to meaningful tasks. That too would count as a meritorious deed. Man Yu also quickly stepped forward, nodding repeatedly. Exactly. His Majesty has been exceedingly kind to us, assigning so many palace attendants to each of us. But in reality, do we truly need so many people waiting on us hand and foot at all times? Especially those of us who have practiced martial arts since childhood. We are simply not born to be idle. Being surrounded by a throng of attendants every day makes us feel restless and stifled by the inactivity. It's far better to have these palace attendants learn something useful, so they can help develop Great Qin and relieve His Majesty of some burdens. This is definitely a great achievement, well worth promoting. The delicate Feng Yuding then spoke in a soft voice. I have a proposal. We could take a portion of our gold, silver, and jewels, and following the idea His Majesty once mentioned, establish a charitable foundation. We can pool our resources to provide relief for the common people who are suffering in dire straits. In doing so, we accumulate immense virtue. Not only will we ease His Majesty's worries, but we will also cultivate our own benevolence. It's a favorable prospect however you look at it. Ajiao, gentle by nature, also raised her hand in agreement at this point. Her voice was soft, but her words were heartfelt. I too think Sister Yuding's proposal is wonderful. Since men and women are now equal, the wealth we women hold can naturally serve a purpose as well. Contributing it to aid the people is only right and proper, and it counts as our contribution to Great Qin. I believe His Majesty will surely support us in this. Gao Ran, however, revealed a mysterious smile and said softly, it is indeed a good idea, but I think we could start quietly first. Once we've made some headway, we can surprise His Majesty. By then we can also make those ministers in the court open their eyes and see that women are never useless. We too can hold the world in our hearts and be heroines who stand tall and proud. If the women of the harem set a shining example, the daughters of ordinary families outside will surely follow suit. In this way His Majesty's decree on gender equality will take root more firmly in Great Qin. Shi Shangyun, upon hearing this, clapped her hands and laughed. Since everyone agrees it's feasible, what are we waiting for? Actions speak louder than words. Let's begin right now. Once this charitable foundation is established, the one to preside over it should naturally be the First Lady. That is our Empress. From now on she will lead us down a magnificent and glorious path. Your Majesty, we are all willing to follow your lead. As Shi Shangyun's words fell, the eyes of everyone present turned in unison towards Lin Qingxia. Lin Qingxia naturally did not decline. She rose, looked at her fellow consorts, and said with composure, "Since all of you have placed such trust in me and are willing to entrust this matter to my hands, I will humbly accept and serve as the head of this endeavor. From this day forth, the management of the foundation shall be mine. As for the donations, they are entirely voluntary. Whether it be gold, silver, or jewelry, anything you wish to contribute can be handed over to the foundation for unified management. Sister Gao Ran will assist me in this. You come from a merchant family, are most familiar with accounting and financial management, and possess a sharp, agile mind. I will need to trouble you henceforth to help oversee the foundation's funds. The more resources we amass, the better we can aid those truly in need. I will find an appropriate opportunity to speak candidly with His Majesty about this matter and use these funds to relieve the... I am certain that His Majesty will be pleased to learn of this and will surely approve of our intentions. At that point, the Foundation's funds will have a rightful and meaningful purpose. Each of you will also be able to contribute your own strength through this. If this endeavor succeeds, it will surely become a celebrated tale and earn the praise of the people across the land. All of you possess kind hearts and are willing to take benevolent action. I thank you all here. Thank you for easing His Majesty's burdens and for dedicating yourselves to the welfare of the Empire's subjects. I believe that the policy of gender equality will be implemented even more smoothly throughout Great Qin." Lin Qingxia's speech was impassioned and stirring. All the consorts present felt their spirits ignite upon hearing her words. They felt as if they were participating in a monumental undertaking. It was also a great deed that would immensely benefit the people of the world. This could absolutely be deemed the foremost act of charity. It would both ease His Majesty's burdens and accumulate virtue for themselves. With such a worthy cause, why wouldn't they do it? Wonderful. This was absolutely wonderful. And so everyone threw themselves into this charitable endeavor with great enthusiasm. Not only them, but even the palace maids and eunuchs throughout the palace soon gathered around their respective masters. Everyone was eager to participate and contribute their share to the charitable cause. They too wished to make a contribution to the grand nation of Great Qin and offer their meager strength to the common folk. Though their power was small, they did not think less of themselves. Instead, they kept their master's encouragement close to heart and were filled with drive and zeal. Especially the palace maids, who each felt as if they were welcoming a new spring. For in the edicts issued by Exiled, it was clearly stated that from now on women within the imperial palace would enjoy... Palace maids are people too, and they equally enjoy the rights of gender equality. They may attend schools to study, and in the future, they may even participate in the imperial examinations. This meant that a true path forward had opened up for them. How could they not be overjoyed? What delighted the palace maids even more was that their sovereign did not merely elevate their status. He even granted them permission to frequently leave the palace in the future. They could witness the world beyond the palace walls and experience life outside. If they wished not to remain as maids in the palace, they could also choose to leave and devote themselves to the construction of the Great Qin. They could carve out their own path through their own abilities. Of course, the sovereign even permitted them to love freely. As long as they found a truly suitable partner, they would be released from the palace to marry. Thus they could live a leisurely and blissful life. On the day they left the palace, the court would also bestow upon them a considerable... With this sum to secure their livelihood, they would never have to worry about food or clothing again, and could be said to have reached the... At this, all the maids felt as if they had glimpsed a hope they had never known. Having lived in the depths of the palace for so many years, when had they ever received such preferential treatment? Now that the sovereign treated them with such generosity, each felt a warm current surge through their hearts. It was precisely for this reason that they became even more devoted to following the current sovereign. When attending to every consort of Exiled, they served with even greater diligence and without a hint of complaint. Exil's harem thus became exceptionally harmonious. There was no scheming or intrigue among the palace staff. Among the consorts, there was no mutual plotting to be seen. Instead, the consorts united in solidarity and harmony. The servants also helped one another, pulling together as one. They managed to keep the entire harem meticulously organized, even to the point of perfection. Such a situation had truly never been seen in the annals of history. Throughout the ages, harem rivalries for favor and power had always been brutal beyond measure. His consorts got along remarkably well. Not only did they refrain from fighting over his favor, but they actively helped one another and advanced hand in hand. His consorts got along remarkably well. Not only did they refrain from fighting over his favor, but they actively helped one another and advanced hand in hand. The maids were also in high spirits. They served their mistresses with utmost dedication and never uttered a single complaint. Such harmony was utterly unprecedented. It was far more stable than any harem in any dynasty. Moreover, now that they were united in purpose, they had jointly established a charitable foundation. Everyone wished to serve the people, better contribute to the Great Qin, and share the sovereign's burdens. Across the entire 9 provinces, where else could one find such a harmonious harem? For a time, the atmosphere within the palace was exceptionally good. They were completely unlike those men outside the palace. The men outside only complained that Exiled should not have proposed such a policy, nor should he have implemented such an edict. In their view, this meant women would no longer be under their control. Their status at home would thus become precarious. So those men were naturally filled with extreme discontent. But within the harem the eunuchs were thoroughly pleased. After all, they would never marry or establish families. Whether women's status rose or not posed no threat to them. What's more, the sovereign had also elevated their status this time. Exiled issued another decree: from now on eunuchs would enjoy the same rights as ordinary people. Eunuchs could attend school and take the imperial examinations. They could even be selected to serve as officials in the court. They too could contribute to the Great Qin. They too could achieve merit and rise step by step. Various paths of advancement would also be opened for them. The moment this edict was issued, all the eunuchs felt as if they had seen the light of life. After all these years in the palace, when had they ever truly received preferential treatment? When court officials saw them, their eyes often carried contempt and disdain. They had always lived a life devoid of dignity. But now everything had changed. From this day forward, they could hold their heads high with pride. They could read. They could learn. They could take the imperial examinations. They could also enter the court as officials. In any other dynasty, how could such a thing ever happen? Yet here in the Great Qin of today, it had truly come to pass. If even the status of eunuchs had been elevated, was this not true equality for all? This ninth prince was truly he did not merely promote equality between men and women. He was promoting genuine equality for everyone. The eunuchs felt that their lives had finally gained tremendous hope. They naturally admired Emperor Exiled with the utmost sincerity and were filled with gratitude. As a result, they served every consort in the harem with even greater loyalty. They also served the sovereign with all their might. From then on, they harbored no trace of disloyalty. They all believed that following the sovereign and working for him was the most promising choice. Moreover, with such a wise, strong-willed, clear-headed, and patriotic emperor at the helm, they no longer had to fear being bullied or trampled upon by others. From now on, they as eunuchs could finally stand tall and proud in the light of day. How could they not be overjoyed? At this very moment, the eunuchs throughout the harem began to celebrate. They held hands and sang and danced through the palace. Each one was excited beyond words. Some even laughed, almost, for they felt that at last there was something to look forward to in this life. They no longer had to die of old age in the depths of the palace. Nor did they have to live their whole lives like lackeys enduring the cold stares of others. No longer would they be treated as pawns, manipulated and used at will. Finally, they could live like human beings. Perhaps in the future they could even leave the palace and return to their hometowns. To return home in glory after honorable retirement. What great honor that would be. Just thinking about it felt utterly fulfilling. The more they thought, the more moved they became. Some eunuchs even burst into tears on the spot. Others laughed and cried simultaneously, appearing almost deranged as if struck by an overwhelming shock. For such a wonderful policy was truly awe-inspiring. It was a future they had never even dared to dream of before. Now was it really about to come true? From now on, could they as eunuchs truly hold their heads high and live with dignity? It was simply unbelievable. For a time, all sorts of scenes unfolded within the harem, as lively as a festival. Everyone was utterly astounded by this policy. Overall, however, the people of the harem accepted these changes more readily, for these policies genuinely benefited them all. But the common folk outside the palace walls displayed completely different reactions. Some were furious, some were frantic. Some were grateful, and others found it all absurd. In short, the entire Great Qin was transformed in that very moment. All of this was advancing steadily. The policy that Exiled had implemented had only just been set in motion, yet it had already triggered earth-shattering changes. It was not only the Great Qin that was shaken. Even the other kingdoms could not escape this tremendous impact. Additionally, there was the Qin Shi Huang, who was about to arrive in the Great Qin. He too would be profoundly shaken by all that he witnessed. At this moment, the spies that Qin Shi Huang had planted within the imperial city were galloping at full speed toward his location. They were to report everything that had happened in the imperial city to the emperor. At this moment, 1,000 li from the Qin capital city, the army, led by Qin Shi Huang, was temporarily encamped. Generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian remained steadfastly by his side, not daring to show the slightest negligence. In recent days, Qin Shi Huang had never truly shown himself. He remained secluded within his tent, silently enduring this profound solitude. After all, the official word sent out was that the procession was escorting the emperor's remains back to the capital, given that he naturally could not appear before others carelessly. If anyone were to see through the ruse, matters would become irreparably complicated. Fu Su often stayed by Qin Shi Huang's side, trying every conceivable way to console his father. He understood Qin Shi Huang's temperament all too well. For so many years his father had been the exalted emperor of Great Qin, his authority never to be challenged. Who had ever dared to trample upon him? Yet now the tables had completely turned. That dissolute and unlearned ninth son had somehow usurped his father's throne. What was worse, he was governing the state with increasing competence. This naturally stirred a measure of gratification in Qin Shi Huang's heart. Yet simultaneously it fueled his intense displeasure and an unprecedented sense of crisis. After all, he was the august emperor of Great Qin, and now he was being treated as a corpse. What was the meaning of this? It was one thing not to be able to return to the capital openly. The most critical issue was that he had no absolute certainty that he could reclaim the throne upon his return. If it leaked out that father and son were fighting for the crown, wouldn't that be a complete loss of face, making him a laughingstock across? But what could he do now? He truly had no good options. Even Qin Shi Huang himself lacked absolute confidence in his ability to retake the throne. Yet if he didn't reclaim the throne, how could he face himself upon returning? Could he simply transform himself into a retired, or perhaps he should just maintain the facade of death, playing the part to the very end? Find an unknown place and eke out a life in secrecy. How utterly pathetic. He was after all the Great Qin, Shi Huang, the mighty emperor of Great Qin. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Now he was being trampled upon by his own son. And this son was none other than the ninth prince, once the most inconspicuous and ill-reputed of them all. It left him, the father and emperor, with nowhere to put his face. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved and anguished he became, wishing he could just crawl into a hole in the ground. Qin Shi Huang pondered repeatedly, yet remained uncertain how to confront all this. Even now he had still not simulated Ing Zhao's life script. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he dared not face reality. Deep down he still harbored a flicker of hope, thinking he might still be able to fight for a chance. Wasn't that a blatant slap in the face to his father? Qin Shi Huang was truly beside himself. During this period he had been racking his brains for a solution every day. He could accept his son inheriting the empire after his own death. But he absolutely could not tolerate that son sitting proudly on the throne while he was still alive. Wasn't that a blatant slap in the face to his father? Qin Shi Huang was truly beside himself. During this period he had been racking his brains for a solution every day. But no matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't come up with a viable plan. Just as he was at his wit's end, the spies dispatched to the capital finally rushed back with frantic urgency. Several spies burst into the tent and fell to their knees before Qin Shi Huang. The leader, kneeling with a voice choked with tears, reported, "Your Majesty, this is terrible. The capital is on the verge of upheaval. The ninth prince has gone absolutely mad. He has done something that has shaken the court and the entire Great Qin. The whole capital is in complete chaos, and it seems the entire nation is about to be thrown into turmoil as well." Qin Shi Huang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Even Generals Meng Tian and Wang Jian, standing nearby, could no longer remain composed. Fu Su's face. From the spies' tone, they could all tell that the ninth prince had indeed pulled off something earth-shattering. Qin Shi Huang drew in a sharp breath and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened? Speak quickly. Has that rebellious son of mine started selecting concubines on a massive scale again?" In Qin Shi Huang's view, his son's greatest indulgence was the endless taking of consorts. The more the merrier. He was utterly lost in a sea of women, as if he could never climb out. So whatever it was, it couldn't be anything good. Probably it was because the number of concubines this time was ridiculously excessive. Perhaps the harem couldn't even hold them all. It must be said Qin Shi Huang's guess wasn't entirely off the mark. Because Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Fu Su all instinctively thought of the same thing. They knew this ninth prince all too well. Who didn't know he was a lecherous, good-for-nothing prince? So if he were to do something earth-shattering, it would most likely be tied to women. But the spy was taken aback by this, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, he gathered his thoughts and said with a bitter expression, "Your Majesty, the great event the ninth prince has stirred up is indeed related to women. But it's not about selecting more concubines or filling up the harem. Rather, the ninth prince intends to forcefully implement a new policy. The policy is that from now on Great Qin will uphold gender equality. Women shall have the same opportunities as men to receive education. But it's not about selecting more concubines or filling up the harem. Rather, the ninth prince intends to forcefully implement. Moreover, the ninth prince encourages all women across the land to enter schools. They should not confine their entire lives to the roles of wife and mother." As soon as this policy was announced, the entire court erupted in an uproar. All the ministers were thrown into a panic. Not just the officials, but even the common folk were utterly stunned. The reaction in the harem was even more intense. In short, this matter has far-reaching implications and has already caused countless impacts and troubles. The entire Great Qin is now in chaos. And this time the ninth prince seems resolute, determined to see this. The ministers can neither persuade nor stop him, because the ninth prince simply refuses to heed their counsel, and now the entire court is utterly disappointed in him. In a word, Great Qin is truly in turmoil now. If this continues, it will only escalate and become even harder to control. What? This? Upon hearing this staggering news, Qin Shi Huang and the others were instantly frozen in place. After the spy finished his report, Qin Shi Huang felt a wave of unease wash over him. He truly had not anticipated that his own son could reach such an extraordinary level of defiance. For a moment, the first emperor even wondered if he had misheard. After a brief silence, he lunged forward, grabbing the spy by the collar and demanding, "Is everything you have just said true? How is this possible? That son of mine was nothing but a dissolute rake. In his eyes weren't women merely playthings for his amusement? Why would he suddenly insist on promoting equality between men and women? And besides, how could men and women ever, throughout history, has any chronicle ever recorded such an absurdity? He truly acts on whatever whim crosses his mind. How could he do such a thing? Has this degenerate son of mine lost his mind?" The first emperor was practically boiling with rage. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. He simply could not understand what had gotten into his son. Why would he stir up such a ridiculous commotion? What kind of damn policy was he pushing? If Great Qin were to follow his wishes, then what future was there to speak of? It would undoubtedly descend into utter chaos. The two great generals standing beside him, Wang Jian and Meng Tian, finally snapped back to their senses. They too were struck with sheer bewilderment. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. They had also thought they must have misheard. But clearly it was all true. This was a monumental affair orchestrated by the ninth prince himself. They had never imagined he could be so audacious. What in the world was this? How could he even utter the slogan of gender equality? When had men and women ever been equal? And on what basis could they be equal? Since ancient times, has it not always been that men are superior to women? And crucially, he wanted women to attend schools. He even wanted them to take the imperial examinations and enter the civil service through them. Did this mean women could become officials too? This was utterly catastrophic. It was a direct challenge to the ancestral laws of Great Qin and an affront to the authority of every past emperor. On what grounds could women stand in the imperial court? How could such a thing ever happen? It was simply inconceivable. Wang Jian and Meng Tian both felt that the ninth prince must have suffered some immense shock. Otherwise, how could he have come up with such an idea? How could he have issued such an absurd decree? What kind of nonsensical decision? It was absolutely terrifying. Fu Su, standing nearby, was so shocked he couldn't utter a word. In his memory, this ninth brother, though somewhat of a playboy and a bit of a brat, and certainly mischievous, had never harbored such earth-shattering thoughts before. What on earth was happening now? What had this ninth brother experienced all these years? How had he come up with such a shocking idea? His thinking was simply, were women truly going to lord over men from now on? Women could study, take the imperial exams, and even serve as officials. Then what would be the purpose of men? This was going too far. Since the founding of Great Qin, had such a thing ever occurred? The three men in the tent were all driven to the brink of madness by shock. Qin Shi Huang was panting heavily, almost choking on his breath. After barely managing to compose himself, he grabbed a cup of water from the table and gulped it down. He then glared at the spy and demanded, "Explain this clearly to me. What is the meaning of this? Why did he issue such? What is the reason behind all this?" The spy looked as if he was about to cry. Who the hell knew why? The ninth prince had suddenly issued this policy, leaving them all utterly bewildered. They were completely in the dark. The spy fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, this humble servant truly does not know. It's not just me, none of the ministers in the court know what's going on either. Everyone is baffled as to why the ninth prince has become so unhinged." They were completely in the dark. The spy fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, this humble servant, it states that from now on eunuchs entering the palace shall no longer be subjected to castration." The ninth prince, it states that from now on eunuchs entering the palace shall no longer be subjected to castration. The ninth prince said that such a practice is inhumane, a vicious act that should never have existed. His intention is for eunuchs to serve in the palace with dignity. And these eunuchs will also have their own rights and can attend, not just eunuchs but palace maids as well. They can all attend schools and study. And in the future they can also take the imperial examinations. His series of actions have already caused widespread resentment throughout the court, and the ministers are being driven insane. Now a flood of memorials are being submitted begging the ninth prince to reconsider. His series of actions have already caused widespread resentment throughout the court, and the ministers are being driven insane. Now a flood of memorials are being submitted begging the ninth prince to reconsider. But the truly fatal part is that the ninth prince remains completely unmoved, and he has made it clear that he is determined to see this through. At this moment, Great Qin is in real turmoil. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Huang gasped sharply. What the? Eunuchs entering the palace without being castrated? Then could they even be called eunuchs? What was this degenerate son thinking? Now he was elevating the status of eunuchs, letting them rise to prominence. Then what was the point of being the emperor of Great Qin? Would he become nothing more than a figurehead? From now on, palace maids and eunuchs could study, take the exams, and even serve in the court. This was the most ridiculous thing in the world. No wonder the ministers were all displeased. Who could possibly accept such a thing? This degenerate son truly was defying the heavens. Damn it. This was utterly infuriating. Was the empire I fought so hard to build meant to be squandered by this degenerate in such a reckless manner? They too had never expected the ninth prince to commit such an outrageous act. To be honest, at that moment, they also wished they could cut the ninth prince down themselves. Consumed by fury, the first emperor was on the verge of drawing his sword to kill. The two great generals Meng Tian and Wang Jian were also at their breaking point. They too had never expected the ninth prince to commit such an outrageous act. To be honest, at that moment, they also wished they could cut the ninth prince down themselves. If he weren't the emperor's own son and a prince of Great Qin, they might have already lost their restraint. They wished they could rush back to the palace and confront the ninth prince directly, or even have him arrested and executed. Fu Su stood by, choosing to remain silent. He suddenly realized that his understanding of this ninth brother was far too shallow. These days this ninth brother seemed to be gradually revealing his true colors, slowly showcasing his ambitions and aspirations to the world. The key point was he was terrifyingly formidable. How could he dare to issue such a decree? If this wasn't madness, what was? However, Fu Su then had a thought, and seemed to find an explanation. He figured that the ninth brother must have spent too much time in the company of women, spending every day in the harem surrounded by those concubines and beauties. Over time he was surely brainwashed by those women. Perhaps this absurd decree was instigated by his concubines. At this thought, Fu Su could only let out a heavy, helpless sigh. Qin Shi Huang was still raging with fury, eager to have someone executed on the spot. Seeing this, Fu Su quickly stepped forward to hold back his father and pleaded with deep anguish, "Father, you must calm down. The most urgent matter now is not anger. We must devise a plan to resolve this predicament. The ninth brother has already descended into such madness. We absolutely cannot stand by and do nothing. We must formulate a countermeasure. We cannot simply let him continue his rampant behavior, can we? Perhaps, Father, you should return to the capital as soon as possible. Then you can personally have a proper discussion with the ninth brother. His desire for the throne can be discussed separately. But regardless, he cannot act so crazily and issue such a decree. After Fu Su's persuasion, the anger in Qin Shi Huang's chest finally subsided a little. He took a deep breath, then let out a long, weary sigh, and cursed in frustration. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I would never have played dead in the first place. Now things are spiraling out of control, almost beyond redemption. Dealing with that unfilial son now is no easy. That bastard must have been thoroughly brainwashed by those women. A man obsessed with women is indeed capable of such unnatural deeds. He dares to elevate the status of women to such a level. This is outrageous. Isn't this destroying the very foundation of my Great Qin? Hateful, despicable, utterly detestable. This deed is even more abhorrent to me than the treachery of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Tell me, how exactly did he get so bewitched by women? I had already turned a blind eye to his marrying, taking concubines, and having children, spending all his time amidst women. Tell me, how exactly did he get so bewitched by women? I had already turned a blind eye to his marrying, taking concubines, and having children, spending all his time amidst women. I wish I could give him a resounding slap right now. Qin Shi Huang's curses grew more furious, his words flowing without end. At that moment his heart was still burning with intense rage. Meng Tian and Wang Jian stood by, not daring to interject. At a time like this, only Fu Su could offer any. After all, Fu Su had always been the son Qin Shi Huang valued most. At this critical juncture, he increasingly felt that Fu Su was a truly good child. At least this son was still within the realm of control. He was unlikely to commit any earth-shattering or ancestor-defying absurdities. Nor would he go mad like the other one. But Ying Zhao was a completely different story. This unfilial son was always rebellious and always crazy. From the very beginning, he was different from everyone else. And now he had dared to directly challenge the very foundation and authority of Great Qin. If the ancestors of Great Qin knew about this, wouldn't they rise from their graves in fury? Damn it, this unfilial son deserves to die. Qin Shi Huang ranted and raved for a long while before his emotions finally settled down somewhat. Then he looked up at the two great generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian and said solemnly, "Generals, given the current situation, we can no longer tolerate this. We cannot continue to wait and see biding our time for some so-called opportunity. We must act immediately. Here is my plan. Take my tiger tallies, secretly go to the frontier, and recall a portion of the troops. I will personally lead these forces to march back to the capital. We'll catch that unfilial son completely off guard." If he could truly rule as a worthy emperor, abdicating in his favor and handing over the realm wasn't entirely out of the question. If he could truly rule as a worthy emperor, abdicating in his favor and handing over the realm wasn't entirely out of the question. But now that he's pulled such a stunt, I can't stand it any longer. You must go to the frontier and recall the troops with the utmost. We cannot enter the capital empty-handed. We must bring the army to intimidate that unfilial son. Only then will we have the leverage. I want to see with my own eyes if he still dares to be so arrogant before me. Qin Shi Huang spoke these words through gritted. He was clearly on the verge of madness from fury. Generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian exchanged a glance. They both felt this task would not be easy. Not only was it difficult, but it was also extremely delicate. Wang Jian hesitated for a moment, then slowly stepped forward, cupped his fist, and said, "Your Majesty, this might not be easy. You have previously issued strict orders. No matter what happens within Great Qin, the frontier garrison troops must never be recalled without authorization. They must remain stationed at the border at all times and cannot be moved lightly. If we go now to summon troops, the frontier generals may not comply. In fact, they might even suspect that we too are secretly plotting a rebellion. After all, the news of your Majesty's demise has already spread throughout the 9 provinces. The soldiers at the frontier have likely received this news as well. If we suddenly tell them that you are not dead, that you are in fact safe and sound, and then issue new decrees in your name, how could they easily believe us? At that point, they would likely just continue to hold the frontier. They would never rashly lead their troops back. They might even treat us as traitors and enemies." Qin Shi Huang pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "What you say does make some sense. However, it's of no I still hold the tiger tally. As long as I have the tally, they will have no choice but to dispatch troops. I will write a person. When you reach the frontier, present this letter to the generals guarding the border so they can see it for themselves. Then explain the entire sequence of events in detail. I believe they will surely lead their troops to come to our aid. I will wait here for you to return with the army. Once the forces arrive, we will march back to the capital together." Hearing this, Fu Su's brows knitted tightly, and he couldn't help but ask, "Father, why have you suddenly changed your mind? Didn't you previously issue a strict order for the frontier soldiers to guard the borders to the death and never retreat? If they do retreat, and unrest erupts at the border, what then?" Unexpectedly, Qin Shi Huang slammed the table and roared, "What time is it now? Great Qin is on the verge of total chaos. If we don't recall the troops now, when will we? I originally believed that even if internal strife or even war broke out within Great Qin, it would be bearable. Even if the empire temporarily declined, as long as the borders remained unbreached by foreign enemies and the Chinese civilization endured, there would still be hope. But the problem is this unfilial son is defying the heavens. He's promoting this so-called policy of gender equality, which is clearly ruining the nation and harming the people. If we allow him to continue his rampage, Great Qin will crumble from within. And then the entire Chinese civilization will be torn apart by him. If the core is already rotten, what use is holding the front? At that point, the borders would eventually be breached by enemies anyway. In the long run, this is extremely detrimental to the development of the entire Chinese civilization. Therefore, we must turn the tide as soon as possible. At Qin Shi Huang's command, Generals Wang Jian and Meng Tian dared not delay any further and immediately departed to carry out their orders. They spurred their horses onward, racing directly toward the frontier. This time, the two of them carried the weight of a mission entrusted by Qin Shi Huang. Neither dared to take it lightly. Qin Shi Huang had not only bestowed the tiger tally upon them, but also personally penned a letter for them to carry along. Its purpose was to have them recall a portion of the troops from the border. Once they had an army in hand, they would possess the leverage they needed. Then they could march back to the imperial city and confront that unfilial son face to face. It would not be too late. It had to be said Qin Shi Huang was ultimately a man of great cunning and immense resolve. In his eyes now that Exiled had already ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, overthrowing his reign would hardly be a simple matter. More critically, the ministers at court seemed to be gradually falling under Exiled's influence. Getting them to unhesitatingly return to his side would not be achieved with a single word. Thus he had to use power and authority to crush them. He had to use military force to compel their submission. Qin Shi Huang still had some understanding of his own son. If he tried to negotiate with him through gentle, weak-willed methods, it would likely yield no favorable outcome. Only by intimidating him with a display of troops crushing him until he was forced to bow his head in defeat could he possibly wrest the Great Qin Empire back into his own hands. This time Qin Shi Huang was utterly resolute. He wished he could charge into the imperial city right now and personally wring that unfilial son's neck. However, to secure a more stable guarantee, he ultimately decided to remain where he was awaiting the arrival of the frontier troops. The two great generals had already departed together for the border. The only one who remained by Qin Shi Huang's side now was Fu Su. Ever since Fu Su had been rescued, he was almost inseparable from his old father. This did bring a measure of comfort to Qin Shi Huang's heart. After all, at least there was still one son who could be by his side. It was a blessing within misfortune. Looking at it now, Fu Su truly proved to be a good son. In fact, a faint hint of regret had already begun to stir within Qin Shi Huang. When he was on the throne, he should never have been so harsh with Fu Su. He should never have sent him far away to the frontier to build the Great Wall. He ought to have long ago bestowed the position of crown prince upon Fu Su, letting him hold court in the capital with full legitimacy. If that had been the case, then even if he were to meet with an unexpected accident, Fu Su could have inherited the throne with dignity and honor. There would have been no room for Exiled to step in. Nor would Zhao Gao and Li Si, those two traitorous rebels, have had the chance to exploit the situation. In the end, it all came down to one wrong move on the chessboard. That was why the situation had grown increasingly difficult to salvage. It was utterly infuriating. Qin Shi Huang wished he could slap himself right then and there. He had even confessed his regret to Fu Su on more than one occasion. He truly did regret it. He regretted being so severe with Fu Su back then. He also regretted holding onto the position of crown prince so tightly, refusing to make it official for so long. Had he known this day would come, he should have established Fu Su as the crown prince. Whenever Qin Shi Huang lamented thus, Fu Su would gently console him, saying, "Father, weren't your arrangements back then also for my own good? Everything you did was for the sake of the Great Qin Empire. I understand it all in my heart. Father need not worry too much. Of fate will take its course. Heaven will not allow Great Qin to decline so swiftly." Though Ninth Brother's actions have been somewhat erratic, and he did issue an almost unbelievable edict today, he is still a man of considerable ability. He has already accomplished many substantial deeds. With Great Qin in his hands, it has at least been progressing step by step. So Father truly need not blame yourself so much. Let us simply take things one step at a time from here. It's just, Father, there is one more thing I wish to say, though I am unsure if I should. As Fu Su spoke, a look of hesitation flickered across his face. Qin Shi Huang, seeing his son's hesitant demeanor, knew that he must have something important weighing on his mind. So taking a deep breath, Qin Shi Huang slowly said, "Speak then. Your father will not hold it against you. Since we have come this far, there is no need for pretense. Whatever thoughts you have, speak them plainly." With his father's permission, Fu Su finally lifted his head and spoke with the utmost gravity. "Father, have you truly made up your mind to lead troops back to the imperial city and seize the throne once more? And to drag Ninth Brother down from that throne? Is this course of action not too drastic? What's more, once conflict erupts, the realm of Great Qin will surely be engulfed in the flames of war. When that happens, it will be the common people who suffer first. It will also throw the court of Great Qin into even greater turmoil. And if foreign enemies should seize the chance to probe our weaknesses, they might even seize the opportunity to launch attacks or seek revenge against us. So I dare to ask this one question: is there any possibility we can avoid internal conflict? Can we resolve these matters calmly and peacefully?" Fu Su took another deep breath and continued, "I believe that if Father is willing to sit down and have a proper talk with Ninth Brother, he might not refuse to yield. Perhaps he would even be willing to return the Great Qin Empire to Father's hands. If that were to happen, wouldn't Father still be the sovereign of Great Qin? Still the exalted and all-powerful Qin Shi Huang commanding the world. So why can't we first attempt a dialogue? And even if ninth brother truly refuses to step down, or is unwilling to return the throne to Father, I doubt he would go so far as to do anything too extreme against you. He would certainly still honor you as the Grand Emperor, providing for you generously and treating you with respect. Even if it came to that, it might not necessarily be a bad outcome. Father has been far too weary all these years. This could be the perfect opportunity to finally rest. To settle down, cultivate your health, and enjoy the comforts of a tranquil life. Wouldn't that also be a source of joy? Moreover, Father could guide ninth brother from behind the scenes, slowly nurturing him into a truly worthy emperor of Great Qin. Ninth brother would naturally be grateful to Father for that, and the whole of Great Qin could maintain harmony and peace filled with warmth and unity. When you think about it, that might not be so bad. Father, perhaps we should refrain from deploying the troops. Let us first try to negotiate with ninth brother's side. After hearing this, Qin Shi Huang let out a long, heavy sigh. He looked at Fu Su and spoke with a complex tone. Fu Su, oh Fu Su, I sent you to the frontier for so long, thinking that during that time you would temper your character. I wanted you to forge your will, truly understand human nature, master the art of emperorship, and see through the state of the world. Yet now it seems you are just the same as before. Your temperament is still weak and your thinking is still naive. What kind of simple-minded, laughable logic do you possess to believe that there is still room for us father and son to sit down and negotiate? Do you genuinely think that if I stoop to talk with him he will leave us a path to survival? Since ancient times the struggles between emperors have always been the most brutal of all. Fathers killing sons, sons murdering fathers, brothers turning against each other. When have such things ever been rare? If he wishes to sit more securely and reign more enduringly upon that throne, he will inevitably seek to eliminate me, his own father. Of course, if I am to reclaim the empire, I too will not hesitate to eliminate him, that unfilial son, if necessary. In the face of power and authority, familial bonds mean little. Do you understand? Do you truly believe he would willingly honor me as the Grand Emperor? Do you really think I could live a life of ease and pleasure completely detached from state affairs? And even calmly, and it seems your thinking is far too simplistic. Even if it did come to that, I would merely become a man under house arrest, a prisoner. There would be no good outcome whatsoever. The moment I choose to negotiate with him, the moment I accept the title of Grand Emperor, my life would be utterly finished. Perhaps a cold palace would be my dwelling place for the rest of my days. After the first emperor uttered these words, Fu Su was stunned on the spot. His expression was troubled as he hesitated, saying, Father, could it be that you are overthinking this? Surely the ninth brother would not go that far. Even if he is reckless, he should not be cruel to such an extent. I believe he will still honor you as the Grand Emperor and care for you in your old age. After all, you were once the sovereign of the Great Qin, a fact that no one can ever change. The civil and military officials at court will certainly continue to respect you. No one would dare to do anything to you. The more the first emperor listened, the more vexed he became. He cut him off irritably. Enough, Fu Su. With this weak-willed nature of yours, you truly cannot accomplish anything of significance. You always see the best in everything. But reality never unfolds the way you imagine, with everything turning out for the best. The filth of the human heart and the corruption of power are not things you can easily perceive. Even if everything you just said could come true. Even if he truly is willing to honor me as Grand Emperor and treat me well, and the court officials still respect me, and we father and son could jointly govern the court, steadily guiding the Great Qin, but so what? That unfilial son of mine might spare me, but he might not necessarily spare you. When that time comes, the one who will be imprisoned, killed, eradicated root and branch, and thoroughly purged, will likely be you, Fu Su. Don't you understand? In the past, you and he were as different as heaven and earth. In my heart, you were the one most likely to inherit the throne. All these years I have always treated you favorably and held high hopes for you. But to the one who now sits on the dragon throne, all this becomes a thorn in his side. As long as you live, his claim to the throne will never be secure. He will be restless day and night, perpetually anxious, forever dwelling in fear. To firmly secure that dragon throne, he will surely find a way to eliminate you. When that day truly comes, if I have already become a Grand Emperor without real power, even if I wish to protect you, I won't be able to. Do you want me to stand by and watch you be killed by him? Fu Su, you treat him as your ninth brother, your dear younger brother. But he may not treat you as his elder brother. Born into an imperial family, in the end, what is contested is always power. What is contested is ultimately status and prestige. How much fraternal affection can possibly remain? So-called kinship is nearly worthless in the face of the throne and authority. Open the history books and see. Throughout the dynasties, who among those who ultimately ascended the throne was not a person of means and strategy? And those who truly secure the realm are often ruthless individuals unencumbered by familial ties. Your ninth brother is entirely capable of becoming such a person. Perhaps deep down he already harbors such ruthlessness. But you, on the other hand, are too kind, too naive, and when that day comes, you might not even know how you died. Fu Su, do be more careful. After the first emperor finished this speech, Fu Su was frozen on the spot. He stammered for a long while, yet failed to utter a single decent word. At this moment, Fu Su felt his heart being tightly. Could his own flesh and blood brother really be so merciless towards him in the future? Fusu couldn't help but think of their childhood. Back then he had genuinely cared for this younger brother. Could his own flesh and blood brother really be so merciless towards him in the future? Fusu couldn't help but think of their childhood. Back then he had genuinely cared for this younger brother. He had truly treated Ing Zhao as his own brother. But now had they really come to a point of mutual suspicion and even potential fratricide? Would this younger brother of his truly resort to ruthless measures against him in the future? A storm raged within Fusu. He remained silent in thought for a while, then finally took a deep breath. Gathering his courage, he said, "Father, the relationship between your son and the ninth brother has always been fairly good. When we were young, we used to play together, creating many fond memories. Even as we grew older, the bond between us brothers never truly changed. So your son believes he would never resort to sinister schemes against me, his elder brother. He will certainly continue to respectfully regard me as his senior. Your son is still willing to trust him." As Fusu spoke these words, his gaze was exceptionally resolute. In his heart, he still believed in this ninth brother. In Fusu's view, the ninth brother was merely a bit flirtatious and a bit of a playboy. Apart from that, he didn't really have any major. Moreover, this throne wasn't something the ninth brother had aggressively fought for. It was clearly Zhao Gao and Li Si who had schemed in the shadows and pushed him onto the throne. Didn't the ninth brother later eliminate Zhao Gao and Li Si? He even repelled the remnants of the Six Kingdoms and drove back the Xiongnu. Step by step, he stabilized the Great Qin Empire. This shows that he still has the Great Qin at heart. Now, they have never truly sat down for a sincere talk, nor have they seriously interacted with the ninth brother. They haven't even seen his true thoughts and real character. How could they so easily pass judgment on him? After hearing Fusu's words, the first emperor's gaze turned icy, and he shot him a fierce glare. He then roared angrily, "Get out of here, and think it through properly yourself. You are weak beyond measure, always thinking the best of everyone in the world. With this demeanor of yours, you won't even know how you die in the future." Fusu felt utterly helpless. He knew that no matter how much he said now, it would be futile. His father was inherently suspicious and distrustful by nature. Getting him to look on the bright side was simply impossible. In the end, Fusu could only retreat dejectedly. Watching Fusu's departing figure, the first emperor let out a heavy sigh. Filled with emotion, he couldn't help but murmur, "Fusu, oh Fusu, what more can your old father say to you? Tell me, with this weak nature of yours, what great deeds can you possibly accomplish in the future? That rascal Ing Zhao may not be as kind-hearted as you, and he is younger. But he is ruthless enough, cunning enough, and resourceful enough. Tell me, when will you ever truly mature? When will you truly grow? When will you possess the composure and bearing befitting an emperor? You are quickly turning your father's hair white with worry. When will you truly grow? When will you possess the composure and bearing befitting an emperor? You are quickly. If this child continued to be this weak, even if he were pushed onto the throne in the future, it might not necessarily be a good thing. After all, an emperor must master the art of kingship. Half must be benevolence, and half must be iron-fisted measures. But Fusu was simply too merciful and too kind. A person like this at certain times is like a docile sheep left to be slaughtered and devoured by others. The first emperor felt utterly helpless about this. He really couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Why were the sons he fathered turning out to be such polar opposites? Fusu was weak and merciful, with a temperament so gentle it couldn't be changed. Meanwhile, that rascal Ing Zhao was ruthless and scheming to the bone, equally unchangeable. He must have committed some grave sin in his past life to deserve this. The first emperor stood there, heaving sigh after sigh. Then involuntarily he began to ponder the new policy his ninth prince had enacted: equality between men and women. He mulled over those 4 words countless times in his mind. As he did, the first emperor couldn't help but roll his eyes and sneer, "Utter nonsense. How could there ever be equality between men and women? Though I must say, you rebellious brat, you do harbor some inkling of a grand utopian vision, dreaming of making the world as idyllic as the peach blossom spring, dreaming of equality for men and women, equality for all, wishing everyone could live a life of abundance, peace, equality, and freedom, with everyone possessing so-called human rights. But how could such a thing ever truly come to pass? In the millennia of history, when has such a situation ever existed? This world is inherently divided into noble and base, high and low, into different social strata. Besides, if everyone were truly equal, then what would become of the emperor of Great Qin? In the end, wouldn't the emperor be no different from a commoner? Only you rebellious brat, could come up with such an idea. Your head is filled with fanciful notions day and night, all just beautiful but empty fantasies. If these ideas of yours were ever truly realized, that would be a miracle. Humph. The more the first emperor spoke, the more he couldn't help but roll his eyes. In his view, how could Great Qin ever achieve equality between men and women? How could the world truly see such equality? Absolutely impossible. Throughout the annals of Great Qin, nothing of the sort had ever occurred, nor had such a situation appeared in the other states. How could the reality of gender equality simply emerge overnight? Even if in ancient times there were tribes that revered those matriarchal places, might seem to elevate women's status, but that wasn't true equality either. Because back then, weren't women's positions just as dominant over men? That was merely another form of extremism. How could that be called equality? The first emperor remained convinced that such a state could never truly be realized. He simply felt his rebellious son was acting recklessly, making decisions without any thought. And yet the stubbornness of this fellow was infuriating. had heard that all the court ministers had submitted memorials one after another begging him to stop this turmoil. But he adamantly refused to change his ways, insisting on going down this path to the very end. It was like trying to pull back 10 oxen. He was hell-bent on jumping into a pit of fire. Damnable wretch. Who knows what kind of madness had gotten into him? Or had his head been kicked by a donkey? The first emperor kept muttering curses under his breath. His entire demeanor was becoming increasingly erratic. This time the first emperor was determined to return to Great Qin with the utmost authority. Nor could you trample upon the ancestral traditions of Great Qin, causing havoc as you wish. In any case, the first emperor felt fairly confident about this matter. Nor could you trample upon the ancestral traditions of Great Qin, causing havoc as you wish. In any case, the first emperor felt fairly confident about this matter. He believed that as long as he held the military power, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, he was the father, and Exiled was. This innate dominance of bloodline alone should be enough to suffocate that rebellious brat. In reality, however, the first emperor was overestimating himself. He also overestimated his own deterrent power. One day he would regret having such thoughts. Because this son of his was nothing like the other princes, Exiled would not be intimidated by his father's sudden appearance. Nor would he be flustered or afraid. On the contrary, he possessed the strength and the courage to lock horns with his own father. Even standing before this great emperor of 1,000 generations, Exiled would not show the slightest hint of panic. Nor would he feel inferior. This was the inherent boldness and courage that resided deep within his bones. Soon the edicts issued by Exiled began to be implemented across the various prefectures and provinces of Great Qin. However, when this policy actually reached the local level, it encountered considerable resistance, especially from the officials responsible for local governance. The moment they saw the words equality between men and women, they found it absurdly ridiculous. In their view, the emperor was merely acting on a whim, one moment this, the next that. They thought that once his enthusiasm waned after a few days, the policy would naturally fizzle out. It was even highly likely the court would soon retract the edict itself. So upon receiving the decree, those local officials simply didn't take it seriously at all. Some even shelved it, entirely too lazy to push it forward. They continued to sit comfortably in their official positions, enjoying the ease and comfort that male dominance brought them. As for the so-called equality between men and women, they had no intention of promoting it. One by one, they remained idle in their posts, as if they had completely ignored the policy. Before long, news of this reached Exiled's ears. Upon learning of the situation, Exiled's anger flared up on the spot. He slammed his hand hard on the table and cursed fiercely, "Damned wretches. As officials of my Great Qin, how dare they show such disregard for my decrees? Do they think my commands are nothing but worthless trash? Despicable, utterly despicable. Someone deliver my orders immediately. I give them 10 days. They must implement this decree systematically if after 10 days they remain idle and negligent, doing nothing but collecting their salaries. Then I will deal with them according to the law and have their heads chopped off to feed the dogs. Furthermore, have General Zhang Han dispatch troops to supervise the various prefectures. I'd like to see if they still have the audacity to defy my orders. Any local official who does not obey my commands will be arrested and brought back to the capital. Every single one. I will personally deal with them." The moment Exiled issued this decree, many beneath him were reluctant. Especially Zhang Han, who felt extremely uneasy. He couldn't even quite understand what he was doing anymore. He was inexplicably being forced to implement these unconventional and radical new policies. He also had to personally supervise local officials, compelling them to follow orders. This gave Zhang Han a strange feeling that he was being used as a tool. But ultimately, he didn't dare defy Exiled's orders. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and accept the mission. He then led his troops to tour and inspect the various prefectures across Great Qin. Meanwhile, Exiled's warning edict was also delivered to the hands of officials in various prefectures. When those local officials learned that the emperor was furious and had issued such severe warnings, at first they were indeed a bit intimidated. But before long, they brushed it off again. In their view, the current emperor was probably just throwing a tantrum, showing off his imperial authority. They didn't think he would actually cause any major trouble. So there was no need to take it too seriously. Let him be angry, or let him be As for the policy of gender equality, they would absolutely never genuinely implement it. There was no way they would truly place men and women on equal footing. In their view, if this were allowed to succeed, wouldn't those women just fly straight up to the heavens? Once the situation spiraled out of control, it would be utterly disastrous. So this kind of situation absolutely could not be allowed to occur. For this very reason, the local officials remained extremely resistant to Exiled's policy. They all chose to turn a blind eye and deaf ear as if nothing had happened. They also refused to believe that the emperor would actually make an example of them. However, this time Exiled had already made up his mind. The local officials had in the end underestimated his ambition and his methods. They also underestimated his determination to push through sweeping reforms. Soon Zhang Han collected the names of all the uncooperative officials from various regions. Repeated warnings proved useless. Personal supervision also proved useless. Those officials continued to make excuses and refused to truly execute the orders. As a result, Zhang Han could only compile their names into a register and present it to Exiled. After reviewing the list, Exiled was naturally furious. He immediately issued an extremely stringent order. All officials on the list were to be dismissed from their posts immediately. All those who dared to defy the court's orders and refused to implement the new policies were to be stripped of their positions and investigated. For a moment, the entire Qin Empire was plunged into chaos. The officials who had once been so arrogant and deliberately opposed Zhao finally began to panic. One by one they started to loudly protest. They even banded together writing a so-called petition of the people in a desperate attempt to resist. But what was the use of that? Zhao wasn't swayed by such tactics at all. Once he set his mind on something, the opinions of others were of no consequence to him. He paid little heed to those so-called remonstrations and suggestions. After all, as a transmigrator, his vision and understanding far surpassed the era he now inhabited. His methods were ruthless and decisive, never hesitant or lingering. More crucially, his predictions of future trends were almost infallible, remarkably stable and steady. Because of this, Zhao had always possessed unwavering confidence in himself to forcefully compel those officials to implement his new decrees. Zhao decided to make an example of a group of them, this time directly stripping them of their official positions. This in turn made those dismissed officials harbor deep resentment, and they began to spread rumors everywhere. Simultaneously, this move served as a stark warning to the officials still in office. For the first time, they truly experienced a terror unlike anything before. Under immense pressure, they were forced to begin implementing the policy. For a time, the Qin Empire surprisingly started to enforce the new decree of gender equality. News of Zhao's gender equality policy quickly reached the emperors and common people of other nations. The Xiongnu in particular erupted like a boiling cauldron. At that moment, Mode Chanyu had just received a secret letter and displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Staring at the contents, he asked in shock, "What the hell? Is this real or not? How could such an absurd situation occur? Has that ninth prince lost his mind? Jin, how could he even conceive such nonsense? This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Good heavens, it's simply unbelievable. That ninth prince has absolutely gone mad. He must have taken some wrong medicine to issue such an order. Isn't this a sign of the Qin Empire's impending doom? To think that Qin Shi Huang was wise his entire life only to end up raising such an unreliable son. If his son continues this reckless behavior and frantic meddling, the Qin Empire will crumble within a few years. This ninth prince is clearly pushing the Qin Empire towards its own destruction with his own hands. How ridiculous, how absurd, how utterly infuriating. I imagine the ministers in the Qin court are probably being infuriated to death right now. But for us Xiongnu, this is truly fantastic news. Only when the Qin Empire falls into greater chaos do we the Xiongnu have a chance to rise again. When their internal affairs become a tangled mess, that will be the perfect opportunity for our Xiongnu cavalry to march south and invade. At that point, what is there to fear? The Qin Empire would have already collapsed from within. They'll disintegrate from the inside first, and then deliver a fatal blow from the outside. By then the mighty Qin will never be able to stand tall again. Great news. This is absolutely phenomenal news. For us Xiongnu, this is a tremendous advantage. Ha ha ha. Zhao, I thought you were a king, but it turns out you were just a pawn. What were you thinking? Could it be that you've spent so much time among women that they've completely brainwashed you? To think you'd come up with such a decision. Isn't this just courting your own death? Hell, just watch you continue your reckless antics and drag the Qin Empire into the abyss of destruction with your own hands. Ha ha ha. At this moment the Xiongnu king laughed like a child. He had been waiting for an opportunity like this for in his view, Zhao's series of absurd actions was the equivalent of pushing the Qin Empire onto a path of no return. With an emperor like that, how could the Qin Empire possibly have a future? In the end, there could only be one outcome: destruction. Zhao could not sit securely on the throne for long, nor could his reign ever be stable. Sooner or later he would pay the price for his madness. It could only be said that this damned ninth prince was utterly shameless and utterly brainless, insisting on elevating the status of women. How deeply must he have been brainwashed by them? If Qin Shi Huang were looking down from the heavens and saw his son turning the empire into such a chaotic, filthy mess, he'd probably be so furious that he'd jump straight out of his coffin. He might even come back to life on the spot. At this thought, Mode Chanyu's mood became even more buoyant, and he couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. The next moment, he burst into wild laughter again, completely disregarding his kingly image. Ha ha ha. Well done. Splendidly done. This ninth prince is practically sending the Qin Empire to its doom step by step. But I support it. I support it wholeheartedly. Only with him causing this kind of turmoil do we the Xiongnu stand a chance. And only when the Qin Empire completely collapses can we truly become strong. Just thinking about it is thrilling, absolutely perfect. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mode Chanyu sat there laughing. His spirits were soaring. Whenever he thought about how the Xiongnu had waited for years and finally encountered such a golden opportunity, he felt as if he could already see hope. The entire Xiongnu nation had finally seen the dawn of its resurgence. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. After his initial excitement subsided, Mode Chanyu looked at his subordinates and issued a deep command: spread the order, continue to keep a close watch on every move of that ninth prince. This current emperor of Qin is bound to stir up more trouble soon. The Qin Empire will inevitably become more chaotic and corrupt under his rule. Therefore, we must constantly monitor the changes on their side. When necessary, we should even add fuel to the fire behind their, let the flames burn even brighter, and make the entire situation even more chaotic. Only then will we have the opportunity to truly contend with the Qin Empire. Only then can we force the Qin Empire onto its final fatal path. Only then can we the Xiongnu rise again, and stand tall upon the mountain's peak, never to fall again. For the longevity of our Xiongnu, for our future prosperity, We must lend a helping hand to this ninth prince from behind the scenes. Let him continue to vigorously push forward this gender equality policy. Ha ha ha. Heaven is helping me. This is truly heaven's help. Could it be that the heavens have finally heard my prayers? I am now eagerly anticipating the Qin Empire falling into complete disarray. I want to witness with my own eyes the empire crumbling and disintegrating from within. At that point, conquering the Qin Empire would be an easy task for us, wouldn't it? Even the heavens are paving the way for us. This is an unprecedented blessing for the Xiongnu. Modu Chanyu spoke with great enthusiasm, growing more pleased with each word. He saw this as an ancient millennium opportunity. Attacking the Qin Empire, expanding Xiongnu interests, and annexing Qin's territories. All of this seemed within his grasp now. He couldn't even be bothered to regard that ninth prince as a threat anymore. He simply thought of him as nothing more than a useless, frivolous heir. Indeed, a man who is obsessed with women will ultimately meet his downfall because of them. It could be said that this ninth prince might have had his moments of glory before. In many ways, he appeared formidable and seemed to possess some intelligence, and perhaps some real capability. But in the end, he was undone by women. Isn't that infuriating? Isn't that pitiful? Following Modu Chanya's command, his subordinates immediately sprang into action. They began to monitor the Qin Empire's every move with even greater scrutiny. Subsequently, Modu Chanyu quickly made arrangements within the Xiongnu ranks. He ordered his generals to prepare themselves, standing ready to dispatch troops strike deep into the Qin heartland and seize the empire amidst the ensuing chaos. Their ambitions were inflamed. They had long dreamt of the day they could trample across the Qin territories, expand their domains, and strengthen their own power. And as a bonus, they could line their own pockets handsomely. This had been the long-cherished dream of the Xiongnu for many years. It was the goal their ancestors had relentlessly pursued for generations. In their hearts, they believed the day of their true rise was inevitable. They aspired to trample a mighty nation like Great Qin underfoot with unparalleled arrogance. Only then could the Xiongnu stand proudly above the 9 provinces, flourishing eternally. They would proclaim to the entire world that the Xiongnu were the mightiest empire on earth. They were the truly invincible force that none dared to provoke. As for this so-called Great Qin, in their eyes, it was nothing but a pathetic, impotent empire. The moment Qin Shi Huang ascended to the heavens, none of his sons possessed the strength to hold the line. Not one could bear the weight of the Qin dynasty. At this moment, Modu Chanya's heart burned with fierce ambition. He had already begun plotting how to strike against Great Qin. To him, this was a godsend opportunity. Conquering Qin now would be effortless, requiring barely any effort at all. After all, the internal affairs of Great Qin were already in complete disarray. The men of Qin seemed to have utterly lost their spirit. Only a group of women remained strutting about with arrogance. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? The Xiongnu were already stirring, eager for action. Of course, there was another man who was equally overjoyed, nearly ecstatic with excitement. That man was Xiongnu. At this moment, Xiongnu clutched a secret letter in his hand. After reading its contents, he was grinning from ear to ear. Immediately, he ordered his attendant, "Quick, go fetch my uncle at once. He must see this letter with his own eyes. He needs to know what chaos is brewing in Great." The attendant dared not delay and hurried off to summon Xiong Liang. Before long, Xiong Liang entered the tent with a... Seeing Xiongnu so spirited and full of fighting zeal, he felt a sense of helplessness. In Xiong Liang's view, this boy was probably lost in wild reverie again, dreaming up grand fantasies. He was surely contemplating an attack on Great Qin once more. He was surely thinking about achieving great deeds and establishing his own prestige. He truly hasn't matured yet. Great Qin was rising steadily now. The strength of that 9th prince was evident for all to see. How could they recklessly provoke Qin at such a time? If they were to send troops against Qin, they would likely end up being the ones to suffer. Yet Xiong Liang did have many words of... He intended to advise Xiongnu to suppress his inner obsessions and ambitions for the time being, to settle down and focus on the tasks at hand. Even if he couldn't achieve great feats and become a remarkable emperor, he could at least live a stable life as an ordinary person. Simply living in peace and safety would be good enough. There was no need to be so stubborn, nor to be so perpetually ambitious. But before Xiong Liang could utter a word, Xiongnu had already thrust the letter towards him, saying eagerly, "Uncle, please take a look. The contents of this letter will surely shock you." Xiong Liang took the letter, frowned slightly, and unfolded it with suspicion. He read it carefully from beginning to end. Upon finishing, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Xiong Liang looked up at Xiongnu, his eyes filled with disbelief. His voice even trembled slightly as he spoke this. How is this possible? Could this intelligence be false? How could that Prince of Qin do such a thing? He actually intends to implement such a... Promote equality between men and women across the realm. Allow women to attend school and take exams. Even permit women to enter officialdom and serve as ministers. Good heavens, he dares to dream big. How can he do such a thing? Isn't he betraying the ancestors of Great Qin? He is betraying the former emperors of Qin. If women can hold power, then what is the purpose of men? Isn't this a hen crowing at dawn? Is this news true or false? It must be a false rumor. The 9th prince could never have done such a thing. Unexpectedly, Xiongnu replied with absolute certainty, "Uncle, this is absolutely true. This was a decision personally made by the current emperor of Qin. The edicts have already been proclaimed throughout Great Qin. The so-called new policy of gender equality has already been set in motion. I heard that the 9th prince is audacious and extremely ambitious. This time he clearly intends to realize his own ideas at all costs. His ministers are going mad, submitting memorials one after another in opposition. They all hope he will revoke the decree. But what happened? He simply refused to listen. The courtiers of Qin are so furious they could spit blood. The current emperor of Qin is now determined to push this policy through to the end. Nothing could possibly stop him now. So Great Qin is only going to descend further into chaos. If women truly come to power, Great Qin will surely know no peace. This will hasten its collapse, and it will crumble faster and faster. When Great Qin begins to disintegrate from within, that will be our golden opportunity to strike. At that point we can lead our armies and march straight into Qin. We will sweep through Great Qin and cleanse it completely. Since the world is unjust, since Qin is already descending into chaos, you will personally lead the troops and redefine the order of the 9 provinces. I will also quell this unending turmoil. We were born to achieve great things. It seems heaven has finally granted us this opportunity. Therefore we should charge forth like heroes and fight against the injustices of this world. Since ancient times it has been the way for men to rule the world, with women assisting from the sidelines. A woman's duty has always been to manage the household and raise the children. But now they want to go out into the world and compete with men for a share of power. They even want power, wealth, and status. This is truly terrifying. For Great Qin to issue such a decree is proof that its demise is imminent. I have always said that this 9th prince could never accomplish anything truly spectacular. He lacks the ability to lead Great Qin to greater strength. He is fundamentally a good for nothing. A prodigal son lost in a life of pleasure, refusing to turn back. His so-called achievements so far were merely superficial. And now isn't he showing his true colors? If Qin Shi Huang knew his son was so incompetent, committing such an act of utter defiance, he would probably vomit blood from sheer rage. Xiang Yu then sneered, but on second thought, I find his folly rather brilliant. Only by throwing Great Qin into internal chaos can we have the chance to dismantle it completely. Then we can seize the moment to establish our own rule and win the hearts of the people. And when that time comes, won't this entire realm be ours? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, heaven is aiding me. This is truly heaven aiding me.